Family, something outrageous has happened. The spirit hall's QianXunji is about to take out the child's mother, but the newborn baby deflects the attack with a bright symbol on its forehead. It turns out that it's the sacrifice of a powerful Beast Clan leader from a dying universe, and the energy fragment fell onto the baby. 6 months later, the baby Tang is looking for his mother, and appears, but Tang Hao is stunned by her appearance. I tell you, this is just absurd. The Pope of the Spirit Hall, QianXunji, is about to kill the child's mother. And guess what? In his arms is a newborn baby with a bright symbol on its forehead that blocks all attacks. I was dumbfounded watching this. What is this? A newborn cheat, starting at max level? This story needs to start from the beginning. It was truly earth-shattering. Let me tell you, outside our realm, there's a universe that is about to collapse. Inside live a group of Beast Clan leaders who have lived for who knows how long. But because too many people are cultivating, they've almost drained the universe's energy, and the whole world server is about to shut down. In the hall, an ancient tortoise elder, like a living fossil, stared at a super complex armillary sphere and finally squeezed out a sentence. It's hopeless, just wait to die, the account is deleted. The other leaders fell silent upon hearing this. A hot-headed red-haired guy, whose true form is a QianXunji, was the first to protest. I'm not afraid of dying, but to die like this without a fight, I refuse to accept it. The tortoise elder sighed and said, the cosmic barrier here is too thick, no one can break it. Previously, I deceived everyone into fighting a civil war for 500 years, thinking we could sacrifice some lives to restore the universe's energy, but what happened? The heart of the universe directly depleted, it backfired. The leaders felt mixed emotions upon hearing this, realizing that the deaths in their clan were caused by this old man. But there is always a way out, the tortoise elder continued. Either learn from our ancestors to break the cosmic barrier, or we can only return to the source. After saying this, the old man truly went hardcore. Right in front of everyone, he cracked his own heart meridian and sacrificed himself to the universe. When that immense energy burst forth, everyone realized, wow, this old tortoise was actually the #1 expert in the whole server. The power of example is boundless. The hot-headed bull guy saw this and exclaimed, damn it, I'm going too. With a flash of red light, he sacrificed himself as well. Then, like dumplings falling into water, dragons, phoenixes, one after another, all formatted themselves, trying to leave a way out for the future generations. But the most despairing part? After their sacrifices, the heart of the universe not only didn't revive, but instead leaked out black ashes, completely dead. The few who hadn't died in time looked at this scene with pale faces, madly crashing into the cosmic barrier. But of course, it was useless. Just as the entire universe was about to fall silent, the tortoise elder's voice echoed again. I can only do this much. He used all the energy from the sacrifices to forcefully open a tiny crack in the cosmic barrier and tossed out a small, broken energy fragment. Then the entire universe went completely cold. The scene shifts to Doluwa continent. This energy fragment landed on the baby in Tang Hao's wife, Yin's belly. That was the scene we saw at the beginning. At that time, Tang Hao had already been beaten by the Spirit Hall's people to the point where he couldn't stand, covered in injuries. His wife, Yin, the 100,000-year soul beast, decided to sacrifice herself to protect her husband and child. Just as she placed the 2 children in Tang Hao's arms, QianXunji and his group attacked, trying to interrupt her. As a result, the baby born with the energy fragment, our protagonist Tang Yin, had a mark on his forehead that lit up, directly withstanding all the attacks. Of course, the sacrifice couldn't be stopped. Yin took one last look at Tang Hao and told him, take care of the child. Then she transformed into a red 100,000-year soul ring and enveloped Tang Hao. Fully revived Tang Hao, with red eyes, rushed forward with a hammer. After that battle, 6 months passed. In a dilapidated thatched hut in Holy Soul Village, Tang Hao had completely become a useless person. With a scruffy beard, he held a bottle of alcohol every day, his eyes vacant, mainly just slacking off in companionship. Family, who understands? With his wife gone, he felt like he had lost his soul. Inside the house were 2 children. One was his brother Tang San, and the other was his younger brother Tang Yin. Tang Yin cried loudly from hunger, prompting Tang Hao to impatiently get up and bring 2 bowls of half-cold goat's milk from the kitchen. This was given by the village head, Old Jack. Otherwise, these 2 kids would have starved to death long ago. Tang Hao picked up the loudest crying Tang Yin and started pouring milk in him. Goodness, he almost sent our little protagonist straight to the afterlife. The milk he choked on spilled everywhere, making Tang Hao frown, but he still patiently continued to feed him. Meanwhile, his brother Tang San quietly watched, his stomach growling but not crying. Why? Because he had the soul of a 20-year-old assassin inside him, and he couldn't bring himself to beg for food while crying. So, the two kids managed to survive until they were 1.5 years old and could walk. Tang San, due to long-term malnutrition, was as thin as a monkey. Tang Yin, relying on his crying to secure benefits and the occasional energy from that mysterious mark, looked somewhat normal. When it was mealtime again, Tang Hao brought out 2 bowls of thin porridge. Let me tell you, that porridge was so clear you could see your reflection in it. Water and rice half and half, even a corrupt official looking at it would have to respectfully call him a just lord. As soon as Tang Yin saw this, he pouted, and tears fell down his cheeks as he struggled to say 2 words. You bad. In his eyes, this scruffy dad was a bully, giving him pig food every day and getting angry if he didn't eat. On the other hand, Tang San quietly picked up his bowl and drank small sips, even reaching out to pat his brother's back, saying intermittently, Bro, if you don't drink, you'll be hungry. Look at that. The Buddha truly has nothing to say about direct blood relatives. Tang Yin reluctantly finished the porridge, and Tang Hao took the bottle back into the room to lie down. Our little protagonist Tang Yin was completely disappointed in this family. His biological father didn't want to raise him? Fine, they'll go find my mom. He took his short legs and walked out of the thatched hut. With a thought, the mark on his forehead lit up again. His small body floated into the air and flew away, starting his journey to find his mother. That mark was like a high-precision navigation system, guiding Tang Yin through bloodline sensing and finally landing in front of a waterfall in a valley. The mark led him through a wall into a cave. The cave was pitch black, scaring Tang Yin quite a bit, but the mark immediately lit up, illuminating the entire cave. After passing through a passage, he entered a small stone chamber. In the center was a small mound with a unique blue-silver grass growing on it, the blue leaves adorned with golden veins, emitting a faint glow. As soon as Tang Yin saw it, that feeling of bloodline connection surged up, and he cried out, Wow, feeling incredibly wronged. The blue-silver grass seemed to sense him, and a leaf gently stretched out, as if to wipe his tears. Tang Yin choked up and shouted at the grass, Mom, this call of Mom made the blue-silver grass tremble all over. Immediately afterward, the mark on Tang Yin's forehead shot out a beam of light that illuminated the grass. The blue-silver grass instantly rose from the ground, countless light spots converging, slowly outlining Yin's figure. The mark felt it wasn't enough and shook out a wooden box from the ground, a piece of blue soul bone flying into Yin's phantom, solidifying her form somewhat. A gentle and beautiful woman appeared before Tang Yin. Although her body was still a bit ethereal, that face, that sense of familiarity, was unmistakable. Tang Yin rushed forward. Mommy child, my child. Yin excitedly hugged him. Feeling his mother's warm embrace, Tang Yin began to complain wildly. Mom, Dad, bad. Every day, not letting me and brother cook. Brother is very hungry, very small. Listening to her son's fragmented accusations, Yin felt the image of the gentle and family-oriented man in her heart shatter completely. He also drinks every day, smells terrible, and he always scolds me, blames me for wetting my pants. Tang Yin babbled on, and as he spoke, he grew tired and fell asleep in his mother's arms. Even in his sleep, he mumbled, Mom, don't leave, okay, not okay. Yin looked at her sleeping child, feeling heartbroken, with her dissatisfaction towards Tang Hao intertwined with her own self-reproach. At that moment, Tang Hao, still drinking alone in the house, suddenly felt a jolt. He sensed that someone had touched Yin's soul bone. Damn it, who dares to touch my Yin? In an instant, he transformed into a streak of light and rushed towards the back mountain. In the valley, Yin was holding Tang Yin when suddenly there was a loud explosion and the cave entrance was blown open. Tang Yin was so frightened that he cried out. Yin watched the cave entrance warily and saw a scruffy man, reeking of alcohol, rush in. Yin was momentarily stunned. This is my clean and tidy, gentle-hearted husband Tang Hao? This image is too disillusioning. Tang Hao rushed in, initially prepared to unleash his wrath, but was left dumbfounded. The Yin he had been thinking about day and night was standing right in front of him, holding their little son. He trembled as he reached out to touch her, but Yin instinctively took half a step back, holding the child. That half step left Tang Hao's hand frozen in the air. Yin first coaxed the child to sleep before looking coldly at Tang Hao, her tone complex. Hao, you've changed. Just those words made Tang Hao completely break down, his voice trembling. Yin, my Yin, you're still alive. Saying this, a tidal dog, a grown man, directly knelt on the ground, curling up and crying like a 300-pound child. Seeing him like this, Yin found that the reprimand she had prepared couldn't be voiced. But when she saw her wronged son in her arms, she steeled herself. Get up. You first. Her tone was as cold as a command. Tang Hao immediately stood up and cautiously asked, Yin, Are you okay? I'm not okay. Ian struggled to keep a straight face. I asked you to take good care of the children before my sacrifice. And this is how you take care of them? I heard from Xiao Yin how thin his brother has become. Do you know that in Xiao Yin's heart, he doesn't even want to acknowledge you as his father? Tang Hao wanted to defend himself, to express how much he missed her, to say that his heart died after she passed away. But seeing Yin's angry face, he ultimately held back these words and just lowered his head to admit his mistake. It's all my fault. I've let you down. Seeing him admit his mistake, Yin's expression softened a bit. You're not sorry for me. You're sorry for the child. The reason I was able to wake up is because of Xiao Yin. Then, she told Tang Hao about the miraculous mark on Tang Yin. Only then did Tang Hao remember that it was this mark that saved Yin's life on the day of the sacrifice. Yin finally admonished him. It seems Xiao Yin has his own opportunities. As his father, you must take good care of him from now on. If anything happens to him, I will never forgive you for the rest of my life. Yes. Tang Hao note that, VP then. My actions have disappointed you. Yin continued, from now on, you need to take on the responsibility of being a father. I don't want to wake up next time to find the two children still have this attitude towards you. Next time, Tang Hao keenly caught the key point. Yes, I told your husband that I felt my body wouldn't last much longer. I would transfer my energy into Xiao Yin, that is, my little brother's body mark. I also said that I hope to see your change when I appear next time. The last sentence was straightforward. Goodbye, Hao, I believe in you. Just as those words fell, my cheap mother's body shattered into countless sparkling light spots, like a special effect, all rushing into Xiao Yin's forehead. The mark instantly lit up. And let me tell you, Tang Hao saw it clearly this time. That mark was incredibly complex, like a small furnace, emitting a soft light, absorbing all the energy. Immediately after, the bone of the blue-silver emperor's right leg, which was 100,000 years old, shot in and disappeared without a trace. Yin disappeared before Tang Hao once again, but this time it was different. There was no despair in Tang Hao's eyes, only hope. He looked at Xiao Yin, who was sleeping soundly in his arms, and was so excited that he wanted to kiss him. But the problem was, he forgot about his own strong smell of alcohol. Xiao Yin was used to smelling his mother's fragrance in his dreams, but suddenly a foul odor hit him, and he frowned immediately. Then Tang Hao's prickly beard poked him awake. Family, who understands? As soon as Xiao Yin opened his eyes, he didn't see the gentle and beautiful mother, but the rough, alcohol-scented father who gave him PTSD. Tears immediately streamed down his face, crying heartbreakingly, "Wah, I want mom. I want mom." Woo-woo. While crying, he pushed against Tang Hao's chest, his little short legs kicking wildly. The scene was simply chaotic. Tang Hao was completely stunned, frantically holding him, afraid of dropping the child. Repeatedly coaxing, "Xiao Yin, be good. It's Dad's fault. Dad won't let you suffer anymore. Okay? Can you believe it?" The dignified Tang Hao, one of the youngest titled Duos on the continent, was crying in front of his son, his posture lowered to the dust, almost kneeling to beg for forgiveness. But Xiao Yin didn't buy it all, crying even harder. "I want mom. I don't want you. You're bad." Woo-woo. He desperately tried to break free. Tang Hao's eyes turned red, his voice choked with emotion, sounding like a plea. "Xiao Yin, please listen to me, okay? I used to think your mother had left me forever. That's why I was so despondent. It's all my fault." As he spoke, even a big man started to choke up. "I wanted your mother to take care of you, even if it meant exchanging my life for hers. Can you give Dad another chance, just once, okay?" In that humble state, there was not a trace of the strong man left. Although Xiao Yin couldn't understand all these complicated words, seeing his dad crying with snot and tears, he stopped struggling. Tang Hao quickly half-squatted down, letting Xiao Yin sit on his hand, and for the first time, the father and son looked at each other seriously. Xiao Yin looked at his father's tear-streaked face, feeling quite complicated, and surprisingly reached out his little hand to wipe his tears. Then, in his baby voice, he began to set conditions before bad. "In the future, want?" "Good." Tang Hao nodded vigorously, his eyes full of determination. "Yes." "In the future, good." Xiao Yin was still not at ease, continuing, "Water rice, Xiao Yin, not eat." "Want?" "Eat meat." "Okay." "In the future, eat meat, not drink porridge." Tired hug. Tang Hao quickly picked up the child, letting him lean on his shoulder. Then Xiao Yin came out with another line. "You smell bad, Mom, smell good." "Okay, I won't drink alcohol anymore. In the future, can't be fierce to me. I will never be again. In the future, I will treat you well." Just like that, the father and son reconciled. Tang Hao hugged the child and walked towards the village. It was almost dark, and he didn't fly, fearing his identity would be exposed. Along the way, the villagers saw him and avoided him. After all, the reputation of the drunken blacksmith was too notorious. He used to not care. But now, for the sake of the child, he decided to change his image. When they reached the door, Tang San was sitting there in a daze, waiting. He found that his brother was missing and thought Tang Hao went to save someone, feeling even more respect for his father. He had long imagined a grand drama of a master father hiding in a mountain village to escape enemies. When he saw the two return, Tang San quickly went up to meet them. To his surprise, Tang Hao reached out and gently patted Tang San's head. "Xiao San, we are back. Let's go in." I tell you, at this moment, Tang San completely broke down. Having lived a life as a killer in his past life, he had never experienced a father's love. His heart felt warm. Once inside, Tang Hao put Xiao Yin down to let them play, then turned around to cook. He could actually cook. He ran to the village chief's house to borrow a chicken, processed it quickly, made chicken porridge, and served it with rice and vegetables in front of the two children. Tang San had the best meal he ever had in his life, feeling incredibly moved. Xiao Yin was also fed bite by bite by Tang Hao, filling his little belly. When Tang Hao went to tidy up the house, the well-fed Xiao Yin leaned close to his brother with a mysterious look. Dove, I'll tell you a secret." Tang San was shocked. You said you found Mom?" "Uh-huh." Xiao Yin nodded affirmatively, pointing to his smooth forehead. "Mom is in my here." The look in Tang San's eyes at that moment was the classic caring look towards someone with a disability. He even reached out to touch Xiao Yin's forehead, thinking he was feverish and confused. "Little brother, are you hysterical?" Xiao Yin was anxious, shaking off his hand. I really saw her." He desperately tried to call his mom out, but the mark didn't respond at all. Tang San had no choice but to comfort him like a child. "I know you're anxious, but don't rush. I know you saw Mom." Xiao Yin really believed it. Nodding seriously, the two brothers just sat there, watching Tang Hao showcase his skills. It was incredibly fast. With the physique of a titled Delaw, his efficiency was far ahead. Repairing the roof, fixing the outer wall, nailing the yard, all done in an hour. When it got dark, the two kids were so tired that they went inside to sleep. The next morning, Xiao Yin woke up naturally and found he had drawn a map again. Habitually, he prepared to cry for Tang how to change his pants. As a result, a tall figure appeared in front of him, and when he saw the person's face clearly, he was completely stunned. This person looks exactly like that dad from yesterday, but he has a clean-shaven face, his hair is tied up, his eyes are bright and spirited, and he doesn't smell of alcohol at all. He is wearing clean, coarse cloth clothes. Little Yin's inner monologue at that moment must have been, "No way, who are you? Uncle?" The man gently asked, "Little Yin, did you wet the bed?" Little Yin nodded blankly, and then was carried off to have his bottom washed, change his pants, and change the bed sheets, a full service treatment. By the time Tang Hao fed him lamb milk and egg custard bite by bite, he finally came to his senses. His dad seems to have really changed for the better. Meanwhile, in Little Yin's imprint, that starry-like space, as soon as Yin entered, she saw her soul bone and her original body. In addition, there was a branch spear and a blood-red bow without strings. The feeling these two weapons gave her was overwhelmingly powerful, as if even the Pope of the Spirit Hall would have to kneel. She felt particularly connected to that long spear, filled with rules of life and paths that she couldn't comprehend. Just then, an ancient voice sounded. "You must be this child's mother, right?" Yin instantly became alert. "Who are you?" "I am just a remnant of an old man who has passed away." A shadow of an old man appeared. It was Old Turtle. He laid it all out. "The mark on your child's forehead is related to me. I used the entire universe as a furnace to refine pills, wanting to preserve the flame of civilization, but I failed. All that is left is this branch of the world tree, a bough of all beasts, and this remnant of mine. We drifted to this world and coincidentally took refuge in your son." Yin listened dumbfounded. A cosmic catastrophe? The world tree? This information was overwhelming. Her biggest concern was still her son, Old Senior. Will little Yin be in danger? Old Turtle reassured her to relax, then got straight to the point. "These two weapons will replace your son's original martial soul and become his future martial soul. I hope you won't stop it. Consider it my last wish. In exchange, I will teach him to cultivate, and he will surely become a great talent in the future. I'll tell you, Yin knows the situation very well. Her ability to come back to life relies entirely on this mark. The big boss wants to change your son's martial soul and even discusses it with you. That's just giving you face. Besides, this is a divine weapon as a martial soul. Such immense wealth. Why not take it?" She agreed immediately. Old Turtle also told her that once her condition stabilized, she could communicate with Xiao in any time using her thoughts. To reshape her body, she would have to wait for Xiao Yin's martial soul to awaken, to fully revive. It would depend on when Xiao Yin could master 1/10 of the energy of the world tree. Ain was overjoyed to hear that she could talk to her son and could be revived. 3 days later, Xiaoyin had just finished lunch when he suddenly heard his mother's voice in his head. Xiaoyin, can you hear me? Xiaoyin was so excited that he jumped up and down, shouting, yes. Mom, I can hear you. Tang San was startled, thinking his brother was having another episode. Tang Hao, who was washing the dishes, quickly rushed over and sat down nervously. Ain hurriedly taught him, you don't need to shout so loudly. Just think it in your heart. Xiaoyin responded with a couple of O's, then thought in his heart, Mom, when can I see you? Ain told him he had to grow a bit more first, but she could always talk to him. Xiaoyin felt a bit disappointed, but quickly became happy and started sharing the changes of the past few days, saying that Dad had improved, cooked delicious food for them, and that his brother had gained a bit of weight. After waiting for a while, and seeing his brother stop talking, Tang Hao finally couldn't help but ask, Xiaoyin, what did your mother say? Tang San, listening nearby, felt his worldview cracking. His brother said he could see their mom, and the martial arts master father actually believed him. Xiaoyin came back to his senses and said, Mom asked how I was doing and even sang to me. Tang Hao looked forward to it. Did Ain have anything to say to me? Xiaoyin shook his head, asked a question, then relayed. Mom said, how? We will meet again in due time. If you are too concerned whether you are taking care of the child or doing it for my sake. After hearing this, Tang Hao solemnly asked Xiaoyin to help relay, Ain, I will do it. This is not just for you, but also for our child. Ain found an excuse to disconnect the line and advised Tang Hao not to seek her too often, as it would burden Xiaoyin. Tang Hao had no choice but to turn his disappointment into motivation to earn money for the family. Once Tang Hao left, Tang San came over, scratching his head anxiously, and asked seriously, Brother, can you really see Mom? Xiaoyin had an expression as if to say, didn't you already know? And generously said, Mom still can't meet us yet. Don't worry. Do you want to say something to Mom? Tang San asked him to relay a message. Mom, I miss you so much. After a while, Xiaoyin conveyed. Mom said, Xiao San, I miss you too. In the blink of an eye, the two children turned 3 years old. In the past year and a half, Tang Hao went out several times to make money, replacing their thatched cottage with a brick house and upgrading their meals significantly. He even forced the two kids to take medicinal baths every day, causing Xiaoyin to cry out loud, cursing Tang Hao as a bad guy. But when he complained to Mom, she actually said it was for his own good, so he had to obediently soak. As for Tang San, he had long discovered that this was beneficial, pretending to scream in pain while eagerly absorbing the medicinal power. After half a year of medicinal baths, 3-year-old Tang San officially began practicing the Xiantian Gong. One night, Xiaoyin was pulled into his own spiritual sea by Old Turtle. Seeing the brilliant starry river for the first time, Xiaoyin was mesmerized. Child, you have finally come, Old Turtle's voice echoed. Who are you, old man? Where is this? After explaining, Old Turtle called Ain out. The mother and son finally met after a year and a half, hugging each other and crying and laughing. Once they finished their affectionate reunion, Old Turtle began to get down to business. Ain told Xiaoyin that the old man saved her and wanted to take him as his disciple. Hearing he could become powerful to protect his mom, Xiaoyin agreed without a second thought. After a simple apprenticeship ceremony, Tang Yin became Old Turtle's closed-door disciple. Old Turtle didn't have any gifts for their meeting. He directly passed on to him a heaven-defying cultivation method, heaven and earth as furnace. He first warned that this method must not be passed on to others, then began to explain, the human body is in harmony with the way of heaven. My true form is a turtle, your mother is grass. Both transformed into human form for cultivation. You also have the bloodline of the Beast Clan in you, and this method is just right for you. Then, Old Turtle began to teach the heart method mantra. Heaven and earth is furnace, creation is craft, yin and yang is charcoal, all things is copper. Each word was like a great bell, shaking Xiao Yin's spiritual sea violently, and an illusory furnace appeared out of thin air, inhaling and exhaling the essence of the sun and moon. This is the core of the cultivation method. You sit cross-legged, and we will go step by step. Just like that, under Old Turtle's guidance, Tang Yin condensed his own light blue furnace of fate. Old Turtle commented, not bad talent, a top genius. But you're only 3 years old now. Don't rush to cultivate. First establish a solid foundation. Tang Yin listened with only partial understanding, but was still curious to ask, what are muscles and bones? What is a foundation? Let me tell you about my master. Old Turtle. His teachings are incredibly down-to-earth. He directly treated my soul body like a transparent little model, pointing at me and saying, look, this is the meridian, poking at another part and saying, this is the skeleton. It felt like I was in an advanced biology class, and I understood everything instantly. As for the foundation, he made a comparison that was spot on. He said that foundation is like a wooden barrel that holds water, you understand? The level of achievement a person can reach is not determined by the strongest board, but by the shortest one. The barrel effect, folks. That cleared it all up for me. I realized on the spot that I had to develop comprehensively and not specialize in just one area. And just like that, several years passed, and I was almost 6 years old. I practiced heaven and earth as a furnace with my master, absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth every day, feeling like a walking air purifier. My brother Tang, San, was also working hard, practicing his so-called purple extreme demon eye on the top of the back mountain every day under the sun. He started off as a pretty boy, but now he was tan like a fitness coach, though he did grow quite tall. The most impressive of all was my father, Tang Hao. He completely transformed, working hard during the day to support the family, and then disappearing at night to take on dark jobs like assassinations and hunting soul beasts, truly embodying the idea of a strong father. Our meals upgraded from plain broth to a low-year soul beast meat buffet, and my brother and I were eating like kings. He even changed from his previous lethargic self and began giving us a general education about the Dolua continent. One day, he suddenly pulled out a pitch-black giant hammer out of nowhere, and my brother and I nearly had our eyes pop out. He said this was called the Haotian hammer, the inherited martial soul of the continent's #1 sect, Haotian sect. Then he started educating us about the continent, explaining that there are two major empires, Heaven Do and Star Luo, but the real power lies with those formidable soul master forces. The first among them is the Spirit Hall, which he said is like a blood-sucking parasite, dominating the entire continent. I was puzzled and asked, Dad, isn't it the people from the Spirit Hall who give us free martial soul awakenings in the village? As soon as my dad heard this, his emotions flared up, and his face turned red, saying that they were buying people's hearts. Seeing his reaction, I knew that my mother's past must be closely related to the Spirit Hall. This feud had been established. Besides the Spirit Hall, there are the upper 3 sects and lower 4 sects, a bunch of powerful families that compete with the Spirit Hall. My father's Haotian sect is the top one among the upper 3 sects. Just when I thought life would continue like this, a turning point came. That night, my dad said he would personally awaken our martial souls, skipping the slow village ceremony. He said my mother's martial soul was the Blue Silver Emperor, and his martial soul was the Haotian hammer, so it was highly likely that my brother and I would inherit these two. But at this crucial moment, my master's voice suddenly rang in my head. Let me tell you, in that instant, my heart sank, feeling something was off. My consciousness sank back into the sea of my spirit, and as soon as I entered, I saw my mother's eyes red like a rabbit's, and my master's body looked as if it were a projection running low on power, ready to dissipate at any moment. My master smiled and told me he was here to say goodbye. He was originally just a remnant soul, and now he was out of energy and about to disappear completely. I was crying so hard at that moment, saying, Master, please don't go. My master patted my head and joked, Didn't I teach you that a man shouldn't shed tears easily? While crying, I stubbornly retorted, But you also said it's only because I haven't reached the point of heartbreak. He was getting weaker and finally laid it all out for me. He said he had a bit of selfishness that he hadn't told me about all along. Those two treasures of his, the spear made from the world tree and the bow crafted from the bones of countless strong warriors, dragon tendons, and phoenix bones, had long since merged with my body. He said that if those two weapons left my body, they would disappear, so he decided to let them become my martial soul. This wasn't selfishness at all. Who understands the feelings of family? This was simply handing me the last legacy of the entire universe. He named the spear Fate and the bow Dragon Phoenix Bow. In the end, he told me that the secrets of heaven shouldn't be revealed, but with his last strength, he gave me a divination, only telling me 8 words, cherish the loved ones before you. As soon as he finished speaking, his figure completely transformed into light spots and vanished. I cried uncontrollably, and my mom held me while secretly wiping her tears. Outside, my dad saw that I hadn't woken up for a long time and that there were tears in the corners of my eyes. So he knew something serious had happened and could only put the awakening ceremony on hold. That night, I felt like the sky had collapsed. The next day, I woke up with my eyes swollen like walnuts, but I knew I couldn't stay in despair forever. I found my dad and told him everything about my master's passing and the change in my martial soul. My dad was completely stunned at that moment. The martial soul can be changed? Is this child really my biological son? Let me tell you, the expression on his face at that instant rivaled the skits from the Spring Festival Gala in 2025. It was truly spectacular. But in the end, he is my dad. He just froze for a moment, and then his gaze became incredibly resolute. He said that no matter what my martial soul is, I am still his and Ian's son. The awakening ceremony began. 9 soul rings rose beneath my dad's feet. 2 yellow, 2 purple, 4 black, and 1 red. The aura nearly knocked me off my feet. I went first, standing in the center of the formation. A flash of golden light appeared, and I felt 2 forces within my body trying to burst out. I stretched out my right hand, and a long, brown spear appeared in my grasp, with a faint green halo swirling around its tip. The life energy was so intense that my dad said even his long-standing internal injuries felt a bit better after just 1 whiff. I told him this is called destiny. I spread my left hand, and a blood-red bow appeared, shaped like a phoenix's wings, with a bead in the middle that emitted a presence my dad said was even more terrifying than the Forest King, the Titan great ape he had seen. I said, "This is called the Dragon Phoenix Bow." Then came the soul power test. I placed my hand on the blue crystal ball. Wow, that thing shone like a little sun, lighting up the whole room as bright as day, almost blinding my dad. He immediately lost his composure and stammered this. "This is innate level 20 soul power." I tell you, his expression was just like seeing a pig climbing a tree, and it was upside down doing it. After I awakened, I was so tired that I went back to my room to rest. Next was my brother Tang San, who has the same configuration as my parents. Blue silvergrass in his right hand and the Haotian hammer in his left, both with innate full soul power. However, his blue silvergrass is a bit different. It has 7 golden patterns on it, making it much more impressive than the ordinary kind. Directly at the blue silver king level. 3 days later, I had mostly calmed down. During breakfast, I told my dad some good news. I said, "Dad, Mom can come out for a short time." My dad was so excited that he almost crushed the bowl. I summoned the spear of destiny and used the life energy within it to construct my mother's body in the air. Soon, a figure dressed in a blue long dress, as beautiful as a fairy descending to earth, appeared. My tough old man burst into tears on the spot, hugging my mom and crying like a 300-pound child, muttering, I finally see you again." Goodness, what a display of affection. I couldn't watch any longer and shouted, "Dad, have you hugged enough? My brother and I want to hug too." Only then did they let go of each other. My mom squatted down, first hugging my brother, then picking me up and giving me a hard kiss on the cheek. That day was the first real reunion of our family of 4. After we sat down, my dad began discussing the future of my brother and me with my mom. My mom explained that my martial soul belonged to the divine gift, a higher dimensional inheritance, which completely reassured my dad. Then they discussed my brother. My dad originally wanted him to practice Blue Silver King first and hide the Haotian hammer. But my mom said that if he used high-quality blue silvergrass, it would make people more likely to associate it with the past, and it would be safer to use the Haotian hammer, claiming it was the bloodline of the Haotian sect that had fallen to the outside world. My dad thought this made sense, so it was settled. When it came to me, my dad was troubled, saying, "With my fate spear and such a strong life aura, am I a strength type or support type?" My mom made a firm decision, regardless of the attributes. It is essentially a gun and must be treated as a strong attack-type soul master. She also said that once I obtain the soul ring, she will take me to meet an old friend who also uses a gun. As soon as I heard I could be an assault-type soul master and protect my family, I immediately raised my hand. I want to be an assault-type soul master to protect my mom. My dad was amused by me, and then he started to explain to us the ranks of soul masters from soul scholar, soul master, great soul master, all the way to title Duh. I was confused and asked, "So the soul ring is just like the circle that floated around my dad that day, right?" Yes, not only is it the same. Let me tell you, my dad's BabyTang aura was at its peak at that moment, and with a boom under his feet, 9 circles exploded directly. Yellow, purple, black, 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 black. And the last one, for those who understand, was blood red. That brilliance was incredibly enchanting. I was stunned at that moment. My eyes fixed on that blood red circle, the lingering aura on it. I was too familiar with it. My mind buzzed. Isn't this the scent from my mother? I suddenly recalled 5 years ago in that dark cave when I saw that nearly dying little grass. I blurted out, "Is this 100,000-year soul ring from Mom?" As soon as I said that, both my dad and Mom froze for a moment. My brother, who was nearby, was also stunned. His mouth wide open, probably his worldview had collapsed, murmuring, "Mom is not human." My dad sighed, and his expression looked like he had been constipated for a week. In the end, he admitted it and said, "Your mother is a blue-silver emperor that has been cultivated for 100,000 years to take form." As for why it became his soul ring, he said that we were too inexperienced to know, and it would only bring us trouble. He reminded us that only by being strong enough can we protect those we want to protect. Even he isn't qualified yet. The atmosphere became tense, and my mom quickly came out to smooth things over, saying that it was all in the past, and that being together as a family now was the best. I immediately raised my little hand and patted my chest, promising I will definitely protect Mom from now on. In the following days, my dad started giving my brother special training, teaching him how to exert force with his waist, making it sound like some kind of martial arts manual. I was eavesdropping, understanding only half of it. 2 days later, my brother finally managed to finish forging a piece of iron on his own, and only then did my dad decide it was time to take us out of the beginner village. The evening before we left, Grandpa Jack, the village chief, came to knock on our door, reminding us that we would awaken our martial spirits the next day. I immediately revealed my martial spirit to him and said, "Grandpa Jack, I'm already a soul master." The old man's eyes nearly popped out in disbelief. Seeing this, my dad laid everything out for him, saying we were leaving, and stuffed a bag of gold soul coins into his hands, thanking him for all the years of care. Grandpa Jack was a straightforward man. He accepted the money, but before leaving, he pointed his cane at my dad's nose and scolded, "You were really something 6 years ago. Goodness. I want to give Grandpa Jack a thumbs up for being so real." My dad wasn't angry. He just silently watched the old man's figure disappear into the night. The next morning at dawn, we sneaked away. My dad went all out and rented a lean ma carriage with soul beast bloodlines. The speed was unbelievable, like a soul beast sports car, and we raced to the entrance of the Stardoe Forest in just 2.5 days, covering thousands of kilometers. That place, let me tell you, was like a talent market for soul masters, a mix of dragons and snakes, each person covered in blood. The atmosphere was intense, truly a place where one should not mess with the strong. My dad didn't rush into the forest. He first found an inn for us to rest, while he went out to buy supplies. The next morning, we were full of energy and officially stepped into the most impressive soul beast gathering place on this continent. As soon as we entered the forest, we saw groups of soul master teams all around. When they saw our combination of 1 adult and 2 kids, their expressions were a bit strange. My dad immediately opened his aura, releasing a wave of pressure, and those buzzing flies around us instantly became obedient. No kidding. In a place like this, if you show even a hint of fear, you'd get swallowed up in no time. Along the way, my dad was like a walking soul beast encyclopedia, explaining everything he saw to us. He pointed at a rabbit and said it was a soft-bone rabbit, then pointed at a little grass that bowed and said it was blue silver grass paying tribute to our royal family. Out of curiosity, I reached out to touch that little grass, and a miraculous scene occurred. The grass suddenly transformed into light spots and all entered my body, replenishing my mom's blue energy. My mom quickly said in my mind, "It's not easy to cultivate blue silver grass. Don't do that in the future," and I could only obediently nod. We walked deeper and deeper until my dad finally stopped in front of a cave. He casually said, "Oh, still here?" As soon as he finished speaking, a 3-meter-tall giant bear walked out of the cave, its claws shining with a dark golden light like alloy. The dark gold claw bear, with 400 years of cultivation, is yours, Xiaosan. After my dad finished the introduction, the person suddenly disappeared. I couldn't even see their shadow clearly. When they reappeared, that bear let out a terrible scream. Its spine was snapped in half, and it collapsed into a pile of mush. My brother, holding the dagger my dad gave him, went up and delivered the final blow. The look in that bear's eyes before it died was so filled with resentment that it sent chills down my spine. My dad's explosive energy shattered the last remnants of spirit from that bear. A yellow soul ring floated out, and my brother immediately sat cross-legged to absorb it. As a result, my dad felt around the bear's corpse for a while and sighed. What a pity. No soul bone dropped. Soul bone? What is that? Just as I was wondering, I felt the power of refining tools within me move on its own, as if it had been startled by the bear's gaze and was counterattacking. Instinctively, I extended my hands and slightly clenched my fists, and 6 golden claws sprang out from between my fingers, adorned with strange patterns. I blinked my eyes, raised my little paw, and innocently asked, "Is this it?" I tell you, my dad's expression at that time was like he had seen a ghost. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. He probably couldn't understand how the soul bone ended up in my hands when I hadn't even touched the corpse. After my brother absorbed the soul ring, his Houtian hammer was coated with a layer of dark gold. With one swing, it created a huge pit in the ground and could even stun opponents. It was incredibly powerful. After dealing with my brother, it was my turn. My dad said he would find me a wood attribute snake-type soul beast. And then he directly opened a hell-level dungeon, taking us on a 2-day journey to a place called Qianlong Pool. It was a creepy place, and it felt like there were hundreds of pairs of eyes in the grass playing a game of find the trouble, and we 3 were the targets. My dad shouted directly at the bottomless water pool, Whoever is in charge of Qianlong Pool, come out and meet me. A very authoritative female voice emerged from the water, sounding furious. Human, what do you think this place is? You want to use my subjects as spirit rings for your son? Before she could finish her sentence, my dad signaled me to reveal my martial soul. I pulled out the fate-long spear, and as its rich life energy spread out, the entire Qianlong Pool began to boil like boiling water. The furious female voice was momentarily stunned. After a long while, a gigantic purple snake surfaced from the water, its scales shimmering like purple gemstones, incredibly beautiful. She fixed her gaze on my spear and spoke. I can agree to your request, but I have one condition. What condition? My dad asked. I want to become one of his spirit rings. At this statement, we were all stunned. This giant snake had a cultivation of 80,000 years, and she said her bloodline had reached a bottleneck, wanting to take a gamble on me for a chance at evolution. She even had a plan on how to sacrifice herself to benefit the entire snake clan of Qianlong Pool. My dad originally wanted to just brush it off, but this big snake was very clever and insisted that he swear an oath using his martial soul. My dad was hesitating, and then suddenly I heard my mom's voice in my head. In a moment of impulse, I stepped forward, raised my spear of destiny, and swore that I would definitely come back to fulfill the promise. My dad wanted to stop me, but didn't have the chance. That purple giant snake looked at me differently, praising my courage, and then said happily, "All right, I'll fulfill our agreement now." My dad has given a requirement for a wood attribute soul beast between 800 to 1,500 years. The big snake directly took down a little snake over a meter long from a nearby tree, saying that this is an 1,100-year-old vinewood jiao, and it's about to die, so it's perfect for recycling. I held the gun and stabbed it into the body of the vinewood flood dragon. As a result, I absorbed the soul ring, and the scene changed dramatically. While others absorbed energy, I was directly devouring it. The furnace behind me lit up, and the fate spear acted like a black hole, whoosh, swallowing both the snake and the soul entirely. Then I revealed my soul ring, and family, it was outrageous. A purple 1,000-year soul ring rose, and that vinewood flood dragon, which was about to die, jumped out from my soul ring, full of life. Not only did it come back to life, but it also evolved. It directly transformed from a shabby dragon into a genuine dragon, growing 4 legs and enlarging its horns. The purple giant snake's eyes were about to pop out, and its CPU was overheating. She immediately understood that my martial soul was a cheat. She was so excited, insisting on seeing my second martial soul. Of course, I have no problem. I summoned the Dragon Phoenix bow. As soon as the bow appeared, she went crazy and pointed at me, saying, "I've changed my mind. I want to become his soul ring right now." My dad and mom said in unison at the time, "No way. No way. Do you think this is just playtime? Let me tell you, I have 8,000 years of cultivation, and Xiao Yin is only level 20. How could his little body possibly withstand it? To become a soul ring, you need at least the 8th ring of Soul de Loi. But let me tell you, this sister snake is also a tough one." She directly said, "I'm serious. Your wife was also sacrificed as a soul beast, right? I have my own way." Goodness, she wants to play a big game. She said she could forcibly increase to 100,000 years and then sacrifice. But the cost would be that the power of the soul ring would have to be sealed layer by layer and couldn't be used directly. My mom understood at that moment. Who among the family understands? She looked at Sister Snake, her eyes filled with her own past. For love, for obsession, one can give everything. So she sighed and agreed on behalf of my brother. I agree on behalf of Xiaoyin. My dad was really worried and immediately made a stern statement. "All right, but we have to keep an eye on you the whole time. If you dare to pull any tricks, the Qianlong Pond will disappear from the map after today." Sister Snake just smiled, and her gaze fell on my brother Tang Yin, as if she were looking at some extraordinary treasure. "Little ghost, my future depends entirely on you. So don't let me down, okay?" My brother stood up straight at that moment. "I will work hard." Of course, who wouldn't work hard to get such an amazing soul ring for free? Without hesitation, he had just absorbed his first soul ring and immediately sat down to prepare to absorb the second one. Let me tell you, that scene was incredible. Sister Snake suddenly emerged completely from the water, and wow, what I had seen before was just the tip of the iceberg. Her true form was over 80 meters long. Her massive body was simply stunning. She flew up to a towering ancient tree, flicked her tongue, and snatched a spirit herb from it. This herb was impressive. It was said that a nearly titled Doluo had tried to steal it before, but as soon as he got close, he was severely injured by several 10,000-year soul beasts and had to flee in panic. Sister Snake swallowed the herb in one bite, forcibly raising her cultivation to 10,000 years. The purple scales on her body instantly shone, and her aura surged wildly, reaching 85,000, 88,000, 90,000. In the end, a layer of crimson color appeared on her scales, a beautiful mix of purple and red. However, Sister Snake seemed a bit dissatisfied, muttering to herself, "After all this, only got a 2-colored skin? Poor rating." But there was no time for regrets. She immediately began the sacrifice ritual. The brilliance was so bright that my brother Tang San couldn't open his eyes, and even my dad squinted, probably recalling the scene of my mom's sacrifice 6 years ago. The emotions were complicated. The enormous snake body continued to shrink, enveloping my brother Tang entirely. My brother cooperated perfectly, holding up his destiny spear with a determined look. "I won't let you down." When the light faded, a purple soul ring appeared beneath my brother's feet. But this soul ring had a faint layer of blood energy, clearly not an ordinary item. But the best was yet to come. When my brother looked inward, good grief, where was the giant snake? Instead, there was a beautiful purple-haired sister in a colorful long dress. She was absolutely stunning, with enchanting eyes, simply breathtaking. When she lifted her head, she saw the origin of the dragon phoenix bow within my brother. A drop of 9-colored blood flew out from the bow and integrated into her body. The next moment, a miracle happened. Red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. The 7 colors intertwined on her body, and the bloodline within her began to evolve into the primal 7-colored serpent python. Thousands of years of KPI were completed in just 1 second, emphasizing a moment of liberation. At that moment, she probably thought to herself, this sacrifice was worth it. No regrets in death. My younger brother's consciousness also came in, staring at the beautiful sister in front of him, completely dumbfounded. "Who are you? Just now? You were such a big snake? Who are you, beautiful lady?" The purple-haired sister smiled sweetly. "Little brother, my name is Zishi." As she said this, she leaned closer, her warm breath spraying on my brother's face, making his little face instantly turn red. Sister Zishi found it amusing and leaned in a bit more, her red lips gently pressing against his chubby cheek. "From now on, please take care of me, little brother." The way she emphasized little brother was just too cute. My younger brother, a 6-year-old child, had never seen such a scene before. He was so scared that he turned and ran, his consciousness directly exiting his body. Sister Zishi watched his fleeing figure and simply smiled before sitting cross-legged to stabilize her cultivation. In the real world, my brother opened his eyes and finally breathed a sigh of relief. My dad saw that the ritual was completed, and without saying a word, he grabbed me with one hand and Tang San with the other, and flew off towards the outside of the Stardow Forest. After flying for half a day and reaching a safe place, my dad finally let him demonstrate his soul abilities. My brother is now at level 23, and the second soul ring he absorbed is from a 1,900-year-old spirit beast, which is also his current limit. He first activated his first soul ring. First soul skill, Divine Dragon of Wood. Several green energy divine dragons flew out and smashed into the ground, creating several large pits, with vines growing in the shape of dragons inside the pits. My dad was stunned. Control soul skills? But what is up with this attack power? My brother was quite nonchalant. Just a small amount of damage plus control. My brother Tang San next to him pouted. A small amount of damage? You call this a small amount of damage? Even my full strength strike with the Hao-Ian hammer isn't this fierce. Then came the second soul skill. Second soul skill, colorful sacred domain. A gigantic circular domain with a radius of 20 meters instantly unfolded, and a colorful crown hovered above my brother's head. My dad was shocked on the spot, his mouth wide open. Domain soul skill. Family members, it's a domain. This thing is synonymous with cheat codes in the Doluo continent. A title Doluo with a domain can easily handle 3 to 5 of the same level without a domain. My younger brother started to introduce. This field can give me a 100 boost in all attributes. My teammates a 30 boost can also provide life energy and weaken enemies by 50. As he spoke, he connected a green line to my dad, and surprisingly, my dad's old injury felt a bit better. This soul skill is simply amazing. After dealing with the soul ring, my dad would have to find a teacher for us. He first picked a candidate for Tang San, the one known as the Invincible Theory Master, Yu Xiaojiang. Why him? Because my dad himself didn't understand how to cultivate a dual spirit, and he was afraid my brother would blow up, while Yu Xiaojiang was a theoretical expert who spent many years in the Wuhan Hall Library, so he might know some secrets. So we hurriedly made our way back to Notting City. My dad settled the sleeping me in the inn and took Tang San out. Late at night, Yu Xiaojiang was doing research in his study filled with materials when he suddenly heard a knock at the door. When he opened it, he was stunned. The visitor was Tang Hao, and beside him was my brother Tang San. You are? Yu Xiaojiang asked with a puzzled expression. Tang Hao. Just these two words made Yu Xiaojiang tremble with excitement. Oh my, the idol has come. This is the most incredible genius, the Haotian twin stars. Just as he was getting excited, my dad interrupted him. Let's not talk about the past, we have something to ask this time. Saying that, he asked my brother to summon his martial spirit. Tang San first revealed the Haotian hammer, and a yellow 100-year soul ring floated beneath his feet. Yu Xiaojiang immediately exclaimed, the son of a tiger does not produce a dog. My dad ignored him and said again, Xiao San, the other one. Yu Xiaojiang was directly stunned. The other one? Could it be? In the next second, Tang San held out a blue silvergrass. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes nearly popped out. Dual martial spirits. He never dreamed he would witness a second dual martial spirit in his lifetime. My dad got straight to the point. Master, my son has a twin martial soul and innate full soul power, but I don't know how to teach him, so I can only rely on you. There was no reason for Yu Xiaojiang to refuse. Being able to teach such a genius was a great opportunity. My brother was also very sensible and immediately wanted to kneel to pay his respects to the master, but Yu Xiaojiang quickly helped him up, and so the matter was settled. My dad left Tang San behind and walked away. However, he didn't know that his earlier aura scan, which belonged to a title de law, had scared Sister Xiao Wu in the student dormitory half to death. Sister Xiao Wu was a transformed spirit beast from 100,000 years ago, and she had been hiding well, but my dad's aura locked onto her for a few seconds, nearly making her run away back to the Stardow Great Forest that very night. In the end, my dad not only didn't harm her, but also quietly reminded her, little rabbit, conceal your aura. My dad had a special affection for transformed spirit beasts because of my mom. At that moment, Sister Xiao Wu was stunned. You found me but didn't kill me? You even reminded me? I can't understand this. Forget it. It's time to sleep. My dad returned to the hotel, and my mom came out of my body. They were affectionate for a while before my dad said, I've dealt with the mistress situation. In a few days, I'll find a teacher for Xiaoyin. This trip lasted half a month. During this time, I was locked in the hotel, practicing day after day, compressing my soul power and focusing on solidifying my foundation. Getting so bored, I felt like I was about to grow hair. One noon, I was gnawing on a meat chop delivered by the hotel, topped with a spoonful of soul sauce, and it was delicious. My mom floated out to see me eating like a little pig and laughed, saying, your dad is back. As soon as she finished speaking, my dad pushed the door in, looking exhausted, but when he saw us, he immediately softened. Xiaoyin, I found you a teacher who uses a gun. I'll take you to meet him tomorrow. It turned out that during these past 2 weeks, my dad first went to Tindo City, found the Leaf family, which was once affiliated with the Haotian sect, and met the clan leader, Titan. He learned that the leader of the broken family, Yang Wudi, who had suffered the most at the hands of the spirit hall back then, was a top-notch expert in using guns. However, this old man hated my dad due to past events. To enable me to apprentice under him, my dad went all out. Knowing that Yang Wudi was obsessed with herbs, he made a special trip to the Stardow Forest, fought with a nearly 90,000-year-old flame Lion King, and managed to snatch back a 10,000-year-old purple crystal ginseng as my apprenticeship gift. 2 days later, we arrived in Tindo City. Wow, the city walls, the prosperity. As a country kid, I had never seen anything like this, and I was awestruck. My dad held my hand and took me directly to the Leaf family's territory, where the 4 major affiliated sects were gathering today. At the entrance, a burly old man, Titan, had been waiting. Upon seeing my dad, he bowed and said, Master, the old servant has been waiting for a long time, and the old goat has also arrived. As soon as I heard the term old servant, I felt uncomfortable and said directly, Grandpa, you are not allowed to refer to yourself as old servant anymore. My dad chimed in, saying, just call me Tang Hao from now on. Titan was taken aback for a moment. Seeing how much my dad valued me, he immediately held me in higher regard. Upon entering the hall, we saw 3 elderly gentlemen seated there. One of them, with a rosy face and a strong build, was complaining, what is that old gorilla, Titan, waiting for? We've been left hanging here for half a day. Another elderly man, thin with white hair, leisurely sipped his tea and said, no need to rush. My gaze fell directly on the third person. He was tall and thin, with a gloomy expression, and his eagle-like eyes gave off a cold feeling. I could tell at a glance that this old man was a fellow who played with guns. The fierce determination emanating from him was unmistakable. Just as I was looking at him, he looked back, and our eyes met. At that moment, my dad took off his cloak and spoke, Long time no see. Nyo Gao, Yang Wudi uncle. The three of them were all shocked and looked over. The emaciated old man turned out to be my dad's uncle, Bai He, the clan leader of the Minji clan. The atmosphere instantly froze. They looked at my dad with expressions that were incredibly complex. Back in the day, my dad was a genius of the sect, and they all hoped to benefit from him, but in the end, my dad fell out with the Wuhuan temple for my mom, the soul beast, which nearly led to the destruction of their families. In the silence, the old man who played with guns, Yang Wudi, let out a cold snort and fired the first shot. Today is a gathering of our four great families. What are you, a young master of the Haotian sect, doing here? His resentment towards my dad was practically overflowing. He excitedly accused. Back then, the Haotian sect said it would close its doors and just did so. We, the affiliated sects, were like stray dogs. Each wanted to take a bite. How dare you show your face here? My dad didn't speak because he knew that what Yang Wudi said was all true. In the end, it was still my dad who broke the silence, his voice heavy. The mistake from back then were all mine. I know that admitting my mistakes won't help. My father died from anger, and you all lost your kin and homeland. I will spend the rest of my life making amends for this wrongdoing. Listening to my dad's confession, I felt a lump in my heart. It turned out that my parents' love was burdened with so many heavy things. The part of me that is my mother was already in tears. After hearing my dad's words, Yang Wudi also slowly calmed down and sat back down. He knew that no matter how angry he got, it wouldn't change anything. The hall once again fell into a deathly silence. I have to tell you, the atmosphere on stage was simply like an ice cellar. Zhu Zhuyun was secretly glancing at our Tang Yin, but as soon as Tang Yin turned to look at the stage, her little thoughts vanished in an instant. Sigh, she's a pitiful person. To put it bluntly, today's banquet is just a pairing battle between her three sisters and the three princes. To survive, she has to eliminate her own sister. Just thinking about it is suffocating. Then, the eunuch with his duck-like voice shouted, "Please welcome the first Prince Davis, the second Prince Dai Yulin, and the third Prince Dai Mubai to the stage." Wow! When the three brothers appeared on stage, the aura was completely different. The eldest, Davis, is over 8 meters tall, like a golden-haired lion, and his gaze could almost be carved with the words, "Not a good person." He is the future partner of Zhu Zhuyun in life and death. The youngest, Dai Mubai, followed behind like a frightened quail, nervously compliant the whole time. No wonder his talent is better than his two brothers, but he has been bullied since childhood. Now, being thrust into the air war, his legs are shaking. Next, the three sisters of the Duke of Netherworld took the stage, with Zhu Zhuyun leading the way, walking as if heading to the execution ground. When she stood opposite Davis, I truly saw him sizing her up from head to toe, looking at her like she was an item for sale. What was he satisfied with? Satisfied that her talent could be a tool in his quest for the throne. As for love, does it have a scent of power? Dai Mubai looked at the girl opposite him, Zhu Zhuqing, who was even younger than him. And he was practically scared to death, probably thinking to himself, "I'm done for, I'm going to die." Then, the engagement ceremony began. Don't expect any vows of love. It was just a formality, with the 6 of them signing their names on the marriage contract like selling themselves, then exchanging and signing again. When Zhu Zhiyun received the marriage contract, that bitter smile, T.C.H. she had just shackled herself with handcuffs. On the other side, the second Prince Dai Yulin and his fiancée, Izhu Zhumin. Oh, this is interesting. These two, I tell you, are a pair of ambitious individuals made in heaven. Dai Yulin was annoyed that his fiancée, he wasn't as strong as his sister-in-law, but when he glanced into Zhu Zhumin's eyes, he was taken aback. There was nothing but greed and madness in them, just like his own. Zhu Zhumin was also excited. She, a concubine's daughter, had been pretending to be obedient all her life just for today. When her mother was bullied by the legitimate wife, she vowed to secure that position of queen. At that moment, the old emperor spoke up, saying, "Oh, the eldest and third daughters of the Zhu family have both broken through, and my second son has also broken through. Why not go hunt his soul together? Isn't that obvious?" It was a signal for the nobles below to quickly choose sides and place their bets. Those who win will enjoy 50 years of luxury, while those who lose will await their reckoning. Immediately, someone responded, saying that the Marquis's son had also broken through to level 30 and wanted to join. Old Yang Wudi then realized Tang Yin was missing. Turning around, he saw Tang Yin with cream on his lips. "Teacher, I just want to eat something." The old man was both amused and exasperated, asking him, "Aren't you almost level 40? Aren't you going to join the collective soul hunt for some fun?" Tang Yin shook his head directly. No, isn't this just forming factions and alliances? I don't have the time to play house with a bunch of second-generation souls. It's boring." Yang Wudi laughed and said with a hint of annoyance, You call others second-generation souls, but you're the biggest one. Tang Yin pretended to be confused. Where? My father is just a blacksmith. Mentioning Tang Hao made the old man angry and displeased, snorting softly. While they were chatting, I suddenly felt a cold gaze directed at me. Who is it? Looking up, it was none other than the first Prince Davis, who was glaring fiercely at Tang Yin. Family, who understands? Just because Zhu Zhuyan daydreamed and inadvertently looked at our Tang Yin for a moment, Davis exploded with jealousy. His twisted possessiveness made him believe that even though Zhu Zhuyan was just his fiancée, she couldn't have eyes for any other man. She couldn't even look. He didn't dare touch Zhu Zhuyan, as he still needed her for the martial soul fusion technique. So all his anger was directed at Tang Yin. If Tang Yin had known that he had attracted such a lunatic just for eating a piece of cake, he would never have touched that cake. It wasn't fear. It was mainly because it seemed too troublesome. I, along with Tang Yin, were both confused. Tang Yin asked his teacher, "Teacher, what does the first prince want from us? Did you owe him money in business?" The old man widened his eyes and exclaimed, "Nonsense. How could I deal with that little brat? I thought it was you who offended him." Tang Yin felt even more wronged. I don't even step out of the door every day. How could I have offended him? The master and disciple thought for a long time, but couldn't figure it out. Well, it's better to avoid trouble. Whoever wants to stay at this broken banquet can stay. We'll just slip away. Davis watched as Tang Yin and the others left before he withdrew his gaze and turned to Zhu Zhuyan with a sarcastic tone. "My dear Zhuyan, do you know that kid from earlier?" Zhu Zhuyan was startled and quickly shook her head. "No, it's my first time seeing him. I just think he's quite interesting." As a result, Davis gave a playful smile and said something that completely blew my mind. He said, "Oh, since my fiancé, he finds him interesting after we succeed. Let's bring him into the palace to keep you company." Keep company? How? Become a eunuch to keep company. In Davis's eyes, eunuchs were not considered men at all. Zhu Zhuyan turned pale at that moment, feeling an immense guilt in her heart. Just because of a glance, she was going to ruin a young man's life. She could only pray that Tang Yin had a strong enough background to deter Davis from taking action. Davis, being an action-oriented guy, immediately ran to his father, Emperor Xingluo, to report and ask who the two who just left were. The old emperor knew everything. He had already seen through his son's little thoughts. He slowly said, "The older one is Yang Wudi, the patriarch of the Pajie clan, who just advanced to Sol Dolaw. The younger one is his direct disciple, with top-notch talent. Already at level 39, at just 14. Of course, this age was deliberately inflated by Yang Wudi. The key point was the next sentence. The emperor said, "Moreover, the Pajie clan has a close relationship with the Haotian sect. I have been sensing unfamiliar soul auras in Xinglua City lately, and I suspect it has something to do with that kid." Before he could finish his sentence, Davis's face turned green. What the hell? I almost got involved with the Sol Dolaw. If he used some tricks on my path to the throne, my significant advantage would be overturned by my second brother. The ridiculous thought of turning Tang Yin into a eunuch instantly vanished. One moment he was full of bravado, and the next he turned into a coward. Seeing that he was sufficiently scared, the emperor comforted him a bit and told him to hurry and entertain the guests. Zhu Zhuyan, listening from the side, felt a huge weight lift from her heart. Looking at Tang Yin, her gaze changed. She even replaced the image of the heroic figure she imagined with Tang Yin's face. Meanwhile, we slipped out of the palace and took a carriage back to the Pajie clan's residence. As soon as we arrived, Tang Yin shouted that he was hungry. The old man also said he wanted to eat. Soon, a whole roasted lamb, sizzling with oil, was served, accompanied by a big pot of lamb offal soup. Let me tell you, that lamb was no ordinary lamb. It was a 10-year-old soul beast rock sheep, and the meat was incredibly tender and juicy. Tang Yin barely ate a few bites of the banquet, but now he could really dig in. He tore off a large piece of crispy, roasted lambskin, wrapped it in lettuce, and stuffed it into his mouth. It was so delicious. After eating a few bites of meat and drinking a sip of soup, almost the entire lamb went into his stomach. Old Yang Wudi watched him eat with loving eyes. After spending these years together, Tang Yin had long become like his own son. Once Tang Yin had eaten his fill, the old man brought up little Yin. "Aren't you going to the collective soul hunting tomorrow? You're already 10 years old. You should go out more and make some friends." Tang Yin was unconvinced. "Who says I don't have friends?" The old man was curious. "Oh, who is your friend?" "Big Yellow is my friend." Upon hearing Big Yellow, the old man's face turned dark. He knew that Big Yellow was a dog raised by Tang Yin. Tang Yin also knew he was in the wrong and muttered softly, "Who says dogs can't be friends?" The old man saw he couldn't be persuaded and stopped talking about it, shifting the conversation to cultivation. "You've been stuck at level 39 for a while. Don't force it, just go with the flow. To be honest, Watching Tang Yin cultivate made one understand what a genius truly is. While others broke through as if facing challenges, for him, it was as easy as drinking water. Bottlenecks? They didn't exist. Tang Yin readily agreed, "Yes, teacher, I'll make it happen tonight." That night, he returned to the cultivation room, sat cross-legged, and began to operate his technique. In no time, his soul power started to surge wildly. In less than half an hour, with a crack, it was as if he had broken through some shackles. He reached level 40. It was that simple. After the breakthrough, he felt sticky all over and decided to take a hot bath. While soaking, he pondered what kind of fourth soul ring he should get. He currently had control, domain, and attack, but he lacked speed. Otherwise, against agile assault-type opponents, relying solely on positioning would consume too much soul power. Therefore, the fourth soul skill had to involve movement or instant acceleration. The next day, Tang Yin got up early to practice archery. The bow was made by Tai Mu, weighing over 200 pounds, which an ordinary person couldn't even lift. He stood there, shooting arrows without aiming, hitting the target 200 meters away, with every shot landing within the 9 rings. His archery skills were already masterful. After finishing his practice, he tidied up, changed into a fitted outfit, stuffed his belongings into his storage arm guard, a birthday gift from Tang Hao, which had quite a bit of space, and went to find Yang Wudi. Upon entering the room, Yang Wudi glanced at him and said, "Oh, you broke through? Let's eat. After eating, we'll set off." This time, the hunting party was not ordinary. Yang Wudi was accompanying him, and his father, Tang Hao, had already gone to scout the Stardow Great Forest. The master and disciple rode a gale-line griffin and flew to a small town near the Stardow Great Forest in no time. The agreed meeting place with Tang Hao was a tavern. They went straight to the 3rd floor and knocked on the door of the last room. The one who opened the door was Tang Hao, looking scruffy and even more weathered. Tang Yin excitedly rushed in to greet him. "Dad, I'm level 40 now." The three entered the room, and Tang Hao got straight to the point. "What type do you want for your fourth soul ring?" "Dad, I want one that increases my speed." Tang Hao nodded and said, "I found a 9,000-year-old thorn dragon in the mixed zone, which perfectly fits your requirements." Who would have thought that Tang Yin would reject it outright? "Dad, that's too low. I want a 10,000-year-old one." "No way. Let me tell you, at that time," Tang Hao and Yang Wudi spoke in unison. It really made me laugh. The two exchanged glances and quickly turned their heads away. Tang Hao hurriedly explained that a 10,000-year soul ring is completely different from a 1,000-year one. During absorption, there could be soul fluctuations, which might lead to becoming an idiot or even dying on the spot. When Tang Yin heard this, he felt uneasy. Just then, his elder sister Zihui's voice came from within him, and her tone almost implied, "Do you even understand?" Zihui lazily explained, "Little brother, absorbing a 10,000-year soul ring won't cause any soul fluctuations. In fact, it's easier than absorbing those mindless 1,000-year soul beasts." Yang Wudi and Tang Hao were both confused. "Why is that?" Zihui patiently explained. "It's because of the life energy of his martial soul. You guys have no idea how attractive that is to us soul beasts. Moreover, the way he forms contracts is a win-win for soul beasts. We live long lives, working for you humans for 200 years in exchange for several thousand years of cultivation and life force. Any soul beast with a brain wound refused that." After saying this, she shot a glance at the already bowing Tongyu Divine Bamboo beside her. After hearing this, Yang Wudi suddenly understood. "So what you mean is..." "That's right, it's exactly what you think. We want to forcefully confront them. We'll use our wits. Let me tell you, first find a 10,000-year soul beast, pin it down, and then let Xiao Yin activate his martial soul and send that special friend request. 10,000-year soul beasts are intelligent. Once they see the contract, they'll think, 'Wow, such good treatment. Why fight?' They'll join right on the spot. And if it tries to cause a soul shock, Xiao Yin's current mental strength can handle it. Plus, I'm here to back you up." Upon hearing this, Tang Hao thought this plan was reliable. "All right, let's not delay. Let's go back into the forest and shake some beasts." On this side, the three of us were ready to act. But on the other side, let me tell you, it was total chaos. A little bit earlier in time, at the Royal Beast Taming Arena in Xinglua City, the scene was incredible. A large group of noble young masters and young ladies, all dressed as if they were going to walk the red carpet, their battle outfits adorned with diamonds and gold. Afraid others wouldn't know their families were wealthy. The soul power emanating from them was so strong that they might as well have stuck a label on their foreheads. Soul Master, wealthy, come quick. These people automatically divided into two large groups. One group surrounded the eldest prince, Davis, while the other, smaller group, followed the second prince, Daiyuan. Then, The main characters made their entrance. Davis and his fiancée, Zhu Jian, walked in front, alongside Dai Yulin and his newly acquired Zhu Zhuqing, both looking quite cozy. Behind them were two poor souls, Dai Mubai and Zhu Qingqing. Dai Mubai's face was as pale as paper, expressionless the entire time, like a marionette. Zhu Qingqing, being the youngest, looked at her cowardly fiancé in confusion, mechanically trailing behind. As soon as Davis stood still, his entourage immediately surrounded him like satellites orbiting the Earth. On the other hand, Dai Yulin, though with fewer people, was completely unfazed. I tell you, the little schemes in his heart are almost hitting me in the face. Just the night before, he had already practiced that martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhumin, the netherworld white tiger. They've unlocked the dual mode, way ahead of the game. You understand? And look at his brother Davis. The informants have already reported that Zhu Zhuyin completely ignored him yesterday. So what is Dai Yulin thinking? My good big brother, this soul hunting expedition is your death knell. As for Dai Mubai, a useless guy who can only shake, who would pay any attention to him? This time the bodyguard lineup is quite luxurious, with several soul kings and soul emperors, plus 3 soul saints, led by an 85-level soul, named Elder Xuanji, whose martial soul is an umbrella. This old man is a pawn of the emperor, purely a tool, only concerned about ensuring no one gets eaten by soul beasts. As for the princes plotting against each other, sorry, he can't see that. So now there are 3 groups on the field: the big brother team, the second brother team, and Elder Xuanji's referee team, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing. Supporting those two is like believing that the national football team can win the World Cup. The two of them stand there alone, like 2 little newbies who accidentally wandered into a high-level match. Elder Xuanji gave the order. Let's go. Everyone jumped onto those standard Iron Eagle Soul beasts, a large mass, flying towards the Stardow Forest. Before boarding the Eagle, Davis, still not giving up, gentlemanly invited Zhu Zhuyin. Dear Zhuyin, why don't you join me? Zhu Jian forced a smile. Big Prince, I have a bit of a fear of heights. Davis glanced at Zhu Zhumin, who was already hanging on Dai Yulin, and a cold smile appeared in his heart. Keep pretending. Your sister was probably having a great time under my brother yesterday. What difference is there between you two? Just wait. When I become emperor, you'll have a good time. Of course, no matter how much drama is going on in his heart, he still has to maintain his elegance on the surface. I was rude. It's fine. We have plenty of time in the future. And so, nearly 50 Iron Eagles took off, blocking out the sun. Quite a spectacular scene. The camera cuts back to us 3, already wandering around in the Stardow Forest for a while. That 9,000-year-old thorn dragon we encountered earlier really met my requirements. I could sense a kind of energy fluctuation similar to a soul guide from it, but unfortunately it was a bit too old. Want to find another one nearby? Dream on, this thing is rarer than limited skins. There's no choice but to continue deeper into the forest. With the sun about to set, Tang Hao said it would be dangerous at night and suggested we set up camp while he would go out alone to search. We found a pretty open spot, and Yang Wudi quickly set up the tent and built a fire. As for me, I sprinkled some insect repellent powder around, checked the area, and confirmed it was safe. For dinner, Yang Wudi made a stew of soul beef jerky with wild mushrooms, and let me tell you, it was delicious. I took out a bowl and a spoon from my storage wristband, along with a hard and thick flatbread. This bread needed to be broken into pieces and soaked in the soup to taste good. Once the bread absorbed the broth, taking a bite was absolutely amazing. I had 3 big bowls in a row, leaning against a tree, enjoying life, when suddenly a loud rumble echoed from the sky. Yang Wudi and I instantly became alert. Looking up, we were shocked to see a dark mass overhead, as if a UFO was passing by. I was just about to activate my martial soul when Yang Wudi pressed down on me and said, "Don't be nervous, little Silver. This is the Iron Eagle of the Star Luo Empire's royal family. It seems you can't avoid that group soul hunting you didn't want to participate in." Saying this, Yang Wudi released some aura to greet the leader above. The Elder Xuanji in the sky sensed it and thought, oh, an old acquaintance, feeling relieved. He directly activated his martial soul, using a large umbrella to protect everyone as they landed smoothly. Elder Xuanji walked over to Yang Wudi and exchanged pleasantries. "Ah, Chief Yang. What a coincidence. We are on the orders of His Majesty to hunt souls and pass through this place, hoping to borrow a spot to rest." Yang Wudi also smiled and responded politely. "My disciple just broke through yesterday, so I brought him here to get a soul ring." I'm really speechless. This vast starry forest is so big. How did I just happen to run into these people? That guy Davis, when he saw me, it was like he saw a long-lost relative. He hurried over with a fake smile on his face. "Brother Tang, you really are a young genius. Reaching Soul Master at just 14. I chuckled inwardly, but had to put on a face. After all, you can't hit someone who is smiling, right? I could see the little thoughts in his eyes, but I couldn't be bothered to argue with him. So I replied, "It's just okay. Thank you for your concern. Prince Da, I'm going to rest now." After saying that, I turned and entered the tent. Davis breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that I didn't hold a grudge about last night. As for Zhu Zhuqing, she glanced at me again, her curiosity nearly spilling over. Soon, these nobles set up camp next to us with a bit of distance in between. Then, I witnessed a magical scene. Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing still looked like outsiders, staring blankly at others working. They had brought their own tent, but having been pampered since childhood, how could they know how to set it up? Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai's lifeless expression and sighed, taking out a tent from her storage soul guide, whispering, "Let's set one up together." Her voice, still carrying a hint of childishness, tried so hard to sound strong. And what happened? Dai Mubai didn't even make a sound. Too lazy to move. Zhu Zhuqing didn't ask him again and started setting it up by herself. She was only 10 years old, standing at 1.5 meters tall, and couldn't even reach the top of the tent, her face turning red with frustration. Dai Mubai just stood by and watched, unwilling to lift a finger. I really couldn't stand it anymore. I came out of the tent, jumped up a few times to climb a tree, and observed the movements of this group. Davis was bragging on one side, while the second prince was being all lovey-dovey. Then there was Dai Mubai and his partner, who understand the family dynamics. This girl is someone who is going to risk her life with you, and you're just lying down now? What do you expect her to do? Go against your almost max-level brother and sister all by herself? I jumped directly down from the tree, walked over to Zhu Zhuqing, took the tent frame from her hand, and quickly set it up. "Let me help you." Dai Mubai, who was nearby, instinctively said, "Thank you." At that moment, I wanted to say thank you to you, Bull Demon, but being a refined and easygoing person, I just pretended not to hear and treated him like air. Zhu Zhuqing recognized me as the one who stole the cake yesterday. Her little face turned red, and she quietly thanked me. I waved my hand, just a small effort. When Dai Mubai saw that I was ignoring him, he instead started chatting and laughing with his fiancée, and that man's dignity instantly surged. He was about to get angry, but then thought about his current cowardly state, not daring to make a sound, and he forcibly swallowed his anger, his face turning red. The noble young masters and young ladies nearby found it extremely amusing, and they probably began to envision some drama of being caught in front of their husbands in their minds. Just then, Yang Wudi, who was chatting with Elder Xuanji, suddenly stopped and said goodbye. "Senior, I have important matters to attend to, so I will leave first." Elder Xuanji was taken aback. As he sensed the aura of a title d'honneur, he knew it was intentionally made to be felt a warning. It seemed that the emperor was right. Behind the family, there truly was a title d'honneur. I also received a message from Tang Hao, saying that he is already waiting for us outside. I said goodbye to Zhu Zhuqing and then turned around and entered the forest. I quickly met up with Tang Hao and Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi said, "There is an 85-level soul d'honneur among those people." Tang Hao nodded. "I know the aura I just deliberately released was to let him feel it. Don't worry about them. I found a suitable spirit beast for Shaoyin." "Oh, what kind?" "In a canyon, there is a 10,000-year wind dragon, a wind attribute. Its state is a bit strange. It seems to be evolving, much stronger than an ordinary 10,000-year spirit beast." "All right, the target is set. The three of us will head to that canyon immediately." The canyon was incredibly narrow, with strong winds howling inside, like the cries of ghosts and wolves. Tang Hao and Yang Wudi didn't use their soul power shields and let me withstand the wind as we moved forward. The wind cut against my body like knives. If I hadn't trained my body since childhood, with tough skin and flesh, I would have probably been blown into a skeleton by now. After about a quarter of an hour, the view suddenly opened up. The source of the wind was a 20-meter-long green giant stone, on which coiled a 30-meter-long green dragon, its scales shimmering with light, and its dragon horns already formed. Its aura was not ordinary. As soon as it saw us, its yellow vertical pupils instantly filled with murderous intent. Tang Hao succinctly said, "Wind dragon, let us go, Shaoyin." After saying that, he and Yang Wudi stepped aside, clearly signaling me to fight alone. I'm also a bit eager to give a try. I'm at level 40, so it's just right to test my skills with it. With the Fate Spear in hand, I lower my stance, and 3 purple rings lit up beneath my feet. The dragon was staring at me intently. It realized that the 2 big shots beside me had no intention of intervening, and they were using it as a practice partner. I didn't waste time with it and initiated the attack first. First soul skill, Divine Dragon's Wood. 6 Vine Dragon Phantoms appeared, and with a wave of my hand, 5 of them smashed towards its surroundings, blocking its movement. I followed the last one, merging my spear with my body, charging in to kill. The flood dragon reacted quickly, instantly bouncing off the rock. I couldn't give it a chance, so I pushed off the ground with my left foot, jumping to the same height as it. When it saw me in midair, it was delighted, opening its mouth wide to gather energy, and a dragon breath was about to be unleashed. I could already smell the stench from its mouth, but I didn't retreat. Instead, I swiftly turned sideways and delivered a powerful horizontal sweep. While my third soul ring lit up, the third soul skill, Phantom of the Ethereal Light. The spear instantly transformed into countless shards, all splattering across its face, directly knocking its dragon head off course. That dragon breath sprayed sideways onto the cliff wall, causing a large rock to crash down. The vines that bound it were also broken free, and countless new vines emerged from the 5 large pits I had previously created, attempting to completely restrain it. The swift-winged dragon saw that it was at a disadvantage and became anxious. Its scales glowed as the azure wind directly shredded all the vines. Realizing the situation was not good, I quickly retreated, but still ended up with 2 cuts on my face. Second soul skill, Rainbow Sanctuary. As the domain opened, all its attributes were instantly halved within a 20-meter radius. This dragon was clever. Knowing that my skill had a range, it immediately created distance. The first round of confrontation ended, and I realized my speed was still a bit slow. I tested again with my first soul skill, and this time it learned its lesson, directly spitting out 3 bursts of dragon breath to clash with my vine dragon, exploding in midair. I can consume energy, but it can't. It knows that if it drags this out any longer, the 2 big bosses next to it will definitely take action. In its haste, the dragon made a textbook mistake by giving up its speed advantage and trying to confront me head-on. Seeing it charge straight at me, I felt a surge of joy and unleashed my full firepower. As it rushed into my territory, its speed immediately decreased, but it was still fast. The 20-meter distance vanished in an instant, and it aimed to crash right through me. Closer, even closer. Just when it thought it was about to succeed, I smiled. It suddenly felt something was off, but it couldn't stop in time. Countless vines burst from the ground, wrapping around its body. Although it only delayed it for a moment. That was enough. With a 100 attribute boost in my territory, I raised the Spear of Fate and collided it head-on with its dragon head. The immense impact instantly shattered my grip, and I felt all my internal organs shift. But I knew I had one. Its speed had already slowed down. Enduring the intense pain, I released my grip on the spear and kicked the tail with my foot, causing the third soul ring to light up again. This time, the divine bamboo of the ethereal directly enchanted the spear, and thousands of afterimages instantly carved thousands of wounds on its body, with even some fragments piercing through its scales. With a loud bang, the massive dragon body crashed to the ground, barely alive. Its spine had been broken, and it couldn't even stand up. I didn't rush to deliver a finishing blow. Instead, I sat cross-legged and began to heal myself. Half an hour later, I was fully revived. That dragon was tough, still hanging on to life. I walked up to it and thrust my spear forward. It resignedly closed its eyes, probably imagining its tragic backstory. Parents killed, escaping for its life, finding this piece of treasure land, cultivating for 1,000 years, seeking revenge, and then evolving for 10,000 years, only to encounter the 3 of us. But after waiting for a long time, death didn't come. Instead, a pure life energy flowed into its body. It opened its eyes in confusion and looked at me. I opened my mouth and said, "Become my soul ring." Then I passed a fate contract through my spear. After the swift-winged dragon read the contents of the contract, it was completely stunned. Goodness, the look in its eyes seemed to say, "Wait, buddy, why didn't you mention such a good thing earlier? Did you have to beat me half to death first?" It showed no hesitation and signed right there. The massive dragon body transformed into specks of starlight, and a black 10,000-year soul ring was placed on me. I immediately sat down to absorb it, and the process went smoothly. Half an hour later, I officially became a level 40 soul master. However, I didn't get up. I was very interested in that large blue stone. The furnace behind me suddenly expanded and swallowed the giant stone in one bite. Yang Wudi watched in astonishment. Next came 3 days of refining time, with flames roaring in the furnace, continuously expelling the impurities from stone. During these 3 days, the soul hunting team on Xingluo's side also finished their tasks. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing both found suitable soul rings, and Dai Yulin also got it sorted. But Davis was extremely frustrated as he witnessed Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhuqing using their martial soul fusion technique, Ghostly White Tiger. The terrifying pressure made him feel overwhelmed. At night, He couldn't hold back anymore and went to find Zhu Zhuyun, wanted to cultivate with her, but was rejected again. Zhu Zhuyun didn't know why, but her sixth sense told her not to agree. Davis finally exploded, pointing at her nose and scolding, "Zhu Zhuyun, what the hell are you being modest about? Can't you see that my brother and the others can fuse together? I tell you, if I fail, we're both done for." This conversation ultimately ended with Zhu Zhuyun's silence. On the other side, inside the canyon. 3 days later, my refining was also coming to an end. The place where the blue giant stone originally was had already piled up into a small mountain of gray-black waste. Let me tell you, the scene in my furnace was completely different. After 3 days and nights, I finally refined that large piece of blue stone, and in the end, only a palm-sized chunk was left, looking just like white jade, incredibly beautiful. After some effort, I discovered that this thing was a crystal of wind element, with an extremely high purity. If that swift wind dragon could absorb it all, it would directly ascend on the spot and become a true dragon. Speaking of that unfortunate dragon, over these 3 days in my internal space, it was treated like Play-Doh by Sister Zishi, being kneaded and rolled, almost polished to a sheen. But it still held its ground, refusing to bow down. Why? Because its two soul beast colleagues, the Vinewood Dragon and the Bamboo Spirit, were right there, munching on seeds and watching the show. Who understands this, family? This is workplace bullying plus public execution. It couldn't lose face. As a result, I sent the refined wind element crystal inside. When Sister Zishi got it, she tossed it in her hand and smiled wickedly at the dragon she held. "So, do you want it? Call me Lauda, and this stone is yours." Guess what? That thing immediately backed down. Just a second ago, it was refusing to yield. And the next second it was, "Lauda, give it to me." Oh, I couldn't bear to watch at that moment. The two guys beside me looked like their eyes were about to pop out. Integrity means nothing in the face of the temptation to evolve into a true dragon, right? I broke off more than half of the remaining crystal and directly handed it to my dad. "Dad, run an errand and take this to Uncle Bai. It will benefit their wind attribute soul master's training." My dad's expression softened instantly. He understood my intention. This wasn't about commanding him, but about letting him take this generous gift to make up for the debts of the past. Teacher Yang Wudi, who was nearby, couldn't stand it any longer and quickly changed the subject. "All right, Xiaoyin, enough with the sentimentality. Come on, try your fourth soul skill and see what the effect is." Of course, I grasped with my right hand, and the Destiny Spear instantly solidified. Purple, 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 black. 4 soul rings rose up, and my entire aura felt different from before. Fourth soul skill, Swift Dragon Break. Let me tell you, in that moment, a burst of white mist exploded from my body, and I slightly crouched down, whoosh. I vanished from my spot. The next second, I was already on the cliff wall of the canyon 100 meters away, and with one shot, I shattered a large chunk of the mountainside. A white straight line, resembling the exhaust of a fighter jet, was drawn between the place I stood before and my current position. It was so cool. I quickly returned to my dad and Teacher Yang, and started explaining. This move is called Swift Dragon Break, which allows me to instantly gain a 1,000 speed boost with locking capability, meaning I can hit wherever I point. Seeing their expressions remain relatively calm, I threw out my real trump card. Moreover, the target I continuously pierce will accumulate a mark that only I can see. Once the mark is fully stacked, I can detonate it at any time, causing the opponent to enter a brief state of rigidity. The most crucial part is that this control ignores differences in soul power. As soon as those 6 words, "ignores differences in soul power," came out, their expressions immediately changed. What does it mean to ignore differences in soul power? To translate it, absolute control. No matter if you're a title Doluo or not, I'll just cut your connection. My dad immediately said, "Xiaoyin, come on, use it on me. Let's see if this thing works against the title Doluo." Well, I wasn't being polite either. With the fourth soul ring glowing, I transformed into a white flash, darting back and forth around my dad more than 20 times. When the dragon-shaped mark on him lit up like a light bulb, he was just about to lift the Haoyan hammer to use his skill. At that moment, I focused my mind and triggered an explosion. With a loud clang, his dark Haoyan hammer fell to the ground, and he was frozen in place. Like the game had lagged, he couldn't move at all. When my dad recovered, the joy on his face was something else, although he reminded me not to provoke any big shots above the Soul Saint level, as their pressure could directly injure me and the risk of stacking marks was too high. But I understood. This skill means that as long as I'm at the same level, I am invincible. As soon as the 3 of us walked out of the canyon, we felt something was off. The entire forest was eerily silent. Not even a bird was singing. My dad's expression changed and he blurted out, "Oh no, it's a beast tide. Damn, the beast tide." It's the kind of thing where thousands of soul beasts charge forward like crazy, capable of flattening an entire empire. Although the current scale isn't that exaggerated, it's still deadly. Without a word, my dad grabbed me and dashed up to the top of the tree, with Teacher Yang closely following. A black line appeared on the distant horizon, a cloud of dust kicked up by countless soul beasts, charging towards the direction where we had previously set up camp. My heart sank. Weren't the Zhu sisters over there? The scene shifted to the camp, where the elder named Xuanji also sensed something was wrong and decisively ordered everyone to retreat, leaving everything behind. But it was already too late. The earth shook, and the speed of the beast tide was far too fast for them. The scene was nothing less than hell on earth. Besides Elder Xuanji using his large umbrella martial soul to protect a few princes and princesses, everyone else was instantly overwhelmed by the beast tide. Like dumplings being thrown into water, not even a splash to be seen. That Elder Xuanji was tough. He endured the impact of thousands of soul beasts, flying low to protect the 6 golden branches and jade leaves. But those so-called princes and princesses, all they could think about was how to take out their competitors. Not one of them thought about the elder's good intentions. That kid Dai Mubai was even more cowardly, his mind filled with only one word: escape. In the end, Elder Xuanji, exhausted of soul power, told them to take care of themselves and plunged into the beast tide, instantly turned into pulp. The 6 of them didn't even blink. As the beast tide receded, the 6 of them landed on the trees. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling disoriented, missed her step and fell down, but thankfully at the last moment managed to grab onto the tree trunk with her claws. She looked at her fiancé Dai Mubai with a gaze that was both pitiful and helpless. In response, that guy glanced at her, said nothing, and turned to run. Damn, he's not a man at all. The light in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes instantly extinguished. Her sister Zhu Zhuyin was furious and was just about to save her sister when, out of nowhere, she was ambushed from behind by her half-sister Zhu Zhumin. A single claw left 3 deep blood marks on her back, visible to the bone. Is this a palace drama directly moved to a life-and-death crisis? While the 2 sisters were fighting, on the other side, Davis and Dai Yulin also started a brawl, and the scene was pure chaos. Zhu Zhuyin was already seriously injured. She was no match for her sister, and after a few exchanges, she fell from the tree, right into the path of a charging giant armored rhinoceros, about to meet her end. After successfully attacking, Zhu Zhumin immediately rushed to support her fiancé Dai Yulin. Davis was overwhelmed and on the verge of defeat. In the end, the pair of dog couple Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin unleashed a big move, a martial soul fusion technique. They transformed into a giant tiger glowing with purple light and sporting wings, called the Netherworld White Tiger, incredibly arrogant. Big brother, dying under our family's inherited martial soul fusion technique is your honor. Just as the Netherworld White Tiger was about to finish off Davis, and Zhu Zhuyin was about to be trampled into meat paste by the rhinoceros, let me tell you, a flash of white light passed by. Yes, it was me. I took down that broken rhinoceros in one move and casually reverted that pretentious Netherworld White Tiger back to its original form. Dai Yulin and Zhu Zhumin were completely dumbfounded, watching me pull Davis and Zhu Zhuyin out. And guess what happened? That coward Davis, as soon as he woke up, didn't even say thank you, just turned and ran, leaving his trembling fiancée, Zhu Zhuqing, behind. Who understands family? This kind of scum is truly eye-opening. Zhu Zhuyin couldn't hold back and started crying like a pear blossom, telling me that their Zhu family is cursed, that the legitimate daughters are destined to kill each other, with the winner taking all and the loser eating dust. I was annoyed just listening to this. What era is it? Still dealing with such feudal remnants. I directly interrupted her, saying, enough, stop crying. Let me show you a clear path. Do you want a backing that can help you overturn the table? They both looked at me in confusion, raising their heads. I stood there, hands behind my back, looking at the sunset at a 45-degree angle, exuding an air of superiority, and said lightly, let's put it this way. As long as you want, forget about your family's little issues. Even if your star Luo Emperor came, he couldn't touch a single hair on you. Because behind me stand the title de law. Title de law? Zhu Zhuyun's eyes were about to pop out. I smiled slightly and was ready to drop the bomb. That's right. My father, Tang Hao, known as the Haoyan. Have you heard of him? Goodness. Let me tell you as soon as I said that. The looks those 2 sisters gave me changed completely. Shock, excitement, disbelief like they just won 5 million. Zhu Zhuqing stammered even more and asked, Is he the Haoyan, your excellency, from the #1 sect in the world, the Haoyan sect? I was just about to put it on again when a cough came from the woods beside me. Old Master Yang and my dad. I don't know when they arrived. We're just standing there watching the show. Old Yang walked out with a wicked grin and slapped my dad-ass bear-like back with one hand, saying, "Hee, old Tang, what did I say? You're going to be a grandpa." My father's eternally icy face was about to crack. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, "My son is looking for a friend. Why are you, a teacher, so excited?" Old Yang was choked up and grunted in response. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing quickly came over to pay their respects, showing utmost reverence. My father looked them over a few times, his eyes filled with satisfaction, probably already calculating the future daughter-in-law situation in his mind. He didn't waste any words and directly spoke, his voice hoarse but commanding. "You heard what Xiaoyin said. If you take me as your master, the Yumingzhu family won't dare to touch you. As for Emperor Xingluo, even if he and his wife are doing some martial soul fusion technique, it still wouldn't be enough for me to smash him down." This was so domineering. Zhu Zhiyun finally felt relieved, but she still looked at me, her expression complicated as she asked, "Why are you helping me like this?" I scratched my head, wondering why this was happening. We're friends, after all. Just those simple 5 words made Zhu Zhiyun's eyes turn red again. She pulled her sister Zhu Zhuqing and suddenly knelt down in front of my father, performing a formal apprenticeship ceremony. This matter was settled. That night, my father told Old Yang that there would be plenty of treasures in the forest after the beast tide, so the 2 old men ran off to scavenge. I was left with my 2 newly acquired friends, staring at each other. I thought to myself, shouldn't I give them a welcome gift? So I pulled out a pair of gleaming golden claws from my storage wristband, the skeletal claws of a dark gold terraclaw bear, an external soul bone. I told you, if this thing were to be auctioned off, the whole continent would go crazy for it. I handed it over like I was giving away 2 grilled sausages. "Here, consider this a gift from my father to you as a welcome present." Passing the buck, I'm a pro at it. Zhu Zhiyan was so scared that she kept waving her hands. No, this is too precious." I shot back at her directly. "Stop talking nonsense. A backing can only protect you for a moment. If you want to truly break free from your fate, you have to rely on your own strength in the end. Take it. Getting stronger is the hard truth." This struck a chord with her. The 2 of them stopped being pretentious, took the soul bones, and began to absorb them on the spot. The process was intense. The pain of bones shattering and reassembling would have made an ordinary person scream for their mother. But these 2 sisters gritted their teeth and didn't utter a word, seeing the beads of sweat the size of beans on their faces. I could only think one word: cool. While I was protecting them, let me tell you, in the very core area of the Stardow Forest, a top-level meeting that would determine the fate of the entire soul beast world was taking place. The life energy there was so dense it had turned into a green mist. 6 humanoid big shots were sitting cross-legged on the surface of the lake, each exuding a terrifying aura that could scare even a tidal Dolua to death. The leader was named D. Tian, the golden-eyed Black Dragon King, an 800,000-year-old monster. Under him was the hot-tempered brother Xiangjun, the original owner of my soul bones, the gentle big sister Bai Ji, the strongest healing type, and a hot-looking mature woman ZG, D. Tian's partner. The remaining 2 men, one androgynous and the other fiery, were also ferocious beasts of hundreds of thousands of years. This lineup was essentially the board of directors of the soul beast world. D. Tian woke them from their slumber for one reason: the master has awakened. At this, the entire place erupted. D. Tian continued, "The master has sensed a special aura that can help her recover, and has determined it belongs to a human soul master with extraordinary talent. Next time he comes to the Stardow Forest, our task is to invite him over to help the master heal." The boisterous Xiangjun shouted, "What are we waiting for? Let's go catch him now." Bai Ji quickly stopped him. "No, if we alert the backup left by the Divine Realm, it would be detrimental to our entire Soul Beast clan." In the end, Di Tian made the call that this matter couldn't be approached forcefully. It had to be done with wisdom. He took out a silver scale with my aura on it and instructed his subordinate Qi Wang to notify the 2 guards at the perimeter, Titan Great Ape Air Ming and Sky Blue Bull Python Ming, to keep an eye out for me next time. The next morning, after Zhu Zhuyun and her sister finished absorbing, their entire demeanor was different, their eyes filled with a sense of power. My dad and Old Yang also returned, having actually found 2 pieces of 1,000-year-old soul bones, which they said could sell for a good amount of money, just right for the startup capital of their newly established 4 Extremes sect. Watching all this, I suddenly made a decision. I said to them, "Dad, teacher, let's say goodbye here. This beast tide made me feel too weak. I want to go out and explore on my own." My father looked at me deeply, didn't try to persuade me, just reminded me to be careful in everything. I nodded, waved goodbye to everyone, and turned to leave without a trace of hesitation. Since I had decided to become stronger, there was nothing to cling to. Oh, right, I almost forgot to mention a huge twist. Did you think Davis really got taken out by his brother? Naive. That guy was born with his heart on the right side. When Dylan was giving his victory speech, lying in a pool of blood, Davis seized the opportunity, drew back his hand, and with his last bit of soul power unleashed a white tiger fierce light wave, directly piercing through Dylan's throat. A counterkill. After taking out his brother, this guy immediately turned to the stunned Zhu Min and started to PUA. Your sister and your other sister are gone, and my useless third brother has run away. Now, we are the only choice for the Star Luo Empire. Do you want to be the queen? Follow me, and I will help you achieve your dreams. Zhu Min was originally an ambitious person, and upon hearing this, she immediately pledged her allegiance, helping the seriously injured Davis, and the two of them left just like that. Let me tell you, this Davis is a top player, decisive in killing, and skilled in understanding human nature. Simply incredible. As for me, after leaving the Stardo Forest, I wandered to the border between the Tiando Empire and the Star Luo Empire. Goodness, I just left the novice village and ran into a world war. Both sides had tens of thousands of troops and had already clashed several times. Speaking of the cause of this war, it was quite absurd. It was about a precious son of a Star Luo general who was hunting bandits at the border, but accidentally crossed the line while chasing a thief and was cut down by Tiando's patrol soldiers. Upon hearing this, his father went crazy and immediately led his troops to attack. One can only say that the excellent matchmaking mechanism of the Dolawa continent is truly astonishing. Now, I am mixed in with a young general named Guiyang from the Tiando Empire, holding my fateful spear, sitting on the ground watching him arrange his troops. Like watching someone play chess. However, after not watching for long, I started to zone out, thinking about how I met this guy. I tell you, that scene was incredibly thrilling. I happened to pass by a village and wow. Those sons of bitches from Xinghua were using the pretense of catching thieves, but were actually implementing a scorched earth policy. The village was filled with wails and cries. It was unbelievable. With my temper, I couldn't hold back and ended up taking out that bunch of beasts right there. Blood splattered all over my face and the smell. TSK, I didn't even furrow my brows. Growing up in a greenhouse, I had never seen such a hell on earth. The phrase soldiers pass like combs in books is all backed by blood and tears. While I was tending to the wounds of the surviving villagers, my buddy Guiyang finally showed up with his men, arriving fashionably late. He was shocked to see a kid like me causing such a big scene and insisted on recruiting me. I didn't rush to agree and asked him if all the soldiers from Xinghua were this inhumane. He said yes. Robbing civilians was one of their few side hustles. I then asked him, what about the soldiers we fought that day? He was silent for a long time before saying, at least my soldiers won't. All right, just based on that sentence, I decided on the spot to stand up against injustice and temporarily play along with them. Just like that, I became some sort of honorary squad leader. However, as soon as we set off, Guiyang let me in on the truth, saying this battle was purely for show. The Barak Kingdom and the opposing Halian Kingdom had long since lost the will to fight, and this decisive battle was just a formality to provide an excuse for a ceasefire. I was stunned and said I didn't care if they were putting on show. What about the refugees displaced by the war? Should we rely on those noble lords to show some compassion? Guiyang looked helpless and said in the end, the Spirit Hall would come to clean up the mess. Good grief, this operation left me speechless. Two great empires making a mess for themselves. And in the end, they expected the Spirit Hall to wipe their butts clean, thinking it was only natural. These two empires were rotten to the core from top to bottom. On the other hand, the Spirit Hall, because of their beliefs, had some lower-level soul masters that still took their job seriously. Over the past year or so, I've seen so many of these messed up situations. The nobles who dared to provoke me would be 6 feet under by now. Before the war began, Guiyang specifically advised me, saying, little brother, you don't have to join in, just protect yourself. If I fall, help me get my men out alive. I thought this guy was decent, completely different from those bloated nobles. I patted him on the shoulder and said, don't worry, below Soul Saint, as long as they're not top-tier Soul Emperors. I guarantee you'll be fine. Soon, we arrived at the Yama Plains. The armies on both sides were dense and dark, like a wave of black. And the sight instantly reminded me of the beast tide I encountered a year ago. The overwhelming momentum was a great boost for me. My master, Yang Wudi, once said that top-tier weapon soul masters must have their own path, and creating their own soul skills is the true way. I thought to myself, today might just be the opportunity for me to take my first step. Boom, boom, boom. When the battle drums sounded, the heavily armored cavalry at the front moved. Let me tell you, those guys were fully armored. Each one looked like a tin can, and thousands of these tin cans formed 2 moving iron walls, slowly grinding forward. When the distance closed to 2,000 meters, with a command from the general, they instantly sped up. Damn, the sound of hooves was like thunder, shaking the very ground. The knights on horseback lowered their bodies, holding 5-meter-long lances at the ready, and that charge was so fierce it felt like they could pierce the heavens. With a loud bang, the two iron walls crashed into each other, and the front line of men and horses was instantly like paper, flying everywhere. In a charge of this scale, any soul master below the Soul King was no different from an ordinary person. They were just cannon fodder. In that instant, over 100 people were gone. The two sides disengaged, turned around, and prepared for a second round. Just then, the central army on the flank of Xingluo couldn't sit still anymore. They thought these two kingdoms were fighting too civilly, and one general, in a moment of recklessness, took his men without orders and charged straight towards Gu Yang's formation, prepared to resist the enemy. Gu Yang reacted quickly and immediately gave the order. My eyes lit up at that moment. The opportunity had come. I directly turned over and got off the horse, standing right in front of the formation. In that instant, the wind stopped, the horses ceased their neighing, and the entire world seemed to fall silent. I closed my eyes, feeling the earth-shattering impact of the enemy's charge, sensing that relentless killing intent. "Little brother, it's dangerous. Hurry up and get on the horse." Gu Yang shouted anxiously beside me. I ignored him, as I had already grasped that feeling. My right hand was in a loose grip, and the spear of destiny was in my hand. Purple, 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 black. 4 soul rings soared into the sky. Gu Yang and the soldiers beside him were staring at my soul ring configuration, their eyes nearly popping out. They were probably shouting in their hearts, "What the heck? What kind of a mortal have I stumbled upon? Family, who understands?" In that moment, I felt like I had merged with the entire battlefield. My breath was the war drum. My robe was the banner. I was the thousands of troops and horses. I was the battlefield itself. Soul power, mental strength, energy, momentum, everything merged into one point. I suddenly stepped forward, causing the ground to crack beneath me, and my whole body shot into the sky. In the sunlight, I reversed my grip on the spear, tracing a perfect arc in the air, aiming at the charging enemy forces, and shouted my self-created first move word by word. Break. 1,000. Armies. I felt like a meteor, crashing violently into the chaotic enemy formation. Boom! Horses and men were thrown into disarray. What they faced was not just me, but an invisible army composed of momentum and ferocity. The kind of psychological shock was something they couldn't withstand at all. The leading commander, taking the brunt of it, immediately bled from all 7 orifices and died on the spot. Centered around me, the surrounding soldiers rolled away like waves from an explosion, leaving not a single survivor. The morale of the entire legion collapsed in an instant, and the remaining soldiers, terrified, dropped their weapons and fled in panic. An entire regiment, unable to withstand even a single strike in front of me. The enemy commander was dumbfounded, thinking we had sent a soul saint down to slaughter them. Just as he was about to explode with anger, he focused and realized that the source of such a huge commotion was just a single young boy me. Now, I had stirred up a hornet's nest. The Starry Central Army was in an uproar, and the Legion commander turned green with rage. He immediately dispatched a deputy commander with another unit, specifically ordering to kill me, completely disregarding the consequences. I stood still, feeling the aftershock of that shot just now. So, the new vice commander on the opposite side was imposing, riding a winged lion, with 6 soul rings of yellow, purple, 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 black, soul emperor. He held 2 blood-red daggers, clearly not an easy opponent. He probably thought I was relying on soul skills for a sneak attack, and didn't he take me seriously at all. When he charged closer and saw my 4 soul rings of purple, 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 black, his expression instantly froze. I guess his brain short-circuited. How could a soul master have the same last 4 ring configuration as a soul emperor? But he reacted quickly. Just as we were about to collide, I activated my 4th soul ring, and my whole body transformed into a white light, charging right at him. The momentum of the breaking army unfolded again, and he immediately felt immense mental pressure. His gaze changed. A glint of cold light arrived first. But this guy was also a seasoned veteran. He reacted swiftly and clashed his dual daggers against my gun. When we collided, the shockwave uprooted the surrounding ground. Just as he flipped back up and prepared to unleash his ultimate move, at that critical moment, the sky suddenly turned golden. A massive chrysanthemum slowly bloomed in the sky. And I was like, then a particularly soft voice echoed throughout the arena. By the order of the Pope, both sides must cease fire immediately. I looked up and saw a flamboyantly dressed figure, Impossible to tell whether male or female, floating in the sky, with 9 rings of yellow, purple, black, 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 tidal doloa, chrysanthemum doloa. As soon as he appeared, who would dare to move? Both sides retreated like deflated balloons. The vice commander of the Star Luo army shot me a resentful glare, but I couldn't be bothered to respond and turned to leave. This ridiculous war ended just like that. Afterwards, Guiyang excitedly ran over to hug me, insisting on giving me credit for the victory. I said it was fine. I didn't want the title, and he could donate the money to the refugees. I told him I was leaving. This military camp couldn't keep me. He didn't press me further, just asked for my name, and said he'd come back to Heavendo City in a year to treat me to drinks. I told him my name is Tang Yin and that we would meet again. Then I activated my 4th soul skill and slipped away. In the days that followed, I headed southwest, aiming for the extreme west wilderness, the farthest edge of the Star Luo Empire. That place is a mix of all kinds of people. A true lawless land where strength is everything. I walked for 2 whole months, crossing most of the Starry Empire, and finally arrived at my destination. After crossing a large river, I was greeted by a desolate landscape. After walking for a while, I saw a forest, but there was an indescribable, eerie feeling about it. I felt something was off, so I called my mom out. As soon as Ayin came out, her jade-like fingers pointed forward a little, and a vibrant blue-silver grass path sprang up, leading directly into the depths of the forest. She closed her eyes to sense it, but said she couldn't detect anything unusual. Still, she advised me to prioritize safety and urged me to leave quickly. I was just thinking about it when I was about to turn around. Just that step, I tell you, it felt like stepping into water. The surrounding space twisted with a whoosh, and then everything went black. I just disappeared. Right in front of my mom, I evaporated on the spot. Ayin was immediately stunned. Tried to return to my body through the mark between us, but found the connection was cut off. Her eyes instantly turned red, but she forced herself to stay calm. When she looked up again, there was no forest anymore. At the end of the blue-silver grass path was a huge chasm that seemed bottomless. Calm down. I need to stay calm. Ayin tried to compose herself. She knew panicking wouldn't help. She had to find a way. I need to find Brother Hao. He should have been here before. Not only has he been here before, but he is currently on the back mountain of Nodding Academy, training my unfortunate brother Tang San. Let me tell you, my brother Tang San, who is 11 this year, is almost at level 30 in soul power. It's like he's on a rocket. This is all thanks to Brother Hao, who has been giving him medicinal baths and soul beast meat. So his physical fitness is top-notch. Just look at him swinging that dark Hao Ian hammer, smashing away with his chaotic hammer techniques, shaking the ground and mountains. Anyone who doesn't know would think he is demolishing something. He can only manage to swing it for the 23rd strike when he tries to force a 24th. His muscles tear, and Brother Hao quickly stops him. Brother Hao pats him on the shoulder and tells him that his body is about ready. And the next ring should be a direct 2,000-year one. My brother was a bit confused at the time, saying the teacher said the limit was 1,800 years. Brother Hao immediately pointed out, "Your little brother has already reached 15,000 for the 4th ring. What are you afraid of?" Speaking of which, my brother has had quite a lively year. Brother Hao somehow took in 2 more disciples, a pair of sisters, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. They train with my brother every day, and he even accidentally overheard Zhu Zhuqing calling me sister-in-law. Goodness, I'm already booked for a wife at 10 years old? This made my brother, who has been single for 2 lifetimes, envious. But luckily, he has Xiao Wu, so he is not losing out. Just as Brother Hao was about to let Zhu Zhuyun and my brother spar, a blue light suddenly shot down to the back mountain. My mom, Ayin, has arrived. My brother excitedly shouted Mom, and Zhu Zhuyun and the others quickly stood at attention. After all, she is the future mother-in-law. But my mom's face was pale, and she was stuttering, saying to Brother Hao, Xiao Yin. Xiao Yin is missing. Goodness, at that moment, I felt a blur before my eyes. The whole space twisted like a corkscrew, the light bent, and when I opened my eyes again, I found myself thrown into a ghostly forest. In this forest, there wasn't a single bird call. It was eerily silent. I immediately wanted to contact my mom, but there was no response. Let me tell you, the most ridiculous part is that all my soul rings are locked. I've also lost contact with Zishi and the others. Isn't this pure hell mode right from the start? My martial soul can still be used, but it's just an ordinary weapon now. There's no choice but to look for water first. I raised my destiny spear and moved forward, relying on its ability to sense the vitality of plants. You wouldn't believe it, but it really worked. Soon the air started to feel humid. And guess what I discovered? High Heel Prince. Who understands, in this desolate wilderness, there's actually a runaway princess. Looking at the direction of the footprints, They were heading upstream towards the creek. I thought I had to check it out. Having some company would be good. Just as I was walking, a shadow suddenly darted out from the woods, lunging straight at my face. My reflexes were quick. I withdrew my body and thrust my spear upward, but what happened? It passed right through, immune to physical attacks. That cloud of black mist wasn't a solid entity at all and crashed directly into my forehead. Luckily, my mental strength is strong enough. I projected a barrier to block it. Taking advantage of that, I created a mental prison for it, and when I held it in my hand, it was just a mass of mist forming a ghostly face that was silently screaming in agony. I can understand now. In this cursed place, soul power is useless. It's all about mental strength. To validate my thoughts, I directly increased my mental output and crushed that fog, which burst like fireworks, quite relieving. It seems that the high-heeled sister is in danger. I hurriedly followed the footprints and, sure enough, not far ahead, I saw traces of a fight. A large tree had 4 holes poked into it, and the surroundings were corroded, clearly toxic. Moving further, I spotted the fleeing princess. She was wearing a purple dress and had 8 long legs, spider legs. At that moment, she was surrounded by hundreds of those black fog monsters, kneeling helplessly on the ground. The worst part was that there was a plus version of the black fog monster attached to her forehead, clearly sucking her mental strength. Could I just stand by and watch her die? Absolutely not. But charging in would be handing over my life. I immediately thought of a ranged attack, my second martial soul. The Dragon Phoenix Bow. I stretched out my left hand, and the Crimson Dragon Phoenix Bow appeared, radiating power. But awkwardly, there were no arrows. But who am I? Thinking quickly, I directly used my Fate Spear as an arrow. Drawing the bow and knocking the spear, I infused all my mental strength into it. Let me tell you, that shot almost killed me. My mental strength overloaded, and my eyes started bleeding. I couldn't aim or shoot. Just when I was about to collapse, a white pearl on my bow shot straight into my left eye. Instantly, a rush of information flooded my brain. It was the eye of the divine beast Xiaji. It can see through illusions and discern good from evil. Moreover, my nearly depleted mental strength was instantly restored to full capacity. My left eye turned completely snow white, mixed with still-drying blood tears, looking quite eerie. Whoosh! An arrow imbued with the power of a divine beast was shot out, exploding upon contact with the black mist creatures. Like dumplings being dropped into water. With a loud bang, the world became quiet. That girl fainted right away. However, the explosion wasn't powerful, just highly insulting, directly blowing her skirt off. My newly acquired Xieji, high definition, you understand? As an 11-and-a-half-year-old, pure-hearted boy, I had never seen anything like this, and my face instantly turned red. But, to be honest, this was definitely the best figurine-level body of 2025. I took a deep breath, suppressed my restless heart, and hurried over to check the situation. The scene switched back to my mom, who recounted exactly how I disappeared. Upon hearing this, Brother Hao's expression changed as he said he knew that cursed place, a prison called the City of Slaughter nearby. He believed I had most likely stumbled into there. Without further ado, saving his son was the priority. After giving my brother a few instructions, Brother Hao and my mom transformed into 2 streaks of light, directly heading toward the extreme west wilderness with the navigation on. When they arrived, Brother Hao stormed into a shabby tavern, revealing his martial soul with a clang, 9 rings. Once the killing god domain was activated, the entire place fell silent, and a timid one even wet himself on the spot. He smashed the bar open with a hammer, and below was the entrance. Without a second thought, he jumped down. Once inside the City of Slaughter, Brother Hao walked boldly, directly calling for the King of Slaughter to come out and meet him. What a presence! When the King of Slaughter, covered in blood and sporting bat wings, finally emerged, Brother Hao got straight to the point and asked him if an 11-year-old boy had fallen 10 days ago. And guess what? The King of Slaughter thought for a long time, shook his head, and said no. I'm telling you, Haugo was really anxious at that time. How could a living person just disappear like that? But that King of Slaughter was still there playing dumb, saying that there's only one entrance here. And your kid definitely didn't get lost from here. I'm telling you, he was just afraid that Haugo would get angry and tear his place apart. Haugo had no choice, knowing this old guy wasn't lying to him, so he could only leave with a dark face. As soon as he saw Aine and noticed her eyes full of hopeful little stars, Haugo's heart shattered, and he could only shake his head. Goodness. Aine's expression instantly dimmed. She became completely withdrawn, sitting by the edge of the abyss, hugging her legs and staring blankly. Haugo was also incredibly frustrated. But he was a man, the head of the family, He couldn't break down. Then Een suddenly spoke up, her tone resolute. I'm going to wait here for Xiao Een. How Go was about to persuade her. But Een's word choked him back. I gave Xiao Een life, and Xiao Een gave me a new lease on life. If I can't wait for him, I might as well just turn back into the original grass. Let me tell you, as soon as those words came out, Brother Hao completely lost it. What else could he say? He quietly sat down next to Een and pulled his wife into his arms, saying, all right, let's wait together. My son and my wife are here. Why would I leave? On the other side, in Nodding City, my unfortunate brother Tang Sin also started to feel emo. In the middle of the night, he dragged Xiao Wu to the grassy hill to look at the moon. Who is Xiao Wu? She's a 100,000-year-old beast turned human. Very perceptive, and she immediately noticed something was off with Tang San. Xiao Wu asked him, Xiao San, what's wrong with you these days? You're so distracted. Tang San stubbornly replied, what do you mean? Xiao Wu immediately went into rant mode. How can there be nothing? You're not even using hidden weapons anymore. You zone out in class. Your teacher is about to think you've been possessed. Only then did Tang Sin break down and start a vent. He said, Xiao Wu, my younger brother is in trouble. And then he began, the emotional weight practically bursting through the screen. He said that when they were young, their dad was not good to them, but after his brother came back from an outing a year and a half old, their dad changed, becoming a real father. He also said that his brother told him their mother was living inside his brother's body. Xiao Wu was stunned. Mom? Living inside his body? What kind of cyberpunk story is this? The more Tang Sin spoke, the more wronged he felt, saying, my mom is so beautiful, my dad is so handsome. My brother is even better looking than me. Sometimes I feel like the three of them are a family, and I'm just the extra. My brother has high talent, and my dad praises him every day in front of me, never praising me. This time, when my brother got into trouble, my parents were so anxious, they didn't even have time to look at me. I want to be cared for too. Who understands family? At one moment, I even wished it was me who got into trouble. At this point, he didn't dare to say more, asking Xiao Wu if he was too selfish. Let me tell you, this is a classic second-child family conflict. The second child is smart, cute, and sweet-tongued, while the first child becomes the transparent person who is neither loved by dad nor mom. Xiao Wu is emotionally intelligent, not meddling in their family affairs, but directly patting her chest and saying, Xiao San, don't be upset. You still have me, your big sister Xiao Wu, right? Don't you remember you said you would protect me for life? Only then did Tang San recover a bit, but the seed of jealousy was completely sown. Then, looking over at the Zhu sisters, it was even more chaotic. Zhu Zhiyun, the older sister, had been nearly falling apart since she found out about Tang Yin's incident. She lost her appetite, sitting by the window every day in a daze, visibly losing weight. Her younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing, couldn't stand it anymore, directly shoving a mirror in her face. Sister, look at how you look now. You're so ugly. Would Tang Yin still like you? Master and mistress are so capable and have gone to save people. Do they need a mere soul sect member like you to worry? Although the words were harsh, they were effective. When Zhu Zhiyun saw the haggard woman with dark circles under her eyes in the mirror, she was shocked. That night, the sisters hugged each other to sleep, and Zhu Zhuqing thought her sister had come to terms with it. But the next morning, to her surprise, Zhu Zhiyun was gone. She left a note on the bedside that read, Sister, you still don't understand the feeling of loving someone. I have to go find him. Forgive my sudden departure. I burst out laughing. Isn't this just the script for Love? I travel the world? Zhu Zhuqing held a note, her little head buzzing. Does love have such power? Meanwhile, the scene shifts back to our protagonist, Tang Yin. He fell into this cursed place, and guess what he found? An unconscious, stunning beauty. With long purple hair, that figure, that face, simply breathtaking. Tang Yin was instantly mesmerized. However, our little Yin prides himself on being a gentleman, so he quickly checked if she was still breathing. He found that she was alive, just seriously injured. He carefully moved her onto a blanket, inhaling the fragrance of her hair, which made his heart race. He quickly covered her with his own clothes to avoid seeing anything inappropriate. Then he began to take out his prized long spear. Hey, don't get the wrong idea. It's the Destiny Long Ring, meant to heal her. A gentle life force flowed in, and the external wounds on the beauty healed instantly. Only then did Tang Yin dare to take a closer look at her face. Wow, she was even more beautiful than his mother, Yin. This directly left our pure-hearted young boy speechless. Was this the dimensional strike from a beautiful big sister? But he quickly realized that while external injuries were easy to treat, mental issues were more critical. It seemed this sister's mental sea had been attacked. Tang Yin wanted to go in and take a look, but was afraid of her subconscious resisting and causing more harm. Just when he was feeling overwhelmed, the purple-haired beauty let out a painful groan. There was a response. Tang Yin quickly leaned close to her ear and said, "Can you hear me? I will help you with your mental state. If you agree, just move your left index finger." The sister really mustered her strength and bent her finger, mumbling indistinctly, "Help. Help me." Tang Yin's heart trembled. He decided to save her. He directly activated the Xieji eye, connecting a thread of mental power to the beauty's forehead, and his consciousness instantly plunged in. I tell you, as soon as he entered, he was completely stunned. What was inside was not a mind at all, but a vast sea of black, filled with pain, resentment, and loneliness. These negative emotions had coalesced into a terrifying super monster. This sister's CPU was completely fried. Later, I found out that this sister was called BabyTang, and she was here for some second test of the Rakshasa god. The task was to kill 1,000 things called vengeful spirits. As a result, she was too reckless and wanted to directly absorb the energy of the vengeful spirits, almost driving herself insane. In the end, she was surrounded by a vengeful spirit king and a group of minions, her mental defenses crumbling inch by inch. Just when she was about to completely collapse, she heard our little Yin's voice. Tang Yin's consciousness was like a light in her sea of spiritual consciousness amidst the darkness. He found that monster and also discovered the last remaining flicker of BabyTang's tenacious will. Without saying a word, he directly mobilized the energy of fate and the essence of justice, purifying that darkness. This took a massive toll on Tang Yin, but he gritted his teeth and persisted. Although he couldn't completely purify that black sea, he at least carved out a small green, safe island within it. He spent half of his mental energy before finally retreating. After coming out, Tang Yin was exhausted, sweating profusely. He saw that BabyTang's complexion had improved significantly, but she had passed out, which made him breathe a sigh of relief. He set up his own tent, thought for a moment, and then carried BabyTang into his tent. While he crawled into the shabby grass shed she had set up before, wrapping himself in a sleeping bag to sleep. He slept incredibly well. When he woke up and packed a sleeping bag, he realized where the fragrant scent he had smelled last night came from. Goodness. He had slept all night with his head on a set of light purple lace long dress that she had changed out of. Tang Yin pretended as if nothing happened, walked out of the tent with a straight face, and began preparing breakfast. He lit a campfire, set up a pot, then took off his shoes and socks, and went to the river to fish with a spear. Hey, you wouldn't believe it, but the fish in this river were quite plump. He used life energy to cheat and easily caught several big fish, quickly cleaning them on the shore. The water in the pot was already boiling, and Tang Yin took out a small knife, swiftly slicing the fish into pieces, then poured them all into the pot, followed by taking out a bunch of bottles and jars to season the dish. Let me tell you, just boiling soup is not enough. With the remaining 8 fish, he put on a real-life performance of the 1,000-hand Ajura. His hands flew up and down, so smooth, each fish was grilled to perfection, crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, sizzling with oil, and the aroma, wow, it completely overwhelmed me. What is the true 1,000-hand Ajura? It's when someone can grill 8 fish at the same time, while accurately sprinkling seasoning. That's real skill. Just when I was about to be driven crazy with hunger, there was finally some movement in the tent. Goodness, that big sister woke up. As soon as she opened her eyes, her alertness shot up. First, she recalled the scene of being chased and beaten by that vengeful ghost king, then quickly checked her progress on the divine exam. Upon seeing it, hey, the task was completed. The reward was in hand. Only then did she realize someone had saved her. But the question arose, who? This sister's mind was racing. Her first reaction was, oh no, could it be that the Rakshasa god found another heir to compete with me for KPIs? Does anyone understand this dedication to her career? While she was having a mental storm, the aroma of grilled fish directly struck her, and her stomach growled, making her face turn red. But who is she? She couldn't lose face. Immediately, she put on her icy facade, wrapped herself tightly in a loose robe, and then stepped out. I looked up and thought, wow, I didn't see it clearly yesterday because the lighting was dim, but today, this sister is simply stunning. With her long purple wavy hair, that face, that aura, it's incredible. Although she's dressed like a sack, I saw the real deal yesterday. And this contrast is even better. I quickly wiped away my not-so-valuable drool and acted calm. You're awake. Come eat something. She just stared at me, a little kid about 11 or 12, with disbelief in her eyes, as if her expression was saying, You? Save me? Let me tell you, her wariness was almost spilling off the screen. She probably thought I was some old monster pretending to be weak while hiding a treasure. I handed her the grilled fish, but she didn't move. I immediately understood. She was afraid I had poisoned it. Without saying a word, I picked up my skewer and took a big bite, then offered her the skewer in my hand. You can have this one, it's not poisoned. The key is sincerity. She didn't take it, her voice as cold as ice, just 2 words, no need. But her body was honest. She was hungry and still picked up her own skewer. After taking a small bite, I bet her eyes lit up for a moment, but her face still wore a whatever expression. Hey, keep pretending. After that, we didn't talk. Each with a skewer of grilled fish, complemented by that milky white fish soup. It was quite comforting. After eating and drinking enough, I got straight to the point. Sister, did you also stumble into this place? When she heard me call her sister, her expression was quite strange. I thought about it. She looked to be in her 20s, but her actual age was probably enough to be my grandmother. However, she didn't refute it, probably thinking it was better than being called Annie. After I finished explaining how I got in, she likely felt reassured, thinking I wasn't there to take her job. Then, the movie queen came online. With a mysterious look, she said to me, I also stumbled into this place, but I arrived earlier than you and found some clues. As soon as I heard there was a clue, my eyes lit up. She changed her tone and asked if I knew about those monsters from last night. I said, ISNT, that just the strange mist? She praised me for coming up with such an appropriate name, and then started to educate me, saying that this thing is a great tonic for mental strength, but is highly toxic and can drive people insane. Then she began to weave a story, saying that she had previously explored the center of the forest and discovered a big secret, but was chased back by the largest strange mist. Her meaning was clear. Want to get out? The only way is through there, but it's dangerous inside, so you need to team up with me. I tell you, this girl has some deep tricks up her sleeve. She saw me take down so many vengeful spirits last night and wanted to recruit me as a henchman to help her complete her divine exam tasks. She knew I was eager to get out and had no choice. As soon as I hesitated, she immediately pressed. It's full of dangers inside. Do you want to go together? What else could I say? I had to take the bait. Let's go together. Since we were teaming up, I had to reveal my cards first. She asked me how a kid could be so fierce. I had to be cautious too. Just as I was about to make a joke, she threw down a bombshell. I am a title de law. I was stunned at the time. What? Just her? Title de law? Only someone like my dad could be called a title de law? Okay. She saw that I didn't believe her, and with a glance, that pressure almost sent me away on the spot. I instantly became obedient. After all, respect the strong. Just as I was about to change my words to call her senior, she wouldn't let me, saying it sounded strange and that I should just call her sister. To completely reel me in, she dropped another bomb. Moreover, I'm a dual martial soul owner. All right then, since she was so sincere, I couldn't hide anything anymore. I directly took out my Dragon Phoenix Bow and Fate Spear to show her my dual martial souls. I told her that the big move I used to save her last night could only be used once more within a month. She nodded and told me to save it for a critical moment. At this point, I asked her name, but she didn't say, telling me to call her Sister Dong. Hey, so crafty, afraid I'd find out she was the Pope of the Spear Hall, BB Dong, and scare me away. But back then, how would I know? I still thought title WOs were so unique. Fine, Sister Dong it is. Though we didn't T-pack anything and headed straight towards the center of the forest. This cursed place was always dim and gray. Sister Dong was clearing the way in front with her 8 long legs, spider legs, clearing all the obstacles with a snap. I followed behind, keeping my Xieji eye on alert the whole time. The deeper we went, the more unsettling the environment became. All the trees around were bare. The ground was charred black, like we had entered a crematorium, silent and eerie. Eventually, Sister Dong stopped. I looked ahead and wow, there was a large open space in front of us, with a bottomless pit in the middle, dark and murky. Not even a ray of light could penetrate it. As soon as I saw that big pit, I felt a chill run down my spine. Dong Jie calmly said, "It's here." No sooner had she spoken than a terrifying sense of crisis enveloped me. Black mist began to rise from the pit, and countless vengeful spirits surged out like dumplings. Then, oh damn, they actually started to merge. Finally, a monstrous female figure composed of numerous vengeful spirits rose up from the pit. 9 black rings formed behind her, and the aura was much more intimidating than a soul ring. Let me tell you, the pressure was so intense that even Dong Jie, a title de law, changed her expression. As soon as that female ghost took shape, without saying a word, she opened her mouth and unleashed a sonic attack that buzzed towards us. We quickly used our mental power to fend it off. But with my small frame, I couldn't hold it for long, and the barrier was about to shatter. Seeing that we couldn't drag this out any longer, Dong Jie pushed off the ground and shot out like a cannonball, thrusting her 8 spider legs at the female ghost. However, the female ghost reacted quickly, and a black shield appeared in front of her, blocking the attack with a clang. But things took a turn for the worse. Dong Jie's 8 legs got trapped by the shield and couldn't be pulled out. Damn, This female ghost knows how to use tactics. Just as Sister Dong was about to be controlled to death, she remained calm under pressure, instantly switching her martial soul. With her 8 legs thrust into the ground, she exerted force from her waist and executed a beautiful backflip, pulling herself out. At that moment when she retreated, I had already charged up. The opportunity had come. I transformed into a streak of light, wielding the fate spear with the momentum of splitting heaven and earth, and fiercely thrust it towards the gap that Sister Dong had just created. Let me tell you, that female ghost black shield was like an eggshell. As soon as it cracked, it would break with just a poke. My shot was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. I timed it perfectly, and she didn't have time to react at all. Crack! With a crisp sound, who understands what that was like, family? It sounded like tempered glass shattering, with a crackling noise, and that huge black shield in front of her shattered into countless pieces right on the spot. The momentum of my spear didn't decrease at all, and went straight for her main body. That eerie smile on the female ghost's face was still there when she was blasted away by an immense force. Goodness, when she flew. It was like poking a hornet's nest. Once the shield broke, her connection to those vengeful ghosts was severed, and countless vengeful spirits surged out like wild dogs let loose, overwhelming the scene, more than the crowds at a train station during the spring festival. The female ghost rolled through the air for dozens of meters before stabilizing. Although her body was rapidly recovering, guess what happened to the black halo behind her? It directly lost 2, leaving only 7. Her face instantly transformed from eerie to vengeful, and her gaze seemed like it wanted to devour me alive. I am in a terrible situation right now, directly surrounded by a horde of vengeful spirits. Fortunately, my special move that can break through 1,000 troops hasn't worn off yet, and the energy cavalry behind me are still fiercely clashing with the spirits. Although my combat power is strong, I can't withstand the sheer number of ghosts on the other side. My domain feels like a shoddy construction, collapsing inch by inch. I dare not drag this out with them, so I quickly apply some oil to my feet and retreat. I'm filled with dread. Thankfully, I managed to sever her connection to this ghostly place with that shot earlier. Otherwise, with this endless stream of vengeful energy, both I and Sister Dong would be done for today. When Sister Dong saw that I had succeeded, she probably gave me a thumbs up in her heart. Without saying a word, she switched her martial spirit and charged forward again. She's now using the soul-devouring Spider Queen, which is much more useful than her big scythe in this place without soul power. Let me tell you, that female ghost must have been furious at that moment. She watched us take turns attacking, and the look in her eyes was something else. Later, I found out that she used to be a successor to a divine position. But after failing her trial, she was trapped here forever and turned into a discarded tool by that Rakshasa god, becoming an elite monster specifically designed to help later players gain experience. All that was left in her mind, apart from her combat instincts, was hatred for the whole world, especially against living beings like us, who were still teaming up. She started screaming again, but this time it was different. The blood tears on her face deepened, and her eyes looked like they were bleeding, thick and frightening. Sister Dong had learned her lesson this time, and was fully prepared. She unleashed her tainted, extremely violent mental energy, condensing it into a black energy ball, and hurled it at the ghost's scream. What enhanced sonic attack could compare to her mental energy nuclear bomb? It was as fragile as paper in front of it. She had gone all out because she knew that using this too much would drive her crazy, but there was no time to worry about that now. With a loud bang, the energy ball hit the ghost squarely in the face, caving in her features and nearly dissipating her into a cloud of black mist. 2 more black halos shattered in response, but in the next second, she returned to her original form, before the ghost could catch her breath. Sister Dong's attacks came like a storm. Despite the ghost's strength, her intelligence was lacking, not even on par with a 10,000-year-old beast. To her, the ghost's attacks were like a kindergarten fight, wielding a divine artifact, but only throwing wild punches, completely lacking any technique. In that instant, 2 more halos were smashed. On the other side, I was still playing hide and seek with that group of vengeful spirits. I had a clear role for myself. I was just a support, helping Sister Dong clear out the small monsters and distracting the boss. Once she brought the boss down to low health, I would swoop in for the kill. Just as there were only 3 halos left on the ghost, she suddenly exploded. A surge of immense energy blasted Sister Dong away. The opportunity had come. I immediately seized the moment, activating the Eye of the Shieji with all my strength, and a crimson dragon phoenix bow appeared in my hands. The surrounding vengeful spirits were so scared they fled, not daring to come near me. I rested the fate spear on the bow, drew it back, and knocked an arrow. All my mental energy was poured into this arrow, aiming at the soon-to-be raging female ghost. I released my right hand. The fate spear transformed into a streak of flowing light and shot forth. Just as the female ghost was about to deal with Dong Jie, she suddenly felt a deadly crisis. In her pitch-black eyes, that white streak of light instantly magnified, and with a soft sound, it pierced directly into her forehead. I tell you, the power of justice that I wield is simply the natural nemesis of her kind of evil. Her body begins to collapse, and countless vengeful spirits that make up her form scream and flee. But as soon as they break free, they vanish into thin air. Soon, her enormous body completely disintegrates, revealing her true form, a mass of blood-red, non-human-shaped soul, covered in a foul, sticky black substance, continuously wailing. Sister Dong, who is closest, remains vigilant because she hasn't received the task completion notification in her mind. But she had just forcibly unleashed that frenzied mental power, and now the aftereffects are hitting her. In her own mental world, a black storm is violently assaulting her last bit of reason. She clutches her head, bending over in pain, and it seems she is about to collapse. I have exhausted all my energy here. After shooting the arrow, I felt completely drained, kneeling on one knee while gasping for breath. There wasn't a drop of mental power left in the eyes of the Xieji. However, the effect was indeed remarkable. Not only did I shoot down the female ghost, but the light from my arrow also illuminated the surrounding small monsters, scattering their souls in fear. I took a breath and looked up, only to see that the female ghost's soul was about to completely dissipate, but Dong Jie was there, clutching her head and struggling in pain. At that moment, I couldn't care less about her and stared intently at that wisp of soul, fearing it would cause some trouble again. And what happened? Just as I feared. The female ghost's lingering soul was about to kick the bucket when it suddenly spotted the defenseless Dong Jie nearby. Wasn't she the perfect lifeline? Its instinct for survival unleashed one last burst of speed, transforming into a streak of light that swiftly darted into Dong Jie's forehead. Damn, I didn't have time to react at all. Sister Dong was pierced by it. Her eyes rolled back, and she fell straight down. Just then, the surrounding black mist dissipated, and the sky brightened. In the place where the abyss had been, a white halo appeared, clearly an exit. I was overjoyed and, without thinking, quickly picked up the unconscious Sister Dong and ran towards the exit. I was holding her thigh, and the sensation was truly amazing. Her head was resting on my shoulder, and her purple hair was tickling my neck. But just as I jumped into that light circle, a huge repulsive force suddenly bounced us out. What was going on? I was still in a daze when suddenly a line of words appeared in the sky. Items from this secret realm are forbidden to be taken out. Items? I looked at Dong Jie on my back, and wow, she had become an item? Upon a closer look, there was a countdown below the text. 59, 58, 57. Does anyone understand this? Isn't this the real-life version of the trolley problem? On one side is my mother waiting for me to come home, and on the other is a comrade who just fought alongside me, now uncertain of life or death. If I leave, she will undoubtedly die. If I stay, who knows when we can get out? Time passed second by second. 3, 2, 1. Just as the countdown reached 0, I gritted my teeth and made a choice. I held Dong Jie and turned to sprint deep into the forest. I can't do it. I can't accept a version of myself that would abandon my comrades just to save my own life. I rushed her back to the riverbank where we had been before, laid her down flat on the ground, and then sat cross-legged, once again sending my mental energy into her sea of consciousness. This time, the situation inside was even worse than last time. The vengeful remnants of the demon had merged with the black ocean in her consciousness, transforming into a twisted, bizarre monster that emitted a dark red glow and was frantically devouring the last green island in Sister Dong's awareness. When the monster saw me enter, it even took the initiative to attack me, treating me as nourishment. I hurriedly activated the Eye of the Xieji to its full capacity. As soon as the dragon phoenix bow appeared, I finally managed to subdue it. However, I could only hold my ground. I didn't dare to take action, as this was in Dong Jie's mind, and one wrong move could make her lose her sanity. Just when I was at a loss, Dong Jie's instinct for self-preservation kicked in. A dark green spider, her second martial soul, the soul-devouring Spider Queen, emerged from the broken little island and approached me directly. I was puzzled when the dragon phoenix bow in my hand suddenly became scorching hot. The soul-eating Spider Queen walked up to me and transformed into a dark green arrow, automatically knocking itself onto my bowstring. At the tip of the arrow, 8 spider spears converged, forming an incredibly sharp point. I instantly understood. My Dragon Phoenix bow is simply a universal plugin. It can perform martial soul fusion techniques with all beast martial soul masters. This is equivalent to me being the king of the beast herd. Whoever I want to fuse with has to obediently cooperate. This is simply a divine skill. I drew the bowstring without any hesitation and let go. The dark green light shot straight into the dark red mark in that black ocean, the core of the vengeful soul of the night demon. The soul-devouring spider emperor activated its soul-devouring skill, mercilessly treating that remnant soul as a great supplement, and began to devour it frantically. Once it had consumed the remnant soul completely, the entire arrow shaft glowed dark red. It transformed back into spider form and scampered over to me, rubbing against my pant leg like a little dog. I placed it on the bow again, and it immediately assumed the bow stance, starting to digest the energy within its body. Without a master, the black ocean calmed down. Once the soul-devouring spider emperor finished digesting, I signaled it to go. It was quite clingy and only ran away quickly on its 8 legs when I readied the fate spear. After doing all this, I walked towards the broken green island, using my last strength to release the life energy from the fate spear, briefly repairing this spiritual sanctuary. Then, my consciousness could no longer hold on. I relaxed. A wave of intense fatigue washed over me, my body softened, and I fell directly to the ground, slipping into sleep. In the last moment of losing consciousness, I felt something soft, instinctively grasping onto something, and a tear rolled down my cheek. How worried my mom must be for staying behind to save her. Sister Dawn woke up before me. As soon as she awoke, she felt a heaviness in her chest, as if she were being pressed down by a ghost. When she opened her eyes, she found me lying on top of her, my head perfectly resting on her left chest. Her first reaction was anger, but upon seeing my exhausted face and the tear stains at the corner of my eyes, her anger instantly dissipated. Lying there, she recalled everything before losing consciousness. I had severely injured the night demon. She had been in a mental turmoil, and the remnant soul of the night demon had invaded. She thought she was doomed. Then, she felt me carrying her, sensing the warmth on my back and an unprecedented sense of security. She had thought that when I couldn't take her with me, I would unhesitatingly abandon her. After all, she had been plotting against me before, but she never expected that at the last moment, after struggling, I still chose to stay. This was the second time. 2 life-saving graces made her feel her heart softening. Looking at me lying on her, she couldn't feel a shred of disgust. Instinctively, she reached out her hand to stroke my face, touching the dried tear mark. Momentarily lost in thought, she came back to her senses, her pretty face flushed, and hurriedly moved my head to the grass next to her, quickly getting up and distancing herself from me. Then she hurriedly checked her divine examination information. The second examination of the Rakshasa was completed. Reward received. Immediately, a new message popped up. Would you like to start the third examination of the Rakshasa? There was also a small line of text. Selection time ended, automatically starting. When she saw the content of the third examination, her eyes widened in shock. Her expression as if to say, Rakshasa God, what kind of international joke are you playing? After the night demon was eliminated, the forest completely regained its vitality, with birds singing and flowers blooming, resembling a paradise. At night, the moonlight shone brightly on the riverbank. Sister Dawn was hungry and went back to the river to catch a few fish, but they got burned again. She hugged her knees, staring blankly at the bonfire, not knowing what she was thinking. Your fish are all burnt. I was awakened by a burnt smell, sat up, turned the few charred fish over, and cut off the burnt parts with a small knife. She looked at me, her gaze somewhat evasive, then softly asked, Why didn't you leave alone? While sprinkling the seasoning, I answered without looking up, If I leave, you'll die. But you were clearly in a hurry to leave, she pressed on. I can't accept being someone who turns a blind eye to death. My words instantly dampened the atmosphere. After a while, I handed her the grilled fish and said, Eat. She took it and quietly said, Thank you. I looked at the recovering forest and said, I'm ready to look for other exits tomorrow. She was silent for a while and finally confessed some things to me. In fact, this is a trial's secret realm. She told me that killing the night demon would indeed allow us to leave, but now she wasn't sure anymore and advised me to prepare mentally for staying here for a few years. A few years. Upon hearing this, my heart sank. She noticed my disappointment and asked why I was in such a hurry. I lay on the ground, looking at the stars in the sky, and couldn't help but talk about my mother, how gentle she was, and how she must be going crazy worrying about my disappearance. As I spoke, I felt my eyes getting a bit wet. She listened quietly, her eyes revealing an emotion I couldn't understand, perhaps. Guilt? Actually, you don't need to worry too much, she suddenly said, the flow of time in this secret realm is different from the outside world. A year here is only a month out there. This made me feel a bit better. I wiped my eyes and said, "It's okay. There will eventually be a time when we can leave." She looked at me and made a promise. "Trust me, at most in 3 years. I will give you a clear answer." That night, we didn't speak anymore. I knew that what she said to me was only limited sincerity. The next day, I got up early and took a stroll around the forest. It was like a zoo now, with elk, rabbits, and old cows, all peaceful. I hunted a goat, and when I returned to the camp, I saw Dong Jia had changed back into that purple long dress, sitting by the river, the sunlight casting on her, beautiful like a painting. I startled her when I came back. She turned her head and looked at the sheep on my shoulder with a calm expression, saying, "You're back." I put down the sheep and quickly got to work with impressive skill that even I admired. Sister Dong watched with great interest. Soon, a fragrant roasted whole sheep was sizzling on the fire. She looked at me and suddenly asked, "There is no soul power here. How do you plan to spend these 3 years?" This question caught me off guard. Indeed, I was only 11 years old, and not being able to increase my soul power for 3 years would be like wasting time, right? What could I do? I closed my eyes, and a long-buried memory surfaced in my mind, the words my master taught me when I was young. Cultivation is also about cultivating the heart. That's right, cultivating the heart. "Master, I know what to do now." My movements became fluid again. Sister Dong saw me snap out of my contemplation and knew I had found the answer. I looked at her seriously and said, "I want to cultivate." She looked confused. This place didn't even have soul power. What was I going to cultivate? But believe it or not, he really started to cultivate. Though it wasn't soul power, he was cultivating his heart. Let me tell you, the scene was quite bizarre. But let's not talk about that for now. Let's talk about dinner. The roasted lamb had been cooking since noon, and the aroma was driving people crazy. Tang Yin sliced the most tender leg of lamb for Bibi Dong, and this sister finally said a clear thank you this time. Tang Yin was quite smooth, directly saying, "No need to be polite. We've been through life and death together." Then, while we were eating, out of nowhere, the scene turned awkward. Tang Yin seemed to be lost in thought again, and some oil from a piece of lamb started dripping down his face. I thought to myself, isn't that going to get on his clothes? And guess what? Bibi Dong, that cold title de loi, inexplicably reached out and wiped his face. Everyone who understands. At that moment, the air felt frozen. Tang Yin's skin was so supple, and Bibi Dong's hand was icy cold. The two locked eyes, and it felt like time had stopped. I watched as Tang Yin's fair face flushed bright red, and his heart was probably about to leap out his throat. He was the first to break down, quickly turning his head away, unable to look. Bibi Dong also snapped back to reality, pretending nothing had happened, saying, "You've got oil on your face." But her toes were already betraying her, frantically digging into the ground in her high heels. She could have dug a 3-bedroom apartment with those toes. After that awkward little episode, the two of them buried their heads in their food, finishing off an entire lamb. The next day, Tang Yin started his series of confusing behaviors. He didn't know where he found a broken stick, tied some spider silk, made a simple fishing rod, and just sat by the river to fish. The most ridiculous part? He didn't even put bait on the hook. He just flung the empty hook into the water and closed his eyes, remaining still. When Bibi Dong came out and saw this, she was dumbfounded. What was this guy doing? She didn't disturb him and went to find something to eat. As soon as she entered the woods, she discovered the ground was filled with various ingredients. Rice, vegetables, fruits, prep meat, and even pots and pans were all provided. Then, a sound rang in her mind. System prompt. During the divine examination, ingredients are supplied in unlimited quantities. Just as she picked up the vegetables, another prompt sounded. To enhance user experience, a wooden house is gifted. As soon as the voice finished, bang, a beautiful little wooden house appeared right in front of her, like an airdrop. Bibi Dong went inside to take a look. There was a living room, a bedroom, and in the bedroom, there was a bed, a large bed 2 meters wide. Let me tell you, the Rakshasa god was definitely shipping CP in real time. It was just short of announcing a wedding on the public screen. Bibi Dong was also a practical person. She took these high-quality ingredients and busied herself in the kitchen for 2.5 hours. When Tang Yin returned hungry at noon and saw a pot of dark, sticky, indistinguishable food, the only thing that looked decent was a bowl of fruit salad. Tang Yin, driven by survival instincts, quickly asked, "Hey, where did this food come from?" Bibi Dong pointed to the wooden house and said it was from the secret realm. Tang Yin understood upon seeing it. Although the food looked like some biochemical weapon, he took a bite and his eyes lit up. It actually tasted pretty good. Now, Tang Yin started to wolf it down, leaving Bibi Dong stunned, thinking, "My cooking skills can't compare to yours. Why are you eating it so happily?" After dinner, Tang Yin, feeling quite self-aware, took the initiative to wash the dishes. Then he returned to the river, picked up his broken fishing rod, and continued to be his fishing guy. I tell you, the days just pass by one after another. This kid really has perseverance. Through wind and sun, in heavy rain, he sits there like a statue, sitting for 3 years straight. 3 years. As spring goes and autumn comes, his entire demeanor has changed. The sharpness of a young genius is completely gone, replaced by a calm and profound simplicity. Until one day, after sitting there for a day and a night without a drop of water or grain, he suddenly opened his eyes. Damn, those eyes were so bright, it was like the stars were flowing in them. He slowly lifted the long spear that had been resting across his legs, moving as slowly as a robot, and then gently pointed the tip of the spear at the creek in front of him. What happened next left me dumbfounded. The once rushing creek instantly slowed down, and then it completely came to a standstill. A leaf that had just fallen floated next to him, also frozen in midair. Tom seemed to have been paused by that spear. He softly uttered the name of this move. This move is called Eternity. Damn, he looks so handsome. He has. After sitting in silence for 3 years, he has developed his second gun technique. He put away his gun and slowly walked back to the wooden house. BabyTang was cooking, and when she saw him return, she obviously let out a sigh of relief. Over these 3 years, she could be said to have witnessed the growth of a genius. Even though there hasn't been a bit of increase in soul power, she can feel that Tang Yin is significantly stronger now than he was 3 years ago. Sometimes when she looks at Tang Yin, she can't help but think, why does this figure seem to overlap with the shadow of someone named Yu Xiaojiang from her memory? But as soon as this thought arises, she quickly shakes it off. What a joke. How can this little brat compare to Xiaojiang? But what did Xiaojiang look like again? She realized she was almost unable to remember. The companionship over the past 3 years has been the main focus. Tang Yin's little feelings for her are no longer a secret. When they eat together, he would habitually ask, Sister Dong, what are we having today? His tone is as natural as a husband asking his wife. BabyTang would gently reply, I cooked lamb. You practiced all day yesterday and must be tired. The ambiguous atmosphere went unnoticed by the two people involved. Tang Yin liked her but didn't dare to say it, while BabyTang enjoyed this tranquility and didn't dare to think too much about it. After all, they still shared a room and a bed at night. Although there was a line drawn in between, Tang Yin uses a technique every night to help her heal her mental trauma. This kindness and dependence had long become entangled. During one meal, Tang Yin finally mustered the courage to tentatively confess, Sister Dong, actually, if it weren't for worrying about my mom, I think staying here would be pretty good. He looked into her eyes and seriously asked, aren't you willing to tell me your name yet? BabyTang's heart skipped a beat, and she almost blurted it out. But just as the words were on the tip of her tongue, they turned into, don't rush, you'll know in the future. This statement was, in fact, a polite rejection. I thought to myself, how long are these two going to drag things out? As it turned out, the big shot in the divine realm watching the live stream had the same thought. That night, the two of them were lying on the grass watching the stars, and the atmosphere was just right. Suddenly, BabyTang felt her whole body go soft. Unable to move, all her strength sealed away. She looked at Tang Yin in terror, only to see his eyes blood red, his face flushed abnormally, breathing heavily like a bellows. It's over, the Rakshasa god has made her move. She cast the law of desire into this secret realm. Tang Yin's rationality was being devoured little by little. He dug his hands into the soil, veins bulging, squeezing out a few words through gritted teeth. Get away. But how could BabyTang escape? They were stuck in this standoff for a quarter of an hour, and the struggle on Tang Yin's face disappeared as he was completely controlled by desire. He stiffly rose to his feet, step by step approaching BabyTang, then leaned down, his hands bracing on either side of her body, his eyes no longer holding the gentleness of the past. Only the most primitive possessiveness remained. BabyTang closed her eyes in despair, thinking that after this, her debt of gratitude would be settled. However, the violation she anticipated did not come. Instead, there was a muffled sound, followed by a warm liquid splattering on her face. It was blood. Trembling, she opened her eyes to witness a scene she would never forget for the rest of her life. Tang Yin's hand, which was about to reach for her chest, was brutally pinned to the grass beside her head with a small knife by his other hand. Blood was gushing. The excruciating pain made him let out a pained howl, and a sliver of clarity returned to his mind. But that was not enough. He suddenly rolled off her, grabbed his fateful spear, and without hesitation, with a piercing sound, he thrust it straight through his abdomen, pinning himself to the ground. A mouthful of blood spewed out, and the intense pain caused him to faint instantly. BabyTang lay there, her mind blank, watching as this young man, to preserve her purity, injured himself to such an extent. Tears instantly blurred her vision, and the vague figure in her heart merged completely with the young man lying in a pool of blood before her, becoming incredibly clear. The feeling she had always dared not admit, which she had suppressed, erupted completely at this moment. So this is love. I told you, my mind buzzed for a moment. Just like I had opened the run and do meridians, and I instantly understood. But the next second, wow, the system notification went off in my head like a party, saying, third test of the Rakshasa, fell in love with Tang Yin, completed. What's the reward? A different kind of life? Who has time to care about that? I just want to move. My body won't move. Family. Time ticks away, and I feel like a newly thawed zombie, finally able to move. I don't care about my image anymore and crawl over Tang Yin. I looked at him. He was originally in white clothes, but now he looked like he had been pulled out of a pool of blood. My heart ached as if someone was squeezing it tightly. I nervously reached out to probe his neck, and thankfully, there was still a pulse. In that moment, I was truly grateful. All the wilderness survival knowledge I had flooded my mind, and I began to administer emergency treatment. I pulled out 1,000-year-old spirit medicine from my storage soul guide, wanting to take it, but he was already unconscious. How could he swallow it? In my panic, I directly stuffed the precious medicine into my own mouth, and it melted instantly, Then, without thinking too much, I pried open his mouth, leaned down, and kissed him, transferring all the medicinal liquid to him. You wouldn't believe it. That 1,000-year-old spirit medicine was incredible. His pale face immediately regained some color, and his wounds showed signs of healing. Seizing the moment, I pulled the dagger from his hand and tore off my clothes to bandage him. But I truly didn't dare to touch the gaping hole in his chest. I wasn't a healing-type soul master and could only watch helplessly. Seeing that he was no longer in immediate danger, I felt a huge wave of relief wash over me, and the exhaustion hit me like a tide. My vision went dark, and I collapsed into his arms, falling asleep. And guess what? While I was desperately putting on a tragic performance, that old witch named Luocha in the Divine Realm was sitting back and watching the live broadcast with her legs crossed. She found it particularly amusing and said she wanted to write a new script for our tragic couple. I truly thank her whole family. Then, my consciousness felt like it had fallen into a bottomless pit, plummeting into darkness. Memories began to peel away one by one, as if they were being formatted. First, my girlhood, then those 20 years I couldn't bear to look back on, and finally, even the bits and pieces of my 3 years with Tang Yin began to blur. I struggled to hold on, but it was useless, until a bright light exploded before my eyes, and my mind went completely blank. When I opened my eyes again, I heard a loud cry. Wow, I was reborn in the delivery room. In this world, there are no martial souls or soul power. It's just an ordinary blue planet. My name is Baidonger, and my parents are ordinary people. Since I can remember, I've noticed that besides my parents, there was a pair of uncles and aunts who often came to our house. Later, as that aunt's belly grew bigger, I realized they were our neighbors and my parents' best friends. One time, out of curiosity, I reached out and poked the aunt's belly, and my mom quickly pulled me away. The aunt smiled and patted my head, saying, "Little Donger, how about Annie has a little sister for you to play with?" When I heard there would be someone to play with, I immediately became happy. I waited and waited, and finally one day, my dad took me to the hospital. Through the glass, I saw my long-awaited little sister. As a result, it turned out to be a wrinkly little boy. I muttered, "So ugly." That boy was named Tang Yin. As he grew up, he became quite cute, like a work of art. After I started kindergarten, the first thing I did every day after school was to run next door to see him. He seemed to know, always sitting in his crib waiting for me. I would chatter on about my kindergarten experiences. He couldn't understand, but when I was happy, he would smile, and when I was sad, he would cry. It was all about emotional synchronization. The two adults from our families were also happy, joking that we might as well become in-laws in the future. When Tang Yin learned to walk, he became my little shadow, following me around every day, calling me sister, sister. Sometimes I found him annoying and would pout, ignoring him. He would wobble over, stand on his tiptoes, and give me a kiss on the face. Days passed like this, and I was in 4th grade while he had just started 1st grade. At that age, little kids were the most bothersome. There were always boys pulling my braid and giving me nicknames. There was a chubby boy who would gather a group around me every day, loudly shouting, "Wall Slam." "Why did your parents name you Wall Slam? Isn't that what adults do when they kiss?" The whole class burst into laughter, and I was so embarrassed that I almost buried my head under the desk. I wish someone would come to my rescue, but who would care? Just then, the crowd suddenly parted, and a small figure shorter than everyone else rushed in. It was Tang Yin. He had come to bring me cookies, but when he saw the scene, his little face turned red instantly. Let me tell you, His eyes were even red. Without saying a word, he swung the cookie box and smashed it right in the chubby boy's face, then lowered his head and charged, using his little head to ram hard into the boy's stomach. With a bang, the chubby boy was knocked over, blood streaming from his nose, and he started crying loudly while covering his face. Everyone watching the commotion ran away, shouting that there was a fight and someone was bleeding. Tang Yin didn't even look at the coward on the ground. He ran to me, patted his little chest, and proudly said, "Sister Dong, I defeated the bad guy." I looked up at this little guy who was a head shorter than me, and at that moment, who could understand family? In my eyes, he seemed to be 2 meters and 8 centimeters tall. What happened next? Well, of course, we had to call our parents. My dad and his dad came in the same car. On the way, his dad was grinning from ear to ear, while my dad's face was as dark as the bottom of a pot, looking like our precious little cabbage was about to be trampled by a pig. When we arrived at the school, after understanding the situation, his dad patted Tang Yin's shoulder in front of everyone, offering an unmistakable encouragement, and leaned in to whisper, "Good boy, charging in anger for a pretty face. Later, Dad will buy you grilled sausages." The chubby boy's mom wasn't having it, her voice loud like a horn, saying our parents were in the wrong. My dad shot back with a cold face, "Your son has bullied my daughter more than once, and you still have a nerve to complain?" Tang Yin's dad also put on a serious face. "If you want to make a scene, we'll see each other in court." The woman immediately deflated. After that, no one dared to bully me anymore. Rumors started spreading at school that I had a little husband. I didn't care at all. We grew up together like this, from elementary school to middle school. In order to attend the same school as me, he managed to complete 3 grades in 1 year and join me in the 3rd year of middle school. Later, he also got into the same high school and the same class. In our 2nd year of high school, he experienced a sudden growth spurt and almost caught up to my height. Our homeroom teacher was worried that we might fall in love early and affect our studies. So she wanted to separate us and even called our parents in. However, both our parents said they wouldn't interfere, and the teacher had no choice but to give up. One winter in our 3rd year of high school, we had a rare snowfall here. During evening study, Tang Yin nudged me and mouthed, "Let's go see the snow." We quietly slipped up to the rooftop. The snowflakes fell on us, looking especially beautiful. I reached out to catch a snowflake, and he suddenly grabbed my hand. I was stunned at that moment, looking at him. His heart must have been racing, and his voice was a bit shaky, but his gaze was particularly firm. "Dong Jia, be my girlfriend." I looked at him and smiled. Sure. Everything felt so natural. He looked at my lips and clumsily leaned in for a kiss. Our 4 lips met, and it felt like the surrounding snowflakes slowed down. After that, our relationship became closer, and we both got into the same university for the college entrance examination. For our graduation trip, we went to the seaside, to the water towns of Jiangnan, and also to the northwest. After returning from the trip, well, you know what I mean. When we met the parents, my dad still had a sour face, but as soon as my mom said something, he immediately put on a smile. He sternly warned Tang Yin, "Kid, if you dare to start and abandon, my belt won't go easy on you." Tang Yin dramatically saluted and shouted, "Loyalty." It was so awkward for me that I secretly pinched him on the waist. College life began, and one night on the playground, Tang Yin saw a band singing and, feeling inspired, borrowed a guitar and went up. He sang a particularly sad song called "Growth Rings." As I listened, I couldn't help but cry, feeling that the lyrics were about our future. After he finished singing and saw me crying, he panicked, thinking I didn't like it. I shook my head and said, "No, you have to sing for me every day from now on." Since then, whenever I was in a bad mood, he would buy me a cup of milk tea. We graduated from university together, then went on to graduate school, and finally returned to our small town. He joined the judicial system, and I became a middle school teacher. Then we got married. On our wedding day, he wore a suit, and I wore a phoenix robe. When my dad took my hand and gave me to him, I saw my dad's eyes were red. We kissed in front of everyone, and at that moment, I felt like the happiest person in the world. Life after marriage was simple yet sweet. He would pick me up after work, and we would go grocery shopping together. He cooked while I helped him. Later, I got pregnant. As my due date approached, I felt particularly anxious, worried about becoming unattractive and afraid he might not love me anymore. I asked him to sing for me, the same song "Earring." He held me and sang it over and over, telling me we would always be happy together. The delivery went smoothly. We had a boy and named him Tang Yin. After having a child, it seemed like our hobbies didn't change at all. Who understands? When my son was 3, he would sit in his high chair and feed himself. Meanwhile, his dad and I would sit across from each other, feeding each other bites and sharing sweet moments. If it weren't for his grandmother coming over every day to help, our son might have really become a left-behind child. Time passed in this sweet way, and before we knew it, decades had gone by. I tell you, our life was like a fairy tale. We couldn't even argue. If I got angry, a cup of milk tea from him would soothe me. If he dared to be unhappy, I would wear his favorite uniform to reward him. And he would immediately cheer up. Days went by like this, and we went from being 20 to 80, becoming old folks together. One day, we were sunbathing in the yard. I looked at him dozing in a rocking chair and suddenly wanted to sing him a song. My voice was hoarse, but he still said it sounded good. I sang and sang about the most toxic hatred in the world, about being fated yet separated. As I sang, tears started to fall. I asked him, "Ian, does it sound good?" But he didn't respond. Who understands? That old man who would always respond to me immediately was now quietly lying there, never to speak again. I went crazy, called my son, and said one sentence, "Come back, your dad is gone." Then I held his warm body and finished the song, thinking that in the next life, we would still be together. I closed my eyes and followed him. Guess what happened? When I opened my eyes, I was resurrected on the spot. There was no gray hair. It was all an illusion. I was taking that ridiculous test from the Rakshasa god, and the sweet yet heartbreaking 80 years just now was part of the third test. I shivered, my mind buzzing, and quickly got up to check on Tang. He was still lying there, a big hole in his chest. Fortunately, the fairy grass I fed him had worked. His heartbeat was weak, but his life was saved. Just as I sighed in relief, a swirl of purple mist suddenly appeared in front of me, and out floated a rather alluring woman. I realized, great, the true form of the Rakshasa god had arrived. The moment she opened her mouth, her tone gave me goosebumps as she said something like, "My little disciple has found a little husband." And then she came over to touch my unconscious Tang, lifting his chin and saying, "TSK, TSK. He is really handsome." At that moment, I wanted to zap her with a lightning bolt, but I held back. After all, I couldn't fight her while under her roof. It turned out she wasn't there just to watch the show. She had come to give me a mission. She pretended to clear her throat, and then, with a voice as cold as ice, said, "The fourth trial of the Rakshasa god. Kill Tang." I jumped up in disbelief and shouted, "No way." She squinted her eyes, and her imposing presence almost made me kneel down as she asked if I intended to defy her. What could I do? I could only kneel down and beg her to retract the order. She helped me up and started to PUA me, saying things like, "Little donger, I'm doing this for your own good. Love will only harm us," and added that she still liked the unruly version of me from before. At that moment, I was resolute and said, "If killing Tang is the only way to become a god, then I don't want to be a god." She laughed when she heard that and said the last person who gave up on the divine examination was turned into a monster and became the boss of my second trial, asking if I wanted to try that too. I gritted my teeth and said as long as it could exchange his life, you can take mine at will. This old hag saw that I wasn't getting it and directly unleashed her ultimate move. She leaned close to my ear and said, "You need to understand. Right now you are BabyTang, the Pope of the Spirit Hall, not the BabyTang in your memories who had children with Tang. Family." That one sentence nearly burned out my CPU. Yes, I am BabyTang. I am 30 years older than him. My hands are stained with blood. And I even have a daughter who is older than he is. That BabyTang in my memories was pure and innocent. She and Tang were childhood sweethearts, a match made in heaven. But what about me? What am I? I am a rat hiding in the sewers, secretly watching other people's happiness. The illusion is as sweet as reality is slapping me in the face. The main theme is one of contrast. I completely broke down, curled up on the ground, feeling dirty and old, like a madman. I simply didn't deserve Tang. I would only ruin him. That old hag saw my shattered heart and stabbed me again, saying the difficulty of the fourth trial had increased. Not only did I have to kill him, but I also had to make him hate his killer. Fine, I thought, that's fine. As long as he can survive, let him hate me, forget me, and go find a good girl like BabyTang. Before long, Tang woke up. When he opened his eyes and saw me, he actually smiled at me, and his first words were, "Sister Dong, it's good that you're okay." I tell you, that smile of his completely shattered the psychological defenses I had just built. But I had no choice. For the sake of that slim chance of survival, I had to keep acting. I steeled myself, pulled out the dagger, and stabbed it into his chest. His eyes widened in disbelief. I forced back the pain in my heart and said in the coldest voice, "There's nothing unbelievable about this. Kid, you're just like the other men, and you make me feel sick." I hooked his chin and told him word by word, "My name is BabyTang, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. You don't really think I've fallen in love with you, do you? Don't be ridiculous. I'm just interested in your abilities, using you." The look in his eyes went from shock to heartbreak and finally faded completely. I watched as his once burning heart gradually turned cold and shattered before me. In the end, he used his last bit of strength to call out, "Dong's sister," and then he disappeared inch by inch right in front of me. The moment he vanished, I went crazy, collapsing to the ground, smearing his blood on my face, crying heart-wrenchingly. The sound of the mission completion echoed in my mind. But I only felt irony. I picked up the knife and plunged it into my own heart. A person like me should have died long ago. Just as my consciousness began to blur, on the other side, waiting in the extreme west for nearly 3 months were Tang Yin's parents and Zhu Zhuyin, who suddenly saw the space in front of them distort. The next second, Tang Yin, covered in blood, fell out with a thud, blood still gushing from his chest, looking like he was about to die. His mother, Yin, was so frightened that her soul almost flew away. She rushed over and desperately used her life energy to heal him. But those external wounds were easy to treat. Who could save his heart that I had personally shattered? Tang Hao tightly held Yin, who was about to collapse, and said to her, "His external injuries are fine. Calm down. If you keep this up, your own source will shatter." Fortunately, this finally woke my mother up, and she didn't end up sacrificing herself. The other one, Zhu Zhuyin, let me tell you, tears were flowing down her face like they were free, probably terrified by my ghostly appearance. They carried me into the tent, and my dad went out to keep watch alone, leaving the two of them to take care of me. Inside the tent, these 2 women were also busy, helping me take off my tattered, blood-soaked clothes, wiping my body with water, and then rummaging through my storage soul guide to find a clean set to change into. Just as they were about to take a break, suddenly a voice popped up from my body, anxious and frantic. "Yin Sr., what happened to Xiaoyin? I've lost contact with him for 3 whole years." It was the soul beast inside my body, Zishi. My mom was completely stunned and said, "What the heck? 3 years? It's only been 3 months here." She hurried over to look at my face and realized, oh my face has changed so much compared to 3 months ago. That youthful look is completely gone, and my features have become much more mature and defined. Who understands my family? In that hellish place, the flow of time is completely different from the outside. I was in a coma for 2 days and 2 nights, and my mom tirelessly infused me with life energy, to the point where her own figure was almost translucent. Beside her, Zhu Zhuyin was extremely anxious, urging her repeatedly, "Madam, you need to take a break. If you keep this up, you'll exhaust yourself." But my mom ignored her and just stared at me intently. Maybe it's truly a mother-s intuition. I finally woke up. My eyelids felt as heavy as if they were filled with lead, and when I opened my eyes, I saw my mom's face full of worry. I tell you, in that moment, all the grievances, pain, and despair in my heart surged up, and tears streamed down my face. My dad rushed in when he heard the noise, and the moment he saw my eyes, he froze completely. What kind of gaze was it? Hollow, lifeless, devoid of any light. Later, my dad told me that when he watched my mom sacrifice herself back then, he didn't find my gaze as terrifying as he did in that moment. I shouted "Mommy" in a hoarse voice, just like a 3-year-old child. My mom's heart was broken. She quickly held my hand and spoke softly. "Hey, Xiaoyin, don't cry. Whatever happens, just tell Mom." While she was saying this, she gave my dad and Zhu Zhuyin a look, signaling them to go out first. Once it was just the 2 of us left in the tent, I weakly said, "Mom, I want to drink water." My mom quickly helped me up and fed me water bit by bit. Drinking the water made my throat feel better, but the big hole in my heart couldn't be filled. I lay there, silent for a long time, just staring blankly at the top of the tent. After a long while, I finally asked her, "Mom, what does it feel like to love someone?" My mom was taken aback for a moment, then began to reminisce about her past with my dad. She said, "Love is wanting to look at him all the time, being able to tolerate everything about him, and being willing to give everything for him, even your life." Every word she said felt like a knife stabbing my heart. I love BabyTang. I love her so damn much, but what about her? How has she treated me? I couldn't help but ask again, "So, can this be faked?" At this point, my mom understood completely that I had been hurt by a woman. She didn't answer directly, but instead asked me, "Xiaoyin, do you think love can be faked?" Of course I don't think it's possible. Those bits and pieces from the past 3 years. The way she looked at me with that kind of ambiguous attachment. How could it be fake? But her last crazy appearance. That line, "Everything was just for you," was so real it sent chills down my spine. These 2 thoughts are battling fiercely in my mind, threatening to tear me apart. I really couldn't take it anymore. I closed my eyes and forced a smile at my mom. "Say, Mom, you should go back and rest. If you stay out here any longer, you'll fall apart." My mom saw that I didn't want to talk anymore, so she could only give me a few words of advice before returning to my body. As soon as she left, the smile on my face instantly faded. The next morning, when my mom came out of my body again, she was completely stunned. She looked at me, her lips trembling. Let me tell you, that night, I went completely gray overnight. My head full of black hair turned as white as snow. Not only that, My eyes were filled with bloodshot veins, red as if they were about to bleed. She hugged me tightly, crying as she called my name. I couldn't hold it together anymore and cried while holding her. I'm sorry, Mom. I can't forget. I really can't forget. My mom touched my white hair and cried. If you can't forget, then don't. As long as you're okay, that's enough. To divert my attention, she talked to me about Zhu Zhuyun, saying that a girl like her came all the way here alone and had been waiting for me for almost 3 months. Only then did I step out of the tent and see the girl with a haggard face. To be honest, I felt quite uncomfortable. With my current state, I can't hold anyone in my heart anymore, and I don't want to delay her. Just as I was about to refuse, Zhu Zhuyun stepped in ahead of me, her eyes sparkling as she looked at me. We're friends, and you said that yourself. Good grief, her words completely blocked everything I wanted to say. She made it clear that she wanted to stay by my side as a friend, so what reason did I have to kick her out? At that moment, I realized an even more critical problem. I couldn't use my soul power at all, not even a bit. My dad was also panicking, afraid that I would go from a genius to a loser and couldn't handle the blow. As a result, Zishi quickly came out to explain that this was a side effect of my soul power being sealed for too long and that it would be fine in a few months. Of course, she made all that up to deceive me. I later found out that the reason she sealed my soul power was that there was something in my spiritual sea that looked exactly like me, a dark, evil version of myself radiating a cold, sinister aura, my inner demon. She was afraid that this thing would come out, which is why she had no choice but to seal my power. My dad saw that I was so weak I could barely walk, and he somehow pulled out a wheelchair and insisted on putting me in it. Then I made an excuse, saying I needed to go to the bathroom, and called my dad aside. I turned my back to him and spoke in a low voice. Dad, can you do me a favor? Silly child, just tell Dad. What is it you need help with? I took a deep breath and said the name. I want to know more about the current Pope, Pope Francis, and his past. As detailed as possible. I can feel that my dad's breathing has stopped. He's not stupid. I just got hurt by love. And then I turn around and start inquiring about BabyTang. When these two things are connected, I didn't wait for him to ask. I confessed myself, Dad. You were right. The one who hurt me is BabyTang. Although he was somewhat prepared, hearing me admit it still left him speechless for a long time. In the end, we decided not to go to Heaven Do City. I wanted to go back to Holy Soul Village, the place where I grew up. My dad didn't ask much and directly went to find a carriage. Then he went to look for my brother Tang San, saying he wanted to help him hunt for spirit rings. Before leaving, he looked at Zhu Zhuyun, then at me, his expression incredibly complicated. He was probably thinking about how his son could fall in love with a pope 30 years older than him. What kind of situation is this? The carriage swayed for more than 2 months, and we finally returned to Holy Soul Village. The entrance still had that broken wooden door, and everything seemed unchanged. I sat in a wheelchair, pushed by Zhu Zhuyun, looking at the familiar yet strange scenery around me, feeling a mix of emotions. Grandpa Jack from the village came out with a cane, and when he saw us 3 strangers about to ask questions, I smiled at him. Grandpa Jack, long time no see. Meanwhile, at Nodding Academy, my brother Tang San was called to a room in the middle of the night by Yu Xiaojing. The master pretended to care about my brother's cultivation progress, then suddenly shifted the topic to inquire about me indirectly. My brother didn't think much and honestly said, my younger brother's name is Tang Yin, and his talent is much better than mine. As soon as Yu Xiaojing heard this, his eyes lit up, and he quickly asked for more details. My brother thought for a moment and dropped a bombshell. Teacher, I actually have a question. My younger brother has an innate soul power of level 20. With a loud bang, Yu Xiaojing almost dropped the cup in his hand. Innate level 20. He had lived for nearly 50 years and had never even heard of such a thing. His face turned red with excitement, and the look he gave my brother was incredibly intense, as if he had discovered a rare treasure. He suppressed his excitement and pretended to analyze calmly. Like you, he must also have twin martial souls, right? My brother was stunned at the time, thinking to himself, as expected of a teacher, he could deduce this. He quickly nodded and said, yes, teacher, but his martial soul was given to him by his master, who passed away when he was 6. Upon hearing that my master was gone, Yu Xiaojing felt all his remaining doubts vanish, and his intense gaze was almost burning my brother. He was calculating in his mind, and just having Tang San was enough to prove his theory. If he could take in an unprecedented innate level 20 genius, who would dare to say that Yu Xiaojing was useless? His calculations were so intense, they were almost bursting in my face. But let's not talk about my brother for now. Let me tell you, as the scene shifted, we directly landed in the Soul Master City, which was quite impressive. Wow, that place, the stronghold of the Spirit Hall, even the security guards patrolling the city walls were respected Soul Masters from outside. The atmosphere was full. In the center of the city, the academy was currently showcasing a real-life PK. On the stage stood two guys, one named Yin, a muscular man with red hair, whose martial soul was some kind of flame lord, resembling a lava giant. The other was called Xiaoyu, with silver hair and red eyes. He was handsome but exuded a sinister aura, holding two curved blades that resembled the moon. These two were the best among the younger generation of the Spirit Hall, part of the Golden Generation. Standing offstage was a stunning beauty named Hulaina, Xiaoyu's younger sister, also the last member of the Golden Generation. I tell you, the relationship here is complicated. That muscular man named Yin was clearly a supreme sycophant, his eyes almost glued to Hulaina, and before the fight, he couldn't help but flirt, saying, "Lena, watch how I make your brother submit today." Hulaina rolled her eyes, almost to the heavens, ignoring him completely. Her brother, Xiaoyu, was not so easygoing. He sneered, "Yin, you haven't beaten me since you reached level 30, and today will be no different." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiaoyu disappeared. He zipped right up to Yan's face, and with his moon blades carrying a piercing effect, he slashed down. Yin, who had been through many battles, knew he couldn't match Xiaoyu's speed, so he directly activated his second soul skill, instantly covering himself with a layer of granite as hard as a turtle shell, and managed to block the blow. Then this guy was also ruthless. He grabbed Xiaoyu's blade with his stone-covered hand, activated his third soul skill, and hot magma erupted from his hand, aiming to smear it all over Xiaoyu's face. Wow, this fight is really intense. But who is Xiaoyu? He's a technical player. As soon as the third soul skill, moon condensation, is activated, a round moon phantom appears behind him, forming a silver shield that directly blocks the flames, and he takes advantage of the force to jump back, creating distance. After that, it's hard to watch. It's simply a one-sided beatdown. Xiaoyu fights like an ADC, pulling and kiting wildly, using his speed advantage to scrape damage off Yin. The damage isn't high, but it's extremely humiliating. Yin, on the other hand, is like a heavy tank without mobility, full of brute strength but unable to touch anyone, shouting in frustration. In the end, after being toyed with for a dozen rounds, Yin breaks down and shouts, "I'm done, I surrender," and exits the spirit possession. Xiaoyu puts away his moonblade and walks off the stage, where his sister Hulaina immediately hands him a towel, saying gently, "Bro, wipe your sweat." Yin, watching from behind, feels envious and leans over with a grin. "Nana, I'm sweating too, where's mine?" Hulaina's expression turns stern, instantly becoming an ice queen. "None for you, figure it out yourself." Yet, Yin still feels moved, thinking this is the goddess testing him. I really can't bear to watch. Even his good buddy Xiaoyu can't stand it anymore and hints at him several times that being a sycophant doesn't end well, but this guy just says, "Love takes time and sincerity." Great, a pure love warrior. Huh? You keep at it. Just as the three of them are about to leave, a female deacon approaches and says that Pope BabyTang wants to see them. The three follow her to the Pope's chamber, where Xiaoyu whispers to Yin that it's probably about the next Soul Master competition. The last one was lost by the Spirit Hall, and the Pope was furious, sending all the participants to the remote and desolate Lost Canyon. Upon hearing that name, Yin shivers in fear. Entering the Pope's private office, I tell you, the decor style would leave my brother speechless. It's exactly like the study he shared with BabyTang in his memories. BabyTang sits there, dressed quite stylishly today. A turtleneck sweater with a black coat, black stockings on her legs, exuding an aura of nearly 3 meters tall, yet her eyes show no emotion. She indeed speaks about the Soul Master competition, demanding that they must break through to Soul King within 3 years, and gives them 3 tasks to earn merit. After speaking, she dismisses Xiaoyu and Yin, leaving only her beloved disciple, Hulaina, behind. Once the door closes, BabyTang's entire aura softens instantly, inviting Hulaina to sit beside her, treating her with affection. She lets Hulaina pick any one of the 3 tasks, clearly giving her special treatment. Hulaina, being clever, smiles, and without even looking, randomly draws one, implying that everyone has an equal chance and showing great team spirit. Just then, Hulaina notices a strange cup on BabyTang's desk, transparent with brown liquid and black pearls inside, along with a straw. Curiously, she asks what it is. BabyTang tells her to try it herself. Hulaina takes a big sip, and the next second, her pretty face scrunches up. Teacher, why is it so sweet?" BabyTang is taken aback and replies, "Sweet? Huh?" The two chat for a while, and Hulaina leaves with the task information. Once alone in the room, the softness on BabyTang's face disappears instantly, leaving only endless loneliness. She picks up the cup of milk tea and takes a gentle sip. This is something she made from memory, But no matter how she tries, she can't replicate that sweet taste from her memories. She thinks perhaps she didn't add enough sugar, so she adds spoonfuls, but when she drinks it, it still tastes bitter and unyielding. On the other side, as soon as Hulaina comes out, Yin buzzes around her like a fly. Xie remains calm, wanting his sister to pick the simplest task. However, Hulaina has already guessed this, shakes the task she drew in her hand, and says she'll choose first this time, leaving the two of them to split the leftovers, and then she darts away. Back in her room, Hulaina finally opens the task file and sees that she is to go eliminate a pack of wolf bandits. Let me tell you, this wolf thief is not to be taken lightly. It is a monster born from a union of a nether wolf and a human female soul master, extremely cruel. They will directly consume men as food, and women fare even worse, as they will have their cultivation abilities stripped away and become tools for breeding their offspring. Hulaina had previously seen rescued female soul masters, and the horrific sight left her with a huge psychological shadow. But this time, she decided to bear it herself. Time flew by, and 2 months passed. My brother, in the Holy Spirit Village, received another memory, starting from when he confessed to BabyTang, to the birth of their first child. After watching it, he felt a seal within his body suddenly shatter. That night, Zhu Zhuyun, as usual, pushed my brother to the back mountain for a stroll. The two sat quietly on the hillside, enjoying the rare peace. But just as they were about to head back, my brother suddenly froze. It was too quiet. The surroundings were eerily silent. Soon after, rustling sounds came from the woods. My brother's left eye, the eye of the Xieji, activated instantly. Darkness looked no different from daytime in his eyes. He saw a beautiful girl with long black straight hair, supporting a seriously injured female soul master, desperately running towards them. And behind them were dozens of pairs of glowing green eyes. It was the wolf thieves. My brother didn't say a word, and with a stretch of his right hand, he grasped the destiny-long spear. Soul rings rose beneath his feet. Purple, 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 black. Holy crap, for soul rings. The first one being 1,000 years, the next two 10,000 years, and the last one was actually 100,000 years. The seal on him had truly broken. He had promised Aunt Zishi not to act unless absolutely necessary, but now, it was clearly a last resort. Hulaina never expected that a cleansing mission would turn out like this. Their team was originally quite luxurious, but they were ambushed by a mutated wolf thief leader that could perform mental attacks. The Soul King leading the team fought desperately to carve a bloody path for her, and she managed to escape with another female soul master. Just as they were about to run out of the jungle, she saw two figures, one male and one female. The man had white hair, strikingly handsome, while the woman had a hot figure, cool and impressive. She was about to shout for them to run when the man spoke, his voice cold. The person next to you is about to collapse. Hulaina looked down and saw that her companion had lost too much blood and was about to faint. At that moment, she clearly saw the soul rings beneath the man's feet. Purple, 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 black. Hulaina's eyes instantly widened like copper bells. She doubted whether she was hallucinating from blood loss. How could this be possible? My brother didn't have time to explain, and directly moved against the 16 wolves chasing behind us. He only said to Zhu Zhuyun, "Go knock that person out." Zhu Zhuyun quickly darted to Hulaina's back, and before she could react, a chop from her hand made Hulaina's vision go dark, and she collapsed. At the same time, my brother's colorful holy domain instantly unfolded. Countless vines shot towards the ordinary wolf bandits, while he himself activated the swift dragon break, transforming into a streak of light and charging directly at the mutated wolf bandit leader. When the wolf bandit leader saw my brother rushing over, its green eyes instantly focused its spiritual power, transforming into a terrifying ghostly head, attempting to take my brother out in one move. But it didn't know that in front of my brother's Xieji, launching a spiritual attack was like trying to use a calculator to crack the Tianano. 2 supercomputer, a pure dimensionality reduction strike, utterly overestimating itself. Goodness, let me tell you, these gatekeepers really have no discernment. The young one at the front was still wagging his tail like a puppy begging for mercy, and as soon as he brought someone in charge, he immediately changed his tone and barked at us. "Chief, it's them. They're here to ruin the place." I was so angry I almost laughed. Is a noble circle of Do City filled with people who don't think before they leave the house? Just because they're dressed a bit shabby, they dare to jump around like that? What if my dad really is a disheveled title de law? Wouldn't you all be turning Moon Pavilion into ashes today? But you know, these upper-class people have their eyes on the top of their heads. They wouldn't even notice us commoners. That middle-aged man in the purple robe glanced at us with his nostrils flared, and his disdainful attitude was just like that young guy from earlier. Moon Pavilion doesn't serve beggars, get lost. Let me tell you, my dad has a bad temper. He was already holding in a stomach full of anger because of my mom's issues, and now being poked at repeatedly like this, his killing intent was almost palpable. Seeing the situation was not right, I realized that if I didn't intervene, these guys in front of me would be heading off to the afterlife today. My father has a special identity, so it's not appropriate to act recklessly. Well then, I guess it's up to me. With a clang, my fate spear struck the ground, and beneath my feet, 4 soul rings, purple, 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 and black, suddenly appeared with a bang. The color combination was an explosive level of visual impact. The 2 blue-robed attendants behind the purple-robed overseer gasped in shock, their expressions as if they had seen a ghost, probably already thinking, "This is terrifying." I pointed my gun and couldn't be bothered to say more. Hurry up and get lost. If it comes to blows, I can't guarantee this building will still be standing. The 2 in blue robes were scared. Their soul power was only slightly higher than mine, and considering my age, if it really came to a fight, they wouldn't have a good outcome. But the one in purple robe had a face as dark as a pot bottom, still trying to intimidate me. Do you dare threaten me? This is Heavendoe City. If you injure even one noble inside, you'll have 10 heads to chop off. Nonsense nobles. I laughed out loud. They're already at odds and still pretending to be civilized. I'll give you a chance. Anyone below Soul Sage who thinks they can kill me, come over and take my head. I have to tell you, if it were in the past, I might have been more restrained, but now, the wicked fire in my heart has nowhere to vent. This sandbag that has come to my door, how could I not hit it? Second soul skill, activate. A colorful light exploded around me, instantly enveloping a 100-meter radius in my domain. As the pressure of the domain rose, the faces of the 4 opponents turned pale. The young man who started the trouble first, who knows about his family, rolled his eyes and fainted on the spot, soft as mud. The other 3 soul masters were still okay, but they looked like they had seen the king of hell, quickly revealing their martial souls. The one in the purple robe was somewhat impressive, with 5 soul rings. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, a standard top configuration. The other 2 were lacking a bit, with 4 soul rings, and their configuration was poor. Zhu Jian saw that the opponents were about to gang up on me, and couldn't let me take it alone. So she called upon her phantom spirit cat, Martial Soul, to join in. The one in the purple robe was still making a final struggle, shouting at me. Kid, let me tell you, our sect master is hosting important guests today. If you disturb the big shots upstairs, you're done for. Oh, then I really appreciate your reminder. I said this while the long spear in my hand started to hum. Just as the tension was about to break and the fight was about to start, a particularly calm voice suddenly came from upstairs. Why don't both sides take a step back? Since we are here to visit, why not go upstairs for a chat? As soon as this voice came out, the previously arrogant purple-robed steward instantly seemed to have been switched off, retracting his martial soul and nodding with great respect. My father's expression softened as he patted my shoulder and said, Xiaoyin, Zhuyan, pack up, let's go. I just found out that the high-end gathering upstairs is actually happening. The leader of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, is bringing his spoiled little daughter, Ning Rongrong, here to learn etiquette. Let me tell you, Ning Rongrong is truly a little devil, causing chaos at home. Her father was at his wit's end and, following his disciple Shui Qinghe's suggestion, sent her here for reform. On the way, it was quite a scene. She clung to Ning Fengji's arm, crying and throwing a tantrum, using every trick in the book. Ning Fengji, determined not to give in, faced her antics, and she then turned to her grandpa's sword. The protective elder of the 7 Treasure Glazed Tile School, Sword Doluo Qinshin. That little girl can turn on the tears at will. Hugging Sword Doluo's arm and putting on a performance. Grandpa Sword. Rongrong, doesn't he want to leave you? Sword Doluo was so indulgent. But there was nothing he could do but comfort her. However, when Ning Rongrong saw that this tactic wasn't working, she immediately tried to find her grandpa Bone, the other protective elder, Bone Doluo. Just as she was about to run off, a voice from within the sect came from Bone Doluo, snuffing out her last hope. When they arrived at the Moon Pavilion, where a long-lost aunt, the owner Tang Yuehua, had just sat down, we heard the commotion from our side downstairs. With a flash of colorful light and a surge of soul power, Sword Doluo, who had been keeping his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and said, This person's will is very strong. I tell you, a master is a master. As soon as he heard, he knew that the person downstairs, although not very powerful, was a potential stock. My Aunt Tang Yuehua felt a bit embarrassed at that moment, as something like this happened right at her doorstep, losing face in front of distinguished guests. Just as she was about to go down to handle it, Ning Fengji stopped her and suggested that we come up to meet them instead. So, The four of us went upstairs. As soon as we entered that pavilion, I tell you, the atmosphere instantly changed. The sword de Loa in the room suddenly lit up with excitement, his eyes shining like searchlights, and he whispered to his sect master, among the guests, "There's a title de Loa." With that one sentence, everyone in the room held their breath. When we walked in, my Aunt Tang Yuehua, upon seeing my father's face, started trembling. All her elegance and grace vanished in an instant. I saw her too, looking incredibly beautiful today in a light blue long dress, with light makeup, exuding elegance. But her eyes were only on my dad. Let me tell you, that gaze was just like it was glued to my dad's face, not moving away for a second. She was trembling all over, and her voice changed. "How go? Is that you? Is it really you?" My dad also had a gentle expression as he raised his hand to wipe her tears. "Sister, I'm back." The next moment, my aunt cried out and threw herself into my dad's arms, weeping like a rain-soaked pear blossom, completely losing her composure as the head of the family. It's normal for siblings to cry when they reunite. But let me tell you, this is not simple. The look in my aunt's eyes, TSK, that was not the look of a sister at all. It was simply, who understands family dynamics? My mom gently patted me from behind, and I instantly understood, wow, turns out everyone was in on it. My mom is very clear-minded. Back then, my aunt looked down on her and opposed their relationship, making things difficult for them everywhere. Later, my mom discovered that this little aunt had feelings for my dad. This situation was quite something. When my aunt finally calmed down, my dad pulled her away from his embrace and teasingly said, "You're not a little girl anymore. I'm 80 years old, and you're still my brother." My aunt was quite proud. Only then did she notice us behind my dad. When her eyes met my mom's, the shock on her face was evident. My mom, however, remained calm, smiled slightly, and called her little sister. My father then officially introduced, "This is my wife, Yin. This is my son, Tang Yin. And this is my apprentice, Zhu Zhuyan." I quickly went up to greet Aunt Zhu Zhuyan. "Aunt." My aunt nodded, her gaze sweeping over Zhu Zhuyan before finally landing on me, and then she froze. She could tell at a glance that my white hair was not natural. Just think about it. My dad has black hair, my mom has blue hair, so how could they possibly give birth to someone with white hair like mine? She came over and held my hand, and I felt a particularly peaceful energy flowing from her hand to mine, calming down the restlessness and madness in my heart just a little. Later, I learned that this was called the innate domain, and it was quite impressive. Just then, Ning Fengji from the pavilion stepped forward to ease the situation, saying they would leave first and not disturb our family reunion. His little witch of a daughter, Ning Rongrong, was overjoyed to hear they could leave. But as soon as she looked up, she saw me. I tell you, that little girl's face turned bright red in an instant, and she quickly lowered her head, shrinking behind her grandpa Jian, the pure love battle god collapsing in response. I scanned the surroundings as well, and the old man in white, the sword de law, nodded at me kindly. When experts spar, a single glance is enough. Finally, my gaze landed on the Prince Shui Qinghe, dressed in noble attire. I tell you, just with that one glance, my mind buzzed, and my CPU nearly burned out. In my eyes, his face started to twist, transforming into a woman's face, unbelievably beautiful. And that face kept changing, and in the end, it even bore some resemblance to BabyTang. The inner demon surged up in an instant, and my eyes turned red in a flash. My left eye lit up with a white light, activating the eye of Xieji. All the disguises in front of me were as flimsy as paper. I saw his cold sweat dripping down, his whole body stiffened, probably calculating how to escape, and he even considered taking Ning Rongrong next to him as a hostage. Just when I was about to lose control, Zhu Zhuyan grabbed my hand tightly and whispered Xiao Yin. I jolted awake, the red light in my eyes fading away. I patted Sister Zhu Yun's hand, then turned to the almost stunned Qian Rushue and gave her a friendly smile. Qian Rushue probably understood that I wasn't planning to expose her for now. She forced herself to remain calm, stood up, walked in front of me, and extended her hand. "Hello, little brother. My name is Shui Qinghe. Nice to meet you." I hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed on. Let me tell you, it felt amazing. My left hand was holding my partner's, while my right hand was holding the future big boss who was dressed as a man. Her hand was warm and smooth. It was incredible. Zhu Zhuyan saw me holding onto her hand for so long and looking enchanted, probably starting to think all sorts of things in her mind, so she quickly applied some pressure, bringing me back to reality. I finally let go of my hand and smiled, saying, "My name is Tang Yin. Nice to meet you." Ning Fengji, that old fox, watched our interaction and thought we knew each other. Qian Rushue quickly explained that it was just because I was friendly. Then there was a round of mutual compliments in business. Ning Fengji praised my talent and subtly hinted at his daughter, who only knows how to have fun. My father sensed that something was off and felt that this old fox was considering a marriage alliance. My dad is also a sly old fox. He chuckled and pointed at the hands that I and Zhu Zhuyun were still holding, directly shutting down the conversation. My son doesn't let me rest easy either, dating at such a young age. Look, he can't even let go of my apprentice's hand now. Zhu Zhuyun's face instantly turned red, but she held on tighter, probably overjoyed inside. Ning Fengji's expression upon hearing this was quite something, looking as if he was constipated. Haha. He knew it was hopeless and could only awkwardly laugh as he prepared to take his leave. I have to tell you, today at the auction, I witnessed how a fierce person is born. At that moment, my little nephew Tang Yin, looking at the pitiful cat-eared girl on stage, suddenly said to Ning Fengji next to me, "Then I'll overturn this outdated world and build it the way I want." Goodness, I was stunned. This kid is really something. The air in the VIP room froze. Ning Fengji's hand was suspended in midair, and his jaw almost dropped. Back to the main point. This story has to start from the beginning. The auctioneer was terrified by my second brother, Tang Hao, and continued to auction the half-human, half-cat girl while trembling. He introduced her quickly, afraid that if he said another word, my second brother would throw him out. After he finished calling for bids, the entire room fell silent. No one dared make a sound. And then guess what? There was always someone bold. A rebellious voice rang out. "Humph. What is there to be afraid of a title de loi?" Then someone followed with a bid. 110,000. 120,000. These people just don't shed tears until they see the coffin. At that moment, my little nephew Tang Yin calmly said to his dad, "Dad, help me buy her." My second brother was cool too, just one word. "Okay." Next to us, Ning Fengji from the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School was curious and asked him, "Little Yin, what good is it to save her? Last week, a snake woman was auctioned off. Can you save her?" I have to say, this directly left Tang Yin speechless. He remembered the disgusting faces of the nobles he had seen along the way, as well as the oppressed commoners, and his whole demeanor changed. Indeed, can saving 1 or even 100 change this rotten rule at its core? No. Just as my second brother was about to ring the bell, Ning Fengji smiled and stopped him, indicating that he would handle it. But at the moment he was about to press it, Tang Yin's earth-shattering words burst out. Ning Fengji was completely taken aback, probably thinking, "Kid, your idea is a bit too extreme." But for some reason, he felt that this kid might actually be able to accomplish something. The arrogant young man below was still shouting, "Who dares to compete with me?" But when he looked up and saw it was Ning Fengji, he instantly looked like he had seen a ghost, breaking out in a cold sweat, and was pulled back to his seat by someone next to him. In the end, Ning Fengji successfully purchased the cat girl for 160,000 gold soul coins. Tang Yin thanked him, and Ning Fengji joked, "I'm not doing this for you. My sect needs a maid." Men, saying they don't want it, but their body is very honest. However, this act of kindness bought a huge insurance for the future of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School. As soon as the auction ended, my second brother and Tang Yin grabbed their things and left. That place was indeed dirty, and they felt unlucky staying even one more second. On the way, my second brother educated Tang Yin. "You were too impulsive today. How can you say such things casually?" Tang Yin replied that he said it deliberately for Ning Fengji to hear, as a kind of test. He knew very well that he was still too weak. He needed to at least reach title de loi before he had the qualification to overturn the table. However, this kid seemed to have found a new goal in life. He had been slacking off in cultivation for half a year, and as a result, he automatically leveled up from level 45 to level 46, which was simply ridiculous. Just as they were preparing to return to Yuxian, a court-dressed maid ran over and respectfully handed over a token. "Young Master Tang Yin, His Highness the Crown Prince invites you to his residence tonight." The Crown Prince? Tang Yin immediately thought of QianXunji's face. Wow, speak of the devil, and he shall appear. What does she want with me? Tang Yin calculated in his mind. This woman disguised as the Crown Prince. And knowing her background, she must be unable to sleep at night. Just right, he wanted to overthrow the nobles, and she wanted to usurp the empire. Isn't this a natural alliance? So he took the token and politely replied, "Please inform His Highness the Crown Prince that I will definitely be there tonight." My second brother was confused and said, "Xiaoyin, aren't you trying to overthrow the Tiando Empire? Why are you going to meet the Crown Prince?" Tang Yin smiled mysteriously and replied, "Dad, you'll know in the future. When we returned to Yuxian, no one dared to stop us this time. And we went straight to the top floor, to Tang Yuehua's private reception room. Maya was wearing a light green dress today, kneeling and playing the guqin. The scene was ethereal and enchanting. After finishing a piece, she looked up and saw my second brother, and her eyes instantly lit up. "How good you're here." My second brother returned the black card to her, Well, the things are bought. Little sister, I'll leave Xiaoyin to you. There was a sense of farewell in his words, and Tang Yuehua immediately became anxious, stood up and grabbed his arm, saying with a pitiful expression, "Are you leaving just like this? We just met, and I've already informed elder brother." My second brother's expression fell when he heard about the eldest brother, and he asked softly, "Is he doing okay? The eldest brother has been waiting for you to return and inherit the position of the clan leader. I have no face to go back." Tang Yuehua's eyes were about to cry, and my second brother hurriedly explained, "It's not that I'm avoiding the eldest brother. I have a child named Tang San, who is the biological brother of Tang Yin. I need to guide him in his cultivation, who understands the family matters." As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yuehua was stunned. She thought my second brother only had Tang Yin as a son, but turns out there was another one. My second brother looked at her dazed face, gently pinched her cheek, and said softly, "Yuehua, I'm leaving." After saying that, he turned around and disappeared. My aunt was stunned for a while, and it was only after Tang Yin quietly reminded her, "Aunt, my dad has gone far away," that she came back to her senses, her face flushed, probably reliving the earlier face-touching moment. To cover up her embarrassment, she cleared her throat and said to Tang Yin, "Xiaoyin, come to me for an hour every day from now on, and I will help you cleanse your mind." In the afternoon, Tang Yin practiced on her own while Zhu Zhuyan went shopping with her friends. By evening, when Tang Yin said she wanted to go to the prince's mansion, Zhu Zhuyun's expression instantly panicked. I'll tell you something even funnier. After Tang Yin explained for a long time, she barely agreed, but before leaving, insisted on having an in-depth conversation with Tang Yin before letting her go. No matter how smart Tang Yin was, she couldn't figure it out. How could she know that Zhu Yun was afraid she would meet that handsome prince and end up being swayed? This move, I can only say, perfectly fits my imagination of cyber couples in 2025. First, declare sovereignty with a stamp and then talk. Tang Yin, feeling dazed, arrived at the prince's mansion, which was dazzlingly magnificent, almost blinding me. A maid led her to a secluded palace door and then retreated. Tang Yin pushed the door open directly and saw Shui Qinghe leisurely making tea. "Your Highness, what do you need from me?" Tang Yin feigned ignorance while knowing full well. QianXunji pushed a cup of tea toward her, and she picked it up and drank, not fearing poison at all. It's a joke. The life energy within her made her immune to all poisons. Seeing her so brave, QianXunji was a bit impressed and got straight to the point. "I heard you weren't happy at the auction today." Tang Yin immediately countered, "Beautiful sister, since you know my identity, there's no need to beat around the bush." As soon as these words left her mouth, I immediately felt two killing intents locking onto Tang Yin from the shadows. But QianXunji just waved her hand, and the two pressures disappeared instantly. In the next second, wow, she directly removed her disguise and transformed right there. A stunningly beautiful big sister with long blonde hair appeared before her. I thought, why didn't you just come like this earlier? Tang Yin was also stunned, mainly because the woman's face bore a resemblance to BabyTang. "Is it beautiful?" QianXunji asked with a smile. "Yes," Tang Yin honestly replied. "Then can you tell me how you saw through my disguise?" Tang Yin's left eye flashed with white light, revealing her special eye technique. QianXunji was startled and then asked, "Then why didn't you expose me yesterday? Exposing you would do me no good. More importantly, you look like an old friend of mine." "Who?" "The current pope, BabyTang." As soon as those three words were spoken, QianXunji's pupils constricted sharply. Tang Yin pressed on. "What is your relationship with her?" QianXunji lowered her head, pouring herself a glass of water to hide the loneliness in her eyes, and softly said, "She is my sister." "Sisters?" Tang Yin understood. "The Pope, Sister's Spirit Hall, the Prince of Tiando. Wasn't this about usurping the country?" "I think I have guessed your plan." Tang Yin leaned closer to her and whispered in her ear with a voice only the two could hear. "I will help you plot against the country, and you help me innovate." Their faces were very close, and the atmosphere suddenly became ambiguous. QianXunji looked at her and smiled, asking, "What makes you think I would cooperate with you? Aren't you afraid I'll kill you?" Tang Yin blinked her innocent big eyes. "If my sister wanted to kill me, wouldn't she have done it already? But you look like you haven't even turned 15. What do you have to cooperate with me? Just based on me, my innate soul power is level 20. As soon as she said this, QianXunji was completely stunned. I thought the next step would be to sign a contract and leave a fingerprint, but guess what happened next? This sister suddenly leaned in and kissed Tang Yin on the lips. It was a quick touch and then parting. "Allies are so unreliable," she domineeringly declared from now on. "You belong to your sister." Tang Yin was completely bewildered. "Why you? But I have a girlfriend." QianXunji looked down at him. "I didn't say you had to leave your girlfriend. From now on, I will be the big one, and she will be the small one. Oh my, this girl really understands domination. Tang Yin was completely a loss with her and weakly asked, but I don't even know your name. My name is QianXunji's. All right, stop being so wishy-washy like a girl. Fine, these two clever people got straight to the point. All the talk about avenging fathers and sect grievances was temporarily put aside in the face of enormous profit. After sending Tang Yin away, two titled Delaw emerged from the shadows, one with a snake spear and the other a blood-stabbing porcupine. The chubby blood-stabbing Delaw was anxious. Young master, why didn't you kill that kid? The former pope died at his father's hands. QianXunji merely said indifferently, he spared me yesterday, so it wouldn't be appropriate for me to kill him today. She directly interrupted blood-stabbing's advice and coldly said, Grandpa Bloodstabbing, you're here to protect me, not to boss me around. Bloodstabbing was so frightened that he dared not speak further and quickly withdrew. The room was left with only QianXunji. She hated loneliness. But today, she was very happy because she had met someone like herself. Switching scenes, let us look at BabyTang on the other side, and it was quite miserable for her. A level 97 Lion Daw, relying on his position in the offering hall, slammed a personnel adjustment proposal in her face, which involved replacing all her promoted individuals and cutting her power. His attitude was so arrogant that he might as well have said she was just a decoration. BabyTang's knuckles turned white from anger, but there was nothing she could do. Her current strength was insufficient, so she had to endure. Dragging her exhausted body back to her private quarters, she changed into slippers, and at the entrance, there was a pair of brand new men's slippers. She sank into the sofa in the living room, and on the wall in front of her hung a huge wedding photo, an image of her and Tang Yin from their previous lives. Looking at the person in the picture, her exhaustion faded a little. She took off her clothes to shower, revealing a ghastly scar on her chest. That was left from her suicide attempt. But she was saved by the Rakshasa god, who even threatened her with the people around her, Hulaina, QianXunji, forbidding her from seeking death again. So, she could only live like a puppet. Soaking in the hot water, she reminisced about her first time with Tang Yin. That sweetness made her temporarily forget that she was a pope, just an ordinary girl being loved, who understands her family. By day, she was a decisive queen. By night, she returned home to Emo in front of her husband's portrait from her past life. I could cry. After bathing, she inexplicably put on that treasured phoenix robe, the wedding dress she wore on her big day. Dressed in that outfit, she went to the balcony and looked down at the entire spirit city. The power that so many people yearned for was worthless in her eyes. She gazed at the moon in the sky and softly asked, Little Een, you're still alive, right? She didn't dare send someone to search. She was afraid of receiving the news of his death. If that happened, she would completely go mad. A melodious yet sorrowful song escaped her lips, and a single tear quietly slipped down her cheek. As for that unfortunate Hulaina, she woke up the next dawn after being knocked out by Zhu Jian. After checking herself, she found that apart from her clothing buttons being undone, nothing else was wrong, but she was scared out of her wits and suffered from PTSD. She settled her injured teammates in Nodding City and sat alone in a daze on the carriage back to Spirit City. The chrysanthemum Delaw, who had been secretly protecting her, had no idea what Hulaina had gone through and only thought she was feeling down due to the mission failure. After completing the protection task, the chrysanthemum doll went directly to the Pope's palace to report. The information about the chance encounter with Tang Hao was extremely important. His injuries were almost healed, and the chrysanthemum doll clearly understood that Tang Hao had not truly meant to kill him. Upon entering the Pope's palace, the steward led the chrysanthemum doll to the door of BabyTang's office. After announcing him, the chrysanthemum doll entered the room. Facing BabyTang, the Pope, he was still very respectful. After bowing to her, he began his task report. After listening to the chrysanthemum doll's description, BabyTang discovered a suspicious point. The intelligence about the Wolf Bandit leader was incorrect. Even a Soul King level captain had died at the hands of the Wolf Bandit, indicating that the Wolf Bandit leader's strength was at least at the Soul King level. At that time, Nana had already been caught up by the Wolf Bandits. And when you were about to rescue her, Tang Hao stopped you, saying his son could handle it. That's right. The chrysanthemum Delua thought of that night as frustration, and his tone became quite aggrieved. Not only did he stop me from saving Nana, but he also beat me up badly. However, Nana was indeed fine. That group of wolf bandits became corpses. Have you checked how those wolf bandits died? The chrysanthemum Delua nodded. I wouldn't dare neglect anything related to Tang Hao. I examined all the wolf bandit corpses, apart from the wolf bandit leader, who died from claw wounds on his back. The others all died from being pierced through the body. Pierced through? Yes, if I'm not mistaken. Tang Hao's son's martial soul should be a gun. Upon hearing gun, BabyTang's heart suddenly skipped a beat. A gun martial soul, surnamed Tang. A bold guess sprang to her mind. Is there any other clue? BabyTang asked somewhat anxiously. The chrysanthemum de law shook his head. I can't discern anything else. Perhaps Nana knows more than I do. Someone, go bring Hulaina here. After receiving the order, someone immediately went to find Hulaina. Before she could return to her room to rest, Hulaina was brought before BabyTang. Looking at the fatigue and sorrow on Hulaina's face, a twinge of pain appeared in BabyTang's heart. But now was not the time to care for her disciple. She had very important matters to attend to. Nana, tell me everything you know about Tang Hao's son, the one who saved you, as detailed as possible. Hulaina thought her teacher had called her in to comfort her, but unexpectedly, it was for questioning. And a hint of bitterness surged in her heart. Though she felt wronged, Hulaina would never go against BabyTang's wishes. Thus, she began to recall the appearance of Tang Yin that night. The person was about 14 years old, very handsome, with white hair. After hearing Hulaina's description of his appearance, BabyTang's heart sank. Tang Yin was handsome, but he had black hair. Hulaina was unaware of BabyTang's thoughts and continued, he is a soul zone, and his martial soul is a brown long spear. But his soul ring configuration is terrifying. Purple, 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 black. I thought I was seeing things at the time, but after confirming it repeatedly, that was the color. Purple, 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 black? The chrysanthemum Dolua seemed to recall something. About a year ago, when I went to the Barak Kingdom to mediate the dispute between the Tiando Empire and the Xinglua Empire, I heard a genius on the battlefield who had a purple, 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 black soul ring configuration. At that time, I thought it was just a rumor. I didn't expect it to be true. After the chrysanthemum Dolua finished speaking, Hulaina added, oh right, his martial soul also has healing abilities. With just a single finger, he saved that female soul master who escaped with me. After Hulaina finished describing, BabyTang controlled her emotions and painfully uttered 2 words, get out. Hulaina felt her teacher had become somewhat strange, but she still left the study with the chrysanthemum Dolua. As they left, Hulaina glanced back at her teacher, only to see her sitting there with her head down, silent. After everyone left, BabyTang immediately got up and locked the door, her whole body feeling drained as she leaned against the door and slowly slid down to the ground. When BabyTang heard Hulaina's description of Tang Yin's martial soul, she could confirm that Tang Hao's son was indeed Tang Yin. He was the Tang Yin she loved. BabyTang couldn't face the deceased Tang Yin, and upon learning that he was still alive, how could she not feel joy? You are still alive, you're still alive, sob sob. BabyTang hugged her knees, releasing the emotions she had suppressed for many days. After venting, she felt much better inside, with a head full of white hair. Thinking of Hulaina's description of Tang Yin's appearance, BabyTang felt a pang of heartache. She couldn't imagine what Tang Yin had gone through in his heart. BabyTang knew that Tang Yin loved her deeply, even more than she loved him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gone that far for her. If she, knowing the truth, felt so much pain, how much more sorrow must he have felt, being kept in the dark? Moreover, at that time, she had belittled his love to nothing. He must have been so hurt. No, I can't. I have to find him. I need to clarify things with him. BabyTang made the decision almost instinctively. When emotions are in absolute control, even the most rational person can become impulsive, let alone BabyTang, who was in love. As for who would handle the daily affairs of the Hall of Spirits while the Pope was away, didn't that group of old geezers like to meddle? Let them worry about it. BabyTang returned to her room and opened the wardrobe in her bedroom. Inside were many clothes that looked somewhat exotic on the Dolua continent at this time. After a long selection, BabyTang packed a set of clothes and matching items into her storage soul guide. Once everything was ready, BabyTang set off on her journey to find her husband. Chapter 94. 1,000 Miles in Search, Part 2. The Pope disappeared without leaving any message. The deacon on duty that day didn't know what to do, so he reported to the elder hall. Every time BabyTang went into seclusion, she would arrange the daily affairs of the Hall of Spirits in advance. But this time she left in a hurry, without the time or inclination to do so. After some discussion, nearly half of the elders proposed to report to the Dolua Hall and let the offerings handle the matter. While the people of the Hall of Spirits were busy and flustered, BabyTang had already crossed the Barak Kingdom and arrived at the Fasno province. She didn't know the exact location of the Holy Soul Village, so she detoured to the nearby Nodding City. Just a few days before BabyTang arrived in Nodding City, Tang San and Xiao Wu had graduated from the Junior Soul Master Academy. They are under the direction of the Master and were heading to Shrek Academy, located on the outskirts of Soto City in the Barak Kingdom. Thus, It seemed that fate was favoring Xiao Wu, allowing her to escape yet again. However, even if they were to meet, as long as Tang San revealed his identity, BabyTang would not take action against Xiao Wu. At the Seoul Subhall in Nodding City, Su Yuntao began his daily clock-in routine as usual. After greeting his goddess CC, he was about to head to his office when he was stopped. Master Mateus walked towards Su Yuntao with a person dressed in a black robe. Mateus respectfully bowed to the figure in the black robe and said, "Your Majesty, this is Su Yuntao, the deacon responsible for the martial soul awakening in Holy Soul Village every year, a 27th level battle soul master." BabyTang wore a black cloak to conceal her true identity and avoid unnecessary trouble. "Take me to Holy Soul Village." BabyTang lowered her voice, sounding a bit hoarse. This was directed at Su Yuntao, who realized that the mysterious person before him was certainly a high-ranking member of the Hall of Spirits, given Mateus's address. After years of navigating the workplace, Su Yuntao immediately understood that his opportunity had come. If he could please this important figure, promotions, raises, and marrying his goddess would no longer be a dream. Su Yuntao adopted a respectful attitude and bowed at a 90-degree angle to BabyTang. "Serving your Majesty is my honor." BabyTang didn't have time for flattery from subordinates. She walked straight toward the outside of the Seoul Subhall, an impatient voice coming from behind Su Yuntao. "Don't waste my time." Cold sweat broke out on Su Yuntao's forehead. It seemed he had messed things up again. Under Su Yuntao's guidance, BabyTang arrived at Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village was as peaceful as ever. Most of the villagers, having entered winter, stayed at home and rarely went out. Occasionally, a villager fetching water from the river would see Su Yuntao and respectfully call out, "Master Su Yuntao." "It seems you are quite popular," BabyTang said to Su Yuntao beside her. This time, Su Yuntao behaved much more normally and simply replied, "Your Majesty flatters me. I have just done my duty. No need to be humble. Awakening martial souls for commoners is very tedious, especially for the children in these villages. You are the cornerstone of the Hall of Spirits. When you awaken martial souls for the children of these villagers, their respect for you is well-deserved." BabyTang said, "Mateus is getting old. When you reach level 30, take his position." This statement stunned Su Yuntao for a moment, but he quickly understood, and a look of joy appeared on his face. Mateus's position was none other than the master of the Seoul Subhall in Nodding City. "Thank you for your promotion, Your Majesty." This time, Su Yuntao bowed at a 120-degree angle. "You can go back now. Just tell Mateus like this, and he will write a recommendation letter for you." After Su Yuntao left, BabyTang slowly walked along the small road in Holy Soul Village. Holy Soul Village was quite a sizable village, and BabyTang didn't want to disturb the lives of these ordinary villagers. Knock, knock, knock. The door of old Jack's house was knocked on. BabyTang waited a moment at the door before hearing a voice from inside the house. "Coming, coming." Then came the sound of a cane striking the ground and hesitant footsteps. The door opened, and old Jack looked at the stranger in black with a puzzled expression. "Who are you?" BabyTang took off her large hat and revealed a friendly smile. "Old village chief. May I ask if there is someone named Tang Yin here?" "You're too late. Xiao Yin has already left Holy Soul Village." "Do you know where he went?" Upon hearing that Tang Yin had left, BabyTang pressed on. "What do you want with Xiao Yin? What is your relationship with him?" Old Jack became somewhat cautious, thinking that perhaps Tang Yin's enemies had come looking for him. Sensing old Jack's vigilance, BabyTang quickly explained, "Old village chief, please don't misunderstand. I'm Xiao Yin's girlfriend. We had a fight, and I came to find him to apologize." "Isn't Xiao Yin supposed to have a girlfriend? How come there's another girlfriend?" Old Jack was a bit confused. Hearing old Jack say that Tang Yin had a girlfriend made BabyTang's heart ache, feeling quite uncomfortable. "Xiao Yin, he has a new girlfriend?" Old Jack said. When Xiao Yin came back, he was seriously injured, his hair turned completely white, and he was so weak that he could barely walk. He came back with his mother and a girl. That girl looked very delicate and was clearly the daughter of a noble family. "We can't raise such a girl in our village." Xiao Yin's daily life was taken care of by her, and even his mother was very fond of her. After listening to old Jack's story, BabyTang's impulsive heart also calmed down. Xiao Yin had already started a new life. Should she disturb him? Thinking about her current self, her inner inferiority surged again, and her originally bright eyes dimmed. Old Jack looked at BabyTang and sighed. "Hey girl, I don't understand the matters between you young people, but seeing you like this, it seems you really care about Xiao Yin." Xiao Yin has gone to Tiando City to find his aunt. It seems to be a place called, Yuxian. "Girl, aren't you going to apologize to Xiao Yin? Then you should go and clarify things." "Yes, even if Xiao Yin has a new girlfriend, I should still tell him clearly." "Thank you for your guidance, old village chief." BB Dong solemnly bowed to Old Jack. Old Jack hurriedly helped BB Dong up. What are you doing? Xiao Yin has grown up under my watch. He is very smart and knows how to care for others' feelings. He is a gentle child. If you go and explain things to him, perhaps there will still be a chance. In the Dolo continent, polygamy is allowed. Not to mention the royal families of the two great empires. Even Zhu Zhuyun's father, Duke Yuming, has several wives. After bidding farewell to Old Jack, BB Dong did not stop and headed north towards Tiando City. Chapter 95. Peaking snow began to fall in Tiando City, the first of the year. The gently falling snowflakes landed on the rooftops, draping the ancient city in a layer of silvery veil, and even on the most bustling streets of Tiando City. There were few pedestrians. Yuxian, Tang Yin, and Tang Yuehua were sitting opposite each other. A faint white light extended outward from Tang Yuehua, enveloping Tang Yin within. Gentle energy continuously entered Tang Yin's body, soothing his emotions. This was Tang Yuehua's innate domain skill, Noble Ring. The Noble Ring can calm people's inner restlessness. All negative emotions in the world will gradually subside under Tang Yuehua's halo. To put it simply, it allows people to enter a sage-like state. Tang Yuehua reached out a hand, smoothing the white strands of hair on Tang Yin's forehead, and smiled. Silly child, why are you still being so polite with your aunt? When Tang Yin first experienced the effects of his aunt's Noble Ring, he felt its uniqueness. If Tang Yuehua could cultivate, she might truly become a goddess who brings peace to the continent. If her previous treatment of Tang Yin was due to Tang Hao's request, then after spending these days together, Tang Yuehua had already regarded Tang Yin as her own child. The uniqueness lay not in its ultimate effect, but in its conceptual function that changes your perception of things on a subconscious level. Aunt, you've worked hard. Tang Yin said. You and Yin are both kind people. So slick with your words at such a young age. I wonder how many girls you'll deceive in the future, Tang Yuehua teased, without any blame, mostly joking. All right, it's getting late. Isn't today your little girlfriend's birthday? Your aunt won't keep you. Don't make her wait too long. On the low table in front of Tang Yin lay the star cloud flower he bought from the Tiando auction house. One day, when Tang Yin arrived a bit early, he saw Tang Yuehua's somewhat lonely figure. Tang Yin chuckled. This isn't being polite, it's showing concern for you, aunt. After adapting to his calmed heart, Tang Yin slowly opened his eyes. He had sensed Tang Yuehua's emotional changes towards him, and, fearing that Yin might be upset, had intentionally kept a distance from Tang Yuehua. The star cloud flower emitted a faint fragrance, and the small white marks on the petals were sparkling, just like twinkling stars. A quarter of an hour later, Tang Yuehua slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. The daily hour of treatment was quite taxing for her. A level 9 soul power user. She was ultimately a woman with a hard life. What could be more painful than falling in love with someone impossible? The taboo love between Yu Xiaojiang and Lu Erlong was already frowned upon by the world, let alone her forbidden love with her own brother. The petals of the star cloud flower were round, with purple petals dotted with white marks, and the deep blue center had only a few stamens, resembling a star hanging above. Tang Yin's heart also accepted this special love from his aunt, and Yin didn't say anything after learning about it. Under the enhancement of Tang Yuehua's domain, the calming effect of the star cloud flower became even more pronounced. Looking at the somewhat weak, beautiful woman in front of him, Tang Yin felt a pang of heartache. Of course, he hadn't forgotten that today was Zhu Zhuyun's birthday, and he had prepared a gift long in advance. Picking up the star cloud flower on the table, Tang Yin bid farewell to Tang Yuehua and walked outside Yuxian. Since he was going to stay in Tiando City for a while, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun didn't stay in a hotel, but rented a small courtyard not far from Yuxian. Tang Yin didn't go home directly, but went to the market to buy many things. All the while, he remained unaware that someone had been following him closely. While Tang Yin was receiving treatment from Tang Yuehua, BB Dong had been watching from outside. This was the first time BB Dong had seen Tang Yin since parting from the secret realm. No matter how much psychological preparation she had done beforehand, she couldn't help but shed tears when she saw Tang Yin's figure. For a moment, she wanted to rush in, recognize him, hug him, and tell him everything she knew. But her inner inferiority and rationality held her back. At this moment, BB Dong was still wearing a black cloak on the outside, but inside she had changed into a carefully selected outfit. It was a light beige long coat paired with a white turtleneck sweater, black tights, and a pair of white ankle boots, topped with a cat ear hat that made her look youthful and a bit cute. This was the outfit she wore when she confessed to Tang Yin in the snow that night. Coincidentally, it was snowing again today. Not daring to approach and acknowledge him, BB Dong followed Tang Yin from behind, watching as he knocked on his own door. A girl in a black fleece outfit opened the door. It was Zhu Juyan. Upon seeing Tang Yin return, her face lit up with a joyful smile as she took the items from Tang Yin's hands and linked her arm with his to go inside. BabyTang carefully observed Zhu Juyan, and when Zhu Juyan showed a delighted expression, BabyTang seemed to see her former self in her. As someone who had been there, BabyTang understood that this was the expression only a girl in love could show. She no longer had the courage to step forward. The impulsiveness that had fueled her bravery in Holy Soul Village had been completely exhausted. Not every place is illuminated by soul-guiding devices. With the fall of the Dolua Empire, the technology of soul-guiding devices gradually faded away, and now even simple soul-guiding lighting is not widely available. The dim yellow candlelight brought a little brightness to the room. Today was Zhu Zhiyun's birthday, and Tang Yin personally prepared dinner for the two of them, even bringing back a cake. Zhu Zhiyan thoroughly enjoyed the days spent with Tang Yin. Wherever he was, she felt very comfortable. Yin had purposely suggested not living with them to give the two enough space. After simply having eaten something, Tang Yin lit the candles on Zhu Zhiyun's birthday cake. After today, Zhu Zhiyan would be 18 years old. Sister Zhiyan, make a wish. Through the candlelight, Zhu Zhiyan saw Tang Yin's gentle smile. Closing her eyes, Zhu Zhiyan brought her hands together in front of her chest and made a wish for her 18th birthday, to always be happy together with Xiao Yin. As the candles were blown out, the room fell into a brief darkness before lighting up again. When the light returned, Zhu Zhiyan saw Tang Yin standing in front of her, holding a necklace. The necklace reflected a dazzling glow under the candlelight. Happy birthday, Sister Zhiyan. It was exactly the gift Tang Yin had bought for Zhu Zhiyan, the colorful star. The gift was prepared a bit hurriedly, so please don't dislike it, Sister Zhiyan. Zhu Zhiyan frowned, puffing her cheeks, looking somewhat cute. She playfully scolded, how could I? I like everything you give me. Xiao Yin, help me put it on. Tang Yin bent down and helped Zhu Zhiyan put on the colorful star necklace. The colorful gem necklace looked perfect on Zhu Zhiyun's fair neck, not overshadowing her beauty, but instead enhancing it. Does it look good? Zhu Zhiyan didn't go to the mirror, but looked at Tang Yin and asked. Of course. Sister Zhiyan looks good in anything. Zhu Zhiyan stood up and wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck. Her warm breath brushed against Tang Yin's face, causing a slight blush on Tang Yin's fair skin. Gazing into Zhu Zhiyun's watery eyes, Tang Yin gradually leaned in closer. Love surged between them, and Tang Yin felt the softness of Zhu Zhiyun in her arms. Zhu Zhiyun was lost in the warmth of Tang Yin's chest. After a long time, their lips parted. At this moment, Zhu Zhiyun felt limp and leaned against Tang Yin's chest. But she still reached out a hand to lift Tang Yin's chin and said in a tempting tone, Xiao Yin, you promised to serve me. Just that one sentence ignited the fire in Tang Yin's heart. Looking at the person in her arms, Tang Yin's strong arms lifted Zhu Zhiyun effortlessly, and her breath became slightly heavy. Of course, looking at those delicate red lips, she kissed her again. Inside the room, it was already filled with the warmth of spring. Outside, in the snowy night, a thin layer of snow had already settled on BabyTang. She had been standing there for a long time, watching her beloved person embrace another woman. Now she felt like a rat living in a dark sewer, peeking at others' happiness through the cracks in a manhole cover. Let's talk. A woman's voice suddenly rang in BabyTang's ear, startling her into a cold sweat. Chapter 96. A conversation BabyTang instinctively wanted to escape, but was caught by the person's arm, just as she was about to use her soul power. The person's voice made her abandon the thought. I am Tang Yin's mother. BabyTang's hand was held by Yin, and they maintained this position for a long time. Being caught peeping by her beloved's mother, even if she was just watching from afar, made BabyTang's face turn red. Xiao Yin's mother. BabyTang whispered. The dim streetlight made it hard to see Yin's face. Yin had been watching from a distance for a long time, and when she saw BabyTang lingering, the sour feeling in her heart spilled out, and Yin felt it from afar. Yin brushed off the snow from BabyTang's body and said, Don't stand here. Come back with me. BabyTang should have left directly, but her inner desire led her to be pulled by Yin to her residence. Yin's place wasn't far from the small courtyard where Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyan lived. They were separated by a small alley. Tang Yin did this to avoid putting Yin in a difficult situation. Yin then observed BabyTang. She was very beautiful, like a goddess high above. The sorrow on her face added a touch of worldly beauty. Looking at BabyTang's appearance, the scolding Yin wanted to say turned into a soft sigh. Hey, to be honest, as Tang Yin's mother, I find you very unpleasant. Xiao Yin loves you so much, yet you hurt him like that. BabyTang lowered her head, her voice very soft, like a child who had made a mistake. I haven't finished speaking. As a woman, I know your feelings for Xiaoyin. Otherwise, you wouldn't have stood there for so long without noticing my presence. Ain had already confirmed BabyTang's general identity, but for safety's sake, she wanted to make sure. If I'm guessing correctly, the days when Xiaoyin disappeared were spent with you. You're the one Xiaoyin likes, right? Yes. That night, Ain originally wanted to tell Zhu Zhuyun that her sister would come to Tiando City in a few days, but unexpectedly, she gained an unexpected insight. The fireplace in the room burned with a fierce fire, and the warm air dispelled the coldness from BabyTang's body. Ain was somewhat surprised to hear BabyTang's identity. No wonder Xiaoyin had kept it from her. BabyTang, who wanted to continue speaking, was overwhelmed by some emotions again, and she covered her face and cried. Her muffled voice coming intermittently. Xiaoyin should know your true identity, right? Yes, I shouldn't have fallen in love with Xiaoyin. If it weren't for me, he wouldn't have become like this. Ain didn't feel offended by BabyTang interrupting her. Looking at the emotionally agitated BabyTang, the kind-hearted Ain directly embraced her. Yes, I'm the Pope of the Spirit Hall, BabyTang. Can you tell me your identity? No. BabyTang raised her head, her eyes reddening, and hurriedly explained. At that time, if I didn't do this, Xiaoyin would definitely die. BabyTang was very obedient at this moment, and her back and forth with Ain resembled a wicked mother-in-law, making things difficult for a daughter-in-law. These warm moments meant nothing to her, compared to her cold body. Her heart was even colder. Once BabyTang's emotions stabilized a bit, Ain spoke to her about Tang Yin's current situation. You saw Xiaoyin's condition. He has significant issues due to your own body, and this time he came to Tiando City to seek treatment. Ain sensed BabyTang's body trembling a little, and her tone softened. Xiaoyin is with Zhuyun, the girl you saw today. This is what his father and I hope to see, as it will help Xiaoyin recover from the shadows in his heart more quickly. I understand. Regarding Tang Yin's feelings for another girl, BabyTang felt no blame in her heart because she had chosen to sever the bond between her and Tang Yin. But now, seeing Tang Yin with another woman, she should feel happy for him and had prepared herself mentally. Yet, why did her heart hurt so much? I'll only ask you one question now. Do you still love Xiaoyin? BabyTang slowly raised her head and saw Yin's serious eyes. Don't rush to answer me. Ask your own heart. This is clearly a question that can be answered easily. BabyTang's love for Tang Yin has already been etched into her bones, yet she finds it hard to voice it. Because she is afraid, she feels inferior. She fears that Tang Yin will despise her, and she fears that she has sullied Tang Yin. I don't know. BabyTang gradually lowered her head. Silly girl, I understand your thoughts. A Yin's age as a human is actually similar to BabyTang's. But Yin has lived for 100,000 years longer than BabyTang, so calling her girl is not inappropriate. The atmosphere fell into silence for a long time, until it was finally broken by BabyTang. Actually a few days ago, I thought Xiaoyin was already dead, killed by my own hands. But now that I know he is still alive, with you by his side, and someone who loves him, I'm already very content. From now on, I will no longer disturb Xiaoyin. BabyTang forced a smile that seemed to be one of forced relief. I should go now. Looking at BabyTang's figure about to leave, Ain wanted to say something, but nothing came out. She could see BabyTang's love for her son, a love that led her to make a humble sacrifice in the end. At that moment, a long-buried memory quietly surfaced in her mind, and surprisingly, it was somewhat related to BabyTang. Wait, I remember something. Ain grabbed BabyTang, who was about to leave, and BabyTang looked at Tang Yin's mother in confusion, not understanding why she wanted to keep her here. Once, a night without words. In the morning, Zhu Zhuyun woke up from Tang Yin's embrace. Recalling the sweetness and shyness of last night, a blush rose on her face. How could this little brother be so? Looking at that still, sleeping little face, Zhu Zhuyun curiously stretched out her delicate hand, constantly pinching Tang Yin's face into various shapes. Bad brother, smelly brother, actually fed me. At this point, Zhu Zhuyun's face turned even redder. Tang Yin seemed very tired, still not waking up despite being teased by Zhu Zhuyun. Seeing Tang Yin's rosy lips, she was not polite and directly planted a kiss on them, just as the two were about to take the next step to start their morning exercise. A familiar voice came from outside the room. Sister, are you there? Zhu Zhuyun, whose body was slowly sliding down, suddenly froze. After identifying the owner of the voice, she jumped up like a cat whose fur had been ruffled. At the same time, Tang Yin, who was unrestrained, couldn't help but sigh. Great, no need for words. At this moment, Zhu Zhuyun looked like she had been caught in bed, hurriedly picking up the clothes on the floor and putting them on, while the torn black stockings were tucked into her storage soul guide. Seeing Tang Yin still motionless, Zhu Zhuyun became anxious. Xiao Yin, Zhu Qing is here. Hurry and get dressed. Tang Yin was speechless. He stood up and hugged Zhu Zhiyun. We are a proper couple. What are you afraid of? Zhu Zhiyun, who was flustered, suddenly remembered that she and Tang Yin were already a couple. That's right. Why am I in such a hurry? So, the two of them leisurely tidied up the remnants of last night. After Zhu Zhiyun got dressed, she opened the courtyard door. Chapter 97. Sisters Reunited. Four extremes sect outside the courtyard door. Zhu Qing looked at her sister with a puzzled expression. Sis, why did it take you so long to come out? Zhu Zhiyun's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal as she explained with a smile. I slept pretty soundly and didn't hear you just now. Seeing that Zhu Qing still wanted to ask something, Zhu Zhiyun quickly changed the topic. By the way, Zhu Qing, why did you come to Tiando City? The teacher returned to Nodding City a few days ago and told me you were in Tiando City, so I came to find you. Zhu Qing moved closer and hugged her sister's arm, continuing. Actually, I arrived last night. I learned from the teacher's sister, Mrs. Tang, that you were living here. Looking at her sister, who was still so clingy, Zhu Zhiyun patted her head like an elder. Have you been practicing well these days? Zhu Qing was now considerably shorter than Zhu Zhiyun, looking up at her sister with pride. Of course, I already have level 28 soul power now. The dark gold Fearclaw Bear's right arm bone, given to Zhu Qing by Tang Yin, has greatly helped her training. Compared to the original work, her soul power is 2 levels higher than in the original timeline, without the crisis and pressure from extreme environments. But equally without the pain of being hunted by loved ones, is a good thing for Zhu Qing. Zhu Zhiyun's face turned red all of a sudden, and she hurriedly pulled up her collar to cover the red mark on her neck. At this moment, she was no longer the cold character from the original work, but an ordinary girl with goals to escape her family's fate and family, Sister Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Qing met Tang Yin again after 2 years. Just as she was about to withdraw her gaze, she happened to see the red mark on Zhu Zhiyun's neck. Tang Yin handed Zhu Zhiyun a wrung-out towel. She had sustained some injuries, but they were almost healed now. Tang Yin was already fully dressed, simply tying his hair into a ponytail and fixing it with a purple gold jade crown. Dead little Yin, smelly little Yin, why did you have to kiss such an obvious place? Tang Yin surely would yell injustice when he found out, as he had a few marks in similar places. Tang Yin smiled and greeted Zhu Qing. Long time no see, Zhu Qing. With confusion in their hearts, the two sisters linked arms and walked into the house. Although Zhu Qing was not very convinced, she believed her sister would not lie to her. Sis, why is your neck red? Did a mosquito bite you? But where would mosquitoes come from in the middle of winter? Tang Yin simply explained a little. He then turned to Zhu Zhiyun and said, Zhiyun, the wash water is ready. When Zhu Qing entered the house, Tang Yin was preparing water for Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhiyun's heart had already turned Tang Yin into a round ball. Zhu Qing looked at Tang Yin, who had changed a lot, feeling a bit uncomfortable. Tang Yin, how did you change so much? Zhu Zhiyun instinctively wanted to take over, but noticed Zhu Qing's strange expression beside her. Simple-minded Zhu Qing had no idea what those marks were from. Finding a random excuse, Zhu Zhiyun casually said, maybe I pressed it while sleeping last night. She froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal, naturally taking the towel. After washing her face, Tang Yin left the room, leaving only Zhu Qing and Zhu Zhiyun in the room. The room fell into a brief silence. Sister, you and Tang Yin. Zhu Qing asked the question that had been on her mind. Zhu Zhiyun generously admitted, Zhu Qing, I am now with Xiao Yin, I am his girlfriend. As she said the last 3 words, the sweet smile on Zhu Zhiyun's face could not be hidden. Seeing her sister finally achieving her goal after half a year, Zhu Qing felt very happy for Zhu Zhiyun. Then, should I call Tang Yin brother-in-law from now on? Zhu Qing's tone seemed to carry a hint of teasing. You little girl. Zhu Zhiyun pinched her sister's cheek. The feeling surprisingly nice. I haven't been with Xiao Yin for long. Yo. Me and Xiao Yin regarding Zhu Zhiyun's punishment. Zhu Qing didn't care at all, but instead became more audacious. At this moment, Tang Yin walked in while drinking water. Zhu Qing directly called out, brother-in-law. Hearing Zhu Qing's address, Tang Yin sprayed the water in his mouth out. Cough, cough, cough. Tang Yin really didn't expect Zhu Qing to call him that, and he was choked badly. Zhu Zhiyun quickly stepped forward to pat Tang Yin's back, giving Zhu Qing a reproachful glance. Zhu Qing shrank her neck and made a face at her sister. After Tang Yin caught his breath, he wasn't angry. He just hugged Zhu Zhiyun and jokingly said, Zhu Qing, call out brother-in-law a few more times for me to hear. Zhu Zhiyun buried her head in Tang Yin's embrace, seemingly acquiescing to Tang Yin's actions. By the way, Zhu Qing, did my father tell you anything? Hearing Tang Yin ask about serious matters, Zhu Qing thought for a moment and said, Teacher said that your teacher, Senior Yang Wudi, has already established the Four Extremes sect with other sects and wants you to visit them. Teacher also said that I and my sister should follow you to cultivate during this period. Only then did Tang Yin remember that his teacher Yang Wudi had moved to Tiando City. He had been in Tiando City for a while, but hadn't visited. Since it was mentioned, Tang Yin didn't delay, taking Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing to the Four Extremes sect. Of course, he greeted Yin beforehand. Last night, Yin had spoken with BabyTang about something. When leaving, BabyTang had a confused look on her face, but there was hope in her eyes, a sign that hope had arisen in her heart. Tang Yin initially planned to only take Zhu Zhuyin to the Four Extremes sect, but Zhu Zhuqing's playful brother-in-law made his scalp tingle, so he had to take his sister-in-law along to visit his teacher. The Four Extremes sect is located in the southern suburbs of Tiando City. Among the four major single attribute families, except for the Min family, which is somewhat struggling, the other three families have accumulated considerable wealth over the past few years. The merger of the four families to establish a sect cost a significant amount, almost emptying their already thin coffers again. However, the larger the investment, the greater the return. The patriarch of the Li family, who had lived in Tiando City for many years, quickly smoothed over relationships and bought an entire mountain in the southern suburbs of Tiando City, along with a lot of surrounding land as the foundation for the sect. After more than 2 years of construction, it has already developed into a considerable scale. Within the sect, the patriarchs of the four major families are all sole Duos, and such a sudden emergence of power has attracted the attention of many forces. Among them, the most concerned is the Spirit Hall of Tiando City. Chapter 98. The former Pope of the Spirit Hall had a blood feud with these four families to avenge the Pope. However, the current Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, Salas, is one of BabyTang's people, and his interest in the Four Extremes sect is not to avenge QianXunji. The power of the Four Extremes sect is too great. Having four soul Duos makes it the top power in Tiando City, second only to the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect. For this reason, Salas pays such close attention to the Four Extremes sect. Tang Yin, along with Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, soon arrived at the entrance of the Four Extremes sect. The gate is made of ironwood, reflecting a cold light in the sunlight, resembling real fine iron. The plaque above the door reads Four Extremes sect in large characters. And there is also the sect's emblem on the door. The emblem consists of four fan-shaped sections forming a circular ring, with the top representing the shield of the Yu family's inherited martial spirit, the armored giant rhino, the bottom representing the wings of the Min family's inherited martial spirit, the sharp-tailed swift, the left representing the fist of the Li family's inherited martial spirit, the mighty gorilla, and the right representing the tip of the spear of the Pa family's inherited martial spirit, the soul-piercing spear. Each of the four extremes occupies a position, creating a perfect harmony. During the time waiting to report, Tang Yin chatted with another gatekeeper disciple. Tang Yin began to inquire about some information. Brother, how long have you moved here? Judging by his build, Tang Yin guessed that this person was either from the Li family or the Yu family. Which family were you from before? But the person's response surprised Tang Yin. I know you. You are the disciple taken in by the patriarch. Because of being low-key, one can live longer. Tang Yin was a bit surprised, but reminded himself not to judge people by their appearances in the future. This brother, could you please go in and report? Just say that Tang Yin, a disciple of Yang Wudi, is here to visit. The heavy snowfall from last night had just stopped, but the snow at the entrance of the Four Extremes sect had already been cleared, and 2 disciples of the Four Extremes sect dressed in uniform were standing guard at the entrance. In a fit of rage, the Emperor of the Star Luo Empire ordered a thorough investigation into this matter. This can be considered the greatest loss in the history of the Star Luo Empire. The succession of the throne has encountered problems. The Pa family. There was no lowly plot of difficulties and embarrassment. Upon hearing Tang Yin's self-introduction, the person did not dare to delay and, after saying a word to his companion, ran towards the sect. Only 2 of the 3 contenders for the throne of the Star Luo Empire returned, and 1 had defected. Among the 3 who survived, they couldn't even gather 1 pair of heirs. Most of the disciples of the Four Extremes sect are descendants of the 4 major single attribute families. After the catastrophe that occurred more than a decade ago, the disciples in the family have developed a personality of modesty and humility. This person did not hide anything from Tang Yin and truthfully informed him. We moved to the Tiando Empire 2 years ago. At that time, we left in quite a hurry, and some less important items were ordered to be abandoned by the patriarch. You wouldn't have guessed, would you? This person's voice sounded somewhat honest. He was often mistaken for someone else within the sect. Yang Wudi did this to prevent any unforeseen circumstances. Tang Yin stepped forward and engaged in polite conversation. Although he called him brother, this person's eyes looked like a small mountain, making Tang Yin appear like a little sheep in front of him. Yang Wudi didn't know if there were any survivors who saw him during the beast tide that day. To be safe, Yang Wudi could only move the family out of the Star Luo Empire as quickly as possible to avoid the Emperor's suspicion and unnecessary trouble. Oh, and now, the Patriarch doesn't allow us to refer to ourselves as disciples of a certain family, but rather uniformly as disciples of the Four Extremes sect. Hearing what the person in front of him said, Tang Yin understood some things. Just as Tang Yin was about to ask about Yang Wudi's recent situation, a figure quickly rushed towards Tang Yin. His speed was so fast that it was almost just a shadow, and in the blink of an eye, he was in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin focused his gaze, and a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. "Teacher, you've come." Upon hearing that Tang Yin had arrived, Yang Wudi, who was sparring with Titan, immediately stopped fighting and quickly ran down the mountain. Titan, who was on stage, looked confused and, after walking down with a frown, complained to Nyogao and Baihe beside him. That old goat hated Tang Hao so much a few years ago, yet now he cares so much about his son. I saw I just got beaten up by the old goat and couldn't fight back. Just when you were about to get serious, he ran away. You must not feel good about that, right? Nyogao said straightforwardly. Titan, whose thoughts were exposed, became somewhat exasperated. Old rhinoceros, do you want to get beaten too? Old gorilla, don't think I'm afraid of you. Come on, let us see if you can loosen my bones. The two walked onto the arena. Baihe was already used to this and walked down the mountain alone. Seeing Tang Yin's appearance, Yang Wudi didn't say much, just patted Tang Yin's shoulder. You've grown, and your strength has improved quite a bit. With 1,000 words unsaid, Yang Wudi ultimately didn't express any words of concern. As for Yang Wudi's feelings, how could Tang Yin not know? He was equally worried. Teacher, I'm fine. By the way, teacher, I have a girlfriend now, the one you've met. Tang Yin held Zhu Zhiyun's hand and introduced her to Yang Wudi. Yang Wudi was not surprised that Zhu Zhiyun became Tang Yin's girlfriend. He just nodded. Little girl, practice well. Since you're with Xiao Yin now, you don't need to worry about anything else. This was Yang Wudi's promise to Zhu Zhiyun. Hearing the meaning in Yang Wudi's words, Zhu Zhiyun immediately bowed to him. Thank you for your guidance, senior. Yang Wudi chuckled, his previously stern expression softened considerably. We're all family now, so why be so polite? This is... Tang Yin pulled Zhu Zhuqing, wanted to introduce her to Yang Wudi. I know. Yang Wudi waved his hand, your sister-in-law. I understand. At this point, a meaningful smile appeared on Yang Wudi's face. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhiyun did not understand the meaning of this smile, while Tang Yin, who understood, could only silently think that he was being inappropriate. You've been gone for 2 years. I really miss you. Yang Wudi led the three towards the sect. Tang Yin replied, I miss you a lot too, teacher. All you know is to say nice things. You little rascal. You didn't come back to see your teacher in 2 years. Just wait. I'll have to test your strength properly and see if you've fallen behind in your training over the past 2 years. Tang Yin just revealed a mysterious smile and made a request. Teacher, of course, but let us not use soul skills later, okay? What you said. I definitely want to use soul skills. If you want to use them, go ahead. Chapter 99. Teacher-student competition on the arena, several hundred meters in size. Titan and Nyogao were fighting fiercely. When Yang Wudi led the three into the sect, they headed straight for the arena, witnessing the battle between the two soul Doluos. The two were only sparring, and none of the soul rings on their backs had lit up. However, the amplification and power from the earlier soul rings of the soul Doluos should not be underestimated. Nyogao, covered in armor, had a solid piece of gray-brown armor appear on his body, and the shadow of his martial soul exuded great power, while on Titan's side, his muscles bulged. Black fur spread across his body, and the huge, mighty gorilla kept roaring. Titan's soul rings were all amplifications of strength attributes and strength-type soul skills, pushing the limits of power to the extreme. He became a disciple of Tang Hao because he was proud of his strength but was defeated by Tang Hao. A fist containing immense power headed straight for Nyogao's chest, with the amplification from the first 2 soul rings increasing the power of this punch by 150%. Surprisingly, Nyogao didn't evade. His 3rd soul ring lit up, and a layer of yellow-brown energy gathered on the gray-brown armor. The massive amplification effect brought by the purple soul ring allowed Nyogao to easily withstand the punch. As a loyal subordinate of Tang Hao, he also respected Tang Yin greatly. A look of go-ahead, hit me appeared on his stubbled face. Junior Zhu Zhiyun, Zhu Zhuqing, pays respect to Senior Titan and Senior Nyogao. Titan, wanting to save face, deliberately shouted loudly. Old Rhino, if it weren't for me not using my full strength, how could your turtle shell withstand my attacks? At this moment, the smile on Tang Yin's face faded as his aura became sharp. Yang Wudi didn't initiate any attacks, only defending against Tang Yin's assault. The spear of fate pierced straight towards Yang Wudi's lower body. Utilizing the force from Yang Wudi's defense, the spear's direction changed. Nyogao also noticed Yang Wudi's expression and stepped forward to pat Tang Yin on the shoulder, his voice rough and hearty. Xiao Yin, you've grown so fast. When I first met you, you were still a half-grown child. Come again. Before Tang Yin and the others arrived, Titan and Nyogao had already fought a few times. And after several attacks that couldn't take down Nyogao, Titan was a bit heated. I know you're anxious, but don't rush. Wait, are these two masters going to fight as soon as they meet? Tang Yin knew his sneak attack wouldn't succeed. It was just a feint. Nyogao scratched his head. He was just here. Maybe he left for some reason. All right, you all stop fighting. If this keeps up, we'll destroy this place. Nyogao really didn't quite understand. Tang Yin politely greeted the two soul Duos. Grandpa Titan, Grandpa Nyogao, it's been a few years. And you both look even stronger. No need for formalities. Nyogao and Titan each helped the other up. The ground of the arena had already cracked due to the stomping of the two soul Duos. Yang Wudi gripped the broken soul spear in his hand, eager to know how much his disciple's strength had grown. Old gorilla, are you tickling me? This has happened several times already. Can you break my defense? Since they didn't know where to go, the master and disciple didn't waste time and walked directly to the arena. Remembering how this young master had once referred to himself as old servant years ago, Titan hurriedly corrected his title. Yang Wudi's movements were incredibly swift. The broken soul spear stood on the ground, lightly lifted and swung, easily blocking Tang Yin's sudden attack. Especially Titan. He immediately noticed that this girl named Zhu Zhuyan had a special relationship with his young master. Upon noticing Tang Yin's drastic change in appearance, his gaze instinctively turned to Yang Wudi, who simply gestured with his eyes, and the old brother, after many years, instantly understood the other's meaning. Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing behind Tang Yin also bowed to the two soul Duos. The two walked down to the arena together. Good kid. Learned to sneak attack after 2 years. Tang Yin smiled slightly. Teacher, you said we wouldn't use soul skills. How can you go back on your word? Seeing that 3 of the 4 heads of single attribute families were present, he curiously asked, Why Haven I seen Uncle Bai He. Young master. It's been a long time, old. I really miss you. Below the arena, Titan and Nyogao exchanged glances. Titan disregarded Nyogao's taunt because he had already seen Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, use your full strength. If you can force me to use soul skills, you win. Nyogao knew that this old brother cared about his face and didn't argue, just made a sarcastic remark. Titan's gaze remained fixed on the arena, responding without turning his head. Let us fight. It's also a good chance to see how this innate level 20 genius has grown. When Titan roared and wanted to continue fighting, Yang Wudi's voice stopped their battle. The master and disciple separated, and Tang Yin bowed towards Yang Wudi, demonstrating his respect for his teacher. Titan and Nyogao saw Yang Wudi arrive with his disciple, and they did not intervene. From time to time, they pointed out the flaws in Tang Yin's attacks. Just as the master and disciple were exchanging moves, Titan and Nyogao noticed the long missing Bai He. Beside Bai He was a girl about the same age as Tang Yin. The girl had a delicate and beautiful appearance, with a lively expression between her brows. She had long purple hair tied into several braids, with 2 pretty ponytails hanging down her back. Titan and Nyogao recognized the girl's identity at a glance, Bai He's granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang. The expressions of the two changed upon seeing Bai He and his granddaughter approaching. Nyogao's expression showed no change. While Titan first cursed the old fox in his heart, but then glanced at Zhu Zhuyan beside him, feeling relieved. Hee, you miscalculated this time. Bai He was unaware that his thoughts had been mostly guessed by Titan. After learning that Tang Yin had arrived, he went to find his granddaughter. Bai Qinxiang was only 12 years old and would certainly have many common topics with someone of similar age. If they took a liking to each other and developed feelings, it would be a connection that deepened family ties. Bai He's sister married Tang Yin's grandfather, making them distant relatives by the time of Tang Yin's generation. Bai Qinxiang did not know what her grandfather was plotting. Although she had a naturally lively and active personality and could be a bit proud, she was as obedient as a little lamb in front of her grandfather. Qinxiang, Grandpa will introduce you to someone. He is a rare talent, Bai He kept reminding Bai Qinxiang along the way. Bai Qinxiang could only nod repeatedly, but her pride had already made her feel a significant decrease in goodwill toward the person she was about to meet. What talent! I'll have to see what abilities you have later. Bai Qinxiang had the capital to be proud, inheriting the family's martial spirit of a swift-tailed swallow. She had a natural soul power of level 8 and, at just 12 years old, already possessed level 26 soul power, making her a top-tier genius among her peers in the Four Extremes sect. Seeing more people arrive, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing's gazes fell on Bai He and Bai Qinxiang. Titan introduced the two sisters. This is Bai He, who is Little Yin's uncle, and this beside him is Bai Qinxiang, also Little Yin's cousin. After bowing to Bai He, the three girls began to size each other up. Bai Qinxiang looked at the two sisters in front of her, taking stock of their exaggerated figures. The older sister was one thing, but Zhu Zhuqing, who looked to be about the same age as her, was not inferior to her sister at all. Bai Qinxiang looked down at herself, and a wave of inferiority surged within her. Zhu Zhiyun had no idea what Bai Qinxiang was thinking. She held a great goodwill toward Tang Yin's cousin. Of course, if she knew that Bai He wanted his granddaughter to compete for a man with her, she probably wouldn't be so calm. When Bai He brought Bai Qinxiang to the arena, on the stage, after several exchanges, Yang Wudi seized a flaw in Tang Yin's spear technique and pushed him away with a palm. Yang Wudi nodded, as he could feel that Tang Yin's spear skills had greatly improved. Little Yin, your spear training over the past 2 years hasn't fallen behind at all. If this attack were a bit more fierce, I wouldn't find any openings to counter. The flaw in Tang Yin's spear technique was that his attacks were not dense enough. He was all offense and no defense. The prolonged offense had taken a toll on Tang Yin's stamina, and his forehead was already covered in a fine sheen of sweat. However, he felt exhilarated. His previous encounters with the wolf bandits had not been this satisfying. Teacher, my results are still to come. As a result, Yang Wudi's curious gaze gradually turned into shock. Tang Yin's aura surged once again, and Yang Wudi felt that his body seemed so insignificant in the face of this aura. The formless spirit transformed into a mighty army, and in Yang Wudi's eyes, the person standing opposite him was not his disciple Tang Yin, but a general leading thousands of troops, charging towards him. Yang Wudi dared not underestimate this. He retracted the ease he had during their earlier exchanges, and his entire aura instantly condensed as he prepared to face Tang Yin's impending attack seriously. Tang Yin exerted force under his feet, creating a dent on the arena. He leaped high, looking down at Yang Wudi with a belief in moving forward, holding destiny, and diving down. Yang Wudi, locked on, did not dare to be careless. A wave of ink-like energy surged from his broken soul spear, instantly unleashing its overwhelming might. To avoid injuring Tang Yin, the black energy formed a flat plane, only for defense. Tang Yin appeared in front of Yang Wudi in an instant, and when the tip of his spear touched the ink-like barrier, it was blocked outside. The momentum of destiny, like a bamboo being split, only created a faint ripple on the barrier upon contact. Yang Wudi stroked his goatee, about to offer some comments when an unbelievable scene occurred. Everything around Tang Yin turned into black and white gray, and even light could not penetrate the area near him. True time stopped an eternity. The tip of Destiny's spear seemed to merge with that ink-colored shield, slowly breaking through that perfect defense. As eternity ended, Tang Yin's body landed, just as the spear was pressed against Yang Wudi's chest. Tang Yin raised his head and smiled. Teacher, thank you for your guidance. Yang Wudi was still in shock. He could never have imagined that Tang Yin had comprehended such a skill that could be called divine. Tang Yin's broken army was merely a decoy. The hidden eternity after getting close to Yang Wudi was the final move. Tang Yin's thank you was not mere courtesy. If Yang Wudi did not defend himself, his broken army would have instantly collapsed under the might of Yang Wudi's broken soul spear, resulting in a heavy blow. Haha, taking you as my disciple was the best decision I made in my life. Yang Wudi was not the least bit dejected about his defeat. Instead, he was incredibly happy. The crowd below was stunned. The three girls were shocked that Tang Yin could defeat a soul duelist, even if the opponent had held back. The three soul duelists saw many underlying details. Yang Wudi's concession was just not attacking and not using soul techniques, but Tang Yin also had no soul techniques. They all clearly witnessed that final shot. In that state, it was as if everything in the world had stopped, with only Tang Yin and his spear in motion, even if just for a moment. Titan seemed to have thought of something and hurriedly left. Bai He merely glanced at the departing Titan, a trace of unnoticed smugness appearing at the corner of his mouth. The master and disciple walked down from the arena and approached. Upon seeing Bai He, Tang Yin also greeted him. Uncle, Little Yin, I didn't expect you to be this strong. Even the old goat is no match for you. Bai He pulled Bai Qinxiang over and introduced her to Tang Yin. This is my granddaughter, Bai Qinxiang. She is a bit younger than you, making her your cousin. Tang Yin smiled kindly at Bai Qinxiang. Hello, cousin Qinxiang. Bai Qinxiang's expression was very unnatural at this moment. She knew that the person in front of her was the talent her grandfather wanted to introduce to her. Originally somewhat proud, she felt an overwhelming sense of powerlessness after witnessing Tang Yin defeat Yang Wudi. More importantly, this cousin was about her age. Her inner pride led her to ask Tang Yin a question. What level is your soul power now? Hearing his granddaughter's question, Bai's expression turned somewhat strange. Good granddaughter, are you humiliating yourself? Probably around level 46, what's up? Tang Yin didn't understand why Bai Qinxiang wanted to know his soul power. He had nothing to hide. So he told her frankly. Tang Yin's words seemed to crush the last straw in Bai Qinxiang's heart, causing her spirit to droop. Seeing Bai Qinxiang with her head down and silent, Zhu Jian stepped forward with a handkerchief to wipe Tang Yin's sweat. Now, it was Bai He who looked unnatural. He had just been lost in thoughts about the future and hadn't asked about the identities of these two girls. Oh, uncle. This is my girlfriend, Zhu Jian. And that is her sister, Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin responded. With just these two sentences, both the grandfather and granddaughter were taken aback. Titan soon returned, accompanied by another tall young man. The young man looked confused, not understanding why his grandfather had pulled him out of bed so urgently. Before the young man could steady himself, Titan explained, Xiao Yin, this is my grandson, Tai Long. He has a bit of a poor talent, but he is good for assisting you. Tai Long was instantly jolted awake by his grandfather's words. This meant he had gained a big brother. Niu Gao finally reacted at this moment. His two old buddies were really being inconsiderate, not even telling him when they were making connections. Wasn't this bullying the honest person? Xiao Yin, I also have a grandson. Tang Yin was completely at a loss. What were they doing? Chapter 100. Enrollment. Seeing the awkward expression on Tang Yin's face, Yang Wudi stepped in to help him. What are you old guys doing? Xiao Yin just came back and you're all making a fuss. The other three responded. Humph. If Xiao Yin weren't your disciple, let us see how you'd behave. All right, don't just stand outside. Let us go in and talk. Bai also took the opportunity to back off and didn't pursue the connections further. The group entered the conference hall of the Four Extremes sect. The conference hall was quite large. Although it couldn't compare to the opulence of the Hall of the Pope and the Spirit Hall, it was still intricately carved and had clearly taken a lot of effort. Tang Yin had some questions for Yang Wudi, so he directly asked, Teacher, has the sect master of the Four Extremes sect been confirmed yet? A sect needs a helmsman, just like a family does. No, Yang Wudi answered straightforwardly. Right now, the Four Extremes sect is being managed by me and the other three clan leaders. Our statuses are equal and our powers are the same. That might be a bit inconvenient. Tang Yin quickly waved his hands and said, No, I'm still too young, and my identity isn't quite suitable. Yang Wudi's shocking words brought a brief awkwardness to the scene. Yeah, I think it's fine. Titan said, for him, it didn't matter whether Tang Hao or Tang Yin became the sect master. Tang Yin cast a grateful look at Bai He. Xiao Yin, do you have any plans for the future? Yang Wudi asked. Tang Yin sensed Yang Wudi's concern and replied, I plan to stay in Tiando City for a long time this time. I might look for a high-level Soul Master Academy to enroll in. Yang Wudi's words were indeed shocking, and Tang Yin didn't dare to easily agree. Bai He ultimately stepped in to mediate, proposing a compromise. All right, Xiao Yin is still young, and there aren't any major issues in the sect recently. So why not wait until he is older to discuss this matter? In my view, let Xiao Yin take this position as sect master. Clearly, Tang Yin's refusal was overlooked. The other three clan leaders were present, and Tang Yin didn't find it appropriate to point out the issues directly. In fact, Bai He, Niu Gao, and Yang Wudi had reasons for not supporting Tang Hao as the sect master. To be honest, Yang Wudi was currently opposed to Tang Yin traveling outside again. He was genuinely shocked by Tang Yin's changed appearance when they first met, and he wanted to keep him nearby for a while, at least until he reached the Soul King, Soul Emperor level before letting him go out. Unlike the Leaf family, the other three clans didn't have such a close relationship with Tang Hao. Rather, they had to consider the acceptance level of their clan members due to the consequences Tang Hao faced. Humph, Titan said dissatisfiedly. I suggested selecting Tang Yin's father, the Hao Qiandelao, as the sect master, and you all agreed. What could I do? Bai He replied, there are indeed some inconveniences, but we old fellows don't want to argue over these trivial matters. However, if a major issue arises in the future, we might end up quarreling. Tang Yin couldn't take on the role of sect master right now. He was only around level 40 and lacked the strength and status to command respect. The honest Niu Gao listened to the three old buddies discussing the sect master's affairs and felt that Tang Yin's identity was quite good. Raising his hand in support, "Me too. Don't think this is a waste of time. Every high-level Soul Master Academy, except Shrek Academy, has a sufficient cultivation environment and a vast collection of books. Tang Yin needed a place to acquire knowledge. Moreover, there was a more important point. He wanted to participate in the next all-continent high-level Soul Master Academy elite competition, a high-profile event organized by the Spirit Hall with the assistance of the two great empires. Subconsciously, Tang Yin wanted to see her one more time. Enrollment. The astute Titan immediately suggested, "Xiao Yin, my grandson just happens to be studying at a high-level Soul Master Academy. How about I let him take you to register?" Hearing his grandfather's flattering tone, Tai Long's expression was almost bursting with grievance. "I, Tai Long, am your real grandson. Why do I feel like I've been picked up?" Titan didn't care how his grandson felt. He looked at Tang Yin with anticipation, waiting for his response. Tang Yin originally wanted to find a high-level Soul Master Academy by himself, but now that Titan suggested having his grandson take him to register, he couldn't refuse out of respect. "Can you introduce that academy to me?" Hearing Tang Yin ask this, Titan knew the matter was mostly settled. He slapped Tai Long's head, who was still in a daze, and said impatiently, "Hurry up and introduce your academy." Tai Long, awakened by the slap, began to introduce his academy. "The academy I attend is called Lamba Academy. The principal is a female soul saint whom I haven't met, but I've heard of her. Our academy." After Tai Long finished his introduction, Tang Yin asked him a question. "Brother Tai Long, are there many nobles in your school?" Tai Long felt a surge of goodwill when Tang Yin called him brother. Not many. Most of the students in our academy are commoners." Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. There was actually such a place in Tiando City. It should be noted that Tiando City was filled with powerful and wealthy people, and just throwing a brick from a high place could hit a noble. Then it would trouble brother Tai Long to speak to the teachers at your academy. "Zhu Yun and I will go register tomorrow." Addressing Tai Long, Tang Yin then turned to Zhu Zhuqing. "Do you want to come along?" Tang Yin didn't ask Zhu Zhuyun because he knew that wherever he went, Zhu Zhuyun would not leave his side. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin and blinked her bright eyes. "The teacher told me to follow you." After discussing this matter, the three of them left the Four Extremes sect after having lunch. In the afternoon, Tang Yin still needed to go to Yuexian for treatment. After Tang Yin and the others left, the four clan leaders also went about their own business. Talon followed closely behind his grandfather and asked a question he had been wanting to ask. "Grandpa, who was that person just now?" He was quite curious about Tang Yin's identity. "His name is Tang Yin, and he is also the young master of our Li family. As you saw earlier, if nothing unexpected happens, he will become the sect master of our Four Extreme sect in the future. So, being by the young master's side means you have a bright future ahead." Titan had already planned out his grandson's future. On the other side, Bai Qinxiang followed her grandfather with her head down, looking troubled. Talon's efficiency was high. That very day, he went to the director of Lamba Academy to handle Tang Yin's enrollment procedures. To make things easier, Titan accompanied him, with Soul Doloa present. The director readily agreed to the enrollment applications of Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing. Thus, Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing became transfer students at Lamba Academy. Chapter 101. Lu Erlong that night, Zhu Zhuyun found herself in an awkward situation. She looked at her sister, sitting in a chair, then at Tang Yin in the room, feeling somewhat at a loss. Seeing her sister's dilemma, Zhu Zhuqing, who was not unreasonable, decided to excuse herself. "Sister, I'm tired. I'll go rest now." After saying this, she turned and walked into a guest room. Click, the sound of the door locking came, and Zhu Zhuyun returned to her room, of course, sharing the same room with Tang Yin. The two lay on the bed, looking at the ceiling in the dim space, unable to sleep. The entrance to Lamba Academy looked quite similar to the city gate of Tiando City. Although it was much less imposing, the entrance was indeed 10 meters high. The gate, made of white jade, was not magnificent but had a certain grandeur. 8 golden characters were inscribed above it. Lamba Advanced Soul Master Academy. Tang Yin released Zhu Zhuyun's small hand and placed it on her curvy thigh. "That must hurt, right? Your voice sounded so painful." In the morning, a spirited Zhu Zhuyun looked at her somewhat listless sister, Zhu Zhuqing, and asked with concern, "Zhuqing, did you not rest well last night?" Just as the two were exercising, a sneaky figure peeked through the crack of the door, watching the drama about to unfold. Unfamiliar with such matters, she was quite curious. After watching for a while, Zhu Zhuqing's heart raced. She was afraid of being exposed and dared not look anymore. stealthily returning to her own room. Zhu Zhiyun's body trembled, and her voice quivered slightly. Sister Zhiyun, help me. After a simple breakfast, the three set off for the address of Lamba Academy that Talon told them about yesterday. Tang Yin tentatively reached out his hand and took Zhu Zhiyun's small hand, intertwining their fingers. Sister Zhiyun, are you asleep? Tang Yin's voice was soft and light, afraid to disturb Zhu Zhiyun. Zhu Zhuqing blushed, feeling both curious and a bit scared. Lamba Academy was located within Tiando City, not in a central area. After winding through several streets, the three finally arrived at their destination. Zhu Zhuqing made an excuse for herself. Maybe I'm just not used to it. I'll be fine in a few days. No, not at all. Soft, cool, and smooth as jade. After a while, little Yin, Zhu Qing is still next door. Sister Zhiyun, do you want it? Before they reached the door, Tang Yin saw Talon waiting at the entrance, accompanied by a middle-aged man. When Talon saw Tang Yin approaching, he whispered a few words to the middle-aged man, who then stepped forward to salute. Subordinate Tainua, greeting the young master. Tainua, a Soul King-level powerhouse, was also Talon's father, known as the Great Strength King. Oh, young master, this is my father, Tainua, Talon introduced. Yesterday, Titan had instructed Talon to refer to Tang Yin as the young master from now on. Today, Titan had some affairs to attend to, so he sent Tainua to receive Tang Yin in his place. Tang Yin did not like being called the young master. Uncle Tainua, brother Talon. Please don't call me young master. Just call me Tang Yin. Seeing the hesitation from the father and son, Tang Yin directly invoked a spell that defeated the magic. Then I, in the capacity of the young master, command you not to call me young master. Yes, Tang. Little Yin. Tainua felt it inappropriate to call him by name directly, so he changed it to the same title as his father Titan used for Tang Yin. Without further dwelling on the matter, Tainua led the three into Lamba Academy. Lamba Academy truly lived up to its status as an advanced soul master academy, covering a vast area with all kinds of teaching facilities. Tang Yin was surprised to find that there was even a forest here. The entire Lamba Academy seemed to be established within a forest, as the remaining area around the teaching buildings was all forested. It was said to be the largest plant community in Tiando City. This was akin to Central Park located in the center of Manhattan, where land is extremely valuable. The enrollment procedures from yesterday had already been completed, so Tang Yin, Zhu Zhiyun, and Zhu Zhuqing only needed to register briefly to officially enroll. Tang Yin, please test your soul power, the registration teacher said, following the process. Enrollment in Advanced Soul Master Academies has its requirements, not unique to Shrek Academy. However, unlike Shrek's stringent admissions criteria, the requirements at Lamba Academy were much more lenient. One must reach level 15 in soul power before the age of 20 to enroll. Tang Yin placed his hand on the crystal ball, and as he infused it with his soul power, the crystal ball burst forth with dazzling light. Then, with a bang, the crystal ball shattered. The crystal ball could only test soul power below level 40, and when Tang Yin's soul power was injected, it exceeded level 40, causing the crystal ball to explode. The registration teacher's eyes widened in disbelief at the scene before him. He looked down at Tang Yin's registration form to confirm again. Name, Tang Yin. Age, 12 martial soul, wooden spear. 12 years old, with soul power exceeding level 40. Why you? Please wait a moment. The registration teacher hurriedly left, not daring to be negligent. Such a prodigy must be reported to the dean. Talon had already learned about Tang Yin's soul power yesterday, and did not show much surprise. But Tainua found it difficult to manage his facial expressions. Oh my goodness, is the young master really that amazing? Before long, the teacher returned with a beautiful woman. The woman appeared to be in her 30s, dressed in a simple blue cloth dress, with a strand of hair pinned up, her somewhat pale face displaying exquisite features, her brows and eyes captivating, and her large black eyes full of life, yet bearing a trace of unshakable sorrow. Underneath her robe was a figure that ordinary girls could not compare to, with a perfect physique. She was Lu Erlong, the dean of Lamba Academy. Upon hearing the registration teacher's report, Lu Erlong hurried over. Although she did not manage the academy's affairs closely, she felt compelled to come see such a genius applying to her academy. Lu Erlong asked, "Who is Tang Yin?" "I am." Tang Yin stepped forward to identify himself. The eyes are the windows to the soul. Tang Yin saw many things in Lu Erlong's eyes. Another unfortunate person hurt by love. While Tang Yin was feeling for others, she seemed to forget that she too was hurt by love. Lu Erlong sensed a similar aura from Tang Yin. Perhaps this is the connection between defeated souls. I am the principal of Lamba Academy. May I see your martial soul? Tang Yin did not refuse Lu Erlong's request. Summoning fate, the 4 soul rings beneath Tang Yin rose one by one. The soul ring colors, surpassing common understanding, shocked everyone except for the Zhu sisters, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Is this real? Lu Erlong's red lips parted slightly, thinking she might have seen it wrong. Is it okay now? Tang Yin's words brought Lu Erlong back to her senses. Her tone was clearly a bit excited. Yes, yes, very yes. Lu Erlong extended her delicate white hand towards Tang Yin, who gently shook it. Your name is Tang Yin, right? Lamba Academy welcomes your enrollment. Following that, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing tested their soul power again. The 44th level Zhu Zhuyun was only 18 years old, truly promising for the future. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard her sister's soul power. After all, it had only been half a year since they last separated, and she knew her sister's soul power when she left. Zhu Zhuqing also tested her soul power. She now had the soul power of a great soul master at level 28. With the dark gold fear, Claw Bear's right paw bone perfectly compensating for her innate soul power's deficiencies, making her stronger than her counterpart in the original timeline by 2 levels. Xiao Wu's tone carried obvious reproach. Thinking of the cruel appearance of those ferocious beasts made Xiao Wu shiver. Saying this, Ming lifted Xiao Wu high in his hands, placing her beside Ming's lantern-like eyes, afraid he couldn't see her. On the other side, to escape learning etiquette, the little witch Ning Rongrong planned a seemingly flawless escape plan. That group of monsters. Ming's honest voice echoed in Xiao Wu's mind. But his words truly shocked her. Sister Xiao Wu, there's an emergency. If we don't handle it well, Ming and I will end up like uncle and be eaten. For the sake of her 2 younger brothers' lives, Xiao Wu had to suppress her worries about Tang San and follow Ming to the Lake of Life. Little did she know, just as she left the sect, several powerful soul emperors quietly followed her. This time, Xiao Wu also found an opportunity to break through the level 30 bottleneck, reaching soul respect level. Each level increase in the soul sect requires a considerable amount of time. Zhu Zhiyun's promotion completely exceeded her understanding. When Ming saw Xiao Wu, he ignored everyone else and swept her into his palm, running deep into the forest with her red bottom up. On a moonless night, she secretly slipped out of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, embracing her freedom. The immense energy within the soul ring of the storm giant beast not only activated the thunderous power within Tang San's Haotian hammer, but also allowed his chaotic cloak hammer method to break through 5 layers in one go, reaching the 29th layer and soon achieving immense strength. Ming had been waiting there early on. No, my sister must have some secret she's hiding from me to have advanced so quickly. At the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Tang San once again overpowered Dai Xiao. And even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation couldn't withstand the paralysis control of Tang San's 3rd soul skill. Xiao Wu anxiously looked at the forest behind Ming, just seeing her 3rd brother seemingly being pushed away by a finger from Ming. The uncle Ming mentioned was, after all, her father. Tang San's Grand Haotian Hammer method collided with his Diamond Bear Martial Soul, which would also have some effect on him, let alone every hammer after the chaotic cloak hammer method reached 20 layers. After Xiao Wu used her 2nd soul skill and suffered backlash, her 3rd brother broke through once again. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself that she needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Don't underestimate this small flick. Just to save Xiao Wu, Tang San faced the Titan Great Ape's enormous palm holding the Haotian hammer, and with just one encounter, he was seriously injured. Later, Oscar broke through level 30, and the group went to the Stardoe Forest to hunt for Oscar's soul ring. In the original work, Tang San's blue-silver grass did not evolve into blue-silver emperor, which had a poor control effect and did not affect Zhao Waoqi at all. Now it was different. At this moment, several ribs in Tang San's chest had already broken, his eyes filled with crimson, staring in the direction Ming had left, letting out a powerless roar before fainting. The 3rd soul ring chosen for Tang San by Tang Hao came from a storm giant beast with a cultivation of 2,000 years. He hated his own helplessness once again, hating that he couldn't protect Xiao Wu well. Tang San's 3rd soul skill, Thunderbolt, could attach a domineering thunder attribute to the Haotian hammer. When colliding with a target, it would splatter brilliant lightning, possessing massive area damage and strong paralysis control effects. At this moment, Tang San had already broken through to level 31. The training of the Haotian hammer complemented his forging of hidden weapons, making it not surprising that he broke through a bit faster. Just as Tang Yin was handling her enrollment procedures, her 3rd brother and Xiao had already arrived in Soto City of the Barak Kingdom, following their teacher's instructions to enroll in Shrek Academy. Thus, except for Zhu Zhuqing, all of Shrek's 7 monsters were gathered. A significant change occurred shortly after everyone entered the Stardow Forest. Sensing Xiao Wu's aura, Erming hurriedly ran from the Lake of Life to find her. During the entrance exam, the original 4-on-1 became 3-on-1, but Zhao Waoqi was more uncomfortable than in the original. Deming, I brought Sister Xiao Wu back. Erming, why did you hurt them? They're my friends. The path was smooth, and Erming brought Xiao Wu to the Lake of Life. It's fine, you can go play. The third hammer of the chaotic cloak hammer smashed fiercely onto Zhao Waoqi's huge bare paw, and the complacent Zhao Waoqi's palm actually showed slight bone fractures. The correction of the world line still allowed her to reach Shrek Academy. Deming looked at Xiao Wu, who was terrified in Erming's hands, speechless. That last move by Erming almost dropped the rabbit from over 30 meters high. Erming, are you trying to die? If it weren't for your sister Xiao Wu, I would have been better than you, and you wouldn't see me again. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Erming apologized sincerely. After putting Xiao Wu down, Erming ran off to play by himself. Xiao Wu asked Deming with concern, Deming, what happened? Sister Xiao Wu, the people inside assigned us a task to find a human. Neither Erming nor I can do it, so we have to trouble you. Huh? Find someone? This really stumped Xiao Wu. Deming, the Doloa continent is so big. Where am I supposed to find someone? And I've never seen the person we're looking for. It's okay, Sister Xiao Wu. Deming controlled a silver-white scale and handed it to Xiao Wu, then said, this scale carries the aura of the person we're looking for. Erming, and I've already memorized it, so you just need to keep it on you. If you encounter this person in the human world, find a way to bring him here. Xiao Wu held up the silvery white scales floating in the air, gently inhaling its scent, and she faintly felt like she had seen it somewhere before. After accepting the mission, Xiao Wu hurried back to the Shrek Academy team. Looking at the severely injured and unconscious Sange, she was so anxious that tears began to flow. When Tang San regained consciousness, despite the intense pain in his chest, the first thing he saw was the person he had been thinking about. Xiao Wu, as long as you're okay, that's good. Tang San's voice was weak, but his first words were concerned for Xiao Wu, making her unable to hold back her tears. After consuming 18 recovery sausages, Tang San's injuries finally healed significantly. His broken ribs had nearly mended, but he still couldn't engage in intense physical activity. Xiao Wu took care of the pale-faced Tang San as they returned to Shrek Academy. After failing to protect Xiao Wu twice, Sange felt very dissatisfied with his current strength. I must become stronger, even stronger, Tang San secretly vowed. Early in the morning, he climbed onto the roof to absorb the first rays of dawn and cultivate the purple extreme magic eye. Then, he saw a familiar figure. A stiff face, thick lips, and lifeless eyes. Wasn't it his teacher, Yu Xiaojang? Teacher, Tang San exclaimed in surprise, not expecting to see his teacher here. What are you doing here? Xiao San, come here. Yu Xiaojang patted the spot beside him and said to Tang San. Yu Xiaojang had invested a lot of effort into this disciple. For him, Tang San was not just a simple student. Their relationship was more like that of father and son. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Yu Xiaojang noticed Tang San's troubled thoughts. Tang San sighed. Sure enough, I can't hide anything from you, teacher. I am your teacher and also your elder. No matter what difficulties you encounter in life or cultivation, you can talk to me. Perhaps I can help you resolve them. Teacher, I feel my strength is too weak now. Tang San raised his calloused hand, which was full of calluses from forging, and a fleeting look of desolation crossed his eyes. I can't even protect those around me. I couldn't protect Xiao Wu when she was injured, and when I encountered that monster, I could only watch helplessly. Everything I did seems futile. This statement shocked Yu Xiaojang. He knew Tang San was falling into a mental barrier, and if not handled properly, his disciple could be ruined. Yu Xiaojang looked at Tang San seriously, his expression grave, and his tone serious. Xiao San, tell me, what level are you at, and what level is teacher Zhao Wujia? I'm currently at level 31, and teacher Zhao Wujia is a level 76 soul saint. Now, I ask you, do you know what level the soul beast that attacked you is? Tang San shook his head in confusion because he truly didn't know what level the beast was. Let me tell you, the soul beast that attacked you is called the Titan Giant Ape. It is a dominant level soul beast in the Stardow Forest with over 50,000 years of cultivation, and its strength is comparable to our human title, Dalaw. Yu Xiaojang's words truly stunned Tang San. Yu Xiaojang's tone then softened. Xiao San, you're only 12 years old now. The road ahead is still long. If nothing unexpected happens, you will at least become a title Dalaw in the future. By then, neither teacher Zhao Wujia nor that Titan Giant Ape will be your match. Remember, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Every step is a solid foundation. What you need to do now is to take one step at a time and go further. Teacher, I understand. While Tang San was receiving his teacher's guidance on the roof, Xiao Wu was hiding under the covers, holding that piece of silver scale close to her nose, inhaling deeply. The more she smelled it, the more familiar it became, and she was certain she had encountered this scent somewhere before, but she couldn't quite remember where. What a familiar smell. Where have I smelled it before? It was indeed a bit difficult for someone as carefree as Xiao Wu to engage in this kind of search for someone. Xiao Wu had indeed smelled this scent. She had detected it on Tang San. At that time, having lived with Tang Yin for 6 years, Tang San had inevitably picked up some of Tang Yin's scent. Plus, when Tang Yin awakened his martial soul, a large amount of life energy overflowed, and Tang San, who was practicing Xiantian Gong nearby, absorbed some of it as well. However, as time passed, the scent on Tang San became fainter, and the trace of Tang Yin's scent was long gone, just as Xiao Wu was trying to recall more. She was startled when Ning Rongrong's little hand slapped her on the backside. Startled, Xiao Wu jumped and quickly tucked away the silver scale. Xiao Wu, hurry up and get up. Class is about to start. As the only 2 girls in Shrek Academy, they naturally shared the same dormitory. Xiao Wu poked her head out, her face still a bit flushed. Rongrong, just call me from now on. Xiao Wu, why is your face so red? Ning Rongrong revealed her mischievous side, grinning as she said, I didn't expect that. Usually I can't tell, but the feeling of a slap is unexpectedly nice. After teasing Xiao Wu, before she could react, Ning Rongrong ran out of the dormitory. Today, teacher Yu Xiaojiang began his first class. It was nothing more than sparring between students, followed by his comments, lacking any novelty. However, Yu Xiaojiang did have some skills. His insight was quite strong, able to point out their flaws during battles accurately. It's not that he couldn't see, but rather he was familiar with it. If you wanted him to provide guidance on battles at the title de Luo or Soul de Luo level, he would only be at a loss. Teacher Yu Xiaojiang can truly understand because his good friend is a soul saint. Then came the ancient method of weighted running exercises that had been passed down for thousands of years. If Tang Yin heard that someone wanted him to engage in such meaningless training, he would surely think that person was out of their mind. This rough method of physical training did not take into account the different situations of each soul master, nor did it consider the efficiency of the training. Wouldn't using soul power to cleanse the meridians, muscles, and bones be far more efficient than running 100 or 80 miles? However, this method surprisingly earned the admiration of all 6 Shrek students for teacher Yu Xiaojiang. The next phase was specialized training at the Soto City Soul Arena. They improved the students' practical combat abilities through arena matches. Due to missing one person, Shrek Academy never signed up for the 7-person team competition, and the cooperation among the 6 was not as tacit as in the original story. After being enlightened by teacher Yu Xiaojiang and resolving to practice diligently, Tang San had made significant improvements in both cultivation and practical ability during this period. Just in terms of soul power, he had broken through 2 levels in just 6 months, and he had been stuck at level 33 for quite some time. Coupled with 21 wins in individual battles at the Soul Arena, Sengu seemed to have regained his confidence. Xiao Wu was still desperately searching for the owner of that scent, unaware that the person she was looking for was actually the relative of her closest person. Chapter 103, Tang San and Xiao Wu. Academy Cultivation. Chapter 102, Tang San and Xiao Wu's Academy Cultivation. The facts were right in front of her, and Lu Erlong couldn't help but doubt it. Is it okay? Tang Yin's words pulled the dazed Lu Erlong back to reality. Her tone was clearly a bit excited. Okay, very good. Lu Erlong extended her delicate white hand towards Tang Yin, and they exchanged a gentle handshake. You are Tang Yin, right? Lamba Academy welcomes your enrollment. Then, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing tested their soul power again. At just 18 years old, the 44th level Zhu Zhuyun truly has a promising future. Zhu Zhuqing was shocked when she heard her sister's soul power. It had only been half a year since they last separated, and she knew her sister's soul power when she left. Each level increase in the soul sect requires a significant amount of time, and Zhu Zhuyun's advancement completely exceeded her understanding. No, her sister must be hiding some secret from me to advance this quickly. Zhu Zhuqing thought to herself, and she needed to find an opportunity to investigate thoroughly. Zhu Zhuqing also tested her own soul power. She was now a great soul master with 28 levels of soul power. The perfect complement of the dark golden claw bear's right palm bone made up for her innate soul power deficiency, making her strength 2 levels higher than her original timeline. While Tang Yin was handling her enrollment procedures, Sange and Xiao Wu had already arrived at Soto City in the Barak Kingdom, as instructed by their master, to enroll in Shrek. At this time, Tang San had broken through to the 31st level. The cultivation of the Haotian hammer complemented his forging of hidden weapons, so it was not surprising that he advanced quickly. Xiao Wu also managed to break through the 30-level bottleneck this time, reaching the Soul Venerable level. The third soul ring chosen for Tang San by Tang Hao came from a 2,000-year-old storm giant beast. The immense energy within the storm giant beast's soul ring not only activated the thunder power in Tang San's Haotian hammer, but also allowed his chaotic wind hammer technique to break through 5 layers, directly reaching the 29th layer, soon achieving immense strength. Tang San's third soul skill, Thunderous Might, could attach a domineering thunder attribute to the Haotian hammer, causing dazzling thunder light to splash upon collision with the target, with huge area damage and powerful paralysis control effects. At the Rose Hotel in Soto City, Tang San overwhelmed Dai Xiao this time. Even Dai Mubai's white tiger transformation could not withstand the paralysis control of Tang San's third soul skill. On the other hand, to escape learning etiquette, the little witch Ning Rongrong devised what she considered a flawless escape plan. On a moonless and windy night, she secretly slipped out of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, embracing her freedom. Little did she know that as she left the sect, several soul Emperor-level powerhouses quietly followed her. The correction of the world line ensured that she still arrived at Shrek Academy. By now, all of the Shrek's 7 monsters were gathered except for Zhu Zhuqing. During the entrance exam, the original 4-on-1 turned into 3-on-1, but Zhao Wujin was feeling even worse than in the original story. In the original story, Tang San's blue silvergrass, which had not evolved into the blue silver emperor, had poor control effects and did not affect Zhao Wujin at all. Now it was different. Tang San's bold Haotian hammer technique colliding with his Diamond Bear martial soul also had some effect on him. Not to mention every strike of the chaotic wind hammer technique after stacking to 20 layers. After Xiao Wu was backfired when using her second soul skill, Sengu broke through again. The third strike of the chaotic wind hammer smashed violently onto Zhao Wujin's massive bear paw, and the complacent Zhao Wujin's palm actually showed slight bone fractures. Later, Oscar broke through to the 30 level, and the group headed to the Stardow Forest for Oscar to hunt a soul ring. A huge change occurred. Shortly after they entered the Stardow Forest, Erming, sensing Xiao Wu's aura, hurriedly ran from the Lake of Life to find her. Upon seeing Xiao Wu, Erming did not care about anyone else. Sweeping Xiao Wu into his palm and running deep into the forest, with his red backside sticking up. Xiao Wu anxiously looked at the forest behind Erming. She had just seen her Sangu seemingly being flicked away by Erming's finger while trying to save her. Do not underestimate this small flick. Just to save Xiao Wu, Tang San faced the Titan giant ape's enormous palm with the Haotian hammer, and after just one encounter, he was severely injured. At this moment, several of Tang San's ribs had already broken. His eyes filled with crimson as he stared in the direction Erming had left, letting out a powerless roar before fainting. He hated his own helplessness once again, regretting that he could not protect Xiao Wu. Erming, why did you hurt them? They're my friends. Xiao Wu's tone carried obvious blame. Erming's honest voice echoed in Xiao Wu's mind, but his words shocked her. Sister Xiao Wu, there's an urgent matter. If I don't handle it well, Deming and I will end up like uncle and get eaten. The uncle Erming mentioned was actually his own father. Those monsters. Thinking of the cruel appearance of those ferocious beasts made Xiao Wu shiver in fear. For the lives of her 2 younger brothers, Xiao Wu had to suppress her worries about Tang San and followed Erming to the Lake of Life. The path was smooth, and Erming brought Xiao Wu to the Lake of Life. Deming was already waiting there. Deming, I brought Sister Xiao Wu back. Erming said, lifting Xiao Wu high in his hands and placing her next to Deming's lantern-like eyes, afraid he wouldn't see her. It's fine, you can go play, Deming said, looking at the frightened Xiao Wu in Erming's hands, speechless. Erming's earlier move almost dropped the rabbit from over 30 meters high. Erming, are you trying to kill me? If it weren't for your sister Xiao Wu being more skilled, you wouldn't see me again. Sister Xiao Wu, I'm sorry. Erming sincerely apologized. After putting Xiao Wu down, Erming ran off to play by himself. Xiao Wu asked Deming worriedly, Deming, what happened? Sister Xiao Wu, the people inside assigned us a task to find a human. Deming and I are not convenient, so we have to trouble you, Sister Xiao Wu. Find someone? This is giving Xiao Wu a headache. Deming, the Dolua continent is so big. Where am I supposed to find someone? And I haven't even seen the person we're looking for. It's all right, Sister Xiao Wu. Deming controlled a silver-white scale and handed it to Xiao Wu, then continued. This scale has the aura of the person we're looking for. Deming and Erming have already memorized it. so you just keep it on you. If you meet this person in the human world, find a way to bring him here. Xiao Wu picked up the silver-white scale floating in the air and gently sniffed its aura. She faintly felt like she had seen it somewhere before. After accepting the task, Xiao Wu hurried back to the Shrek Academy team. Seeing Sangu, who was severely injured and unconscious, made her anxious to the point of tears. When Tang San regained consciousness, despite the excruciating pain in his chest, the first thing he saw was the person he cared about the most. Xiao Wu, it's good that you're okay. It's good that you're okay. Tang San's voice was weak, but his first words were about caring for Xiao Wu, making her unable to hold back her tears. After consuming 18 of Oscar's recovery sausages, Tang San's injuries had finally healed considerably. The ribs in his chest were nearly reconnected, but he still couldn't engage in intense physical activity. Xiao Wu took care of the pale-faced Tang San as they returned to Shrek Academy. Having failed to protect Xiao Wu twice, Sangu was very dissatisfied with his current strength. I need to become stronger to become even stronger, Tang San silently vowed in his heart. Early in the morning, he climbed onto the roof, preparing to absorb the first rays of dawn to cultivate the purple extreme magic eyes. Then, he saw a familiar figure, a stiff face, thick lips, and lifeless eyes. Wasn't it his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang? Teacher, Tang San exclaimed in surprise. He did not expect to see his teacher here. What brings you here? Xiao San, come here. Yu Xiaojiang patted the spot beside him and said to Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang had poured a lot of effort into this disciple. To him, Tang San was not just a simple student, but more like a son. What's wrong? Do you have something on your mind? Yu Xiaojiang noticed Tang San's troubled expression. Tang San sighed. It seems that nothing can be hidden from you. Teacher, I am your teacher and also your elder. You can tell me about any difficulties you encounter in life or cultivation. Perhaps I can help you solve them. Teacher, I feel my current strength is too weak. Tang San raised his calloused hand, which was rough from forging, and a fleeting look of loneliness crossed his eyes. Right now, I can't even protect those around me. I couldn't protect Xiao Wu when she was injured, and when we encountered that monster, I could only watch helplessly. Everything I do feels like a futile effort. Tang San's words startled Yu Xiaojiang. He realized that Tang San was caught in a mental block. If not handled properly, his disciple might end up ruined. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San seriously, his expression solemn and his tone grave. Xiao San, tell me, what level are you at? And what level is Teacher Zhao Wujia? I am at level 31, and Teacher Zhao Wujia is at level 76, a soul sage. Let me ask you again. Do you know what level the gorilla that attacked you is? Tang San shook his head in confusion because he truly did not know what kind of soul beast that was. I'll tell you. The soul beast that attacked you is called the Titan Giant Ape, a dominant soul beast in the Stardow Forest, with over 50,000 years of cultivation. Its power is enough to rival our human title Diluos. Yu Xiaojiang's words truly stunned Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang's tone then softened. Xiao San, you're only 12 years old now. There is still a long road ahead of you. If all goes well, you will at least become a title Diluo in the future. By then, neither Teacher Zhao Wujia nor that Titan Giant Ape will be your match. Remember, there are no shortcuts in cultivation. Every step is a solid foundation. What you need to do now is to take it step by step and let yourself go further. Teacher, I understand. While Tang San was receiving his teacher's guidance on the roof, Xiao Wu was hiding under the covers. Holding that silver scale close to her nose, inhaling deeply. The scent became increasingly familiar to her, and she was certain she had smelled it somewhere before. But she couldn't quite recall where. What a familiar smell. Where have I smelled it before? It was indeed a bit challenging for someone as carefree as Xiao Wu to engage in such detective work. Xiao Wu had indeed smelled this scent. It was from Tang San. During the 6 years they lived together, Tang San had picked up some of Tang Yin's aura, and when Tang Yin awakened his martial soul, a large amount of life energy overflowed, which Tang San absorbed while cultivating his Xiantian skill. However, as time passed, the aura Tang San had picked up became fainter. The trace of Tang Yin's aura had long since disappeared. Just when Xiao Wu was trying to recall more, a sudden slap from Ning Rongrong landed on her bottom. Startled, Xiao Wu jumped and quickly hid the silver scale. Xiao Wu, get up quickly. Class is about to start. As one of only 2 girls in Shrek Academy, they naturally shared the same dormitory. Xiao Wu peeked out, her face still a bit flushed. Rongrong, just call me when you need me. Xiao Wu, why is your face so red? Ning Rongrong revealed her mischievous side. Smirking as she said, I didn't expect it. It feels unexpectedly nice to give a little slap. After teasing Xiao Wu, Ning Rongrong ran out of the dormitory without waiting for her to react. Today, Yu Xiaojiang began his first class. It was mostly about sparring among students, followed by his comments, nothing new. However, Yu Xiaojiang did have some skills, his insight was quite strong, and he could accurately point out their flaws during combat. He couldn't help but be proficient at this, as it was simply a matter of familiarity. If you asked Yu Xiaojiang to guide you on battles at the title de law or soul de law level, he would be at a loss. Yu Xiaojiang could understand because his good brother was a soul sage. Then came the traditional method of weighted running exercises that had been passed down for millennia. If Tang Yin heard someone suggest this meaningless exercise, he would certainly think that person was out of their mind. This crude method of physical training did not cater to the different situations of each soul master, nor did it consider the efficiency of the training. Wouldn't using soul power to wash the meridians, muscles, and bones be much more efficient than running 100 or 80 miles? Yet, this method surprisingly earned the admiration of all 6 Shrek students for Yu Xiaojiang. The next stage was special training at the Soto City Soul Arena. They would enhance the students' practical combat abilities through arena battles. Due to a lack of one person, Shrek Academy had never signed up for the 7-person team competition, and the cooperation among the 6 was not as tacit as in the original story. After Yu Xiaojiang's guidance and Tang San's determination to train hard, he had made significant improvements in both cultivation and combat abilities during this period. Just in terms of soul power, he had broken through 2 levels in just 6 months. He had been stuck at level 33 for quite some time now, coupled with his 21 wins in individual battles at the Soul Arena. Tang San seemed to have regained his confidence. Xiao was still desperately searching for the owner of that aura, unaware that the person she was looking for was actually a relative of her closest companion. Chapter 104. Detective Zhu Qing. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Qing had spent considerable time observing why her sister Zhu Zhuyun had advanced so rapidly. Yes, Tang Yin and the Zhu sisters had been studying at Lamba Academy for half a year. To say they were studying, in reality, Tang Yin had not attended many classes. He mostly just listened to the ones related to soul beasts. As for practical combat and cultivation, Tang Yin believed that the only person in the academy who could teach him anything was the beautiful dean, Lu Erlong. However, Lu Erlong hardly managed academy affairs and spent her days in that small wooden house in the forest, with no one knowing what she was doing inside. Once, while Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun were taking a night walk and passing by, they heard Lu Erlong's sorrowful singing. The song seemed to express her loneliness and longing, adding a touch of melancholy to the quiet forest. Tang Yin gazed at the dimly lit wooden house for a long time before sighing and leaving the forest with Zhu Zhiyun. Among the 3, Zhu Qing had the most classes. She still had a lot of theoretical knowledge to accumulate and practical abilities to improve. This meant she was either cultivating or studying every day, busy to the point of not being able to stop. But this did not stump her whenever she practiced. She always pulled her sister along. Moreover, she was very sensible and would always take the opportunity to meditate with her sister when Tang Yin was not around. Their martial souls were both the phantom spirit cat, which provided a slight boost when they practiced together. With these 2 reasons combined, Zhu Zhiyun did not refuse Zhu Zhuqing's invitation. After summarizing over the past 6 months, Zhu Zhuqing discovered that her sister's training speed was indeed peculiar. For half of the time they practiced together, Zhu Zhiyun's speed was only slightly faster than Zhu Zhuqing's, a difference brought about by innate soul power, which Zhu Zhuqing was aware of. She knew her talent was not great, so she needed to put in more effort than others. However, on certain days, Zhu Zhiyun's training speed would suddenly skyrocket, and her soul power level could increase by a small segment in just one day. But Zhu Zhuqing couldn't understand. Why did her sister's training speed fluctuate so much? One afternoon, after bidding farewell to Zhu Zhiyun, Tang Yin headed to Yuxian to seek treatment from Tang Yuehua. After 6 months of treatment, Tang Yin felt that his mental state had improved significantly. At least he was no longer troubled by his entanglements with BabyTang. Outside the classroom, Zhu Zhiyun was waiting for Zhu Zhuqing to finish class. Lanba Academy divided classes based on soul power, and Zhu Zhuqing's level 28 soul power allowed her to stand out among her peers, so most of her classmates were over 18. When she first entered the class, Zhu Zhuqing's beautiful face and impressive figure attracted the attention of the male students, but due to her young age and somewhat cold personality, very few had any inappropriate thoughts about her. Later, when Zhu Zhiyun came to find Zhu Zhuqing, her equally stunning appearance immediately shifted the attention of those boys to her, and it seemed that Zhu Zhiyun's personality was much more approachable than her sister's. Before they could act, Tyren, sensing something, dealt with a person who had ill intentions towards Zhu Zhuqing and warned everyone not to bother her. Since then, no one dared to target Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing again. Tyran was the current top student of Lanba Academy, and both his family background and personal strength were among the best in the academy. Who was Zhu Zhuyun? She was Tang Yin's girlfriend, the young master of Tyran's household. How could he allow anyone to disturb her? Therefore, Zhu Zhuyun did not attract the attention of other students outside the classroom, as the last person with such thoughts had already gone home to recuperate. Of course, all this was handled privately by Tyran, and neither Zhu Zhuyun nor Zhu Zhuqing was aware of it. Soon, the bell rang, and Zhu Zhuqing saw Zhu Zhuyun waiting at the door. The coldness on her face instantly dissipated, and she smiled sweetly as she wrapped her arm around Zhu Zhuyun's. "Sister, let's go." Zhu Zhuyun patted her sister's head and brushed aside her bangs. You've been stuck at level 29 for quite a while. You need to work hard and aim to break through during this time. Okay, sister, I will try my best. Zhu Zhuqing was quite distressed. She had originally thought that as a great soul master, her soul power level should rise faster than Zhu Zhuyun's, who was already a soul sect, thus narrowing the gap between them. However, before she even reached level 30, Zhu Zhuyun had rocketed to level 46, as if there were no bottlenecks at all. Sister, I've almost figured out the secret to your rapid breakthroughs. Over the past 6 months, Zhu Zhuqing had summarized many patterns. Every 2 days, her sister's training speed would exceptionally increase, and today was the day before such a rapid increase. So she had to seize the time to uncover her sister's secret. As usual, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing practiced in the academy's simulated forest. The forest had a significant effect on the training of felines. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing sat facing each other. Even with some distance between them, their full chests almost touched. Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul, manifest. The shadow of the Phantom Spirit Cat appeared, entirely black and covered in a layer of shimmering black fur, like a sprite in the night. The graceful and agile body stood proudly behind the two sisters, and the two Phantom Spirit Cats seemed to gaze at each other, as the soul power circulated within them. A faint purple light emanated from both Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, and the purple light in the eyes of the Phantom Spirit Cats swirled, while the soul power floating in the surrounding air gathered towards them. Just as Zhu Zhuqing expected, Zhu Zhuyun's training today was quite normal. Although her speed of improvement was not slow, it was not exaggerated either. Zhu Zhuyun was still unaware that her sister was investigating her abnormal increase in soul power. If she knew, she wouldn't know how to explain it to Zhu Zhuqing. She couldn't just say, "It's because I eat more." Because Tang Yin had such a positive impact on her training, every time they finished, Zhu Zhuyun would act like a little cat protecting her food and swallow her gains. Initially, Tang Yin was puzzled, thinking it wasn't good for Zhu Zhuyun, but she didn't mind at all and always wore a satisfied expression. Thus, Tang Yin could only consider this one of Zhu Zhuyun's little quirks. Time passed minute by minute, and an hour later, Zhu Zhuyun exited her training state and opened her eyes. This was the biological clock Zhu Zhuyun had formed during this time. She knew that Tang Yin had probably finished his treatment by now, and it was time to look for him. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still in her training, Zhu Zhuyun did not disturb her. She quietly got up and left. As Zhu Zhuyun stood up to leave, Zhu Zhuqing, still in her training state, opened her eyes a crack. Downstairs at Yuxian, Tang Yin, just finishing his treatment, saw Zhu Zhuyun walking towards him. He was not surprised at all, as their time spent together had made them familiar with each other. Even though they hadn't seen each other for just a short hour or two, Zhu Zhuyun still missed Tang Yin very much. The moment she saw him, she rushed over, directly hugging his waist and burying her head in his embrace. Inhaling that intoxicating scent, Tang Yin also embraced Zhu Zhuyun, one hand on her waist and the other gently playing with her hair. After a moment of tenderness, they held hands and left Yuxian intimately. Upstairs, Tang Yuehua lazily leaned against the precious sandalwood window railing, one hand on her chest and the other supporting her chin, watching the young couple, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun, with a smile that carried a hint of longing. After watching them leave, Tang Yuehua turned to leave. How beautiful! After returning home, the two began preparing dinner. Before long, Zhu Zhuqing returned. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun did not notice that a small black cat had been following them the whole time. Zhu Zhuqing had truly maximized the hidden characteristics of her Phantom Spirit Cat Martial Soul. Unless one intentionally looked for her, they would not discover her presence. Even Tang Yin, who could see Zhu Zhuqing, had not noticed her, as he genuinely did not expect anyone to be following him. Actually, Zhu Zhuqing was not following Tang Yin, but Zhu Zhuyun. Throughout this journey, Zhu Zhuqing had not obtained any useful information. It shouldn't be like this. Zhu Zhuqing touched her head, always unable to understand. She hadn't noticed that today's Zhu Zhuyun had no unusual behavior, nothing different from the past. If there was any difference, it was that today, before returning, her sister hugged Tang Yin for 36 seconds longer than yesterday. That's right. The tracking plan started from the last time Zhu Zhuyun's cultivation speed skyrocketed, the day before yesterday, for comparison experiments. Today, Zhu Zhuqing was determined to uncover the secret of her sister Zhu Zhuyun. When Zhu Zhuqing returned, Zhu Zhuyun, who was carrying a plate and walking out of the kitchen, said, "Zhuqing is back. It must have been tough to cultivate. Wash your hands quickly. Dinner is about to be served." "Okay," Zhu Zhuqing replied simply, walking into the kitchen, where Tang Yin was still busy. Regarding his brother-in-law, Zhu Zhuqing was very supportive. More than 2 years ago, this person helped her and her sister escape the family's cage, thus avoiding the bloody and cruel conflict between the two sisters. The ruler of the Xinglu Empire? The position of queen? To be honest, the young Zhu Zhuqing had no concept of this. In the original work, she chose to fight only to survive. "Brother-in-law, you've worked hard." Zhu Zhuqing's words made Tang Yin turn his head to look at her. Tang Yin smiled slightly. "What hard work is there? We are a family. Hurry up and serve the rice." The three of them sat at a small table and started dinner. Zhu Zhuyun and Tang Yin sat together, while Zhu Zhuqing sat alone across from them. Because Zhu Zhuqing was present, Zhu Zhuyun and Tang Yin didn't get too intimate at the dining table. After a simple meal, Zhu Zhuqing took the initiative to clear the dishes. This was a tacit understanding formed from living together. At first, Tang Yin intended to wash them himself, but was stopped by Zhu Zhuyun's gaze. Tang Yin also understood that this way of life would rarely lead to conflicts. While washing the dishes, Zhu Zhuqing's heart grew more anxious. Today was coming to an end, but her sister was still the same as usual. How could she uncover the secret that had been troubling her? At night, it was Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun's time of affection. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun only spent time together every 2 days. It wasn't merely the routine of an old couple. They were, after all, a couple in love. Tang Yin also needed to cultivate, and after summarizing over the past few days, he found that cultivating for 2 days and relaxing for 1 maximized his efficiency. Zhu Zhuyun had no complaints upon learning this. Instead, she thought it was quite good. The spring breeze warmed the hibiscus tent at night, and the clouds dissipated while their affection deepened. As usual, after consuming her spoils, Zhu Zhuyun embraced Tang Yin, and the two fell asleep due to exhaustion. Outside the door, Zhu Zhuqing, who witnessed everything, had her small face as red as a ripe apple, almost as if it would bleed. Her blush was not only from shyness, but also from a sudden realization. "I understand now. I understand everything." The variable that had not appeared before suddenly emerged at this moment. That was Tang Yin. The reason her sister's cultivation improved so quickly must be. Zhu Zhuqing found it hard to believe, but the evidence was right in front of her, making it impossible not to believe. "No, I must verify my guess." After falling asleep with excitement, the next day during cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing felt a mix of anxiety and excitement as she began today's training with Zhu Zhuyun. During today's cultivation, the aura of the phantom spirit cat behind Zhu Zhuyun was much stronger than yesterday, with its black fur emanating an invisible might and unparalleled vitality. Zhu Zhuqing secretly observed her sister's cultivation state. When Zhu Zhuyun's soul energy circulated, the terrifying absorption speed left Zhu Zhuqing speechless in shock. It can't be real. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing still had some doubts, but the truth was already laid before her, making it hard not to believe. Days passed, and after continuously observing a few scenes of affectionate encounters, Zhu Zhuqing had new doubts. She knew how intimacy between men and women should be, but after secretly watching her sister and brother-in-law, she was puzzled. Why did her sister always end with the phrase, "I want to eat it"? But soon she received confirmation. One day, when Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun were deeply in love, they didn't care about anything else. The next day, during cultivation, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that Zhu Zhuyun's cultivation speed had not increased significantly. After a series of observations, the brilliant detective Zhuqing analyzed and concluded that there was only one truth: Tang Yin. To be precise, thinking of this, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red again. No wonder her sister always had to. It turned out to be like this. After uncovering her sister's secret, Zhu Zhuqing's gaze towards Tang Yin changed slightly. Chapter 106. The young girl's spring thoughts in recent days. Tang Yin felt that Zhu Zhuqing was acting a bit strange. This girl always stared at him blankly after returning home, and when he looked back at her, she would shyly lower her head, a faint blush appearing on her fair skin. Could it be Tang Yin had a very unsettling suspicion. But how could he discuss this with Zhu Zhiyan? After all, Zhu Zhuqing had not expressed her feelings, and directly telling her sister that she liked her brother-in-law seemed a bit too ordinary and bold. But letting it go like this wasn't right either. Tang Yin needed to find an opportunity to talk to Zhu Zhuqing. What was Zhu Zhuqing's situation? Now, whenever she saw Tang Yin, she would think of the image of Zhu Zhiyun like a little greedy cat crawling beneath him. The expression of satisfaction that her sister showed when she closed her eyes and tilted her white neck lingered in her mind. That night, Zhu Zhuqing had a very strange dream. In the dream, she stood there blankly, leaning against someone on the soft big bed. The person looked just like Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing also noticed that she was wearing her sister Zhu Zhiyun's black lace camisole nightgown, which perfectly showcased her figure without appearing vulgar. She also noticed that Tang Yin was wearing a nightgown, and if he untied the belt at his waist, his strong body would be revealed before her. Tang Yin looked at her with gentle eyes, just like he looked at her sister. Before Zhu Zhuqing could speak, the Tang Yin in her dream rose and approached, pulling Zhu Zhuqing into his embrace. He pressed his lips against her ear, as if praising her but also teasing. Zhuqing, why are you wearing your sister's clothes? But I like it very much. Zhu Zhuqing did not refute. Instead, she allowed Tang Yin to hold her, and in a half-push, half-acceptance. Lost in Tang Yin's tenderness, Zhu Zhuqing suddenly remembered that Tang Yin was her brother-in-law, and she jolted up from the bed, gasping for breath. A faint pink hue appeared on her delicate white skin, enough to make one imagine what she had just experienced in the dream. What is wrong with me? Zhu Zhuqing muttered in a flustered manner. Tang Yin was her sister's boyfriend. How could she be like this? Yet in the dream, she felt no resistance to Tang Yin's closeness. Instead, she felt a flutter in her heart, which was an abnormal reaction. Zhu Zhuqing felt her head was in chaos and didn't think much of it before falling asleep. She slept lightly and woke up early the next day, feeling a bit uncomfortable. When she reached out to touch the blanket, the damp sensation stunned her, but she quickly realized what had happened. She felt like a steam engine, with a faint white mist rising from her head. Zhu Zhuqing changed her clothes, hugging the one she had changed out along with the blanket as she opened the door, looking sneaky and as if she had done something wrong. Just as she peeked out, she bumped right into Tang Yin, who had also woken up early. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing up, Tang Yin greeted her with a smile. Good morning, Zhuqing. However, Zhu Zhuqing wasn't as calm. Remembering the terrible dream from last night made her feel even more embarrassed looking at Tang Yin. Moreover, if he discovered the clothes and blanket she was holding, she would have no place in this house. Zhu Zhuqing didn't look at Tang Yin, but softly said morning and quickly lowered her head to pass by him toward the washroom. In her haste, Zhu Zhuqing bumped into Tang Yin's right arm, but she dared not stop. Instead, she quickened her pace. Tang Yin reached out to stop her, but before he could say anything, Zhu Zhuqing disappeared around the corner. Once in the washroom, she immediately threw all her clothes, blanket, and sheets into the water. Once wet, they wouldn't be recognizable. Suddenly, a knock on the door startled Zhu Zhuqing like a frightened kitten, causing her to shudder before turning her head. Tang Yin's unexpected appearance surprised her as well. He awkwardly smiled, holding a plain white women's panty. You left this on the floor when you rushed out, so I brought it to you. There's a not-so-obvious water stain on the panty, but Tang Yin wasn't a pervert and wouldn't do something so crude. If he wanted something, his sister Zhu Yun would be more than happy to provide it. Zhu Zhuqing's face turned red with embarrassment as she hurriedly grabbed the panty from Tang Yin's hand, clutching it tightly and quickly placing her hand behind her back. Thank you. Zhu Zhuqing's voice grew fainter, fearing Tang Yin would discover something, her confidence dwindling. Tang Yin felt this was a good opportunity, so he straightforwardly addressed her. Zhuqing, I've noticed something's off with you these days. Zhu Zhuqing thought he had discovered something and quickly rushed forward to cover his mouth with her hand. But she seemed to forget what she was holding. Tang Yin was taken aback. He didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing's reaction to be so intense. Before he could finish speaking, she lunged at him. Zhu Zhuqing froze, staring at what was blocking Tang Yin's mouth, unsure of what to do, standing there dumbfounded. It was Tang Yin who raised his hand and gently moved Zhu Zhuqing's small hand away. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still dazed, Tang Yin cautiously called out, Zhuqing, Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing stammered, her eyes welling with tears from anxiety. She dropped the panty, covered her face with her hands, unsure how to face Tang Yin. Was she embarrassed for being discovered in her youthful longing, or for her earlier impudent action, or both? Zhu Zhuqing suddenly cried, which Tang Yin hadn't anticipated. He hurriedly approached to comfort her, taking all the blame upon himself regardless of the reason. Zhuqing, don't cry, it's all my fault. Tang Yin didn't have time to contemplate the earlier situation. He racked his brain to say all the comforting words he could think of. Fortunately, Zhu Yun had exhausted herself last night and was still dreaming. If she saw her sister crying, she would probably be angry too. Tang Yin silently felt relieved. Zhu Zhuqing knew it was her fault. After venting her emotions, it was time to stop. She lifted her tear-filled big eyes, which were red from crying but still beautiful. Brother-in-law, please don't tell my sister about this, okay? Her pitiful tone melted Tang Yin's heart. Okay. Chapter 107. Goodbye QianXunji's due to this little incident. Tang Yin found it difficult to continue discussing the matter. After calming Zhu Zhuqing down, he hurriedly left the washroom. Before he could collect himself, he bumped into Zhu Yun, who had just woken up. She was wearing the black lace nightgown that Zhu Zhuqing had dreamed of the night before. As she stretched, her full chest became even more pronounced, sparking endless imagination. Zhu Yun, just awake, didn't he notice Tang Yin's fluster? She instinctively wrapped her arms around his waist, pressing her fullness against his chest, then stood on her tiptoes, asking for a good morning kiss. After a tender moment, Zhu Yun seemed to shake off her sleepiness, her beautiful eyes regaining their usual sparkle. She leaned on Tang Yin's shoulder, softly murmuring, "Xiao Yin, I really like you." Hearing Zhu Yun's daily confession, Tang Yin, who should have felt nothing, felt a twinge of guilt today. The small incident with Zhu Zhuqing made him feel as if he was cheating. He tightened his embrace around her and gently replied, "I like you too." After a moment of warmth, Zhu Yun reluctantly pulled away from Tang Yin. During breakfast, she noticed Zhu Zhuqing acting strangely and asked with concern, "Zhuqing, are you feeling unwell?" Saying this, she reached out to touch Zhu Zhuqing's forehead. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling guilty, avoided Zhu Yun's concerned gaze. "Sister, I'm fine." "That's good, but you need to take care of your health. Don't overexert yourself." Each word made Zhu Zhuqing feel increasingly guilty, thinking she had let her sister down. Having grown up in the Duke of Netherworld's residence, she had encountered very few men. And as one of the heirs of the Star Luo Empire, she wasn't allowed to interact with other men. Zhu Zhuqing had no feelings for her fiancé, Dai Mubai, whom she had only met once. He was cowardly and evasive, leaving her to escape danger alone. His character and actions left her with no good feelings toward him. Tang Yin was one of the few men Zhu Zhuqing had interacted with. Despite being almost the same age, he had a maturity that belied his years. He was enthusiastic, friendly, and incredibly kind to everyone around him. As a friend, he had gifted her and her sister the most precious external spirit bone, despite knowing them for only a short time. As a lover, he was gentle and considerate towards Zhu Yun. They had never had a single argument, resembling a prince and princess from a fairy tale. If Zhu Zhuqing had no other thoughts about Tang Yin, how could he be the subject of her spring dream? "I'm done eating. I'm off to class." Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to stay any longer. She needed to leave and think things over calmly. Watching Zhu Zhuqing leave in a hurry, Zhu Yin was puzzled and instinctively looked at Tang Yin, seeking answers from him. Tang Yin sighed inwardly and said, "Zhuqing might have her own concerns. It will be fine once she figures things out." On the other side, in the prince's mansion of Tiando City, QianXunji, as usual, disguised herself as Shueqinghe and entered her study. She gently pushed a certain spot on the sandalwood desk, and the sound of gears turning came from behind. The bookshelf slowly opened, revealing a secret room. After entering, QianXunji let the bookshelf close behind her, restoring everything to its original state. The decoration of this secret room was no less splendid than that of the prince's mansion, also resplendent and intricately carved. The facilities inside were complete, besides a desk. There was also a large bed on the side, which was where QianXunji usually rested. After entering the secret room, QianXunji removed her disguise. She elegantly sat in a soft chair at the desk, crossed her legs, revealing the graceful curve of her calves. The wide tabletop only held one document, which QianXunji picked up and read carefully. The content clearly detailed Tang Yin's activities over the past few days. The more she read, the more her brows furrowed. Why was Tang Yin spending every day with women? She wasn't jealous. Rather, she was frustrated with his lack of ambition. With such incredible and grand goals, how could he waste his youth and talent on romance? This wouldn't do. It had been a while since she last contacted him, so it would be best to invite him over tonight for some proper guidance. Without hesitation, QianXunji sent her personal attendant to find Tang Yin. Tang Yin was somewhat surprised to receive QianXunji's invitation, as they hadn't been in contact for some time. He had been busy practicing and dating recently, feeling quite fulfilled. Since QianXunji hadn't reached out to him, he hadn't sought her out either. He agreed to come over, although he had planned to practice that night. He decided to skip it for the appointment. Of course, before leaving, Tang Yin informed Zhu Zhiyun that he was going to the prince's mansion. He thought it was a simple report, but he noticed that Zhu Zhiyun's expression froze when she heard he was going to the prince's mansion, as if she was shocked by his decision. Zhu Zhiyun was indeed shocked. Memories of the past suddenly resurfaced, and she didn't understand why Tang Yin mentioned going to the prince's mansion so suddenly. The prince, Tang Yin, the scene from that day replayed in her mind. The look exchange between Xue Qinghe and Tang Yin deeply etched in Zhu Zhiyun's memory. She had thought that Tang Yin's incident with Long Yang was over, especially since they had done everything they should and shouldn't have done in the past 6 months. Moreover, Zhu Zhiyun knew that Tang Yin didn't like taking the long route. He would go early and return early. Although she was worried, Zhu Zhiyun understood that she couldn't recklessly change Tang Yin's mind just because of his love for her. If she did that, Tang Yin might indulge her for a while, but eventually, their relationship would inevitably suffer cracks. After Zhu Zhiyun kissed Tang Yin on the forehead, he left home and headed for the prince's mansion. Taking out the prince's order given to him by the attendant during the day, Tang Yin smoothly entered the prince's mansion. Everything here was unchanged from his last visit. QianXunji was still receiving him in the same room where she had first welcomed him. However, upon entering the room, Tang Yin noticed that QianXunji, directly opposite him, looked somewhat displeased. Little did he know it was because he had upset her. "Sister, did you call me for something?" Tang Yin asked straightforwardly, looking at QianXunji, who had already removed her disguise. QianXunji stood up and walked toward him. Feeling the pressure from QianXunji, Tang Yin couldn't help but weaken his breath, like a child who had done something wrong. As QianXunji closed in on him, Tang Yin kept retreating until his back pressed against the closed door. He still didn't know why QianXunji had called him here. And why did she look like she wanted to devour him? With nowhere to retreat, QianXunji pressed against him at the door. Tang Yin then realized that QianXunji was not much shorter than him. Looking at QianXunji's stunning face, combined with the tense atmosphere, made Tang Yin swallow hard. What are you going to do?" QianXunji lifted Tang Yin's chin, her tone unfriendly. "I heard you've been indulging in women lately and neglecting your training. Let your sister teach you a lesson." Chapter 108. The invitation. Tang Yin looked into QianXunji's beautiful, aggressive eyes, and he could almost sense what was about to happen. QianXunji's rosy lips glistened under the light, sensual and tempting. Although he felt somewhat guilty towards Zhu Zhiyun, the thrill of being in a forbidden situation made Tang Yin a bit excited, his heart racing. QianXunji seemed to see through Tang Yin's thoughts. Her expression shifted, the dominance in her eyes turning to cunning, and the corners of her mouth curled slightly. Tang Yin immediately realized he had been tricked. QianXunji moved the hand that was pinching Tang Yin's chin higher, raising her other hand, each hand gripping one side of Tang Yin's face. Her tone didactic, yet sounding flirtatious. Little lecher, what are you thinking? Are you wondering if your sister will kiss you?" Feeling guilty, Tang Yin let QianXunji manipulate his face, not daring to resist at all. After QianXunji grew bored, she finally stopped and returned to her seat. Tang Yin rubbed his reddened face, recalling QianXunji's quirky demeanor just now, which starkly contrasted with her earlier strong and calm self, making his heart flutter. He never expected QianXunji could have such a contrasting side. Once QianXunji settled back in her seat, Tang Yin cautiously sat down opposite her, still a bit awkward. "Why are you so timid now? You dared to come here alone last time," QianXunji teased while playing with the teacup in her hand. Looking at Tang Yin with a hint of annoyance. Tang Yin wasn't embarrassed. He chuckled, looking a bit silly. "Isn't it because I'm afraid of making you angry, sister?" QianXunji chuckled. She wasn't really angry with Tang Yin. She had just been putting on a show to intimidate him and gain the upper hand. Tang Yin's strategy was also clever, playing dumb to make QianXunji's dominance feel like hitting cotton. QianXunji picked up the teapot filled with brewed tea and another cup, pouring tea for Tang Yin while asking, "By the way, what level is your soul power now?" "Level 49. Hearing Tang Yin's reply, QianXunji looked at him in shock, almost unable to believe her ears. As Tang Yin saw the cup nearing its full capacity, QianXunji still showed no signs of stopping. He directly reached out and placed his hand over hers that was holding the teapot, leveling it out. As Tang Yin felt the sensation of her hand, smooth and cool, he couldn't help but compare it to Zhu Zhiyun's, which had a bit more softness. Zhu Zhiyun's martial spirit was a ghostly spiritual cat, and her main attack method was her claws, making her hands not delicate like most women's, but rather textured. The softness mixed with firmness was something only Tang Yin had experienced, ineffable. As her hands touched briefly, Tang Yin had no lewd thoughts. "The water has been poured full. Tang Yin et lai." A hint of unnoticeable shyness flashed in QianXunji's eyes, and she pretended that nothing had happened. "Sorry," she said, pushing the teacup towards Tang Yin, signaling him to drink tea. QianXunji did not expect Tang Yin's cultivation speed to be so fast. "How old are you now?" QianXunji asked seriously. If we're counting how long I've been alive, then 15, Tang Yin thought that the 3 years in the secret realm should also be counted. After all, his bone age had indeed increased. 15 years old, level 49. QianXunji recalled when she broke through to level 50. It seemed she only did so when she was almost 17. Comparing the two, she felt a bit ashamed. If QianXunji knew that Tang Yin had not cultivated soul power for 3 years, she would wonder what to think. In fact, QianXunji had great talent. But this plot to usurp the country severely affected her cultivation speed, as she had to spend a lot of time every day pretending to be a man, imitating his personality and everything about him. Sometimes, QianXunji didn't even know if she was the prince of the Tiando Empire, Shueqinghe, or the descendant of the angel family of the Spirit Hall, QianXunji. After pretending for so long, the fake was about to become real. "Hey, your talent is indeed not bad. I'm 6 years older than you, and my soul power is only 10 levels higher." QianXunji sighed and shook her head. Tang Yin could see that QianXunji's melancholy didn't seem to be an act, but he didn't understand why she felt this way. A 21-year-old level 59 Soul King is not considered top talent? "Sister, you're only 21 this year. Why such a sigh?" This question left QianXunji speechless as she pondered whether to tell Tang Yin that she also had innate level 20 soul power. After hesitating for a while, QianXunji chose to speak the truth. "In this world, you're not the only one with innate level 20 soul power." Tang Yin immediately understood that this beautiful sister in front of him also had innate level 20 soul power. In this case, her cultivation speed was indeed somewhat slow. It must be affected by this hidden plot to usurp the country. Following that, Tang Yin recalled the series of puzzling actions QianXunji had when they interacted, and everything suddenly became clear. "Is this the reason you chose to use emotions as the bond to maintain our cooperative relationship? I sensed a kindred spirit in you. We're meant to be." QianXunji's words were very rational and serious, not like a joke, as if it was only natural for Tang Yin to be with her. Tang Yin fell silent. To be honest, as someone who was extremely emotional and indecisive in his own feelings, he felt that mixing emotions into serious matters would affect his judgment and decisions. All right, feelings grow over time. QianXunji didn't want to continue on this topic and chose to change the subject. "We're about to break through. Why don't we go together to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings next time?" Facing QianXunji's invitation, Tang Yin hesitated for a moment but ultimately agreed. After finishing their conversation, just as Tang Yin was about to get up and leave, QianXunji suddenly grabbed him. "How?" Before Tang Yin could ask, QianXunji's head leaned over. Tang Yin's head was embraced by QianXunji, and this time, the assertive sister Shui did not intend to let go of Tang Yin, the little rabbit, as she had last time. However, Tang Yin quickly realized that although QianXunji wanted to take the initiative, she seemed to lack kissing experience. After a moment, the roles reversed. QianXunji soon became dazed and lost in the kiss, the hormones making her consciousness a bit hazy, seemingly forgetting that she only meant to make up for the punishment from their first meeting. QianXunji lay weakly in Tang Yin's embrace, gasping for breath. Even so, she still insisted, This is me making it up to you, but don't think too much." Tang Yin held the golden-haired girl in his arms, lightly sniffing the fragrance coming from her hair, feeling her softness. He did not refute her, but went along with her words. "Then thank you for the punishment, sister." Releasing QianXunji, Tang Yin left the room. After losing Tang Yin's support, QianXunji felt weak and quickly steadied herself against a nearby table, waiting until Tang Yin left the room before collapsing weakly to the floor. Chapter 109. The Sunset Forest. On the way home, Tang Yin was still savoring the kiss from earlier. To be precise, this time was truly a kiss with QianXunji. The last one was merely a fleeting peck. "No, I already have a girlfriend." Thinking of Zhu Zhuyun, recalling her gentle face, made Tang Yin feel a bit guilty. He returned home with a heavy heart, and the lights in the room were already off. Tonight was a day for cultivation, so Tang Yin did not disturb Zhu Zhuyun's rest, but went to the small room that was unoccupied to cultivate. This room, less than 10 square meters, had been transformed into a simple training room, with heaven and earth as the furnace in operation. Tang Yin began to break through the bottleneck he hadn't crossed for a long time, striving to reach level 50 in the coming days. Shortly after Tang Yin left, QianXunji, feeling a bit guilty, tidied up the blanket that had some water stains on it, and arranged for hot water for a bath. It seemed QianXunji was quite hungry after being starved for a long time. To be safe, she restored her face as Shueqingha. The rising steam enveloped her, making her appear hazy, as if real and illusory, just like her current state. QianXunji submerged her entire body in the water. The whole world became quiet. Her eyes filled with loneliness. She had never shown her true feelings in front of others, not even to Tang Yin, whom she believed would be in her next life. After coming out of the bath, QianXunji returned to the secret room, seizing the opportunity to cultivate and striving to break through to level 60 as soon as possible. After Tang Yin and QianXunji both broke through, they agreed to meet at the north gate of Tiando City and head to the Sunset Forest together. In the morning, there were already many people coming and going at the north gate of Tiando City. Among the bustling crowd, Tang Yin quickly spotted QianXunji because she stood out too much. Today, QianXunji had no disguise at all. She was just dressed very low-key. Her entire figure wrapped in a large black robe, with a black hood covering her golden hair and stunning beauty. But her aura still made Tang Yin recognize her immediately. There were no guards around QianXunji, clearly indicating that she did not intend to expose her identity as a prince. Tang Yin knew this was not a place for idle chatter, and after confirming each other's identities with QianXunji, the two left Tiando City and headed towards the Sunset Forest. After walking for more than 10 miles, Tang Yin jokingly said, "Sister Shui, why are you showing your true face today?" Looking at Tang Yin's face, QianXunji recalled the embarrassing incident from that night, and her tone was not so friendly as she teased. "Humph, what's the difference between pretending and not pretending in front of you? There is a difference. If Sister Shui pretends, then only I can see your face." Tang Yin's teasing words left QianXunji momentarily at a loss for how to respond. The aftermath of that kiss was indeed quite significant. This time, during the Soul Ring hunting mission, QianXunji did not bring the titled Duo Shimiao and Siju along. This was a two-person activity between her and Tang Yin, and if there were any hidden witnesses, it would be quite awkward. Tang Yin only informed Zhu Zhiyun and A Yin that he had made an appointment with someone to hunt for soul rings, without revealing the identity of that person. As a mother, A Yin did not ask further, but told Tang Yin to activate the mark to inform her if he encountered danger. Zhu Zhiyun also did not inquire, but she felt a twinge of worry in her heart, as she had a hunch about who Tang Yin might be meeting. Little Yin, Yu Wun Ti. The distance from Tiando City to the Sunset Forest is quite short, and the Sunset Forest can be said to be a place where soul masters hunt soul beasts in most nearby cities centered around Tiando City. Compared to the Stardow Great Forest, the Sunset Forest not only differs significantly in area, but also in many other aspects. The Stardow Great Forest is located in the central region of the continent, being the largest soul beast forest in that area. In contrast, the Sunset Forest is located further north, with much lower temperatures. The two did not delay and began to describe their needs for soul rings. QianXunji said, "I need a light attribute soul beast with a cultivation level of around 40,000 years." Tang Yin replied, "I also need a soul beast with a cultivation level of around 40,000 years, and the more unique its attribute, the better." After years of cultivation, Tang Yin's understanding of the Fate Lance leaned more towards its weapon aspect rather than its attributes. Clearly, the life attribute of fate was a primary characteristic of Tang Yin's martial soul, but having taken the path of the lance, he increasingly disregarded the attribute pairing of soul rings and focused more on the applicability of the soul skills brought by soul beasts. The fourth soul ring, Swift Dragon, was a clear example. You only have a fifth soul ring. Can your body withstand the impact of a 40,000 year soul beast? QianXunji was genuinely startled by Tang Yin's words, thinking she had misheard, and looked at him with a puzzled expression. Tang Yin offered no further explanation, summoning his martial soul, the brown fate appearing, with 4 soul rings of purple and black slowly rotating. "Sister Shui, all my soul rings are absorbed beyond the limit." QianXunji fell silent again. Tang Yin's words hit hard like a whisper from Garen, leaving her speechless and vulnerable. "I understand. Just put it away quickly." After saying this, QianXunji walked ahead, ignoring Tang Yin. Tang Yin was unsure of what he had done wrong and hurried to catch up, not surpassing QianXunji, but eagerly following behind her. QianXunji, being a proud person, had always believed she was at the pinnacle of the pyramid with her innate level 20 soul power, looking down upon all heroes, including her own extraordinary title, grandfather, who held her in high regard. However, after meeting Tang Yin, QianXunji felt significantly impacted. realizing that even her innate level 20 soul power held no pride in front of Tang Yin. Intentionally quickening her pace to shake off Tang Yin, she found he sped up to keep up. Seeing she couldn't lose him, QianXunji suddenly halted, and Tang Yin immediately stopped, still standing behind her. QianXunji looked at Tang Yin with a mix of anger and amusement. "What are you doing? Aren't you just making your sister angry out of fear? I'm not some punching bag. I'm not that easy to anger. Let's go." All right. The two had already been in the Sunset Forest for half a day, and Tang Yin noticed that the number of soul beasts encountered on the way was similar to that in the Star Dogray Forest, but the quality was slightly lower. Although they encountered a few thousand-year level soul beasts, most were just above the 1,000-year mark. Since the soul rings they needed had a high age requirement, they needed to venture deeper into the Sunset Forest. As they went further in, the density of soul beasts decreased, but each soul beast's aura became stronger. With his keen perception, Tang Yin quickly realized that he and QianXunji had entered the territory of a 10,000-year soul beast, and their presence had already been locked onto. Chapter 110. Crystal Radiant Lotus. Realizing they had been locked onto, Tang Yin and QianXunji simultaneously halted, lowering their auras and directing their gazes toward the same direction. In the dim forest, a rustling sound emerged, and then a pair of hands covered in thick yellow-brown shells pushed aside the bushes, revealing a massive head. It was a rock armor bear, standing at 5 meters tall, its crimson eyes vigilantly fixated on Tang Yin and QianXunji, while its enormous mouth emitted threatening low growls, warning the two intruders to leave its territory. After observing, Tang Yin noticed that there were bloodstains and flesh scraps on the fur around the bear's mouth and on its paws, with dark red blood dripping from its short, thick claws. Tang Yin speculated that the rock armor bear had just been feeding, and he and QianXunji had merely trespassed into its territory. The reason for its appearance here was primarily to drive away intruders. Of course, that was only one reason. If Tang Yin and QianXunji lacked sufficient strength, the rock armor bear would not hesitate to make them its meal. Its intent to attack is not strong. We could just bypass it, Tang Yin said, pulling QianXunji to slowly retreat. QianXunji was not reckless. She understood the importance of maintaining optimal conditions before encountering a suitable soul beast. Both the two and the beast remained vigilant toward each other, and after creating enough distance, Tang Yin and QianXunji felt slightly reassured, bypassing the area to continue deeper. We have now entered the habitat of 10,000-year soul beasts. If we go a little deeper, we can start looking for soul beasts, Tang Yin said to QianXunji beside him. QianXunji nodded in agreement with Tang Yin's suggestion, and after the two ventured 10 more miles into the Sunset Forest, they slowed their pace. The surrounding forest environment had drastically changed, with towering ancient trees blocking out the sun, making it nearly impossible for light to penetrate. On such massive trees, one could hardly hear any bird calls or insect chirps. Moss covered the damp rocks, and chilly winds blew from unknown sources, creating a chilling atmosphere. The outer regions of the Sunset Forest, like those of the Star Dogray Forest, had undergone significant changes due to human soul masters' activities. Only here could one witness such a primitive forest landscape. However, this was not the time for sightseeing. After discussing, Tang Yin and QianXunji decided to split up the search for soul beasts, agreeing to regroup here after half an hour, regardless of whether they had found any soul beasts. Tang Yin walked alone deeper into the Sunset Forest, activating his Xieji eye. In this dim environment, he was unaffected and instead observed more carefully. After walking over 1,000 meters, Tang Yin discovered traces of soul beasts from the marks left behind. He could deduce that it was a feline soul beast, and the residual aura suggested it was no less than 10,000 years old. Using fate to part the dense thicket before him, Tang Yin made a significant discovery. Before him was a flower radiating intense white light, appearing almost like a small sun in this dark environment. The thicket Tang Yin had cleared was so dense that hardly any light penetrated through. After observing for a while and confirming that there were no soul beasts nearby, Tang Yin approached the little flower for a closer inspection. As he neared the little flower, a wave of warmth washed over him. Just by taking a whiff of its fragrance, Tang Yin felt a surge of heat flow through his body. Each petal of the little flower was composed of a white light screen, and upon closer examination, Tang Yin discovered that the petals were actually transparent. Not only the petals, but also the flower's stamen, receptacle, and peduncle are all transparent. The amazing thing is that this flower is not rooted in the soil, but is attached to a small stone. The stone's material is indiscernible, and Tang Yin did not directly touch the flower. When he was young, Tang Yin had studied pharmacology with Yang Wudi, and he had read the treasured medical books of the family. He knew that when encountering uncertain spiritual flowers and herbs in the wild, one should not touch them with bare hands. Besides safety concerns, some herbs have extremely harsh picking conditions and will wilt shortly after contact with the human body, losing not only their spirituality, but also significantly reducing their medicinal properties. Tang Yin began to compare the appearance of this flower with the images in his mind. Sunflower? No, although sunflowers also glow and the finest sunflowers have a white sheen. Their bodies are light pink. Moondew water hibiscus? No, its luster is not this bright. After ruling out several options, Tang Yin finally identified the name of this flower, crystal radiant hibiscus. After confirming, Tang Yin widened his eyes. He had never seen such a high-quality crystal radiant hibiscus. He didn't recognize it immediately because the crystal body of the crystal radiant hibiscus rarely has such pure crystalline flowers. What does near transparency mean? Perfect quality. Such a rare gem. Yet Tang Yin immediately calmed down. He knew that precious medicines in the forest are guarded by powerful soul beasts, and he wouldn't think he was lucky enough to discover a flower without a master. Based on the flower's attributes, Tang Yin could guess that the soul beast guarding this flower was most likely fire-based or of light attribute. With this thought, Tang Yin's eyes brightened, and after clearing away his traces, he slowly retreated to reunite with QianXunji. Upon returning to the agreed location, Tang Yin did not wait long before encountering the returning QianXunji. Seeing Tang Yin's hopeful gaze, QianXunji shook her head, indicating that she had not gained anything. Tang Yin smiled slightly. I have made some discoveries, but I can't be sure if that soul beast is suitable for you. He then shared the details of the crystal radiant hibiscus and his guesses with QianXunji. After hearing this, QianXunji was also very surprised. She was not astonished that Tang Yin had found a suitable soul beast for her, but rather she marveled at his extensive knowledge. She believed she couldn't analyze so much information from a single herb, and she had no understanding of herbs at all. Growing up in a greenhouse, the herbs for QianXunji's body conditioning were prepared by specialists, so she had no need to learn these things herself. If it were someone else who knew so much, QianXunji would still look down on them because they were not on the same level. However, Tang Yin was different. He was someone QianXunji recognized as being in the same class as herself. Then let's set off quickly. QianXunji didn't hesitate and went with Tang Yin to the location of the crystal radiant hibiscus. After arriving, Tang Yin decided to hide first and wait to confirm the type of soul beast before making a decision. In fact, it wasn't necessary because regardless of whether the soul beast was suitable for QianXunji, Tang Yin would still make a move to seize the crystal radiant hibiscus. Sure enough, there was a soul beast guarding the crystal radiant hibiscus. The two of them had not been in the tree for long when a massive figure appeared in their line of sight. It was a white tiger, its body at least 3 meters long, with wings on its back. Its fur was as pure as the finest snow in winter, flawless and shimmering with a soft light. And the black stripes made it look like a giant insect, with every hair seemingly containing the power of holy light. The most peculiar thing was its forehead, which unlike the royal character of ordinary tiger-type soul beasts, had a strange symbol that glowed faintly. Holy light, white tiger. QianXunji immediately recognized this soul beast. The Spirit Hall has a book that records all the soul beasts suitable for absorption by the six-winged angel martial soul, which QianXunji had also studied. The holy light white tiger ranks quite high among them. According to records from her family's ancestors, the holy light white tiger can provide a spiritual attack soul skill to the six-winged angel martial soul, which is extremely powerful and very suitable as QianXunji's sixth soul ring. The holy light white tiger has a keen interest in this crystal radiant hibiscus, as the flower is about to mature, and if consumed, the holy light white tiger is confident it can become the true king of the sunset forest. The sudden sound from QianXunji startled the holy light white tiger, which immediately became alert to the potential intruder. From its aura, this holy light white tiger had long surpassed 40,000 years, making it just right for a sixth soul ring. QianXunji summoned her six-winged angel martial soul, and a stunning angelic figure appeared behind her, with holy angelic 6 wings spreading out, illuminating the entire forest with dazzling light. 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black rose from beneath QianXunji's feet, and as she grasped with her right hand, a sword of holy light was formed in her hand. I'm going in. After informing Tang Yin, the angelic figure behind her flapped its wings, and she quickly darted toward the holy light white tiger. Tang Yin had originally planned to launch a surprise attack, but now that they had been exposed, it was no longer necessary. He and QianXunji had not collaborated before, and he was not very familiar with her soul skills and combat style, so he decided to observe her fighting method from the side, looking for openings in the Holy Light White Tiger's attacks to either deal the finishing blow or provide assistance. The six-winged angel martial soul is the inherited martial soul of the angel family, the helm of the spirit hall. QianXunji's true identity was self-evident, the young master of the angel family of the spirit hall. Tang Yin was speechless. Which genius thought it was a good idea to have their young master act as an undercover? The battle was fierce. With the divine sword in hand, QianXunji dove down, aiming to stab the Holy Light White Tiger in its waist. QianXunji chose her timing very well at that moment. The Holy Light White Tiger was in a relatively narrow passage, and its area for maneuvering was quite limited, making it a correct choice to ambush its vulnerable waist. The Holy Light White Tiger did not dodge or evade the surprise attack, but let out a furious roar toward the sky. Its wings unfolded at the same time, and an invisible light barrier enveloped its body. The light sword in QianXunji's hand was no ordinary item. Tang Yin saw clearly that when the light sword was in hand, the fifth soul ring beneath QianXunji's feet lit up. Fifth soul skill Divine Sword. A long sword formed from holy fire, it could also serve as a handblade. Its attack power was extremely formidable, and could enhance the purifying effect of her angelic soul power by 300%. When the light sword made contact with the hastily formed light barrier of the Holy Light White Tiger, the soul power of the barrier was directly dissolved by the purifying effect of QianXunji's fifth soul skill. QianXunji's speed did not decrease at all. After piercing through the light barrier, she headed straight for its waist. However, the Holy Light White Tiger was a soul beast with over 40,000 years of cultivation, and its combat experience was incredibly rich. It had not expected that the shield it formed in an instant could withstand the attack from this human, and it had hidden its counterattack beneath the light barrier. After piercing through the light barrier, a powerful mental attack that could be seen rippling surged toward QianXunji's face. QianXunji was prepared, her first soul skill activated instantly, and a ball of light gathered in her left hand, and, as she swung it out, a shield enveloped her front. The spiritual attack from the tiger's roar was blocked by the shield coefficient. The momentum of the holy sword was slightly reduced, but it still left a wound on the back of the Holy Light White Tiger, and the burning of the sacred fire was like maggots clinging to the bone, causing the Holy Light White Tiger to emit a painful howl. The power of the spiritual attack within the howl was immense, and QianXunji did not dare to take it head-on, quickly retreating. Tang Yin, who was in the tree, seized the opportunity and, relying on the speed of his dragon break, rushed forward before the Holy Light White Tiger could react. With a loud bang, the massive body of the Holy Light White Tiger was sent flying by Tang Yin, crashing hard into a giant tree. The tree, with a diameter of 5 or 6 meters, made a sound of being unable to bear the weight and was actually broken by this force. The Holy Light White Tiger immediately adjusted its posture, getting up from the ground, its black eyes glowing with white light as it stared at the two humans in front of it. It was contemplating whether to fight to the death with these two humans. From the brief skirmish earlier, it could sense that these two were not easy to deal with, and even if it managed to defeat them, it would still be severely injured. QianXunji's expression was serious as she stared at the Holy Light White Tiger. She did not expect such a top-tier soul beast to be so difficult to handle. Facing the tiger's roar, even though QianXunji had absorbed the head spirit bone of the heavenly god Set, she still felt a bit dazed. She turned to look at Tang Yin beside her and found him unfazed, as if he had not been affected by the tiger's roar's spiritual attack, which made her curious. When she was pushed back earlier, Tang Yin had rushed forward, and at that time, the residual power of the tiger's roar was still present. So QianXunji thought it impossible for Tang Yin to have escaped unscathed. This Holy Light White Tiger spiritual attack is extremely difficult to defend against. Are you okay? Facing her sudden concern, Tang Yin continued to look at the Holy Light White Tiger and explained, "My spiritual power is exceptionally strong. Its attack has little effect on me." Seeing that the Holy Light White Tiger was slow to counterattack, Tang Yin felt something was off. It wouldn't be thinking of running away, would it? Tang Yin speculated, believing there was a high possibility. The Holy Light White Tiger was very familiar with the surrounding environment. If it wanted to escape, Tang Yin had little confidence in being able to stop it. Without hesitation, Tang Yin dashed toward the location of the crystal radiant flame lotus. The Holy Light White Tiger initially thought Tang Yin was going to attack it. It was preparing to flee, but when it realized that Tang Yin's target was not it, it suddenly felt uneasy. Tang Yin looked at the flower about to bloom, revealing a threatening smile towards the Holy Light White Tiger. If you run away, I'll take this flower. Chapter 111. Holy Light White Tiger. The Holy Light White Tiger realized that its intention to escape had been seen through, and the male human had grasped its weakness. Hesitating, it gathered strength in its claws again, stabilizing its hesitant form, and let out a roar that shook the surrounding mountains and forests. The majesty of the Forest King radiated from it, and the terrifying might of a 40,000-year-old soul beast made QianXunji's and Tang Yin's expressions grow even more serious. The Holy Light White Tiger was not planning to flee anymore. It knew that these two humans would not let it off easily. Moreover, it would not give up the opportunity it had waited for who knows how many years. If it missed this chance, it would not know when it could ascend to a higher level. I will assist you. Tang Yin's voice came from behind QianXunji, and immediately, a colorful holy light enveloped her body. Within the dazzling light, the six-winged angel became even more sacred. This was Tang Yin's second soul skill, the colorful holy domain. QianXunji's power surged, and her attributes were comprehensively enhanced. At this moment, she truly felt the terrifying effects of Tang Yin's second soul skill. The Holy Light White Tiger, however, felt completely different. The energy that originally shared its source did not provide it with any enhancement, but instead severely suppressed the white light within it. Seizing this opportunity, QianXunji once again wielded the holy sword and charged at the Holy Light White Tiger. This time, QianXunji's speed was even faster. The holy sword composed of divine fire cut through the air like a streak of light, filling the primitive forest with a scorching holy aura. Even under suppression, the Holy Light White Tiger remained fearless. Its foreclaws also erupted with white holy light, and all its energy attached to its claws as it spread its wings and met QianXunji's attack like the wind. The holy sword collided with the holy tiger's claws, and the brilliance was blinding. QianXunji's momentum surged, and her fourth soul ring suddenly lit up. The phantom of the six-winged angel behind her crossed its hands over its chest, sheltering QianXunji. The fourth soul skill, Angel's Praise. This single-target enhancement skill allowed QianXunji's attributes to increase by 200 and could purify all negative effects on herself. The suppressed Holy Light White Tiger gradually found it hard to cope. Its hind claws, which supported its body, sank deeply into the ground, creating two cracked pits. In such a disadvantageous situation, it was unwise to fight head-on. The Holy Light White Tiger quickly assessed the situation and decisively chose to retreat. A sphere of holy light gathered in its mouth, aimed directly at the unprepared QianXunji. Just as QianXunji was about to retreat, the pupils of the Holy Light White Tiger suddenly contracted, and the sudden spiritual attack caused QianXunji, who possessed the angel god Set's head spirit bone, to experience a momentary mental daze. This change happened too quickly, and the momentum of offense and defense shifted in an instant. The Holy Light White Tiger was about to succeed. It felt a surge of joy in its heart. Even if it couldn't kill this human, it could severely injure her and render her combat ineffective. The light sphere completed its charge, and a beam of holy light rushed towards QianXunji's unguarded face. In a critical moment, QianXunji's first soul skill formed in haste. The golden light shield of angel assault blocked in front of her, and the tremendous impact sent QianXunji flying. She tried desperately to stabilize her body, but the beam seemed to continue striking her light shield with no sign of weakening, making it difficult for her to control herself. The Holy Light White Tiger, seeing that it had not achieved its goal of severely injuring QianXunji, became anxious and once again increased the energy output of the light beam, which grew from the size of a bowl to double that size in an instant. Several green vines burst from the ground, tightly binding the Holy Light White Tiger that was spewing the light beam, and one of the vines even wrapped around its mouth that was pouring out energy. A powerful arm supported QianXunji from behind, with a slight force. She felt her back pressed against a broad chest. Warmth, safety. This was QianXunji's feeling at that moment. Tang Yin intervened, directly interrupting the Holy Light White Tiger and helping QianXunji stabilize her body. Are you okay? Tang Yin's gentle voice came from behind. QianXunji shook her head, but her slightly labored breathing indicated that her condition was not good. She had just used 3 soul skills in a row, and her spirit had been impacted by the Holy Light White Tiger, resulting in enormous consumption of both physical and mental energy. Tang Yin did not neglect to help QianXunji. Rather, when he saw the struggle between her and the tiger, he found it difficult to insert himself into their battle. For instance, with the first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood, he could not guarantee that QianXunji, entangled with the holy light white tiger, would not be affected. You should rest for a while. I'll wear it down. Sensing that QianXunji could now stand firm in his embrace, Tang Yin decided to take the lead in the attack. QianXunji did not try to be strong. She simply watched Tang Yin's back in silence. She also wanted to see what Tang Yin's strength was like. At this moment, the divine dragon would have already been freed by the holy light white tiger. And seeing that it was facing a new enemy, its aura had also retracted significantly. Continuing to consume energy like this was not a solution. The holy light white tiger had to find a way to break the deadlock. A bold and adventurous plan formed in its mind. Tang Yin held fate in his hand, and without wasting words, he directly activated his fourth soul skill, Swift Dragon Break. The plan was set, and the holy light white tiger did not hesitate to confront Tang Yin's charge. Tang Yin had just observed the battle between QianXunji and the holy light white tiger, roughly estimating the holy light white tiger's defensive power and finding that his attacks were unlikely to break through its defenses. The holy light white tiger had a layer of holy light protecting its body. QianXunji could easily cut through the holy light white tiger's skin because of the melting characteristic of her fifth soul skill, the holy sword. Therefore, Tang Yin only had that one move. Swift Dragon Break continuously impacted the body of the holy light white tiger. The already harmless Swift Dragon Break hitting the holy light white tiger was almost like a carrot hitting a chicken. The holy light white tiger initially intended to feign an attack on Tang Yin and then pounce on QianXunji to disrupt their attack rhythm, with the ultimate goal of swallowing the Crystal Radiant Flame Lotus. Although the Crystal Radiant Flame Lotus was not fully matured, and its effects would certainly not be as potent as those of a matured one, this was not the time to quibble over such gains and losses. Tang Yin did not directly attack the holy light white tiger, which caused it to temporarily change its plan and skip the first step. The clouds follow the dragon, and the wind follows the tiger. Although the holy light white tiger was a mutated soul beast, it still possessed the characteristics of ordinary tiger-type soul beasts. It swiftly dashed past QianXunji's side, heading quickly toward the direction of the Crystal Radiant Flame Lotus. QianXunji immediately sensed that something was wrong and wanted to stop it, but it was already too late. At that moment, Tang Yin also stopped in his tracks. When he turned around, he saw the holy light white tiger open its mouth, about to swallow the Crystal Radiant Flame Lotus and complete its bloodline transformation. Chapter 112. Thank you. At this moment, Tang Yin no longer held only fate in his hand. The long silent dragon phoenix bow was now gripped in his left hand, and the suddenly appearing scarlet light also caught QianXunji's attention. In her stunned gaze, Tang Yin placed his fate on the scarlet bow, and the eye that pierced through her disguise shone with a brilliant white light. The holy light white tiger felt the immense pressure coming from behind, and, at this critical moment, it could not care about anything else. It was determined to swallow the Crystal Radiant Flame Lotus even at the cost of serious injury. How could Tang Yin let it succeed so easily? The accumulated Swift Dragon Break mark was activated by Tang Yin, forcibly holding the holy light white tiger's body in midair. With the bowstring released, fate, accompanied by unparalleled might, shot toward the holy light white tiger. Upon contact with the unleashed fate, the holy light white tiger's body flew backward like a kite with a broken string, leaving a trace of several dozen meters on the ground before being heavily pinned down. Sister Shui, hurry and kill that tiger, Tang Yin quickly said. He could not control the power of this arrow. If he directly killed the holy light white tiger, their efforts would be in vain. After hearing Tang Yin's voice, QianXunji also snapped back to her senses from her shock, hurriedly gripping the holy sword and rushing toward the holy light white tiger. Tang Yin had still underestimated the holy light white tiger's defensive capabilities. After enduring Tang Yin's strongest strike, it still had a breath left. Blood gushed from the wound, staining the holy light white tiger's pure white fur, and a weak breath escaped from its nose, its eyes gradually dimming, no longer showing the majesty of the king of the forest. QianXunji was not a kind-hearted person either. It was just a soul beast. With a swift stroke, a pitch-black soul ring slowly floated out from the holy light white tiger's body. I will protect you. Tang Yin had already put away the dragon phoenix bow and walked toward QianXunji. QianXunji had many questions for Tang Yin, but now was not the time for those. She silently nodded at Tang Yin and began to absorb her sixth soul ring. Tang Yin was not idle either. He approached the corpse of the holy light white tiger, waved his right hand, and the light blue fate furnace directly absorbed the entire tiger corpse. Tang Yin remembered something and turned his gaze toward the crystal radiant flame lotus. Originally, he had intended to take it back as a gift for Yang Wudi, but after glancing at QianXunji, who was absorbing her soul ring, he ultimately decided to leave it for her. Tang Yin did not touch the crystal radiant flame lotus with his hands, but instead used fate to lift it and place it into the fate furnace. The fire of creation ignited, and the light blue fate furnace shimmered. Tang Yin was replicating the unintentional act from 6 years ago, refining a soul bone from the holy light white tiger's body. As the crystal radiant flame lotus was added to the furnace, a faint fragrance began to waft out, and almost all of the holy light white tiger's flesh was melted together. Half an hour later, the fire in the light blue fate furnace gradually extinguished, and a pair of white wings hovered in the air. These wings were the double wings of the holy light white tiger, but after incorporating the crystal radiant flame lotus, its feathers seemed to have undergone some changes, with faint white flames burning on each feather. By this time, the sky had darkened, and the temperature in the falling sun forest plummeted. A bone-chilling wind blew in from nowhere, sending chills down one's spine. Tang Yin lit a bonfire around QianXunji. This was the territory of the holy light white tiger, and now that the holy light white tiger was dead, there was no fear of other soul beasts attacking. QianXunji's soul ring absorption went smoothly. The soul ring had already merged into her body, and the abilities granted by her six-winged angel martial soul made it so that she would not face any significant issues with absorbing any soul ring. This was the most top-notch divine martial soul on the continent. Even the powerful Haotian hammer could only slightly suppress the might of the six-winged angel with the Haotian 9 absolutes and the great Sumeru hammer created by the legendary figure Tang Chun. Tang Yin had also consumed quite a bit of energy. He took out some dry food from his storage soul guide and ate it with cold water from his flask. Although the texture was dry and hard, like chewing wax, the food made from flour, oil, salt, and a bit of soul beast meat could provide him with the energy he needed. I should have saved some tiger meat, Tang Yin regretted. He really should have thought to save some meat from the holy light white tiger for roasting. It was the biggest decision mistake of the day. The meat of a 40,000-year-old holy light white tiger soul beast. Tang Yin could hardly imagine how delicious it would be. After finishing the dry food, Tang Yin took a big gulp of water, finally swallowing the remaining dry food. QianXunji's aura had stabilized, and Tang Yin knew that her absorption of the sixth soul ring had no problems. When QianXunji opened her slightly closed eyes before she could speak, the pair of wings floating in the air seemed to sense a familiar aura and slowly drifted toward QianXunji's back, pressing against her sides and starting to merge. QianXunji did not dare to be careless and began to stabilize her body to absorb the soul bone. With the aid of the soul ring absorption, the absorption of the compatible external soul bone went very smoothly, with almost no rejection. In just a quarter of an hour, QianXunji opened her eyes again. Just as she was about to ask something, Tang Yin spoke up. That was the external soul bone of the holy light white tiger. I added the characteristics of the crystal radiant flame lotus to it, and it automatically fused with you. External soul bone. QianXunji was shocked upon hearing this. How could she not know how precious external soul bones were? Tang Yin clearly could have kept the soul bones for himself while she absorbed the soul rings. But he did not do so. If QianXunji knew that Tang Yin had already given away 2 external soul bones, she might not have been so surprised. What is your 6th soul skill? Tang Yin asked without hesitation. In the world of soul masters, asking about another soul master's soul skills is considered very impolite, as each soul master's skills are their trump cards and should not be easily revealed. Of course, this does not apply to those who are close. QianXunji was unfazed and directly replied, My 6th soul skill is called Angel's Roar, which inherits the powerful mental attack capabilities of the holy light white tiger. When activated, it can transform soul power into a mental shock in an instant through a special conversion method, allowing for a wide-range attack. Those attacked will experience intense mental turbulence. If the opponent's mental strength is less than half of mine, their soul will shatter, leading to instant death. If the difference is within half, it will convert into a mental shock, causing mental damage. Don't underestimate this skill. You should know that QianXunji's 4th soul skill provides a 200 increase in all attributes, including mental strength. This means that anyone with mental strength lower than hers can be directly killed by her 6th soul skill. Little brother, you've helped me so much. How should I thank you? The firelight illuminated QianXunji's face, adding a hint of allure to her already stunning beauty. Hearing this from QianXunji, Tang Yin recalled the kiss from not long ago, and his heart couldn't help but ripple. seemingly seeing through Tang Yin's thoughts. Qian Rinxue smiled sweetly and directly pulled him into her embrace, strong like a man. Tang Yin felt like a little white rabbit about to be spoiled. His expression a mix of tension, fear, and anticipation. Not disappointing Tang Yin, Qian Rinxue lifted his chin and kissed him directly. Chapter 113, After the Last Defeat. Qian Rinxue took advantage of her identity as the crown princess of the Tiando Empire to remedy her urgent lack of certain knowledge. Of course, Qian Rinxue would not personally engage. Only those she deemed worthy could practice with her. So, during this time, two elegantly dressed girls blushingly walked out of the crown prince's study, but what happened inside remained a secret. After a while, their lips parted. Tang Yin looked at Qian Rinxue with shock, as he truly did not expect that today, as Qian Rinxue was no longer the one who lost her senses with a kiss. Separation for 3 days makes one see anew. Qian Rinxue's fair face was now tinged with a faint, enchanting pink, and her slightly shy gaze was even more alluring. Caught in the moment, her small mouth slightly parted, her soft red lips glistening, and her rising chest indicated her heart was not as calm as she appeared. Sister Xue, you're so beautiful. Tang Yin embraced Qian Rinxue, gazing up at her flawless beauty from any angle. Qian Rinxue's heart fluttered slightly. She thoroughly enjoyed Tang Yin's compliment. But she retorted, "Humph, save your sweet talk for your girlfriend and your little sister-in-law." Speaking of little sister-in-law, the misunderstanding from that morning with Zhu Zhuqing flashed through Tang Yin's mind, along with her unique scent. But now was not the time to think about that. Tang Yin had important matters to attend to. But Sister Xue is really captivating. Tang Yin gradually leaned closer, and they sealed the distance between them once more. This time, Tang Yin was a bit restless. He wanted to see the softer side of this strong sister, so he needed to apply some pressure. Moreover, kissing such a beautiful woman made it hard for Tang Yin to control himself and his hands involuntarily. Unlike Zhu Zhuqing's large watermelon, Qian Rinxue's was at most a small apple, but it had its own unique flavor. Just as Qian Rinxue was about to succumb, a movement in front of her snapped her back to reality. Her small hand pushed Tang Yin away quickly, her eyes wide with a hint of anger. Tang Yin forced a smile, but quickly regained his composure, pretending as if nothing had happened. By the way, Sister Xue, what skill did that external soul bone grant you? Qian Rinxue stared at Tang Yin for a long time, silently cursing him as a little lecher before she decided not to dwell on it any longer. Her tone was icy as she informed Tang Yin about the skill of her external soul bone. That pair of wings provides me with a skill called Eternal Burning Wings, which is a very powerful passive skill. It not only greatly enhances my flying speed, but the holy fire burning on my wings can reduce at least 20 of the damage from attacks against me. Moreover, Qian Rinxue said as she stood up, turning her back to Tang Yin, shedding her outer black robe, revealing her flawless white back to him. The graceful curve resembling a masterpiece, crafted by God. The pair of holy wings condensed from the inner sides below her shoulder blades, with another slightly smaller pair of wings forming above and below. Tang Yin understood that the external soul bone of the holy light white tiger had fused with Qian Rinxue's main wings of the six-winged angel. On the main wings behind Qian Rinxue, the holy white flames burned eternally, an invisible layer of energy protecting her within. After Tang Yin saw her back, she showed no shame. After all, he had already seen and touched it. As you can see, the external soul bone has merged with my angelic main wings, and there is no conflict between them. Instead, they complement each other. Just as Qian Rinxue was about to turn around, she noticed Tang Yin had reached out toward her wings. No. After the six-winged angel possessed her, the wings were integrated with Qian Rinxue's body, meaning they connected to all her sensations. Moreover, the wings seemed to be her sensitive area. Tang Yin did not expect that the wings on Qian Rinxue's back felt unexpectedly good to touch. It was not like touching feathers, but rather had a smoothness like skin. Hearing Qian Rinxue's soft moan, Tang Yin quickly withdrew his hand. Qian Rinxue struggled to calm her racing heart, acting as if nothing had happened. She retracted her wings, bent down to pick up her black robe from the ground, and draped it over herself again, concealing her beautiful figure. Then she sat aside, silently staring at the burning bonfire. At this moment, only the crackling sound of the fire could be heard, with occasional gusts of wind causing the flames to flicker. Qian Rinxue truly did not expect Tang Yin to touch her wings. Throughout her life, even her closest family had never touched her wings. Tang Yin also realized he had done something wrong. He had not anticipated that Qian Rinxue would be so sensitive. especially since he had also touched Zhu Yun's tail at that time. Wait, Zhu Yun at that time. Tang Yin slapped his forehead, secretly cursing himself for being careless. The martial soul is a very important part of the human body, especially for possession-type martial souls, as the body parts derived from the martial soul are very sensitive. The nether cat is a prime example. Tang Yin could not forget that iconic scene of flowing water. Similarly, the six-winged angel martial soul is the same. Sister Shui, I'm sorry, I was disrespectful just now. Tang Yin spoke sincerely, genuinely apologizing to QianXunji. QianXunji felt a bit complicated in her heart, but she didn't really blame Tang Yin. She was about to open her mouth to forgive him, but then she thought that she couldn't just let him off so easily. If she let this go on, she didn't know how much this younger brother would bully her in the future. You should go to sleep. I'll keep watch for the first half of the night. QianXunji's tone was cold, as if she didn't want to mention the matter again. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, unsure whether he should leave. Seeing that he was still lingering, QianXunji's cold gaze slightly narrowed, seemingly dissatisfied with him. Tang Yin seemed to have made up his mind, decisively stood up, and squatted down in front of QianXunji, meeting her icy eyes. Then, right in front of her, he lightly pecked her lips. Tang Yin clearly saw a flush rising on QianXunji's cold face, with indifference and shyness, two unrelated and even opposing expressions appearing simultaneously on her face. So she wasn't angry after all. Tang Yin thought QianXunji looked absolutely adorable like this, and he pecked her again, smiling as he said, "Good night. I'll come to switch with you later." The tent had already been set up, and upon hearing Tang Yin enter the tent behind her, QianXunji could no longer maintain her calm. She buried her little face between her knees, wrapping her arms around her plump little legs, so that no one could see her expression at that moment. How embarrassing. How can I not hold back? The plan to manipulate Tang Yin had died before it was even born. At this time, the full moon hung high, casting a layer of silvery moonlight over the sunset forest, tranquil and serene. Of course, this was under the premise of ignoring the bloodshed and fighting occurring in every corner of the sunset forest. The boy and girl were separated by just a layer of tent fabric. Chapter 114. The fifth spirit ring. There was no conversation throughout the night, and Tang Yin took over the night watch from QianXunji in the latter half of the night. At dawn, the first ray of morning light pierced through the clouds, welcoming a new day in the sunset forest. The low temperatures of the night, combined with the abundant moisture in the forest, caused a thin layer of morning mist to rise in the sunset forest, draping the entire primeval forest in a mysterious veil. The campfire had long been extinguished, and the blue smoke mingled with the thin mist, becoming indistinguishable. The faint mist was cold and humid, drifting with the gentle breeze. Just as the sun had not yet fully risen, and the mist was at its thickest, Tang Yin looked at the mist, unsure when it would completely dissipate. QianXunji stepped out of the tent, still somewhat drowsy, clearly not fully recovered from the high consumption of the previous day's rest. After a brief rest, Tang Yin and QianXunji began searching for soul beasts again. Neither of them mentioned what had happened the previous night, both tacitly agreeing to leave it unspoken. This time, the search for soul beasts was not as easy. Tang Yin and QianXunji had been wandering deep in the sunset forest for 3 to 5 days without finding a suitable soul beast for Tang Yin that met the age requirement. Just as they were considering whether to take the risk and venture deeper, they finally made a discovery. By a lake surrounded by ancient trees, a soul beast resembling a crocodile, measuring at least 8 meters long and covered in diamond-shaped transparent scales, appeared in their view. Tang Yin immediately recognized the soul beast. It was the mirror beast. The mirror beast was a very rare, special soul beast, and its ability to mirror copy was a coveted skill for most. This miraculous characteristic of mirroring perfectly matched Tang Yin's vision for his fifth spirit ring. This was the one. After spotting their target, Tang Yin and QianXunji wasted no time and chose to launch a surprise attack. Unlike the wheel battle against the Holy Light White Tiger, after these days of fighting, Tang Yin and QianXunji had developed a simple coordination. While they had not reached the level of perfect synergy, they were already quite tacit. QianXunji took the lead, and with the amplification of Tang Yin's colorful holy domain and the enhancement of the Holy Light White Tiger's wings, her speed had reached a terrifying level. Tang Yin admitted he couldn't fully capture her movements. Although he couldn't keep up with her speed, Tang Yin's soul skill was the first to be unleashed. With a grip of his left hand, countless vines burst forth from the ground like dragons, directly binding the unsuspecting mirror beast. The brief control effect left the mirror beast unable to react, allowing it to meet QianXunji's fifth spirit skill, Holy Sword. The holy sword sliced through the vines of the divine dragon tree and struck the mirror beast's diamond-shaped scales, leaving a shallow wound. The mirror beast activated its defensive ability as soon as it was ambushed. QianXunji's terrifying blow did not draw blood. Not holding back, she approached, and the sixth spirit ring she had just obtained lit up, the six-winged angel spirit's phantom opening its mouth, sending a wave of sound towards the mirror beast. Instantly, the mirror beast seemed struck by lightning, two streams of blood tears flowing from its eyes, and its originally cold gaze became even more ferocious. The mirror beast began to counterattack. With a death roll, it broke free from all the vines, enduring the excruciating pain of its spiritual sea shattering, and directly used its ultimate skill, mirror copy. A brilliant white light erupted from the mirror beast and on the shimmering surface of the lake. The image of the 8-meter-long mirror beast was reflected. A miraculous scene unfolded as the reflection in the water began to reverse. Like another mirror beast stepping out of a mirror, two mirror beasts howled simultaneously to the sky, coordinating their attack on the nearest QianXunji. At this moment, Tang Yin had rushed to support, and with a thrust of his hand in the void of destiny, another wooden dragon burst forth from the ground, launching one mirror beast away. In a miraculous twist, the other unimpeded mirror beast also soared into the air, performing the same action as its counterpart. However, it was a mirrored copy. The enormous body exhibited agility uncharacteristic of its size, stabilizing itself in the air, leveraging its diving momentum. The mirror beast simultaneously opened its gaping maw, attempting to swallow Tang Yin and QianXunji whole. Tang Yin and QianXunji dared not confront it head-on, quickly retreating to a safe distance. Boom! The spot where Tang Yin and QianXunji had just stood erupted with a massive cloud of dust, revealing two large craters after the dust settled. The mirror beast crawled out of the crater and charged at Tang Yin and QianXunji once more. Tang Yin and QianXunji exchanged glances, immediately understanding each other's intentions. Without dodging, they activated their soul skills and charged towards the mirror beast. Each faced one mirror beast, entangled in battle. After a moment, Tang Yin noticed something was wrong. When his third soul skill, Shadowy Thousand Shadows, struck the mirror beast in front of him, its previously shattered scales instantly restored. The same happened on QianXunji's side. The fist-shaped wounds caused by the angel assault also healed immediately. Realizing something was off, the two quickly distanced themselves. Tang Yin activated the Eye of the Xieji, aiming to penetrate the mirror beast's miraculous ability. This time, the mirror beast did not charge again. Instead, it lay low, wary of Tang Yin and QianXunji. Under the dynamic vision of the Eye of the Xieji, Tang Yin discovered that the two mirror beasts before him were actually one real and one illusory, meaning that the mirror images created by the mirror beast were not recognized as entities by the Eye of the Xieji. Without any thoughts, Tang Yin weighed the fate in his hand, aimed at the entity of the mirror beast, and threw it directly. At the same time, the third soul skill was activated, and fate fragmented into thousands of pieces during the flight, shooting towards the mirror beast's entity like a dense rain. At this moment, a miraculous scene occurred. Tang Yin watched as the entity of the mirror beast transformed into a virtual form, while the originally illusory part directly turned into an entity. Now he understood why his and QianXunji's attacks had been ineffective against it. Sister Shui, attack the one on the left, be quick, Tang Yin instructed QianXunji directly. QianXunji understood that Tang Yin had already figured out a way to break the situation, so she didn't ask further and executed Tang Yin's command. QianXunji rushed towards the left mirror beast, and before getting close, she unleashed an angel's roar. This time, the mirror beast did not switch forms and took the full brunt of QianXunji's sixth soul skill with its entity. At this moment, Tang Yin was already confident of victory. Through observation, he knew that the two mirror beasts were actually controlled by one brain, which could freely switch between entity and mirror, between reality and illusion. The damage the mirror took did not affect the entity, which was why Tang Yin and QianXunji's earlier attacks had no effect. Just now, their attacks had come almost without gaps. After dodging Tang Yin's damage, the mirror beast chose to withstand QianXunji's angel's roar, indicating that the transition between its virtual and real forms required time. Tang Yin didn't hesitate and summoned the Dragon Phoenix Bow, knocking an arrow and waiting for the right moment. Just as QianXunji's holy sword was about to strike the mirror beast hard, the mirror beast transformed between its virtual and real forms again. Before the mirror beast could counterattack, an arrow, accompanied by a whistling sound, ended its life. Tang Yin was about to advance to Soul King. Chapter 115. and the mirror beast's mirror form disappeared with the death of its entity. And the scales that had emitted a brilliant light, like jewels, lost their luster. A pure energy floated out from the mirror beast's body, coalescing in the air into a jet-black soul ring. Tang Yin retracted his martial soul and walked towards the mirror beast. QianXunji released the six-winged angel's possession state and asked the question she had been wanting to ask since yesterday. That bout just now. There was nothing to hide from QianXunji. I am a twin martial soul, and that bow was my second martial soul. Although she had prepared herself for this. Hearing Tang Yin's affirmation still surprised QianXunji. She mentally added a new entry for Tang Yin. The more powerful Tang Yin became, the more satisfied QianXunji felt. She liked the strength of this other half because it brought her an unparalleled sense of conquest, both psychologically and physically. He truly is the man I have my eyes on, QianXunji thought, a look of appreciation and satisfaction appearing on her face. At the same time, Tang Yin began to absorb his fifth soul ring. The mirror beast had not caught up with a good era. If Tang Yin had not been prepared to embark on a bloody and cruel path of transformation, it would have definitely survived. Moreover, not only could it survive, but it might also have been able to become a divine beast in the future, at the very least a 100,000-year soul beast, in a certain special space. The Tingmu Jiao, Tongyu Shunju, and Jifeng Jiaolong witnessed the mirror beast being shot dead by Tang Yin, and its deathly appearance terrified them. At the same time, they were relieved that they had been targeted early and had invested in the original shares. All they could do was mourn for the predecessors to come. Zixi glanced complexly at Tang Yin, who was absorbing the soul ring. She knew much more than the other three soul beasts. Without compassion, perhaps you wouldn't suffer so much. Zixi murmured, her faint voice echoing in the space. The absorption of the soul ring went without incident. Tang Yin's physical strength and mental resilience easily handled the energy of the 40,000-year mirror beast. In just half an hour, Tang Yin completed the absorption of the soul ring. At the moment the absorption was complete, the specific information of the fifth soul skill appeared in his mind, and after carefully feeling it, Tang Yin couldn't help but be delighted. His fifth soul skill was called Mirror Realm, perfectly inheriting all the characteristics of the mirror beast's mirroring ability. Tang Yin could use the mirroring ability to create a clone that possessed 80% of his own strength, which would mirror the actions of the main body and could also perform the transition between reality and illusion. Of course, Tang Yin's transition between reality and illusion, like the mirror beast, also had limitations. Each transition had to be separated by 1 minute before it could be used again. Furthermore, the mirror could only withstand a limited amount of damage. If the damage accumulated to a certain extent, the mirror would shatter directly. Just now, if Tang Yin and QianXunji had held on a little longer during their battle with the mirror beast, the body replicated by the mirror beast would have been broken. Even with some flaws, this fifth soul skill was indeed a divine skill. Now, Tang Yin was confident in facing anyone below the soul sage level. Even QianXunji was no exception. The soul sage was a watershed in soul masters cultivation, and soul masters with the true body of their martial soul would experience a qualitative improvement in all attributes. A newly advanced soul sage could match dozens of soul emperors with a soul power level of 69, and it would be a one-sided massacre without any resistance. Of course, this was assuming there were no cheat abilities involved. After sharing his fifth soul skill with QianXunji, Tang Yin's gaze lingered on the mirror beast corpse. While Tang Yin absorbed the soul ring, QianXunji searched the mirror beast body but found no soul bones, which left her feeling a bit disappointed. Tang Yin glanced at QianXunji and directly used his life furnace to contain the mirror beast's corpse, beginning the refining process. Seeing Tang Yin demonstrate something she had never seen before, QianXunji became even more curious about him. Tang Yin was in a meditative state, refining the mirror beast, and did not notice the expression on QianXunji's face at that moment. QianXunji stuck out her pink tongue and gently licked her rosy upper lip, her face full of charm. Even Tang Yin had never seen such an expression. Little brother, you really make me more and more curious. The refining time for the mirror beast was similar to that of the holy light white tiger. When the creation fire in Tang Yin's life furnace extinguished, only half an hour had passed since it began. When the furnace lid opened, a diamond-shaped crystal appeared before the two. Tang Yin reached out to take the crystal, and its purpose immediately surfaced in his mind. Its shape did not resemble that of a soul bone, and at that moment, Tang Yin understood its function. This item was a good attacking weapon. After activating the crystal, it could replicate a similar skill. While speaking, Tang Yin demonstrated it to QianXunji. As Tang Yin activated his first soul skill, dragon of wood. The originally singular dragon phantom magically transformed into two, appearing as if they had suddenly emerged. QianXunji's beautiful eyes were fixed on Tang Yin, showing little interest in the crystal. Tang Yin knew what QianXunji wanted to know. He did not shy away from her use of heaven and earth as furnace, and had no intention of hiding anything from her. After briefly introducing the crystal to QianXunji, Tang Yin did not say more, and QianXunji did not ask further. The romance between smart people knows how to maintain a sense of propriety, unless their soul-hunting journey this time can be considered a complete success. On the way back, the two walked closely together, their arms occasionally brushing against each other. The temperature had risen, and they weren't wearing much. Under the loose black robe, QianXunji was only dressed in a backless long-sleeve dress, while Tang Yin was clad in a brown single garment. The thin fabric could hardly resist the heat exchange between them, and an ambiguous atmosphere gradually arose. QianXunji felt a little anticipation. She had never held hands and walked side by side with anyone before. She looked forward to Tang Yin taking her hand, holding it tightly in his palm. As expected, Tang Yin did not disappoint QianXunji. He opened her palm and intertwined their fingers, holding them tightly together. QianXunji stole a glance at Tang Yin, who was calmly looking ahead, seemingly oblivious to what had just happened. Behind them was the pristine and tranquil forest, and the sky once again fell into darkness. Just as Tang Yin was estimating how much longer it would take to exit the sunset forest, a painful howl came from a nearby mountain, shaking the forest. Chapter 116. Poison Daw. Tang Yin and QianXunji exchanged a glance, both seeing a hint of seriousness on each other's faces. Tang Yin was sure that the roar, just now, was definitely not emitted by a soul beast. It was a human voice. Just the painful wail had such power that Tang Yin guessed this person was at least a soul Daw level expert, and might even be a title Daw. From the direction of the sound, they could determine the approximate location of this strong individual, only a few hundred meters away from them. Tang Yin thought that a gentleman should not stand under a dangerous wall. There was no need to wade into this murky water, especially since he was not alone at the moment. "Let us go," Tang Yin said softly to QianXunji, although he was a bit curious about what could cause such a strong expert to emit a painful wail. QianXunji frowned, as if lost in thought. This person's aura feels so familiar. I seem to have seen him somewhere. Just as QianXunji was pondering, a faint metallic smell was carried by the mountain wind to them, and she suddenly realized, immediately recalling the identity of this person. "I remember now. No wonder it feels so familiar." QianXunji's voice immediately drew Tang Yin's attention. He didn't ask, but waited for her response. "If I'm guessing correctly, this person should be the Poison Daw." Tang Yin was not familiar with this title de Luo and continued to wait for QianXunji's explanation. The Poison Dao's martial soul is the Beast Martial Soul, the green-scaled serpent king, which possesses extremely strong poison. I once saw him at a banquet in the Tiando Empire. The aura on him was exactly the same as that metallic smell I just sensed. After hearing QianXunji's explanation, Tang Yin's heart tightened. It was indeed a title de Luo. Seeing that QianXunji was hesitant to leave and had a thoughtful expression, Tang Yin immediately understood she was weighing something. Noticing her conflicted look, Tang Yin asked, "Do you have something in mind?" QianXunji hesitated for a moment and slowly expressed her concerns. I infiltrated the Tiando Empire to usurp the throne and for the crown prince to become emperor. The current emperor Shui Yi must die. This old man seems to be in good health, and to complete the plan sooner, I secretly poisoned him with a slow-acting toxin. Dugu Bo has received favors from the Tiando Empire as Prince Shuexing and has been staying in Tiando City for these years, occasionally appearing in Tiando City. He possesses unpredictable poison skills, and I don't have full confidence that he won't discover I poisoned Emperor Shui Yi. So my plan, Dugu Bo is the only variable. Tang Yin understood QianXunji's meaning. "You want to take this opportunity to eliminate this hidden danger?" "Yes." QianXunji nodded. "Every title Daw's strength is unfathomable. You're not sure you can kill him directly now, but you don't want to miss such an opportunity, so you hesitated." QianXunji looked at Tang Yin in surprise. She didn't expect her thoughts to be seen through. Now she also felt very regretful, regretting why she hadn't brought the snake spear or the stabbing porcupine along. "Do you know what kind of person Dugu Bo is?" QianXunji recalled her first impression of Dugu Bo when they met to gauge his character. His temper is a bit strange. I can't quite grasp it." After thinking for a long time, QianXunji couldn't glean any useful information from Dugu Bo's cold face. "I know he has a granddaughter named Dugu Yin. who studies in the Tiando Royal Academy and has a close relationship with Yu Tianheng, a direct descendant of the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. Dugubo dotes on his only granddaughter. Combining QianXunji's description, Tang Yin roughly guessed the personality of this title dua named Dugubo Sentimental. Because he received favors from the Tiando prince, he settled in Tiando out of gratitude. Doting on his granddaughter is out of familial love. His strange temper is understandable. It should be related to his abilities. I have a rough plan, Tang Yin said slowly, but he didn't have full confidence. For safety's sake, Tang Yin decided to summon help. Mom, Tang Yin silently murmured. Far away, in Tiando City, Yin was preparing to do something with her beloved Tang Hao when she suddenly heard her son's voice and immediately stopped. Xiaoyin, what is wrong? Yin's gentle words added a bit of confidence to Tang Yin. Meanwhile, Tang Hao was watching Yin with eager eyes, not daring to ask anything or say anything. Mom, can you contact Dad? Yin glanced at the pitiful Tang Hao and replied, Yes, with me right now. I have a small situation here. I might need him to come over. Small situation? Yin knew Tang Yin was using this as an excuse to avoid worrying her. If it was a small situation that could be resolved by herself, why would she need to find his father? Yin's tone became a bit worried. She didn't ask the reason but said, Where are you now? I'll have your father come over. After sharing their locations, Yin looked at Tang Hao, gently patted his face, and softly said, Hao, Xiao Yin is in danger. You need to go run an errand. After waiting for a long time, Tang Yin finally received a reply from his mother, and only then did he feel relieved. QianXunji, who was waiting alongside him, didn't ask for the reason. She knew Tang Yin was concerned for her. All right, let us go take a look. With 100% confidence, Tang Yin held QianXunji's hand and walked into the forest together. Meanwhile, Tang Hao watched as his son got involved with another beautiful girl. Feeling a bit resentful in comparison, after just worrying about Tang San's affairs, Tang Hao had finally found a few days of free time and was eager to return to Tiando City. By the evening, when he was preparing to review the course How the Protagonist is Born Filled with Philosophy with his wife Yin, he was sent to worry about another son's matters. Even a title Doloa will face a midlife crisis in a family. There may be grievances, but things still need to be done because he also sensed the presence of another title Doloa. Tang Hao does not want anything to happen to Tang Yin. After entering the forest, Tang Yin and QianXunji felt the surrounding environment become a bit colder. This chill was not due to the drop in temperature at night, but rather the unique aura of that title dua. As they got closer, the smell of blood became even stronger. Tang Yin and QianXunji stopped beside a wooden cabin, and through the wide-open wooden door, Tang Yin could clearly see a figure lying on the ground. This should be the title Dua Dugubo. However, Tang Yin's gaze grew more peculiar. Isn't Dugubo skilled in poison? But why does he look like he has been poisoned? Chapter 117 Healing Tang Yin could tell from a distance that this title Dua, known for his poison, was seriously poisoned. For safety's sake, Tang Yin did not recklessly approach Dugubo directly, but instead activated the Eye of the Xieji. The ability of the Eye of the Xieji to pierce illusions was enough for Tang Yin to clearly see whether Dugubo was truly unconscious. A person in a state of unconsciousness is different from someone who is awake. The breathing rate, heartbeat, and the speed of the body's meridians operating will all be significantly different between the two states. In Tang Yin's view, Dugubo's bodily functions were at their lowest level. If not for the faint breath, Tang Yin would have thought he was already dead. Sister Shui, wait for me here. I'll go in and take a look. Even after confirming Dugubo's condition, Tang Yin still asked QianXunji to stay outside as a precaution. No way. QianXunji decisively refused. This is my matter. I can't let you take risks. If it were the QianXunji who had just met Tang Yin 6 months ago, she would not have cared about his life or death, but would have maximized her use of him. However, in the past 6 months, the pure cooperative relationship between her and Tang Yin had inexplicably mixed with other feelings. Therefore, she was unwilling to let Tang Yin take risks alone. Tang Yin understood QianXunji's personality and did not want to forcefully dissuade her, as that would only annoy her. All right, I'll go in first. If there's any danger, you run and don't worry about me. QianXunji remained silent, seeming to revel in silence, yet also silently agreeing. It seemed that in this world, there were people besides her grandfather who cared about her. Tang Yin walked in front, and QianXunji closely followed, slowly approaching Dugubo in the cabin. The closer they got to Dugubo, the stronger the poisonous mist felt, and the surrounding air seemed to be filled with a dark green gas. Tang Yin did not dare to resist. He would not underestimate the methods of any title de law, even one on the brink of death. Summoning destiny. Tang Yin directly activated the core of life within it, and a rich surge of life energy spread out, enveloping both him and QianXunji. Under this green cover, QianXunji felt her body become much lighter, and the inexplicable fatigue she had been feeling gradually faded. She had been poisoned the moment she first sensed Dugu Bo's aura, but the toxins in her body were very diluted, so she hadn't even noticed. As time passed, the toxins in her body accumulated more and more, affecting her health, and she even began to show symptoms of poisoning. When wrapped in Tang Yin's life energy, the toxins in her body were instantly purified. Naturally, Tang Yin would not be poisoned, as any toxin was ineffective against him, even the Yama tablet refined in the original work. After getting closer, Tang Yin could finally see Dugu Bo's appearance clearly. This title de law was tall and thin, dressed in a gray-brown robe, which was covered in dust due to his struggle with the poison, and there were even a few places where it was worn out. His hair and beard were all green, and even his eyebrows were dark green, clearly symptoms of severe poisoning. At this moment, his eyes were tightly closed, his brow furrowed, and the wrinkles on his forehead were tightly knit together, indicating he had suffered great pain before losing consciousness. On his sunken cheeks, there was a layer of fine sweat, which would dry in the wind, only to have new beads of sweat seep out from his skin. Tang Yin did not waste time and began to treat Dugu Bo. This was Tang Yin's plan, and it was a gamble without risk. From Dugu Bo's usual deeds, Tang Yin judged that he was likely a sentimental person, and saving him like this should make him feel grateful afterward. Once Dugu Bo woke up, if he were to attack Tang Yin and QianXunji directly, his aura would be instantly locked onto by Tang Hao. A title de law at each level is like a heavenly abyss, not to mention the overwhelming strength of Tang Hao. It is known that even a title de law like Zhu Delaw, who was merely a match for Tang Hao, could easily overpower Dugu Bo. Even if Tang Hao couldn't make it in time, Yin would instantly take action to block Dugu Bo's surprise attack, providing double insurance. This was practically a sure-win deal. Tang Yin pierced destiny into Dugu Bo's chest and began to inject life energy into him. QianXunji did not understand why Tang Yin was doing this. She could see that he was healing Dugu Bo. Although she had her doubts, she did not ask. Since Tang Yin had said he had a plan, she should trust him unconditionally. The rich life energy entered Dugu Bo's body, reactivating the gradually dormant functions within him. The originally weak pulse and heartbeat began to beat strongly, and a layer of redness appeared on his pale and withered face. As more life energy entered Dugu Bo's body, a miraculous scene occurred. His originally dark green hair and beard actually lightened a bit. Tang Yin also held back. He did not plan to completely heal Dugu Bo, but only aimed to preserve his life. Tang Yin withdrew destiny. The green healing light dissipated, and the wound in Dugu Bo's chest healed instantly. Now all that was left to do was wait for Dugu Bo to wake up. Holding QianXunji's little hand, he felt a damp sensation. Tang Yin looked at QianXunji in surprise, but found that her expression had not changed. "So you were worried about me?" Tang Yin thought to himself. Not making it clear, he knew that his sister Shui was someone who cared about her image. But Tang Yin's heart still felt warm. After exiting the wooden cabin with QianXunji, the two sat at the entrance, waiting for Dugu Bo to awaken. "He won't wake up so soon. You should sleep for a while," Tang Yin said to QianXunji beside him. QianXunji was unhappy. "You were the one busy just now. I did nothing. If anyone should sleep, it should be you." Tang Yin did not argue with QianXunji. He smiled slightly and complied with her wishes. "All right, I'll sleep first." Saying this, Tang Yin rested his head on QianXunji's shoulder, inhaling her refreshing scent. Treating Dugu Bo had also taken a toll on Tang Yin, so one should not underestimate the energy expenditure required to treat a title de law. Soon, the sound of Tang Yin's steady breathing reached QianXunji's ears. After a while, QianXunji finally raised her other hand and gently stroked Tang Yin's face. "What a fool. Luckily he met me. Otherwise, he would definitely be deceived by other bad women." At this point, the sky had turned gray and was no longer as dark as night. The moon had already hung in one corner of the sky, about to set. After a long wait, a refreshing long whistle came from inside the house, and all drowsiness vanished from Tang Yin and QianXunji. Dugu Bo had woken up. Chapter 118. Gratitude. Speaking of which, Dugu Bo's injuries were somewhat related to Tang Yin. Half a year ago, Zhu Dao was beaten by Tang Hao and, feeling resentful, came to Tiando City to fight Dugu Bo after completing his task. Although it was called a fight, it was actually a one-sided crushing by Zhu Dao. The assault system had the upper hand against the control system, and with a sole power advantage, Zhu Dao quickly gained the upper hand. Fortunately, Zhu Doluo only came to vent his anger and did not intend to kill, stopping after a while. Zhu Doluo's anger was quelled, but Dugu Bo suffered greatly. To escape, he absorbed a large amount of snake poison from his green-scaled snake emperor poison pill into his body, greatly enhancing his strength in a short period, barely escaping from Zhu Doluo's grasp. After that battle, he was severely injured and spent a long time in seclusion in his medicinal garden's ice and fire yin-yang to recover. However, his body still left hidden dangers. Dugu Bo's martial soul was the highly toxic green-scaled snake, a very powerful snake-type beast martial soul. But this martial soul had a significant flaw. The owner would gradually become poisoned while cultivating and would also be poisoned themselves. Moreover, some could die from being unable to withstand the toxicity of the martial soul, as was the case with Dugu Bo's son. Losing a son in middle age is an immense pain for a father. This is why he dotes on his granddaughters so much. Whenever it was cloudy and rainy, Dugu Bo would feel an itchy sensation in his ribs, which would gradually intensify and last for over an hour, occurring once at noon and once at midnight. Every deep night, around the third watch, he would experience needle-like pain on the top of his head and soles of his feet, with his whole body spasming for at least half an hour. This time, however, the snake poison in Dugu Bo's body flared up very suddenly and was more severe than any previous occasion. The poison from the poison pill clung to him like maggots on bones, causing him excruciating pain. If it weren't for his concern for his granddaughter, Dugu Yin, fearing she would be bullied without his protection, he might have already passed away. Dugu Bo initially thought he would not survive this bout of poison, but unexpectedly came back to life. It seems even the heavens do not want to take this old bone of mine, just yet. Before he could get up, relying on his keen perception as a title de law, he sensed that there were others nearby. Dugu Bo immediately became alert and first ruled out his granddaughter, Dugu Yin. He was so familiar with her aura that he couldn't mistake it. With his messy green hair, Dugu Bo sat up and saw Tang Yin and QianXunji facing the door. "Senior, you're awake." Facing Dugu Bo's cold and piercing gaze, Tang Yin remained calm and composed. Dugu Bo warily scanned Tang Yin and QianXunji. From his soul power fluctuations on the two of them and their ages, Dugu Bo could judge that Tang Yin and QianXunji had extraordinary talent. His gaze lingered on QianXunji for a long time before returning to Tang Yin. "Who are you? How'd you end up here?" After much thought, Dugu Bo decided to clarify their identities first and did not choose to act rashly. "Senior, we came to the Sunset Forest to obtain a soul ring. Last night, we passed by here and found that you were severely poisoned and in critical condition. So I took action to detoxify you." Tang Yin briefly recounted what happened last night to Dugu Bo. After listening to Tang Yin, Dugu Bo carefully examined his body. Indeed, the poison in his body had been suppressed by an external force. That energy did not dissolve the snake poison within him, but formed a thin protective layer, isolating his flesh from the poison. This miraculous scene surprised Dugu Bo. "How did you do this?" "Senior, this is the healing effect of my martial soul," Tang Yin said. "The toxins in your body have accumulated for many years and have already integrated with your body. I have only simply suppressed the toxins in your body, not completely cured them." Tang Yin's words did not receive a direct response from Dugu Bo. His gaze became even colder, and his green eyes fixed tightly on Tang Yin and QianXunji. Feeling locked onto by a title de law, Tang Yin and QianXunji felt their bodies stiffen, and even their breathing slowed as if their fates were being choked. But soon, this suffocating feeling disappeared. Dugu Bo chuckled self-deprecatingly. "I have lived for 78 years and cultivated for over 70 years, considering myself the best in poison arts. I never expected that one day I would fall victim to my own poison." Tang Yin and QianXunji fell silent upon hearing this. Dugu Bo regained his composure. "You two waited here for me to wake up. It shouldn't be out of concern for my safety, right? Senior, you have keen insight. Dan Yin Ziplit Jaitat Fa. Could you please tell me your name?" Dugu Bo, title, poison. "Dugu Senior, I would like to make a deal with you." Tang Yin directly brought up the topic. "Oh, what kind of deal?" Dugu Bo became interested. Dugu Bo knew that the two before him had prior knowledge of his identity. He could tell from their unchanged expressions when he revealed his name. Knowing his identity and still waiting here for him to wake up meant they had some backing. Being a title de law, Dugu Bo was certainly not a fool. Fools had long perished on the path to becoming a title de law. Before discussing the deal, let's talk about something else. Tang Yin decided to take advantage of the title de law's goodwill. "Dugu Senior, you were in critical condition last night. The consumption to save you is not small." As he spoke, Tang Yin's tone slowed, waiting for Dugu Bo's response. That is natural. Dugu Bo had always acted based on his preferences, but he was also a person of deep loyalty. Knowing that Tang Yin saved him, he would not be stingy. I have a medicinal garden with some herbs that have good effects. Although their value is not comparable to your life-saving grace, they are still rare treasures. Furthermore, I can agree to do 3 things for you that do not violate my will. Ah, is that all? Qian Renxue felt a bit confused after hearing Dugubo's response. Qian Renxue knew that Dugubo had no deep connections with the royal family of the Tiando Empire. The favor of Prince Xuexing was worth less than a fraction. Now, with Tang Yin's relationship, her plans had a much greater guarantee. Tang Yin also did not expect Dugubo to be so generous. He originally intended to exchange a complete cure for a promise that Dugubo would not interfere in the Tiando royal succession. He did not expect Dugubo to agree so readily. However, this did simplify things. Chapter 119. Ice and Fire Yin Yang, I looking at Tang Yin and Qian Renxue, who appeared somewhat astonished. Dugubo stood with his hands behind his back, tilting his head at a 30-degree angle, presenting the demeanor of a senior expert. If Tang Yin hadn't seen the tragic state of Dugubo last night, he might have already bowed down in submission. The transaction isn't urgent. I'll take you to a place first and complete the first thing I promised you. Coincidentally, Tang Yin doesn't know what to trade with Dugubo either. So he responded, thank you, Senior Dugu. Kid, you'd better keep up, Dugubo said, and without paying further attention to Tang Yin, he headed straight up the mountain. Tang Yin exchanged a glance with Qian Renxue, nodded slightly at her, and then followed behind. This mountain was about 500 to 600 meters high, and Dugubo's residence was located halfway up, still quite a distance from the peak. Dugubo moved quickly ahead, navigating the rugged mountain path as if it were flat ground. His pace seemed slow, yet each step covered dozens of meters. Upon closer observation, it was evident that every step Dugubo took was of equal distance. To Tang Yin, it felt as if Dugubo's body was ascending vertically. Tang Yin didn't activate his martial soul, but he could barely keep up with Dugubo using the speed of his physical body. Qian Renxue's soul power was 10 levels higher than Tang Yin's, and her physical strength was also slightly superior. This was why Tang Yin always found himself at a disadvantage during their sparring sessions. He could only rely on his superior skills to win. Dugubo was surprised. He had thought these 2 young people would need to rely on their martial souls to keep up with him, yet they managed to do so using only their bodies. Soon, under Dugubo's guidance, Tang Yin and Qian Renxue reached the mountaintop. Only then did Tang Yin realize the mountain's extraordinary nature. The mountain beneath his feet was actually hollow. What lay before him was a conical basin surrounded by rocks and trees. A mist rose from the basin, and Tang Yin could sense 2 completely opposite energies within it, one hot and one cold. Cold spring and hot spring? Tang Yin's confusion caught Dugubo's attention. Good kid. Your perception is quite sharp, Dugubo praised. Indeed, my medicinal garden is right below, and there's a cold spring and a hot spring inside. Dugubo's words piqued Tang Yin's interest even more in this medicinal garden. Come down, Dugubo said, and then leaped directly into the seemingly bottomless chasm. Tang Yin looked into the dark abyss, unable to gauge its depth. Beside him, Qian Renxue smiled sweetly, and the wings of her holy light, white tiger, quietly unfurled behind her. She opened her arms and said, hold on tight to your sister. I'll take you down. A Tang Yin's face turned red, unsure if it was from embarrassment or the rising steam. Such a fuss, Qian Renxue muttered, and then easily scooped him up by the back of his knees and around his back, lifting him in a princess carry. Tang Yin and Qian Renxue were not too far off in height, so even with her holding him like this, it didn't seem inappropriate. However, being held this way made Tang Yin feel like he was the little pet of this sister. Without waiting for Tang Yin to prepare himself, she flapped her wings and flew down into the basin. At the moment of takeoff, the rapid descent almost made Tang Yin feel like he would be flung away, and he hurriedly wrapped his arms around Qian Renxue's neck, resting his head against her snowy white neck. If the genders were swapped, it would certainly be a beautiful romantic scene. As soon as Dugubo landed, he saw Tang Yin being held by Qian Renxue, and their unusual posture drew his peculiar gaze. Unable to stand Dugubo's stare, Tang Yin quickly got down from Qian Renxue's embrace. He had intended to come down by himself, but unexpectedly, Qian Renxue had forcibly carried him down without waiting for him to discuss it. However, domineering sister. It seemed that Tang Yin somewhat liked this version of Qian Renxue. Thinking of this, a girl's face, whom he had only seen once, suddenly appeared in Tang Yin's mind. I'm really doomed. Tang Yin silently cursed, ignoring that beautiful figure and starting to observe the surrounding environment. Despite feeling awkward inside, he still put on a nonchalant expression, as if the embarrassed person just now was not him. Tang Yin's gaze fell directly on the hot spring in the center of the valley. Dugu Bo had indeed not lied to him. This medicinal garden had both a cold spring and a hot spring. However, what surprised him was that the spring water in the valley was not what he had imagined. The hot spring was not large, but it was divided into two sections. The colors of the spring water in the oval-shaped pools were actually milky white and crimson. Even more strangely, although they were in the same pool, they were distinctly separate, each side maintaining its own territory and never encroaching on the other. The cold and hot sensations Tang Yin had felt at the mountaintop emanated from this spring. Yin and Yang coexist. At first glance, Tang Yin could tell that this hot spring was extraordinary. He didn't know about the so-called three treasure bowls or the ice and fire eyes, but he understood that the fusion of the hot and cold springs here, with their completely opposite attributes not repelling each other but rather coexisting, was exactly the yin and yang duality described in heaven and earth as a furnace. Everything in the world has two sides of yin and yang. Heaven and earth as a furnace is about seizing the creation of heaven and earth, using yin and yang as charcoal to refine oneself. Tang Yin didn't care whether his Xieji would be exposed and directly activated it. Everything around him changed. All colors faded away, and the world presented itself to Tang Yin in its most original form. To Tang Yin's astonishment, the spiritual energy in this medicinal garden was shockingly dense. That overwhelming life energy was even stronger than his current martial soul's destiny. Tracing back to the source, Tang Yin quickly focused his gaze on the ice and fire eyes. Sure enough, all the energy was emanating from the ice and fire eyes. This yin and yang dual spring was peculiar. Tang Yin's gaze fell on the ice and fire eyes and then delved deeper, 10 meters, 20 meters, 100 meters, 200 meters eventually. Tang Yin lost track of how deep he had gone. Even with the Xieji activated, he felt a bit of a burden on his eyes. When his vision reached its limit, he finally fully uncovered the secret of the ice and fire eyes. Heavens! What did he see? Dragon bones, not just dragon bones, but two dragon skeletons, each several hundred meters long, lay silently at the bottom of the spring. The dragon bones emitted red and blue fluorescence, shining brilliantly in the seemingly bottomless abyss. Tang Yin couldn't imagine how powerful they were in life, because even after who knows how many years had passed, the energy remaining in their skeletons could create such a treasure land. Chapter 120. The chaotic spring, the remnants of the dragon bones might made Tang Yin dare not look directly at them. After calming the shock in his heart, he withdrew his gaze. When the sight extended by the Xieji faded away, two energy orbs, one red and one blue, drifted out from the dragon bones at the bottom of the silent ice and fire eyes spring. Did the human just see us? Yes, but your description is off. I sense the bloodline aura of a soul beast on him. Hey, let's not talk about useless things. My fragment of a soul won't last long. In a few years, my memories will completely dissipate. I feel the same way. I wonder if I can see Lord Dragon God one last time when I completely disappear. After the conversation ended, the ice and fire yin yang fell silent again at the bottom of the spring. Returning his gaze to his body, the immense consumption made Tang Yin stagger, and QianXunji hurriedly stepped forward to support him. Xiaoyin, what's wrong? QianXunji noticed Tang Yin's condition the moment he activated the eye of the Xieji, but she didn't ask further. It's nothing. Tang Yin's pale face regained some color, and after standing steady, he said, I just consumed a bit too much. I'll be fine after I recover slowly. Dugubo seemed unaware of Tang Yin's condition. After entering the ice and fire yin-yang eye, he was using the energy within to stabilize the toxins in his body. Many years ago, Dugubo, troubled by snake venom in his body, found this treasure in the sunset forest and survived by utilizing the ice and fire yin-yang i's ability to counteract the poison. Later, he broke through to the title Deluo level thanks to this place. One could say that the ice and fire yin-yang made Dugubo what he is today. How the life energy of fate helped Dugubo suppress most of the snake venom, and after just a moment, he stabilized the toxins in his body. This time, he estimated that the snake venom wound act up again for another 2 or 3 months. Kid, there are plenty of herbs here. Take whatever you like. Just leave some seeds. Also, I must warn you, there are some herbs here that I don't recognize, and I don't know if they are poisonous. Lastly, don't go near that spring. A 1,000-year-old beast fell into it, and its bones are gone. After reminding Dugubo, he didn't care about Tang Yin and directly walked out of the valley. After Dugubo left, Tang Yin ignored him and headed straight for the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Xiaoyin no. QianXunji pulled Tang Yin back, worried. Didn't Dugabo just say not to approach that spring? Tang Yin flashed a confident smile at QianXunji's. Trust me, Sister Shui, it's not dangerous. Under QianXunji's worried gaze, Tang Yin reached the bank of the ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, standing at the center where the two springs converged. Tang Yin could clearly feel the scorching heat of the red spring and the chilling cold of the white spring. His gaze fell on the boundary where red and white met. In the center of the ice and Fire Yin Yang Eye, the originally distinct Yin and Yang springs had mixed together. From the surface of the water, it was impossible to tell. Tang Yin had only seen it clearly through the distortion caused by the eye of the Xieji. Chaotic the spring. When Tang Yin was very young, Old Turtle had explained this miraculous phenomenon of Yin and Yang duality to him. Old Turtle had also told him that there was no absolute Yin and Yang duality in the world. At the boundary of Yin and Yang, there was a high probability of minor imbalances occurring, thus producing a strange object with chaotic properties. Objects with chaotic properties could turn decay into wonders. And Tang Yin clearly remembered the example Old Turtle had given, reviving his mother, suppressing the restlessness in his heart. Tang Yin directly transformed his destiny furnace into a large water tank and scooped up the chaotic spring water. Sure enough, after separating from the red-hot spring and the white-cold spring, the water in the destiny furnace appeared dark silver, as if all colors were intertwined, presenting a peculiar sight of about to separate. A primal instinct surged in Tang Yin, urging him to consume this chaotic spring water. His right hand heated up, and fate appeared on its own, wanting to fly directly toward Tang Yin's destiny furnace. Fortunately, Tang Yin caught it in time, otherwise, fate would have swallowed the spring water directly. After suppressing that instinct, Tang Yin used the power of his mark, and in an instant, Yin appeared beside him, far away in Heavendo City. QianXunji suddenly saw someone appear next to Tang Yin, and she was startled, almost ready to attack Yin. Tang Yin hurriedly explained, Sister Shui, calm down, calm down. It's just my mom. Huh. Seeing Tang Yin's words, QianXunji was at a loss. Hastily retracting her martial soul, her nervousness causing her to babble. Auntie, I'm sorry. Yin also noticed QianXunji at first glance. She recognized the extraordinary relationship between QianXunji and her son. As for Tang Yin's flirtatious nature, Yin didn't care. She just hoped that Tang Yin wouldn't dwell on that heartbreak any longer. Of course, one should not force the feelings of others. When Yin saw QianXunji's martial soul, her gaze sharpened. How could she not recognize the six-winged angel martial soul? Yin guessed that this girl had intricate ties with the Qian family of the Spirit Hall, and she also estimated that Tang Yin should know this girl's identity. Sigh. Yin sighed inwardly. She didn't want the grievances of the previous generation to be passed down, as that would only lead to tragedy. Yin smiled gently. It's okay, Xiao Yin. Aren't you going to introduce her to your mom? Oh, Mom, this is QianXunji. After hastily introducing her, Tang Yin cursed himself inwardly for forgetting the feud between his mother and the Spear Hall. Xiao Shui, hello, I'm Xiao Yin's mom. Thank you for taking care of Xiao Yin these days. Yin's tone was very gentle, as if she genuinely regarded QianXunji as Tang Yin's girlfriend. QianXunji, hearing such words from the mother of the person she loved, felt bashful and lowered her head. No, it's nothing. It's all Xiao Yin taking care of me. All right. Tang Yin quickly pulled Yin's attention back, estimating that if this continued, the image he had built in his sister's heart would completely collapse. Mom, I brought you here because I have something very important to tell you. Seeing Tang Yin's suddenly serious expression, Yin's face also turned very serious. Xiao Yin, go ahead. Tang Yin raised his hand, pointing at the floating destiny furnace in the air, and slowly spoke a sentence. Every word of this sentence made Yin's heart tremble. Mom, you can be fully revived now, right now. This statement not only shocked Yin, but also QianXunji beside her. Revive? Does that mean? Chapter 121. Reviving Yin. QianXunji simply couldn't believe that Yin before her was not a living person, or more accurately, not completely alive. Xiao Yin's mom, how could? QianXunji thought to herself. Her understanding of Tang Yin was limited to the feud between her father and Tang Yin's father, where they fought over something, leading to her father's serious injury and eventual death. Associating this with Yin's current state, QianXunji felt increasingly uneasy, sensing many secrets she was unaware of. It seemed that when she returned, she would need to investigate thoroughly. Yin quickly regained her composure from a shock and looked at Tang Yin with some concern. She remembered that Old Turtle had once said that for her to be fully revived, She needed to wait until Xiao Yin had a preliminary grasp of his fate martial soul, and that preliminary grasp required at least a soul sage level. But she knew her son never did anything without full confidence, so she asked, Xiao Yin, did you discover something? Tang Yin smiled and nodded. Don't worry, Mom. I'm fully confident that I can revive you without harming my own body. Tang Yin could tell what worries Yin had at her heart. What he needs to do now is to calm his mother's emotions, making sure nothing goes wrong later. Moreover, with the chaos spring present, Tang Yin is not worried about any accidents. Mom, please switch to soul form first, Tang Yin said, not wasting any time and preparing to initiate a Yin's resurrection ritual directly. He turned to QianXunji and said, Sister Shui, stay a bit further away later. I'm afraid it might affect you. Tang Yin didn't know how significant the commotion from resurrecting Yin would be, and he was concerned that he might accidentally harm QianXunji, which would be quite inappropriate. After hearing Tang Yin's words, Yin transformed into a soul form without hesitation, as she had absolute trust in him. Yin's originally solid body instantly became ethereal, and the 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone, having lost its constraint, was about to fall, but Tang Yin lifted it with his soul power. Tang Yin closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and his entire demeanor changed. Even Yin, who had been by his side for many years, had never seen him so serious. The 100,000-year-old blue-silver emperor's right leg bone was placed directly into the life furnace. In the furnace, the originally calm chaos spring erupted as soon as it came into contact with the soul bone. The creation power within the chaos spring instinctively activated, and the immense energy almost solidified into visible dark gray mist, continuously spewing from the furnace. Tang Yin formed hand seals, controlling the life furnace while also injecting life energy from fate into the furnace. The purest life energy in the world merged with the nearly law-consolidated chaos spring, and its effect was far more complex than just 1 + 1 = 2. Yin floated in the air, quietly observing the magnificent scene before her, momentarily lost in thought. The life laws she had comprehended for many years were now appearing right before her eyes. She had never observed the evolution of the laws so closely, nor had she ever imagined it. It was like someone who had never seen the color red could not describe what red truly is. A being in three-dimensional space could not conceive the mysteries of four-dimensional space. The miracle was not over yet, as life energy continued to pour in. A green ocean surrounded Tang Yin. This was not the kind of green poison mist that Dugobo had, but solidified life energy. After a quarter of an hour, when Tang Yin felt that his life energy was almost exhausted, he did not push himself further. He directly stopped the life energy input and began to refine it in the life furnace. Feeling that the timing was right, Tang Yin opened the furnace lid and said to Yin, Mom, empty your consciousness and enter the furnace. At that moment, the life furnace was swirling with mist, and it seemed that rays of light were flowing out, such immense energy. After Yin's soul form floated into the furnace, all the commotion quieted down, followed by an even more intense explosion. Countless blue-silver vines burst forth from the ground, the brilliant golden blue-silver grass, or rather, the blue-silver emperor, as it belonged to the monarch's gold. The blue-silver emperor was unafraid of water and fire, remaining unaffected above the yin-yang springs, wrapping Tang Yin's life furnace within, leaving only a beam of colorful light shooting into the sky. On the mountaintop, Dugobo sat alone, enjoying the mountain breeze and admiring the scenery he had seen countless times. He left the ice and fire yin-yang, simply to avoid making Tang Yin and QianXunji too restrained. Dugobo had previously considered directly eliminating Tang Yin and QianXunji, but he did not go through with it. People say Dugobo acts strangely and has an eccentric personality, yet they do not know he is also a person of deep feelings and loyalty, honest and trustworthy. I wonder how those two little brats have messed up my medicine garden, Dugobo muttered. As for Tang Yin and QianXunji's safety, it was not within his considerations. The dangers had been clearly communicated to them. If they died inside, it really wasn't his responsibility. Taking out the medicinal wine he had brewed, Dugobo just raised it to his lips when a beam of light shot up into the sky from the mountain valley. The sudden change almost caused Dugobo to choke on his medicinal wine. If he were to die in such a bizarre manner, he would probably never escape the title of the weakest title Doloa in his life. Dugobo hurriedly stood up, and just as he was about to go down to check, a figure faster than him leaped down. The speed was so fast that even Dugobo could not see the person's appearance. only catching a glimpse of the person holding a black hammer. Just as Dugabo was about to go down, he suddenly thought of something, and his whole body froze in place. The person who just jumped down was definitely not a coincidence, but had been nearby all along without him noticing. A chilling realization spread through Dugabo, and he broke out in a cold sweat. He was not a fool, and quickly deduced that the person was definitely related to Tang Yin and QianXunji's. Fortunately, he hadn't acted recklessly. That little brat was hiding deep enough. Dugabo felt a wave of fear, but was also relieved that he hadn't acted impulsively. Indeed, caution brings safety. Given such a commotion, he estimated it was a concern for the safety of those two little brats. After hesitating for a moment, Dugabo still entered the ice and fire Yin-Yang. After all, this was his medicine garden. The shadow was Tang Hao. Seeing only Dugabo come out, he did not rush to act because he had not received a distress signal from Yin. However, the sudden beam of light and Dugabo's reaction made Tang Hao immediately realize that there had been a huge change inside that even Dugabo had not anticipated. At this point, Tang Hao could not care about anything else and directly entered the ice and fire Yin-Yang. The height of the ice and fire Yin-Yang was nothing for a title capable of walking through the void. Upon entering, he saw the source of that light. Chapter 122. I only have you left the familiar blue-silver emperor, the familiar aura. Tang Hao immediately understood that the sphere wrapped in blue-silver emperor was Yin. His concern, Tang Yin, was standing in front of that sphere, seemingly waiting for something. Dugabo also came down. Just as he wanted to get closer, he was stopped by Tang Hao raising the Haotian hammer in his right hand. Don't go over. Dugabo then saw the appearance of the great hammer. As a title de law, how could he not recognize the Haotian hammer? Back when he was not famous, it was the era led by Tang Chun, and the Haotian hammer's reputation resounded across the continent. Haotian hammer. Dugabo's pupils constricted. He glanced warily at Tang Hao's back. Although he felt dissatisfied, he did not dare to act recklessly and stood still behind Tang Hao. Dugabo speculated about the identity of the person before him, and it was not difficult to guess Tang Hao's identity. Title Da Haotian Hammer Martial Soul. A name appeared in Dugabo's mind. The current Haotian Da, Tang Hao. After confirming Tang Hao's identity, Dugabo dared not act recklessly any longer. He did not know what had happened back then, but the death of the former pope was enough to explain many things. Tang Hao. QianXunji was equally shocked to see Tang Hao appear here. Connecting it to Tang Yin's previous calmness and composure, she immediately understood. Damn Liline, you've made me worry about you all this time. QianXunji had no idea about Tang Yin's trump card. She thought Tang Yin was walking a tightrope with every step, and she was merely accompanying him on his adventure. In QianXunji's view, this was a gamble with her own life. After an unknown amount of time, the light of the orb gradually dimmed until only the luster of the blue-silver emperor remained, and Tang Yin finally let out a long breath. Finally, it was done. He raised his hand to wipe the fine beads of sweat from his forehead. Tang Yin showed signs of fatigue on his face, but his eyes were still bright and spirited. Several blue-silver emperors gradually retracted, gently placing Tang Yin's life furnace on the grass by the edge of the ice and fire Yin-Yang. They acted like loyal guardians, protecting their devoted king. Tang Yin also retracted his life furnace, which instantly shrank to about the height of a person, forming an oval shape. After a while, all the blue-silver emperors began to fade away, revealing a Yin's true form. At this moment, Yin was still in a blue long dress, her blue hair flowing, her gentle face remarkably serene. She curled her body up, crossing her hands over her chest, resembling a newborn baby. Her lightly closed eyes slowly opened, and her bright blue pupils curiously observed everything around her. This was a completely different feeling from before, even though the previous Yin had no difference from being fully revived. Yin looked at her right hand, where a blue-silver emperor appeared. 8 soul rings, yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, 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 rose from beneath her feet. In this revival, Yin not only became a true human, but also crossed a significant stage, breaking through from a soul emperor to a soul Dolaw. Tang Hao, who witnessed a Yin's sacrifice, now witnessed a Yin's rebirth. After 12 years of waiting, from the first 2 years of muddled confusion to later anticipation, and now to the fulfillment of wishes, Tang Hao, who had not shed tears for a long time, also felt his eyes moisten. Yin retracted her martial soul and looked at Tang Yin, her eyes filled with kind maternal love, almost overflowing. Before Tang Yin could speak, Yin directly embraced her child. It had been a long time since Tang Yin had been held like this by Yin in her warm embrace. The fatigue from earlier seemed to fade away. Liline, Thank you. A Yin's voice was gentle, and when it entered Tang Yin's ears, it felt like a refreshing breeze brushing over his heart. Mom, this is what I should do. Tang Hao also walked over, and Tang Yin, understanding, left a Yin's embrace and walked toward Dugibo. As he passed by Tang Hao simply patted Tang Yin's shoulder, saying nothing. There was no need for words. Tang Yin understood Tang Hao's meaning. Watching his parents embrace, Tang Yin also revealed a knowing smile. Tang Yin deeply bowed to Dugibo, his tone filled with heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Senior, for your treasure, the grace of saving my mother. Yin cannot forget. Dugibo finally understood what was happening. The commotion just now was caused by this kid reviving his mother. Seeing Tang Hao's expression Dugibo finally understood the relationship between Tang Yin and Tang Hao. After once again feeling thankful for his rationality, Dugibo continued to act high and mighty, showing no concern for what Tang Yin had taken from his garden. I will never go back on my word. If there is anything else in this garden that you fancy, feel free to take it. Tang Yin looked at Dugibo's lofty demeanor, seriously doubting that he had any idea of the value of the chaos spring he had taken. Moreover, Tang Yin speculated that this titled law with a grudge certainly had more good things in this medicinal garden than just the chaos spring. Faced with such a huge treasure trove, Tang Yin couldn't help but swallow hard. Really take whatever I want? Despite being shocked, Tang Yin still pretended to be skeptical, as if questioning Dugibo's words. Dugibo indeed got angry. He snorted and glared, the green mustache on his lips trembling. Humph. Dugibo, a dignified title do. One spit equals a nail. Seeing Dugibo's declaration, Tang Yin felt a bit embarrassed to take everything from the old man. Therefore, Tang Yin decided not to bully the 78-year-old old comrade. After he explored a bit, he would discuss things with this old senior. Meanwhile, QianXunji's felt like an outsider. Witnessing the warmth between Tang Yin's family of three, having never experienced maternal love since childhood and later losing her father, how could she not feel envious? She stood alone in a corner, feeling out of place. I should leave. Before QianXunji could take action, a pair of arms wrapped around her slender, soft waist from behind. A familiar scent came from behind, and her lonely heart seemed to be filled with something again. Sister Shui, I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing to me? QianXunji did not turn around. Her voice revealed no emotion. Everything will be all right. Tang Yin rested his head on QianXunji's shoulder, feeling the warmth of her skin through her smooth golden hair. Tang Yin felt the person in his arms start to tremble slightly, and then her emotions suddenly erupted. QianXunji turned around and tightly hugged Tang Yin, as if wanting to merge him into her body. You're all I have left. Those 5 words made Tang Yin's heart tremble slightly. Chapter 123. A great harvest at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. Tang Yin was wandering around, searching for the treasures hidden within. Tang Hao and Yin had long since left, and Dugibo also departed shortly after. Now, only Tang Yin and QianXunji remained at the ice and fire Yin-Yang Eye. After spending some time together, Tang Yin and QianXunji separated, and their relationship seemed to deepen further. QianXunji was a person who valued interests above all, to win Tang Yin over. She could even put aside her vendetta against his father. At the same time, she was someone who deeply craved emotional connections, whether familial or romantic. Originally, QianXunji had no business being here, but she seemed unwilling to just leave Tang Yin. Her presence had little effect on Tang Yin, as he would not hide his secrets from those he recognized. Surrounding the ice and fire Yin-Yang were various plants, diverse and beautiful, resembling a paradise of flora. The quality of the herbs planted here left Tang Yin astonished. By the milky white cold spring, he discovered the finest of cordyceps, snow silkworms. The snow silkworms were grayish-white with ring patterns. Their bodies had 8 pairs of legs, with the 4 pairs in the middle being the most prominent. Their texture was fragile and easy to break, with a slightly flat and white with a hint of yellow. The fruiting body was slender, deep brown to brownish yellow, cylindrical in shape, generally longer than the insect body, and topped with a slightly swollen spore. The outer color was bright yellow, the inner color white, plump and robust. Consuming this spiritual herb could greatly increase one's internal energy and blood, nourish the kidneys and lungs, stop bleeding, and relax the muscles. It was a rare tonic in the world. Take it. Tang Yin pulled out a small shovel and carefully dug out the snow silkworm. Of course, its roots were still in the ground. Relying on the special environment of this treasure land, it would not be long before it could grow again. Heavens, a cinnabar lotus. This is the starlit grass? In this place, various rare herbs were as common as carrots and cabbages, leaving Tang Yin overwhelmed. In order to quickly identify the rarity of herbs, Tang Yin directly activated the eye of the Xieji, relying on the strength of energy to swiftly locate more precious herbs. In Tang Yin's line of sight, more than 10 rays of light, clearly stronger than those from other plants, appeared. Following this guidance, Tang Yin approached the 2 plants nearest him. These 2 plants were located at the center of the Yin-Yang twin springs. On the side of the milky white Yin spring was a white herb that looked like a large white flower at the top, with an octagonal shape, and its center sparkled like ice crystals. It exuded no fragrance. On the side of the vermilion Yang spring was a plant that resembled a cabbage, entirely red, with flowing light inside, as if the plant's blood was flowing. The octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot were well-known plants. After careful identification, Tang Yin recognized these 2 famous plants. The octagonal ice grass, which grows in the Yin spring, and the fiery apricot, which grows in the Yang spring, are both unequivocal poisons. The octagonal ice grass absorbs the coldness day and night, possessing the most potent ice poison in the world. Conversely, the fiery apricot absorbs the extreme Yang energy from the Yang spring day and night, containing the most lethal fire poison. However, these 2 plants exist in a delicate balance, much like the ice and fire duality pot, which is why in the original work, Tang Sen had to jump into the center of the ice and fire Yin-Yang to refine these 2 immortal products. Tang Yin had other methods of absorption. He took out his destiny and controlled the spear to dig up these 2 immortal products. Destiny itself was extremely resilient, and the effects of ice and fire on it were negligible. Currently, Tang Yin's control over his martial soul was quite proficient, and using the spear like a shovel was not difficult. Soon, the octagonal ice grass was cut from the root by Tang Yin using destiny, and with a slight flick, it traced a beautiful arc through the air above the Yin spring and landed in Tang Yin's mini version of the fate melting furnace. Tang Yin would not be foolish enough to catch this poison with his hands. Just getting close to the octagonal ice grass would cause harm from the surrounding cold air. If he carelessly reached out without any protective measures, he would at least suffer serious injury, and in severe cases, he would need to amputate on the spot to save his life. The fate melting furnace, at this moment, could serve as a perfect container, as it was made of heavenly spiritual power and would not reject any plants. Tang Yin followed the same method to pick the fiery apricot and placed it into the fate melting furnace. Looking at the 2 immortal products, one white and one red, in the fate melting furnace, Tang Yin felt elated, unable to contain his joy. Holding the fate melting furnace, Tang Yin circled around the ice and fire Yin-Yang and arrived at the junction on the other side. The energy of this plant was no less than that of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot he had just harvested, and it even seemed slightly stronger. This made Tang Yin eagerly clear away the surrounding weeds to reveal the true form of the plant. It was a large light pink flower, leafless, with a stem 3 feet long, and the flower was enormous, with a diameter of nearly a foot. Each petal looked crystal clear, and the pale pink flower swayed gently with the mist, growing at the edge where the red and white springs intersected. Just 10 meters away, Tang Yin could already smell a faint, delicate fragrance. The flower's center was light purple, resembling purple diamonds embedded therein, and although the fragrance traveled far, it was not overpowering. It had a light, fresh scent, like the fragrance of a young girl. Tang Yin leaned in closer, and the floral scent remained, not becoming stronger despite his proximity. Still that faint, fresh fragrance that was refreshing. Once again, he recalled the pharmacological knowledge in his mind, and a shocking name surfaced in his thoughts: the ethereal fragrance Qiluo immortal product. The ethereal fragrance Qiluo immortal product is the nemesis of all poisons, capable of neutralizing all toxins. It does not detoxify itself, but can counteract toxins. Just smelling its fragrance can eliminate all toxins in the body. Moreover, within the range covered by the fragrance of the ethereal fragrance Qiluo immortal product, any poison becomes ineffective. Its scent has the ability to neutralize all poisons. Tang Yin used a special method to pick this ethereal fragrance Qiluo immortal product and handed it to QianXunji's. Sister Shui, you hold this flower. QianXunji looked at the purple flower Tang Yin handed over, puzzled. What is this? This flower is called the ethereal fragrance Qiluo immortal product, which has the effect of countering all poisons. Although there are many restorative medicines here, there are also quite a few poisons. If you hold this flower, you won't have to worry about being invaded by toxic miasma. What about you? QianXunji was unwilling to take it. Tang Yin smiled. Did you forget? I'm not afraid of poison. Seeing QianXunji still hesitating, Tang Yin firmly placed the flower into her hand. I can only rest assured if you hold this flower. QianXunji, unable to refuse his kindness, held the ethereal fragrance Chua, immortal product in her hand, feeling a warmth in her heart. She didn't understand much about herbs, but from Tang Yin's expression when he picked this flower and its name, she could tell that this flower was undoubtedly extremely precious. After all, it was called an immortal product. How could it be an ordinary thing? And Tang Yin, without any hesitation, just worried about her well-being, handed this immortal product to her. Tang Yin did not know that his unintentional actions were gradually breaking down the last few defenses in QianXunji's heart. After picking 7 or 8 types of immortal herbs, including both restorative and poisonous ones, Tang Yin left none behind. It seemed that the senior Dugu really did not recognize these immortal products in the medicinal garden. Otherwise, if he had just casually consumed 1 or 2, how could he have been troubled by his own snake poison for so many years? Tang Yin thought to himself, then walked towards the last plant, which was also the most powerful one. It was a seemingly unremarkable white flower, about the size of a palm, resembling a peony, with no leaves. Strangely, the root was not connected to soil, but to a small stone. The stone was entirely black, dark in color, and gave a heavy feeling. On the white flower, there were several astonishing red spots, bright red as blood, which looked somewhat shocking. Tang Yin carefully examined this flower, searching for information about it from the knowledge imparted by Yang Wudi. Born for love, died for love. The king of flowers, the heartbroken red. Tang Yin's gaze towards this flower became somewhat dazed. He did not expect to find the immortal product recorded only in books, the heartbroken red. The records stated that consuming this flower grants the power of immortality equal to that of heaven and earth, can elevate soul power by at least 10 levels, and will comprehensively transform the body, with the effect of bringing the dead back to life and turning bones white. Such a defiant effect qualifies it as a peerless immortal product. However, the method of harvesting this flower is also very special. When picking it, one must think of their beloved with sincere intent, and a drop of blood must be sprinkled on the petals. If there is even a hint of hesitation, one might die from bleeding and will not be able to pick the flower. Looking at this heartbroken red, Tang Yin shook his head with a bitter smile. He had too many emotional ties and could no longer pick this flower. Tang Yin initially wanted to give the heartbroken red to QianXunji, but his unwillingness made him secretly keep this flower. After finishing the herb picking, Tang Yin began the next step of his plan, alchemy. The effects of immortal herbs are extraordinary. If they are purely restorative, they only need to be consumed according to the method to maximize their effects. But poisons are different. Even a slight contact with their toxins is enough to be fatal. In addition to the star anise ice grass and the blazing apricot delicate herb, there is one more. The last celestial-grade poison called the blood-colored swan kiss. The blood-colored swan kiss is a snow-white celestial herb. Its crystalline white gleams as if each leaf is about to drip with water, long and curved, resembling the neck of a swan. It is not toxic in itself, but it is labeled as a poison because just a little contact can cause any virus in the area to multiply exponentially. What a terrifying existence it is. Just now, when Tang Yin was harvesting it, he didn't dare to place it with other poisons. Even though Tang Yin is not afraid of toxins, he does not know if his body can withstand the amplified toxicity. Tang Yin would not gamble with his life. After placing the star anise ice grass and the blazing apricot delicate herb into his life furnace, Tang Yin ignited the creation fire, using the special spiritual energy from the eye of ice and fire as fuel, and began to refine the medicine. Elder Gue told Tang Yin that the life furnace can be used for alchemy, and Tang Yin had experimented before, but what he refined was not pills, but rather spiritual liquid. This was the first time he was refining herbs of such quality, so he inevitably felt a bit nervous. In the initial stage of the refining process, the 2 celestial-grade herbs inside the furnace were very quiet, gradually transforming into drops of medicinal liquid in the spiritual fire. However, at the moment the 2 liquids came into contact, the repulsion reaction between ice and fire caused Tang Yin to struggle to control the life furnace. The explosion was incredibly intense. From the outside, Tang Yin's life furnace still appeared pale blue, showing no significant changes. But inside, the white and red energies were fiercely battling each other. The 2 energies were gradually merging, but neither was willing to submit, both vying for dominance after merging, resulting in a massive energy collision. Tang Yin did not dare to be careless and immediately recalled the properties of other celestial-grade herbs, wanting to add another herb to neutralize the 2. After some thought, Tang Yin grabbed a jade-like white herb, albeit a bit dull in color, and placed it inside. This herb is called the primordial chaos herb, and, as the name suggests, it possesses a chaotic attribute, capable of neutralizing the violent tendencies of the star anise ice grass and the blazing apricot delicate herb. Just like the chaos spring can be born from the eye of ice and fire. Sure enough, after the primordial chaos herb was added to the furnace, the repelling energies gradually stabilized under the chaotic attributes harmonization, no longer so frantic. Tang Yin felt much more at ease and began to focus on controlling the temperature in the live furnace. Half an hour later, a fragrant aroma wafted from the furnace, and Tang Yin's eyes lit up. He knew this was the unique fragrance after refining medicine into pills. Patience is key, and Tang Yin did not rush to take out the pills, but continued to control the creation fire, fearing that if he were careless, he would burn the 3 celestial-grade herbs into ashes, which would be a huge loss. After ensuring everything was foolproof, Tang Yin opened the furnace lid, and with a thought, 2 pills appeared in his hands. Tang Yin pinched one of the pills between his index finger and thumb, examining it closely in a well-lit area. The pill was crystal clear, and Tang Yin felt he could see the flowing light within. The pill presented a red and white overall appearance, with a hint of dark silver mixed in. The distribution of red and white was very orderly, resembling the yin-yang dual springs in the eye of ice and fire, looking extremely beautiful. Even Tang Yin, the alchemist, dared not guess the immense energy contained within these 2 pills. However, Tang Yin was certain that the toxins from the star anise ice grass and the blazing apricot delicate herb had been completely neutralized, and these 2 pills contained the medicinal properties after harmonizing the 3 celestial-grade herbs. This was not a simple addition of 1 + 1 = 2, but rather a geometric increase. Just right, Tang Yin did not plan to continue refining medicine, deciding to take the benefits in front of him first. Therefore, Tang Yin held the 2 pills and walked towards QianXunji's. Of course, he intended to share these 2 pills with his sister Shui. Chapter 124. Seeing that Tang Yin had been busy for a long time, and the first thing he did after finishing was to come find her. QianXunji felt warm inside. Sister Shui, here is a good thing for you. QianXunji took the pill Tang Yin handed over, curiously playing with the red and white little orb. What is this pill for? QianXunji knew about pills. There were soul masters in the spirit hall specializing in alchemy, and she had taken a few when solidifying her foundation, due to the existence of healing-type soul masters in the Dolua continent. And since most support-type soul masters possess healing abilities, the guiding social class of soul masters did not focus much on pharmacological research, resulting in very slow development in the field of pills. If the existing system could maintain the ruling of the upper class, there would be no thought of reform. Even after 10,000 years, in the timeline of the Do, Ju, Shi, Tangmen era, the pills that appeared were still only a few, and their effects were very singular. Tang Yin also did not know how powerful this pill's medicinal effect was, as it was his first time mixing and refining 3 types of celestial-grade herbs. These 2 pills contain 3 types of celestial-grade herbs, and I can't accurately gauge the medicinal power contained within. By the way, the quality of celestial-grade herbs is equivalent to at least a level 95 title de law in our soul master world, making them the spiritual herbs among spiritual herbs. After saying this, Tang Yin took out a flower to show QianXunji. The flower was a chrysanthemum, presenting a magnificent purple color overall. Strangely, every petal of the chrysanthemum looked fluffy and particularly cute, the entire flower being a coherent whole, yet no fragrance emanated from it. The center of the flower's pistil stood out more than half a foot above the petals, and the top of the pistil shimmered with a faint golden glow. This is the rare, fluffy, celestial chrysanthemum. QianXunji recognized this flower at first glance. The chrysanthemum was the martial soul of the chrysanthemum Dola. How could she not recognize it? Speaking of which, there were quite a few connections between this chrysanthemum Dola and QianXunji. When she was still in the Spear Hall, this chrysanthemum Dola and another title Dola with the title of Ghost had always been by her father's side. After her father's death, the 2 continued to serve the Pope, staying by that woman's side. Tang Yin was not surprised that QianXunji could recognize this flower. He smiled and said, "That's right, it is the rare, fluffy, celestial chrysanthemum. I once saw a title Dola from the Spirit Hall whose martial soul was this rare, fluffy, celestial chrysanthemum." With this comparison, QianXunji had a rough understanding of the value of the pill in her hand. There are only a few titled Doluos on the continent, let alone those above, level 95. This sufficiently indicated the rarity of this pill. QianXunji looked at the pill in her hand, hesitated for a moment, and then extended her hand to return it to Tang Yin. It's too precious. I can't accept it. Even in the original benefit cooperation, QianXunji could not always be on the receiving end, as that would make her increasingly vulnerable and in a position of being controlled. Now, QianXunji genuinely wanted to get along well with Tang Yin, considering him as her future partner. With this thought in mind, she could not accept Tang Yin's gifts unconditionally. Moreover, QianXunji is a strong-willed person, and this aspect extends to her approach to relationships as well. QianXunji's refusal caught Tang Yin off guard, but he could tell from her resolute tone what her stance was. Sister Shui, actually, Xiaoyin, I know you mean well. QianXunji interrupted Tang Yin for the first time. After Tang Yin stopped speaking, her tone softened. QianXunji raised her other hand and gently stroked Tang Yin's cheek, patiently lecturing him. Xiao Yin, think back to the days we've spent together. Haven't you given more? There's no need to quantify who gives more or less between us. Tang Yin was somewhat confused about why QianXunji asked this. No, Xiao Yin, you're wrong, and it's a big mistake. QianXunji looked seriously into Tang Yin's eyes. Seeing his confusion reflected back. We both know that during these days, what you've done for me far exceeds what I've done for you. My 6th soul ring, the external soul bone, and the matter with Dugabo were all accomplished with you leading the way. Without you, I can't even imagine having such tremendous gains this time. Xiaoyin, I'm not afraid to be honest with you. I've fallen for you. You should be able to sense the change in my feelings for you. Previously, I never intended to fall for anyone, but you were the exception. Love is mutual. One-sided devotion will only throw the relationship out of balance. Sister has already owed you enough. If this continues, the pressure on me will be immense. Tang Yin did not give up easily. He couldn't forget QianXunji's trembling words. I have only you left. What he wanted to do was to protect this sister well. Tang Yin was too emotional about relationships, while QianXunji wanted to use her rationality to slightly correct Tang Yin's view on love. There were definitely others around Tang Yin besides her. As there had been a pair of sisters before her, Tang Yin, that's unfair. And perhaps there would be someone after her as well. QianXunji wouldn't stop Tang Yin from interacting with other women because she was also a latecomer. QianXunji only wanted to prevent Tang Yin from loving everyone so deeply. Even her. Actually, I owe you, Sister Shui. Tang Yin smiled bitterly, as he now had to face his somewhat chaotic feelings. Sister Shui, I'm not a good person. At least in matters of love, I could be considered a bad person. I already have a girlfriend, yet I'm still entangled with you. To be honest, I have had other thoughts about my little sister-in-law as well. QianXunji silently listened to Tang Yin's confessions, knowing that a listener only needed to be quietly attentive. If you asked me to choose one of you right now, I wouldn't let go of either because I can't bear to. Does this make me selfish? Sister Shui, I do all this to make my heart feel better. It's the same for you and for Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing. You and Zhu Yun have not held my affection against me. You have been tolerant of me, so I inherently owe you. Perhaps because he had expressed his feelings. Tang Yin's expression looked very relieved. After listening, QianXunji silently retracted the hand that was offering the pill, feeling the coolness of the pill in her grasp. Her heart fluttered slightly as she gazed at Tang Yin's face, looking at him like a naive younger brother. What a fool, QianXunji sighed inwardly. Chapter 125. Seeing QianXunji accept the pill, Tang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. The atmosphere between the two became relaxed again. Sister Shui, take the pill quickly. The environment here complements it, and it might enhance its effect. After hearing this, QianXunji didn't hesitate and directly put it in her mouth. Seeing QianXunji take it, Tang Yin also swallowed the other pill. The moment the pill entered, there was a warm sensation, quickly turning into a medicinal liquid that flowed down his throat into his body. As soon as this medicinal liquid entered, a surge of immense energy erupted. Although the toxicity of the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower had been completely neutralized, they were both extremely domineering herbs. Even when completely turned into restorative medicine, they remained wildly powerful. Both Tang Yin and QianXunji's expressions changed as they quickly sat cross-legged to begin refining this power within. The energy from the pill spread through their bodies via their blood vessels. During this process, the ice and fire powers continuously strengthened their internal organs, meridians, skin, and bones, resembling an alternative form of ice-fire alchemy. Of course, the effect of this pill was far from over. A blue-red, dual-color vortex formed at their chests, with what seemed like extremely domineering power being perfectly balanced by a third force. The Hunyuan immortal grass controlled the two energies, allowing the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower to intertwine, gradually forming an energy vortex in the process of spinning, perfectly located at the heart. When cultivating soul power, all the soul power within a soul master is stored in the dantian when not in use, making the dantian the core of a soul master. The energy vortex condensing at the heart of Tang Yin and QianXunji's can also be seen as a new core. It not only complements the dantian, greatly increasing their soul power cultivation speed, but also compresses and releases the soul power within through rapid rotation, multiplying its power. With the help of the pill, Tang Yin and QianXunji's possess the soul core. In the future of Deluo continent, a soul core is standard for every powerful soul master. So they're not rare and thus not particularly precious. However, this was an era where even titled Deluo were few and far between, and there were no cultivation methods for soul cores. With the formation of their soul cores, Tang Yin and QianXunji's would surely become titled Deluo in the future. Tang Yin, QianXunji's, who are you cursing? After the pill helped the two condense their soul cores, it exerted its final remnants of energy. The residual energy transformed into the purest soul power, causing the soul power they had just broken through to increase again. It's important to note that the octagonal ice grass and the fiery apricot flower do not inherently have the effect of boosting soul power. QianXunji's could hardly believe that her soul power, which had just reached level 60, was breaking through again, and it showed no signs of stopping even after reaching level 61. Level 62, 63, until it finally slowed down after breaking through level 64, ultimately settling at level 64. This was the cultivation of a soul emperor. A single pill saved QianXunji's years of hard work. Perhaps due to his martial soul, Tang Yin required significantly more soul power to advance each level compared to ordinary soul masters. As a soul king, he only managed to raise his soul power by 4 levels, and now Tang Yin was a 54-level soul king. After the soul power stopped increasing, the changes in both of their bodies did not cease. The after effects of the ice-fire alchemy body emerged. Tang Yin felt his body was hot now, as if a surge of blood energy was crashing within, wanting to be released. He opened his eyes to see QianXunji's in a similarly strange state. Someone will come here. Tang Yin gasped, I have a way. The life furnace quickly expanded, enveloping Tang Yin and QianXunji's within. The light blue furnace, when observed from the outside, could not reveal its internal state at all. However, from the inside, they could see everything outside clearly. QianXunji's felt both nervous and excited. This stimulation was something she, the little princess of the spirit hall raised under rules and power, had never experienced before. Tang Yin didn't know why QianXunji's would fall in love with such excitement this time. After 3 days, once Tang Yin had handled everything, he took QianXunji's and left the ice and fire yin-yang eye. Just as they flew out of the mountain valley of the ice and fire yin-yang eye, Tang Yin spotted Dugu Bo sitting atop the mountain, mainly because his green hair and green eyes were too conspicuous. Tang Yin smiled and greeted him, Senior. Dugu Bo glanced at Tang Yin and QianXunji's with a displeased look, saying, Good kid, you stayed for 3 days, and I don't know what mess you've made of my herb garden. Tang Yin knew that Dugu Bo didn't mean to blame him, and he wasn't embarrassed. Senior Dugu, there are indeed many good things in your herb garden. I've gained quite a lot this time. Oh, Dugu Bo's tone changed, showing interest. How come I know what good things are in my herb garden? To be honest, Senior, I have studied medical books and happen to recognize some herbs. I use some of them to refine a pill that can completely resolve the snake venom in your body. What? Dugu Bo stood up, no longer calm. Tang Yin took out a white pill, and upon closer inspection, one could see a layer of purple sheen on it. This was the pill Tang Yin refined using blood-colored swan kiss and fragrant chua immortal products together. Blood-colored swan kiss is a rare poison, while fragrant chua immortal products is a nemesis of all poisons. Tang Yin thought to use blood-colored swan kiss as the core, fragrant chua immortal products as an auxiliary, and added a large amount of life energy, which ultimately led to the creation of this pill. Tang Yin's fate underwent a transformation. After taking the pill, his destiny seemed to revive a bit, and the already powerful life energy became even more abundant. Healing Dugu Bo didn't even require this pill. Tang Yin never thought about hoarding all the immortal products for himself, even though these products were all top-notch in the world. And even if this somewhat muddled title de law didn't recognize their value. Senior, this pill is made from a plant called blood-colored swan kiss and some petals from another plant called fragrant chua immortal products. After you take it, the toxins in your body will gather near this pill, thus completely solving your poisoning problem. Moreover, The effect of blood-colored swan kiss is to amplify the intensity of the poison, which can greatly enhance your strength. As he spoke, Tang Yin took out 2 flowers from his storage soul guide and introduced them one by one. Senior, this flower is called 8-petal immortal orchid. It must be contained in a jade vessel. As long as it is placed in a jade container, it won't wither for 1,000 years and won't fade for 100 generations. Its medicinal properties are extremely gentle yet very rich. It can strengthen the foundation and expel impurities from the body. One of the 8-petal orchids was pure white and crystal clear, giving a feeling of elegance and otherworldliness, and was contained in a jade box. The other immortal grass was a bit strange. Its roots and leaves resembled wisteria, finely combed. But at the top was a golden tulip, exuding a rich and noble fragrance. This flower is called Chilua tulip, elegant and luxurious. Taking it can absorb the essence of heaven and earth and the brilliance of the sun and moon, which has a strong effect on gemstone-type martial souls. Additionally, this flower cannot be swallowed. One must lightly inhale the flower stamen to slowly absorb its essence into the body, and then cultivate soul power gradually to let the medicinal effect spread throughout the limbs. Dugabo watched as Tang Yin took out one item after another and listened carefully to his explanation, his gaze lingering on the box in Tang Yin's hand. Silent for a long time, Chapter 126 ends. Parting with a whimper, Dugabo now found Tang Yin increasingly interesting. Logically speaking, if Tang Yin found treasures in his herb garden that Dugabo didn't recognize, the correct approach would be to keep it under wraps and consume it all himself, ideally without letting him, the owner, know that there were such treasures in the garden. What a naive young kid, Dugabo thought to himself, deciding to teach Tang Yin a lesson. Kid, take out all the herbs you collected from my herb garden, otherwise. Dugabo's green pupils suddenly shrank, like a cold, poisonous snake locking onto its prey. A bone-chilling cold spread throughout Tang Yin's body, as if he would be directly erased by this tidal de law in front of him at any moment. However, Tang Yin remained completely calm. A more powerful aura locked on a Dugabo, and the immense pressure nearly made the old man's bones fall apart. When did, Dugabo's eyes flashed with surprise. He certainly knew who had locked onto him. Who else could it be but this kid's father? But he had clearly seen Tang Hao leave with his wife. At that time, Tang Hao had indeed left with Yin. Just after leaving the Sunset Forest, Yin, still worried, had Tang Hao secretly returned to this place to prevent Dugabo from having a change of heart towards Tang Yin. Dugabo, who was locked onto, stiffened and hurriedly withdrew his murderous intent towards Tang Yin. Seeing the calm expression on Tang Yin's face, Dugabo realized that this kid knew Tang Hao was nearby, which was why he dared to be so sincere. It seemed he was getting old and didn't understand the tricks of the younger generation. After confirming that Dugabo posed no threat to Tang Yin, Tang Hao in the shadows withdrew his pressure. Dugabo felt lighter, and his heart relaxed a little. Sigh. Dugabo sighed, then praised, I originally wanted to teach you a lesson, but I didn't expect you to hold back. It seems I underestimated you. Thank you for the kind words, Senior, but I must also thank you for your guidance, Tang Yin said humbly, knowing that Dugabo wouldn't have the heart to kill him for treasure. He had already realized that his father was the Haotian Dilua Tang Hao. Killing him would bring endless trouble, and risking it all for a few herbs of unknown effect wasn't worth it. Moreover, even if Dugabo could escape by chance, what about his granddaughter? She was his last relative in this world. Senior Dugu, please accept these. Saying this, Tang Yin handed the items in his hand to Dugabo. This time, Dugabo didn't hesitate and directly took the 2 immortal grasses, the 8-petal immortal orchid and Chilua tulip, along with the pill. By the way, Dugabo suddenly remembered something. You also know that my green-scaled snake martial soul will poison the soul master after cultivation. I have a granddaughter named Dugian, who is currently studying at the Tiando Royal Academy. I wonder if I could trouble you to help her detoxify as well? Of course, Tang Yin didn't refuse. This was an opportunity to earn favor from a title de law, and besides, having taken so much from him, how could he refuse to do this small favor? How about this, Senior Dugu? I'll visit the Tiando Royal Academy in a few days to detoxify your granddaughter. Dugabo gladly accepted and nodded. All right, thank you very much. Kid, from now on, when we meet, don't call me Senior Dugu. You are about the same age as my granddaughter. Just call me Grandpa Dugu. Okay, Grandpa Dugu. Tang Yin immediately changed his address. Dugabo felt very pleased inside. Tang Hao, weren't you quite arrogant? I'm older than you by a generation. When we meet in the future, won't you have to call me Uncle Dugu? Thinking of this, a smug expression appeared on his face. Tang Yin QianXunji's. Ahem, Grandpa Dugu. Let's tone it down, Tang Yin reminded softly. Dugu Bo realized he had lost his composure and hurriedly coughed a couple of times to cover his embarrassment. However, upon seeing Tang Yin's strange expression, he immediately felt awkward and hastily issued a dismissal. All right, little ghost. You've been here long enough. Hurry up and take your little girlfriend and leave. Tang Yin also took the hint. The junior takes his leave. After saying that, he quickly pulled Qian Rinxue and left together. Dugu Bo watched as Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue left hand in hand, and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Ah, if only you were still single. In fact, even if Tang Yin were single, it wouldn't matter, as his granddaughter had already been taken away by a direct descendant of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Returning to the Eye of Ice and Fire, the familiar icy and fiery aura suppressed the toxins in his body once again, making him feel much more relaxed. Unlike Tang San in the original story, who would pluck a couple of wild grasses from the roadside, nearly all the flowers and plants Dugu Bo had transplanted had been emptied by Tang San, leaving him with almost nothing. He even claimed he left the roots, so they could grow back in 100 years. Aside from a few immortal herbs, Tang Yin only took an additional snow silkworm and left 1/3 of the immortal herbs for Dugu Bo. Compared to this, Tang Yin was truly generous. Dugu Bo sat cross-legged beside the Eye of Ice and Fire. Although it was dangerous here, with the dual springs of yin and yang able to engulf him, it maximally suppressed the toxins in his body. He scrutinized the pill Tang Yin had given him. Was this pill really as miraculous as the kid claimed? Dugu Bo prided himself on his judgment of character, but when it came to his own life, he couldn't help but feel extremely cautious. After hesitating for a while, he closed his eyes, resigned, and swallowed the pill. Meanwhile, Tang Yin and Qian Rinxue had reached the edge of the Sunset Forest. This time, their soul-hunting journey was truly over. For some reason, Qian Rinxue fell a bit down. After returning to Heavendo City, she would have to put on the guise of Shui Qinghe and feign politeness in front of others. After spending time with Tang Yin these days, she didn't want to live that kind of life anymore. Noticing Qian Rinxue's mood was a bit low, Tang Yin squeezed her small hand. Sister Shui, after we return to Heavendo City, I will come to see you often. Really? Qian Rinxue's previous disappointment faded, and she asked excitedly. But she quickly realized that expressing such dependence on Tang Yin might make her seem clingy, causing her character to collapse. So, she immediately switched to a calm demeanor, hiding her excitement. Who want you to come see me often? You should deal with your sisters first. Tang Yin had grasped Sister Shui's feelings and played along. It's me who can't bear to be away from Sister Shui. If I don't see Sister Shui for several days, I might be sad. Hearing Tang Yin's somewhat spoiled words, Qian Rinxue's mood brightened, but her tone was still somewhat forced. Really can't do anything about you. After bidding farewell to Qian Rinxue at the Heavendo City gate, Tang Yin walked toward home. On the way, he recalled the enchanting kiss he had just shared with Qian Rinxue. Soft, silky round. This big sister was truly charming. It wasn't far from the north gate of Heavendo City to Tang Yin's current residence. After knocking on the door, he collected his thoughts. After a light, quick sound of footsteps, the door opened. It was his younger sister, Zhu Zhuqing. Upon seeing Tang Yin return, a fleeting hint of joy flashed in her eyes. Brother-in-law, you're back. Today, Zhu Zhuqing wore a black home dress. Tang Yin noticed that both sisters seemed to have a fondness for black, perhaps related to their martial souls. Zhuqing, where's your sister? Tang Yin asked as he walked into the yard. She went out to buy something. For some reason, Tang Yin detected a hint of disappointment in Zhu Zhuqing's tone. It seemed he wasn't the only one harboring other thoughts. After the misunderstanding that morning, Tang Yin had a private conversation with Zhu Zhuqing for a long time. Their daily interactions had also included Zhu Zhuqing's sister, Zhu Zhuyun, as a buffer. Later, after Tang Yin broke through to level 50, he went to hunt soul rings with Qian Rinxue and didn't think about Zhu Zhuqing anymore. Zhu Zhuqing had been in turmoil these days. After realizing she had developed feelings for Tang Yin, she felt quite conflicted. After all, he was her sister's boyfriend, her brother-in-law. How could she? After the misunderstanding that day, her feelings of shame and love intertwined, causing this innocent girl to sink deeper. She often secretly observed Tang Yin and Zhu Zhiyun's daily interactions, even fantasizing about becoming her sister to indulge with Tang Yin. The thrill of secretly loving her brother-in-law constantly tugged at Zhu Zhuqing's heartstrings, making it hard for her to extricate herself, especially during the days Tang Yin was away. Tang Yin no longer mentioned Zhu Zhiyun and instead asked about Zhu Zhuqing's current situation. Zhuqing, have you been cultivating well these days? Yes. Brother-in-law, I'm already at level 30 now. I'm going to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings soon. Level 30? Zhu Qing, that's great. Tang Yin, nice. Although Tang Yin was only slightly older than Zhu Qing, the 3 years in the secret realm had made him more mature and steady than his peers. Zhu Qing's feelings toward Tang Yin had transformed from initial friendship to a sisterly attachment. By the way, this time I came back with a gift for you. A gift? Hearing that Tang Yin had prepared a gift for her sparked Zhu Qing's curiosity. What kind of gift? Tang Yin took out a white, exquisite flower from his storage soul guide, which looked as pure as a green lotus. This flower was called water fairy bone, an immortal-grade herb that could nourish tendons and bones, allowing energy to flow through the 8 extraordinary meridians. When consumed, only the petals were eaten, and the stamen was sucked to absorb its effects. Immortal grade? It must be very precious. Zhu Qing's tone was somewhat worried, as if she were hesitant to accept Tang Yin's gift. Was precious or not, no herb is more valuable than the relationship between you and me. Looking at Tang Yin's spring-like smile, Zhu Qing began to feel a bit nervous. She cautiously asked, "What kind of relationship do we have?" As soon as she said this, she regretted it. Wasn't this pressuring Tang Yin to clarify? Would he get angry? Would he draw a clear boundary with her in the future? Zhu Qing started to overthink again. Tang Yin found Zhu Qing amusing and just patted her smooth black hair. "Silly girl, our relationship is just as you imagine it." Tang Yin's words left Zhu Qing momentarily stunned. Imagine relationship. Zhu Qing quickly associated it with the phrase secretly loving her brother-in-law. Zhu Qing's current reaction was somewhat slow, but she soon caught on. If it's just as I imagined, doesn't that mean? But was her secret crush that obvious? She carefully stole a glance at Tang Yin, seemingly seeking his affirmation, but unwilling to face the fact that her inner thoughts might be noticed by others. Tang Yin nodded and said, "Zhu Qing, I know your feelings, and yes, I like you too." After receiving Tang Yin's affirmation, Zhu Qing's eyes lit up, resembling 2 black crystals, shining with brilliant luster. Tang Yin continued, "Because of Zhu Yun, I considered avoiding our relationship. That morning, I intended to discuss this with you, but then I thought, if I let go, you might end up in another man's arms. And I can't bear that. I don't want to wait until the day I see you wearing a wedding dress for someone else to regret it." Tang Yin's words were somewhat selfish and had a hint of male chauvinism. Yet Zhu Qing felt it was the best confession in the world. "But sister," Zhu Qing voiced her final and only concern. Tang Yin comforted her. "I will talk to Zhu Yun about it." Zhu Qing looked down at the water fairy jade bone in her hand, then raised her head to gaze at Tang Yin's face. It seemed she had mustered the courage to lightly touch her lips to Tang Yin's, but immediately pulled away. Tang Yin calmly looked at Zhu Qing. His eyes filled with amusement. Zhu Qing's face turned red instantly under Tang Yin's gaze. "No, don't look at me like that." Zhu Qing nearly buried her head in her hands. Tang Yin found this Zhu Qing truly adorable and couldn't help but pinch her moist cheeks. Zhu Qing's skin was icy. Her face appeared soft, yet it felt incredibly tender to the touch. Zhu Qing could hardly withstand Tang Yin's teasing. She lowered her head and softly said, I'll go back to my room first." Then she ran away toward her room as if escaping. By the way, Zhu Qing, when absorbing the water fairy jade bone, you need to be calm to maximize the effect, Tang Yin quickly reminded her. Zhu Qing softly replied that she understood, though it was unclear if Tang Yin heard her. With a loud bang, the door closed, and the room fell into silence once more. Of course, this silence didn't last long. After Tang Yin took a shower and came out, he saw Zhu Yun, whom he hadn't seen for several days. Every day, Zhu Yun eagerly looked forward to seeing Tang Yin again. Being in love, she didn't want to part from him. If it weren't for her lack of strength, going to hunt souls with Tang Yin would only hold him back and distract him. She would go to the Sunset Forest with him no matter what. Zhu Yun dropped what she was holding and rushed toward Tang Yin. Chapter 128. The Sneaky Kitten Xiao Yin, I miss you so much. Zhu Yun leaned on Tang Yin's shoulder, saying lazily, "Sister Zhu Yun, I miss you too." Tang Yin responded to Zhu Yun's affection as usual, but this time felt a bit different. For the first time, he felt guilty before Zhu Yun. Perhaps it was because he had just made a move on her sister. Shall we go back to the room? It seemed that their feelings were mutual, both rushing toward each other. Tang Yin held Zhu Yun and walked into their room. Soon, unusual sounds began to emanate from the room. Zhu Qing stealthily opened the door, poking her head out. After returning to her room, she didn't absorb the water fairy jade bone Tang Yin had given her. Instead, she buried herself in the soft blanket. Her head was spinning, still thinking about what had just happened. She didn't know where she found the courage to kiss Tang Yin, even if it was just a light touch. So embarrassing. But thinking about Tang Yin's feelings for her, Zhu Zhuqing felt a little thrill in her heart. As for the guilt of secretly digging into her sister's corner, it had long been forgotten by the dazed Zhu Zhuqing. It wasn't until she heard movement outside her door that Zhu Zhuqing sat up. She knew her sister Zhu Yun had returned. Pressing her ear against the door, she eavesdropped on the conversation between Tang Yin and Zhu Yun. Actually, she didn't hear much, but she did notice the sound of Tang Yin carrying Zhu Yun into the room. Her curiosity led her to some mischievous thoughts. I'll just take a look. Just one glance. It's not the first time. Then, Zhu Zhuqing took action. In the room, Zhu Yun nestled in Tang Yin's arms, her face filled with satisfaction as she reminisced about their recent intimate moments. Xiao Yin, you didn't encounter any danger this time, did you? Tang Yin gently stroked Zhu Yun's smooth back and replied, it went smoothly. I'm already a soul king now, and I prepared a gift for you. Upon hearing the word gift, Zhu Yun didn't get overly excited. She didn't care what Tang Yin would give her. What mattered was that he held her in his heart and thought of her. Aren't you going to ask what gift I prepared for you? Zhu Yun lifted her head, resting her chin on Tang Yin's chest, and smiled brightly. As long as it's from Xiao Yin, I like it. Tang Yin helplessly patted Zhu Yun's head, feeling her silky black hair slip through his fingers, the strands brushing against his skin. Of course, the gift for Sister Zhu Yun is something good. Tang Yin took out a light purple chrysanthemum from his storage soul guide. Zhu Yun's big, watery eyes fixated on the large chrysanthemum, unable to discern anything extraordinary about it, though she found its color somewhat peculiar. This chrysanthemum was called the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum, capable of energizing limbs and invigorating blood vessels. Consuming it could cultivate the legendary indestructible body. After listening to Tang Yin explain its effects, Zhu Yun hesitated, but my nether spirit cat martial soul has a feminine attribute. Won't this herb's properties conflict with it? Tang Yin had already considered Zhu Yun's concerns and smiled as he explained, Sister Zhu Yun, have you forgotten the dark gold terror claw bear soul bone I gave you? The soul power of that bone is extremely strong and yang, akin to this wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum. Perhaps they can produce a miraculous reaction together. Moreover, this herb has neutral properties, so consuming it won't conflict with your soul power. Just think of it as taking a restorative herb. Zhu Yun accepted the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum from Tang Yin. The fluffy flower was indeed adorable, making her unable to resist touching it. Sister Zhu Yun, absorb it now. It might help you break through to Soul King sooner. As he said this, Tang Yin's peripheral vision inadvertently glanced toward the door. After observing several times, Zhu Zhuqing felt she had become frighteningly strong. This time, Zhu Zhuqing intended to sneak away as usual, but unexpectedly found herself caught by Tang Yin. The moment her eyes met his, her heart jumped to her throat. Fortunately, Tang Yin glanced at her before returning his gaze to her sister. Zhu Zhuqing patted her already substantial chest, exhaling a sigh of relief, and then somewhat guiltily closed the slightly ajar door, returning to her room. Zhu Yun wouldn't refuse what Tang Yin gave her, as she was entirely his. Draping a thin veil over herself, Zhu Yun sat cross-legged on the bed, ready to absorb the wondrous heavenly chrysanthemum. Sister Zhu Yun, you first eat the core of the Tantian flower, then eat the petals one by one. There's no need to eat the root and stem part. Just refine it immediately after finishing. Zhu Yun lightly parted her lips and began to consume the immortal herb according to Tang Yin's instructions. Although the medicinal power of the Qirong Tantian Ju is gentle, absorption still takes considerable time. Seeing Zhu Yun has entered a state of cultivation, Tang Yin felt somewhat relieved. Since Zhu Yun was focused on her practice, Tang Yin felt that his presence might disturb her. After casually putting on a piece of clothing, Tang Yin left the room. He still had one thing to do, which was to find the little black cat that had been spying earlier. Noticing that Zhu Zhuqing's door was tightly shut, Tang Yin unceremoniously turned the doorknob. The door was not locked, perhaps due to a hasty departure, or maybe Zhu Zhuqing never expected Tang Yin to walk directly into her room. Upon entering, Tang Yin saw Zhu Zhuqing wrapped up like a dumpling, with only her head sticking out. Zhu Zhuqing turned around, looking as if she had just woken up, her eyes hazy, and said lazily, "Brother-in-law, what brings you here?" Tang Yin didn't directly expose her, but walked to the side of Zhu Zhuqing's bed, leaned down, and rested his forehead against her smooth forehead. "Because I miss you, Zhuqing." This startled Zhu Zhuqing, who was aware of what had just happened. If her sister saw her with her brother-in-law, Zhu Zhuqing didn't dare to think further. "Sister, brother-in-law, please don't do this. What if my sister sees?" At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't pretend to be asleep anymore, her flustered expression revealing her inner turmoil. Tang Yin chuckled. It's okay. Our Zhu Qing is so cute. It's hard for your brother-in-law to resist. Seeing that she could no longer maintain her pretense, Zhu Qing had to play the ostrich. Brother-in-law, I was wrong. I shouldn't have spied. Silly girl, I really miss you. Saying this, Tang Yin had already picked Zhu Qing, who was wrapped like a zongzi, out of the blanket. Sister. Zhu Qing was a bit flustered. She still didn't have the courage to be unfaithful in front of Zhu Yun. Tang Yin lifted Zhu Qing and placed her on his lap. Her similarly full figure inevitably led him to compare her with Zhu Yun. In the end, Tang Yin concluded, as long as they can fit together, that's good. Zhu Qing, don't worry, your sister is in cultivation. Zhu Qing felt a bit more at ease as she leaned her head against Tang Yin's chest, listening to the strong beating of his heart. Brother-in-law, are we just going to hold each other like this? After a long while, Zhu Qing cautiously asked. Just as she raised her puzzled face, she met Tang Yin's smiling face. Of course not. Let me check what our Zhu Qing has just learned. Huh? Zhu Qing was at a loss for words, unsure whether to agree or refuse. Tang Yin's hand brushed past her lower region. The sensation through a layer of white cloth made Zhu Qing immediately close her long legs. Looks like our Zhu Qing has grown up. Zhu Qing simply stopped hiding and shyly asked, Sister, what does brother-in-law want me to do? On the other side of the wall, Zhu Yun, who was still cultivating, could never have imagined what Tang Yin was doing. Chapter 129. Zhu Qing spat out the milk in her mouth. What's wrong? Zhu Yun patted Zhu Qing's back, asking with concern. Tang Yin, on the side, felt a bit guilty, took a sip of water from a nearby cup to cover his embarrassment. After coughing a couple of times, Zhu Qing blushed and said, Nothing. I just drank too quickly and choked. Zhu Yun was cleaning the table, wiping up the milk Zhu Qing had coughed out. Be more careful next time. Got it, sister. Zhu Qing dared not look directly at Zhu Yun, feeling like a child who had done something wrong. Yesterday, Zhu Qing had also tried to eat that thing. Just like her sister, she knew it was a good thing. Sure enough, the first effect was excellent, directly allowing her to break through the bottleneck of level 29. While drinking milk just now, she inevitably recalled some unhealthy images, leading to the scene that had just occurred. By the way, Xiao Yin, my martial soul has changed a bit. Last night, not only did Zhu Qing break through, but Zhu Yun, who had consumed and absorbed the QianXunji's, also leveled up 4 times and only needed to absorb 1 soul ring to become a soul king. What kind of change? Tang Yin hadn't expected the QianXunji's to truly change Zhu Yun's martial soul. He had only speculated the possibility of a change based on pharmacology and martial soul knowledge. Zhu Yun stood up and went to the relatively spacious living room to summon her martial soul. After embodying the Yin cat, Zhu Yun's figure became even more alluring, a black tail appearing behind her, and her hands transforming into furry cat paws. The reason for her allure was simple. Tang Yin had played with Zhu Yun's martial soul before, and at that time, Zhu Yun was lying on Tang Yin's fate while he caught her long tail from behind. Returning to the topic, Tang Yin carefully observed where Zhu Yun's martial soul had changed. Originally, the pure black fur was now flowing with countless golden lights, resembling tiger stripes, especially at the tail, where 9 golden rings were neatly arranged at equal intervals. Her purple eyes had also transformed into a dazzling golden color, becoming even more intimidating. The most significant change was in the claws of the Yin cat. Originally, they were slender, which suited the Yin cat's agility. However, after consuming the QianXunji's, Zhu Yun's originally long cat claws had shortened slightly, becoming thicker, and the dark golden claw bones of her left paw had completely fused with her martial soul, because the left front paw of the martial soul shadow had become more pronounced. Now, my martial soul still retains the characteristics of the Yin cat, such as speed, agility, and stealth, but its compatibility with the darkness attribute has clearly decreased. However, I can confirm that my current martial soul is much stronger than the original Yin cat, and even rivals some powerful beast martial souls. Zhu Yun shared this with Tang Yin and Zhu Qing. Zhu Qing's attention, however, was not on the martial soul. Her gaze remained fixed on Zhu Yun's face. It was only then that she realized her sister Zhu Yun had become even more beautiful, her originally stunning face now radiating even more brilliance, surpassing her own appearance. Zhu Qing felt a bit envious of her sister's softer facial curves, which indeed made her sister look slightly better. But now, after consuming the immortal grass, Zhu Yun had already surpassed her. Zhu Qing's eyes showed a hint of envy. If I eat that immortal grass, will I also become more beautiful? No girl could resist the temptation to become more beautiful. You really are stronger now. Tang Yin also sensed Zhu Yun's current martial soul strength, which was no worse than that of top martial souls like the Haotian Hammer. Sister Yun, how many levels has your soul power increased? When it came to soul power, Zhu Yun became even more excited. Xiao Yin, I'm already at level 50. I can hardly believe that I leveled up 4 times in one night. Zhu Yun didn't know how to express her excitement, so she leaned closer to Tang Yin and, regardless of Zhu Zhuqing's presence, kissed him directly. Of course, it was just a light flirtation. Zhu Zhuyin wasn't bold enough to give Tang Yin a French kiss in front of her younger sister. After their lips parted, Tang Yin said to Zhu Zhuyin in his arms, Sister Zhuyin, the medicinal properties of the Qi Rong Tong Tianju are far more than just enhancing soul power. This immortal herb is fundamentally a substance for strengthening one's foundation and nurturing one's essence, which will benefit your future cultivation even more. Zhu Jun Hiu Get Tang Yin. Her voice soft. Xiao Yin, it's so good to have you. While holding Zhu Zhuyin, Tang Yin's eyes drifted to Zhu Zhuqing beside them, who was also looking at him. After flashing a smile at Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin continued, Zhuqing has also broken through to level 30. This time we can go together to the Sunset Forest to hunt for soul rings. Zhu Zhuyin replied, you just came back from the Sunset Forest. You should rest for a few days. The teacher has returned, so let him take us to hunt for soul rings. Tang Yin originally thought of going along, but Zhu Zhiyun's words clearly rejected the idea of him joining them. Tang Yin felt a warmth in his heart and tightened his embrace around Zhu Zhiyun a little more. Meanwhile, Zhu Zhuqing felt a flutter in her heart and, almost instinctively, reached out her small hand to secretly hold Tang Yin's other hand. The thrill of secretly being flirtatious in front of them made Zhu Zhuqing feel both nervous and excited. The dual stimulation of her physiology and psychology was almost overwhelming for this little cat. Tang Yin enjoyed it as well. The feeling of openly holding his sister while secretly playing with his younger sister was quite nice. Perhaps the only one left in the dark was Zhu Zhuyin, who was unaware of everything. Zhu Zhuyin took Zhu Zhuqing to find Tang Hao. Tang Yin also had some matters to attend to. He had promised Bo to treat his granddaughter, Yin, for the snake poison in her body. Shortly after the two sisters left, Tang Yin also set out for the Tiando Royal Academy. The Tiando Royal Academy is located outside Tiando City, which is done to prevent students from indulging in the indulgent life within the city, thus diminishing their fighting spirit for cultivation. This academy, said to be the best in the Tiando Empire, is not difficult to find, and Tang Yin knew its general location. Upon arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy, he understood why it could be called the first academy of the Tiando Empire. Take his current school, the Lamba Academy, for example. While it has a forest, it is nothing compared to the Tiando Royal Academy, which feels like a second-rate institution in comparison. The Tiando Royal Academy covers an extensive area, including a forest, a lake, and an entire mountain range. Tang Yin had no interest in admiring the scenery around him and walked directly toward the academy's main gate. Chapter 130, Tiando Royal Battle Team at the entrance. A middle-aged man dressed in purple academy attire stopped Tang Yin. From his outfit, he appeared to be a duty teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy. Student, please show your identification, the teacher inquired routinely. No, teacher. I'm not a student of the Tiando Royal Academy. Tang Yin waved his hand. Then what brings you to our academy? The duty teacher noticed Tang Yin was young, but the fluctuations of soul power emanating from him were beyond even the teacher's discernment, so he remained quite friendly. Tang Yin then remembered he had forgotten to ask Bo for something to prove his identity, but a thought struck him, and he took out a token from his storage soul guide. I am here on the orders of His Highness the Crown Prince to inspect the Tiando Royal Academy. After saying this, Tang Yin added in a serious tone, this inspection is confidential. Please do not make it public. The token Tang Yin presented was the Tiando Prince's token given to him by QianXunji's. This token was handed to him after he got closer to QianXunji's at the Eye of Ice and Fire, allowing him to visit her at any time. The Tiando Royal Academy is the private property of the Tiando Royal family, and as the heir, it is perfectly acceptable for Qinghe to inspect the academy. Tang Yin did this merely to avoid unnecessary trouble. Upon seeing the token, the duty teacher's attitude became even more respectful. He bowed to Tang Yin and said, I apologize for the earlier offense. Please enter. Tang Yin smiled politely in return and then walked into the Tiando Royal Academy. As he entered the mountain, Tang Yin felt the scale of the Tiando Royal Academy even more deeply. Each step of the stone stairs underfoot was carved from white marble, intricately engraved with lifelike soul beast patterns, showcasing exquisite craftsmanship. Surrounding him was a plethora of plants, creating a veritable green ocean. As someone with the blue-silver emperor bloodline and fate martial soul, Tang Yin felt nothing but refreshing vitality. He quickly reached halfway up the mountain and saw the school buildings hidden within the pristine forest scenery. The main campus area of the Tiando Royal Academy was entirely constructed from single-story buildings, with outer walls standing 5 meters high, all in a bright yellow color, looking extremely vibrant. Even the tops of the walls were covered with glazed tiles, giving an air of luxury. Perhaps it was class time, as Tang Yin did not see any students around the campus, but he did notice several passing teachers. Tang Yin approached a female teacher who looked approachable and inquired about Dugu Yan's location. Coincidentally, this teacher happened to be an assistant teacher for the first team of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Upon hearing someone asking about the vice captain Dugu Yan, she asked with a sense of responsibility, "What do you need with student Dugu Yan?" Tang Yin had prepared an excuse. "Actually, I was sent by Dugu Yan's grandfather, the poison de Loa, to find her. I have something to give her." "I see," the female teacher replied, and, upon hearing the name Poison de Loa, she did not press further but directed Tang Yin to a path. "They are currently training, so please do not disturb them." The team leader teacher dislikes interruptions during his lessons. "Thank you, sister." Tang Yin politely expressed his gratitude before turning to leave. Being called sister by such a handsome young man stirred feelings in this single assistant teacher who had been alone for over 20 years. Tang Yin was unaware that he had inadvertently captured another sister's heart, based on the location provided by the teacher. He arrived at the training base of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. The decorations inside the base were extravagantly luxurious, with golden ornaments illuminating the entire hall. Passing through a corridor covered with a thick red carpet, Tang Yin followed the signs to training ground number 1, pushing open the heavy door. The sounds of combat filled the training ground. The large training area was entirely enclosed except for ventilation openings, surrounded by bright white walls. With a massive lighting soul guide above illuminating the interior as bright as day, showing no consideration for natural lighting. A 3-on-3 battle was currently taking place on the field, and aside from a middle-aged male teacher in academy attire, there was also a young woman dressed in black with a black veil covering her head. As Tang Yin's gaze swept over the woman, he sensed a familiar aura from her with just one glance, an aura of life. A healing type, soul master? Tang Yin thought to himself. He had a strong sensitivity to healing type soul masters during his time at Lamba Academy. He had sensed this aura from a senior sister named Jiangzhu. However, the life energy intensity of senior sister Jiangzhu is far inferior to that of the black-clad woman in front of him. The woman in the black dress seemed to sense that someone was watching her and turned to glance at Tang Yin. The middle-aged male teacher named Qin Ming appeared to be in his 30s and was a level 62 soul emperor, possessing a mutated fire wolf martial soul. He was not only the highest-ranked teacher at the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, but also a graduate of the first class of Shrek Academy. At the moment Tang Yin pushed the door open, he couldn't help but frown when he saw a strange teenager in his teens entering. Qin Ming didn't instruct the students to stop fighting. Although he was unsure of Tang Yin's intention, he understood that for someone to arrive here, they couldn't be an ordinary person. At the Heaven-Do Royal Academy, the children of nobles were everywhere. Picking any student at random would reveal that the lowest rank was the offspring of a certain viscount. Qin Ming was able to reach the Heaven-Do level as a teacher not only because of his exceptional talent, but also due to his character and interpersonal skills. Tang Yin wisely stood aside, waiting for the match to conclude. At this moment, the match was nearing its end. Training Arena. A girl with deep purple short hair and green eyes was emanating green toxic mist, almost completely enveloping half of the arena. On the other side, blue-purple lightning was bursting forth, the violent aura of destruction preventing all the toxic mist from coming close. Standing next to Dugu Yan were 2 formal members of the Heaven-Do Royal Team, one named Shimo, with a martial soul of the Black Tortoise, and the other named Asro, with a martial soul of the Ghost Leopard. Their opponents were also members of the Heaven-Do Royal Team, led by a tall man who was the captain, Yu Tianheng. His looks couldn't be considered handsome, and like his uncle Yu Xiaojiang, his facial expression was quite stiff. Beside him were also 2 others. On the left was Shimo, who was Shimo's brother, with a black tortoise martial soul, and on the right was Yu Feng, with a martial soul of the Wind Bellbird. After dozens of rounds of fighting, all 6 participants had sustained injuries, showing no mercy simply because they were teammates. Now, all 6 were nearing their limits, and Qin Ming saw that there was no need to continue. All right, that will be enough. Chapter 131. Yi Lingling. Upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, the tense atmosphere on the field immediately dissipated, and a relaxed atmosphere began to fill the arena. The 6 individuals instantly relaxed and withdrew their respective martial souls. Osro, standing next to Duguyen, spoke first, revealing 3 bloody scratches on his arm, and complained to Yufeng. Yufeng, I held back at first, but unexpectedly, you hit me back with a claw. Yufeng shrugged, unconcerned, and replied, Who told you to hold back? Teacher Qin said we should give it our all. Osro wanted to say more, but Qin Ming's stern voice came from below the stage. All right, Lingling, you go ahead and heal them first. Yi Lingling, the black-clad woman, upon hearing Qin Ming's voice, couldn't help but shiver, knowing she was about to be in trouble. She quietly transformed into an ostrich, standing behind the vice-captain Duguyen. At this moment, Duguyen was linking arms with Yu Qianheng, chatting and laughing together. Yen, you were too fierce just now. I almost got poisoned to death by your green-scale serpent venom, Yu Qianheng said with a bitter smile on his stiff face. Even with the power of the blue lightning tyrant dragon spread across the field, he barely managed to fend off the snake poison released by Duguyen. Duguyen lifted her head proudly. Humph, I just wanted to show you your family status. Yu Qianheng had already experienced the temper of his girlfriend. As the 6 of them amicably walked off the stage and approached the black-clad woman, Yi Lingling, Duguyen smiled and said, Lingling, could you please help us? Yi Lingling's face was shrouded in black gauze, making it impossible to discern her expression, but Duguyen, who was familiar with her, knew that Yi Lingling must be wearing a cold expression at that moment. This was not her intentionally showing a face to her teammates, but rather due to her martial soul, which had shaped her personality since childhood. It is well known that a powerful martial soul must have its flaws. The number 1 support martial soul, the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile Pagoda, is limited by its martial soul, preventing it from surpassing level 80 in its lifetime. Similarly, the 9 Heart Begonia, which shares the same name, also has its fatal flaw. Due to the uniqueness of the 9 Heart Begonia's martial soul, no matter what spirit beast spirit ring it is endowed with, all spirit abilities will only have one effect, healing. Because of this incredible trait, the 9 Heart Begonia seems cursed, as there can only be 2 9 Heart Begonias existing simultaneously on the continent. This means that on the day Yi Lingling awakened her martial soul, one of her elders passed away because of her. That person happened to be her mother. She believed she was the one who caused her mother's death and considered herself a disaster star. Therefore, since the day of her martial soul awakening, Yi Lingling has closed off her heart, resisting contact and communication with anyone. Subconsciously, she feared that someone might become unhappy because of her. Her coldness is both a form of protection and a reflection of her kindness, as she does not wish to hurt others. It's nothing. Yi Lingling's voice was cold as she summoned her martial soul. Her martial soul, the 9 Heart Begonia, appeared as a pink begonia flower, composed of white and pink petals, vibrant in color and elegant in form, with flower leaves and vines cascading down, swaying gently in the wind. A rich floral fragrance wafted through the air, and countless white petals fell from the sky, showering each team member and healing their wounds. Tang Yin also noticed Yi Lingling's martial soul. He recognized it with just one glance. The 9 Heart Begonia, no wonder. Tang Yin knew of the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul, and just the description of it as a miracle in the books hinted at the power of this martial soul. At that moment, Qin Ming walked over to Tang Yin. Regarding this unexpected guest, Qin Ming displayed the authority of a teacher. Excuse me, student, may I ask what brings you here? Teacher, I'm looking for Duguyen. Tang Yin saw that Qin Ming's expression remained unchanged and quickly added, Senior Poison de Law, that is, Duguyen's grandfather, sent me here. He should have informed Duguyen. Upon hearing the words Poison de Law, the serious teacher's expression softened slightly, which made Tang Yin grin internally. The title of Doa was indeed quite useful. Follow me. After saying that, he turned and headed back to the observation area. As expected of the 9 Heart Begonia martial soul, in just that brief moment of speaking, the injuries on the 6 participants had already healed, and their mental state improved significantly. At this point, they finally noticed Tang Yin's arrival. Except for Yi Lingling, the other 6 cast curious glances at Tang Yin. Tang Yin had no intention of building good relations with the Heaven Do royal team. The only person here who piqued his interest was Yi Lingling. Qin Ming directly addressed Duguyen, saying, Duguyen, this young man is here to see you. Qin Ming's words immediately drew a series of curious gazes, especially from Osro, who sneakily sized up Tang Yin, then looked at his captain. The comparison instantly made him sweat for Yu Qianheng. You must be the granddaughter of the Dugu elder. There are only 2 girls present. And how could he possibly misidentify Du Guyen in such an obvious poisoned state? However, Du Guyen seemed confused. Looking for me? I haven't seen my grandfather for quite some time. Tang Yin. The atmosphere suddenly became awkward. It seemed he had arrived a bit too early. After all, if Du Gubo had taken the pill he gave him directly yesterday, even with the fastest absorption rate, it would take at least 2 or 3 days. Du Gubo's situation was not just about absorbing a single pill. He also needed to gather the toxins that had attached to his bones with the guidance of the pill, which would require a long time. Your grandfather might have been delayed and didn't have time to notify you. But Du Guyan's expression turned cold. So, you can't prove your identity? Yeah. Tang Yin sighed. It seemed he had to be forceful. Sorry. Tang Yin acted directly, and destiny suddenly appeared in his hand, stabbing straight toward Du Guyan's chest. The sudden attack caught everyone off guard. Even Qin Ming, as a Soul Emperor, was a beat slow to react. But his response was timely. As he reached out toward Tang Yin, a wave of heat caused the temperature in the viewing area to rise several degrees as Qin Ming used his martial soul. The second to react was Yu Tianheng, who was beside Du Guyan. Seeing his girlfriend being ambushed, he instinctively summoned his martial soul, his right hand transforming into a dragon claw, reaching for Tang Yin. Just as the attack was about to hit Tang Yin, Yu Lingling's cold voice rang out. Wait. Chapter 132. The Secret of the Avalanche. Sister Shui's reward. The sudden voice caused everyone from the Tiando Royal Academy to pause, while Tang Yin did not stop his actions. He was not afraid of Qin Ming and Yu Qianheng's attacks because they were too slow. Tang Yin was confident that against anyone below the Soul Sage level, he could activate Eternity and avoid all damage. Destiny had already pierced into Du Guyan's chest, and remarkably, no blood flowed out. Both Qin Ming and Yu Tianheng, who had summoned their martial souls, looked at Yi Lingling with confusion on their faces. Yi Lingling explained, "He is healing Sister Yin." Yi Lingling's words left everyone puzzled. With such a long spear stabbed into Du Guyan's body, you actually say it's healing? He really is healing Sister Yin. I can sense a healing energy from him that is even stronger than mine. Yi Lingling had never encountered a martial soul that surpassed her 9-heart begonia in quality, not even having heard of one before. But today she witnessed it. Tang Yin, seeing someone speak up for him, softened his tone. Senior Du Gu was delayed due to healing. I came only to detoxify Du Guyan and fulfill my promise to Senior Du Gu. At this moment, Du Guyan, who was pierced by the spear, couldn't say a word. As destiny entered her body, a rich life energy surged toward her, causing Du Guyan to involuntarily let out a soft moan. She felt that this energy was similar to Yi Lingling's 9-heart begonia, but the differences were immense. Though she couldn't describe where exactly the differences lay, the continuous flow of energy coursed through her body, cleansing every inch of her skin. The indescribable tingling sensation in her chest disappeared. The green color in her nails gradually faded, returning to their original rosy hue, and her green pupils also lightened significantly, eventually transforming into a purple color like her hair. Seeing that Du Guyan had returned to normal, Tang Yin directly withdrew destiny. Du Guyan staggered, and Yu Tianheng hurriedly retracted his martial soul to support Du Guyan. "Yinzi, are you okay?" Du Guyan shook her head, lowering her eyelids and leaning into her boyfriend's embrace. At the moment destiny left her body, the sudden emptiness made Du Guyan feel a bit lost. After experiencing that fullness, she could never go back. All right. Tang Yin didn't notice Du Guyan's expression. He clasped his hands together towards the 6 members of the Tiando royal team. "I apologize for the earlier disturbance. I have completed Senior Du Gu's request. The elite competition for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent is about to begin, so I wish you all good results. Farewell." After a few words, Tang Yin turned and left. Tang Yin only engaged in meaningful social interactions. He considered this Tiando royal team too weak, not even having a single soul zone. So his wish for them to achieve good results was merely polite talk. "Wait." A cold voice rang out from behind Tang Yin. "What is your name?" Tang Yin turned around, looking at Yu Lingling, who was only a few years older than him, and smiled. "My name is Tang Yin. Hope to see you again." After hearing Tang Yin's words, Du Guyan also murmured a few words. She had just noticed the changes in her body. The toxins accumulated within her returned to her martial soul, and she was no longer troubled by the backlash from the martial soul's toxins. Moreover, that immense life energy seemed to have loosened the bottleneck of her 38th level soul power, and she estimated that it wouldn't be long before she reached the 39th level. This meant she was just one step away from becoming a soul zone. The heavy doors closed once again, and Qin Ming watched Tang Yin's departing figure, remaining silent for a long time. Just from that brief encounter, he had developed a deep sense of caution toward Tang Yin. His speed was too fast, so fast that even he, a soul emperor, couldn't react in time. What shocked Qin Ming even more was Tang Yin's age. Seeing that several members of the Tiando royal team were looking at him, Qin Ming took a deep breath and transformed back into a stern teacher. What are you all standing here for? Didn't that Tang Yin give you a sense of urgency? He is significantly younger than you. Next, we will have practical training for the 7 of you. Everyone swallowed hard. The opponents for this practical training were undoubtedly clear. As a disciple of Shrek, Qin Ming also emphasized the cooperation among the students. If you can't beat Tang Yin, I won't be able to handle you all. Qin Ming stepped onto the arena, and with each step, a ball of yellow flames erupted from him, causing the muscles beneath his clothing to swell suddenly, tightening the originally loose outer garment, while his eyes transformed into yellow. Yellow, purple, purple, black. 6 soul rings slowly revolved beneath his feet. Come on, carefree and lighthearted. Tang Yin leisurely walked through the campus of the Tiando Royal Academy, enjoying the scenery along the way. The sun was shining brightly, and sunlight filtered through the dense trees, casting mottled light spots. A gentle breeze carried the scent of the forest, filling the air with the fragrance of plants, making one feel refreshed. Not long after, Tang Yin encountered something that spoiled the scenery. 4 or 5 young people dressed in Tiando Royal Academy uniforms swaggered toward him. They exuded a strong smell of alcohol mixed with various perfumes, which was extremely unpleasant, causing Tang Yin to frown. Seeing such a disappointing group, Tang Yin quickened his pace, wanting to distance himself from them to avoid letting this minor issue ruin his good mood. But there was always someone who was oblivious. The leading youth arrogantly blocked Tang Yin's path. He wanted to look down on Tang Yin, but found that his height seemed insufficient to look down on him, which made him even more dissatisfied. Which academy are you from? How dare you cause trouble in our Tiando Royal Academy? Tang Yin didn't even glance at these people, directly swatting away the hand blocking his path and continuing to walk forward. Still a kid with some temper. I like your tough demeanor. You guys, break his legs for me. I want to see how hard his bones really are. The young man looked fiercely at Tang Yin, seemingly unconcerned about the consequences. Tang Yin was speechless, feeling that the strongest among this group was only around level 30. At his current strength, he could easily kill a little Karami with a single slap. How dared they provoke him? Looking back, Tang Yin felt that the leading young man seemed familiar. His strong memory reminded him that this person was none other than the noble from the red area of the Tiando auction house, who had competed with him for the Catwoman. Tang Yin recognized Avalanche, but Avalanche did not recognize Tang Yin. His mind was currently occupied with indulgence. The original story mentioned that he was pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, but during the years he was suppressed by QianXunji's. Avalanche had not refrained from bullying others, even engaging in group activities with his uncle, Prince Xuesheng. This decaying empire ruled by nobles, which had survived for thousands of years due to the destruction of the Spirit Hall, eventually split into 3 because of internal strife. The reason Avalanche was so reckless was also related to his identity. As the 4th son of the Tiando Emperor, Prince Avalanche had been bound to a life of luxury since childhood. The Tiando Royal Academy was the royal family's asset, and the noble in charge of the academy was his close uncle, Xuesheng. How could their relationship not be close? They were good brothers who had gone through the same hole. No, good uncle and nephew. The young men around Avalanche were also nobles. Without noble titles, one simply could not mix in their circle. A few young men walked towards Tang Yin, their steps unsteady, clearly drained by indulgence in wine and pleasure. Tang Yin also appreciated the pleasures of life, but he rarely touched alcohol. After all, wine and pleasure harm a body. The cautious Tang Yin was well aware of this principle. Just a glance at those young men, and Tang Yin's gaze remained fixed on Avalanche. He sensed that there was a secret about Avalanche. With a flash, Tang Yin passed through the young man approaching him and directly stood before Avalanche. Tang Yin keenly noticed that just a moment ago, he saw something other than fear in the eyes of this spoiled young man. What exactly it was, he couldn't quite say. Suddenly, the situation changed. The noble youths from the Tiando Royal Academy had no idea how Tang Yin appeared behind them. They were bold, not foolish. In their eyes, Tang Yin had immediately earned the label of invincible. The few who recognized the situation began to panic and hurriedly retreated away from Tang Yin, abandoning their leader, Prince Avalanche. However, someone still had the courage to shout at Tang Yin, "Don't act recklessly. This is Prince Avalanche." Upon hearing this, Tang Yin found it even more amusing. Under Tang Yin's intimidation, Avalanche struggled to control his trembling legs and tried to steady his quaking voice. "Why you? Don't act recklessly, Avalanche was on the verge of tears, as he seemed to have merged with the persona of the spoiled Prince Avalanche to maintain his image. This led to him provoking Tang Yin, whom he could not afford to offend, resulting in his current predicament. After staring at Avalanche for a long time, Tang Yin finally saw through Avalanche's thoughts. He did not expose his little act in front of Avalanche, but turned around and left. Avalanche, feeling relieved, collapsed to the ground. The pressure Tang Yin had exerted on him was overwhelming, like a prey with its neck pinned down by a lion. Knowing that if the lion applied even a little force, Avalanche would die on the spot. As Tang Yin passed by the few nobles, they all stepped back several paces, clearly intimidated by him. After Tang Yin left, the group exchanged glances and collectively sighed in relief, only to suddenly hear an irate voice from behind. "You useless bunch. Hurry up and come here." Unexpectedly, there was an unforeseen gain. The eyes are the windows to the soul. No matter how a person tries to conceal their inner thoughts through actions, their true intentions will be revealed in an unguarded moment. During the long stare with Avalanche, Tang Yin surprisingly captured a sense of calm from this spoiled prince. Faced with Tang Yin's murderous intent, this prince, who could not even harm a chicken, remained unflinching in the face of danger. What a remarkable presence. This wasteful prince, who hid so deeply, even Snow's sister, Tang Yin's sister, had not discovered his true side, which could also be seen as bearing humiliation and taking on burdens. Tang Yin wondered how Snow's sister would thank him if he shared this discovery with her. With this thought, his steps quickened a little. Tiando Prince's mansion. In the study, QianXunji, dressed in male attire, was sitting sideways on Tang Yin's lap, her head resting on his shoulder, the blush on her face indicating that they had engaged in some intimate activities prior. Just as Tang Yin arrived at the prince's mansion, he encountered QianXunji, who had just returned. Speaking in the tone of Prince Shueqinghe, she chatted with Tang Yin for a moment before they entered her secret study side by side. Upon entering the study, without changing her clothes, she removed the disguise effect of the angel god armor's skull, restoring her appearance, and then entwined herself with Tang Yin. Tang Yin looked at QianXunji, who was dressed as a boy, reminiscing about the recent intimacy, and he actually found her to have a unique charm. Shaking off this somewhat strange thought, QianXunji's voice timely rang in his ears, her slightly hoarse mature voice making it hard for Tang Yin to control himself. "Little Yin, it's only been less than a day, and you've come to find your sister?" Tang Yin replied, "Of course I miss you, thinking about you every moment." "Save those sweet words for your little sister-in-law," QianXunji retorted, though her heart was sweet. Tang Yin had already figured out the personality of this Snow sister and did not argue, but instead brought up the main topic. After informing QianXunji about his meeting with Avalanche and his speculations, Tang Yin awaited her response. "I had suspected that Avalanche was faking it." QianXunji frowned and said slowly, "I have tested him several times, but he didn't reveal any flaws. However, after hearing you say this, I believe a bit more." "But," QianXunji's tone changed, hesitating. Tang Yin interjected, "You're worried that after killing Avalanche, your identity will come under suspicion from Emperor Shui." QianXunji nodded, indicating that Tang Yin's speculation was correct. She was not a soft-hearted person. Keeping Avalanche alive was also to cover up the truth of her killing the other princes. A living Avalanche was of the most value. His death would instead bring him a lot of trouble. From your perspective, Avalanche enjoys playing the spoiled prince, right? Then let him continue to play, and truly experience a few days of indulgence. When a plan is about to succeed, we will eliminate the Tiando royal bloodline at the first opportunity. Such a bloody statement came lightly from Tang Yin's mouth. QianXunji said, "You're being a bit extreme." Everyone, remembering the little princess Shui Ku, who always called him Big Brother, QianXunji's heart could never harden. Tang Yin patted QianXunji's jade back, comforting her to eradicate the roots. "Otherwise there will be endless troubles." "All right, let's not talk about this anymore." QianXunji quickly stopped this somewhat oppressive topic, and the day for implementing the plan was still far off. "Xiaoyin, you've helped your sister so much this time. What reward do you want?" QianXunji changed her posture and straddled Tang Yin. The warm breath from her shameful area made Tang Yin lift his head proudly. Tang Yin wasn't embarrassed and stated the reward he hoped to receive. "Sister Shui, I want." QianXunji raised an eyebrow and shot Tang Yin a glance, but did not refuse his request. They already had that kind of relationship, so it didn't seem inappropriate to do so. Tang Yin sat in the chair where QianXunji usually sat, watching as the proud sister Shui slowly slid down. The large study was very quiet. Only the sound of sucking on lollipops could be heard. Chapter 133. QianXunji's choice. In the days when Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing were away, Tang Yin almost never went home, staying every night at the prince's mansion. At 22 years old, QianXunji was truly fond of Tang Yin. If it weren't for her own tasks, she would have moved in with him long ago. The surroundings of the prince's mansion were filled with the eyes of various forces. The snowy Night Emperor, Prince Xuexing, the seven-treasure glazed tile sect, all of whom had sent numerous spies to monitor everything here. The relationship between QianXunji and Tang Yin couldn't be hidden from others. However, in the eyes of outsiders, it was simply the Prince Xuexing having daily intimate talks with a young boy, and the secrets were not worth mentioning. Of course, the attitudes of various forces towards this were different. The snowy Night Emperor, as the emperor, expressed concern. He felt that Xuexing was indeed absurd, indulging in male beauty. How could the future of the empire be entrusted to someone without heirs? However, after finding out about Tang Yin's background, the Hao Qianluo's identity left the snowy Night Emperor stunned, and he immediately expressed that he didn't understand but supported it. A title Doluo? His Tiando Empire didn't even have a direct title Doluo. Sigh, if only Hao Qianluo's child were a girl then. One day, he summoned Prince Xuexing, also known as QianXunji, to the court and earnestly advised, "Qinghe, your father respects your choice, but you are the heir of the Tiando Empire. You still need to find a woman to have a child to inherit the throne. You don't want the future Tiando Empire to fall into the hands of the descendants of that insect, Xuebeng, do you?" QianXunji. Black question mark JPG. She returned to the prince's mansion in confusion, having spent the past few days with Tang Yin, feeling blissfully happy, with no time to manage the affairs of the prince's mansion. While Tang Yin was away, QianXunji began to handle the piled-up matters. Little did she know that the rumors about her and Tang Yin had already spread among the upper-class figures in Tiando City. But under the suppression of the snowy Night Emperor, only a few knew Tang Yin's true identity. Among them was the bishop of the Spirit Hall of the Tiando Empire. Salas. QianXunji underestimated people's curiosity about gossip, especially about someone of her high status. In just a few days, it had fermented to such an extent. Suppression was no longer possible. Reflecting on the snowy Night Emperor's words, she began to ponder whether she should find someone to silence the rumors as a shield. At night, after informing Tang Yin about this matter, he also felt it was time to find someone to act as a shield. However, the choice of candidate was crucial. "Do you have anyone in mind?" Tang Yin asked, naturally referring to the candidate for the princess. QianXunji lay back in Tang Yin's arms and mentioned a few candidates she had in mind. "There are a few, but I haven't decided who to choose." "Oh, tell me." The idea of his sister looking for women was too intriguing for Tang Yin. Furthermore, as the one suffering, he didn't feel even the slightest sense of being interested. Tang Yin's somewhat excited expression led QianXunji to think he might be harboring some bad thoughts about being a couple. Her brother was good, just too naive. He might have already shared a bed with the pair of sisters at home. If Tang Yin knew, he would surely shout in protest. "First, I never thought of being a couple. Second, I haven't shared a bed. And most importantly, I'm not naive. If anyone is naive, it's you, sister. For the past few days, you have been on top. I'm just a helpless little sheep." QianXunji wouldn't say what was on her mind. If being a couple was what they were, then so be it. Who told her brother to be so young and full of energy that she couldn't handle him? The identity of the princess couldn't be too low, and it had to be easy to control. "The most suitable candidate in my heart is Yi Lingling, the owner of the nine-heart begonia, martial soul of this generation. There are also a few young ladies from marquis families, but you might not like them." Tang Yin. "Why should I like them?" But Tang Yin directly ignored QianXunji's last sentence. He thought of another candidate. "What do you think of the granddaughter of the poisoned Doluo? Are you talking about Duvian?" QianXunji frowned. "I considered her too. But isn't she dating you Tianheng from the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect now? It's precisely because of her relationship with you Tianheng that I want you to marry her as the prince." Tang Yin expressed his concerns. "I'm worried that Duvian's relationship with you Tianheng will affect my future plans." "You want to take action against the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect?" QianXunji's golden eyes widened in shock at Tang Yin's crazy plan. Tang Yin shook his head. "Not just the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but all the sects on the continent." Tang Yin looked at QianXunji seriously, including the Spirit Hall and also the Haotian sect. But QianXunji couldn't bear to look directly at Tang Yin. She eventually lowered her eyes. This was an enormous plan. In the future, Tang Yin would almost be against the entire continent. Among them, it also included her own Spirit Hall. "Can you tell me your plan?" QianXunji buried her head in Tang Yin's arms and asked softly. "Power gives birth to authority. They say the nobility enslaves the common people. But how many nobles aren't soul masters? Even if he isn't a soul master, his ancestors must have been. A continent, 2 empires, 8 major forces, the spirit hall, and the 7 major sects, and countless small sects intricately intertwined. They control over 90% of the continent's resources with less than 1% of the population, and this trend is only getting worse. Rather than letting those insects wield power, it's better to let a selfless god oversee everything. But before this deity appears, we must unify the forces of the entire continent. Tang Yin understood QianXunji's thoughts. For the mission of the Spirit Hall, she had given up her identity and her most beautiful years, playing the role of someone else's life day in and day out for decades. How could her sacrifices change her stance because of what seemed like fanciful ideas to outsiders? It wasn't something someone with a love-struck brain could do. Tang Yin waited for QianXunji's answer. Even if she refused, he wouldn't blame her. After a long silence, seemingly having made up her mind, QianXunji lifted her eyelids and looked intently at Tang Yin with her phoenix eyes. I can agree to you, but you must also agree to one of my conditions. What condition? Tang Yin didn't expect QianXunji to agree to him so quickly. What she had given up was far more than he had. After all, the feelings for the Sijizong, which he had never even seen, were not as strong as his feelings for his own master from the Four Extremes sect. That selfless deity could absolutely not be Tang Yin. Chapter 134 Reactions from all sides. Tang Yin knew that there were gods in this world. Even if the angelic god from the Spirit Hall was a legend, his master, Old Turtle, had told him in person that there was another world beyond the Dulua continent after ascension. Becoming a god, this dream that seemed unattainable to all soul masters, did not seem too difficult to Tang Yin. In his plan, he would become the deity that judges all injustices in the continent. To achieve absolute fairness, emotions had to be discarded. Nowadays, Tang Yin's overflowing love was perhaps more about compensating for the emotions he would lose after becoming a god in the future. He looked at QianXunji with a bitter smile, just about to refuse. QianXunji's voice, laced with tears, rang out, "You're all I have left. I can give up the Spirit Hall for you. Can you make even the slightest change for me? At least, that selfless god shouldn't make me do it." Becoming a god was not that simple. The only ones I have seen with the potential to become a god, besides me, are you. The last shred of persistence in Tang Yin's heart vanished with QianXunji's words, "You're all I have left." But QianXunji seemed no longer as rational as before. If Tang Yin had been a bit more observant, he would have noticed that QianXunji became very emotional when she was with him. "I don't care, Tang Yin. I'm telling you, if you become that heartless god, I will personally destroy everything you build." Her tone did not sound like a joke. At that moment, Tang Yin felt he was being too selfish. His heartless self achieved the entire world. But how could he face those who loved him deeply? All right, I promise you. Isn't this just an idea? Don't even think about it. QianXunji raised her voice. Tang Yin gently wiped the tears from the corners of QianXunji's eyes and comforted her with some pain in his heart. "Sister Shui, don't be angry. I won't do anything foolish. How could I bear to make you sad? You swear by your martial soul." This was the most sacred oath in Dulua continent, because the martial soul was the foundation of every soul master. If one violated the oath, the consequence would be the destruction of their martial soul, and they would never advance in cultivation again. QianXunji's actions were also out of necessity. She was afraid that her importance in Tang Yin's heart was not as great as his plans. She would rather make Tang Yin annoyed with her current self than face a Tang Yin who would no longer love her in the future. "I swear by my martial soul that I will never forget QianXunji in this life. If I betray it, may my soul be destroyed." Tang Yin placed his right hand over his heart and formally made the oath to QianXunji. Seeing that QianXunji was not in high spirits, he quickly changed the topic back to the issue of the selection of the princess. "Let's not talk about these unpleasant things. Marrying Duga Yin not only cuts off the bond between Duga Bo and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, but it also provides a layer of insurance for your plan. Controlling Duga Bo's granddaughter can be considered an important chess piece against Duga Bo. Even if Duga Bo's temperament is unpredictable and he might go back on his promise with me in the future, he still won't act rashly." Although Tang Yin treated Duga Bo's injuries and selected herbs for him, these were all exchanges of benefits with a price. He would not be foolish enough to put all his hopes on a baseless promise, let alone on a temperamental title de law. Tang Yin looked at QianXunji, who was lying in his arms, unsure if she had taken it in. Sister Shui? Tang Yin gently shook her arm, but received no response. Just when Tang Yin was at a loss, QianXunji suddenly kissed his lips. After a long time, taking advantage of a moment, Tang Yin asked Sister Shui, "Have you thought about your choice for a wife?" QianXunji did not answer. Instead, she gasped for breath and once again sealed Tang Yin's mouth. After several rounds of back and forth, QianXunji finally replied. Choose whoever you like, just shut your mouth now. QianXunji wanted to punish this Tang Yin who wanted to abandon her after starting something. Bunger, your opportunity has come. Shuexing first congratulated his good nephew. Opportunity? What opportunity? Ever since Xue Bong was threatened by Tang Yin once, he felt like everyone was out to kill him and had no interest in what was happening outside. After isolating himself for several days, Xue Bong gradually emerged from his inner fears and had just recovered. Just now, he had tasted the flavor of a leopard lady with his uncle. Prince Shuexing knew what his nephew had gone through, and he had specifically looked into it. However, he did not know Tang Yin's true identity, as he was on the alert list of the Snow Knight Emperor. The Snow Knight Emperor knew that his good brother had long coveted the throne of the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, sometimes even envying the Emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Shuexing, you're too extreme. It's related to your good second brother. Shuexing lay comfortably on the bed, looking quite pleased. Recently, he had been getting along well with a young boy, and their spies had reported back that he had seen that boy hugging your elder brother's waist as they entered the study together. Moreover, they had not come out all night. Uncle, what does this mean? I've seen people who are even more promiscuous than them. Xue Bong was unconcerned. He did not think that a good man's love would destabilize the position of the Crown Prince Shuexing. This is nothing. But haven't you noticed that Shuexing is over 20 and still hasn't established a princess? He doesn't like women at all. Prince Shuexing decided to enlighten his nephew. What you need to do now is to hurry up and have an heir so that your father will pay more attention to you. Bunger, you have been pretending to be foolish for so many years to survive until now. Your life is preserved. But Shuexing's position as crown prince is becoming more and more stable. Even that Ning Fengji has become your elder brother's teacher. The Seven Treasure Glazed Tile sect has obviously become part of the crown prince faction. Your only chance of turning things around now is to give birth to an heir before your elder brother. At this moment, Xue Bong was no longer the same debauched figure as before. He was not a true playboy. Xue Bong's eyes were calm but resolute. Uncle, don't worry, I will survive, and I will live well. At this moment, Xue Bong thought of many people, including his father Snow Knight, his second brother Shuexing, and also that Tang Yin, whom he had only met once. In the spirit hall, sitting in the luxurious study, was Salus, who was furiously writing. He had something very important to report to the Pope's palace. The content clearly stated that the Hao Qiando was suspected to have appeared, and his offspring was in close contact with the Tiando Crown Prince, suspected of being involved in a romantic relationship. Chapter 135, the triad combination about to be fried up. Ha ha, good boy, good boy. Dugabo laughed up to the sky. All his previous gloom swept away at this moment. What chrysanthemum pass, just a sissy. Next time, if I don't expose your history, it won't count if you clean up well. His hair had already returned to its normal color, and the snow-white fur, under the influence of Tang Yin's life energy, was showing signs of turning black. Dugabo, due to his martial soul, had been permeated with the stench of snake venom for years. However, at this moment, he emitted no foul odor. Instead, there was a faint floral fragrance surrounding him. The pill refined by Tang Yin using the blood-colored swan kiss and the fragrant Chua immortal product not only completely resolved his troubles with the green-scaled snake venom, but also fused with his innate poison pill within. Now, Dugabo's green-scaled snake venom was more than doubled compared to before. Previously, as the world's #1 poison master, Dugabo felt as insignificant as a mayfly before the Death Spider Emperor of BabyTang. Now, his snake venom was enough to look down upon the world, even surpassing BabyTang without using the power of the Rakshasa. His soul power also rose 2 levels, reaching level 93, a height he had never imagined he could achieve. After attaining his title, each level was like climbing a mountain, and it was extremely difficult to surpass it, even without the burden of the snake venom. Dugabo had no confidence in breaking through to level 93 in his lifetime. Stretching his limbs and hearing a series of cracks, Dugabo sighed in relief. Tang Yin truly did not deceive him. It seemed he owed him a great favor. Thinking of Tang Yin, Dugabo recalled the 2 immortal herbs he had given him. Ah, no more thinking about that. These immortal herbs were indeed good things, and the kid had some conscience to leave some for him. Let Yin absorb this 8-petal immortal orchid. Dugabo felt no sense of being taken advantage of by Tang Yin. After all, he did not recognize these herbs and had no knowledge of their pharmacology. What use was it to guard a secret treasure that could not be opened? As for why he did not recognize his old rival, Zhu Delua's martial soul, the strange mushroom of the heavenly chrysanthemum, he did not know. Regarding the Chihuahua tulip, Dugabo was unsure how to handle it. Giving it to Yan's boyfriend? Come on, they had only been together for a few days, and, as her grandfather, he would gift something comparable to a 100,000-year soul bone to this outsider. Was it out of regard for that zombie face of Yu Qianheng or the old dragon of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect? Dugu Bo's figure flashed, and he had already left the Eye of Ice and Fire. The journey from the Sunset Forest to the Tiando Royal Academy was only a few hundred miles. A mere blink of an eye for him, a tidal daw. He wondered if Tang Yin had come to detoxify Yin Yin. It had been a week since Dugu Bo absorbed the pill, and he just remembered that he had not informed his granddaughter about it in advance. And Tang Yin had no items related to Dugu Bo to prove anything. He hoped no misunderstandings would arise. With a sense of luck, Dugu Bo directly entered the Tiando Royal Academy, informing the 3 school committee members they were of no importance. Scanning the entire academy with his spiritual sense, Dugu Bo quickly found his granddaughter. In the lounge of the Tiando Royal Battle Team, Qi Ming was explaining the upcoming itinerary to the members of the Tiando Royal Battle Team. Invited by the Lord of Soto City from the Barak Kingdom, we are set to depart the day after tomorrow to the Soto City Great Soul Arena for a 7v7 team soul fight. Before that, I need to remind you of a few things. Qi Ming's voice was gentle, and he had high hopes for these 7 elite students of the Tiando Royal Academy. He hoped they could go further on their future paths, and as their teacher, all he could do was sharpen them, helping them carve a path through thorns. First, I want to commend you. Your cooperation has improved significantly in recent days. There are no opponents left among the Soul Master teams in several large soul arenas of the Tiando Empire's directly governed provinces. You are my pride. Upon hearing Qi Ming's words, the 7 displayed varying degrees of joy on their faces. The hardships of the devilish training over the past 6 months were known only to themselves. Noting everyone's expressions, Qi Ming's tone changed, becoming the stern teacher again. However, please put away your current pride, as you are not yet qualified to be proud. As you have seen just recently, just as Qi Ming was about to mention Tang Yin again, the door to the lounge was knocked on and opened. Turning his head, Qi Ming saw a gray-haired old man walk straight in. In the lounge, Dugu Yin, sitting beside Yu Tianheng, stood up excitedly upon seeing the visitor. Grandpa! Before Dugu Bo could speak, Dugu Yin rushed over and hugged her grandfather. Her feelings for this only relative surpassed everything. As for her love with Yu Tianheng, it was merely a seasoning in life. Dugu Yin's grandfather, the identity of the visitor was self-evident. Qi Ming showed no displeasure. His personality was not suited to express it at this moment. The junior Qi Ming pays respects to the poisoned Doloa. Seeing Qi Ming bow, the other students also stood up to pay their respects. Dugu Bo waved his hand, signaling them to rise. You are all Yin Yan's teachers and teammates. There's no need to be so formal. As he spoke, he lingered a bit longer on Yu Qianheng, inevitably comparing him to the most suitable choice for his granddaughter. Tang Yin. Looks not comparable. That kid Tang Yin was handsome and could attract many young women just by his appearance. Talent? Not comparable. Tang Yin's soul power was something even this title de loi could not estimate, but it definitely wouldn't be lower than level 40. Emotional intelligence? What are the Yu Qianheng? Just call me. Grandpa, are we that familiar? The more he compared, the more dissatisfied Dugu Bo felt toward his granddaughter's boyfriend. Ignoring Yu Tianheng, Dugu Bo said to Qi Ming, I have something to discuss with Yin Yin. You all can continue your work. He then directly took Dugu Yin out of the lounge. Grandpa, what have you been doing these days? You didn't come to see Yin Yin? Dugu Yin's tone was quite resentful, like a girl whose parent didn't buy her a doll. If the members of the Tiando battle team saw this, they would surely be shocked. Is this still the cold, snake-like big sister? Dugu Bo allowed Dugu Yin to act spoiled. His love for her could be described as indulgent. Grandpa, I met an interesting person. Upon hearing this, Dugu Yin immediately thought of the white-haired boy who detoxified her. Who? She raised her head, curiously asking, seemingly looking forward to her grandfather's answer. His name is Tang Yin. Oh, by the way, has a white-haired boy come to see you these days? Dugu Bo glanced at his granddaughter's state at that moment, slapped his forehead, realizing he had become muddled. Only now did he, with his acute sensitivity to toxins, notice that there were no traces of green-scaled snake venom left on Dugu Yin, indicating that Tang Yin had indeed come to the Tiando Royal Academy to detoxify her. Upon hearing Tang Yin's name, Dugu Yin had already confirmed that the person her grandfather mentioned was the one who detoxified her. Ah, look at me being so busy. You must have met him, right? So, did anything else happen between you two? At this point, Dugu Bo's eyes had a hint of expectation. He hoped that a spark would ignite between Tang Yin and Dugu Yin. However, this was a wishful thinking. He was aware that the blonde girl beside Tang Yin that day was definitely a stunning beauty, a perfect match for him. Although my granddaughter has some beauty, standing next to that girl makes her look like a maid. Dugibo pouted. She does have it, but it's not a good thing. He then recounted the misunderstanding between him and Tang Yin that day. Dugibo sighed deeply, feeling somewhat guilty. It's all my fault for being careless back then. I actually forgot such an important matter. But now that things have come to this, Dugibo, can only go and apologize. Let's not talk about this anymore, Yin Yin. Grandpa has brought you something good this time, something that can fundamentally change you. Looking at Dugibo's slightly mysterious eyes, it indeed sparked a hint of curiosity in Duguian. Change fundamentally? Is it a soul bone? In Duguian's understanding, only the legendary soul bone could allow a soul master to undergo such a transformation. Dugibo's smile grew even wider. It's not a soul bone, but it far surpasses a soul bone. In Duguian's expectant gaze, he took out a jade box from his treasure pouch. Open it and take a look. Duguian took the jade box from Dugibo's hand and directly opened it. The rich fragrance of the 8-petal immortal orchid wafted over, making Duguian's heart flutter. Seeing that it was a flower, Duguian felt somewhat puzzled. Grandpa, what is this? She never thought that Dugibo would deceive her, and since Grandpa said it far surpasses a soul bone, it must have its marvelous qualities. Dugibo explained. This is a celestial herb from my medicinal garden called the 8-petal immortal orchid with very mild medicinal effects. When you take it, just chew and swallow it. Its taste is sweet, and once it enters your mouth, you only need to use your soul power to assist the medicinal effects in merging into your body. Your current soul power is almost at level 40, and if nothing goes wrong, this celestial herb can help you directly break through to level 40 and become a soul sect. After hearing Dugibo's explanation, Duguian looked at him first in a daze, then in shock, and finally all her expressions turned into admiration for Dugibo. Dugibo enjoyed the look of admiration in Duguian's eyes. Even the beard on his lips trembled, and he raised his head proudly. But Grandpa, didn't you say you didn't know the herbs in your medicinal garden? Duguian's fatal blow made Dugibo's smile freeze, realizing he had been too happy too soon. Ahem. Dugibo coughed to cover his embarrassment, trying to change the subject. Yin Yin, you should absorb this celestial herb as soon as possible. The sooner you absorb it, the more benefits it will have for your body. Duguian no longer probed for details, as she already had an answer in her heart. The interesting person who told Grandpa about the effects of this celestial herb must be Tang Yin. Before Dugibo brought the celestial herb to Duguian, Tang Yin had also gone to the Four Extremes sect to deliver a celestial herb to his teacher. The celestial herb Tang Yin prepared for Yang Wudi was called the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo. The Ink Jade Divine Bamboo is pitch black all over, with a texture resembling jade, and each segment of the bamboo exudes a certain charm. Although this celestial herb is not precious, and can even be said to be mediocre, because it does not increase a soul master's soul power at all, it acts on a martial soul itself, greatly enhancing the combat power of the martial soul. Yang Wudi's broken soul, spear, martial soul, places great emphasis on honing its own martial soul, making this celestial herb the most suitable for Yang Wudi. Similarly, the Ink Jade Divine Bamboo is also very important for Tang Yin. How could Yang Wudi not recognize this Ink Jade Divine Bamboo? When Yang Wudi saw this celestial herb, he first showed extreme joy but then suppressed his desire and refused. His exact words were, Xiaoyin, you need this Ink Jade Divine Bamboo more than I do. Your future is still long, while I've already seen the end. Tang Yin was touched but still used all kinds of persuasion to get Yang Wudi to reluctantly accept this celestial herb. 2 days later, a radiant Duguian returned to the team. During these 2 days, she had completely absorbed the 8-petal immortal orchid, integrating all its medicinal effects into her body, and her soul power had directly broken through to level 40. In addition, there were unexpected gains. Her blue scale snake martial soul was not considered high quality, and her innate soul power was only level 7, so her talent could only be described as above average. However, after taking the 8-petal immortal orchid, this celestial herb reversed her fate, not only elevating Duguian's talent, but giving her a talent that could rival someone with innate full soul power. At the same time, her martial soul also underwent subtle changes. On the head of her blue scale snake martial soul, a pair of protruding dragon horns actually grew, which is a precursor to a snake transforming into a dragon. Upon learning of his granddaughter's martial soul change, Dugibo exclaimed 3 times, feeling great joy in his heart, and he felt even more grateful towards Tang Yin. At this rate, Dugibo was about to become Tang Yin's most loyal supporter. He knew his granddaughter's talent. Without this opportunity, she might have reached the peak of Soul Saint in her lifetime. and a snake transforming into a dragon meant that Yin Yan's future was bright. The other team members, upon seeing Dugwian, felt a sense of absurdity as if they hadn't seen her for many years, even though it had only been 2 days. Osro exclaimed, "Sister Yin, how have you changed so much in just a few days?" Seeing the astonished expressions on her teammates' faces, Dugwian felt somewhat bewildered and frowned. "Is there any change?" Osro was speechless for a moment. He couldn't articulate what had changed about Dugwian. The others felt the same. Yu Qianheng approached Dugwian and smiled. "Perhaps my Yanzi has become more beautiful." However, even smiling, Yu Qianheng wasn't particularly handsome. Qi Ming saw that everyone was present and clapped his hands to signal everyone to pay attention to him. "Everyone, we are setting off now." At this moment, the 3-5 combination still in the Soto City Great Soul Arena had no idea of the crisis they were about to face. Chapter 136, Soto Great Soul Arena. Soto City Great Soul Arena, temporary resting room of the Tiando Royal Team. In the past few days, the team members had consecutively defeated several Silver Soul level teams, with almost no team being able to withstand even 15 minutes against them. At this moment in the resting room, Qi Ming's figure was not seen, and the 7 team members were sitting relaxedly on soft chairs, with some tea and snacks placed on a low table in front of them. The pressure-free battles had inevitably led everyone to feel a bit lax. The Ballot Kingdom was just a rural place. How could there be any strong opponents? Dugwian crossed her legs, and her tight-fitting battle suit accentuated her perfect leg curves. The beautiful legs swayed gently, and the purple high heels at the front also wobbled, making her look very tempting. She was in a great mood. It was the first time Dugwian had fought in her prime state. It seemed that the previous snake venom had somewhat limited her body. Especially now, her martial soul, although still expelling blue-scale poison, was much stronger, greatly enhancing her controllability. She picked up a cup of tea in front of her and took a gentle sip before lazily lying back in her chair. "This journey is really boring. I thought I would encounter some strong opponents." "Yanzi, your strength has actually increased so much. It seems we have gained more chances in this Soul Master competition." Yu Tianheng was very surprised by Dugwian's change. He only learned from her that it was her grandfather who gave her a medicinal herb, but he didn't know the type of herb. As a direct descendant of the blue electric Tyrannosaurus sect, he had consumed numerous herbs since childhood, but he had never heard of a single herb like the Dugi Yin that could have such a remarkable enhancement effect. Yes, Sister Yin," Osro excitedly chimed in. "Today, your green scale snake venom forced that so-called berserk team to not even stand properly. In the future, on the arena, who from our Imperial fighting team can compare?" The personalities of the Shimo brothers were as honest as their appearances, and they nodded in agreement at this moment. However, Dugi Yin thought of Tang Yin. He would also participate in this Soul Master competition, right? Remembering the shot that left Qi Ming completely unresponsive, Dugi Yin felt uncertain, even after consuming the celestial herb. Dugi Yin, not in the mood for everyone's flattery, said irritably, All right, instead of praising me here, I might as well quickly improve my soul power." "Hey, I wonder what Teacher Qi Ming is thinking coming to such a rural place and wasting our training time," Osro complained. Yu Qianheng said lightly, "Stop talking so much. Instead of that, you might as well conserve your energy." Osro shrank his neck and said no more. He held Yu Tianheng in high regard, as he knew that he couldn't last even 3 minutes in front of him. Teacher Qi Ming should still need some time to handle the follow-up matters. "Is anyone interested in joining me for a 2v2 match?" Seeing that Qi Ming had not returned for a while, Dugi Yin wanted to find something to do. Her gaze swept across the faces of everyone present. Osro, Yu Feng, and the Shimo brothers all averted their eyes, either lifting their teacups to disguise their lack of interest or closing their eyes to concentrate. Everyone was aware of the situation. As for Yi Lingling, she still looked cold and aloof, sitting in an inconspicuous corner, exuding an ice-cold air that repelled others. In a 2v2 match, she truly wouldn't play much of a role. Yu Tianheng looked around and smiled wryly. "Yanzi, I'll accompany you. You guys are really cowards." Dugi Yin no longer cared about her teammates and walked out of the lounge with Yu Tianheng to register for the competition. On the other side, Tang San and Xiao Wu were also about to start today's trial. The training of the Shrek 6 had entered the second phase, actual combat training. This meant competing in the Soul Arena of Soto City. However, due to the absence of Zhu Zhuqing, the Shrek Academy team was 1 person short, and the only one who could fill that gap was the 29th level Soul Master, Dai Shi. But Dai Shi's strength was indeed lacking, which often put the Shrek Academy team at a disadvantage, compounded by the presence of 2 support Soul Masters, leading to a severe lack of output capability for the Shrek team. In a recent battle against the Berserk team, They barely secured the victory relying on Tang San's external spirit bone, thorn turtle spike, and the unparalleled strength of the Haotian hammer. The more this happened, the more Daisher looked forward to Tang San's yet-to-be-met younger brother. In his eyes, Tang Yin was the final piece to complete his Shrek Galaxy battleship. Third brother, do you think we can win today? Xiao Wu bounced around Tang San like a playful rabbit. No doubt about it. Tang San looked at his sister fondly and smiled. Xiao Wu, we will win. We've already had 24 consecutive victories. After a year of training, Tang San's soul power had reached 35, just 2 levels lower than Dai Mubai, who was 3 years older than him. Furthermore, in a recent individual battle, Tang San had defeated the evil White Tiger Dai Mubai head-on in the name of Haotian. This was also the source of Tang San's confidence. Teams 3 and 5, please prepare for the match at the number 3 Dual Soul Battle platform. Teams 3 and 5, please prepare for the match at the number 3 Dual Soul Battle platform. The announcement echoed 3 times. Xiao Wu, let's hurry over, Tang San said casually, but he felt quite serious inside. The dragon and snake combination made Tang San wary of the opponents he was about to face. Under the master's guidance, Tang San understood that any martial soul related to dragons was among the top martial souls in the world, whether beast martial souls or weapon martial souls. However, the carefree Xiao Wu didn't think so much. She was eager. All right, we're finally going on stage. Let them see how powerful Sister Xiao Wu is. What dragon and snake combination? Watch me beat them into little bugs. Entering through the passage, Tang San and Xiao Wu stood on the competition stage. The moment they appeared, they immediately drew cheers from the crowd. They were the holders of 24 consecutive victories in dual soul battles. And today, these spectators might witness the miracle of the 25th consecutive victory at the Soto Soul Arena. Walking out from the opposite side were Yu Tianheng and De Vian. Are these two really that strong? Why is the audience cheering for them? Yu Tianheng asked De Vian. De Vian nonchalantly replied, who cares? We're both high-level soul kings. Would we be afraid of soul kings who are only famous in Soto City? Chapter 137. The duel. At this moment, Tang San finally saw the appearance of his opponents. From De Vian, he keenly sensed the poison attribute, even though De Vian had already been detoxified by Tang Yin. And on Yu Tianheng's face, Tang San vaguely saw a shadow of the master. With a hint of speculation, he heard the host loudly announce, "The match begins." As soon as the words fell, the 4 on the stage simultaneously radiated light, summoning their respective martial souls. Yellow, yellow, purple. All 4 had the best soul ring configurations, which aroused cheers from the audience. With the host's words, everyone's attention shifted to their martial souls. Heavens, what am I seeing? The Haotian hammer and blue electric Tyrannosaurus are actually appearing in the same match. Is this a battle between the new generation of the top 3 sects? Tang San and Yu Tianheng simultaneously focused on each other. Blue electric Tyrannosaurus Haotian hammer. Both spoke the names of each other's martial souls. The 3 top sects were interconnected, but how could there be no rivalry? The matchup between the number 1 weapon martial soul and the number 1 beast martial soul was a huge draw. Its significance was enough to hold a competition in the Central Soul Arena. The audience below was even more excited. They hadn't expected that just a regular ticket would allow them to witness such a grand match. What a great deal. At this moment, the supervisor who arranged this match had been called into the office by the higher-ups and fiercely scolded. Was a loss only a few ticket revenues? Those were golden soul coins after the opening. You can take the day off tomorrow. The higher-ups' words directly overturned the supervisor's rice bowl. On the number 3 battle platform, Tang San and Xiao Wu exchanged glances, and years of tacit understanding immediately made both understand each other's intentions. Tang San lowered his body, holding the Haotian hammer horizontally, with the hammer face angled forward. Xiao Wu leaped gracefully, like a nimble sprite in the air, landing steadily on the Haotian hammer held by Tang San with her flexible waist. The muscles in Xiao Wu's legs and Tang San's arms tightened simultaneously, and their instantaneous explosion fused together. Xiao Wu's body shot out like an arrow released from a bow, her calves wrapped in pink stockings exuding an incredibly terrifying momentum as she charged towards Yu Tianheng and De Guyan. Tang San also followed closely behind, wielding the Haotian hammer, not daring to be careless for even a moment. The proactive attack by Tang San and Xiao Wu surprised both Yu Tianheng and De Guyan because their speed was simply too fast. After all, the tacit understanding between Tang San and Xiao Wu was undeniable. Facing the incoming Xiao Wu, Yu Tianheng stepped forward and the first soul ring beneath his feet lit up. Blue-purple lightning raging wildly around him and De Guyan. He reached out with his right hand, and a dragon claw formed from pure lightning power lunged toward Xiao Wu, causing the air to distort violently and crackle ominously. Yu Qianheng took this battle very seriously, as the pride belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect in his heart did not allow him to lose this match. What if it was the world's #1 sect? What if it was the world's #1 weapon spirit? All Xiao Wu could see was blue lightning. As she approached at high speed, her body began to feel a slight numbness, but her speed did not decrease. Just as she was about to make contact with a lightning dragon claw, her only purple soul ring activated instantly, allowing her to pass right through the lightning claw. The third soul skill, instant teleportation. The teleportation not only allowed Xiao Wu to dodge the dragon claw, but also shortened the distance to Yu Tianheng. Her attack was about to reach him. Tang San, who was closely behind Xiao Wu, was blocked by the lightning claw. Seeing Xiao Wu teleport past, he had a bad premonition. The sudden attack was still within Yu Tianheng's calculations. He quickly retreated, dodging Xiao Wu's powerful sweep. Seeing that her attack had missed, an overly excited Xiao Wu wanted to pursue, but what came at her was a thick purple mist. The purple mist was colorless and odorless, but gave off an extremely dangerous feeling. Du Guyan made her move, coldly snorting and showing disdain for Xiao Wu, whom she had just underestimated. So it turned out to be a reckless one. Xiao Wu's expression changed in alarm. Just as she wanted to retreat, she felt something grab her leg. Looking closely, it was Du Guyan. Du Guyan's other hand glowed with poison, preparing to deal with this oblivious rabbit first. Xiao Wu was no novice. She knew her recklessness had somewhat disconnected her from Tang San. She activated her third soul skill again, returning to Tang San's side. Tang San had just used his first soul skill, Dark Gold Power, shattering the lightning dragon claw, made of soul power with unparalleled strength. Xiao Wu, are you okay? The continuous use of the third soul skill had clearly exhausted Xiao Wu, and she was panting heavily, trying to maintain her composure. I'm Fina. I still have the mind to show you the power of my green scale snake poison. Du Guyan's second soul ring lit up, and a thick purple mist released from her body, quickly covering the entire arena. The strangely fragrant purple mist caused Tang San's face to change dramatically. Xiao Wu, quickly cover your mouth and nose. He was not slow to act, hurriedly taking out 2 detoxification pills from the 24 Bridge Moonlit Night, putting one in Xiao Wu's mouth and swallowing the other himself. The rich properties of the 8-petal immortal orchid were also imparted to Du Guyan's soul power. The densely packed green-scale snake poison could not be easily blocked. Tang San sensed that Du Guyan's poison was strange, but he could not pinpoint what was odd about it. After all, he could not imagine that Du Guyan before him had consumed the unparalleled immortal herb recorded in the Xiantian treasure record. Raising the Haotian hammer in his hand, Tang San smashed it hard into the ground, creating a massive shockwave that dispersed a large amount of the purple mist surrounding him and Xiao Wu. Then, his second soul skill, Haotian Guardian, activated, and a dark silver light shield eliminated the threat of the green-scale snake poison for him and Xiao Wu. Just as Du Guyan was about to continue enhancing the output of the green-scale snake poison, Yu Qianheng's voice rang out from behind. Yanzi, you deal with that rabbit spirit girl. Leave this Haotian hammer spirit to me. Du Guyan wanted to say something, but upon seeing Yu Qianheng's determined expression, she said nothing more and directly retracted her powerful output of snake poison. This little brother, I am very eager to experience your Haotian hammer. I hope to have this opportunity. Yu Qianheng was very sincere, but his attitude was also very firm. Tang San had just cast a wary glance at Du Guyan behind Yu Qianheng. At this moment, Du Guyan was standing there with her arms crossed, silent. The earlier exchange made Tang San quickly realize that the odds of winning in a 2-on-2 match were very slim for them. Du Guyan's snake poison had too obvious a restraining effect on Xiao Wu. Even if Xiao Wu could get close, she would still be affected by Du Guyan's snake poison, and the opponent's soul power was clearly above theirs. Over time, they would inevitably lose. After weighing the pros and cons, Tang San's expression remained calm, as if he were not the one at a disadvantage. All right, I agree. Thus, a 2-on-2 match turned into a 1-on-1 duel. Chapter 138, Xiao Wu's Disfigurement. Tang San's rage of helplessness. Du Guyan was very confused by Yu Qianheng's behavior of sacrificing the advantage in the match. However, this time, it was just a practice, and winning or losing was not important. To leave enough space for Tang San and Yu Qianheng, both Du Guyan and Xiao Wu retreated to the edges of their respective platforms. Their martial spirits remained activated, clearly ready to step in if the situation turned dire. Surrounding Yu Qianheng, countless bolts of blue-purple lightning slithered around, and the lightning mark on his forehead continuously released energy. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer tightly. It too was crackling with lightning, purple bolts striking and making a tremendous noise, exuding an astonishing might. This time, Yu Qianheng took the initiative. His right arm visibly swelled, the blue sleeve tearing apart inch by inch, exposing his powerful muscles to everyone. The transformation did not stop there. From Yu Qianheng's shoulder downwards hard, metallic blue-purple scales began to grow. Each joint of his fingers transformed into the shape of dragon claws. This was the exclusive skill of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon. Dragon Transformation. Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon Soul Masters could transform a part of their body into a dragon form, with each major rank increase after reaching level 30. It was an alternative martial spirit true body. The master had once told Tang San about this characteristic of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon, and seeing it for the first time today still gave Tang San quite a shock. But it was merely a shock. In this life, Tang San's martial spirit was not the useless blue-silver grass that had not awakened the blue-silver emperor bloodline, but rather the number one weapon spirit on the continent. The Haotian hammer. Just as Yu Qianheng had pride belonging to the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Tang San also had the capital of pride. Yu Qianheng stomped hard on the ground, causing a crack to form in the solid arena. At the same time, his third soul ring, which was also his most powerful soul skill, activated. The blue-purple lightning around him began to jump wildly, seemingly entering a berserk state. Yu Qianheng's momentum also underwent a transformation, his entire aura steadily rising. This was his third soul skill, Thunder Fury. This soul skill was a self-enhancement type, entering a berserk state for a period of time after use, increasing lightning power by 100% and soul power by 50%. The consumption of this soul skill is quite astonishing, and if it is not actively stopped, it will continuously drain the soul power from Yu Qianheng's body until it is exhausted. Even in his peak state, Yu Qianheng can only maintain it for a quarter of an hour, and that without using any other soul skills. He rushed towards Tang San with incredible speed. A flash of purple light appeared in Tang San's eyes as the purple extreme demon eye clearly captured Yu Qianheng's movements. The violent thunder struck first. Even the outer layer of the thunder made Tang San feel a slight numbness in his body. He activated the Xiantian skill, and the abundant soul power purified the numbness in his body. Seeing that his opponent directly used his strongest soul skill, Tang San did not underestimate it and activated his strongest third soul skill to confront it head-on. The third soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike. This third soul skill imbues Tang San's Haotian hammer with a domineering thunder attribute, which splashes dazzling thunder light upon collision with the target, possessing massive area damage and strong paralysis control effects. Thunder against thunder. The Haotian hammer, imbued with this violent thunder attribute, collided with the thunder-illuminated claw of the Thunder Tyrannosaurus, and the brilliant light made the spectators squint their eyes. With a lower soul power, Tang San only felt a tightness in his chest, as if his internal organs were misaligned, making him very uncomfortable. A surge of blood rushed to his throat, even though he desperately tried to suppress it. A trickle of blood still flowed from the corner of his mouth. His hands gripping the Haotian hammer trembled uncontrollably, and blood was dripping from his palms. Yu Qianheng was also genuinely surprised, despite his greatly enhanced physique, during the collision with Tang San, whose soul power was lower than his. Several areas of his dragon-transformed right arm actually cracked, with blood flowing from the part of the dragon claw that made direct contact with the Haotian hammer. However, due to the paralysis effect of the thunder, Yu Qianheng did not feel any pain. Seeing that Tang San was not in a good state, Yu Qianheng immediately took advantage and engaged in close combat with him. Tang San seemed to be frantically defending against Yu Qianheng's onslaught, but with the aid of the invisible shadow, he was already devising a counterattack plan. A hard clash was no longer feasible. After just one encounter, Tang San was on the verge of collapse. To win this match without using hidden weapons, he had to find a clever way. Watching Yu Qianheng's fierce and dense attacks, Tang San could only wait for a flaw to appear. Seeing that he could not take down Tang San for a long time, Yu Qianheng's patience had reached its limit. His third soul skill could not be maintained for long, and his internal soul power did not support him to continue dragging it out. He clenched his left fist and condensed a ball of purple light to strike Tang San. Tang San swung the Haotian hammer horizontally, easily blocking Yu Qianheng's ordinary strike. However, in defense, Tang San ultimately revealed a flaw. Second soul skill, Thunderbolt Strike. Yu Qianheng roared, and this skill, sharing the same name as Tang San's third soul skill, caused thunder to explode from Yu Qianheng's right hand. Countless serpentine electric arcs surrounding his body expanded simultaneously, turning into numerous lightning arrows that shot out in all directions. When Yu Qianheng's dragon claw reached for him, Tang San sensed something was off. His battle instincts prompted him to use his second soul skill, Hao Ian Guardian. At the same time, 81 thorny spikes erupted from his back, rushing towards Yu Qianheng with a whooshing sound. The sudden appearance of the thorny bone spikes startled Yu Qianheng. He did not expect Tang San to possess such a rare external soul bone. There was no way to retreat. He would not easily give up this opportunity that could directly determine the outcome of the match. Yu Qianheng increased the output of soul power for his third soul skill, and the more violent thunder made Tang San feel extremely uncomfortable. Tang San did not expect his opponent to withstand his soul bone attack head-on. The paralysis effect from Thunderbolt Strike caused Tang San immense pain. He could even smell the burnt scent of his flesh being roasted by the thunder. A flash of light appeared in his eyes as he first used the mental attack of the purple extreme demon eye. Yu Qianheng's body stiffened, and the output of his soul power showed a slight stagnation. Seizing this rare opportunity, all 81 thorny bone spikes aimed for the vital points and joints of Yu Qianheng's body. Severely injured, Tang San's accuracy had greatly decreased, even under such close conditions. It was difficult to achieve complete hits, but that was enough. Several bone spikes pierced deeply into Yu Qianheng's body, causing him to lose sensation in his left arm and left leg due to the vital points being penetrated. The intense pain made Yu Qianheng emit a suppressed cry of agony. Xiao Wu. At the critical moment, Tang San shouted Xiao Wu's name. Seeing her brother in such a state, Xiao Wu felt heartbroken as she watched him being electrocuted. Hearing her brother's call, Xiao Wu transformed her sorrow into motivation and activated her third soul skill, instant teleportation, once again. Her figure flickered as she traversed space, arriving at the side of Tang San and Yu Qianheng. Her scorpion tail-like ponytail wrapped around Yu Qianheng's neck. The reversal came too quickly. Duguyan did not expect that Yu Qianheng, who had absolute dominance, would be severely injured in an instant. She and Yu Qianheng found themselves at a disadvantage. Xiao Wu's rapid support made Yu Qianheng's situation even worse. Duguyan, a control-type soul master who manipulated poison, found it impossible to act as Yu Qianheng was entangled with the two opponents. Exhausted of soul power, Yu Qianheng could not break free from Xiao Wu's scorpion tail braid. As Xiao Wu executed her waist bow technique, Yu Qianheng felt a wave of dizziness and his whole body was thrown into the air. Just as she was about to use the explosive 8-segment throw to take revenge for her brother, Tang San's voice stopped her. Xiao Wu, conserve your soul power. In the air, Xiao Wu frowned, feeling somewhat dissatisfied, but she still obeyed Tang San's command, flicking her hair and throwing Yu Qianheng, who stood at a height of nearly 9 meters off the stage. Xiao Wu landed steadily on the stage, clapping her hands, and hurriedly approached Tang San, asking, "Brother, are you okay?" Tang San clutched his chest. His condition was very poor. Mifine, Xiao Wu. Tang San knew that the battle was not over yet. There was still a control-type soul master in excellent condition on the opponent's side, and the match still held suspense. The moment Yu Qianheng was thrown off the stage, Duguyan moved, unleashing a dense wave of green scale snake poison towards Tang San and Xiao Wu. Tang San quickly tapped his fingers at his waist, and a huge water pouch appeared in his hand. Inside the water pouch was the potent Xiong Huang medicinal wine. Using his slightly intact left arm, Tang San swung it forward with force, intending to use the Xiong Huang wine to counter Duguyan's snake poison. To ensure the Xiong Huang wine fully vaporized, Tang San skillfully threw 2 bone spikes to create sparks, precisely at the moment of piercing the water pouch. Everything was calculated meticulously by Tang San. Upon contact with the sparks, the alcohol was instantly ignited, producing a loud explosion. A fragrant aroma filled the arena, colliding with the advancing green-scale snake poison. The condensed purple mist ignited in the face of the erupting flames, presenting a bizarre purple hue. In just a moment, all the flames were completely engulfed by the dense purple mist. How is this possible? Tang San did not expect that his Xiong Huang wine would only temporarily alleviate the green-scale snake poison, not dispersing it as he had imagined. Let me show you my true strength. Duguyan bent down, her tight outer garment outlining her nearly perfect figure. She suddenly slapped the ground with both hands, and at the same time, her third spirit ring lit up. The third spirit skill, Green Scaled Poison Marsh. A layer of green poisonous mist abruptly rose from beneath Tang San and Xiao Wu. Even though their shoes and pants blocked the invasion of the poison mist, They could still feel a stinging pain at the soles of their feet. Tang Sen hurriedly used the Haotian hammer to slam the ground, trying to disperse the poison mist with a shockwave like last time. But this time, the poison mist was a spirit skill, and a 1,000-year spirit skill at that. Seeing that it had no effect, Tang San could only use the little spirit power he had left to activate his second spirit skill, Haotian Guardian, to resist the further invasion of the poison mist. You should surrender. Duguyan crossed her arms and looked at Tang San and Xiao Wu, who were struggling in the poison mist. You are already poisoned. If you keep this up, your bodies will have problems. Duguyan meant well. She didn't want to incapacitate the two opponents over a match. Considering their age, they shouldn't be too old. It would indeed be a pity if they fell in the arena. Surrender? Oof. Stinky snake, do you think you've won? Xiao Wu had a fiery temper. She didn't believe that she and Tang San would lose to this mother snake who could only let out foul gas. Duguyan's expression changed. You dead rabbit. What did you say? Clearly, Xiao Wu's words had angered Duguyan. You don't know when to give up. Just as she was about to increase the output of the snake venom again, Xiao Wu leaped and appeared in front of Duguyan. Duguyan had long been on guard against this move. Having suffered twice, she wouldn't let Xiao Wu succeed so easily. The moment Xiao Wu disappeared, the snake tail behind Duguyan swung out, hitting Xiao Wu, who was jumping out of thin air. Xiao Wu, having used her third spirit skill in succession, was caught off guard by this strike. PFF. Xiao Wu felt a tightness in her chest, and she spat out a mouthful of fresh blood. Duguyan clearly didn't want to let go of this offending dead rabbit. A mass of corrosive poison enveloped Xiao Wu's face, and the intense pain made her scream. Ah! My face! Xiao Wu felt her skin burning and rotting. She knew she was going to be disfigured. Unable to accept the reality, she fainted. You asked for it. Duguyan flicked her tail, tossing the unconscious Xiao Wu aside. This battle had already laid the groundwork for disaster, with Xiao Wu's reckless consumption of spirit power, struggling in the poison mist. Tang Sin saw Xiao Wu get injured and his eyes turned blood red. He had promised Xiao Wu that he wouldn't let her get hurt. With scarlet eyes fixed on Duguyan not far away, Tang San's reason was being consumed by his anger. Ignoring his poor physical condition and depleted spirit power, he forced himself to swing the Haotian hammer and began to unleash the chaotic cloak hammering method. Below the stage, Yu Qianheng had already been helped up. He was clutching his chest, looking pale, and just in time to see Tang San swinging the hammer. He used his last bit of strength to warn Duguyan. Yanzi, be careful, it's the chaotic cloak hammering method. Duguyan's heart sank. She didn't expect Tang San to be able to execute the chaotic cloak hammering method in this state. She knew that this method had extremely high demands on the Spirit Master's body. If it were a fully powered Tang San, she would be wary of him, but now. A dying struggle, stubborn and unyielding. Duguyan snorted coldly, slamming her snake tail on the ground, causing the poison marsh beneath Tang San to boil, as if a pair of hands were trying to drag him into the abyss. After being attacked by the potent poison once again, Tang San's face turned ashen after swinging the third hammer. Forcing spirit power to operate in a poisoned state would undoubtedly worsen his physical condition. Fueled by anger and unwillingness, Tang San collapsed. Xiao Wu. The match ended, and the audience fell silent. Chapter 139. Cracks. Heartbroken Duguyan after the silence. A commotion erupted. The audience woke from their shock, and anger flared among some of the crowd. Damn it, refund! Do you think you deserve our support? Clearly, the trio of Tang San and Xiao Wu, who had won 24 matches in a row, had already gained a following. On the surface, they supported Tang San and Xiao Wu, but rather, they were profiting from their stable victories to earn spirit coins. As the matches continued, the odds for Tang San and Xiao Wu increased instead of decreased. Although this arena wasn't hosted by the Soto Great Soul Arena, some private betting odds had yielded a decent profit. With Tang San and Xiao Wu's defeat, these gamblers lost a substantial amount of income and capital, and naturally, they began to curse. Of course, the unconscious Tang San and Xiao Wu were unaware of what had happened. Upon learning that Tang San and Xiao Wu were injured, the teachers from Shrek Academy rushed over. Seeing Tang San covered in blood and Xiao Wu's face a mess of blurred flesh and blood, an unnamed fury rose in the hearts of the three teachers. In their view, students from Shrek Academy could provoke others, but if others harmed their students, that was a blatant provocation. Moreover, to be so ruthless in a match, what if they did something worse in private? Duguyan was just about to find Yu Lingling to help treat them when her path was blocked by a short and stout figure. Little girl, you hurt our Shrek Academy people and think you can leave so easily? That's not right. The person was Zhao Wuji, and he was accompanied by the master and Flinder. With his fiery temper, he took the initiative to accuse the other party first, seizing the momentum so that regardless of whether he was right or wrong, he could gain the upper hand. Du Guyan frowned. She wanted to explain something, but seeing the arrogant expressions on their faces, her words turned into, "What kind of Shrek Academy are you that can't take a loss? Didn't you see that my teammate is also injured?" At this moment, they noticed Yu Tianheng lying on the side, already unconscious. Yu Xiaojiang had been focused on his apprentice and had no time to pay attention to the quarrel between Zhao Wuji and Du Guyan. This was one of his prized students. If he got hurt, how would that be acceptable? The students from Shrek Academy also rushed over one by one, and seeing Tang San and Xiao Wu's condition, a fire of anger burned in their hearts. Especially Dai Mubai, Ma Hongjun, and others. Seeing their brother and sister injured like this, their anger surged even more. They surrounded Du Guyan, all looking at her with furious eyes. Surrounded by everyone, Du Guyan looked at the unreasonable faces and laughed in anger. No one had ever dared to treat her like this since she was young. Her grandfather Du Gabo was one of the few titled Dolois in the continent. "What? Do you still want to fight?" Du Guyan looked down on the people from Shrek Academy, mocking, "I heard you all belong to the same academy, yet you can't even match your uniforms. And your teacher is dressed in rags. I wonder what kind of fly-by-night university you are." Flinder, who usually had a good temper, couldn't help it upon hearing this. He spoke out, "Little girl, didn't your elders tell you to be cautious when out and about?" Du Guyan shot back, "I return this statement to you." Seeing Zhao Waoqi cracking his knuckles, looking ready to fight, Du Guyan mocked, "This is the Soto Great Soul Arena. Do you dare to take action on your own?" After a long absence, Qi Ming finally finished handling subsequent matters. When he returned to the lounge and learned that Du Guyan and Yu Tianheng had gone to participate in the 2v2 soul fight, he asked around and rushed over, just in time to see Du Guyan surrounded. When Du Guyan saw her teacher had arrived, she ran over and called out, somewhat aggrieved, "Teacher Qin." However, Qi Ming did not look at Du Guyan. His gaze fell on Flinder and Zhao Waoqi. "Dean Flinder, teacher Zhao Waoqi." Qi Ming's tone was filled with uncontainable excitement. Du Guyan, wait a moment, he said before moving to Flinder and Zhao Waoqi's side. Du Guyan didn't linger. She needed to find Yi Lingling to heal Yu Tianheng. Flinder adjusted his heavy glasses with his hand, and when he recognized a visitor, he was somewhat excited. "Good lad, it's you. How have you been these years?" Qi Ming respectfully bowed to Flinder and Zhao Waoqi, saying, "Thanks to the guidance of several teachers, I am now serving at the Tiando Royal Academy. By the way, what has happened?" As the leader teacher of the Royal Fighting Team, Qi Ming was actually inquiring about the situation. "That's how it is. Your student said we were beggars, that Shrek Academy is garbage." Zhao Waoqi briefly described the situation but added embellishments at the end, omitting their attitude towards Du Guyan. Flinder remained silent, seemingly tacitly approving Zhao Waoqi's actions. It was only then that Qi Ming noticed Tang San and Xiao Wu lying on the ground, as well as his own fainted Yu Tianheng. He hurried over to check Yu Tianheng's condition and found that he had merely passed out, his pulse and heartbeat still normal. Seeing that his student was not seriously injured, Qi Ming then approached his junior Tang San and junior sister Xiao Wu, whose injuries startled him, especially Xiao Wu's face, which could only be described as shocking. Du Guyan quickly went and returned shortly with Yi Lingling. "Lingling, hurry and heal Tianheng," Du Guyan urged. At that moment, Qi Ming spoke up. "Lingling, treat those two first." Seeing Du Guyan's puzzled expression, Qi Ming said sternly, "Du Guyan, why did you use such heavy hands in the arena? Do you know you could have killed someone?" Du Guyan was taken aback, clearly not understanding why Qi Ming would react this way. But she realized that her team leader teacher was clearly acquainted with the others and was now siding with them. A tremendous sense of grievance surged in her heart. She hadn't cried when surrounded by several people earlier, but now she was being scolded by her own teacher. Struggling to hold back her tears, Du Guyan stood there, her eyes downcast, saying nothing. Yi Lingling, feeling helpless, couldn't disobey Qi Ming's orders, so she had to treat Tang San and Xiao Wu first. The pink nine-heart begonia was cradled in Yi Lingling's hands, and a refreshing floral scent invigorated everyone present. Ning Rongrong, standing in an unobtrusive spot, immediately recognized the flower's origin and exclaimed, "Nine-heart begonia." Hearing this, the master, who had been looking down, lifted his stiff face, his thick lips trembling slightly. He knew his disciple was saved. Yi Lingling glanced at Ning Rongrong in surprise, but quickly looked away. Then, the purple soul ring beneath Yi Lingling brightened, accompanied by a faint fragrance. A white light descended from the sky, which looked extremely peculiar, taking the form of flower petals that gently floated down, landing directly on Tang San and Xiao Wu. Upon contact with the petals, Tang San first shuddered, then his complexion visibly reddened. The incredible healing effect allowed the severely injured and unconscious Tang San to recover significantly in a short time. Xiao Wu's facial wounds were also slowly healing. However, both of them still had a considerable amount of Dugu Yan's green scale snake poison remaining in their bodies, especially on Xiao Wu's face, where the healing wounds were continuously corroded by Dugu Yan's poison. If Xiao Wu hadn't already fainted, she might have been screaming in agony by now. Yi Lingling continued to maintain the healing effect of her third soul skill, turning her gaze towards the silent Dugu Yan, her rosy lips opening and closing as if she wanted to say something. Qin Ming noticed this small action of Yi Lingling's and directly asked, "Lingling, is there something on your mind?" Yi Lingling could not hide it. Both of them still have Yanjia's snake poison in them. Yanjia needs to use her martial soul to clear the poison from their bodies. Otherwise, even if I exhaust my soul power, I won't be able to heal them. Seeing that Dugu Yan wasn't moving, Qin Ming frowned and said, "Dugu Yan, didn't you hear?" Before Qin Ming could finish, Dugu Yan lifted her head, her eyes red and swollen, with tears already flowing down her face, and her expression was filled with anger. What is Qin Ming, the team leader teacher, doing? Is he still the leader teacher of the royal fighting team? In Dugu Yan's heart, all of Qin Ming's past teachings evaporated in that moment, and the image of a stern and responsible teacher that Qin Ming had built collapsed completely. But now, Dugu Yan still retained her rationality. She knew she couldn't go against these people, and her only hope for support was now favoring others. And her boyfriend had already fainted. Judging the situation, Dugu Yan soon made the most correct decision. She directly summoned her martial soul, her hands reaching out, and the toxins within Tang San and Xiao Wu's bodies left under her control. After doing all this, Dugu Yan didn't look at Qin Ming's expression and directly left the place. Qin Ming wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. He could only apologize to Flender. "I'm sorry, teacher. This child has a temper due to her family background. Please forgive her." Flender waved his hand generously. "It's all right. It's normal for young people to have tempers." Only the master beside them had a serious expression as he recognized Dugu Yan's martial soul. It was easy to guess Dugu Yan's background. Shaking off this thought, he observed Tang San's injuries and couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the nine-heart begonia, "I've only heard of its miraculous effects in reviving the dead, and seeing it today truly lives up to its reputation." Yi Lingling remained silent in the face of Yu Xiaojiang's praise. "Who is this?" Qin Ming clearly had never met Yu Xiaojiang. Zhao Waoqi introduced, "This is Yu Xiaojiang, who is respected as master in the soul master world, and also the sworn brother of Udine." Qin Ming clasped his hands. "I've long heard of your name." Yu Xiaojiang was indeed well known, which was an undeniable fact, although he was looked down upon by many readers and even by his own clan. After treating Tang San and Xiao Wu, she then treated Yu Tianheng. Yu Tianheng's wounds were instantly healed, and he gradually regained consciousness from his dizziness. Struggling to prop himself up, Yu Tianheng happened to make eye contact with Yu Xiaojiang. "Uncle, uncle." Everyone from Shrek Academy was puzzled, and Yi Lingling wore a similar expression. Yu Xiaojiang's face looked somewhat unnatural, a forced smile appearing on his stiff face, which was indeed unpleasant. "Xiao Hong, long time no see. Uncle, what is this?" Looking at the master, Yu Tianheng suddenly felt a lump in his throat. Although the master had been away from home for many years, he still clearly remembered that when he was a child, this uncle would often hold him and play. Back then, his face wasn't as stiff as it was now. As the eldest son, his father had to study family affairs and practice every day with his grandfather. During his childhood, it was more often this uncle who accompanied him, and for a long time, Yu Tianheng regarded the master before him as a father figure. Yu Xiaojiang put down Tang San and walked over to Yu Tianheng, patting him on the shoulder. "Xiao Hong, you've grown up." "Uncle." Yu Tianheng wanted to say something more, but was quickly interrupted by Yu Xiaojiang. "Xiao Hong, take a good rest." As he spoke, he gave Yu Tianheng a meaningful glance. Yu Tianheng understood that he couldn't expose his uncle's past in front of so many people. Qin Ming said to Yu Tianheng, "Tianheng, go check on Dugu Yan. She's feeling a bit down." "Yanzi?" Yu Tianheng then remembered his girlfriend. He couldn't see her anywhere. Qin Ming described what he knew about her situation to Yu Tianheng, who frowned. "Teacher, I understand. I will talk to Yanzi properly." In the lounge, the other members of the royal fighting team saw Dugu Yan's red eyes as she curled up in her chair, saying nothing. The cold atmosphere made everyone hold their breath, fearing that they might provoke this beautiful snake who was on the verge of an emotional outburst. Creak, the door was pushed open, and the restored Yu Tianheng walked in. Upon seeing Yan's appearance, he chose not to lecture her. He squatted down beside her and gently asked, "Yanzi, are you okay?" Seeing her boyfriend, all the grievances in her heart erupted at that moment. She threw herself into Tianheng's arms and began to express her feelings of injustice. The two completely different accounts left Tianheng unsure of whom to believe. He also felt it was inappropriate to blame Qin Ming. After all, his own injuries weren't severe. Yanzi, actually Teacher Qin, didn't do anything wrong. Not receiving comfort from her boyfriend, Yan pushed Tianheng away and raised her voice. "So you mean it's my fault?" Tianheng forced a smile. He just wanted to hug Yan, but was stopped by her loud reprimand. "Don't come near." Okay. Tianheng pressed his hands down to show he wouldn't approach her. "Yanzi, please don't get worked up." Looking at Tianheng's expression, Yan made a decision that he didn't expect. Tianheng, let me tell you from today on, if the royal fighting team has him, it doesn't have me, and if it has me, it won't have him. If you, as the captain, have made up your mind, then come find me. Otherwise, don't ever come to see me again in this lifetime. After saying this, Yan stormed out. She didn't want to stay there for another moment. Chapter 140. The Heart Barrier of 3 Cuts. Official breakup. Tianheng reached out to stop her, but his lips moved, and in the end, he said nothing. He had always been someone without much opinion. When he was young, his grandfather and father only urged him to practice, helping him become proficient in his soul power operation and soul skills, never caring about his inner growth. Tianheng also had a cousin named Tianxin, whose talent was slightly higher than his. Throughout his life, Tianheng was always overshadowed by Tianxin. In the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, weakness was a sin. Having been suppressed for so long, he never developed the mindset of a strong person. So he chose to escape, to come to the Heavendo Royal Academy to study instead of the affiliated Thunder Academy of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. After arriving at the Heavendo Royal Academy, he seemed to find a sense of strength. It was like there were no old tigers in the mountains, and monkeys became kings. But now, this king seemed to be revealing his true form. He still hadn't changed. He still didn't dare to resist his elders, even when his girlfriend was wronged. Beside him, Seo, Yu Feng, and the Shijiao brothers sat upright, seemingly witnessing a drama that held no benefit for them. Moreover, could the conflict between Yan and their leader, Teacher Qin, be resolved? After chatting with Flander and Zhao Wujia, Qin Ming encouraged his younger students for a bit before leading Yi Lingling back to the lounge. He was also quite startled not to see Yan. "Tianheng, where did Yan go?" Faced with Qin Ming's question, Tianheng struggled internally. Rationally, he knew the royal fighting team shouldn't change captains at this time. But regarding Yan, after a long time, Tianheng sighed. Teacher Qin, Yanzi, may want to quit the royal fighting team. Tianheng didn't dare to contradict his teacher, but he knew Yan's character. Yan was a strong-willed person. She was very stubborn, and once she had set her mind on something, nothing could change her perception. Qin Ming frowned. He always thought the fault lay with Yan for being too harsh. Having made a preconceived judgment, he had lost the most basic sense of fairness. Isn't it just a few scoldings? Does she think she can do whatever she wants just because of her title, Doloa grandfather? As he spoke, Qin Ming's tone rose further. The members of the royal fighting team present were all silent. After calming down, Qin Ming's composed mind allowed him to clarify many things. This royal fighting team was built by him, and now, because of his presence, this newly formed team was at risk of falling apart, something he couldn't accept. Therefore, the most rational course of action was for him to leave. "It seems I won't be able to lead this team well." Exhaling, Qin Ming's tone lowered a few degrees. "After returning to the academy, I will submit my resignation to the 3 committee members and will no longer serve as the leader of the royal fighting team." Tianheng's fears came true, and he hurried to persuade. "No, Teacher Qin, our team can't do without you. I'll talk to Yanzi." But Qin Ming's attitude was very firm. "You are already a team now. This is the most critical period for your team, and no factors can affect the development of your relationships and understanding, not even me." Seeing that Tianheng still wanted to say something, Qin Ming patted him on the shoulder, speaking earnestly. "Tianheng, you are the captain and the most stable one in the team. From now on, you must consider the bigger picture and lead this team to go further in the next Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition and achieve a good ranking." Tianheng lowered his eyes, no longer speaking. Yi Lingling silently stood by, not saying a word. As an observer, she understood who was right and who was wrong in this matter. After all, which teacher would save another student first? Shrek Academy. Tang Sen woke up from his coma, recalling the tragic appearance of Xiao Wu before he lost consciousness, and his heart ached. Xiao Wu. He struggled to sit up, but his weakened body nearly caused him to fall off the bed. Outside, Yu Xiaojiang heard a commotion and hurried inside to support the unsteady Tang San. Tang San, don't move around. Your body needs to rest for a while, Yu Xiaojiang said with concern, warming Tang San's heart slightly. Tang San grasped his master's hand, bloodshot eyes looking up at his teacher. Teacher, Xiao Wu. Yu Xiaojiang patted Tang San's shoulder, comforting him. Xiao Wu is fine. Your opponent's teacher happens to be a graduate of the first class of Shrek Academy. Their team has a healing soul master with a 9-heart sea butterfly martial soul. Under her treatment, both you and Xiao were no longer in serious danger. Hearing about the 9-heart sea butterfly's healing, Tang San felt somewhat relieved. But thinking back to the struggles he faced against the powerful blue lightning tyrant dragon, and recalling his helplessness in front of the poison he once took pride in, and remembering how Xiao Wu was bullied by the enemy while he was powerless. Every painful scene played repeatedly in Tang San's mind, tormenting his spirit. Teacher, I'm too weak. I can't do anything right now. Tang San's sudden drop in mood startled his master. Although he was a rank 29 soul master with a useless martial soul, he understood that soul masters encounter all sorts of special problems during their training. Just like Tang San now, falling into self-doubt and becoming discouraged after a failure could lead to a serious decline, with some even falling from genius to uselessness. How could Yu Xiaojiang not be afraid? The reputation he built over his lifetime and nearly 10 years of effort rested on this precious disciple. What would he do if something happened? I have the Haotian Hammer martial soul, but I have failed to live up to its title as the #1 weapon martial soul on the continent, unable to protect. Seeing Tang San's condition worsening, in a moment of desperation, Yu Xiaojiang pulled back his hand and gave Tang San a hard slap. This slap was delivered with significant force, even carrying the little soul power he could muster. A layer of red quickly appeared on Tang San's dark skin, visibly swelling. Tang San was clearly stunned by this slap, his eyes wide in disbelief as he looked at his teacher. Since he was 6 years old, Tang San had been a disciple of Yu Xiaojiang. In this world, there were only a few people Tang San admired. One was his father Tang Hao, and the other was his teacher Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang had always played the role of a responsible teacher in Tang San's life, teaching him knowledge, guiding his training and soul power techniques. Because he had met Tang Hao so infrequently, Yu Xiaojiang sometimes even played the role of a father in Tang San's life. Such a person, who held both teacher and father identities in Tang San's heart, had never hit him before, let alone delivered a slap that carried an insulting punishment. Seeing Tang San no longer in a daze, but looking at him with innocent confusion, Yu Xiaojiang took a deep breath and sternly said, Tang San, look at you now. Do you still resemble my disciple Yu Xiaojiang? Do you still resemble the son of Hao Yin Dolua Tang Hao? This was just a competition. Have you forgotten what you promised me last time? Yu Xiaojiang was genuinely angry. He hadn't expected Tang San to fall into self-doubt after failing once again. A person who cannot face failure calmly cannot become a true strong person. It was only then that Tang San realized he seemed to have fallen into such a predicament after the Titan giant ape incident. In the original story, he didn't encounter any significant setbacks. His growth trajectory was smooth sailing, even able to turn crises into safety. But now it was different. He had a younger brother with greater talent overshadowing him, and that feeling was unpleasant, just like no one wants to be the eternal second. Tang San knew that this was not normal, very abnormal, but it was also beyond his control. To overcome this predicament, he might need a victory that he deeply desired and recognized to completely resolve this issue. Teacher, I know I was wrong. Tang San's tone was sincere, like a child who had done something wrong. Seeing Tang San like this, Yu Xiaojing couldn't bring himself to say anything harsh. Ah, Tang San, everything about you is good, but you pursue perfection too much. You're already doing well enough, so why do you have to push yourself so hard? It was like this last time, and it's the same this time. You are still young, and your future is very promising. Finally, Yu Xiaojing firmly grasped Tang San's shoulders, shaking him gently to encourage him. Yu Xiaojing looked at Tang San with intense eyes and said seriously, Tang San, you can't keep going on like this. I want to allow you to continue like this. You no longer belong solely to yourself. Your future is also tied to me as your teacher. It was a selfish statement, yet it warmed Tang San's heart. So, I am so important. Yin returned alone to the Tiando Royal Academy. She had locked herself in her apartment for several days, not showing her face. Clearly, it was that dead rabbit who insulted her first, and they were the ones who injured Yu Qianheng. What was wrong with her fighting back? That rabbit's mouth was so sharp. It was already good enough that she didn't tear it apart, but in the end, she was made to suffer by the teacher from the opposing academy. and her own teacher turned around to blame her, while her boyfriend wanted to punish them both. All these grievances piled up. How could anyone not break down? Yin still wanted to maintain her relationship with Yu Tianheng, as long as he could bring the other members of the royal fighting team to drive that Qinming away and then come to find her. They could reconcile as before. But would Yu Tianheng really do that? Yin hadn't been with Yu Tianheng for long, but she thought she understood him somewhat. Although he usually had a strong opinion, he would hesitate when faced with choices. Little did she know, love is not a multiple-choice question, but must-answer question. When Yin had this doubt in her heart, cracks had already begun to appear in their relationship. Knock, knock. Knock. The door was knocked on, and a familiar voice came from outside. Yanzi opened the door. I'm back. Yin felt a bit of secret joy, clearly still holding on to fantasies about her boyfriend. He came to find me again, but she still put on a cold expression as she opened the door. Just as Yu Tianheng was about to enter, Yin blocked him at the door. Her tone was icy as she asked, "Did Qiming leave?" Yu Tianheng frowned slightly, feeling that Yin's temper was indeed not good. Teacher Qiming had already voluntarily resigned for the sake of their team, but Yin still acted on her own, showing no regard for the team's future. Yanzi, Teacher Qiming has already resigned from the education committee. About this, Yin heard the answer she didn't want from Yu Tianheng's words. So she directly interrupted his lecture. Are you saying Qiming left on his own, and you, as the captain, did nothing? Yin crossed her arms and leaned against the door, her eyes narrowed slightly, resembling a snake eyeing its prey. Feeling somewhat uneasy under Yan's gaze, Yu Tianheng finally spoke his mind. Yes, I don't want Teacher Qin to leave our Imperial fighting team. I want him to continue being our team leader. Yanzi, Teacher Qin has done so much for our team. Why can't you temper your temper for the sake of this team? What's wrong with my temper? If you think I have a bad temper, then go find someone else who is better. Yu Tianheng was also a bit angry. What are you saying? This matter is clearly, It seems you think I'm the one at fault here. Yin no longer wanted to continue the conversation with Yu Tianheng. She was very disappointed in this man. Since that's the case, then there's nothing more to discuss. ISN, Ti Qinming leaving the Imperial fighting team for the greater good? And Yu Tianheng, don't want him to leave, right? Since you're both reasonable people who consider the bigger picture, then I, the petty and calculating person, might as well step back. In the future, you don't need to come looking for me for the training of the Imperial fighting team. Whoever wants to be the vice captain can take the position. After saying that, Yin turned around, intending to go back inside. Just as the door was about to close, Yu Tianheng, shocked by Yan's words, came to his senses and hurriedly put his hand against the door to stop it from closing. Yin looked at Yu Tianheng, who appeared awkward, and after a struggle in her heart, made her final decision. Let us put an end to this between us. This sentence directly drained Yu Tianheng of his last bit of strength. Yin easily closed the door. The moment the door shut, tears flowed from Yan's almond-shaped eyes. She hadn't expected that what she had been waiting for these past few days would end like this. At least, it was good to have ended this ridiculous farce early. Chapter 141. In the prince's mansion, in a secret room. The air was thick with intense affection. QianXunji snuggled like a little cat in Tang Yin's arms, her cherry lips slightly parted, panting, with her tender red lips glistening. Xiao Yin, I have something to tell you. QianXunji's tone was very lazy, tinged with a hint of satisfaction. What is it? Tang Yin, still lost in the tenderness, had not yet regained his composure. Just a few days ago, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing had returned to Tiando City after hunting soul beasts. After absorbing a 30,000-year-old dark golden tiger, Zhu Zhuyun became a level 51 soul king. The medicinal power of the Chirong Tongtian chrysanthemum had not been completely absorbed by her, and over the next few months, her soul power should still be able to increase by 1 or 2 levels. During this hunt, Zhu Zhuyun discovered that her first 4 soul skills had undergone fundamental changes. The Yin attribute in her martial soul was gradually being replaced by a more masculine and domineering power, and all her soul skills had leaned towards the direction of a powerful attack-type soul master. This change also shocked Tang Hao, but when he learned that it was Tang Yin who had given Zhu Zhuyun the immortal herb that caused the change, he no longer worried. Instead, he sought a soul beast for her 5th soul ring that was more suited to her attributes. It turned out that Zhu Zhuyun's Yin spirit cat could only be considered a mid to upper quality martial soul, only famous on the continent because of its martial soul fusion skill with the evil white tiger. This could be seen from the fact that the Zhu family had never produced a title de loi. However, after consuming the immortal herb, Zhu Zhuyun's martial soul underwent a qualitative change, and it was more appropriate to call it the Golden Radiant Spirit Cat now. Meanwhile, after Zhu Zhuqing absorbed her 3rd soul ring, She also consumed that water immortal jade bone, and her soul power jumped directly from level 30 to level 38, almost skipping an entire soul emperor stage of cultivation. Her absorption speed was very fast, and by midnight, she had completed the absorption of the immortal herb. Excited in her heart, she secretly sneaked into the room of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun to express her gratitude. At that time, Zhu Zhuyun was already asleep, and Tang Yin, who was about to fall asleep, heard a slight sound. The bold little cat was stealing the big cat's food right in front of the big cat. All Tang Yin felt was a strong thrill. The matter between Tang Yin and Xue Qinghe had not reached Zhu Zhuyun's ears, but Zhu Zhuyun's nightly demands kept him from escaping. He was able to come now because it was still daytime. It's about the matter of the crown princess you mentioned. QianXunji's tone was mournful, with a hint of dissatisfaction. The person you wanted to find has already broken up with Yu Qianheng. Broken up? Tang Yin was somewhat surprised. He had seen Duge Yin with Yu Qianheng not long ago. How did they fall apart in just a few days? Yes, not long ago. The Imperial fighting team went to Soto City to participate in the Team Soul battle, but only a few days later, Duge Yin returned to the academy alone. According to our informants, Duge Yin was in a very low mood at that time. After the Imperial fighting team returned from Soto City, Qin Ming, the team leader, resigned from the teaching committee of the Tiando Royal Academy. After Yu Tianheng sought out Duge Yin, news of her quitting the Imperial fighting team and their breakup spread at the same time. After listening to QianXunji's description, Tang Yin speculated that the Imperial fighting team must have encountered some unpleasantness in Soto City, but he had no way of knowing what exactly happened. However, isn't this just a matter of someone coming to deliver a pillow when you're about to sleep? Since they've already broken up, it's much easier to handle. After all, Tang Yin was not confident about stealing someone from another, and that makes things easier. Tang Yin gently stroked QianXunji's smooth golden hair and began to give her advice. Sister Xue, in a few days, go to the Tiando Royal Academy and coincidentally run into Duge Yin. Just don't be too deliberate. Girls who have just broken up are particularly vigilant. From what I saw of her last time, she seems to be a strong-willed person, while your persona, as Xue Qinghe, is just approachable. You only need to casually show your concern for her, and you'll have succeeded halfway. You don't need to make her fall in love with you. Just make her not resist you. Tang Yin was speaking with great assurance, while QianXunji looked up at him with a strange expression. Aren't you very good at doing this kind of thing? Tang Yin wanted to reply, but his words got stuck in his throat. He awkwardly smiled. Sister Xue, how could that be? Don't you know the people around me very well? QianXunji said impatiently. Who knows if his heartthrob has been fooling around outside while I wasn't paying attention. Maybe he has already accumulated quite a few love debts before this. I really haven't, I swear. When Tang Yin said this, there was an inexplicable sense of guilt. QianXunji no longer pressed Tang Yin. Since she had already chosen him, it was pointless to discuss these things further. The conversation between the two returned to the topic of the crown princess. Duge Yin and Yu Tianheng have been together for quite a while. Maybe they've even had their first kiss and more. Would you mind? QianXunji's question left Tang Yin momentarily speechless. What does it matter to me whether Duge Yin is a virgin or not? Seeing Tang Yin's shocked expression, QianXunji raised her eyebrows and gave him a look, but it was filled with charm. What do you mean by choosing a crown princess for me? In the end, she still has to end up in your bed. Tang Yin. QianXunji's tone suddenly shifted, becoming sorrowful. Maybe on the night of my wedding, you heartless one will make us serve you together. Tang Yin. Although Tang Yin wanted to say he had never thought about it, why did he feel an inexplicable expectation in his heart when listening to Sister Xue describe that scene? Tang Yin felt he was becoming more and more depraved. Where had that innocent boy gone? Sister Xue, actually about this. Tang Yin hesitated for a moment, but decided not to be a hypocrite anymore. He was already entangled with 3 women. Adding one more might just take a few points off his already low personal morals. I'm already like this. How can I care about others? Looking at Tang Yin's embarrassed smile, QianXunji was both angry and amused. She turned over, changed her posture, pinched Tang Yin's face with both hands, and pretended to be gritting her teeth. You little lecher, you really dare to think about it. If you want both me and my wife to serve you, you'd better show your capability. A blatant hint, Tang Yin said seriously. I will not disappoint your highness. Are you trying to die? QianXunji's face turned red. She didn't like being called your highness in this context. Tang Yin chuckled, like a silly, cheerful child. I love Sister Xue the most. QianXunji was a bit angry. Save your sweet talk for your sisters at home. I want to see your real abilities now. Chapter 142. It was already afternoon when Tang Yin came out of the prince's mansion. Feeling refreshed, he stretched lazily and then headed home. This time, QianXunji's displayed her strongest combat power, but in front of Tang Yin's abundant vitality, it seemed so out of place. She exhausted all her strength, and just when she was about to faint, Tang Yin still looked relaxed, reigniting QianXunji's fighting spirit, which had never accepted defeat since childhood. The final outcome was that QianXunji fell asleep from exhaustion. After returning home, just as Tang Yin was about to take a shower, Zhu Zhuqing stealthily approached from behind him. Zhu Zhuqing's small hands wrapped around Tang Yin's waist, burying her head in his back and gently inhaling. Tang Yin immediately sensed something was off, but it was already too late. Zhu Zhuqing, like she had discovered a new continent, excitedly exclaimed, "Brother-in-law, you smell like another woman. You." Before she could finish her sentence, Tang Yin hurriedly covered her mouth with his hand. Cautiously looking around, not seeing Zhu Zhiyun's figure, he whispered, "Zhuqing, where's your sister?" Seeing Tang Yin being so cautious, Zhu Zhuqing felt very happy. She had finally caught hold of Tang Yin's little secret and could now easily manipulate him. Remembering how Tang Yin helped her sister, Zhu Zhuqing silently vowed to also make Tang Yin help her. Before she could envision a beautiful future, she received a sudden knock on the head. "Zhuqing, I'm asking you a question." Tang Yin had already released his hand, covering Zhu Zhuqing's mouth. Realizing this little sister was good, but often lost in thought. Zhu Zhuqing held her head, subconsciously answering Tang Yin's question. Sister went out. She said she was going to make us something delicious. Hearing that Zhu Zhuyin wasn't home, Tang Yin breathed a sigh of relief, resembling a husband who had been cheating, afraid to face his wife upon returning home. Wait, what am I afraid of? Tang Yin understood Zhu Zhuyin well. How could he not know she didn't care how many women he had? This fear was just Tang Yin's subconscious desire to avoid making Zhu Zhuyin sad. Zhu Zhuqing also came to her senses. Wait, shouldn't I be the one manipulating my brother-in-law now? Why am I still? Zhu Zhuqing immediately put on a serious face and sternly said, "Tang Yin, how can you find other women behind my sister's back? She would be so heartbroken." Tang Yin. If others said that, it would be fine, but you, a little mischievous cat who is cheating with your brother-in-law, still have the nerve to say that to me? Tang Yin didn't indulge this little cat, directly pulling her petite body into his embrace, her astonishing softness enveloping him, accompanied by a unique fragrance. Zhu Zhuqing clearly didn't expect Tang Yin to make such a move. Her feigned cold expression couldn't hold for even a second. Her fair cheeks flushed with 2 patches of crimson, and her voice trembled, not from nervousness, but a bit of excitement. "Sister, brother-in-law, what are you doing?" After tidying up the little cat, Tang Yin went to take a shower. The battle with Zhu Zhuqing wouldn't take long. Of course, it wasn't that Tang Yin couldn't do it, but dealing with Zhu Zhuqing only required a kiss to leave her confused about her surroundings. While Tang Yin was still in the shower, a gentle knock on the door roused the dazed Zhu Zhuqing. "Who is it? Who's there?" She was lazily lying on the sofa, her clothes a bit disheveled, with a few strands of black hair falling over her face. "Zhuqing, open the door." The familiar voice made Zhu Zhuqing jump, and she quickly woke up, hurriedly adjusting her clothes and checking several times to ensure she had no flaws before opening the door. "Sister, you're back." Zhu Zhuqing greeted Zhu Zhiyun's return with a smile and thoughtfully took the things from Zhu Zhiyun's hands. Zhu Zhiyun didn't notice anything unusual about Zhu Zhuqing at the moment and walked into the room with a smile. When she reached the side of the sofa, she exclaimed, "Why is there a water stain here?" Just as Zhu Zhiyun was about to squat down to wipe the floor, Zhu Zhuqing at the door suddenly called out, drawing Zhu Zhiyun's attention. Sister, you should go rest. It might have been spilled when I was drinking water earlier." Zhu Zhiyun didn't think much of it and asked, "Is Xiaoying back?" Brother-in-law is taking a shower." Zhu Zhuqing answered while cleaning up the water stain. Zhu Zhuqing felt very nervous, afraid Zhu Zhiyun would discover something, yet she was also very excited, as if afflicted by a peculiar obsession. At this moment, Tang Yin was drying his hair and happened to see Zhu Zhiyun returning. The time spent together among the three was warm and leisurely, and Zhu Zhiyun hoped that such days could last forever. The joys and sorrows of people do not resonate. Just after a breakup, Dugian stepped out of her apartment. Other than looking a bit haggard, she hadn't changed much. She had been stuck at level 40 for some time, as this incident had delayed her quite a bit. This time, Dugian was going to find her grandfather, Dugu Bo, to obtain her 4th spirit ring. Dugu Bo had moved into Heaven Do City recently, where he already had his own residence. However, before this, due to the snake venom in his body, he had to live close to the Eye of Ice and Fire. Arriving at Dugu Bo's courtyard, Dugian saw him tending to flowers and plants. To pass the time, Dugu Bo had also transplanted some herbs into this courtyard. Although the environment here was nowhere near the eye of ice and fire, under Dugu Bo's careful care, some plants were thriving, albeit not perfectly. Seeing his granddaughter arrive, Dugu Bo smiled and greeted her. Yin Yin, how come you have time to come here? Isn't your Imperial fighting team training right now? Upon seeing Dugu Yan's expression, Dugu Bo's smile froze. Yin Yin, what's wrong? Dugu Bo's tone became cautious and somewhat urgent. Did that brat you, Tianheng, bully you? Tell Grandpa. Even if his grandpa is stronger than me, Dugu Bo, will fight for your justice with all my might. Grandpa, don't mention him. It's over between us, and I've withdrawn from the Imperial fighting team. There won't be any more training in the future. Dugu Yan's tone was cold, devoid of any emotion. Dugu Bo fell silent for a moment. If Yin Yin is unhappy, then it's better to separate. It's hard to find a three-legged frog, but a two-legged man won't be hard to find. What is you Tianheng anyway? He doesn't even compare to a single hair of that Tang Yin. Chapter 143. The dismissive manager, QianXunji's Dugu Yan, stood there silently. When her grandfather mentioned Tang Yin, the scene from that day flashed before her eyes. Yeah, it's strange lately. That kid Tang Yin clearly has such a beautiful girlfriend. Why are there still rumors about him being with the crown prince? Dugu Bo was puzzled by this matter. At this moment, Dugu Yan had little interest in such things and directly stated her purpose. Grandpa, I need to absorb a soul ring. After consuming the 8-petal immortal orchid, Dugu Yan broke through to level 40. But for the sake of the Imperial fighting team's soul skills training, she chose not to absorb a soul ring. The rules of the soul skills arena were clear. As long as there was one soul master in the team would automatically be promoted to a soul master team. But now it was no longer needed. All right, Yin Yin, it's about time for you to break through, Dugu Bo said, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. I've already picked out a soul ring for you, ready for you to absorb at any time. Dugu Bo was very attentive to this granddaughter, having begun preparing her soul ring when she broke through to level 40. They could set off immediately without wasting any of Dugu Yan's time. 2 days later, after absorbing a 5,000-year-old demon spider, Dugu Yan successfully became a soul master. As her soul power level increased, her appearance and figure became even more alluring. She bid farewell to her grandfather and returned to the academy. Just as Dugu Yan was walking down the road with her head down, her eyes slightly lost in thought, she suddenly saw a figure blocking her path. At that moment, she didn't have time to brake and bumped right into that person's embrace. When Dugu Yan came to her senses, a concerned voice came from her. Miss, are you all right? The tone was gentle, like the spring sun or the cool breeze of early autumn. Dugu Yan looked up and met a pair of golden eyes. Though the eyes were bright gold, they lacked any sharpness, instead being calm like water, soothing her already low spirits. Dugu Yan, who had just gone through a breakup, found herself liking this gaze despite her panic as she pushed him away. No, it should be her. QianXunji, disguised as Shueqinghe, was not annoyed by Dugu Yan's action. Instead, she apologized. I was rude just now. I had something on my mind and was abrupt with the lady. Faced with such a polite man, Dugu Yan didn't act willfully. Instead, she said, I should be the one to apologize. After sizing up Shueqinghe, Dugu Yan found that although this man was slender, he had an elegant demeanor, clearly a noble young man, especially his face, which looked much more pleasant than Yu Qianheng's. Dugu Yan liked Yu Qianheng for his strength, but as for his appearance, the Wind Master in the Imperial fighting team was much better looking. As for his identity as a member of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, Dugu Yan looked down on it. Her strength had recently surpassed Yu Qianheng's, and her basis for liking him was no longer solid. Looking at your attire, you shouldn't be a student from the academy, right? Shueqinghe was wearing a very ordinary noble outfit, making it impossible for Dugu Yan to discern his true identity. I'm just here to take a look at the academy. Not a student of the Tiando Royal Academy, Shueqinghe replied. An elderly voice came from behind, and the two conversing turned around simultaneously. Your Highness, you didn't inform me when you arrived. The newcomer was a middle-aged man, quite thin and appearing to have little flesh on his body. His voice had a slightly shifty tone, but was not unpleasant, giving a friendly impression. With white hair and beard, though he was thin, he was exceptionally spirited, with a rosy complexion. He was the head of the Tiando Royal Academy's teaching committee, QianXunji, a title d'or with a martial soul black demon. An 86th level control system, soul, Dolaw. Senior Meng, I just came to take a look. Nothing urgent to disturb you. QianXunji replied humbly in front of the crown prince. In the eyes of the Tiando Empire's upper echelons, he, and by Baoshan and Jilin, had already been labeled as part of the crown prince's faction. Haha, your highness. Your words are too flattering. Qianxunji had come to the academy privately this time. Tang Yin had told her to come to the Tiando Royal Academy to chance upon Duge Yin and see if any sparks could fly. Coincidentally, she had free time today. So, she came to the academy. And just right, she ran into Duge Yin, who had just returned. Meng Xinji recognized Duge Yin and could only express regret for her leaving the Imperial fighting team. After all, her grandfather was a title de law, capable of taking on 10 soul Duos like him. Meng Xinji's gaze lingered on Duge Yin for a moment, and he couldn't help but brighten up. Duge Yin, you've broken through to Soul Master. Duge Yin saluted Meng Xinji respectfully. Yes, Senior Meng, I just broke through to level 40. You are impressive, very impressive. You are the fastest student in the history of our Tiando Royal Academy to break through to level 40. I am proud of you. At this time, Duge Yin was already 19 years old, yet she was still the fastest student in the Tiando Royal Academy, highlighting the poor quality of its student body. I know my request is a bit rude, but I still hope you can return to the Imperial fighting team. Meng Xinji decided to persuade Duge Yin. I understand a bit about the conflict between you and Qin Ming. His description is biased, and he favored outsiders in handling matters. This is his dereliction of duty. Resigning was his best choice. Your strength can fully support the Imperial fighting team now. It's not impossible for you to become the captain. Duge Yin shook her head. I'm sorry, Senior Ming, but I believe my departure is the best choice. The rift between her and Yu Qianheng had not yet reached the ears of this committee member. Qian Rinxue observed Duge Yin quietly from the side, feeling somewhat helpless towards this heartbroken girl. During their earlier conversation, Qian Rinxue could clearly sense her ambiguous attitude towards her. Damn little Yin, aren't you making things difficult for me? Before meeting Tang Yin, Qian Rinxue had never even been in a relationship, let alone chase after a girl who had just gone through a breakup. Hearing the conversation between Meng Xinji and Duge Yin, Qian Rinxue came up with an idea. She smiled at Meng Xinji and said, since Miss Duge Yin doesn't want to join the team, we shouldn't force her. However, Qian Rinxue changed her tone, and I have a good option here, which will still allow Miss Duge Yin to participate in the upcoming elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. This way, it won't delay Miss Duge Yin's talent. Qian Rinxue's words immediately attracted the curious gazes of Duge Yin and Meng Xinji. Chapter 144. Headaches for Tang Yin. The upcoming journey of Shrek Academy. Meng Xinji's first reaction was the second team of the Tiando Royal Academy. But thinking about the few misfits on the second team, Meng Xinji helplessly shook his head. With the quality of that second team, wouldn't it just waste people's time? Qian Rinxue didn't keep them guessing. I have a friend who is studying at a high-level Soul Master Academy in Tiando City. Why not transfer there and participate in this elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent under their academy's name? Before Duge Yin could speak, Meng Xinji hurriedly said, No, Your Highness. It's hard to come by a genius like this in the academy. How can we just give her away? Qian Rinxue wasn't a true princess. What did the honor of the Tiando Royal Academy have to do with her? What if someone questioned her loyalty? Please, isn't the Lamba Academy also part of the Tiando Empire? Aren't the students in Lamba Academy citizens of the Tiando Empire? Qian Rinxue said, Senior Meng, you cannot delay someone else's future for the sake of the academy. Meng Xinji wanted to say something, but Qian Rinxue's words put him in a difficult position. Indeed, publicly, he had no authority to contradict the decision of the princess, and privately, his integrity wouldn't allow him to delay someone else's future for the sake of an honor that was so intangible. Duge Yin didn't rush to agree, but first inquired about Qian Rinxue's identity. Who are you? Having spent some time together, she still didn't know this person's identity and couldn't just agree without understanding. Though Qian Rinxue's tone was polite, it left no room for negotiation. Duge Yin didn't hesitate. All right, I'll go to Lamba Academy. Qian Rinxue knew about Tang Yin treating Duge Yin's injuries, but what surprised her was Duge Yin's attitude towards Tang Yin. Duge Yin nodded. He is my savior. Seeing the situation settled, Qian Rinxue prepared to leave. All right, it's decided. After learning the identity of the person in front of her, Duge Yin didn't show any surprise. Seeing Qian Rinxue leave, Duge Yin also prepared to return to her apartment to pack her things. She said to Meng Xinji, Senior Meng, please help Duge Yin with the transfer procedures. Her response was very straightforward. Perhaps leaving this place would allow her to return to the normal life she wanted faster. But that's fine. Duge Bo had already told Duge Yin about that day's events. After learning about the fatal flaw in her martial soul, Tang Yin, who treated her, became her savior. As for herself, that was of course to wait for her male companion to come and serve her. Qian Rinxue chuckled inwardly. Let that little guy Tang Yin deal with the matters between the sisters and that little snake. The friend you mentioned is the princess's friend. Combined with the rumor her grandfather had casually informed her about, a figure immediately appeared in Yan's mind. Yan thought this was not something her grandfather imposed on her, but something Yan determined herself. His name is Tang Yin. You should know him too. Seeing that things had been settled, QianXunji replied, "It's my duty." QianXunji smiled and replied, "I'm the princess of the Tiando Empire, Shuqinghe." A Chu Tang Yin, who was cultivating, suddenly sneezed, unaware of what was about to come his way. Just around the corner of the corridor, Yin saw a familiar figure in front of her apartment door. At this moment, Yu Qianheng looked haggard after hearing Yan's breakup words that day. He had been stunned at the door for a long time, ultimately choosing to leave. After a night of heavy drinking, he still couldn't accept the fact that Yan had broken up with him. Of course, he didn't think he was wrong, but he still wanted to salvage this relationship. He waited in front of Yan's door for a full 3 days. A weak smile appeared on his stiff face. "Yinzi, you're back." A slight pang of heartache flashed through Yan's heart, but it was only a slight pang. Yu Qianheng's hesitation had already made their future together impossible. Yan's voice was cold, carrying a distant indifference. "What are you doing here?" Yu Qianheng pleaded. "Yinzi, I was wrong. Let's not break up, okay?" Hee. Yan looked at Yu Qianheng with a playful expression. "Then tell me, where did you go wrong?" I shouldn't have stood on your side." Yu Qianheng hesitated for a long time before saying this. Yan, who had long lost confidence in Yu Qianheng, didn't want to say more. It's already in the past. Save these words for your future wife. Yan pushed Yu Qianheng, who was blocking the door, aside and walked into the room to start packing her things. Just as Yu Qianheng was about to ask about Yan's actions, he heard her voice. "Do you still want to barge into my room?" The angry tone made Yu Qianheng's foot, which was about to step into the room, retract. Yan didn't have many things. After putting the essentials into her storage soul guide, she came back to the door. "You can stay here as long as you want." With that, Yan turned and left. She felt something pulling at her, and when she turned around, it was Yu Qianheng's hand grabbing the corner of her clothes. "Yinzi, why are you so heartless? Is our relationship really that fragile?" Yu Qianheng's tone had turned choked. Recalling the time they spent together, Yan ultimately decided to part on good terms. "Yu Qianheng, I like someone strong and opinionated. I once thought you were that person." Having clarified her point, Yan remained silent, believing Yu Qianheng could still understand this. Yu Qianheng's hand gradually loosened and then fell weakly to the ground. Seeing the release from behind her, Yan directly took a step forward, disappearing around the corner. It was at this moment that she completely let go of this relationship. If at this time, Yu Qianheng could stand up and bravely shout to Yan's back, "Yinzi, I will prove to you that I am a powerful soul master, and I can control everything about myself," perhaps there would still be a glimmer of hope between them. But his current demeanor was saying, "Yinzi, how can I live without you, Yinzi?" With things having come to this, the two were like strangers. As Yan was about to join Lamba Academy. On the other side, Shrek Academy made a very important decision. Under the persuasion of a master, Flander ultimately decided to give up the Shrek Academy he had managed for more than 20 years. For the future of the 6 talented young men and women at Shrek Academy was about to merge with the Tiando Royal Academy. And at this time, the students of Shrek Academy would also become students of the Tiando Royal Academy. Chapter 145. Captain Tang Yin in a rural area on the outskirts of Soto City. Flander stood in front of a dilapidated wooden gate, silent for a long time. The gate post, weathered by countless years of wind and rain, is covered in moss and deep cracks. At the very top of the gate post hangs a plaque with the 5 crooked characters that read Shrek Academy. The bold words reflect the Academy's ambitious beginnings, the reluctance of students upon graduation, and the struggles of insufficient funding. With scenes from the past 20 years replaying endlessly in Flander's mind, each frame vivid and unforgettable. How many 20-year periods does one have in life? Even if one were to cultivate to the level of a soul-fighting master, it would only amount to 150 years. It's no wonder Flander feels so emotional, for today marks the day they leave Shrek Academy. A broad hand rested on Flander's shoulder, pulling him out of his memories. Turning around, he saw that it was the master. The master's face still bore no expression, but his tone was much gentler, lacking the usual rigidity. "Flander, I know you feel reluctant, but this is all for the children's good." Flander patted the hand that Yu Xiaojing had placed on his shoulder and shook his head. "I understand. The current Shrek Academy can't even gather 7 people. We don't even qualify for the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies. Continuing this way is meaningless. Don't worry. Once we get to the Tiando Royal Academy, with our teaching abilities combined with the abundant resources of the Tiando Royal Academy, We will definitely be able to cultivate these 6 little monsters into talents. If it weren't for Xiao Wu and Tang, San being injured by the lone goose of the Imperial fighting team, Shrek Academy would have already gone to the Tiando Royal Academy with Qin Ming. Today, Tang Yin, who was training in the academy, was called to the principal's office. Lu Erlong raised her hand, signaling for Tang Yin to sit in the chair opposite her. At this moment, the leading teacher was full of confidence. Lu Erlong placed the potted plant she had just arranged aside, and, upon seeing it was Tang Yin, her mouth revealed a gentle smile. Tang Yin, you're here. Please, take a seat. Under the guidance of the leading teacher, the 6 members of Shrek Academy had now formed a team. But this team still had a fatal flaw. There was no control-type Soul Master. The time for gathering was drawing near, and the 6 students led by Dai Mubai and the teachers led by Zhao Wujia had all arrived. After Tang Yin entered the office, he only briefly scanned Lu Erlong before looking away. After the last chance encounter with Qin Ming, Yu Xiaojiang proposed the idea of merging Shrek Academy with the Tiando Royal Academy. Qin Ming was very pleased to learn about the current strength of the 6 members of Shrek Academy and said he would take care of it. Principal, you called for me? Tang Yin first slightly bowed to Lu Erlong before asking. However, under the weighing of pros and cons by the leading teacher, his beloved disciple Tang San had once again become a control-type Soul Master. To be precise, he should be considered a strong attack-type Soul Master that controls the battlefield with power. In the principal's office, Lu Erlong wore a black low-cut long dress, accentuating her full bosom and slender waist. Her long black hair was tied up with a green headscarf, and a few strands of smooth hair fell on her forehead, resembling an intellectual noblewoman. Thus, the grand team set off towards Tiando City. What awaited them? This was also a method of no choice, as there was no control-type Soul Master among their team. Looking at the sizable team before him, Flander took a deep breath and issued his last command as the principal of Shrek Academy. Let us go. After Tang Yin sat down, Lu Erlong picked up the teacup in front of her and began to brew tea. The reason I called you here is to discuss the upcoming elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies. I wonder if you, Tang Yin, are interested in participating? With Tang Yin's extraordinary talent, any academy he joined would likely be in contention for the championship of this tournament. This was also why Lu Erlong valued Tang Yin so much. Watching Lu Erlong skillfully brew tea, Tang Yin smiled and replied, the elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies is a coveted event for all young Soul Masters. I joined the academy to obtain a qualification to participate and witness the prowess of my peers through this competition. Tang Yin's response was half true and half false. He indeed wanted to participate in the elite competition, but not to witness the prowess of his peers. As for his initial purpose, the best self-protection for a person is to choose to forget. Tang Yin no longer wanted to recall those painful memories. Her figure had gradually become blurred. Moreover, he was already with her sister, so no matter how one looked at it, he should let go. You're quite humble. Lu Erlong pushed the brewed tea in front of Tang Yin, and she took a sip from her own cup. The slight bitterness of the fragrant tea went down her throat, leaving a hint of sweetness in the aftertaste, and a satisfied expression appeared on the beautiful woman's face. Your talent is the most top tier I have ever seen in my life, bar none. The talents of the world's heroes are merely frogs in a well looking up at the sky before you. Every compliment from Lu Erlong was heartfelt. After talking for so long, Tang Yin still hadn't figured out the character of this principal. From the conversation alone, she seemed to be a graceful and composed woman. However, Tang Yin could faintly sense a deeply hidden aura about her. It seemed to have been buried for too long by time, making it hard for Tang Yin to see clearly. This time, I have decided to entrust the entire matter of the Blue Tyrant Academy Elite Competition to you, including selecting people, training, tactics. Despite making such a decision, Lu Erlong's tone remained calm, as if she were discussing something very ordinary. Tang Yin was only slightly surprised. He knew that Lu Erlong wanted to keep herself at the Blue Tyrant Academy through delegating authority. Although this principal usually lived in a small wooden house in the academy forest and did not take care of the academy's trivial matters, she would still personally make decisions on major events like this. Tang Yin drank the tea in his cup in one go and assured Lu Erlong, I will not disappoint your expectations. And this year's championship of the elite competition of the continent's Advanced Soul Master Academies will belong to Blue Tyrant. What appeared to others as an extremely arrogant statement came out of Tang Yin's mouth as simply as drinking water. Lu Erlong was not surprised by Tang Yin's tone. Then I'll wait for your good news. She saw the youthful vigor that belonged to him in this young man. Thinking of her beloved Yu Xiaojiang, Lu Erlong felt a pang in her heart. 20 years have passed. Xiaojiang, where are you? How much longer will you hide from me? Chapter 146. The construction of the team and the unexpected person. After leaving Liu Erlong's office, Tang Yin began to prepare for the establishment of the battle team. This did not require him to spend too much thought. First of all, with Tang Yin's current soul power of level 54 and his ability to fight beyond his level, he was confident he could take down any team participating in the competition. But people still needed to be chosen. Tang Yin couldn't just step onto the field for every match. That would be too boring. A battle team requires 7 members. And excluding Tang Yin and his sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, there are 4 official spots left. He would give 1 spot to Tai Long and let him fill the remaining vacancies. While pondering, Tang Yin arrived at the mimicry training forest of Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun. After taking the herb, it seemed that the compatibility of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's cultivation had improved, especially after Zhu Zhuyun's martial soul mutation. Her martial soul's yang seemed to have a tendency to blend with the yin of Zhu Zhuqing's nether spirit cat. Having been influenced since childhood, they naturally understood what this meant: martial soul fusion skill. This time, the two summarized all their previous lessons and began their 11th attempt. Tang Yin was afraid of disturbing their cultivation, so he chose not to barge in directly or call out to them. If they were interrupted at a critical moment in their training, it would be a significant loss for a small gain. This was already their 11th attempt at fusion. The martial soul fusion skill is not simply 1 + 1 = 2. Even 2 identical martial souls may not possess a fusion skill because it requires complementarity and perfect pairing. When a martial soul fusion skill manifests, its power reflects not just the levels of the 2 soul masters, but an existence that transcends. In the simulated cultivation forest, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were embraced together. When their heartbeats, pulses, and breaths were all at the same frequency, the fusion of their martial souls had already been completed. Sister, we did it. Their breaths were intertwining, about to merge into one. However, with the ice and fire 2-form pill taken by Tang Yin, he might be able to help them neutralize their powers and complete the martial soul fusion more quickly. In recent days, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing had been exploring the possibility of their martial soul fusion skill. Zhu Zhuqing's fullness pressed against Zhu Zhuyun's abdomen, while Zhu Zhuqing's head was completely enveloped by Zhu Zhuyun's softness. As Zhu Zhuyun gently exerted force, Zhu Zhuqing's little face flushed, feeling like she was almost out of breath. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was filled with disbelief and unparalleled excitement. In the previous 10 attempts, they had failed for various reasons. Feeling each other's martial soul, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing opened their eyes simultaneously and saw a hint of joy in each other's eyes. The requirements for martial soul fusion skills are extremely strict, making them a rare existence on the continent. As time ticked by, the martial soul fusion reached its most critical step, 2 energies merging into one. However, both of them had their eyes slightly closed, and the dazzling golden light from Zhu Zhuyun intertwined with the dark purple light from Zhu Zhuqing, creating a dreamlike glow that was mesmerizing. It was indeed the right choice for Tang Yin not to disturb them, or else Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing would have to wait for their 12th attempt. Zhu Zhuyun was slightly taller than Zhu Zhuqing, which made their embracing posture somewhat ambiguous. She had never imagined that one day she could have a martial soul fusion skill with her sister. We did it. Zhu Zhuyun gently stroked her excited sister's head, feeling equally joyous inside. I should be a bit stronger now, and I have the right to continue standing by Xiao Yin's side. Tang Yin arrived in front of Tai Long's classroom again. Tai Long, who had been skipping class every day out of fear that Tang Yin wouldn't find him if he had something to discuss, was forced to attend class daily. Just as Tang Yin arrived, Tai Long was dozing off, woken up by a reminder from his little brother beside him. Tai Long immediately snapped awake and rushed out to greet Tang Yin. Big brother Tai Long, Tang Yin called out. Tai Long scratched his head, still feeling a bit shy about accepting the title Tang Yin had given him after so many days. Xiao Yin, what can I do for you? In Tai Long's memory, Tang Yin had never come to find him proactively. Big brother Tai Long, I'm here to ask for your help with something, Tang Yin said. Director Liu Erlong asked me to form a team for the elite competition. Besides you, I'm short 3 people, and I don't know many people. Could I trouble you to help me? Tai Long thought it was something important, but upon hearing that it was about finding team members for Tang Yin's squad, he was immediately overjoyed. He knew the talent of this young master from his family. When they first met, this young master was only at the soul master level. And now, not long after, he was already a soul king. Such a terrifying cultivation speed and abnormal soul power level. Wasn't this just finding a few ornaments for the team? For Tai Long, this was a free honor. Leave it to me. Tai Long patted his chest and promised Tang Yin that he would select the best students from the Blue Tyrant Academy, although they were just looking for ornaments. He couldn't choose someone like his little brother, or else it would upset Tang Yin, which would be undesirable. If Tang Yin was unhappy, his grandfather would be unhappy. If his grandfather was unhappy, he and his father would be unhappy. And if his father was unhappy, he would be unhappy too. Since he could do it well, why make himself unhappy? Tai Long worked quickly and soon selected the remaining 3 team members for Tang Yin. They were also substitute members from the original works Shrek Academy, Jiang Zhu, Jing Ling, and Huang Yuan. With the number of team members sufficient, Tang Yin prepared the list and was about to submit it when Lu Erlong informed him of another piece of news. Tang Yin, I have some good news to tell you. As Tang Yin walked into the office, he was somewhat puzzled, not knowing what good news he had. Lu Erlong didn't keep him in suspense and directly stated, "We just received news that a student from the Tiando Royal Academy is about to transfer to our academy, and she hopes to join our team for the elite competition." Tiando Royal Academy? Transferring? Tang Yin was even more puzzled. In his impression, apart from a few people from the Royal Fighting Team, were there any other students from Tiando Royal Academy who were worth mentioning? Her name is Du Guyan, and her martial soul is the green scale snake. She has quite good strength and is a level 41 control system soul master. The familiar name surprised Tang Yin a bit. He remained calm and said, "Just right. Our team lacks a control system soul master, and her joining will surely take us further." However, a bigger question arose in Tang Yin's heart. Why would Du Guyan suddenly come to the Blue Tyrant Academy? What was happening with Sister Shui? Chapter 147. Lu Erlong's bold idea. Tang Yin still didn't know that QianXunji's had already become the hands-off manager, kicking the task of courting Du Guyan back to him. Seeing Tang Yin agree, Lu Erlong nodded. She slightly parted her red lips, her voice carrying a hint of hoarseness. But it was not unpleasant. Instead, it added a richness that came with the passage of time. "I said I wouldn't interfere with your formation of the team, but I still misspoke." Tang Yin submitted the list he had already prepared with a smile, saying, "The director is also considering the academy, and moreover, Du Guyan, who is about to join the Blue Tyrant Academy, is not weak." Lu Erlong took the list Tang Yin handed over, leaned back in her chair, and reviewed the team members Tang Yin had selected. In fact, Tang Yin didn't even need to go through this reporting step. But since Lu Erlong had given him such great power, he had to reciprocate and show maximum respect to Lu Erlong. When she saw the first line of content, Lu Erlong's beautiful eyes widened, her black pupils constricting, clearly shocked. Tang Yin's gaze lingered on Lu Erlong, and the beautiful scene of her suddenly standing up was something he had only seen on Zhu Yunjie before. However, being a gentleman, he only stole a glance. Fortunately, Lu Erlong's attention was not on Tang Yin. Her breathing was a bit rapid at this moment, and she was trying hard to suppress her emotions while speaking. "Your soul power is level 54 now?" The first line on the paper was clearly Tang Yin's information. Then there was Zhu Zhuqing. That same strange surge in soul power made Lu Erlong suspect. Tang Yin, did he perhaps obtain some kind of fortuitous encounter? This thought was unavoidable for Lu Erlong. The explosive speed of one person's cultivation might be coincidental, but what about 2 or 3 people? This could only prove that Tang Yin had acquired some exceptional treasure that allowed for such a surge in soul power. Lu Erlong took a few deep breaths, constantly reminding herself, "I am the dean. I must be composed. Is it getting faster?" Name, Tang Yin, martial soul, wooden spear, soul power, level 54. Her first thought was that she had to obtain this treasure from Tang Yin, no matter what, to give it to Xiaogang, so he could break through his talent limitations. To put another way, 10 Xiaogangs wouldn't measure up to 1 Tang Yin. Now, Tang Yin's team had a perfect combination of strong attack, agility attack, control, and support, plus Tang Yin, who was almost an all-purpose stabilizer. Apart from not having undergone team coordination yet, it was already a perfect team. Picking up the pen on the table, Lu Erlong added Du Guyan's information at the end. Of course, at this moment, in Lu Erlong's heart, 10 Tang Yins couldn't compare to even a single hair of her Xiaogang. Tang Yin had nothing to explain. He wouldn't tell Lu Erlong about the celestial herb. "These days, my soul power has been breaking through a bit faster." Lu Erlong felt offended. Lu Erlong's gaze continued downward, and when it reached Talon, it became normal again. Talon, Jiang Zhu, Jingling, and Huang Yuan were all top students of the Blue Tyrant Academy, and their selection into the team was not unexpected for Lu Erlong. "You call this getting faster? Then the cultivation speed of everyone else in the world is like a snail crawling." Looking at the preliminary battle team list of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Lu Erlong nodded in satisfaction. Continuing to look down, the second line of Zhu Zhuqing's data once again surprised her. Lu Erlong clearly remembered that when Zhu Zhuqing first enrolled, her soul power was only at level 44. How long had it been? And her soul power had surged by 7 levels. As for whether there were any side effects, please, a genius like Tang Yin not only uses it for himself, but also for those around him. How harmful could it be? Right now, Lu Erlong couldn't directly reveal her thoughts. She blinked her lively eyes at Tang Yin. All right, classmate Tang Yin, I'm aware of the team members. I'll continue to rely on you for training in the future. By the way, Lu Erlong seemed to remember something, opened the drawer, took out a hand token, and handed it to Tang Yin. From now on, you'll be in charge of the academy's first training ground for training. Give this hand token to the teacher responsible for managing the training ground. I've already informed him in advance. Tang Yin accepted the hand token. Thank you, Dean. The student takes his leave. After leaving Lu Erlong's office, Tang Yin's expression became strange. He still couldn't understand why QianXunji wanted Duge Yin to come to the Blue Tyrant Academy. How could she develop feelings with Duge Yin like this? However, the current situation wasn't bad. At least Duge Yin had already severed ties with Yu Tianheng. So there was no longer any entanglement between Dugu Bo and the Blue Electric Tyrant Dragon sect. As Tang Yin passed through the forest of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing were walking hand in hand towards him. Seeing Tang Yin walking with his head down, seemingly deep in thought, Zhu Zhuqing quietly approached him and softly asked, "Brother-in-law, what are you thinking about?" Tang Yin was startled by the sudden voice, but quickly recognized that it was his little glutton Zhu Zhuqing. Tang Yin wouldn't get angry with Zhu Zhuqing. He simply answered her question, nothing much. Tang Yin knew that Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing had just been training, and Zhu Zhuqing should also be nearby at this time. Turning his head, he just happened to see Zhu Zhuqing walking to his other side. Tang Yin naturally wrapped his arm around Zhu Zhuqing's waist, and she did not resist, but instead nestled into his embrace. "Sister Zhuqing, you guys finished training." Zhu Zhuqing rested her head on Tang Yin's shoulder, a satisfied smile on her face. "Xiaoyin, I have good news for you. Zhuqing and I have established martial soul resonance." Tang Yin certainly knew what that meant. "You two have obtained a martial soul fusion skill?" We haven't tested its power yet." Zhu Zhuqing tilted her head, contemplating. She and Zhu Zhuqing didn't use the martial soul fusion skill immediately. They were in the academy's simulated training forest at the time. If the power of the martial soul fusion skill was too astonishing, it would require compensation to the academy for any damage caused there. Seeing that his sister Xing had made progress again, Tang Yin felt happy for her. No need to rush. Anyway, the momentum is set, and the martial soul fusion skill won't run away. Beside them, Zhu Zhuqing saw Tang Yin continually talking to her sister, and the excitement she felt upon seeing Tang Yin and her desire to share her joy seemed to have been doused with a bucket of cold water. Her mood gradually fell, and the light in her eyes dimmed. With her head lowered, she silently followed Tang Yin's side. Suddenly, she felt one of her hands being held by a larger hand, the warmth from the palm reigniting her heart. Zhu Zhuqing looked up and saw the same scene of Tang Yin and her sister nestled together. She hurriedly glanced around, and after confirming that there was no one else, she took a few steps forward. To outsiders, there was still some distance between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. This feeling of secretly holding hands with her brother-in-law in front of her sister was quite nice. And so, the three of them walked together in the direction of home. Chapter 148, Blue Tyrant Battle Team. The next day, Tang Yin didn't go directly to the academy, but instead turned around and went to the prince's mansion. At this moment, QianXunji was disguised as Xue Qinghe, bent over her desk, dealing with daily affairs. When Tang Yin walked into the study, she didn't lift her head, her tone devoid of any emotion. "Oh, what brings you here today?" At this moment, there were only Tang Yin and QianXunji in the study. Even the closest female official to QianXunji left the room after Tang Yin entered, conveniently closing the door behind her and thoughtfully taking away the guards at the door as well. Tang Yin approached QianXunji's side, deliberately bringing his forehead close to hers, which was bowed low. QianXunji could feel Tang Yin's warm breath on her forehead, and the originally snow-white skin instantly flushed with a layer of crimson. "Sister Xue, I missed you." As a seasoned player, Tang Yin wouldn't get straight to the point and say he was there to discuss serious matters with QianXunji. That wouldn't make his sister Xue happy. Tang Yin's sweet words caused a warm flow to run through QianXunji's heart, but she still maintained a calm demeanor. Now is the time to talk about serious matters. Tang Yin didn't take QianXunji's words to heart. He naturally moved to the back of her seat and wrapped his arms around her slender waist. "What's wrong?" Is the helper I found for you not powerful enough? Are you satisfied? QianXunji shot a charming glance at Tang Yin and then continued to lower her head to write something. Tang Yin was still relentless. He directly picked up QianXunji and then sat in her original position, feeling the residual warmth she left behind in her current temperature. With his eyes closed, Tang Yin revealed a hint of satisfaction. If you have something to say, just say it directly. Don't play around with me. Recently, the principal of Lamba Academy asked me to form a battle team to participate in the upcoming elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent. And I am the captain. That's not it, Tang Yin weakly said. It's just that Dugu Yin has come on my side. What are you going to do about your marriage with her? Hey, isn't that your problem, Your Highness? You just formed your team, and now you want to add someone to it. Tang Yin added at the end. QianXunji was speechless. What brings you here today? QianXunji only struggled a little before allowing Tang Yin to do as he pleased. She was not a little girl who panicked at the touch of a man. She also found some enjoyment in Tang Yin's actions. You're supposed to be working. Let go. Tang Yin rested his chin on QianXunji's soft shoulder, curiously observing how she handled her official duties. Oh, Captain Tang is not training his team, but comes to tease the current prince at my prince's mansion. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? QianXunji retorted. The important thing was that QianXunji still looked like Xue Qinghe. The corners of her mouth curled up slightly, like the gentlest breeze in the world, enough to soothe everything. QianXunji understood that Tang Yin came to find her for a reason. You wanted to fulfill your beautiful dream, right? QianXunji raised her hand and pinched one of Tang Yin's ears. Tang Yin let out a few ouch sounds, and QianXunji loosened her grip a bit. To completely tie Dugu Bo to our side, my identity can't be hidden. How could he allow his granddaughter to marry a woman and live a life of widowhood? So dealing with Dugu Yin should be your task, not mine. After seriously analyzing the reasons, QianXunji suddenly leaned close to Tang Yin's ear and said in an extremely charming tone, moreover, if you want to be a couple, you have to let my wife accept you. First, Tang Yin couldn't help but swallow hard at QianXunji's words. Even though it wasn't the first time he heard her say this, just thinking about that scene made him unable to avoid imagining it. Sitting on Tang Yin's lap, QianXunji clearly felt a bit uncomfortable. She rolled her beautiful eyes but actively slid down slowly. By the time Tang Yin left the prince's mansion, it was already noon. As he left, QianXunji held her cheek and watched Tang Yin leave with a face full of resentment. Dugu Yin's enrollment procedures had mostly been completed, and she was currently learning about Lamba Academy's infrastructure under the guidance of her teacher. In fact, this was not the teacher's job. The reason for the teacher's eagerness was that Dugu Yin was brought to Lamba Academy's door by her grandfather. Even if the aura of a title de loi was very restrained, the unique aura of a strong person couldn't be concealed. Dugu Yin was not surprised to learn that she had been selected for Lamba Academy's battle team. Her soul power reported was level 41, which was considered top-tier strength in any academy. Moreover, she had just broken through a level a day ago. The effects of the 8-petal immortal orchid were still in play, and Dugu Yin estimated that the remaining medicinal power was enough for her to break through to level 45. Furthermore, the 8-petal immortal orchid improved her innate talent, making her future training incomparable. However, when she learned that her soul power could only rank 3rd, she became a bit restless. She could understand that Tang Yin ranked above her. After all, he was someone who could unexpectedly use his martial soul to heal himself in front of Qinming. But the fact that there was someone above her made her, who was somewhat competitive, even more dissatisfied. Dugu Yin was not in the mood to listen to the teacher's rambling. She was eager to find out who the stranger stronger than her was. Today was the day of the first assembly of Lamba Academy's battle team. After returning to the academy, Tang Yin asked Talon to notify Huang Yuan and Jing Ling, while he had already reminded Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun when he left in the morning. The gathering place was the training ground for the battle team, Lamba Academy's One training ground. There were many training grounds at Lamba Academy, but the number 1 training ground was a very special existence. It was the only independent building among all the training grounds, while the other training areas were concentrated in the same place. When Tang Yin arrived at the entrance of the number 1 training ground, the other team members were already waiting there. Zhu Zhuyun, Zhu Zhuqing, and Talon were familiar faces. Of course, Tang Yin's gaze fell on the other 3 people. The only unfamiliar girl was naturally Jiang Zhu, who was very pleasant to look at, dressed in Lamba Academy's uniform, with her hands clasped in front of her, serene and gentle. As for the other 2 boys, Tang Yin could only identify them by their appearance and martial soul characteristics. The sharp-looking man should be Huang Yuan, whose martial soul was a lone wolf, the same as the legendary blind god king. What level is that? Using the same martial soul as me. And the somewhat sinister-looking one was naturally Jingling, whose martial soul was a skeleton. Chapter 149. Jiangzhu's odd behavior upon seeing Tang Yin arrive. Everyone surrounded him. Jiangzhu and the others had learned some things about Tang Yin from Talon, although most of it had bragging elements. A soul power of level 50 at under 20 years old was enough to impress everyone present. Tang Yin smiled and greeted these team members. Hello everyone. Nice to meet you. Please take care of me. Jiangzhu tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and smiled. We already know of Tang Yin's reputation. I didn't expect you to be such a young brother on our first meeting. The slightly teasing words directly narrowed the distance between them. Yes. I also didn't expect Tang Yin to be so young. Huang Yuan chimed in. Hee, we are all teammates from now on. Calling each other classmates feels too distant. You're all the same generation as Brother Talon, so just call me Xiaoyin from now on. Jiangzhu blinked her bright eyes and patted Tang Yin's head. Little Yin brother, I'll have to trouble you to take care of me in the future. However, Zhu Zhuyan remained very calm. Since she made her choice, as long as Tang Yin had her in his heart, she could be satisfied. Tang Yin also sensed that Jiangzhu was somewhat off. He hadn't thought about it in terms of martial souls, but simply felt that this older sister seemed to have some contrast. Seeing that her sister had not asserted her claim, Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit restless. Standing to the side, Zhu Zhuqing was gritting her teeth. Watching this detestable woman flirt with her boyfriend right in front of her, no, her sister's boyfriend. She hadn't yet reached the point of thinking of herself as a walking aphrodisiac. We meet again, Duguyan. In fact, Jiangzhu did not intend to seduce Tang Yin. Her usual personality was one of having no desires or needs, and most healing-type soul masters had relatively gentle temperaments. Her martial soul is the healing staff, and Tang Yin's fate can be said to be the highest status among those with the same type of martial soul. The instinct of the martial soul drives Jiangzhu to approach Tang Yin, which is a pursuit of higher life. With her short purple hair and tall stature, Tang Yin recognized who had come at first glance. She wore a cold expression and pulled Tang Yin closer, just enough to separate the two people who were a bit too close. However, as she got closer to Tang Yin, there seemed to be an invisible magic that continuously attracted her to him, almost merging her body with Tang Yin's. If Jiangzhu were replaced by Yi Lingling, the aloof girl would also quickly succumb to Tang Yin's alluring aura. Tang Yin just wanted to create some distance from Jiangzhu, but feeling a pulling force, he naturally stepped back, separating from Jiangzhu. Just as Tang Yin was about to greet everyone to enter the training ground, a familiar figure appeared on the nearby path. Sister Jiangzhu, there's no need to be polite. We should help each other in the future. Du Guyan also saw Tang Yin and quickened her pace to join the group. Tang Yin was slightly taller than Jiangzhu, which made Jiangzhu have to tiptoe to touch Tang Yin's head, her body almost pressed against him. Tang Yin looked at Du Guyan with a complex expression. He felt that it was somewhat inappropriate to toy with the feelings of this girl for his own desires and ambitions. If it were merely for ambition, Tang Yin wouldn't feel any burden, but since it involved his personal feelings, it became more complicated. Du Guyan's face showed no emotion as she said lightly yes. I came here to seek your help. In fact, Du Guyan's heart was not as calm as it appeared on the surface. This was the second time she had met Tang Yin, and it was the first time she observed him so closely. His picturesque features, snow-white long hair, and ethereal temperament were impeccable in every way. More importantly, Tang Yin's strength. Du Guyan had just gone through a failed romance, and she wouldn't start a new relationship in a short time. Otherwise, it would make her feelings seem cheap. There's no such thing as seeking help. Your joining us is like adding wings to a tiger. Tang Yin waved his hand. Every team's core is a control-type soul master, and you're the only control-type soul master in our team. You'll need to control the situation in the future. Tang Yin then introduced Du Guyan to the other team members. Her name is Du Guyan, and she will be our team's control-type soul master from now on. Du Guyan briefly introduced herself to everyone. Jiangzhu also showed great enthusiasm, but lacked the ambiguity that Tang Yin had. Zhu Zhuyan also smiled, and Du Guyan's gaze lingered on her for a long time. This should be the more powerful teammate than me, with the sharpness of a snake. Du Guyan felt a strong sense of oppression from Zhu Zhuyan. Zhu Zhuqing continued to observe Du Guyan with a vigilant gaze. Du Guyan's figure was slightly inferior to Zhu Zhuqing's, but her long, straight legs far surpassed Zhu Zhuqing's, and even Zhu Zhuyan couldn't compare. If those legs wrap around my brother-in-law's waist, wouldn't he immediately surrender? A certain posture of Tang Yin and her sister flashed through Zhu Zhuqing's mind. After Du Guyan got to know everyone, they all walked into the training ground together. The scale and decoration of this training ground may not match the luxury of the Tiando Royal Academy, but its size is still among the best in many advanced academies. At the center is a massive circular arena with a diameter of 100 meters. Tang Yin couldn't recognize the materials used, but the shimmering luster made it look sufficiently sturdy. This arena was also designed according to the specifications of the elite competition of advanced Soul Master academies across the continent, allowing the team members to adapt to the size of the arena in advance and avoid unnecessary mistakes due to unfamiliarity during matches. Tang Yin had already constructed 2 combat systems in his mind. Although there was only one substitute among the 8 members, there were still 2 systems. In fact, with Tang Yin's explosive power surpassing even 1 or 2 realms, he could easily defeat any opponent, but he had other things to accomplish in this competition. Except for some particularly strong teams, he did not plan to take the field. The goal of the Blue Tyrant Academy team during the preliminary rounds was simply to accumulate enough points to qualify for the finals. Moreover, even without him, the Blue Tyrant Academy team still had Zhu Zhuyun, a Soul King, holding the fort. One system would be centered around Du Guyan, using her poison to control the situation. The other would be an extreme explosive strategy, utilizing Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique for high burst damage to eliminate opponents. Both systems needed to undergo cooperative training in the coming days to turn this team into a true unit. Chapter 150. A cuckoo occupying a magpie's nest? While Tang Yin was busy training, the Shrek team had already crossed the entire Ballot Kingdom and the Sylvis Kingdom, spending a total of half a month on the road. Upon arriving in Tiando City, the Shrek members had no time to rest and headed straight to the Tiando Royal Academy under Ning Rongrong's guidance. Tang Sen noticed a significant change in Xiao Wu's emotions after arriving in Tiando City. He saw panic, worry, and fear in her demeanor. Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Tang Sen approached Xiao Wu with concern. He had taken great care of this younger sister. In his eyes, Xiao Wu was on the same level as family, even surpassing them in some ways. After all, they had spent so much time together. Xiao Wu forced a smile. Sangu, I'm fine. It's just that I'm a bit nervous about changing to a new environment. Anyone who dares to hurt Xiao Wu has already chosen the path to death. In fact, Tang San was also unwilling. Once he learned that the person who injured him and Xiao Wu was the captain and vice-captain of the royal fighting team, the impulse for revenge surged within him. Xiao Wu affectionately wrapped her arms around Tang San's, pressing her petite body against him. This time, at the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San had 2 goals. One was to find herbs to refine the unique poisons of the Tang sect. The other was to gather materials to create more powerful Tang sect hidden weapons. Oscar had indeed expressed his admiration for Ning Rongrong, but she had clearly informed him about the rules of the 7-treasure glazed tile school, telling him that her marriage was not something she could decide herself. Another reason was that Tang San felt extremely frustrated about his disastrous defeat in the arena that day. As a member of the Tang sect, he had shown weakness against the commonly seen snake venom from the 5 poisons of the green scale, which was a humiliation that would be etched in his heart. Tang San smiled and comforted her. Don't be afraid, Xiao Wu. Since the Tiando Royal Academy is directly under the Tiando Royal family, its resources and facilities must be the best in the entire Tiando Empire. Sangu, with you here, I won't be afraid. Nervousness is your lie. Of course, among the targets for revenge, there was no Yu Tianheng. The only one noted by Tang San was Du Guyan. With these 2 things, he would have the foundation to survive in the perilous Soul Master world. Plus, in his previous life, Tang San had been single for over 40 years and was clueless about love between men and women, far behind his brother. He believed that his relationship with Xiao Wu is still a pure sibling bond. Oscar and Ning Rongrong have not sparked any friction. With Zhu Zhuqing absent, Dai Mubai remains flirtatious to pass the time and alleviate his loneliness. He has moved the pair of twin sisters from Soto City to Heavendo City early on for deeper interaction. The other Shrek Academy students watch silently, unable to express their envy for the only couple in the academy. The gentle refusal did not dishearten Oscar. He buried his affection for Ning Rongrong deep in his heart, not knowing when it would completely erupt. Ning Rongrong's claim that she cannot choose her marriage is purely deceitful, with 2 elders from her sect doting on her. Even Ning Fengji cannot force her to marry someone she does not like. The reason she rejected Oscar is not because he is not handsome enough or lacks strength, but because he has not met her standards for a partner. As for Ma Hongjun, there is no need to say more. Due to the evil fire of his martial soul, he spends a large amount of his monthly subsidies on entertainment, and love does not seem to belong to him. The group moved quickly, using their soul power to reach Heaven Do Royal Academy in no time. This time, they did not encounter the pretense of a wastrel avalanche, as he's been working hard under his uncle's guidance these days to create children, hoping to have a child soon. Qiming is also very concerned about his alma mater merging with Heaven Do Royal Academy. When he learned that the Shrek group had arrived at the academy's gate, he personally went down the mountain to greet his teachers and junior students. Dean Flander, teacher Zhao Wujia, Qiming, dressed in the academy's teacher uniform, waved and walked towards them. The leading Flander stepped forward and embraced Qiming. I, this teacher, still have to rely on my students. Truly an old man, taking advantage of his age. Don't say that. You are a soul, sage-level powerhouse, even in Heaven Do Royal Academy. You are among the top combat forces, second only to a few committee members. The fact that you are here is taken very seriously by the committee. Qiming replied sincerely. His words were not mere pleasantries. He had lost his position as the captain of the Emperor fighting team due to the incident with De Vienne, and because he indirectly caused De Vienne to leave school, he was demoted by the chief committee member QianXunji from a Heaven Do level teacher to a Heaven level teacher. Although he still taught in the Heaven Do class, there was no other reason. Qiming's strength and talent were evident. Even if he made mistakes, he could only be lightly punished, as too harsh a punishment would only drive this rare talent away. Later, because he facilitated Shrek Academy's joining, the committee learned that Shrek Academy had 3 soul sages, 2 soul emperors, and many outstanding students, and Qiming's punishment was lifted. As for Yu Xiaojiang, well, his teaching theory is commendable. Qiming led the group, introducing them to the buildings and infrastructure of Heaven Do Royal Academy, explaining the academy's rules and class division system. When he spoke of the academy's history, the group saw the 3 committee members waiting in front of the building. Chief QianXunji stepped forward, and after some mutual flattery with Flander, the merger of Shrek Academy into Heaven Do Royal Academy was nearly complete. Just as Flander was about to sign the agreement with QianXunji, the usually silent Yu Xiaojiang suddenly spoke up. Wait, we have one more condition for Shrek Academy to join Heaven Do Royal Academy. Not only QianXunji, but even Flander beside him widened his eyes in confusion. Looking at Yu Xiaojiang, who is this? QianXunji asked, puzzled by the middle-aged man with a mere soul power level of 29. After a moment of surprise, Flander hurriedly explained, QianXunji, this is our teacher from Shrek Academy, known in the Soul Master world as the Invincible Theorist and also part of the Golden Iron Triangle, Yu Xiaojiang. So, Master, I've long admired you, QianXunji said politely. May I ask what guidance Master has? Yu Xiaojiang replied stiffly, I don't dare to offer guidance. Your conditions are very generous, but I hope to add one more. Seeing that QianXunji's expression remained unchanged, Yu Xiaojiang extended a finger and pointed at Tang San and the others. These students are rare talents with top-tier potential. I hope you can allow them to represent Heaven Do Royal Academy in this year's competition. Chapter 151, Exceptional Talent Tang San. Upon hearing Yu Xiaojiang's words, everyone present was taken aback. Flander grabbed Yu Xiaojiang's arm and whispered urgently, Xiaojiang, is this the right time to say that? We just arrived at their academy and you're asking them to give you spots in the elite competition. No matter how outstanding your students' talents are, you can't do that. However, Yu Xiaojiang didn't pay attention to Flander and instead fixed his intense gaze on QianXunji. QianXunji did not want to escalate the situation too much, as his first impression of Flander was quite good. He pondered his tone and said, every member of our Heaven Do Royal Academy's first team is selected through layers of competition, and even I, as a committee member, do not have the authority to order them to give up their right to compete. However, if the students from Shrek Academy are excellent enough, they could be allowed to join the second team. QianXunji was already very courteous. Otherwise, with his strength as an 86th level Soul Daw, why would he need to give face to a worthless person still at the 29 Soul Master level in his 50s? Yu Xiaojiang understood the difference between the first and second teams of Heaven Do Royal Academy. If he could let the 6 little monsters from Shrek Academy enter the first team, they could skip the preliminaries and semifinals and directly participate in the final championship. While this would guarantee their rankings, it would also lack necessary training, which would be more harmful than beneficial for their growth. Yu Xiaojiang did not intend to take the first team spots, and seeing that QianXunji was willing to let the 6 from Shrek join the second team, he immediately expressed, I do not dare to hope for a spot in the first team. I'm already very pleased that you can allow these children to enter the second team. His appearance was the most upright among the 3 committee members, and he was actually quite ordinary. Yu Xiaojiang continued to speak to QianXunji. QianXunji, this child is my disciple. and I can guarantee that his talent absolutely surpasses that of any student in Heavendo Royal Academy. At this moment, Jiling's soul power was extremely unfamiliar to Tang San, and the dormant blue-silver emperor bloodline within him showed no signs of awakening. Tang San was still just a soul scholar, and naturally, he had to be very humble before the powerful seniors. He bowed respectfully to the 3 committee members across from him. Since they were asking for the Academy's competition spots, they needed to demonstrate sufficient strength. Jiling's eyes lit up. This Tang San's strength was indeed impressive. Oh, let me see the truth behind your words. Such arrogant words caused even the usually calm Bai Baoshan to frown. The reason for his uprightness was merely due to the contrast with the 2 plump monks beside him. An elder behind QianXunji spoke up. In the original work, Tang San specialized in blue-silver grass, and due to their common origin, he could immediately identify Jiling's martial soul as a plant-type martial soul. Hearing the teacher's voice, Tang San immediately stepped out from the crowd and walked to Yu Xiaojiang's side. The mysterious Xiantian Gong within Tang San began to operate, helping him resist the invasion of this foreign soul power. This was a test from the Tiando Royal Academy, and after the teacher had just made bold claims, he knew he couldn't lose face for his teacher. His gaze lingered on the master. Noticing that the master's expression remained unchanged, Tang San understood that this was specifically directed at him. As soon as the words "Little San" fell, Tang San felt the air around him becoming distorted. 35 levels of soul power. Child, how old are you this year? With only 35 levels of soul power coming from Jiling, Tang San easily resisted this pressure thanks to the continuous resilience of his Xiantian Gong. He maintained a calm expression and steadied his breath, replying to the elder, "I am 13 years old this year." 13 years old? 35 levels? Separating these 2 numbers seems ordinary, but combined, they are enough to shock everyone. The expressions of the 3 committee members changed, and their previous dissatisfaction vanished upon learning of Tang San's talent. Jiling did not retract his soul power pressure. He wanted to see just how far this exceptionally gifted boy could go. The black robe of Jiling fluttered without wind, his expression serious as he gradually released his soul power, applying it to Tang San. 36 levels, 37 levels. When it reached 38 levels, beads of sweat began to appear on Tang San's forehead. Clearly, his body was nearing its limit. Moments later, the Haotian hammer fell heavily beside Tang San. He gripped the handle of the Haotian hammer tightly, barely managing to stay upright. "Haotian hammer," Bai Baoshan exclaimed, drawing everyone's gaze to Tang San's Haotian hammer. This was the continent's #1 weapon spirit, the Haotian hammer, which hadn't appeared on the continent for many years. Jiling ceased his probing and retracted his soul power. The surprise Tang San brought them was truly immense. The moment the soul power was withdrawn, Tang San felt a lightness in his body and collapsed to the ground, his clothes already soaked with sweat. Xiao Wu ran out from the crowd, supporting Tang San's swaying body. "Little San, are you okay?" She reached out to wipe the sweat from his forehead. "I'm fine, Xiao Wu." Tang San forced a smile. He was just a bit exhausted and would recover completely after a while. Yu Xiaojiang looked at Tang San, satisfaction evident in his eyes. 3 committee members. How was my disciple's talent? QianXunji was also impressed. As expected of the master's disciple, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Even joining a team would be more than sufficient. In fact, the rules of the Tiando Royal Academy could be flexibly adjusted, especially for a talent like Tang San, who was hard to come by. Tang San had already been training with his companions for over a year, and they had formed a team. He was reluctant to part from his partners. The master smiled and declined. QianXunji agreed with Yu Xiaojiang's words. That's true. In a team, individual strength is secondary. The overall cooperation is key to how far a team can go. The talents of the other children are not weak, I assure you. They will bring the highest honor to the Tiando Royal Academy. The master said earnestly, I believe you have that strength. But 6 students are not enough to form a team. Rest assured, I already have a candidate for the 7th member of the team. I believe you will be equally shocked when you meet him. Yu Xiaojiang had learned from Tang how that Tang Yin was currently in Tiando City. When Yu Xiaojiang asked where Tang Yin was, although Tang Hao did not know what the master wanted, he still told him Tang Yin's location. Who would have thought that Yu Xiaojiang had been coveting his other son all along? Chapter 152. Brothers meet again. The matter of the Shrek 6 replacing the Royal Fight Team 2 was basically settled. They just needed to defeat Royal Fight Team 2 in a match to become the new Royal Fight Team 2. The next day, the Shrek 6 defeated Royal Fight Team 2 with a crushing victory, 6-7. Apart from the opponent's lackluster strength, Another reason was that the original control system Soul Master of Team 2 had been promoted to Team 1. Yan's departure had a significant impact on the morale of the Royal Fight team. The team members had learned to varying degrees the real reason for Yan's departure, inevitably harboring mixed emotions towards the former leader, Qin Ming. Although the newly added control system Soul Master's strength was not weak, he was still considerably inferior to Yan. The gloomy atmosphere within the team was a headache for the captain, Yu Qianheng. He was already distressed from his breakup with Yan, and now the troubles with the team added to his burdens. This left him feeling confused. The once clear path ahead was once again shrouded in fog. As for Royal Fight Team 2, their control system Soul Master was selected from the eliminated students, lacking coordination and possessing only 31 levels of soul power. A newly promoted rookie. The Shrek 6, who had the opportunity to participate in the elite competition of the continent's advanced Soul Master Academies, wore expressions of joy, eagerly anticipating this feast for young Soul Masters. Zhu Zhuqing was like a newborn calf, seemingly brimming with energy. The master needed not say much. As the young master of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon family, Yu Xiaojing had seen everything since childhood. Moreover, he had lived in the most prosperous spirit city on the continent for quite a while, which naturally raised his standards. He had only seen his father a few times over the years. The memories of his somewhat mischievous younger brother and gentle mother had become a bit blurry. Yu Xiaojing's little thoughts went unnoticed by Tang San. Their opponents these past few days were none other than Tang Yin, whom they interacted with daily. To increase their closeness to Tang Yin, the master thought of his beloved disciple, Tang San. Today was the day the master decided to accept his second disciple, whom he recognized. By now, the sun had set, and the lights of Tiando City were beginning to shine. Several bustling streets were already ablaze with lights, resembling daytime. Really? Tang San's tone was extremely excited, almost hard to believe. As the main attacker of the team's explosive flow, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing had an enormous training load. Tang San was led away from the Tiando Royal Academy by Yu Xiaojing. Tang San trusted his teacher completely. Although Tang Yin was usually gentle and humble towards them, he did not hold back when fighting and could heal them after an accidental injury using fate. Entering the bustling Tiando City, it was Tang San's first time seeing such a magnificent city, but his mental age was already over 40. He quickly regained his composure after a moment of shock. For the past few nights, Zhu Zhuyun had no desire to engage in high-intensity exercises with Tang Yin, mainly due to the exhausting daytime training. Yu Xiaojing nodded. Yes, I just learned from your father where they are currently residing. Let me take you there. After a day of training, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing returned home and collapsed onto their beds. Yu Xiaojing had specifically chosen this time to find Tang Yin, as arriving too early would be quite awkward if he didn't encounter them. Little San, your father told me that they are now settled in Tiando City. Just as Tang San was about to go out with Xiao Wu, Daisha found him. Her training intensity was comparable to Zhu Zhuyun, if not more. But because her strength was weaker, Tang Yin's attacks during battles were always directed at her, mimicking the challenges Zhu Zhuqing would face in real combat. However, every night, she would gaze intensely at Tang Yin, sneaking into the room after her sister fell asleep, trying to take revenge with her broad-mindedness and sharp tongue. Every evening, Tang Yin watched as Zhu Zhuqing transformed from her fierce appearance upon entering to a pitiful state by the end, finding this little sister-in-law quite adorable. In Tang Yin's plan, the true intention of capturing this little glutton was also put on the agenda. Knock, knock, knock while preparing dinner. Tang Yin suddenly heard a sound from outside the door. Wiping his hands, he went to the courtyard and opened the door. A plain face and a stiff, unfamiliar face came into Tang Yin's view. 7 years had passed, and it was indeed the 7 years of greatest change. Both Tang Yin and Tang San had changed so much that they didn't even recognize each other. Who are you? Tang Yin's eyes kept switching between Tang San and Yu Xiaojing's faces, searching his memory for these two familiar faces. Tang San looked at the white-haired handsome man in front of him and also did not recognize Tang Yin, thinking that the master had made a mistake. However, Yu Xiaojing was certain about the place. He felt that Tang Hao had no reason to deceive him. Excuse me, are you called Tang Yin? Tang Yin's gaze grew more vigilant, his right hand hidden behind the door tightening. If these two dared to make any sudden moves, their fate would be sealed. What do you want with Tang Yin? Before Tang Yin could finish his sentence, he felt that the plain-looking youth in front of him was becoming increasingly familiar. Memories from childhood surfaced in his mind, and a figure merged with the boy in front of him. You are Yi. Tang San finally recognized that the person before him was his long-lost younger brother. You are Xiao Yin. Tang Yin immediately pushed open the courtyard door and hugged Tang San tightly. Long time no see. Tang San also embraced Tang Yin. Long time no see. The two quickly separated. Their bond seemed not as deep as imagined. Aside from their blood ties, Tang Yin and Tang San had almost no direct connection. Tang Yin looked at the middle-aged man at the door and cast a puzzled glance at Tang San. Who is this? Oh, this is my teacher, Master Yu Xiaojing. Tang San introduced. Upon hearing Tang San's introduction, Tang Yin's gaze remained fixed on Master Yu's face. A stiff face, thick lips, and a dull gaze. It seemed that he had lost to such a person. Tang Yin's feelings for BabyTang had gradually faded, as many things seemed to be softened by time, and the wounds in his heart could be soothed by other tenderness. After being with QianXunji's, Tang Yin had nearly let go of his obsession with BabyTang. He had already promised a future to 3 girls, and dwelling on past pains would only cause him to fail the beauty before him. Tang Yin silently smiled to himself, regarding his defeat to Yu Xiaojing as a fleeting thought. Chapter 153. Yu Xiaojing's Joker Show. As Tang San introduced himself, Yu Xiaojing straightened his chest, trying to appear taller. Mean. Tang Yin's tone was flat, devoid of any emotion. After speaking, he walked straight into the house. Although Tang Yin didn't like Yu Xiaojing, he couldn't just chase him away for Tang San's sake. The noticeable change in Tang Yin's emotions was observed by both the master and apprentice, especially Yu Xiaojing, who felt a tightening in his heart, fearing that Tang Yin would form a bad first impression of him. Following Tang Yin, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing entered the house. On the sofa, Tang San and Yu Xiaojing sat side by side. After seeing Tang Yin, much of Tang San's excitement had diminished. He had no way of knowing what kind of person Tang Yin had become after so many years. Recalling Tang Hao's descriptions of Tang Yin, Tang San felt a twinge of jealousy, because in Tang Hao's words, Tang Yin was always praiseworthy. Compared to Tang San, Yu Xiaojing had it much easier. It was like the conflicting mindset of fearing that a brother was suffering while also fearing that he was driving a luxury car. After placing 2 steaming cups of tea on the table, Tang Yin asked, "What do you want with me?" Now, Tang Yin was able to perfectly control the life energy in his fate, and, as long as he didn't want it, not a shred of life energy would leak out. Before Tang Yin could continue to be shocked, Yu Xiaojing's words immediately dispelled that thought. However, Tang San's reaction was even more pronounced than Tang Yin's. He urgently asked, "Master, is there any way to remedy this?" Tang San's heart was genuinely anxious, and his panic was not feigned. The master stood up, hands clasped behind his back, adopting a pose of a wise man. "Of course there is. As long as from now on, Shaoyin soul rings are all focused on healing-type soul rings. Then your martial soul can be restored to its original strength." Yu Xiaojing's gaze lingered over fate for a long time. With his experience of seeing most martial souls on the continent, gained from the Spirit Hall and the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, he couldn't discern anything special about the wooden spear in Tang Yin's hand. Tang Yin looked at Tang San in surprise, not expecting that his good Gu would mention such matters to outsiders. He immediately saw through Yu Xiaojing's superficial soul power of 29 levels. It felt somewhat strange for a middle-aged man of only great soul master level to swear by martial souls. The brownish fate fell into Tang Yin's hands, and the fate, which had retracted all its radiance and charm, now looked like an unremarkable wooden spear. The corner of Yu Xiaojing's eye caught the confusion on Tang Yin's face, and a barely perceptible smile appeared on his lips. Seeing that Tang Yin no longer pursued the matter, Yu Xiaojing spoke to Tang Yin in a somewhat hopeful tone. "Xiaoyin, can you let me see your martial soul?" Tang Yin, however, dodged Yu Xiaojing's hand. "There are cups on the table. You can pour it yourself." The 2 cups of tea in Tang Yin's hands were prepared for Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, and the tea leaves were not ordinary. They had even added some snow silkworms taken from Dugu, but ultimately, Tang Yin still summoned his martial soul for Tang San's sake. After hearing Yu Xiaojing's explanation, Tang Yin dismissed the idea of holding Yu Xiaojing in high regard, even feeling somewhat amused by his own previous shock at Yu Xiaojing's words. As Tang Yin approached with 2 cups of tea, Yu Xiaojing naturally took the cup from Tang Yin's hand, trying to show a friendly smile. Tang San also said, "Xiao Yin, my teacher has deep research on martial souls. He might be able to help you plan your future path. Xiao Yin, stop busying yourself and come sit here." Seeing that his guess was correct, Yu Xiaojing's conviction in his speculation grew stronger. "Xiao Yin, don't worry. The teacher won't discuss this matter with outsiders." But since he had already made the most sacred vow of Doluo continent, Tang Yin couldn't keep dwelling on the matter. He straightened his body, his expression serious, and spoke earnestly. Xiaoyin, your martial soul originally possesses strong healing abilities, right? Yu Xiaojiang realized he had misspoken. He shouldn't have revealed his good disciple in front of Tang Yin, so he quickly assured him. Tang Yin felt no sense of relief upon hearing the master's solemn oath. Instead, his expression became somewhat strange. Both Tang Yin and Tang Xin displayed confusion on their faces. Yu Xiaojiang suddenly covered his face with one hand, shaking his head. His tone filled with regret. It was as if a beautiful young man was being stared at with longing by a lecherous middle-aged man. Xiaoyin, I will never disclose your innate level 20 soul power. I swear it on my martial soul. Ah, what a pity for this continent's greatest talent. Could it be that he really has some skills? Tang Yin was indeed stunned by Yu Xiaojiang's inquiry. He had clearly concealed his aura. Yet this master still saw through his martial soul. At that moment, Tang Yin also feigned a panicked expression, eager to see what astonishing words this master would utter. Of course, he was speaking to Yu Xiaojiang. How could Tang San bring his teacher to find him? The only possibility was that Yu Xiaojiang had something to discuss with him. However, if he were to find out that Tang San not only informed Yu Xiaojiang about his innate level 20 soul power, but also revealed that he had a twin martial soul and received his martial soul from an extraordinary master, Tang Yin estimated he would immediately sever ties with Tang San. I observe that your martial soul resembles a spear. I boldly speculate that you are on a strong attack route. As your soul power grows and soul rings are added, the abilities attached to your martial soul have no healing effect, causing your martial soul to gradually lose its original properties, leading to martial soul degeneration. Yu Xiaojiang smiled wryly. I heard from Xiao San that he has a brother with exceptional talent, even surpassing his own, possessing the unique innate level 20 soul power in the continent. I'm very curious about this, so I came here today to see. Tang San thought nothing of it. After all, in his eyes, the master was one of the few people he trusted the most. Tang Yin nodded, agreeing with Yu Xiaojiang's statement. But he believed that his disciple would not lie to him. How could a martial soul with innate level 20 soul power be an ordinary thing? Even if there was another martial soul, it was impossible. Although Yu Xiaojiang did not know the specifics of destiny, he could infer the general effects of destiny from other martial souls. Yu Xiaojiang's intense gaze made Tang Yin feel somewhat uncomfortable, akin to the feeling of having swallowed a fly. If you continue to casually absorb soul rings like this, it will cause irreversible damage to your martial soul, and in severe cases, it could cripple you. Tang Yin struggled to suppress a smile and retorted, Are you suggesting that I transform from a powerful attack system soul master into a supporting system soul master? Yu Xiaojiang spoke earnestly. Xiaoyin, I know that the gap between becoming a mighty attack system soul master and a supporting healing soul master who can only stand behind teammates is quite large. But now is not the time to worry about these things. Your talent must not be buried. Don't forget, your brother Tang San possesses the Haoyan Hammer martial soul, known as the continent's #1 weapon martial soul. Once, your father and your uncle were hailed as the Haoyan twin stars. How glorious that was. In the future, as long as you follow my guidance, the two of you brothers working together will surely become the new twin stars of Dohua continent. Tang San was already captivated by the future painted by Yu Xiaojiang. His eyes sparkled with admiration as he looked at his respected teacher. He had always wanted to be someone like his father, a realm that even the Tang sect master had not reached before his transmigration. Tang Yin's expression grew even stranger, looking at Yu Xiaojiang as if he were a fool. Master, are you suggesting that I become your disciple and then peacefully be a support? Tang Yin was well aware of what Yu Xiaojiang was thinking. He was merely eyeing his talent. Although Tang Yin also did not know how he could tell that his martial soul had degenerated. Xiaoyin, do you agree? The master looked intently, his tone sincere. Tang Yin finally couldn't hold it in anymore. He chuckled, then burst into laughter, leaving Yu Xiaojiang and Tang Sin staring at each other in disbelief. After a long while, Tang Yin finally stopped laughing, with tears of laughter still lingering in the corners of his eyes. Yu Xiaojiang thought Tang Yin was simply unable to accept that he could only be a supporting system's soul master from now on, and after venting a bit, he regained his composure. Tang Yin waved his hand. Forget it, master. I'm already a waste, so you needn't worry. The master thought Tang Yin was giving up on himself and was about to speak to persuade him when Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing walked out of the bathroom together. Zhu Zhuyun was puzzled as to why her sister had been insisting on bathing with her these days. Initially, she felt shy, but after Zhu Zhuqing's persistent requests, she agreed to her sister's somewhat rude request. Sister, when can I be like you? You can be when you grow up. Sister, you are so soft. Zhuqing, If you keep this up, I'll get angry. The two sisters were in the bathroom, discussing how to merge their martial soul techniques. Zhu Zhuqing had her own intentions. She wanted to gradually let her sister accept the scene of them being open and honest with each other, so that when she revealed her relationship with her brother-in-law, she might be able to use it. They heard noise from outside the bathroom, and, upon realizing that there were outsiders, both sisters quickly dressed before exiting the bathroom. Tang Sen had long sensed the presence of others in the room, which was a necessary alertness for a killer. Moreover, from the lingering aura, he judged that it belonged to women. When he saw Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing walk out, Tang Sen was shocked. He knew the identities of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. He had even practiced with Zhu Zhuyun for a period of time when he was at Notting Academy. Tang San did not expect that Zhu Zhuyun would actually be with his younger brother. Tang San? Zhu Zhuqing immediately recognized Tang San, and she was also familiar with Yu Xiaojiang beside him. She had stayed in Notting City for quite a long time, and although she wasn't very clear about Yu Xiaojiang's identity, she still knew that he was Tang San's teacher. Seeing two familiar faces, Yu Xiaojiang quickly turned to Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing for help. You two quickly persuade Xiaoyin. It's not too late to turn back now. Yu Xiaojiang's words left Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing both dumbfounded. Why should we persuade Xiaoyin? What do you mean by turning back? Tang Yin didn't want this drama to end so quickly. He handed the tea on the table to the two sisters and said gently, "Tea prepared for you. Drink it quickly." As he said this, Tang Yin also gave Zhu Zhuyun a knowing look. Their familiarity from spending time together allowed Zhu Zhuyun to immediately understand. She took the cup of water Tang Yin handed over and, with an apologetic look, said to Yu Xiaojiang, "Master, I'm sorry, but I can't make decisions about Xiao Yin's matters either." After saying this, she pulled her sister into the room and conveniently closed the door. Although Zhu Zhuyun didn't know what Tang Yin was planning, she understood that Tang Yin was afraid she might say something wrong, so she made an excuse to leave. At this moment, only Tang Yin, Tang San, and Yu Xiaojiang remained in the living room. "All right, Master, you can keep your theories to teach me later." Tang Yin issued an eviction order. However, Yu Xiaojiang was still relentless, acting like a responsible elder. "Xiao Yin, Tang Yin ignored Yu Xiaojiang and turned to Tang San. "San, your body has hidden injuries. Let me treat you." Tang San had wanted to help persuade his brother, but upon hearing Tang Yin mention his hidden injuries, the words caught in his throat. Tang Yin used the life energy from destiny right in front of the master and disciple. After his disastrous defeat against Dege Yin, Tang San had started intense training even before his body had fully recovered. He felt that during his recent training, there were several spots in his meridians where the soul power was not flowing smoothly and even felt a dull pain. The overwhelming life energy filled the hall with a vibrant spring atmosphere, and the pure green reflected on Yu Xiaojiang's dazed and stiff face, like that of a corpse. Reflecting on Tang Yin's earlier panic, strangeness, and sudden smile, Yu Xiaojiang understood everything. He felt like a clown kept in the dark. After healing Tang San's hidden injuries, Tang Yin looked at Yu Xiaojiang's expression and shook his head. It was now Tang Yin's turn to comfort Yu Xiaojiang. "Master, actually, your theories are valid for most soul masters. Your knowledge can be further developed." Tang San approached his teacher, feeling a bit of pain for him. "Xiao Yin, you've gone too far." Tang San's tone was stern, filled with reproach towards Tang Yin. Tang Yin shrugged. Unconcerned. Who told him to say I was useless right from the start? Tang San was left speechless. Tang Yin continued, "All right, master. Didn't you want to take me as your disciple? How about this? You set a date. And as long as you can prove to me that you have the ability to teach me, I will willingly become your disciple." Hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes regained a glimmer of hope. Is that true? What clown performance? What insult? None of it matters. As long as I can have Tang Yin take my name as his teacher, I can prove to the world that I am right. Of course, as long as you can make me convinced, like Tang Yin looked at Tang San beside Yu Xiaojiang. Let me force myself to use my soul skills. Such arrogant words made Yu Xiaojiang very happy. It's a deal. He agreed decisively, completely oblivious to Tang San's unsightly expression. Undoubtedly, Tang Yin's words were somewhat insulting to Tang San, but Yu Xiaojiang didn't care about Tang San's feelings at all. As the master and disciple left, Tang Yin pulled Tang San to a corner. "What's up?" Tang San asked calmly, devoid of any emotion. Tang Yin didn't mind Tang San's dissatisfaction. After all, he had just been defending his teacher. With a bright smile, Tang Yin said, "All right, San, don't be angry. I have a gift for you." Saying this, Tang Yin took out the celestial herb he had prepared for Tang San from his storage soul guide. It was a soft and trembling red celestial herb, looking quite simple, just made of red grass leaves. The tip of the leaves resembled a chicken comb, but upon closer inspection, one could notice its uniqueness. The leaf veins were actually a reddish golden color. Phoenix chicken crown herb. Tang Sen almost shouted in surprise, quickly realizing he had lost his composure. It wasn't his fault. Having lived 2 lifetimes, it was his first time seeing the legendary celestial item recorded in a Xiantian treasure record, making it hard for him to contain his emotions. San, you recognize it? Tang Yin thought that these insights were taught to him by Yu Xiaojiang, so he didn't elaborate further. After consuming this celestial herb, you can quickly break through to level 40. Tang San felt a bit guilty about what had just happened. He had just been angry at Tang Yin, but now Tang Yin was gifting him a celestial herb. I can't accept this. Tang San gritted his teeth and refused. However, Tang Yin stuffed the Phoenix chicken crown herb into Tang San's hand. San, I am already level 54. If you don't consume this herb, you won't be able to force out my soul skills. Level 54. As Tang San thought about Tang Yin's innate soul power and the celestial herb in his hand, he felt relieved. How could Tang Yin only have one celestial herb? Perhaps Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing beside him had already consumed celestial herbs as well. Then I will accept it. After seeing Tang San put away the celestial herb, Tang Yin seriously advised him. Your teacher isn't as pure as you think. All right. Tang San interrupted Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, he is my teacher. Once a teacher, always a father. I hope you won't speak ill of him in front of me in the future. Tang Yin looked at Tang San for a long time. Seeing the serious and solemn expression on Tang San's face, he gave up on the idea of continuing to persuade him. All right then, my parents are not far from here. Remember to visit them. I understand. Tang Yin watched as Tang San and Yu Xiaojing left until their figures disappeared around the corner. Tang Yin had a premonition that he would drift further away from his brother. Hopefully my feelings are wrong. Chapter 154. Xiao Wu. Searching high and low for something unattainable after Tang San and Yu Xiaojing left Tang Yin's home, they parted ways. Yu Xiaojing was in a hurry to return to the academy to prepare for his own matters, leaving Tang San to visit his parents alone. Following the route Tang Yin had informed him of, Tang San arrived at the place where Yin lived, only to be somewhat disappointed that Tang Hao and Yin were not home. In fact, Tang Yin did not know that Yin and Tang Hao had gone far away. He had many things to do himself and wasn't concerned about where his parents had gone. Seeing that Tang Hao and Yin had not returned for a long time, Tang San realized he wouldn't be able to see his parents today and could only leave in disappointment. The sky was getting late, and the city gate of Tiando City was about to close. The Tiando Royal Academy was located on the outskirts of Tiando City, so he had to hurry. If he missed the time to leave the city, he would have to stay in a hotel in Tiando City. And staying for a night in this expensive place would surely cost a lot. He also planned to use his little savings to buy some things. As for staying at Tang Yin's house, please, Tang San could see that Tang Yin had a close relationship with Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. Using the Xiantian gong, Tang San pushed his speed to the limit, stepping with ghostly shadows, skillfully weaving through the crowd. He left Tiando City just as the city gate was closing. Xiao Wu would probably become the spicy rabbit head she feared the most. After returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, Tang San planned to absorb the Phoenix chicken crown herb as soon as he returned to his dormitory. Walking back to the academy, Tang San gradually calmed down. With Xiao Wu's mischievous personality, she shouldn't be spending every day in the academy like this. As long as I consume the celestial herb, my soul power will definitely break through to the soul sovereign level in a short time, and with 4 soul rings, I can't believe I can't force Xiao Yin to use her soul skills. With the increase in strength, the growth rate of a soul master's soul power will also slow down. Tang San once fantasized that one day his soul power could approach Tang Yin, or even surpass it. The celestial herb. That was dangerous. Tang San recalled the celestial herb that Tang Yin had given him. However, as the capital of the Heavendo Empire, Heavendo City has countless powerful beings. If a tidal Doluo were to scan Heavendo City with their spiritual sense. Before this, Tang San always thought his cultivation speed was fast. With the authentic Taoist technique, Xiantian Gong, he had never encountered any bottlenecks in his soul power cultivation. But that was a soul king of his age. Compared to the original work, Xiao Wu seemed to value her life much more. Although she had come to the Heavendo Royal Academy, she had no plans to go to Heavendo City. Thinking of the agreement between her teacher and Tang Yin, and the soul power that Tang Yin had informed her of, Tang San felt an overwhelming pressure. Now, she was not just herself. She also bore the tasks entrusted to her by Deming and Erming. If she disregarded her life and failed to complete the tasks assigned by those fierce beasts, indirectly causing the deaths of Deming and Erming. How could she face her mother after death? Ideals are beautiful, but reality is cruel. His soul power not only did not bring him closer to Tang Yin, instead, it seemed to grow further apart. The fragrance of the phoenix coxcomb flower was not strong, but Tang San felt that the faint aroma emanating from it was the best scent he had ever smelled, even surpassing the scent of Xiao Wu. Wait, how could Xiao Wu be compared to a flower? Tang San scolded himself harshly in his heart. Level 54, Soul King. On his way back to the dormitory, he happened to see Xiao Wu and Ning Rongrong strolling around the academy. Putting away the phoenix coxcomb, Tang San's gaze became much more determined. He quickly fiddled with the gem containing the phoenix coxcomb, and a delicate red flower appeared in his hand. During this time, Ning Rongrong had even invited Xiao Wu to visit Seven Treasure City. Sangge. Xiao Wu also noticed Tang San returning and immediately let go of her arm around Ning Rongrong and pounced towards her Sangge. Ning Rongrong was already used to this, while Tang San still thought of his relationship with Xiao Wu as merely sibling-like, and Xiao Wu was hesitant to express her feelings because of this. But the other members of Shrek could see it clearly. This was not the first time Ning Rongrong had teased Xiao Wu about this. With a warm and soft jade in his arms, Tang San felt much more relaxed, seeing the brother and sister being affectionate. Ning Rongrong didn't want to be a third wheel, so she quietly left. When Xiao Wu jumped into Tang San's arms, that breath that had been ingrained in her mind reappeared before her. This made her arms that were hugging Tang San's waist stiffen. Yes, it was this smell. To ensure she wasn't mistaken, Xiao Wu buried her head deeper into Tang San's embrace and took a deep sniff. The aura that Tang Yin had left on Tang San during his treatment had almost dissipated by now. Even as a rabbit, Xiao Wu could only smell a very faint scent. Xiao Wu, what are you doing? Tang San noticed Xiao Wu sniffing him repeatedly and felt a bit inexplicably anxious. He was afraid there was something strange about his smell. Xiao Wu then realized she had lost her composure. Wasn't this a bit too much like wanting to be close to Sangge? Xiao Wu lowered her head, afraid to meet Tang San's gaze. Tang San gently ruffled Xiao Wu's black hair and said indulgently, "We saw each other this afternoon, but every minute and every second, I was thinking of you." Xiao Wu looked up, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Tang San. Tang San had never seen Xiao Wu with such an expression, and his heart began to race uncontrollably. He was moved. "Sangge, where did you go today?" Xiao Wu was very certain that the aura was definitely not Tang San's. Otherwise, after spending so many days together, she wouldn't have been unable to detect it. "Today, I want to visit my brother with my teacher." Tang San told Xiao Wu everything that happened with Yu Xiaojiang at Tang Yin's house. In this world, if he had to say who he wanted to protect the most, it would definitely be Xiao Wu. Brother? Xiao Wu recalled the scent she had smelled on Tang San before and connected it to now. Everything seemed to make sense. "Sangge, didn't you encounter anyone else after you went out today?" Xiao Wu asked Tang San again, not daring to be careless. "No." Tang San felt Xiao Wu was acting a bit strange. She seemed to be interested in Tang Yin. Xiao Wu's breathing began to quicken, and her already rosy cheeks flushed even more. She was too excited. The person she had been searching for a year turned out to be a relative of the person she was closest to. It was truly an unexpected turn of events. Mua Xiao Wu directly wrapped her long legs around Tang San's waist and gave him a hard kiss on the face. "Sangge, I love you." Tang San, caught off guard by Xiao Wu's sudden attack, was still in a daze. He hadn't expected Xiao Wu to kiss him so proactively. As Xiao Wu's mind gradually calmed down, she realized she had been a bit impulsive. Taking advantage of Tang San's moment of shock, Xiao Wu jumped down from his body and ran away. All Tang San could hear was Xiao Wu's voice. "Sangge, good night." Watching Xiao Wu's flustered appearance, Tang San rubbed the spot where Xiao Wu had just kissed him, warmth flooding his heart, and a faint smile appeared on his face. "Good night, Xiao Wu." Chapter 155. The invitation from Lu Erlong at the Blue Tyrant Academy in the #1 training ground. The sparring between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had just begun. The three had sparred multiple times, and Tang Yin had basically figured out Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun's attack patterns. However, Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had never forced Tang Yin to use all his strength. Of course, they could do it, but they were afraid that if they used their martial soul fusion skills, they might accidentally injure Tang Yin due to lack of control. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun had both entered the state of martial soul possession, lowering their bodies and maximizing the characteristics of their martial souls. Tang Yin stood with his hands behind his back, with destiny hovering beside him in the void. During the sparring, Tang Yin would not take the initiative to attack. The purpose of this training was to cultivate Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun's offensive abilities. If he initiated the attack, then Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun would only be in a passive defense. And what would be the point of such sparring? This time, the pressure from their combined attacks was greater than any previous encounter. However, Zhu Zhuyun's soul power still fell a bit short, and a slight flaw appeared in the dense web of attacks, a fleeting mistake that Tang Yin managed to capture. The dark silver hunting technique allowed Zhu Zhuyun to merge her body with her shadow, concealing herself in any dark place. During this process, unless one's soul power was significantly higher than hers, it would be very difficult to detect her presence. Tang Yin only felt a flash before his eyes, as Zhu Zhuyun's figure seemed to blend into the darkness, making it impossible to trace her without using soul power. They did not choose to attack Tang Yin by surrounding him from both sides, as they had already tried this approach before, and the result was needless to say. Otherwise, they wouldn't have abandoned this offensive plan. Tang Yin was trapped in a mindset, and he was somewhat lax in his battle against Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Changes in battle often occur suddenly. Just a second ago, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were on the offensive, but they were suddenly forced back by Tang Yin, who had been in a passive defense just moments before. During previous training sessions, when they engaged in close combat with Tang Yin, his shooting skills were incredibly tight, leaving no openings. Instead, it was Tang Yin who, while defending effortlessly, could also identify their flaws in attack. With the dark gold claw of the bear paw bone, she lacked for offense, so Zhu Zhuqing focused her soul skill on stealth. She stomped her right foot on the ground, using the force to quickly retreat. The ensuing battle was already without suspense. This training was essentially to enhance the offensive capabilities of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, but when it was time to counterattack, they still needed to do so. As Zhu Zhuqing vanished into the darkness, Zhu Zhuyun was already poised to strike, having summarized the lessons from previous encounters, and did not rashly advance. At the same time, Zhu Zhuyun also lunged towards Tang Yin, holding his weapon, Destiny. Tang Yin defended against the storm of attacks from Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Although they did not use their martial soul fusion skill, after these days of training, their martial souls were already so intertwined that they could provide slight boosts to each other in cooperative combat. Zhu Zhuyun was enveloped in golden light, and the golden radiance shimmered against the dark purple hue of Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing's speed was indeed not slow, but Tang Yin's reaction was even quicker. As his hand made contact with Destiny, Zhu Zhuqing revealed herself from the darkness, her long, agile cat claws reaching for Tang Yin's arms. This was Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill, Shadow Hunt. Seeing that Zhu Zhuyun was slow to attack, Tang Yin realized something was wrong. However, he remained calm. He did not deliberately search for Zhu Zhuqing's position, knowing she was waiting for an opportunity to create some trouble for him. All right, Sister Zhuyun, Zhuqing, you both have made great progress this time. Tang Yin praised while treating the two sisters' injuries. His praise was sincere, devoid of any personal feelings. Zhu Zhuqing pouted. Isn't it just because we can't beat you? Although she said this, she felt quite happy inside. This tactic was something she had come up with, and Tang Yin's praise was undoubtedly the best affirmation for her. At this moment, there were only the three of them in the training ground, as the other team members were meditating and cultivating. During these days, all team members had prioritized improving their soul power, especially Dugian. When she learned that Zhu Zhuqing was nearly 7 years younger than her, but only one level lower in soul power, she was filled with determination. Over these days, she had fully refined the medicinal effects of the 8-petal fairy orchid, and her soul power had been continuously rising, now reaching level 45. With a possibility of a breakthrough soon, the training speed of the others was much more normal, and Tang Yin had no methods to help them rapidly improve their soul power. They had to rely on their own efforts. Just as Tang Yin was thinking about doing something ambiguous with Zhu Zhuyun, an unexpected figure appeared in the training ground. Lu Erlong, dressed in a black long skirt, was both intellectual and elegant. Her charming face, paired with slightly sorrowful eyes, evoked pity. Dean? Seeing that the visitor was Lu Erlong, the dean of Lamba Academy, the three bowed to her. Lu Erlong waved her hand, signaling them not to be so formal. I hope I'm not interrupting your training. No, it's break time now. Tang Yin thought to himself how close he had come to hugging Zhu Zhuyun and entering the break room. As for Zhu Zhuqing, that was no problem. She would sneak a snack when they returned home. Lu Erlong's gaze swept over Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing before finally settling on Tang Yin. She had come to find him. Lu Erlong wanted to seek a breakthrough opportunity for her beloved, and she was willing to pay a huge price for it, even if it meant giving the academy over to Tang Yin without hesitation. Tang Yin, Do you have time tonight? Lu Erlong bit her lip. She did not want to plead with Tang Yin in front of others. Tang Yin also sensed that Lu Erlong had something to discuss with him, and that there was something she couldn't easily say. He had a very good impression of this dean. Yes. Then, tonight, I'll treat you to dinner. Zhu Zhiyun cast a wary glance at Lu Erlong, but quickly relaxed upon thinking about Lu Erlong's age. The dean in front of her looked young, but Zhu Zhiyun knew she was over 30 years older than Tang Yin. There was absolutely no way a relationship like that could exist between them. Tang Yin unconsciously looked at Zhu Zhiyun, who only smiled back. All right, Dean. After Tang Yin agreed. Lu Erlong's fingers instinctively tightened, unsure if it was excitement or nervousness. Okay, I'll go prepare now. Wait for me outside the training ground later. After saying this, Lu Erlong quickly left. Chapter 156. Enchanting Lu Erlong left, and only Tang Yin, Zhu Zhiyun, and Zhu Zhuqing remained in the training ground. The three engaged in a few more practice matches until Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing had nearly exhausted their soul power before stopping. That's enough for today, Tang Yin said. Make sure to rest well after going back. Zhu Zhiyun's chest was slightly rising and falling. Her red lips slightly parted, and her charming eyes carried a hint of fatigue. As a main attacker, she had consumed much more soul power than Zhu Zhuqing, and her physical exhaustion was tremendous. Come back early, Zhu Zhiyun forced a smile. Tang Yin felt a pang of heartache as he wiped the beads of sweat from her forehead. Actually, you don't have to push yourself so hard. Zhu Zhiyun always used her full strength in every practice, pushing her state to the extreme, which made her attack sharper but also increased her post-training exhaustion exponentially. Hearing Tang Yin's words, Zhu Zhiyun only smiled without replying. Because Tang Yin didn't regard Yu Xiaojing at all. Tang Yin smiled, it's fine. Memories can help one face reality better. Or rather, even now, Tang Yin still did not dare to face his past scars. Zhu Zhiyun took her sister and left. It is my honor to taste the food made by the dean. If Tang Yin knew Lu Erlong compared him to Yu Xiaojing, he could only smile helplessly. Tang Yin sat on a bench, the sunset's afterglow casting on his silver hair, reflecting mottled light. The evening breeze lifted the hair hanging over his forehead, revealing his already handsome face. It had been a long time since he had spent time alone like this, and the rare moment of leisure allowed him to relax completely. She did not appear as calm as Zhu Zhiyun, as she knew Tang Yin had other women in Heavendo City. But Tang Yin would not probe. He had been hurt once. No entry without invitation. Tang Yin saw a shimmering small lake. Calling it a small lake was less appropriate than describing it as a water pool. The gentle stream flowed into the pool, maintaining the water's vitality. She didn't want to be a vase by Tang Yin's side. From the moment she decided to leave Nodding City, she made her own choice. Beneath her black skirt was a mature and alluring figure, her long legs intertwined as she walked, with her already ample curves exuding charm at every moment. Her black hair fell behind her, emanating a faint fragrance of lilac. Although it was quite pleasant to be with a beauty, this current sense of freedom and relaxation had a unique flavor. In Lu Erlong's heart, Yu Xiaojing possessed the greatest wisdom in the world. The renowned skills of the Golden Iron Triangle were conceived by him. As for Tang Yin, in her eyes, he was the person with the highest talent. The Soul King at 15, what a stunning figure. Although she hadn't interacted much with Lu Erlong, the sadness that occasionally flashed in her expression and her demeanor proved that she too had a story. Tang Yin followed Lu Erlong, her gaze unintentionally falling on the person in front of her. Let's go, I cooked dinner myself, so don't be picky, Lu Erlong said, her red lips parting as she led the way. Tang Yin's words pulled Lu Erlong's thoughts back. Her memories seemed to return to 20 years ago when she was the killing edge of the Golden Iron Triangle, doted on by her two older brothers as the youngest and only female in the team. It didn't take long for Tang Yin to notice Lu Erlong standing behind her, studying her. Memories and reality intertwined. The two figures continuously overlapped. When leaving, Zhu Zhuqing cast a somewhat uneasy glance at Tang Yin. Lu Erlong brought Tang Yin into the Academy's forest, heading to the small cabin Lu Erlong had in the Blue Tyrant Academy forest. A fence made of tree branches surrounded the area, planted with various flowers, each blooming and exuding a delightful fragrance. Upon closer inspection, there were still a few water droplets on them, likely just watered. Damn, Tang Yin, you must taste the bitterness when you come back tonight. Lu Erlong's somewhat unusual behavior was also noticed by Zhu Zhuqing, and the slight connection led her to suspicion. Lu Erlong smiled bitterly and shook her head. It's just to pass the time. Director, you're here. The director was elegant, residing in a tranquil and peaceful place. A simple wooden cabin stood quietly by the lake, seemingly built with local materials, its roof covered with a layer of dry yellow straw. Though it looked rudimentary, it was well kept. The sensuality Lu Erlong displayed was entirely different from the sensuality of Zhu Zhuyun that Tang Yin was familiar with. Lu Erlong exclaimed upon realizing that the visitor was Tang Yin, knowing she had lost her composure, and hurriedly said, "Sorry, Tang Yin, I just recalled some past events." At the same sunset, the man she admired was also facing the sunset, his melancholic and lonely gaze attracting her as a girl. Lu Erlong looked at the youth bathed in the sunset, suddenly lost in thought. However, she and T recorded the specific scent that day, as it was quite hurried. In Tang Yin's eyes, Lu Erlong and BabyTang were remarkably similar. Shortly after Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing left, Tang Yin changed into a new outfit and waited for Lu Erlong at the door. The deeper they went into the forest, the scarcer the towering trees became, with the sound of flowing water coming from the depths of the forest. After a brief appreciation, Tang Yin withdrew her gaze. On a massive ancient tree hung a prominent sign with a line of words that had become somewhat blurred. She was originally a hot-tempered madwoman. Otherwise, how could she become the killing edge? Yet now she appeared so elegant and gentle, a result of 20 years of growth. With a creak, the wooden door was pushed open, and Tang Yin entered the cabin behind Lu Erlong. Inside, there was no luxurious decoration, but a faint fragrance lingered, which could be discerned as similar to Lu Erlong's scent. The wooden window was propped open by a forked pole, and in front of it stood a simple dressing table. At the innermost part, a door was slightly ajar. From the entrance, Tang Yin could only see a thin layer of sheer fabric, but she knew without guessing that it was Lu Erlong's resting place. The dining table at the entrance was already filled with dishes, still warm. Lu Erlong lit the candles, dispelling the darkness in the room. Tang Yin noticed that the candles Lu Erlong lit were special because as soon as they were lit, she could smell a fragrance of gardenia, and both her thoughts and heart calmed down, suggesting they had a soothing effect. After more than a year of psychological treatment, Tang Yin was well aware of what kind of person needed to use such calming daily necessities. Her gaze towards Lu Erlong became a bit more complex. "Are we alike?" Tang Yin shook her head, no longer pursuing the thought, having promised not to seek understanding. Lu Erlong placed the candle on the candlestick, turned to face Tang Yin, the flickering firelight casting shadows and light across her beautiful, fair face, making her look stunning yet mysterious. "Have a seat. The food is almost cold." Lu Erlong walked over and pulled out the chair in front of Tang Yin, then sat down opposite her. It was a small table, and although they faced each other, the distance was quite close. When Tang Yin sat down, she could feel Lu Erlong's warmth at her knees. "Why did the director suddenly think of inviting me to dinner?" Tang Yin asked, still unaware of Lu Erlong's true purpose for finding her. Lu Erlong hadn't forgotten her reason for seeking Tang Yin, but she felt embarrassed to directly ask for it, so she had to use this method to privately talk with Tang Yin. However, she lacked the courage to directly ask Tang Yin. Her boldness and confidence crumbled the moment she looked into Tang Yin's eyes. It is said that defeated dogs can smell each other's scent, somewhat like birds of a feather flock together. Tang Yin sensed the secret in Lu Erlong. So how could Lu Erlong not catch the scent of a kindred spirit from Tang Yin? However, what puzzled her was how Tang Yin could still be like this while already accompanied by two beauties. Lu Erlong chuckled softly. "The burden of this elite competition for the Blue Tyrant Academy rests on your shoulders. The honor of the entire academy is on you alone. Even if you are extraordinarily talented, the pressure you will face in the elite competition filled with geniuses will definitely be immense. As the director, I must reward and comfort you." The captain. Faced with such words, Tang Yin smiled back. "Thank you, director. With such great trust from you, I will not let you down. Come, eat. I don't know if these dishes suit your taste." Although Lu Erlong was the illegitimate daughter of Yu Lumian, the second in command of the Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Rex clan, she had lived with her courtesan mother, and throughout her formative years, she had never seen her father. Her mother passed away shortly after from illness, and having lived independently, she had learned how to take care of herself. In these 20 years of living alone, besides tending to flowers, she had also studied cooking techniques. Tang Yin picked up a piece of meat of unknown type, with a perfect balance of fat and lean. The fatty part was translucent, while the lean part had clear marbling. The meat was coated with a reddish-brown sauce that was mouth-watering. Upon tasting, the upper part melted in her mouth, rich yet not greasy. The lower part was tender and flavorful, not at all dry. After finishing the piece of meat, Tang Yin praised, "Director, you truly have great culinary skills. This is more delicious than any meat I've had on the mainland." Tang Yin originally wanted to say that he didn't know which man he would be cheapened by in the future, but when he thought about the dean in front of him possibly being troubled by emotions as well, he swallowed the words back. You're so young, and you dare to say that what I make is the best you've ever had? Tang Yin's compliment still made Lu Erlong feel quite pleased. This was her first time showcasing her culinary skills in front of others, and no one wants to miss out on compliments. Dean, don't look at my age, but I've already been to 32 cities in the 2 great empires. I've left my footprints in the frozen forest of the northernmost part of the Tiano Empire and the extreme west wilderness of the Xinglor Empire. Lu Erlong raised her eyebrows slightly, a hint of surprise in her eyes. She hadn't expected this young man to have traveled so much across the continent. Moreover, he had visited more places than she had in her earlier travels. Her first reaction was disbelief. She didn't think such a young person could handle the crises encountered on the road, but then she recalled Tang Yin's soul power and relaxed. Perhaps this is what it means to be a genius. I didn't expect you to have traveled so much at such a young age. When I was your age, I was still struggling to survive. Dean, your soul power must be quite high, right? Isn't there a subsidy for soul masters from the Spirit Hall? You shouldn't have to worry about making ends meet. The soul power of Lu Erlong in front of him definitely wouldn't be lower than that of a soul sage. Her cultivation talent should be decent, and someone of Tang Yin's age should be able to receive a monthly subsidy of 100 gold soul coins for the Soul Master stage. Even if he spent a little extravagantly, he shouldn't be worried about his livelihood. Lu Erlong shook her head helplessly. You live in a good era. Back then, there were no subsidies for soul masters. A civilian soul master like me had to struggle for a living. No subsidies? Tang Yin didn't know when the subsidies from the Spirit Hall had started, but judging by Lu Erlong's words, it seemed that the soul master subsidies must have been a recent development. Lu Erlong bent down and picked up a porcelain white bottle beside her. The bottle was not large, with a long neck and a wide body, and the mouth was sealed with a wooden cork. Want to try some? Lu Erlong shook the bottle in front of Tang Yin, making a sound of liquid sloshing inside. It wasn't the right time yet. Perhaps after drinking a little, she'd gained the courage to speak. Seeing that Tang Yin was slow to respond, Lu Erlong uncorked the bottle and poured herself a glass. Under the dim candlelight, the clear liquid reflected her face. Looking at her reflection in the liquid, Lu Erlong recalled past events. When was the last time she drank? She remembered clearly. That day she met her biological father, which was also her wedding day. Her father didn't congratulate her on her happiness, but instead told her a cruel fact. The person she liked was her cousin, connected by blood. In fact, she didn't care about that, but she could never forget the image of you, Xiaojiang, fleeing, leaving her all alone. The bitterness in her heart surged, and the sudden emotion made Lu Erlong temporarily forget her purpose. All she wanted now was to numb herself with alcohol. Tang Yin saw Lu Erlong's fair neck arching high as she downed the drink in her cup. Her originally snow-white skin took on an alluring shade of red under the influence of alcohol. Tang Yin didn't persuade her. He just silently watched. Lu Erlong looked at Tang Yin, slightly tipsy, and asked again, Want to try some? Tang Yin didn't refuse, took the jade bottle from Lu Erlong's hand, and poured himself a glass. Cheers! Lu Erlong boldly raised her glass, seeming to feel her sleeves were a hindrance, directly tearing the sleeve off her right shoulder, exposing a large expanse of fair skin. Tang Yin clinked his glass with hers, and they both drank. Lu Erlong gulped down her drink again. She noticed Tang Yin only took a small sip and pouted in dissatisfaction. Are you raising fish here? A big man can't even drink as much as a woman like me. Tang Yin didn't respond and continued to enjoy the food. Seeing that Tang Yin remained quiet, Lu Erlong didn't feel like making things awkward for herself. After a few more glasses of wine, Lu Erlong's emotions suddenly spiraled out of control. She buried her head in her hands and began to sob. Chapter 157, Past Events, Part 1. Seeing Lu Erlong suddenly crying, Tang Yin appeared much calmer beside her. The outburst of emotions was, in fact, a good thing for Lu Erlong at that moment. Keeping everything bottled up would eventually lead to illness. Woo-woo. Tears spilled from Lu Erlong's fingers, slowly sliding down the back of her fair hand, wetting the cuffs of her long dress. Her voice, full of sorrow, echoed plaintively, evoking pity. When the sobbing gradually subsided, Tang Yin reached out and handed Lu Erlong a handkerchief. Wipe your tears. Lu Erlong didn't stand on ceremony. She reached out and snatched the handkerchief from Tang Yin, wiping her eyes haphazardly. Her originally bright and lively eyes became a bit red and swollen, with tears still lingering at the corners, and her slightly upturned nose was also a bit reddened, still sniffing. Lu Erlong picked up her cup, which still had some wine left, and drank it all in one go. As she choked, The wine went down her throat, causing her to cough. Tang Yin secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Erlong gently traced the soft curve of her cheek with her fingers. Her tone somewhat mournful. You're not being close with those two girls beside you, are you? Do you think I'm old and unattractive now? Tang Yin felt a bit awkward. Age didn't matter much in Tang Yin's eyes. Otherwise, he wouldn't have liked BabyTang at such a naive age. If he hadn't encountered BabyTang, he wouldn't have such a heavy sense of vigilance towards Lu Erlong. Ahem, the last time I went to hunt soul beasts, I had some adventures that fortuitously allowed my soul power to increase by a few levels. Tang Yin's previously calm eyes suddenly contracted, clearly startled by Lu Erlong's words. Perhaps due to being drunk, Lu Erlong didn't maintain any elder's demeanor in front of Tang Yin. She shot him a playful glance and teased. What kind of wolfish words are you saying? Tang Yin felt something was off, but he couldn't pinpoint what it was at the moment. Adhering to the principle of treating others sincerely, he didn't hide anything from Lu Erlong. You little brat, you don't even come to help me out. What a waste of my effort in making you such delicious food. Enough about that. By the way, how did your soul power increase so quickly recently? And what about the pair of sisters beside you? You all have excellent talent, but don't rush to achieve results and ruin your future. Tang Yin just thought of helping Lu Erlong breathe easier, but he still held back from moving closer. Men and women shouldn't be too close, especially. But Lu Erlong smiled charmingly, a glint of mischief flashing in her eyes. I'm just teasing you. How could I possibly like a little brat like you? Tang Yin's abnormal increase in soul power couldn't be hidden. Anyone with a little sense would notice. Lu Erlong patted her full watermelon and took a while to recover. Lu Erlong looked worried. Although Tang Yin didn't know Lu Erlong's age, she was already at the soul sage level, so she must be over 30. Is that so? I wonder if you still have such treasures. As soon as these words were spoken, Tang Yin instantly became alert, and the atmosphere in the room grew tense. Is that why you call me here today? Tang Yin was also careless. He didn't expect that this seemingly kind dean was actually coveting the immortal herbs on him. Tang Yin thought to himself, I need to be more vigilant in the future, absolutely not meeting unfamiliar people alone, especially those I have no confidence in defeating. Seeing Tang Yin's slightly changed expression, Lu Erlong quickly said, You're misunderstanding. I will trade with you. Look, what do you think of this academy? Don't think that Lu Erlong is abnormal. In the original story, it was only because Flander wanted a school that she casually renamed this Blue Tyrant Academy without any compensation. Not to mention that she now wants to use this external academy to fight for a future for the one she loves. Tang Yin did not take Lu Erlong's words at face value. He asked, Are you going to use it for yourself? To be honest, this thing isn't very useful for you. Tang Yin was not lying to Lu Erlong. He had very few immortal herbs left and did not plan to use them for trade. The only thing he could give Lu Erlong was top-quality treasure medicine. But that wouldn't be of much use to someone like Lu Erlong, a soul sage, as it wasn't at the level of immortal herbs. Lu Erlong was still hesitating. She didn't know whether to tell Tang Yin the truth. Sometimes I envy you, kid. Lu Erlong looked up at the wooden ceiling, her tone melancholic. Good talent, definitely not of low birth, and accompanied by a beautiful woman. Lu Erlong hadn't inquired about Tang Yin's background. But someone with such talent definitely wouldn't be from a commoner's family, because that contradicts the rules of the Dolua continent. The topic shifted, and the atmosphere in the room eased again. Tang Yin picked up his cup and drank the remaining half in one go. The bitter and spicy liquor slid down his throat, but his expression remained unchanged. Ever since his soul power broke through to Soul King, the life energy circulating in his body made his metabolic ability several times better than that of an ordinary soul master, which also meant that Tang Yin could maintain his youthful appearance. At the same time, he also gained a new worry, being immune to alcohol. Tang Yin sighed. Actually, the past is like smoke. Over time, it naturally fades. Lu Erlong fell silent. Hadn't she also thought about giving up? But could she really do it? With a self-deprecating smile, it seemed to mock Tang Yin's inability to remain consistent, and also to mock her own useless persistence. She waited for Yu Xiaojiang for over 20 years, from the prime of youth to the withering of flowers and leaves, living alone in this quiet forest, just to wait for him to come and see her, because they had agreed to find a quiet place to peacefully spend the rest of their lives. But Yu Xiaojiang, do you still remember the vows you made? Do you still remember her? Lu Erlong didn't know. She really didn't know. Even if she still wanted to help Yu Xiaojiang overcome his inferiority complex, even at the cost of sacrificing the academy she had painstakingly built over the years. Or even herself. What she just said was not just a joke, but also a test. If Tang Yin needed it, she would not hesitate, as long as Tang Yin agreed to her request. Lu Erlong no longer cared about Tang Yin. She picked up a new jade bottle, removed the cork, and drank directly from the bottle. She was tired and didn't want to think about these troubling matters anymore. Whatever requests or longings, let them die first. Hee, Tang Yin, do you think I'm pitiful? Tang Yin looked at Lu Erlong, whose face was flushed and seemed almost drunk, and sighed inwardly. See, you think I'm pitiful too, haha. Lu Erlong, under the influence of alcohol, was revealing her true nature. In fact, all the elegance I show in front of you is just an act. I was someone who single-handedly slaughtered through the entire Soul Beast Forest back in the day. Back then, I rampaged through the Soul Beast Forest, and 2 men appeared in my life. Chapter 158, The Past, Part 2. By the way, I forgot to tell you, I used to hate men like you. The fickle ones. If it were the old me, I would have chopped you down long ago. When talking about the past, Lu Erlong didn't forget to scold Tang Yin again. Tang Yin felt a bit awkward, because she was right. Lies don't hurt. The truth is the sharp knife. Tang Yin wouldn't blame his fickleness on his past. Since he had already done it, he had to be guilt-free. Lu Erlong continued to recount her past. The 2 men weren't particularly handsome. One had a big nose and a long tongue, and the other was dull and wooden. Perhaps it was because of their somewhat abnormal personalities that I became friends with them. We roamed the continent together and surprisingly gained quite a reputation. I wonder if our names are still being circulated after all these years of retirement. They say feelings grow over time. I also fell for one of them. Clearly, his talent was not as good as the other one, and he wasn't as eloquent, yet I still liked him. I knew the other guy liked me too, but when he found out that we had feelings for each other, he chose to support us. But on the day of the wedding, my father, whom I had never met, came to find me, and my fiancée knew my father. Do you know why? She swayed unsteadily, her steps unsteady, barely able to support her body. With a few high heels clattering on the wooden floor, she leaned towards Tang Yin. Anyone who hears Lu Erlong's story would feel pity and compassion. Tang Yin asked a question he really wanted to know. While Lu Erlong was under the pressure of ethical and moral constraints, she was still thinking about the person she loved. Otherwise, she wouldn't have waited for him all this time. Lu Erlong was clearly a bit loose-lipped now, words spilling out uncontrollably. Lu Erlong was crying and laughing. Her expression twisted, even somewhat grotesque. And then he ran away, the other person chased him, and I was left there in that wedding room, still dressed in red. Tang Yin really didn't know how to respond to Lu Erlong. Ethical taboos were a slippery slope that shouldn't be touched. My father and his father were brothers, which means I and he were actually blood-related cousins. Isn't that funny? It's not that Tang Yin is cold-blooded. It's just that he has experienced even more painful situations. What my man, I'm over 40 and still a virgin, never tasted a man as flavor. However, if it were him, he would never abandon a woman to face everything alone. At this point, Lu Erlong's tears flowed again. I'm not drunk. Lu Erlong was emotionally charged and took a few large gulps for herself. Tang Yin was embarrassed. Dean, you're drunk. However, Tang Yin was an exception. So, you asked me for treasures just for that man of yours? I waited and waited for a long time, and the other person only brought me news that he had left. Then I changed places to wait, and waited, and 20 years passed. Do you think I'm pitiful? Tang Yin saw Lu Erlong about to collapse on the table, and hurriedly supported her. Lu Erlong felt Tang Yin's hot breath, whimpered and squirmed a bit in Tang Yin's embrace, mumbling some words that Tang Yin couldn't understand. Tang Yin tried to wake Lu Erlong up, but she was really too drunk. No matter how much he called, he couldn't get a response from Lu Erlong. Instead, she huffed a few times in dissatisfaction, as if protesting Tang Yin's actions. Tang Yin noticed it was getting late and decided not to linger with Lu Erlong any longer. He supported Lu Erlong's back with one hand to prevent her from falling, then bent down and picked her up by the legs, carrying her completely. Lu Erlong was about 175 meters tall, and with her high heels, she was nearly the same height as Tang Yin, making it somewhat challenging for him to carry her in this manner. Holding Lu Erlong, Tang Yin walked toward the room inside the house, lifting the light veil. He placed Lu Erlong on the bed and took off her shoes and socks. Her delicate 5 toes curled together, each one pink and cute, and the graceful curve of her arch resembled the most beautiful lines in the world. While taking off her socks, he unintentionally touched the soft and smooth soles of her feet. After finishing everything, just as Tang Yin was about to leave, Lu Erlong accurately grabbed his wrist with great strength, unwilling to let go. Don't go, don't leave me. The loneliness of each night had not allowed Lu Erlong to adapt to living alone, She would often wake up in the deep night, looking at the empty room around her, feeling an immense sense of melancholy. Unwanted memories surfaced in Tang Yin's mind again, and he struggled to control himself not to pay attention to them, then try to break free from Lu Erlong's grip. However, Lu Erlong was a level 76 soul sage, and even if Tang Yin had high talent, he was still somewhat weaker against a physically strong soul sage. There were ways to forcefully break free, but that would inevitably hurt Lu Erlong, and Tang Yin didn't want to do that. Seeing that Tang Yin was no longer struggling, the strength in Lu Erlong's grip lessened considerably. "Is it you? Did you come to see me?" Tang Yin frowned. He knew Lu Erlong was mistaking him for her cousin. Noticing that Tang Yin didn't deny it, Lu Erlong directly sat up and tightly wrapped her arms around his waist from behind. "Is it really that painful to be with me? Painful enough that you didn't come to see me for 20 years. I don't care whether we're siblings or not. I just want you. I've wanted you for over 20 years. Lu Erlong began tearing at Tang Yin's clothes, while also ripping the other half of her already torn black dress. Her frantic actions startled Tang Yin, and he dared not linger any longer. Taking advantage of Lu Erlong's struggle with her lingerie, he slipped away. He did not want to become a substitute for someone else. Leaving the wooden house, the fresh air in the forest quickly cleared Tang Yin's mind, and he felt a bit scared recalling everything that had just happened. Tang Yin considered himself no saint. He was just an ordinary person controlled by emotions. When faced with temptation, he would choose to accept, just like when he first kissed QianXunji's, but he also had his own principles and bottom lines. Just moments ago, Tang Yin had been somewhat tempted, yet he still chose to leave, even though Lu Erlong was so alluring. However, what Tang Yin didn't know was that shortly after he left, a still tipsy Lu Erlong opened her eyes, sighed softly, and murmured, "So, he really is a principled gentleman." Chapter 159. The rabbit Lu Erlong had been widowed for over 40 years, and she no longer wanted to wait indefinitely. She wanted to experience being a woman once before growing old. Tang Yin left a great first impression on her. He was handsome, talented, kind, humble, polite. And apart from being a bit sentimental, she couldn't find any faults. Most importantly, she sensed a kindred spirit in Tang Yin. Perhaps it was mutual admiration, or perhaps it was the sympathy of defeated opponents licking their wounds. Choosing to have a one-night stand with Tang Yin seemed like the most suitable option. You say, Flander. A war man should just listen at the door and take care of that himself. After sighing, Lu Erlong closed her eyes and fell into a deep sleep. When Tang Yin returned home, the lights in the living room were already off, and Zhu Zhuqing's room was also dark. However, in his own room, a dim yellow light was still flickering. Even though Tang Yin moved quietly, Zhu Zhuqing noticed his return and came out, catching a whiff of the alcohol on him. She didn't show any disdain, but helped him take off his outer clothes. "Take a shower first." Flander patted Tang San's shoulder and said mysteriously, "Little San, quickly release your soul ring so your teacher can have a look." Forcing someone to use their soul skills wasn't too difficult. Yu Xiaojiang was confident in Tang San, but Tang Yin's performance showed no willingness to become his disciple, so his quick agreement must have had its own strategy behind it. Yu Xiaojiang's gaze fell on Tang San. At this moment, although Tang San wasn't as skilled as in the original story and hadn't taken the Wangchuan Qi to enhance his mental strength, he still retained the residual life energy from Tang Yin's treatment. Flander said, "Xiao Gang, congratulations." This surprised Flander, who was guarding nearby. He then found his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, and informed him that he had reached level 40. Yu Xiaojiang thought Tang San had practiced some evil skill and was nearly scared to death. No matter how high Tang Yin's talent was, how powerful could his self-developed skills be? With their match approaching, he had no time to wait for Tang how to take him to obtain a soul ring. He needed to push himself to improve his strength. He didn't want to lose. She not only knew that Tang Yin had returned, but also that her sister had just come out of her room. After they chatted for a while, in another room, Zhu Zhuqing's ears perked up. Her keen senses, as a sensitive attack-type soul master, were put to use for this matter. It was only after Tang San repeatedly explained that Yu Xiaojing barely understood what spirit herbs were, and he felt a slight desire for this magical herb. If only he had taken such a herb back then, perhaps he wouldn't have become a waste in everyone's eyes. Perhaps BabyTang wouldn't have left him. Perhaps. All right, together. Tang Yin embraced Zhu Zhuqing, and the desire that had just been ignited could no longer be suppressed upon seeing her. 3 days later, Flander brought Tang San back from the Sunset Forest. Poor Zhu Zhuqing was still unaware that her sister had not slept at all and was waiting for her to faint from happiness. Initially, everything was fine, but the resentment of the Golden Lion and the powerful impact of the Golden Bloodline exploded simultaneously, causing Tang San to bleed from his 7 orifices, with a layer of blood mist rising around him. Even just this was enough to save Tang San's life. Yu Xiaojiang's face stiffened. Flander. Just say what you need to. It was a golden lion that had just reached the 10,000-year mark, possessing an extremely powerful golden bloodline. When the dark light appeared on Tang San, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes widened in disbelief. 10,000-year soul ring. Upon returning to the Tiando Royal Academy, Flander brought a good piece of news for his good brother Yu Xiaojiang. In the end, a bitter smile appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's heart, and he no longer wanted to mention it. A week ago, after Tang San consumed the Phoenix Coxcomb Sunflower, his soul power broke through 5 levels overnight, and he only needed to absorb a soul ring to become a soul zone. Tang San summoned his Haotian Hammer Martial Soul. The first 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, did not elicit any change in Yu Xiaojiang's expression as he waited for the appearance of the 4th soul ring. Tang San's every soul ring was meticulously planned by Tang Hao, but this time, Tang San chose to rebel. Don't be fooled by just a few sentences. During these 3 days, Tang San could be said to have walked through the gates of hell. On the first day of arriving at the Sunset Forest, Flinder had already found a 6,000-year-old explosive bear for Tang San, but Tang San refused. The subsequent events made her feel a bit flushed, and she inadvertently overheard Zhu Zhuqing whispering about not waking up Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing, with a red face, did not refuse Tang Yin's request, even though she had already washed up early. That's right, it was a 10,000-year-old soul beast. I was initially worried that Tang San wouldn't be able to absorb it, but he told me someone had already absorbed it, and he wanted to try as well. I couldn't argue with him, so I just let him give it a shot. Although the process was a bit perilous, thankfully, he succeeded in absorbing it. With a muffled groan, the room fell into a long silence again. Zhu Zhuqing estimated that the timing was right, so she stealthily slipped into another room. Creating a self-developed soul skill, strictly speaking, isn't really considered a soul skill. It's a combat technique created by utilizing one's own martial soul and combining power techniques. Tang San immediately set his sights on this soul beast, and after persuading Flinder to heavily injure this golden lion, Tang San approached to deliver a fatal blow and began absorbing this soul ring. Yu Xiaojiang asked Flinder to take Tang San to hunt soul beasts while he stayed at the academy to devise a plan for Tang San. I don't know if it's because Tang San is the chosen one, but they soon encountered another suitable soul beast after walking a short distance. Although its age had already reached 10,000 years, Yu Xiaojiang pondered deeply and guessed, with his extensive knowledge, that there was only one possibility: self-developed soul skills. Even so, Tang San managed to hold on thanks to his extreme endurance. If it were anyone else, they would probably have exploded. After spending a full 2 days, Tang San completely absorbed his first 10,000-year soul ring. The huge risks brought equally huge rewards. The master couldn't wait to ask, "Little San, what is your 4th soul skill?" Tang San replied, "My 4th soul skill comes from a 10,000-year golden lion, and it's called Haotian Golden Lion Break, which can cause a significant stunning shock effect on the target's body and spirit." Tang San's Haotian Hammer Martial Soul, apart from the 2nd soul skill Haotian Guardian, possesses strong attack power and decent control effects. Coupled with his Tang Sek's unique skills and hidden weapons, it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say he's a hexagonal warrior. After hearing this, Yu Xiaojiang repeatedly praised him, feeling that taking Tang Yin as a disciple was almost certain. Yu Xiaojiang specially trained Tang San for another 2 days and, with full confidence, visited Tang Yin again. That day, Tang Yin had just returned from Lamba Academy when he encountered Yu Xiaojiang waiting at the door. "Little Yin, is the duel still on?" Yu Xiaojiang was afraid Tang Yin would say he was joking, which would probably make him furious. Tang Yin was momentarily stunned, clearly not having taken this matter to heart, and after thinking for a while, he recalled that he seemed to have agreed to it to fool Yu Xiaojiang. Although Tang Yin looked down on Yu Xiaojiang, he was a man of his word, honest and trustworthy, and there was no need to compromise his principles for Yu Xiaojiang. "Of course it's still on. Did the master set a time?" Hearing Tang Yin say this, Yu Xiaojiang finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes, tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock. At the Tiando Royal Academy. I will be waiting for you at the main gate." "I will be there." Seeing Tang Yin agree, Yu Xiaojiang did not linger and left directly. It's not that Tang Yin had a bad memory. It was just that this was something he had said casually, and with Lu Erlong's matter over the past few days, Tang Yin was feeling quite overwhelmed. Lu Erlong had been visiting him much more frequently lately. Almost every day he was at the academy, Lu Erlong would definitely show up. Even the teacher who managed the training ground found it very strange. He wondered when this academy's dean had become so diligent, as Liu Erlong had previously hardly left the forest of the academy. After training, Liu Erlong always tried to leave Tang Yin alone with her and inadvertently revealed some flirtation towards him. But Tang Yin was a gentleman. No matter how Liu Erlong tested him, he remained calm like Liu Xiaowei, and his second brother also remained steadfast and unyielding. Fortunately, Liu Erlong was not in a drunken state and did not act excessively. After failing to test him, she could only leave in frustration. Tang Yin felt that dragging it out like this was not a solution. He sensed that his dean was becoming increasingly obsessed with men and feared that one day Liu Erlong would ravage his delicate flower. However, he couldn't say it outright. He couldn't directly tell Liu Erlong, "Dean, we aren't suited for each other. Stop craving my body." Such a blunt statement would never come from the romantic Tang Yin's mouth. Since he couldn't avoid it, Tang Yin could only silently endure, which also made things difficult for Zhu Zhuqing, and QianXunji. Tang Yin's anger would surge even more when suppressed. Zhu Zhuqing was fine because she had a good sister to share the burden. But QianXunji was in a worse situation. One time, QianXunji was almost red-faced, gritting her teeth as she said, "What a shame for a gentleman." Tang Yin couldn't help but chuckle after hearing this, so Sister Shui still has some strength left. From that moment on, QianXunji was determined to quickly marry the princess to help herself relieve the pressure. The next day happened to be a rest day for Lamba Academy, and just as Tang Yin was about to go out, Zhu Zhuqing secretly poked her little head out of her room. She weakly asked, "Brother-in-law, can I go with you?" She was present yesterday and knew that Tang Yin was going to the Tiando Royal Academy for a duel. Since Zhu Zhuqing was still resting due to overwork, this was a rare opportunity to be alone with Tang Yin, and how could she give it up? She had specially conserved her energy yesterday and hadn't snuck a midnight snack. Tang Yin agreed to Zhu Zhuqing without hesitation. To him, it was nothing. Moreover, he felt he should give Zhu Zhuqing more love, as it had always been him and Zhu Zhuqing showing affection in front of her. Even if the little girl said nothing, Tang Yin understood that she longed for it just as much as her sister did. A quarter of an hour later, Zhu Zhuqing happily hugged Tang Yin's arm as they left the house. Inside the room, Zhu Zhuqing had a faint smile at the corner of her mouth, as if she had thought of something happy, and she turned over to continue her beautiful sleep. Zhu Zhuqing seemed to be particularly clingy today, almost leaning half her body against Tang Yin, seemingly indifferent to Tang Yin taking advantage of her. Now, apart from the final step in advanced play, they had done everything they needed to do, so why would they care about such things? It was still early, and Tang Yin initially wanted to sit down for breakfast, but Zhu Zhuqing thought it was better to eat while walking. Tang Yin could only indulge Zhu Zhuqing and left Tiando City with the breakfast he had bought. Zhu Zhuqing took a sip of the milk in her cup and found it quite good, then asked Tang Yin, "Brother-in-law, do you want some? It's really delicious." "Then I'll have some." Just as Tang Yin was about to take it, he saw Zhu Zhuqing finish the remaining milk in one gulp, and then wrapped her legs around Tang Yin's waist. Sudden movement startled Tang Yin, who quickly grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's perky figure, and then felt something blocking his mouth, a creamy taste entering. So that was why she was eating breakfast while walking. Tang Yin finally understood Zhu Zhuqing's true intention. At this moment, there were hardly any people on the road, and Zhu Zhuqing did whatever she wanted, without any restraint. After finishing all the remaining breakfast with Tang Yin, she contentedly returned to her original position. The last time Tang Yin came to the Tiando Royal Academy was to treat De Guiyan, and he didn't expect to return to this academy so soon. From a distance, he saw Yu Xiaojing, dressed in gray-black robes, waiting at the entrance, with Tang San and a girl he didn't recognize standing beside him. As he got closer, Tang Yin could see the girl's appearance clearly. She had smooth black long hair neatly arranged into a scorpion braid that hung past her calves, her legs slender yet strong, wrapped in white stockings, especially her pair of pink eyes, which were particularly lively, carrying a hint of charm. Tang Yin stared at Xiao Wu for a long time, feeling that this girl looked somewhat strange, as if he had seen her somewhere before. Xiao Wu was also pestering Tang San to meet his younger brother today. She still remembered her mission. However, upon seeing Tang Yin, Xiao Wu had a bad premonition. Sure enough, in the next moment, Tang Yin's Xieji eye quietly opened, and Xiao Wu felt as if her whole body was being seen through by her younger brother. This is bad, now I've exposed myself. Tang San, noticing Xiao Wu's trembling and slightly cold hand, asked with concern, "Xiao Wu, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell?" Observing everything, Tang Yin looked at the intimate actions between Tang San and Xiao Wu with a strange expression, thinking to himself, "Should I also find a spirit beast girlfriend?" Xiao Wu's true form as a soft-boned charm rabbit had already been seen clearly by Tang Yin, but he wouldn't tell anyone else, as revealing Xiao Wu's identity to those who nearly harmed his mother would be no different. Tang Yin smiled slightly at Xiao Wu and said to Tang San, "Aren't you going to introduce us?" "Xiao Yin, this is Xiao Wu, my adopted sister." "Xiao Wu, this is my brother Tang Yin. Nice to meet you." Xiao Wu felt that Tang Yin had no ill intentions, and the familiar scent coming from him gave her a sense of relief. "Hello, Tang Yin. Let's go quickly." Yu Xiaojiang, standing aside, was already impatient. The group walked up the mountain together. The master led the way, with Tang San and Xiao Wu walking side by side, while Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing followed at the back of the group. Occasionally, Xiao Wu turned her head to sneak a glance at Tang Yin, which made Zhu Zhuqing a bit unhappy. When they first arrived, Zhu Zhuqing noticed that her color brother-in-law had been staring at that woman for a long time, and now that woman was still looking back at Tang Yin while holding his hand, which was really shameless. Tang Yin clearly felt the soft touch on his arm lessen significantly, so, out of Tang San's view, he mouthed 2 words to Xiao Wu: "Rabbit." Chapter 160. Furious Dai Mubai. Xiao Wu trembled all over, her pink pupils instantly shrinking, her whole person resembling a frightened rabbit as she hurriedly turned her head away, tightly clutching Tang San's arm, too scared to look back. She was truly afraid that Tang Yin would expose her identity. If that happened, she would have to flee back to the Stardow Forest. But she couldn't bear to leave behind the human way of life, the beautiful clothes and skirts. The teachers and classmates at Shrek Academy, and especially Tang San. Seeing Xiao Wu looking frightened, Tang San was puzzled. "Xiao Wu, why do I feel like something's off with you today?" "And no, it's nothing. Maybe I'm just feeling unwell." Xiao Wu blushed, trying to find an excuse. Xiao Wu's behavior today was too strange. Tang San, who was naturally suspicious, couldn't completely trust even his most trusted Xiao Wu in this situation. Burying his doubts, Tang San said with concern, "If you're not feeling well, you should go back and rest." Xiao Wu didn't want to leave so early. She still wanted to observe what was so peculiar about those fierce beasts looking for someone. 3 years had passed, and Dai Mubai's body had become even taller and stronger, with golden shoulder-length hair and a chiseled face that, along with his strange dual pupils, gave him the appearance of a cynical young master. Meng Xunji by Baoshan and Jillian all knew how high Tang San's talent was, and upon learning that Tang San had a younger brother, they were even more curious, coming to see the performance of the twin brothers. Noticing Xiao Wu's special relationship with Tang San, it was better for as few people as possible to know about her being a transformed spirit beast. The memory of that gunshot was still vivid in Yu Tianheng's mind. He would never forget the shock of that shot. Zhu Zhuqing, who had intended to call him brother-in-law, realized that there were outsiders present, and if she referred to Tang Yin as brother-in-law, it would likely attract strange glances from the people ahead. At this moment, many people were already standing in the training ground, as they heard that Tang San was going to compete with his younger brother, and many came out of curiosity to watch. This time, the competition between Tang San and Tang Yin was set by Yu Xiaojiang at Training Ground No. 3 of the Tiando Royal Academy, which was the backup training ground for the Tiando Royal Academy's second battle team, a 7 versus 7 team soul fighting arena, leaving enough space for Tang San and Tang Yin to showcase their abilities. Seeing that Tang Yin was unwilling to tell her, Zhu Zhuqing pouted a little, but she also knew that Tang Yin wouldn't hide anything that he felt he could share with her. Like her sister, she trusted Tang Yin very much. In his mind, Zhu Zhuqing had already died in that terrifying beast tide along with her sister Zhu Zhuqing and her second brother Dai Yilin. And the Star Luo Empire's royal family and the Duke of the Underworld held a grand funeral for them. He clearly recognized that the person who had come to the academy to help Duge Yin was none other than Tang Yin, and he didn't expect that Tang Yin was Tang San's younger brother. However, the 3 committee members were also present, and besides them, he could see Yu Tianheng and several members of the royal fighting team's first team. What shocked him the most was Zhu Zhuqing beside Tang Yin. Children should not pry into adult matters. Who is a child? I'm not small anymore. Yu Tianheng was also very curious during the fight with Tang San. The two were evenly matched, and after a while, he wanted to see what progress Tang San had made. Curiosity killed the rabbit. He felt a green feeling over his head, only feeling that Zhu Zhuqing had betrayed him, betrayed the Star Luo royal family. It goes without saying for the teachers and students of Shrek, especially since all the students were required by Flander to come and watch. Tang Yin also recalled the scene when he first met Dai Mubai, feeling very ashamed of Dai Mubai's actions. Tang Yin noticed the change in Zhu Zhuqing and followed her gaze, seeing Dai Mubai as well. When he clearly saw the person behind Tang San, Yu Tianheng's expression froze. But Dai Mubai never thought that 3 years ago, he had left Zhu Zhuqing to escape alone, putting her in danger of death. Even though he could have saved her with just a hand. The little girl hasn't even fully grown up. As soon as these words were spoken, a slight blush appeared on Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat round face, and her small hand that was wrapped around Tang Yin's arm secretly pinched his waist. "You're killing me." However, Tang Yin leaned in and whispered. Tang Yin felt a sharp pain and quickly begged for mercy. "Good sister, spare me, I won't dare again." Zhu Zhuqing, walking next to Tang Yin, also noticed Xiao Wu's strange behavior and knew it must be related to Tang Yin. However, her call of little silver brother was extremely charming, making Tang Yin's body feel a bit numb. Their flirtation naturally did not escape Tang San's attention. As an assassin, even without specialized training in hearing, he was still very sensitive to sounds. Yu Xiaojiang felt both nervous and excited during the journey, holding an uneasy heart as they quickly arrived at their destination. Tang Yin still planned to keep this matter from Zhu Zhuqing, not because he thought she would leak the secret, but because telling her would only add to her burden. Sister, little silver brother, suddenly remembering that Zhu Zhuqing seemed to still be his fiancée, Dai Mubai felt an inexplicable anger rise in his heart upon seeing his fiancée, still alive, but not returning to the Star Luo Empire to honor their engagement. Instead, cuddling with another man. Just looking at Zhu Zhuqing's curious gaze, Tang Yin knew what she wanted to ask. After saying it in a huff, Zhu Zhuqing proudly adjusted her impressive features. Zhu Zhuqing also spotted Dai Mubai staring at her from the crowd, and her expression instantly turned icy. The joy of being out with Tang Yin completely vanishing. Seeing someone who had died in her memory suddenly appear before her, looking as if they were doing quite well, would evoke such a reaction in anyone. The sound of this remark was as faint as a mosquito's buzz. Only Zhu Zhuqing could hear it. As for why he had a sulky face now, Tang Yin had some guesses. Another person who was equally shocked was not Yi Lingling beside him, but Dai Mubai from the Shrek Academy camp. He frowned and thought, with the competition about to start, little Silver is still so inattentive. It seems I, as an older brother, need to give him a good lesson. However, Dai Mubai's current behavior only made Tang Yin feel a bit amused. When Tang Yin got closer, before Yu Xiaojiang could speak, Dai Mubai stepped out from the crowd, his face dark and carrying a bone-chilling coldness, forcing Oscar and Ma Hongjun back several steps. "What's wrong with Boss Dai? Why does it feel like someone cheated on him?" Oscar muttered softly. Ma Hongjun speculated. "It can't be that pair of twin sisters he's keeping in the city, right? 1 against 2 definitely wouldn't satisfy them. I've talked to Boss Dai several times, but he hasn't agreed." Zhu Zhuqing, what is your relationship with the man beside you? As soon as Dai Mubai spoke, all the onlookers' gazes focused on Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. Ning Rongrong, hiding in the back, felt a little excited. She hadn't seen such a drama in a long time, and both male leads were people she knew. She was not surprised to see Tang Yin because she knew his father was Tang Hao, who often went to Shrek Academy to guide Tang San in his training. If she couldn't see the relationship between Tang Yin and Tang San, she might as well find a place to bury herself. Before Tang Yin could speak, Zhu Zhuqing coldly said, "What does it have to do with you?" Dai Mubai's face turned iron gray. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing still not letting go of Tang Yin's arm, even as he approached, was no different from being insulted in front of his fiancée. "You vixen, don't forget your identity." "Identity?" Zhu Zhuqing sneered, disdainfully saying, "What identity?" Dai Mubai looked around, his face tense for a long time. Making public the fact that his fiancée ran off with his good brother's younger brother? That would be a huge embarrassment. But his momentary impulse clearly put him in a difficult position. The struggle of whether to say it or not turned his face the color of pig liver. Tang Yin held Zhu Zhuqing a bit tighter. After all, she was his forbidden fruit, and seeing his woman being pressed by a cowardly tiger like this would ignite even Tang Yin's temper. "Where did this wild dog come from? How dare you bark in front of me? Get lost." Tang Yin's shout made Tang San turn his head, although he didn't know the reason behind it. He had never seen Tang Yin so furious before and didn't know what to do. One side was his blood brother, and the other side was a trusted teammate and sworn brother. Being stuck in the middle, he could only act as a peacemaker. Before Tang San could persuade, Dai Mubai clenched his fist and charged at Tang Yin with the force of a gale. Dai Mubai was enraged by Tang Yin, who had publicly insulted him as a wild dog. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Of course, he had, back in the palace. He had even endured the humiliation under his older brother Davis. If it weren't for the fact that they shared the same parents, Davis might have thought that insulting Dai Mubai would indirectly insult himself. and he would have probably cursed Dai Mubai's entire ancestry. But 3 years had passed, and Dai Mubai, having escaped the Star Luo Empire, was like a bird freed from its cage, flying into a broader world, slowly nurturing the dominance that belonged to a tiger. The majesty of the white tiger is not to be infringed upon. In Dai Mubai's mind, he was a few years older than Tang Yin. No matter how talented Tang Yin was, he should still suffer a loss when faced with a sudden attack. Even if he couldn't win, so what? This was Shrek Academy's territory, with the dean and teacher Zhao Wujin backing him up. Dean Flander had once said that not daring to provoke trouble is the mark of a mediocre talent. Dai Mubai launched his surprise attack like a hungry tiger pouncing on its prey, fast as lightning. This sudden change took Zhu Zhuqing by surprise, and she was alarmed. She never expected Dai Mubai would dare to make a move in front of so many people. At this moment, it was too late to counterattack. In a critical moment, Zhu Zhuqing stepped forward without hesitation, intending to block the incoming punch with her body. Before she could step up, Zhu Zhuqing felt her body being pulled by a force, and she was pulled back, the familiar scent entering her nostrils, followed by her head resting unguarded against Tang Yin's broad and solid chest. Facing Dai Mubai's furious strike, Tang Yin remained calm and unperturbed, as if nothing could disturb him. He casually extended a hand, effortlessly neutralizing Dai Mubai's attack, as if he were picking a flower. What? You still want to make a move? Tang Yin's voice was as calm as water. Tang Yin felt that Dai Mubai was indeed somewhat overestimating himself. If a soul sovereign could successfully ambush a soul king, that soul king would have to reflect on a lifetime of being a waste. Dai Mubai was burning with anger, trying to retract his fist, but found it firmly gripped by Tang Yin, unable to budge no matter how much strength he exerted, his face turning a sickly shade of red. Yu Xiaojiang saw a lot from this punch, and his heart sank a few degrees. He knew that Dai Mubai was a level 39 soul sovereign. If he couldn't even injure Tang Yin with a sneak attack, it meant Tang Yin's soul power had at least reached level 45. Looking at the current power struggle, Dai Mubai, who possesses the top-tier beast martial soul, the white tiger, is at a complete disadvantage against Tang Yin, who appears to be in control of the situation, his strength seemingly unfathomable. Seeing this, Flander hurriedly stepped in to mediate, first reprimanding, Dai Mubai, do you know what you were doing? What have the teachers taught you? Then he turned to Tang Yin and Yin, saying, this young brother must be Tang San's brother, right? Mubai just offended you, and I apologize on his behalf. Can you let go of him for now? Tang Yin is a reasonable person. He can see that the man in front of him, who looks like a crafty merchant, is trying to excuse Dai Mubai. However, he also needs to give Tang San this face. So he replied, sure, but he must apologize first. Seeing that Dai Mubai was reluctant to speak, Flander urged, Mubai, hurry up and apologize. While saying this, he also signaled him with his eyes. Dai Mubai, unwilling, turned his head away and squeezed out 3 words through clenched teeth. I'm sorry. In Dai Mubai's view, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Such a perfunctory and insincere apology naturally wouldn't be accepted by Tang Yin. He coldly narrowed his eyes, swung his arm fiercely, and with a crisp crack, Dai Mubai let out a piercing scream as his body uncontrollably recoiled, simultaneously clutching the wrist of his limp hand with his other uninjured hand, his face contorted in pain, his entire body trembling from the excruciating pain and cold sweat pouring down his forehead. Mubai, Zhao Wujia, seeing this, quickly rushed over and supported the swaying Dai Mubai, urgently checking his injuries. Upon seeing Dai Mubai's right hand hanging limply, as if it had lost all strength, Zhao Wujia was startled and immediately understood. Dai Mubai's injury was not just a simple finger fracture. Even the bones of his palm must have shattered completely. Zhao Wujia glared angrily at Tang Yin, gritting his teeth as he scolded, what a vicious little brat. At such a young age, you have such a cruel heart. However, he deliberately refrained from mentioning the person who had struck first. Beside them, Tang Sin couldn't help but frown. He felt that Tang Yin's actions were indeed a bit excessive. After all, Dai Mubai had already apologized voluntarily, yet Tang Yin still dealt such a heavy blow. Xiaoyin. Before Tang San could continue, Tang Yin coldly interjected. If someone insults the person next to you as a wretch, I hope you can remain this rational. Tang San thought that if someone called Xiao Wu a wretch, he would only feel that the other party was seeking death. Flander frowned, but did not speak. He knew that Xiaojiang wanted to take Tang Yin as a disciple, and his intervention would only be seen as favoritism. Yu Xiaojiang had never anticipated that things would escalate to this point. He had never dealt with such a tricky situation before and felt at a loss, unable to think of a solution. Just then, the previously silent Zhu Juqing finally broke the deadlock, softly saying, "All right, Xiaoyin, don't be angry. I'll wait for you outside." As soon as she finished speaking, she cast a glance at the pained Dai Mubai and then turned without hesitation, walking straight out of the training ground. At this moment, Tang Yin's expression was as cold as ice as he turned to Yu Xiaojiang, urging in a frosty tone, "Master, please start as soon as possible." Clearly, Tang Yin no longer wanted to stay here for even a moment. Chapter 161. Tang San, unable to withstand a blow, Yu Xiaojiang, unsure of how to handle the situation, took the opportunity presented by Tang Yin's initiative. "All right, Flander, take Mubai down a heel. Xiao San, you prepare as well." Yu Xiaojiang arranged everything one by one. Flander took Dai Mubai to Yi Lingling on the stands. He had seen Yi Lingling's 9-heart sea glass martial soul before, and she was the only healing soul master present, so he could only ask her for help. "Yi Lingling, could you please help heal this student of mine?" Flander's tone was very sincere, leaving Yi Lingling somewhat at a loss. Although she didn't know the entanglement between Dai Mubai, Tang Yin, and Zhu Juqing, she had a very good first impression of Tang Yin, making Dai Mubai, who had clashed with Tang Yin, seem completely opposite. Seeing that Yi Lingling hesitated, Qin Ming, the leader of the former royal fight team, came over. "Lingling, please help this junior with his injuries." Although Qin Ming was just an ordinary teacher at the Tiando Royal Academy now, he still had some influence among the royal fight team members. "Bet on who will win this match. You go ahead." Meng Xinji stroked his graying beard, his eyes narrowed slightly. Tang San nodded slightly. "I understand, teacher." "Old Ji, about that bet, can't—" Jilin, seeing how precious Baoshan's bet was, also had to show some sincerity. "All right, then I'll bet on Tang San. And the bet is the spirit plant I've cultivated, the 7-star cloud drop." "Boss, do you think Tang San can force his brother to use his soul skill?" Tang Yin had no soul rings appearing on him, but the aura he exuded fully suppressed Tang San. On the soul fighting stage, Xiao San, show that bastard some color. Tang Yin saw Tang San summon his martial soul and calmly reached out, expertly spinning the fate with one hand a few times before planting in the ground. Crossing his arms and calmly looking at Tang San, the short and stout Baoshan, with a kind face, asked, and his boss was naturally the chief committee member, Meng Xinji, who sat in the middle. "Am I really not as good as him? Is the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect really not comparable to the Haotian Hammer?" Yu Qianheng's clenched fist weakly loosened, a deep sense of powerlessness enveloping him, as the talent he took pride in seemed worthless in front of Tang San. "That kid's strength is extraordinary. Even I can't see through his depth. Let's just watch quietly." As a member of Shrek Academy, he was also very dissatisfied with Tang Yin's actions. "Brother, you should stay away from Dai Mubai. He's not someone worth getting close to." Tang San held the Haotian hammer with both hands, his legs firmly grounded, and then suddenly made his move unexpectedly. The three of them knew the rules of this match. They initially thought Tang San could win easily, but Tang Yin's calm demeanor had revealed a glimpse of his true power. "Xiaoyin, I have my own judgment." He felt that Tang Yin's prejudice against Dai Mubai stemmed from some misunderstanding between Zhu Juqing and Dai Mubai. Everyone's values and worldviews are different, and no one can impose their will on others. Tang Yin and Tang San walked to the center of the soul fighting stage, staring at each other. In this match, Tang San was the challenger. He swallowed hard. Tang San believed he wouldn't misjudge people. After over a year of interaction, he thought Dai Mubai was a good brother with a sense of loyalty and responsibility, aside from being a bit infatuated with women, and not as unbearable as Tang Yin described. They were not interested in the recent struggle among the younger generation, but they saw many things from Tang Yin's recent move. The three committee members were surprised when they saw Tang San's soul ring, especially by Baoshan, who pressed Tang Yin, whose eyes bulged like a fat frog. Tang Yin decided to wake Tang San up, lest he mistakenly made friends. He had been waiting a long time for this battle, and just wanted to unleash his full power without any regrets. Without hesitation, Bai Baoshan said, "I choose Tang San's brother. As for the bet, let us wager my jar of dragon blood wine that I've kept for 20 years. Seeing that Tang San was stubborn, Tang Yin no longer said much. "Let's get started." Bai Baoshan became interested. "Oh, what are we betting on?" Jilin interjected. "Just watching the competition is boring. Why don't we place a bet?" Dai Mubai's palm had been completely healed by the powerful healing ability of the 9-heart sea Tang, and he barely felt any pain. He sat in the stands, silently cheering for Tang San. At this moment, Tang Yin and Tang San had already taken their positions, each standing on one side of the fighting arena. "Haha, don't even think about it." Jilin was quite pleased with himself. believing this competition was nearly guaranteed to end in his favor. Yu Qianheng never expected that Tang San, who had a few levels lower soul power than him a month ago, would break through to level 40 even faster than him. And his fourth soul ring was a 10,000-year soul ring that only a soul king could absorb. The three committee members focused their attention on the fighting arena as the competition was about to begin. The two separated again, and with a shout from Yu Xiaojiang, Tang San was the first to summon his Haoyan Hammer martial soul. Although his body moved in a straight line, several afterimages appeared along his path. What Tang San executed was one of the ultimate skills recorded in the Xiantian treasure record, Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps. Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps did not excel in speed. Its brilliance lay in the ghost aspect, moving like a ghost, making it difficult for enemies to defend against. However, in Tang Yin's eyes, it seemed somewhat unnecessary. Even without using the eye of the Siege, every move Tang San made was visible to him. Tang San did not dare to be careless. After getting close to Tang Yin, he directly used the fourth soul ring he had just obtained. He knew that Tang Yin was currently a level 54 soul king. If he didn't go all out, he would only be seeking his own death. Moreover, the fourth rule of the Xiantian treasure record was to never attempt to play the pig to eat the tiger, or else one might really become a pig. Adhering to the principles of the Xiantian treasure record, Tang San also had to go all out. At the moment Tang San's fourth soul ring suddenly lit up, the originally pitch-black Haoyan hammer erupted with a dazzling golden light. This light was as hot and bright as the sun, powerful and oppressive. On the rough surface of the hammer, a phantom of a golden lion coalesced, opening its massive mouth and letting out a lion's roar. The substantial golden sound wave rippled outward, carrying enough energy to directly kill a 29th level Great Soul Master like Yu Xiaojiang, rushing towards Tang Yin. Fourth soul skill, Haoyan Golden Lion Break. Seeing the Haoyan hammer attack accompanied by his sound waves coming at him, Tang Yin casually lifted Destiny with one hand, and with a single jab, he struck the surface of the Haoyan hammer. As for the sound wave attack, Tang Yin completely ignored it. At this moment, Tang Yin's mental power was sufficient to rival a high-level soul sage who did not cultivate mental power, and was not much weaker than a low-level soul sage who specialized in mental power. Destiny made contact, and with a clang, Tang San felt a tingling sensation in his hands. His tightly clenched hands trembled incessantly, while the Haoyan hammer was easily blocked by Tang Yin. Unable to advance a single inch, Tang San's eyes widened. He did not expect his strongest fourth soul skill to have no effect on Tang Yin, causing him to question if this 10,000-year soul skill was fake. The intense pain from his tiger's mouth made Tang San snap back to reality. He looked down and saw that the tiger's mouth on both of his hands had ruptured, blood gushing out, and a slippery sensation was felt in his palms. The powerful shockwave ability of Haoyan Golden Lion Break could cause dizziness to the target, but Tang Yin countered by using the force against Tang San, turning the soul skill back on him. This proactive strike not only failed to give Tang San any advantage, but also hurt himself. Tang San originally thought that his current immense strength was unmatched among his peers, but this full force strike was easily blocked by Tang Yin with one hand, leaving him feeling extremely frustrated. Dai Mubai, seeing Tang San's fierce strike being easily blocked by Tang Yin, couldn't help but swallow hard. If he were in Tang San's place, he would definitely be severely injured and lose combat effectiveness if he faced Tang San's Haoyan Golden Lion Break head-on. Just what kind of strength does Tang San's brother possess? At this moment, Dai Mubai felt immense regret for his earlier recklessness. After failing to land a hit, Tang San's figure flashed, and he quickly used Ghost Shadow Phantom Steps to distance himself from his opponent. However, how could Tang Yin, who wanted to quickly end the battle, let Tang San escape easily? He stomped his right foot on the ground, using the reaction force to dash towards Tang San like a bolt from the blue. Realizing he couldn't shake him off, Tang San's hands gradually turned jade green, becoming true jade hands. The original pain was briefly shielded, and the texture of his hands became harder. At this moment, Tang San's palms were like dark jade, as solid as rock, and impervious to all poisons. Tang Yin thrust out a spear, aiming directly at Tang San's right shoulder. Having just suffered a loss, Tang San dared not clash directly with Tang Yin, but this thrust was also hard to evade. He could only use the jade hands he had activated to slice against the tip of Destiny. At the moment of contact, Tang San felt as if his jade hands had touched the hardest substance in the world. He did not expect the spear tip, which looked like wood, to be so sharp. However, his reaction was incredibly quick. He immediately used the Tang Sect ultimate skill, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. to deflect the unstoppable momentum of destiny with a light touch. 4 ounces deflecting 1,000 pounds. Tang Yin felt a bit surprised. This delicate technique of deflecting force was not something that could be easily understood. Seeing that Tang San had such capabilities was indeed shocking. However, this was where it ended. This technique of deflecting force was only effective when the strength difference was not too great. If it were 10,000 pounds, 100,000 pounds, or even 1,000,000 pounds, all techniques would be futile. Tang Yin retracted his spear and then suddenly thrust towards Tang San again. This thrust was far more powerful than the previous one. Facing the casual strike from Tang Yin, Tang San had barely managed to block it. His battle instincts told him that no matter what, he could not withstand this thrust. The second soul skill, Haotian Guardian, was activated, and Tang San used his only defensive soul skill. The shield formed by condensing soul power shattered under Tang Yin's thrust like a fragile piece of glass, cracking from one point outward, and, after being covered in fine cracks, it could no longer bear the burden and broke apart. But this also bought Tang San a bit of precious time. To block Tang Yin's attack, Tang San was forced to use one of his trump cards, an external soul bone. 81 thorns shot towards Tang Yin from different directions under his mental control. Tang Yin retracted his spear, drawing a circle with destiny. Even with the 81 thorns attacking from all angles, they couldn't harm Tang Yin in the slightest. Did he use a soul skill? Everyone present was puzzled. They did not understand how Tang Yin managed to block Tang San's external soul bone attack. Tang San retracted his Haotian hammer martial soul after stepping back. He knew that relying solely on the Haotian hammer for close combat wouldn't allow him to win this match. Now, he had used about 2/3 of his ultimate skills. Yet he hadn't even seen Tang Yin's soul skills, which left him feeling deeply powerless. Tang San controlled 81 thorny spikes to attack Tang Yin, briefly restraining him. He looked at Tang Yin with a serious expression, took a deep breath, and said in a deep voice, "Xiao Yin, be careful." Then, Tang San's hands moved towards the 2 gems at his waist. Having fought for so long, he hoped he wouldn't embarrass his brother too much. Tang Yin thought to himself. Zhu Zhuqing was still waiting outside for him, and with that concern in mind, Tang Yin decided to end this match early. Just as the 2 gems at Tang San's waist lit up, an invisible wave of energy surged around Tang Yin, flipping over all 81 thorny spikes that Tang San had used to attack him. With his purple extreme demon eye focused on Tang Yin, Tang San's pupils shook violently. In his eyes, it seemed like thousands of troops were gathering around Tang Yin, about to charge at him. The powerful mental force locked onto Tang San, and even with his utmost effort using the purple extreme demon eye to resist, he still felt his spiritual sea bearing an unbearable force, with signs of potential collapse. Tang Yin slightly weakened the intensity of the mental lock. Otherwise, Tang San might really become an idiot. In everyone's eyes, Tang San stood frozen in place, while Tang Yin leaped high, reversing his grip on a brown wooden spear, charging toward the incapacitated Tang San. By the time Tang San came to his senses, the tip of Tang Yin's spear was already pressed against his throat. "You lost." After saying this, Tang Yin quickly left the training ground. The reversal came too quickly. Everyone was caught off guard. The situation had been somewhat tense, and unexpectedly, the outcome was decided in the blink of an eye. "I lost." Tang San had thoroughly lost this time. Tang Yin hadn't even used his soul skills once, and Tang San didn't even have the qualification to look at Tang Yin's soul rings. Yu Xiaojiang felt a mix of emotions. In a normal match, Tang San made no mistakes and almost achieved perfection, but the gap in strength was like a chasm that couldn't be bridged. Disheartened, Yu Xiaojiang felt he had missed the chance to be with the continent's #1 genius. Now, he had to comfort his only disciple who couldn't handle setbacks. Without Tang Yin, he was left with only Tang San as his lone seedling. In the stands by Baoshan chuckled, "Old Ji, I'll reluctantly accept that colorful star cloud of yours." Ji Lin remained expressionless, ignoring his teasing friend. Dreaming Machine sat nearby, appearing deep in thought. Chapter 162. Brother-in-law Zhu Zhuqing sat alone on a bench under the shade of a tree, her cold face showing a hint of sadness, her delicate brows furrowed, and her black eyes seemed to convey hidden worries. She was initially very happy to enjoy a brief moment alone with Tang Yin today, but she didn't expect to encounter Dai Mubai here. She had been indifferent towards Dai Mubai, although they had a marriage contract. They had only known each other for a few days. Over time, she had long since let go of the fact that Dai Mubai had left her alone to escape. No one was obligated to lend a hand to a stranger. Zhu Zhuqing didn't understand how Dai Mubai had the face to question her. as if he still viewed her as the ignorant girl bound by a marriage contract and family. Dai Mubai had been so submissive in front of his two brothers. Yet now he sought validation from her, Zhu Zhuqing. If it weren't for the fact that Dai Mubai's classmates and teachers were all around, Zhu Zhuqing would have wanted to scratch him a couple of times. The pleasant mood of their date was ruined, and Zhu Zhuqing was worried that Tang Yin might distance himself from her because of this. Although it was just a marriage contract, and Tang Yin knew about it. What if he didn't like her anymore? What if he didn't want her? They had already done most things together, and only one step remained between them. This was what surprised Tang Yin the most. Not going back would mean directly confronting Zhu Zhuyan. Tang Yin lowered his head and gently looked at Zhu Zhuqing. She showed a hint of panic on her face, and just as she was about to struggle, she didn't. The familiar scent from Tang Yin enveloped her. She slightly turned her head, and Tang Yin's lips brushed against her smooth skin, leaving a lingering fragrance. Perhaps she had been stimulated by today's events. Tang Yin watched Zhu Zhuqing's head moving closer to him, thinking she was going to kiss him like this morning. Suddenly, Zhu Zhuqing wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck, her legs entwined around the place where her sister often sat, hanging her whole body on Tang Yin. While feeling secure, she also felt guilty, as she had doubted Tang Yin's feelings for her. Don't be upset, Zhuqing, let's go home. While Zhu Zhuqing was lost in thought, a pair of hands wrapped around her from behind, unknowingly supporting her proud assets. Brother-in-law, let's not go back today, okay? Zhu Zhuqing saw that Tang Yin was still gentle with her, showing no signs of being affected by the earlier unpleasantness. She allowed Tang Yin to hold her in his arms, leaning weakly against him. Perhaps because of Zhu Zhuyan, Tang Yin had wanted to break through this barrier with Zhu Zhuqing before, but was rejected by her. She had said, I don't know how to face my sister. Tang Yin had to give up, but he didn't expect Zhu Zhuqing to bring it up today. Not going back. Tang Yin immediately understood the meaning behind Zhu Zhuqing's words. Tang Yin thought to himself, at this moment, if Tang Yin were to say, Zhuqing, don't act impulsively, don't do something irrational just because of a moment of heat, he wouldn't qualify as a competent time management master. To cooperate with Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin slightly leaned forward, but what he saw was Zhu Zhuqing's mischievous eyes. Zhu Zhuqing leaned close to Tang Yin's ear, her breath fragrant and warm, making Tang Yin's ears flush. How do you know that Zhu Zhuqing isn't deliberately using this to bolster her courage? Today, let's go shopping, Tang Yin suggested. Zhu Zhuqing was clearly a bit tempted, but hesitated, but my sister is still at home. How about we go back first? Tang Yin playfully patted her on her pert backside, being a bit domineering. Be obedient. Both Dai Mubai and Tang Yin were clearly domineering, but Zhu Zhuqing was very compliant with Tang Yin. After being patted, she only blushed and leaned on Tang Yin's shoulder. All right, Tang Yin let go of Zhu Zhuqing, and the two left the Tiando Royal Academy intimately. From a window in the training ground, the view perfectly captured the affectionate actions of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. Dai Mubai witnessed the entire process, and his anger burned fiercely. He gritted his teeth and said, You little tramp, I will make you pay. It was you, not you all, as Dai Mubai only dared to target Zhu Zhuqing alone. He knows that Tang San's father is a peerless powerhouse who dares to confront even the Pope of the Spear Hall. Revenge on Tang Yin? Even with 180 guts, he wouldn't dare to seek revenge on Tang Yin. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing is still unaware that she will encounter a small crisis in the future. She is strolling through a commercial street in Heavendo City with the person she likes the most. The streets are lined with various shops, and the shouts of small vendors selling their goods can be heard. The pedestrians on the street are bustling about, making it quite lively. Although Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing are empty-handed, they have bought quite a few things, but they are all stored in their storage soul tools. After having a simple lunch at a restaurant, Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing have been enjoying their time in Heavendo City. As the sun sets, both of them, being soul masters, have extraordinary physiques. Even after a day of strolling, Zhu Zhuqing still looks energetic. However, as night falls, Zhu Zhuqing's heart begins to beat increasingly anxiously. Although she and Tang Yin have become very close, breaking through to the last step still makes her feel nervous. During dinner, Tang Yin sees Zhu Zhuqing, who is sitting across from him with a heavy heart, and smiles. Zhuqing, did you have fun today? Zhu Zhuqing, with you by my side, of course. I'm happy. Zhu Zhuqing initially wanted to continue calling him brother-in-law, but thinking about what she was about to do with Tang Yin. Calling him brother-in-law made her feel guilty toward her sister. Tang Yin pretends to be serious. You still call me little Yin, quickly call me Yin Ge like this morning. What Tang Yin gets in response is not Yin Ge from Zhu Zhuqing, but a flying little fist. Zhu Zhuqing grits her teeth, looking fierce. No way, I'm not calling. Zhu Zhuqing's tension gradually dissipates in this atmosphere. However, she doesn't understand why Tang Yin has a meaningful smile on his face. Zhuqing, don't be nervous. Didn't you learn anything when you secretly watched me and Sister Zhuyin? Zhu Zhuqing closes her eyes, not daring to look at Tang Yin, and weakly says, please don't mention my sister. Zhuqing, call me brother. Dazed, Zhu Zhuqing can hardly tell directions, and in a muddled state, she randomly calls out, brother, Inga. Sister-in-law chapter 163. Sisters early in the morning. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing peek out from behind a door like two children who have done something bad, afraid of being caught by their parents. Once they enter the room, they both let out a sigh of relief. Zhu Zhuqing is just about to sneak back to her room when an unexpected event occurs. You two, did you have fun yesterday? A familiar voice carries a hint of questioning. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing, who had just relaxed, suddenly stiffen, turning their stiff necks towards the source of the voice. Zhu Zhuyin is sitting on the sofa. Her position is not visible from the angle they just came in. Moreover, Tang Yin's attention was always on the door. Tang Yin forces a smile. Sister Zhuyin. Zhu Zhuqing lowers her head, not daring to look into Zhu Zhuyun's eyes. Sister. Zhu Zhuyin is still wearing a black silk lace-trimmed nightgown, her hair unkempt, with only a cup of still warm black tea in front of her, indicating she has been sitting there for quite a while. Tang Yin nods. I like it. It is unclear when Zhu Zhuyin began to feel that Zhu Zhuqing's attitude towards Tang Yin had subtly changed, but she has always overlooked it. Only after both of them didn't return last night did Zhu Zhuyin become somewhat aware. Recalling everything before, it all feels a bit strange. Zhu Zhuqing is quite tired now. After last night's hustle and bustle, she didn't sleep much. Today, she originally intended to sneak back early and brush off the fact that she didn't return all night. Tang Yin wants to take all the blame upon himself. Zhu Zhuyin shakes her head. Lilin, I know you. It must be Zhuqing who developed feelings for you first, and you didn't want to hurt her feelings. So you chose to accept it, just like I did. After their intimate moments, Zhu Zhuyin weakly lies in Tang Yin's arms, somewhat resentfully saying, you went out for a day and started to play favorites. Zhu Zhuyin had previously stated that she wouldn't interfere with how many women Tang Yin would find in the future. Her focus is on her sister. All right, don't make things difficult for Zhuqing. At this moment, Tang Yin directly sits beside Zhu Zhuyin and hugs her. She crosses her arms, crosses her legs, and her eyes sweep between her sister and her boyfriend. Where? I have always liked Sister Zhuyin. They didn't return all night, and now they are back together, sneaking around. Who would believe that nothing happened? Zhuqing, tell me, when did it start? Zhu Zhuyin isn't against anything happening between Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing. She is just angry that they kept it from her. Do you like Zhuqing? Sister, I'm sorry. Just as my words exit my mouth, Tang Yin covers Zhu Zhuyun's lips. Sister Zhuyin, I actually didn't mean to hide it from you. I developed feelings for Zhuqing first, but I was afraid you would oppose it if you found out. Realizing that her relationship with Tang Yin has been discovered by her sister, Zhu Zhuqing lowers her head in shame, her voice filled with grievance. After several attempts, Zhu Zhuqing still can't continue. Zhu Zhuyin knows well how Tang Yin fell in love with her. Tang Yin has always been passive towards his own feelings. As long as he shows his feelings, Tang Yin will hesitate. Lu Erlong, you're lying. Zhuqing, don't apologize. You have the right to choose the person you like. We live together, so I wouldn't be surprised if you fell for Lilin. Just tell me directly about anything in the future. The more Zhu Zhuyin says this, the more guilty Zhu Zhuqing feels. She knows how deeply Zhu Zhuyin loved Tang Yin back then, even risking everything to search for him across great distances. Initially, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't understand why her sister would do that. But now, immersed in Tang Yin's tenderness, she fully understands that behavior. If Tang Yin were in crisis right now, and the cost of saving him was her own life, Zhu Zhuqing asks herself, she would undoubtedly choose to accept it without hesitation. Zhu Zhuqing feels that being able to be with Tang Yin now is largely due to Zhu Zhuyin. Without Zhu Zhuyin as a bridge, there wouldn't be so much interaction between her and Tang Yin. Her love came too easily, like it was within reach. Zhu Zhuyin stands up and hugs Zhu Zhuqing's head. All right, don't blame yourself. You must have felt very sad watching me and Tang Yin together every day. From now on, we can share it. Zhu Zhuyin suddenly feels a dampness on her chest, and, after a moment, realizes it's Zhu Zhuqing's tears. Sister, scold me. It will make me feel better. Zhu Zhuqing's muffled voice carries a hint of sobbing. All right, don't cry. Zhu Yun hugs Zhu Qing even tighter. The instigator, Tang Yin, seeing this scene, naturally steps forward to hug both sisters together. This should be accompanied by an image. You are all my wings. Tiando Royal Academy. Tang San did not suffer serious injuries. The minor wounds on his hand had already healed shortly after the match ended. He had been sitting on his dormitory bed in a daze all night. His eyes dull and lifeless, as if he had lost all his spirit. The battle yesterday was too much of a blow for him. He couldn't understand why. Even after using the first 5 moves of the Tang Sect's ultimate skills, he was still powerless in front of Tang Yin. If Tang Yin had not struck first, Tang San was certain that he would still have been defeated by that strange final move, even in his prime state. The teachings of Tang Hao echoed in his mind once again. Your brother is at level 31, yet he can already compete with the Soul Sect, while you can't even execute the 14th hammer of the chaotic wind hammer method. I'm so disappointed in you. At this age, Tang San is 8.5. Not bad. In 3 months, I can swing a few more hammers. But I'm still far behind your brother. Tang San felt like he was always living in Tang Yin's shadow. Clearly, he had been working very hard. Clearly, he was someone who had crossed over. And clearly, he possessed the Tang Sect's ultimate skills that no one else in this world had. But why was he always inferior to Tang Yin? No. I haven't given it my all. Tang San's gaze fell on his right hand, where his second martial soul, Blue Silver King, resided. If I add a soul ring to my second martial soul, can my soul power break through to Soul King in a short time? Tang San always felt that the gap between him and Tang Yin was only in soul power. The confidence brought to him by the Xintian treasure record made him overlook many things. Creak, the door was pushed open, and Tang San looked up to find his teacher. Yu Xiaojiang had arrived. He could not wait to speak. Teacher, I want to cultivate my second martial soul. Chapter 164. BabyTang's troubles Yu Xiaojiang. Upon hearing Tang San mention the cultivation of his second martial soul was visibly more extreme than before, but this time he did not show any sign of dissatisfaction. If in the past, Tang San's future seemed promising, now Yu Xiaojiang truly did not know how to comfort him. Being crushed by his own younger brother must be very painful for someone as proud as Tang San. Yu Xiaojiang fully understood Tang San's feelings at this moment. He had once been a proud person too, but his talents and life gradually wore away his sharp edges. He did not want his disciple to become like he was now. Although it was still too early to cultivate the second martial soul, Tang San could already absorb 10,000-year soul rings, so it would be too far off. Yu Xiaojiang had studied Tang San's right-hand Blue Silver King martial soul. He researched this high-level martial soul of the previously unseen blue silver grass from multiple aspects, including its toughness and strength, and ultimately classified it as a high-level martial soul. The upper limit of high-level martial souls was not as high as Tang San's top-level Haotian Hammer martial soul. Now, switching to Blue Silver King and adding soul rings to the Haotian Hammer after reaching Soul Sage was also a viable option. However, before that, Yu Xiaojiang had to solve the cultivation problem of twin martial souls. They had not seen Lu Erlong for a long time, but Flanders still quietly admired the woman he was infatuated with. Even if she did not like him, Flanders still had to reprimand his useless brother for Lu Erlong's happiness. Wuhuan City, Hall of the Pope. Flanders felt a bit helpless. Xiaojiang, can you knock on the door when you come next time? You make me nervous at work like this. Flanders was also choked up. He was genuinely shocked by where Yu Xiaojiang wanted to go. Outside, Xiao Wu showed an anxious expression, as she was very worried about Tang San's state. She took a sip of green tea, finding the temperature just right, and then drank it down. I need to leave the academy for a while. Cough, cough. Tang San felt a wave of fatigue wash over him. He hadn't slept all night, and now he could finally rest well. Upon hearing these 6 words, Flanders' eyes widened in shock, and he sprayed a mouthful of tea all over Yu Xiaojiang's face and body. Yu Xiaojiang reached out with one hand to pat Tang San's head. Rest well. Although Xiao Wu was usually a bit scatterbrained, she would do her best with any task she accepted, especially when it came to caring for the person she cared about most in this world. He was leisurely reading the latest issue of the Tiando Girl magazine, occasionally revealing a somewhat lewd smile. Xiao Wu originally wanted to find Tang Yin after the match ended, but Tang San really scared her. After some hesitation, she chose to stay. Seeing Tang San's breathing become calm, Yu Xiaojiang gently closed the door as he left. Yu Xiaojiang brushed off the hand that grabbed his collar and adjusted it. I certainly know, but this time I have very important matters to discuss with her regarding Tang San's future. Yu Xiaojiang's tone was heavy, as if he was about to pay a significant price. Flanders knew that Yu Xiaojiang had once had a romantic relationship with BabyTang. After deciding to be with Lu Erlong, Yu Xiaojing swore to her that he would never seek out BabyTang again, and Flanders was there to witness it. Xiao Wu quickly helped the master up. After all, he was Tang San's teacher and also her elder, so she dared not accept such a solemn gesture. She stood up and picked up the green tea on the table, the rich aroma of tea wafting pleasantly. After hearing this, Tang San felt tears welling up. He had never experienced such care before. At this moment, Tang San was deeply moved, and even his tone when speaking carried a hint of sob. "Teacher, I." Flanders had his legs crossed on the table, his body lazily leaning back in the genuine leather chair, with a cup of steaming green tea on the table. Seeing Yu Xiaojing come out, Xiao Wu immediately leaned over, grabbed Yu Xiaojing's arm, and hurriedly asked, "Master, how is Tang San doing?" Yu Xiaojing planned to first inform Flanders before heading to Wuhuan City. Where to? Seeing Yu Xiaojing's deadpan expression, Flanders could only shake his head. Having long understood his old friend's temperament, Flanders casually asked. After thinking for a long time, Yu Xiaojing stepped forward, patted Tang San's shoulder, and the warmth from his broad palm straightened Tang San's slumped shoulders a bit. Yu Xiaojing expressionlessly wiped the tea off his face and then looked at Flanders with dead fish eyes. After catching his breath, Flanders stood up, grabbed Yu Xiaojing's collar, and questioned, "Didn't you promise Erlong not to look for her?" Yu Xiaojing did not knock, but walked directly into the office. "Master, don't worry. I will take good care of Tang San." Tang San looked up at Yu Xiaojing in confusion, but saw the loving expression on his face. "Tang San, wait a little while. I will solve the problem of your twin martial soul cultivation." After saying that, Yu Xiaojing gave a solemn bow to Xiao Wu. After Tang San lost the match yesterday, he became dazed and unresponsive. No matter who spoke to him, he had no reaction, and he walked to his dormitory like a mindless zombie, shutting himself in until now without coming out. Flanders also knew that Tang San's position in Yu Xiaojing's heart was not any lower than that of his old friend for over 20 years. "Xiao Wu, don't worry. Xiao San has already fallen asleep, and she should be better by tomorrow. As for the task, it doesn't matter if it's just a few days. The situation with her Xiao San is already urgent, and she can tell what's more important." As a high-ranking soul saint, Flanders has his own office, which is furnished with expensive furniture and decorations, as well as a tea room and a lounge, making it a top-notch treatment. After hearing the master's words, Xiao Wu gently patted her chest, and her heart began to settle. It's good that nothing is wrong. Nothing is wrong. Just as Yu Xiaojing was about to leave, he suddenly turned to Xiao Wu and said, "Xiao Wu, I can see that you're the closest person to Xiao San, and Xiao San has deep feelings for you. I will be leaving the academy for a while, and during my absence, you need to take good care of Xiao San and try not to mention his brother or this competition in front of him. Please." The atmosphere in the room fell into silence, and Flanders took several deep breaths, slowly exhaling a breath of turbid air. "All right, since it's for Xiao San, I will make it difficult for you, but don't forget about Erlong." Although deep down Flanders still longs to be with Lu Erlong, he doesn't want to make his sister sad. "I certainly won't forget." Yu Xiaojing closed his eyes, his face twisted, seemingly lost in some painful memories. He hated the heavens for being so unfair, for playing with him like this. Yu Xiaojing blamed all of this on his talent. If he had slightly better talent, he wouldn't be looked down upon by the people of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon clan, wouldn't be despised by BabyTang, and wouldn't be called useless by his own second uncle. "I will prove to the world that I am not useless." The demons in Yu Xiaojing's heart emerged again, surrounding him and dominating his thoughts. He no longer spoke much to Flanders and set off on the road to Soul City. The distance between Tiando City and Soul City is not small. It took Yu Xiaojing a full month and a half to reach this holy city of human soul masters. Yu Xiaojing saw some soul masters who were visiting Soul City for the first time, their eyes filled with awe and admiration. Even though the soul master with the highest soul power among them was a soul zone, Yu Xiaojing still looked down on those soul masters. Ignoring these country bumpkins who came from who knows where, Yu Xiaojing walked straight towards the location of the Pope's palace. In front of the Pope's palace. Stop. 2 knights in silver armor blocked Yu Xiaojing's path, and 100 palace knights simultaneously raised their long swords. "This is a forbidden area. If you come any closer, you will be killed without mercy." Facing over 100 palace knights whose strength was clearly above his own, Yu Xiaojing's expression remained as indifferent as usual. He straightened his chest and coldly said, "Please go in and report. Just say that Yu Xiaojing requests an audience." Yu Xiaojing's words sounded less like a request and more like an order. "Yu Xiaojing? Is he famous?" The palace knights saw that the soul power fluctuation of the person in front of them was only at the great soul master level. Unless he was out of his mind, he probably had some backing. After so many years of guarding the gate, being cautious is the rule for palace knights. Wait here. The palace knights decided to handle this officially. If the Pope says he doesn't know this person, it wouldn't be too late to teach him a lesson. This time, Tang didn't give the Pope's order to Yu Xiaojiang, which made Yu Xiaojiang lose an opportunity to show off. Inside the Pope's palace, BabyTang was not handling official business. Instead, she leaned against the Pope's throne, extending a delicate hand to support her exquisite profile. Closing her eyes in a pretense of sleep, the sound of armor clashing grew closer, but BabyTang still did not open her eyes. The palace knight did not dare to look directly at the Pope. He knelt on one knee, his right fist placed on his chest over his heart. Bowing his head respectfully, "Report to the Pope, there is someone outside claiming to be Yu Xiaojiang who wants to see you." Disturbed so suddenly, BabyTang was quite displeased. She slightly frowned and was about to get angry, but upon hearing the visitor's name, her anger grew even stronger. "Let him in." BabyTang's tone was very cold, startling the palace knight below into a shiver. In that moment, the palace knight felt his back drenched in cold sweat. Understood. At this moment, BabyTang was feeling troubled. Not long ago, the Platinum Bishop Salas of the Tiando Empire sent a secret letter regarding the Tiando Crown Prince. After reading the contents of the letter, BabyTang felt very disdainful. What Crown Prince Long Yang's affair? Isn't it just that QianXunji's couldn't stand loneliness and found a man for herself? Originally, BabyTang didn't care much about it, and didn't want to mention QianXunji. This matter should have been over, but a few days later, Salas sent information about the Tiando Crown Prince's man, and the name on it was that of Tang Yin, whom she had been thinking about. When she first learned this news, BabyTang could hardly believe it was true. She sent someone to investigate, and that person brought back more accurate information, a portrait of Tang Yin. Upon learning that Tang Yin was with QianXunji, BabyTang felt as if her world was collapsing. She wished she could sprout wings and fly to Tiando City to directly abduct Tang Yin as the Pope's husband, thus putting an end to QianXunji's unrealistic thoughts. But what BabyTang didn't know was that QianXunji was already a step ahead. That day, a Yin's instructions were firmly imprinted in BabyTang's heart. No matter how much she missed him, she had to control herself and wait for the opportunity to reunite. Yin also did not tell BabyTang when that opportunity would come. For her and Tang Yin's future, BabyTang could only harbor endless longing and wait silently. All BabyTang could do was pray in her heart, praying that Tang Yin would not forget her. Even if he hated her, he should not forget. And she continued to rely on precious memories to get by. The reason she was angry just now was that the palace knight interrupted her memories, which made her very dissatisfied. As for why she wanted to summon Yu Xiaojiang, it was also to put an end to her past self. Not long after, Yu Xiaojiang walked into the Pope's palace conference hall under the lead of that palace knight. Upon entering the hall, Yu Xiaojiang's gaze involuntarily fell on BabyTang, who was sitting high above, and he was momentarily lost in thought. BabyTang was still as stunning as ever. Time seemed unable to leave a trace on her. Her hair remained smooth, her skin was still as fair as jade, and her features were still exquisite and captivating. Especially the invisible nobility and holiness emanating from her made one unable to help but feel a sense of reverence. Yu Xiaojiang's indifferent gaze contained something more: regret, memories, but mostly a sense of loss. BabyTang glanced down at Yu Xiaojiang, and the sight of his stiff face and unkempt beard filled her with a sense of disbelief. At that moment, BabyTang felt as if she had been blind back then, having fallen for such a man. She wished she could go back in time and slap her past self a few times. BabyTang's tone was flat. "What do you want from me?" Yu Xiaojiang's voice was complex and somewhat strained. "BabyTang, how have you been all these years?" "BabyTang? Is that a name you can call?" BabyTang's cold gaze fixed on Yu Xiaojiang, an immense pressure causing him to collapse to the ground. "Out of consideration for our past relationship, I will spare your life. If you dare to overstep again, there will be no need for you to live." Yu Xiaojiang's eyes were filled with confusion. The noble, elegant, and domineering BabyTang before him was gradually drifting away from the impression he had of her. He couldn't tell which one was the real her. "Yes, your holiness." The master's pupils constricted slightly, a hint of pain flowing from his eyes. But thinking of Tang San, his gaze became resolute again. "Your holiness, I have come to ask for something." Chapter 165. A trace of surprise flashed in BabyTang's eyes, and her posture straightened a bit. "I have never seen you in a begging posture before. Didn't you say you would never come to me again?" Yu Xiaojiang swore that if it weren't for Tang San, whom he regarded as his own, he would never have come to see BabyTang. let alone humbly beg her. Your Holiness, I want to know how you overcame the challenge of having a twin martial soul. Twin martial souls. BabyTang suddenly fell into a daze, recalling the first time she met Tang Yin, the young boy who showcased how he saved her. She remembered that there was still an outsider present, but she quickly returned to normal and said indifferently, "What does it have to do with you? This is a secret that belongs solely to me, not even recorded in the highest secret archives of the Spirit Hall." Yu Xiaojiang felt a slight disappointment in his heart, but he still hoped that BabyTang would remember their old feelings and tell him the secret of cultivating twin martial souls. I have accepted a personal disciple, and in the blink of an eye, 7 or 8 years have passed. What's even more remarkable is that heaven has favored him with a twin martial soul, just like yours. This child has extraordinary talent, and I hope to cultivate him into a powerful figure. BabyTang sat up, her expression showing some excitement. What is the name of your disciple? BabyTang's sudden emotional outburst startled Yu Xiaojiang. He had no idea why she would be so excited upon learning that he had taken on a disciple with a twin martial soul. Upon hearing the name Tang San, her emotions returned to normal as she lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. Tang San, twin martial soul, Tang Yi. Tang San. BabyTang waved her hand, signaling him to be quiet. There was once a remarkable person who said, 30 years on the east bank of the river, 30 years on the west bank. Do not bully the young when they are poor. Is this Tang San the son of Tang Hao? But he also had to thank BabyTang. If he hadn't seen through this woman's true nature earlier, he would have missed the most important person in his life. His tone became low and hoarse, filled with nostalgia and memories. Donger, Yu Xiaojiang said solemnly. That's right, he is the son of Hao Qian Tang Hao. But I can assure you that Tang San will never have anything to do with the Spirit Hall in the future. Seeing that BabyTang was slow to respond, he decided to play his last card, the emotional card. But Yu Xiaojiang was already of an age where he knew his fate. Did he still have to continue to be bullied in middle age and old age? How could he not feel resentment toward BabyTang in his heart? Yu Xiaojiang always believed that BabyTang had abandoned him for power, humiliating him severely and leaving him utterly shamed. He had indeed been heartbroken for a long time. Do you regret it? Yu Xiaojiang felt a slight sense of revenge. BabyTang's sudden question made cold sweat break out on his back. But since Tang San also bore the surname Tang, BabyTang couldn't help but suspect that there was some connection between Tang San and her little Yin. Seeing Yu Xiaojiang's proud face, BabyTang, although she didn't know or care what he was proud of, felt very disgusted by someone showing off in front of her. When were you found out? Damn it, what should I do? Should I confess to her? The current Yu Xiaojiang was very conflicted. In the end, however, Tang San's future gradually took precedence. Therefore, witnessing BabyTang's jealousy arising from her sense of imbalance, as he imagined, Yu Xiaojiang found great enjoyment in it. Is he also the son of Tang Hao? Then he must be little Yin's brother or younger brother. So telling him the secret of cultivating twin martial souls wouldn't hurt. Little Yin would surely be very happy after learning about this. The once holy maiden had become the pope, while Yu Xiaojiang remained a worthless person with nothing to his name. Yu Xiaojiang straightened his body because Tang San was his pride. At first, BabyTang thought that Yu Xiaojiang's disciple was Tang Yin, as she believed that the probability of 2 twin martial souls appearing at the same time was nearly negligible. Boom! As soon as Yu Xiaojiang spoke, it felt as if he had been struck by lightning, his entire body shaking violently, as if a towering mountain had suddenly collapsed. And a terrifying pressure surged toward him from all directions. This force was like a net of heaven and earth, instantly binding him tightly, rendering him unable to move. Caught off guard, a mouthful of bright red blood spurted out, splattering on the floor and staining a large area, which was shocking to behold. At the same time, the immense pressure caused his body to crash heavily to the ground, with his chest making intimate contact with the hard surface, producing a dull thud. In an instant, he felt his internal energy surging, making him extremely uncomfortable. At that moment, his face was as red as a ripe persimmon, veins bulging on his forehead, and large beads of sweat rolling down. His lips turned purple, and his breathing became rapid, clearly reaching his limit. Yet despite this, he still gritted his teeth and struggled to hold on, unwilling to easily yield to this overwhelming pressure. Being so humiliated in front of someone who had abandoned him, crawling on the ground like a dog, at the mercy of others, was a dual torment for this man who considered himself the smartest in the world, causing him to shed tears of humiliation. I, Yu Xiaojiang, swear that today's shame will be returned 100-fold. BabyTang's anger burned fiercely within her, as if she wanted to ignite the whole world. When she heard that once familiar voice, Yu Xiaojiang calling her Donger, a wave of uncontrollable disgust and anger surged within her. Except for Tang Yin, anyone using that affectionate title would provoke her extreme aversion and fury. I said, do not overstep. Those who defy must accept punishment. BabyTang, like a heartless emperor, imposed punishment on the one who defied her from her throne. Pressed heavily against the cold ground, Yu Xiaojiang struggled with all his might to twist his body, trying to break free and stand up again, but no matter how hard he tried, it was futile. His limbs seemed to be firmly locked by an iron-like power, unable to move an inch. Despite the difficulty, Yu Xiaojiang still gritted his teeth and desperately struggled to lift his head, seeking more visibility and breathing space. At that moment, his pained and astonished gaze finally met BabyTang's. However, this glance made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cellar. The woman he once knew so well had now become so unfamiliar. Her eyes were cold and ruthless, like ice from the depths of hell, exuding a chilling aura. Her face was no longer the gentle beauty of the past, replaced by a layer of frost-like severity. This sudden change filled Yu Xiaojiang with fear, even surpassing the physical pain he was enduring. He stared wide-eyed at BabyTang, incredulous, confused, and deeply despairing emotions intermingling in his heart. As his anger subsided somewhat, BabyTang waved her hand, and a wooden tube fell beside Yu Xiaojiang, making a crisp sound in the silent hall. BabyTang stood up and left directly without looking at Yu Xiaojiang, who lay on the ground like a dead dog. Yu Xiaojiang could only hear the sound of high heels clicking on the floor and BabyTang's final words. This secret, if it weren't for his face, you would never know in your lifetime. Remember, you need to tell your disciple, this is a gift from me. As soon as she finished speaking, the pressure on Yu Xiaojiang suddenly lightened. He gasped for fresh air, even though each breath was filled with a strong metallic scent of blood. Before his body could fully recover, Yu Xiaojiang eagerly rushed to the bamboo tube, gripping it tightly in his hands. There was hope. Xiao San was saved. Yu Xiaojiang knew that Tang San was on the verge of a breakdown, and this method that could rapidly enhance his strength was a remedy that would ensure Tang San could go further. He opened the bamboo tube and took out the well-preserved note inside. Yu Xiaojiang still had some skills. After just one reading, he quickly memorized all the content. As for BabyTang mentioning who it was for, Yu Xiaojiang didn't care, telling Tang San this was from the Pope of the Spear Hall. Please. Yu Xiaojiang had subtly instilled the concept in Tang San that the Spirit Hall was an unequivocally evil force. So telling Tang San that would just be slapping his own face. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, Yu Xiaojiang limped toward the exit of the hall. The guardians who had been given a cold shoulder by Yu Xiaojiang felt quite pleased seeing this scene. A trashy soul master dared to act wild in front of me. You should take a good look at what he really is. When Yu Xiaojiang returned to the Tiando Royal Academy, a month had already passed since he left. Under Yu Xiaojiang's guidance, Tang San began cultivating his second martial soul while carrying Tang Hao. This had to be done secretly without Tang Hao knowing. If Tang Hao learned that Tang San chose to cultivate the second martial soul out of an imbalance after being completely defeated by his younger brother, wanted to take a shortcut to catch up to Tang Yin, he would definitely raise the Hao Yin hammer, which was larger than Tang San's upper body, to let Tang San feel a father's love. As Tang San's soul power steadily advanced, Tang Yin was leisurely enjoying life at the academy. Ever since Zhu Zhiyin accepted the fact that Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing were together, Tang Yin's life had become even more pleasant. For some reason, Zhu Zhuqing became more reserved. Even holding hands in front of Zhu Zhuyin made her shy. Tang Yin couldn't help but sigh that the little wildcat who loved to sneak around was no longer around. However, there was good news. After a night of intimacy, Zhu Zhuyin revealed her desire to have Zhu Zhuqing join them. It was because Tang Yin was just too irresistible for her. As her strength grew, Zhu Zhuyin thought she could satisfy Tang Yin, but every time she reached the peak, she could sense that Tang Yin still wanted more. To avoid wasting resources and to prevent her sister from being alone, Zhu Zhuyin came up with this idea. Although it was somewhat hard to speak, when she saw the longing look on Tang Yin's face, she had no choice but to pamper her little brother Tang Yin. Besides that, Tang Yin also had time to chat about life and the future with his snow sister. However, every time, Qianren Xue would ask him about his progress with Duge Yin, Tang Yin felt a headache coming on. At the academy, he couldn't openly flirt with Duge Yin. It wasn't that he was timid, but he didn't want to jeopardize his blossoming relationship. While a couple sweet moments were enticing, the twin flowers were right before him. The sooner he could enjoy it, the better. This worry could only be considered small one. At Lamba Academy, Tang Yin had to face a much bigger headache. This trouble naturally came from the beautiful dean. Tang Yin felt that the way the dean looked at him was becoming increasingly inappropriate, especially when they were alone together. He was genuinely afraid that one day Lu Erlong would pounce on him and devour him. Although Lu Erlong was indeed quite attractive, having a wonderful exchange with her wouldn't be a loss for Tang Yin. However, Tang Yin was an extremely emotional person. If anything happened with Lu Erlong, her status in his heart would rise to the same level as Zhu Zhuyuan, Zhu Zhuqing, and QianXunji's. He wouldn't be the kind of heartless person who would forget someone after getting what he wanted. As for BabyTang, whenever he thought of her name, apart from a hint of melancholy, Tang Yin couldn't produce any other emotions. Behind the enjoyment lay greater responsibility. This was also the reason Tang Yin was reluctant to fulfill Lu Erlong's wishes. After escaping Lu Erlong's office once again, he returned home with Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin, who seemed a bit disheveled, with a puzzled expression. "Brother-in-law, what were you doing with the dean in there?" Tang Yin felt embarrassed. Just moments ago in Lu Erlong's office, for some unknown reason, the beautiful woman had directly attacked him, her slender and smooth hand reaching for his chest with a fiery grip. Fortunately, Tang Yin reacted quickly and used his soul power to block the surprise attack. But when Lu Erlong saw that her sneak attack had failed, she entangled with Tang Yin for a while and, seeing that she couldn't subdue him, finally gave up. She cast a somewhat resentful glance at Tang Yin, but said, "Your strength has improved quite well. It seems you haven't wasted your time on a decadent life." Lu Erlong could tell that Tang Yin had taken both sisters, which made her itch with desire. But several hints had been brushed aside by Tang Yin, making her question whether she was really getting old and that she had no attraction for this young man anymore. Tang Yin, hearing Lu Erlong's words, remained unflustered. "Don't worry, Dean, I won't let life affect the competition." While saying this, Tang Yin was weakly complaining in his heart. "Dean, could you please tone down your gaze? It's almost pulling me in." Tang Yin still couldn't figure out what about him attracted Lu Erlong. If there was something, he would change it, right? Zhu Zhuyuan said, "All right, the dean must have something to discuss with Xiao Yin. Let's hurry back." Zhu Zhuyuan was not an innocent girl like Zhu Zhuqing. She had long felt that the way the dean looked at Tang Yin was somewhat off, exactly the same as the look she had when yearning for Tang Yin in bed. Besides that, in Zhu Zhuyuan's heart, Duge Yin and Jiang Zhu were also considered sisters. As long as Tang Yin liked them, what did it matter if they were the Pope? If Tang Yin knew that his Zhu Yun's sister thought of him this way, he would definitely respond with a face full of indignation. "You really have a good eye?" When the three of them returned home, as usual, just as Zhu Zhuqing was about to push open the courtyard door, an unnamed crisis surged into Tang Yin's heart. Chapter 166. Assassin Tang Yin's intuition was incredibly sharp. The moment he touched the doorknob, he sensed that there were several auras in the room that did not belong to him or Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing. There were many of these auras mixed together, making it difficult for Tang Yin to distinguish them. However, since they had left behind their auras, they should not be strong, and Tang Yin still had confidence in defeating them. When Tang Yin hesitated in opening the door, Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing did not speak, but exchanged glances. Having trained with Tang Yin for so long, they could easily tell that he had clearly entered a state of alert. The two sisters simultaneously lowered their breathing frequency, their entire bodies tensing up in an instant. To avoid alarming the enemy, they did not summon their respective martial souls, but instead activated their soul power, ready to complete the martial soul possession in just a moment. Tang Yin turned around, his voice gentle. "Sister Zhuyuan, Zhuqing, you've worked hard today. Make sure to rest well tonight." After saying this, Tang Yin gestured to Zhu Zhuqing to go find Tang Hao. Confidence is one thing, but Tang Yin did not want to gamble with the lives of Zhu Zhuyuan and Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing was not stubborn either. She trusted Tang Yin completely. Upon seeing Tang Yin's gesture and lip movements, she restrained her aura and retreated silently, her footsteps making no sound. As soon as the door was pushed open a crack, Tang Yin felt a surge of energy rushing towards him, its power comparable to a full-force strike from a soul sage. Tang Yin's my. Just as the impending damage was about to reach him and Zhu Zhuyuan, he swiftly pulled Zhu Zhuyuan into his embrace and retreated together with her. The energy was not weakened in the slightest. Instead, it continued to rush towards them, carrying a large amount of wood chips. The man in black with the tiger mask, seeing that his attack had no effect, immediately waved his hand, and 6 other black-clad figures attacked Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyuan from behind the divine dragonwood. In the center was a black-clad man with a tiger mask, behind whom floated a blue monkey phantom. The monkey radiated a blue light, causing the sleeves of the other black-clad figures to billow. 5 soul rings, yellow, purple, 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 and purple, slowly revolved beneath this soul master, one of which emitted a purple glow that had not yet completely dissipated, indicating that this attack was launched by him. In this narrow field of vision, Tang Yin saw 3 black figures, all dressed in black clothes and pants, wearing black hats, their faces obscured by black cloth and adorned with various bronze masks. Upon seeing Tang Yin's unusually powerful soul ring configuration, the expressions of all the black-clad assassins changed, though it was hard to tell due to their layers of concealment. They had expected at least a soul saint to appear, and the 2 black soul rings looked indeed terrifying. As Tang Yin entered the courtyard, he collected all the information about the assassins present. The lineup of 2 soul kings and 5 soul sages made him frown slightly. A piece of divine dragon would burst forth from the ground, forming an absolute barrier in front of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyun, blocking all damage on the other side. Tang Yin actively unleashed his first soul skill and charged towards a group of black-clad figures alongside Zhu Zhuyun. If Tang Yin were just a soul sage, he might have been startled by the shockwave, but he was already a soul king. If he were injured under such prepared circumstances, he might as well end his own life. The moment the door was broken open, Tang Yin saw the situation in the courtyard clearly. When he noticed Zhu Zhuqing disappearing from view, he pushed the door open with one hand. Even if QianXunji was annoyed with his emotional nature and had deceived him into the prince's mansion just to have her bodyguard kill him, wouldn't that be more convenient? Why send these useless people to their deaths? Did QianXunji not understand his strength? He was not worried about being unable to deal with these assassins. Rather, he was uncertain which force had sent such personnel to assassinate him. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyun, the tiger masked man, suspected to be the assassin leader, also had a rather unsightly expression. He did not expect to encounter such a difficult opponent this time. Soul King level experts are considered important mid-tier combat power in any organization, and even the leaders or sect masters of some small factions are often of this level. To send such capable people for an assassination, the strength behind it must be substantial. Tang Yin's first thought was the Spirit Hall. In his understanding, only the Spirit Hall could have such power. However, given his relationship with QianXunji, there was no need for the Spirit Hall to assassinate him. Without time to think further, Tang Yin suddenly threw Destiny in his hand, targeting the central leader. The moment the energy made contact with the wooden door, the fragile door panel could not withstand the violent energy and was directly blown to pieces. The tiger-masked leader's expression changed. He immediately made a gesture of prayer with his hands, and the monkey phantom behind him did the same. A fierce wind surged, and blue energy formed a shield in front of him, looking indestructible. When Destiny made contact with the blue shield, it seemed to be blocked outside, especially the tip of Destiny, which was mercilessly shredded by the wind pressure, turning into fragments. The tiger-masked leader sneered. He thought Tang Yin's soul rings were merely for show, and this broken wooden spear was actually shattered by his defensive soul skill. Just as he had a smirk on his face, thousands of fragmented wooden pieces shot towards him, each fragment still brown, but in the eyes of the tiger-masked man, they appeared as deadly weapons glinting with cold light. In a hurry, the tiger-masked assassin curled his body and crossed his hands in front of him, hoping to protect his most vulnerable parts from a devastating blow. The speed of the thousands of fragments suddenly accelerated, each carrying a faint glimmer. However, only a few of these shards pierced the tiger-masked assassin, while the rest rushed towards the shadow behind him. When the fragments contacted the shadow behind the tiger-masked assassin, they were all blocked by an invisible force, and the shadow appeared to come to life, rising from the flat ground. The tiger-masked assassin sensed something was off. He turned to look at the black shadow, and upon realizing it, his tone became joyful and respectful. "My lord, you have come too." The shadow casually waved its hand, sending all the fragments flying away. "Quickly go and take out the target. This person is mine to deal with." Tang Yin waved his right hand, and Destiny once again coalesced in his grasp. Hearing the words of the black shadow, his expression turned cold. This assassination was undoubtedly aimed at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Only the royal family of the Star Luo Empire could order a hit on them. In the eyes of the Star Luo royal family, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing were already dead. Every moment they lived was a trampling on the dignity of the Star Luo royal family. Moreover, not only were Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing alive, but they had also gotten involved with other men, which was akin to stomping on the face of the Star Luo Empire and then spitting on it. Tang Yin could understand their motives for this assassination, but he did not know when the news of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's survival reached the Star Luo Empire. Over the years, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing had rarely been active in the Star Luo Empire. The places Tang Hao took them for training were all within the territory of the Heavendo Empire. Recently, they had been following Tang Yin around, active in Heavendo City. Tang Yin suddenly recalled someone, Dai Mubai. When he first saw Zhu Zhuqing, he was shocked, and after being taught a lesson by Tang Yin, he must have held a grudge, thus reporting the news of Zhu Zhuqing being alive to the Star Luo Empire. Everything made sense. Tang Yin's gaze turned cold, and in his heart, Dai Mubai was already a dead man. This matter would have to wait. For now, he needed to deal with these assassins. As the tiger-masked assassin was about to attack Zhu Zhuyun, Tang Yin swept in and forced him back. You two, come at me together. Tang Yin couldn't let Zhu Zhuyun face 2 Soul Kings and 5 Soul Sect alone, as it was very likely that she wouldn't be able to hold on until Tang Hao arrived. The Black Shadow didn't mock Tang Yin's lack of self-awareness. Since this kid wanted to take on 2 opponents, he could only accommodate him. Yellow, yellow, purple, purple, black, black, black. The 7 soul rings were placed one by one on the Black Shadow's body, adding an invisible might to the silent rhythm. The Soul Sage, huh? There was no trace of fear in Tang Yin's eyes. Instead, his fighting spirit ignited even stronger. 3 years ago, he could hold his own against the Soul Emperor, and back then he was just a level 45 Soul Sect. Now that he had become a Soul King, how could he retreat against a powerful Soul Sage? As for the tiger-faced man in black, he was just a small Soul King, easily extinguishable with a wave of Tang Yin's hand. Tang Yin's 5th soul ring lit up, activating the mirror realm. A Tang Yin who looked exactly like him appeared beside him, and the 2 Tang Yins showed no difference, even in expression. However, anyone familiar with Tang Yin could notice that the expression on his face was somewhat stiff and not entirely natural. This was Tang Yin's 5th soul skill, derived from the innate ability of the 20,000-year-old mirror beast in the Sunset Forest. It created a clone with 90 of the main body's combat power, capable of performing the same actions as the original. Seeing 2 Tang Yins standing before him, the Black Shadow felt a chill in his heart. He also had a soul skill from a mirror beast, and he was very familiar with their abilities. Clearly, this kid's mirror beast was of the 10,000-year level, and its power was definitely not simple. Tang Yin moved, leaping high into the air, his momentum sharp and unstoppable. The 2 Tang Yins made the same move, but the aura surrounding Tang Yin was noticeably weaker. Just as the Black Shadow was about to strike and interrupt Tang Yin's buildup, Tang Yin's broken 1,000 armies didn't require any buildup at all. The powerful energy pressed down on the tiger-faced man in black, making it hard for him to breathe. He wanted to escape, but found it impossible. The 2 Tang Yins charged at him together, and the doubled might caused the tiger-faced man to spit out a mouthful of blood, which flowed down his black mask. The Black Shadow raised his hand to deliver a palm strike. Although it looked ordinary, the 6th soul ring beneath the Black Shadow lit up. Tang Yin's body was originally aimed at the Black Shadow, but this seemingly unremarkable palm made Tang Yin feel a sense of inexplicable heart palpitations. His battle instincts triggered the 2nd stage of his 5th soul skill. Just as the exchange was completed, Tang Yin collided with the palm strike. The phantasmagorical fate he conjured began to turn black upon contact with the Black Shadow's palm. The blackness spread upwards, gradually engulfing Tang Yin's hand. At the same time, the fate in Tang Yin's hand had already pierced the heart of the tiger-faced man in black, under the mental suppression of broken 1,000 armies. This Soul King couldn't exert any soul power. Without mental control, his entire soul power couldn't be unleashed. His eyes behind the mask widened in disbelief at this reality. But his life slipped away from his body. No matter how unwilling he could only kneel weakly on the ground. As Tang Yin was gradually eroded by the black energy, the soul power within him was also rapidly depleting. Tang Yin's clone was formed from the soul power within him, and all of Tang Yin's strength came from his main body. This soul skill amplified Tang Yin's damage, but the consumption of soul power was also doubled. Seeing that Tang Yin couldn't break free from the encroaching darkness, he sighed inwardly and, reluctantly, had to retract his 5th soul skill. His figure flashed, moving swiftly like a ghost, rushing towards the back of the Black Shadow. With a boost from the rapid dragon break, Tang Yin's figure vanished in an instant. The Black Shadow had just raised his hand to try to catch Tang Yin, but had no chance at all. The fate he had assimilated merged with Tang Yin's entire hand, leaving no trace behind. This was his 6th soul skill, Shadow Transformation. Anything that came into contact with his palm would turn into a shadow and be completely absorbed by his body, transforming into temporary combat power. The black shadow glanced at the other assassins surrounding Zhu Zhuyun, feeling somewhat dissatisfied. Facing a combined attack from a Soul King and 5 Soul Sects, Zhu Zhuyun, though at a disadvantage, had impeccable defenses. In that moment, she resembled an indestructible fortress, neutralizing the enemy's onslaught. She moved like lightning, skillfully dodging one deadly strike after another. Taking advantage of an opening in her opponent's attack net, Zhu Zhuyun seized the moment and delivered a fierce claw strike to one of the Soul Sects. A deep claw mark appeared on the chest of that Soul Sect, blood gushing out and staining his tattered clothing red. Taking advantage of the brief moment he had freed up, the black shadow activated his 4th soul ring, flattening his entire body again. The 4th soul skill, Shadow Escape. He had just used this soul skill to merge into the shadow of the now cold tiger-faced man in black. As long as he remained still, it was as if he had merged with the surrounding environment, making it nearly impossible for anyone to detect his presence. Not even a soul, Doloa. He was quite curious about how Tang Yin had discovered him. Curiosity aside, what he needed to do now was kill Zhu Zhuyun, but he no longer had the chance. Sensing the battle nearby, Tang Hao had already arrived. The massive Haotian hammer descended from the sky, directly revealing the black shadow that was about to escape into darkness. The other black-clad figures suddenly froze, their faces beneath the masks twisted in agony, turning red and purple. In an instant, 6 bodies exploded into 6 clouds of blood mist. Chapter 167. Interrogation, Clouds of Doubt. As the 6 attackers surrounding Zhu Zhuyun froze, she had already created distance between herself and them, avoiding their filthy blood from splattering onto her. Just as Zhu Zuqing returned, she witnessed the scene of the 6 black-clad men exploding to death, and she patted her ample watermelon-shaped chest, letting out a sigh of relief. That was close. Thankfully, I made it in time. After leaving early, she had rushed back to Tang Hao's residence at the fastest speed. At that time, Yin was tending to the flowers and plants in the courtyard, while Tang Hao sat quietly beside her, occasionally smiling. A week ago, Tang Hao and Yin had taken a trip to the Blue-Silver Forest. As the queen of the Blue-Silver clan, Yin's aura was tightly linked to the fate of the entire Blue-Silver clan. Her becoming stronger would protect the entire clan. Her aura was the best treasure for the Blue-Silver grass, which was why she often visited the Blue-Silver Forest. Humans were not originally allowed to enter the Blue-Silver Forest, but after the last incident, Tang Hao couldn't bear to let Yin go out alone and expose herself, even though Yin no longer had the aura of soul beasts. However, Tang Yin was still in Heaven Dose City. Ever since Tang Yin was severely injured last time, the couple was afraid of repeating the same mistake and didn't dare to leave for too long. Even though Tang Yin was relatively safe in Heaven Dose City on the continent. Seeing Zhu Zuqing's anxious expression, Tang Hao and Yin felt a jolt in their eyelids. They knew without guessing that Tang Yin was in trouble again. Zhu Zuqing pointed in the direction of home, speaking urgently. There are assassins. The moment the 4 words left her mouth, Tang Hao and Yin's figures vanished from the courtyard. Seeing Tang Hao disappear into the courtyard, Zhu Zuqing did not hesitate and quickly returned the same way. After suffering a heavy blow from the Haotian hammer, a human figure was separated from the black shadow. It was an old man with gray hair and beard, his figure hunched, with deep wrinkles on his forehead, triangular eyes, and a hooked nose, his complexion appearing very sinister. At this moment, he was covering his chest, with a trace left by a blood arrow he had just spat out in front of him. The bright red blood staining the goat beard on his chin, his entire face twisted in a grimace. Yin had a gentle temperament, but upon seeing the person who attempted to assassinate her son, she also stared with wide eyes in anger. Tang Hao stepped down from the air, his powerful aura radiating with each step, causing the old man to feel his heart tremble. He glanced again at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zuqing, who were not far from him. Knowing that this mission could not be completed, he gritted his teeth, and the poison hidden under his tongue exploded in his mouth, the deadly toxin entering his body. If nothing unexpected occurred, in the blink of an eye, his heart would be corroded by the poison. However, Tang Yin immediately noticed that this strongest assassin wanted to commit suicide. How could he let him die? He still needed to obtain some information from this person to verify his suspicions. Tang Yin was a reasonable person. Although he was 90% sure that Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zuqing's situation was informed to the Xinghua Empire's royal family by Dai Mu Bai, everything needed evidence. And Tang Yin could not kill a prince of an empire based solely on assumptions. The fate pierced into the old man's body, exactly at the position of his heart. Tang Yin would not be so kind as to save the one who tried to assassinate his partner. Fate was merely protecting this man's heart and brain's vital organs from being corroded by the deadly poison, keeping him alive. Thus, the deadly poison continued to erode the old man's other body organs, causing him immense pain. He could have ended his life early, but was kept alive by Tang Yin's fate, lingering between life and death. Even if he was a soul sage, with mental strength far beyond ordinary people, this kind of torment was unbearable for anyone. The old man cried out in despair, fiercely saying, "Kill me, kill me." Tang Yin watched quietly, only using life energy to maintain the energy this old man needed at the moment. Yin and Tang Hao were also beside him, indifferent to this person's painful struggle. He deserved it. "Demon, you are a demon. I'm sorry, I'm sorry. I was wrong. Please stop tormenting me. Woo woo woo." After a few minutes, the original wails and curses turned into pleas. And after enduring a few minutes of torment, the old man's original will was easily shattered, finally crying and begging Tang Yin. Seeing that it was about time, Tang Yin squatted down beside the old man, with a warm smile on his face. "Old grandpa, do you want to live?" No, young master. Give me a quick end." In the old man's eyes, Tang Yin's smile was more sinister than the ugliest demon in the world. Every word Tang Yin spoke sounded like the whispers of a demon to him. "Oh," Tang Yin pretended to be curious. "Why don't you want to live?" "Actually, I can save you." As he spoke, Tang Yin retracted some life energy. The old man felt his heart being slightly corroded by the deadly poison. The pain, stronger than before, made his triangular eyes widen into apricot-like eyes. Old grandpa, do you want to live?" Tang Yin tilted his head, innocently asking the man again. Think, save me, save me. The old man was about to go mad from the torment, but what could he do? He was now like a puppet manipulated by destiny. With all the strings in Tang Yin's hands, what could he do? Tang Yin knew he couldn't push too hard, so he increased the energy output of fate. The soft life energy occupying 1/3 of the old man's body, continuously repairing his organs that had almost turned into black pus. The new flesh, growing inside, brought a tingling sensation to the old man's face, and he felt as if he had encountered a long-awaited rain after a drought. He could no longer care about the pain in the rest of his body. His brain told him to enjoy the partial treatment. As for other parts, he wouldn't think about them. Seeing the old man looking like he was enjoying himself, Tang Yin asked with a tempting tone, "Old grandpa, do you want to be completely healed?" The old man opened his eyes, without hesitation. Yes. He didn't want to die now. The previous pain was too much. He didn't want to experience that again. Tang Yin stood up, clapped his hands, and began to inquire. "Tell me, who sent you here?" "Wu Huin." Tang Yin's was very effective, making the old man shiver all over. Ultimately, the desire to live overcame his loyalty to the Xinghua Empire's royal family. Even though he was a death warrior trained by the Xinghua Empire, he changed his words. "The Xinghua Empire's royal family. It was the Xinghua Emperor who personally sent me." "Why did you want to assassinate me?" The old man quickly shook his head in fear. No, I didn't come to assassinate you. The target this time is those two beside you." "Then why do you want to assassinate them?" "Because the Xinghua Emperor thinks that their existence is a disgrace to the Xinghua royal family's reputation, especially after learning that you are with them. Moreover, this assassination involves not only people from the Xinghua Empire's royal family, but also people from the Duke of Yoming's residence." Another Soul King was sent by the Duke of Yoming's residence. The old man did not dare to conceal anything further, since he had chosen to confess. He might as well reveal everything. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, who were nearby, felt as if countless needles were stabbing their hearts when they heard that the Xinghua Empire's royal family was trying to assassinate them. Zhu Zhuyun was a bit better. Being older, she understood more than Zhu Zhuqing and was well aware of what kind of entity the Duke of Yoming's residence was. A place that cultivated high-quality mothers for the Xinghua Empire. She was very glad to have escaped from that demonic place. After this assassination, her parents' kindness was completely severed at this moment. From now on, she, Zhu Zhuyun, only belonged to herself and to her Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing was still young. She didn't understand much. All she knew was that she had been abandoned by her parents. Scenes from her childhood continually played in her mind. Some vague yet beautiful memories intertwined with harsh realities, making her weep uncontrollably. Zhu Zhuyun embraced her sister and gently comforted her. "It's okay, Zhuqing, you still have me. We still have our teacher, and also Xiaoyin." When she said the last two words, her voice was very soft, fearing that Tang Hao and Yin would hear. But what kind of cultivation did Tang Hao and Yin have? They didn't mind Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing becoming Tang Yin's companions. After all, Tang Hao had already thought of this when he accepted both of them as disciples. Tang Yin noticed Zhu Zhuqing, who was crying, and was quite displeased. One last question. Who told you that Zhu Zhuqing and the others were with me? The old man visibly froze upon hearing this question. Tang Yin thought he didn't want to sell out his master to save himself, so he began to reduce the output of life energy. I really don't know. The old man panicked. His mind was incredibly clear at this moment. At that time, I received an order from the emperor of the Xinglua Empire. He asked me to lurk in the shadows of the assassination team, following the team to back them up for this mission. As for who leaked the information, I really don't know. However, I heard that the third prince is studying at the Tiando Royal Academy in the Tiando Empire. Tang Hao's eyes narrowed. He knew the third prince was Tang San's classmate from Shrek Academy, Dai Mu Bai. However, he wouldn't go looking for trouble with a young kid at level 30-something. What he needed to do now was to go to the Xinglua Empire and have a word with that old emperor. I'm going out. Tang Hao put away the Haotian hammer, his expression calm as water. He then said to Tang Yin and the others, Xiao Yin, Zhu Yun, Zhu Qing, you all rest well. Tang Yin knew that Tang Hao was going to cause trouble for the Xinglua Empire. After watching Tang Hao leave, Tang Yin's gaze fell on an inconspicuous corner. He felt a bit puzzled, but found nothing. Unable to figure it out, he chose not to think about it anymore. What he needed to do now was to comfort Zhu Qing. The place was covered in blood, and it was no longer livable. Ayin asked Tang Yin and the others to pack up their things and go live with her. As for when to move back, they would have to wait until someone cleaned the place up. Tang Hao's speed was extremely fast, relying on the strength of a tidal delaw. He covered tens of thousands of miles in just one day. This was not his first time in Xinglua City. Back then, Tang Yin and the Zhu family had stayed in this city for quite a long time. After entering the city, Tang Hao looked at the towering royal city walls and the well-equipped night guards without a shred of awe, directly flying into the royal palace in front of them. The behavior of these night guards was quite abnormal. They showed no reaction when they saw an outsider intruding into the palace. Inside the palace, Tang Hao sensed the strongest aura, undoubtedly that of the emperor of the Xinglua Empire. Following the guidance of the aura, he arrived at a hall where the Xinglua Emperor was located. Inside the hall, the Xinglua Emperor sat calmly at a low table, with 2 cups of tea placed on it. Upon seeing Tang Hao's arrival, he appeared very calm, as if he had already known that Tang Hao would come. Your Highness Hao Yin, please take a seat. Tang Hao was unsure how the Xinglua Emperor knew he was coming, but he was not afraid. There were very few people in this world who could make him afraid. He walked straight to the Xinglua Emperor and sat down. Before Tang Hao could speak, the Xinglua Emperor spoke first. I did not know that you have accepted those 2 young ladies from the Zhu family as disciples. That is my oversight. I will provide them with sufficient compensation. As for my third son, Dai Mu Bai, who leaked their whereabouts to you, as long as you do not harm his life or abolish his cultivation, you may deal with him as you wish. Tang Hao was slightly surprised. The Xinglua Emperor before him was almost unrecognizable compared to the one he knew. The Xinglua Emperor was arrogant and self-important, considering himself a ruler of half the continent and relishing the worship of others. How could such a person make such a promise without surprising him? Since the emperor has said so, I should give you this face. In the future, I hope this kind of thing doesn't happen again. Seeing Tang Hao agree, the Xinglua Emperor hurriedly stood up and bowed. Your Highness is right. Absolutely. Absolutely. With doubts in his heart, Tang Hao left the Xinglua Empire's royal palace. A long time after Tang Hao left, the Xinglua Emperor cautiously released his spiritual sense. After confirming that Tang Hao had left, he let out a long sigh. The humble demeanor faded from him, and he seemed to return to being the lofty emperor. None of this was his choice. If it were only Tang Hao, he would have insisted on encountering this so-called youngest title Doluo of the continent. Since becoming a title Doluo, he had not fought at this level even once. He wanted to test what kind of power his martial soul fusion skill with the queen could unleash. However, he couldn't afford to provoke 2 title Doluos at the same time, especially the one who was there before Tang Hao. Remembering that terrifying aura, the Xinglua Emperor, who had just regained his kingly might, shuddered, instantly turning into a cowardly state. Why did Tang Hao only notice one strong figure? Because the queen, as a soul Doluo, was lying in bed healing her wounds. Chapter 168. Conclusion. In the days following Tang Hao's departure, Tang Yin temporarily refrained from seeking trouble with Dai Mu Bai. After the initial anger, Tang Yin calmed down. He decided he had to wait for Tang Hao to return before confronting Dai Mu Bai. If he killed Dai Mu Bai out of momentary rage, it would only lead to endless retaliation from the Xinglua Empire for him and Zhu Zhuqing. What if Tang Hao's son was involved? Surely, there would come a day when you, the Haotian law, would not be around. On the first night after Tang Hao left, Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Yin rested in the courtyard where Ayan lived. Seeing Zhu Zhuqing in a low mood, Tang Yin comforted her for the entire night. Zhu Yin also knew her sister was very sad, so she went to sleep with Ayan that night. Initially, Tang Yin used his silver tongue to soothe Zhu Zhuqing's emotions. But later on, Zhu Zhuqing started crying again. The next day, the three resumed their usual routine. The assassination from the previous day did not affect them in the slightest. Their daily life revolved around the academy and home, and soon Tang Yin awaited Tang Hao's return. After hearing Tang Hao briefly recount his experiences in the Xinglua Palace, he expressed his inner worries. The Xinglua Emperor's behavior is too abnormal. I suspect that there was someone who made him afraid and arrived at the Xinglua Palace before I did. After hearing this, Tang Yin fell into deep thought. He recalled the fleeting aura he had sensed that day, making it hard not to associate the two together. Tang Yin thought to himself, I shouldn't have offended any major figures, right? Who could be lurking in the shadows watching me? Someone powerful enough to make the emperor of the Xinglua Empire feel fear. A beautiful figure flashed through Tang Yin's mind. He was about to dismiss this thought, but his calm reason told him that only her identity fit everything. How could an ordinary title de law make the Xinglua Emperor that wary? Only high-ranking figures from the three great sects and the Spirit Hall could reach such a level. The only person Tang Yin could think of, the only one he had interacted with, was the current Pope, BabyTang. Although he was reluctant to mention this memory, he didn't understand why BabyTang had been secretly watching him all along. The love of the past had turned into the most bitter hatred under a knife. Yet over time, it had become as fleeting as clouds. Clearly, he had been so resolute back then. But why did she come looking for him and help him deal with this trouble in secret? Tang Yin knew that BabyTang must have noticed his close relationship with Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Yun. Since it had come to this, why would she still help him? Tang Yin was very confused. He raised his head and happened to meet Ayan's concerned gaze. Tang Yin had already grown taller than Ayan. To make eye contact with him, Ayan had to look up at this child who had grown bit by bit. Ayan reached out to stroke Tang Yin's white hair affectionately and said, All right, Xiao Yin, you should understand this matter by now. Tomorrow, go find Ai Mubai. As for that mysterious person, if you can't figure it out, then don't think about it. Ayan immediately realized that Tang Yin had guessed that the person hiding in the shadows was BabyTang. However, what Ayan couldn't figure out was how Tang Yin had deduced it. It should be noted that both Ayan and Tang Hao, who were present that day, had not sensed BabyTang's aura at all. The reason Tang Yin could capture it, besides the eye of the Xieji, was a very important factor. He had spent 3 years in the Rakshasa's secret realm. BabyTang's ability to conceal herself to such an extent was achieved through the divine nature of Rakshasa, an energy that was naturally a higher level than soul power, which could block the detection of any title de law. If it were not for Tang Yin's breakthrough to Soul King, he too would not have been able to sense BabyTang's presence, even with the eye of the Xieji. Well then, Tang Yin decided not to dwell on it any longer, as getting too entangled would only cause him distress. When he returned home, he embraced Zhu Zhuyan, who was standing at the door, and remained silent for a long time. Zhu Zhuyan seemed to sense that Tang Yin had something on his mind, but she did not ask. Instead, she hugged his head, and the two quietly leaned against each other. There was no conversation throughout the night. The next day, Tang Yin got up early, and, just like that day, he saw a small head peeking out from Zhu Zhuqing's room. Zhu Zhuqing looked like she had been waiting for a long time, and when she saw Tang Yin come out, she asked, Brother-in-law, Are you going to the Tiando Royal Academy? Tang Yin looked into Zhu Zhuqing's calm eyes and silently nodded. Can I go with you this time? This matter started because of me, so I should be the one to end it. Zhu Zhuqing's tone was very resolute. With the comfort of Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan, she stepped out of the reality that her parents had abandoned her, which made her rely even more on Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuyan. When she was alone, she always felt an invisible force pulling at her, making her feel very uncomfortable. Over the past few days, she had thought a lot, including the need to personally understand her relationship with Dai Mubai. Only by doing so could she let go of everything and be with Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not refuse Zhu Zhuqing's request. He knew that although Zhu Zhuqing would not go against his wishes, if he rejected her, it would only make her even sadder. Approaching Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin pinched her delicate cheek and smiled, Of course you can. But please don't come crying to me when you can't win. Zhu Zhuqing's fair face turned slightly red, and she whispered, How could I possibly lose? I'm a soul master now. My Zhuqing is the best. Tang Yin released Zhu Zhuqing's face and gave her a kiss on it. Zhu Zhuqing retaliated, and during their flirtation, they did not notice that Zhu Zhuyan was leaning against the door. It was Zhu Zhuqing, facing Zhu Zhuyan, who first noticed this. She was about to struggle when she saw Zhu Zhuyin put her index finger to her lips, making a shushing gesture, and then she turned back into the room, smiling like an ant watching the two. Zhu Zhuqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Zhu Zhuyin leave. She wrapped her arms around Tang Yin's neck and returned the affection. When Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing finally left, it was already a quarter of an hour later. In fact, they had finished everything 5 minutes earlier. However, Zhu Zhuqing seemed as fluid as water, like a flowing stream in a deep forest, with silver threads hanging from the treetops. Changing into another set of clothes before leaving was indeed necessary. Tang Hao looked at the two with a blank expression. As a titled Doluo, how could he be so bored as to use his spiritual sense to spy on his son and daughter-in-law, kissing inside? Despicable. Let's go. Tang Hao said little and turned to leave. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing follow behind, not displaying any intimate actions, just like two well-behaved children. Chapter 169. Pleading for mercy. Dai Mubai had been living quite well these past few days. Ever since Tang Yin had crushed his knuckles last time, he had been holding in a lot of frustration, but he did not dare to seek revenge with his meager skills. The betrayal of his fiancée, the humiliation from a brother's brother, and the impotent rage of his lowly power had caused the third prince of the Xinghua Empire, the spendthrift Dai Mubai of the Tiando Empire, to lose face. The feelings he experienced that day were no less than those of Tang San. Fortunately, like Tang San, he quickly emerged from the gloom in his heart. Shortly after that day, the people from the Xinghua Empire came, as usual, to provide living expenses to this prince who had fallen into a foreign land. The Xinghua Empire always emphasized a wolf culture and scoffed at Dai Mubai's behavior of avoidance. If it were not for the fact that they did not want their prince to become a beggar due to his downfall, bringing shame to the Xinghua royal family, they would not care about Dai Mubai's life or death. After receiving a black card with a consumption limit of 10,000 gold soul coins from the person delivering money, Dai Mubai informed him that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive. The person who came to deliver money was also a loyal subject of the Xinghua royal family, and upon learning this, he hurried back to report the news. As for why he didn't go himself, how high could his cultivation be if he was already delivering money to his young master? He quickly returned to the Xinghua imperial city and informed the Xinghua emperor that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive. Upon hearing this, the Xinghua emperor did not respond immediately. Cautiously, he sent someone skilled in stealth and sensitive attack-type soul masters to investigate the matter, intending to bring Zhu Zhuqing back if there was an opportunity. This person soon returned, and the news he brought ignited the final fury of the Xinghua emperor. Not only was Zhu Zhuqing alive, but Zhu Zhuyin was also alive. They were not only both alive, but were also involved with the young man. The Xinghua emperor had initially thought of casually sending someone to resolve this matter. After all, his own son had led the way in fleeing. How could he demand the girls from the Zhu family continue to participate in the competition for the throne? Fleeing was not a big deal, but Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyin were not fleeing. Rather, they were involved with another man, causing the Xinghua royal family to wear a green hat. This was not only a slap in the face for the Xinghua emperor, but also an insult to the entire Xinghua royal family. The Xinghua emperor summoned Duke Yuming, the father of Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. The moment Duke Yuming walked into the hall, the pressure from the title de law made this high-ranking duke feel terrified. He glanced at the Xinghua emperor's expression, which was devoid of any waves, and his heart sank even further. As the current Duke Yuming and head of the Yuming Zhu family, he understood the Xinghua emperor, who was of a similar age to him, very well. The current Xinghua emperor was extremely angry. Under the pressure, Duke Yuming knelt down not far from the Xinghua emperor, bowing his head to the ground and not rising for a long time, speaking with utmost respect. "I pay my respects to the great and invincible emperor, your majesty." The Xinghua emperor sneered. "Hualuo, you have 2 good daughters." Hualuo was the name of Duke Yuming. Only in private settings would the Xinghua emperor address Zhu Hualuo in this manner to highlight their years of friendship. But now, the mention of Hualuo made Duke Yuming's heart tremble. "I am guilty." Zhu Hualuo was also a clever person. From just a few words, he guessed that the Xinghua emperor's anger today must be related to his 2 daughters who died in the beast tide. "You are not guilty. I should congratulate you. Your 2 daughters are alive and well, and soon they will bring you a son-in-law." Duke Zhu Hualuo, who was prostrated on the ground, was already sweating profusely, and the white silk inner lining against the skin was now capable of squeezing out water. Having held a high position for many years, Zhu Hualuo quickly made the right choice. "Your Majesty, I am willing to take people and personally end the lives of those 2 rebellious daughters." Emperor Xinghua looked down at Zhu Hualuo who had been bowing for a long time, feeling quite satisfied. The purpose of calling Duke Yuming this time was not only out of anger, but also to give the Zhu family a warning. The Dai family could not do without the Zhu family, but Emperor Xinglua wanted the Yuming Zhu family to know who the true ruler was. Seeing Zhu Hualuo's attitude, Emperor Xinglua was very pleased, but he would not really let Zhu Hualuo go to the Tiando Empire to kill his two daughters. Not to mention the political impact of appearing as a senior official of the Xinglua Empire in the capital of the Tiando Empire. Having subordinates kill relatives to show loyalty, could he still feel at ease using them? Heaven's grace comes in the form of thunder and rain. Hualuo, I've already arranged this matter. Just pick one of the death warriors raised by the Zhu family to follow you. I understand. After learning that the assassination team had arrived in Tiando City, Dai Mubai's mood improved greatly. Indeed, he had neglected his cultivation quite a bit these days, spending all day entangled with the pair of sisters he brought from Soto City, engaging in indescribable activities among the three of them. Looking at the sisters sleeping on the soft bed, Dai Mubai couldn't help but smile wickedly. The white tiger martial soul gave him a very strong physique, enhancing certain functions as well. Today was the day to return to the academy for training. Although he had been somewhat indulging, he was still quite serious about the battle team. He reached out and slapped one of the sisters' peach-like bottoms hard, making a crisp sound that caused the sleeping girl to let out a soft moan. Dai Mubai paid no mind, and after taking a shower, he left directly. Arriving at the Tiando Royal Academy at 8 in the morning, he just caught the training session. As usual, Tang San and Xiao Wu were entangled together, still in their three-brother Xiao Wu mood. Oscar was hovering around Ning Rongrong, looking like a loyal dog, seeing Ma Hongjun panting heavily. Dai Mubai knew that the fat guy had gone to the city to deal with his martial soul's evil fire problem again. Ma Hongjun's three-way split had consumed his Phoenix chicken crest sunflower, and at this point, he would probably be tormented by this incredibly torturous evil fire for a lifetime. Hee. Seeing Dai Mubai just return, Ma Hongjun's face, full of flesh, revealed a lewd smile. Boss Dai, did you and those twin sisters try any new positions? Let me tell you this time. Ma Hongjun started to share with his boss about the new experiences he had tried in a brothel in Tiando City. Until Master arrived, everyone on the field stopped talking and lined up seriously, looking at Yu Xiaojiang. Yu Xiaojiang's eyes scanned the crowd, finally lingering on Tang San for a moment, revealing a hint of satisfied appreciation. After cultivating his second martial soul, this disciple had become much more confident, especially after successfully adding a 10,000-year spirit ring to his second martial soul. Tang San's spirit power had once again made a breakthrough. Yu Xiaojiang estimated that once Tang San added the third 10,000-year spirit ring to his second martial soul, his cultivation level would reach the Spirit King level. At that point, even Tang Yin would find it quite tricky to face Tang San. The method of cultivating twin martial souls given to Yu Xiaojiang by BabyTang had no hint of concealment. Besides how to overcome the mutual exclusion problem of cultivating twin martial souls, it also included techniques for seamless switching between the two martial souls. All this knowledge was handed over to Tang San by Yu Xiaojiang. If it weren't for seeing Tang San's heart being damaged, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't have allowed him to cultivate his second martial soul so early. Now that everyone is here, let's begin today's training. Just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to assign today's training tasks, three figures appeared in the sight of Shrek's group. When Dai Mubai saw who had come, he trembled like a leaf. It can't be. Dai Mubai had left a backup plan. He only mentioned that Zhu Zhuqing was still alive, but he didn't reveal anything about her relationship with Tang Yin. As for the decision his father made after investigating, what did it have to do with him, Dai Mubai? Even so, facing a title de law, he felt like a docile little kitten. What he didn't know was that his father had already sold him out for self-preservation. While Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing were fine, the middle-aged man beside them was someone Dai Mubai had seen before. Who else could it be but Hao Yin Doluo? When Yu Xiaojiang saw Tang Hao arriving with Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing, he was filled with 1,000 doubts. If Tang Hao had come alone, Yu Xiaojiang wouldn't have been surprised, but Yu Xiaojiang quickly understood the purpose of Tang Hao's visit with the three of them. Ma Hongjun noticed Dai Mubai's trembling body and pale face beside him and quietly asked, "Boss Dai, did you go too wild last night and wear yourself out?" Before Dai Mubai could respond, an invisible force pulled him out of the group, making him unstable and directly kneel before Tang Hao. The sudden scene shocked everyone present. "Your Majesty, Hao Yin." "Dad." Yu Xiaojiang and Tang San's voices rang out simultaneously. Tang Hao glanced at them, but showed no intention of letting Dai Mubai get up. His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it clearly. Dai Mubai, it was you who had your father send someone to kill my son and daughter-in-law, right? This statement shocked everyone present again. Dai Mubai hurriedly shook his head to deny it. No, it wasn't me. I really didn't. I already visited your father at the Xinglua Palace, and he told me. I'm not here to listen to your excuses. Upon hearing this, Dai Mubai felt as if he had fallen into an ice cave. He could tell that his father had sold him out to vent his anger on the QianXunji's in front of him. Realizing that he couldn't escape today, Dai Mubai collapsed weakly to the ground, awaiting his final judgment. A cold voice echoed in his ear. Dai Mubai, our matter doesn't need to involve Xiao Yin and the others. Today, we will settle this. If you could defeat me, I, Zhu Zhuqing, will definitely commit suicide to protect your reputation. If you lose, then you can go back to the Xinglua Palace and wait for your brother to kill you. Chapter 170. Zhu Zhuqing vs. Dai Mubai, Part 1. Xiao Yin. Hearing Zhu Zhuqing refer to Tang Yin, Dai Mubai's inner fear and panic gradually filled with anger, and a fierce expression appeared on his previously defeated face. He seemed to forget that beside Zhu Zhuqing stood a title de law. Fortunately, at this moment, both Tang Hao and Tang Yin's attention was on Zhu Zhuqing. No, Tang Yin directly rejected Zhu Zhuqing's proposal, even though Zhu Zhuqing looked serious and solemn at that moment. Tang Yin would not allow Zhu Zhuqing to take such a risk, not to mention that they did not know Dai Mubai's strength at the moment. Even if they knew that Zhu Zhuqing had a 90% chance of defeating Dai Mubai, Tang Yin still wouldn't let her engage in such a gamble. In Tang Yin's heart, Dai Mubai was not qualified to gamble his life against Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin's slightly angry face. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something, but in the end, she held back. She did this to cut off all ties and be with Tang Yin, rather than let this matter create a rift between them. Dai Mubai seemed to have seized this opportunity, looking like a rabid dog excited by food. All right, I agree. Zhu Zhuqing, don't go back on your word. He knew that now he could never have Zhu Zhuqing, and since he couldn't have her, her suicide had nothing to do with him, Dai Mubai. As for losing, what joke, 3 years ago, when Dai Mubai had just escaped, Zhu Zhuqing was only a level 20 soul master. In 3 years, her soul power couldn't possibly exceed his, right? Dai Mubai thought this way, believing that Zhu Zhuqing was just caught up in the moment. During these 3 years, although Dai Mubai hadn't practiced as diligently as in the original story, his talent was there. Even with nightly revelries, his soul power had still reached level 39, just one step away from the Soul Emperor realm. At this moment, Tang Hao finally spoke. Forget the bet, but Zhuqing can have a match with Dai Mubai. The words of the title de law made Dai Mubai's smug expression freeze on his face. Seeing Dai Mubai's dazed look, Tang Hao's tone remained calm. If you win, this matter ends. But if you lose, be prepared to accept punishment. Tang Hao did not specify what the punishment would be for failure, which placed significant psychological pressure on Dai Mubai. Zhu Zhuqing looked aggrieved, casting her gaze at Tang Yin beside her. Tang Yin nodded and spoke gently as usual. Zhuqing, do your best. Safety first. His hand ran through Zhu Zhuqing's smooth hair, and his warm palm rested on her head, bringing her immense security. Tang Yin had already decided that as long as Dai Mubai dared to injure Zhu Zhuqing, he would not care about any competition rules. Seeing that Tang Hao had set the rules, Dai Mubai, as the weaker party, could only comply. Although what he could gain from the match had changed, he believed he could still live well regardless of the outcome. Your Highness, is what you said true? Dai Mubai still bowed and asked Tang Hao. Tang Hao didn't even look at him and replied, I wouldn't stoop so low as to break my word because of you. With this statement, he undoubtedly added another layer of security for himself. Dai Mubai felt no humiliation for being looked down upon by Tang Hao. Instead, he secretly rejoiced, thinking that this storm would soon pass. The venue for the match was naturally the training ground of Shrek Academy. Master, it shouldn't be a problem to delay your training for a bit, right? Yu Xiaojiang came to his senses when he heard Tang Hao's voice. Okay. As an outsider, he felt it inappropriate to intervene. Shrek Academy was protective of their own, and Dai Mubai was one of their students. However, when the opponent was an invincible title de law, no one dared to step forward. Tang Sen understood what was happening. He knew that Dai Mubai was in the wrong, but he still didn't want his father to hurt Dai Mubai. The elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy was about to begin, and every day of preparation was crucial. If Dai Mubai got injured now, how could Shrek perform well? In Tang San's heart, he always considered himself part of Shrek Academy, having no sense of belonging to the Tiando Royal Academy. Seeing that Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing were already in position, Tang San decided to plead for his boss later. Tang also didn't think Dai Mubai would lose this match. 2 years ago, he had sparred with Zhu Zhuqing. Back then, she was just a great soul master. Even with the celestial herb, her soul power. Thinking of this, Tang San felt a tightness in his heart and couldn't help but sweat for Dai Mubai. Having consumed the celestial herb, he knew its effects. The miraculous transformation was beyond description. He didn't believe that Tang En wouldn't prepare celestial herbs for those around him. When Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai took their positions, neither spoke much but summoned their respective martial spirits at the same time. Dai Mubai stepped forward with his right foot, and suddenly, a pale light erupted from his body. His muscles bulged instantly. The clothing of the Tiando Royal Academy clearly considered the changes in the bodies of beast martial spirit students, as his clothes only stretched without bursting apart. Dai Mubai's golden hair instantly transformed into black and white, dominated by white, with a king-shaped pattern appearing on his forehead. His hands doubled in size, covered in white fur, with claws extending 8 inches long from his palms. His eyes transformed into deep blue with 4 pupils. Behind him, a white tiger phantom glared fiercely, exuding the aura of the king of the forest. 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, silently revolved beneath him, creating a pressure that was almost suffocating. Zhu Zhuqing's face was as cold as frost as she also summoned her phantom cat martial spirit. The agile black phantom of the cat coiled behind her, radiating a deadly allure. Similarly, 3 soul rings, yellow, and purple, rose from beneath her. Her aura no less formidable than Dai Mubai's. How is this possible? Dai Mubai, who had been calm and carefree, was struck dumb when he saw that Zhu Zhuqing was also a soul sovereign of equal might. He couldn't believe the scene before his eyes. There are differences even among soul sovereigns. A newly advanced soul sovereign would feel suppressed when facing a higher-ranking soul sovereign, albeit to varying degrees. However, Dai Mubai sensed no signs of suppression from Zhu Zhuqing. This meant that Zhu Zhuqing's soul power was on par with his. How could Dai Mubai accept this? There was a full 3-year gap between him and Zhu Zhuqing. 3 years might not mean much to high-ranking soul masters, but they were still only soul sovereigns. Chapter 171, Zhu Zhuqing versus Dai Mubai, Part 2. So what if she is a soul sovereign? At the same level, I won't be afraid of you. Dai Mubai clenched his palm tightly, encouraging himself. In his understanding, his white tiger martial spirit was of a higher quality than the phantom cat martial spirit. Otherwise, the royal family of the Star Luo Empire would be the Zhu family of the phantom cat, not the Dai family. Most of the important martial spirit fusion skills of the 2 families were predominantly led by the white tiger side. After a brief moment of panic, Dai Mubai quickly adjusted his mindset. The time taken was merely a thought. However, in that instant, Zhu Zhuqing seized the opening. Tang Hao's training for the sisters Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan was no child's play. He imparted everything he knew without holding back, including battlefield control. Although Zhu Zhuqing usually appeared docile like a little cat next to Tang En, when facing an enemy, her claws could easily tear through their skin and crush their hearts. In Dai Mubai's view, Zhu Zhuqing's figure flickered and vanished from where she stood, becoming invisible. His understanding of the phantom cat martial spirit was no less than that of the white tiger martial spirit. He was well aware of the martial spirit characteristics and the first few soul skills. At the same level, the explosive power of the phantom cat martial spirit was extremely strong. The correct response when the phantom cat disappeared into darkness was 3rd soul skill, white tiger barrier transformation. Dai Mubai directly activated his strongest 3rd soul skill. His muscles swelled again, and the high-quality uniform of the Heavenly Doe Royal Academy emitted a sizzling sound, turning into strips of cloth. Dark horizontal stripes appeared on Dai Mubai's exposed skin. During the next half-hour transformation, his resistance to abnormal states, as well as his attack power, defense, and strength, all doubled. This was an incredibly powerful enhancement-type soul skill. As Dai Mubai had anticipated, just as he unleashed his 3rd soul skill, Zhu Zhuqing's figure emerged from the darkness. Her raised claws shimmered with a cold light under the illumination, and the 1st soul ring beneath her feet provided her ghostly feline spirit with speed and attack power. When her black claws touched Dai Mubai's black skin, sparks flew between them. Zhu Zhuqing did not linger, seeing her attack miss. She immediately utilized her speed advantage to escape into the darkness. But with the white tiger Vajra transformation boosting him, Dai Mubai would not allow a tiger to return to the mountain so easily. He shouted loudly, and, regardless of whether those claws were sharp He directly reached out his tiger paw to grasp them firmly. At this moment, the speed that erupted from Dai Mubai was no less than Zhu Zhuqing's. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes narrowed as she quickly formulated a countermeasure. She exerted force with her legs and leaped into the air, while her second soul ring also flashed with light. The second soul skill, Ghostly Hunter Claws, utilizing her body's rapid rotation and the sharp, penetrating attack of her claws. She unleashed hundreds of attacks on the same spot of her enemy in an extremely short time, with great speed and destructive power. It was an extremely powerful close-range, single-target attack skill. Zhu Zhuqing's body, suspended in midair, began to spin rapidly, and her claws were aimed precisely at Dai Mubai's chest. The hand Dai Mubai extended towards her claws was pushed back by the impact of this high-speed rotation. Feeling the unbearable pressure on his chest, Dai Mubai did not dare to resist. Faced with Zhu Zhuqing, who was so close, he could only unleash his second soul skill, White Tiger Lightwave. Seeing Dai Mubai spew out a milky white ball of light, Zhu Zhuqing did not linger in battle. Her rapidly spinning body took advantage of the momentum to dodge Dai Mubai's White Tiger Lightwave from his side, once again retreating into the darkness. Dai Mubai looked at the slightly charred fur on his chest, feeling a faint sting emanating from that area, and he knew that Zhu Zhuqing's attack had injured him. The Ghostly Hunter Claws was not as simple as it appeared. After unleashing it, any attack from the ghostly feline spirit would come with a piercing effect. As long as a wound was left on the opponent, even if it wasn't deep, the soul power would seep in and wreak havoc on the opponent's meridians. Dai Mubai could clearly feel that the meridians in that area had been damaged. Fortunately, he had activated the White Tiger Vajra transformation in advance. Otherwise, he would have already been defeated by Zhu Zhuqing in that brief encounter. Dai Mubai did not want to lose this match, not only because winning would ensure his safety, but also because he wanted to prove to Zhu Zhuqing that he was not someone she could humiliate. With the all-around enhancement from the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Dai Mubai lowered his center of gravity, crawling on the ground with his eyes slightly closed. Tang San, watching from the sidelines, was somewhat puzzled and asked Yu Xiaojing beside him, "Teacher, what is Dai Mubai doing?" Tang San had always placed himself in Dai Mubai's perspective. If he were in Dai Mubai's position, he would also be at a significant disadvantage. He couldn't keep using soul skills to cover the entire area in search of Zhu Zhuqing's location. Could he? Yu Xiaojing, seeing his disciple's question, nodded in satisfaction. Little San, Mubai's White Tiger and Zhu Zhuqing's ghostly feline spirit are both top-tier martial souls, and they have a martial soul fusion skill, so they have many commonalities. Martial soul fusion skill. The 5 words shocked Tang San again. Although Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing had not cultivated a martial soul fusion skill, the resonance between their martial souls still existed. After unleashing the White Tiger Vajra transformation, Mubai's sensing ability was doubled, and he aimed to find Zhu Zhuqing's position. On the other side, Tang Hao, who had been silent, finally spoke up. Zhu Qing is going to lose. Tang Yin's expression became solemn, as he also perceived some clues. The White Tiger martial soul would ultimately surpass the ghostly feline spirit, even though Zhu Zhuqing had consumed an immortal herb. Found you. The golden light in Dai Mubai's eyes burst forth, and he pounced towards a certain location like a fierce tiger descending the mountain. Zhu Zhuqing, hidden in the shadows, sensed that she had been locked onto and realized there was no time to evade. Facing Dai Mubai's charge, Zhu Zhuqing decided to confront him head-on. Her only purple soul ring lit up, and her aura surged again. She brought her hands together above her head, and the claws on her fingers fused rapidly, transforming into a blade about a foot long. After infusing it with soul power, she condensed a black light blade. The 3rd soul skill, Ghostly Slash. Dai Mubai flashed a charming smile, as he had anticipated this move from Zhu Zhuqing. As he charged toward her, his 1st soul skill activated simultaneously. The 1st soul skill, White Tiger Barrier. Seeing the white light circle illuminate around Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing's heart sank, but her eyes were filled with determination. She did not want to lose this match either. She wanted to personally sever the damned shackles that had been placed upon her. The blade and the tiger paw collided, and a massive energy collision erupted in a dazzling display of light and dust, obscuring the outcome on the field. Chapter 172. Zhu Zhuqing's strange attributes. All eyes from Shrek Academy were focused on the center of the swirling dust, looking up in anticipation to see who the ultimate victor would be. When the light receded and the dust settled, the situation on the field came into view. On the stage, in addition to the figures of Zhu Zhuqing and Dai Mubai, there was an additional silhouette. Dai Mubai's outstretched right hand was firmly grasped by Tang Yin, whose sharp claws had cut through Tang Yin's palm, causing blood to flow continuously from his fingers, pooling into streams along the gaps between his bones. In Tang Yin's arms, Zhu Zhuqing was still in a dazed state. She remembered that just moments ago, when she was colliding with Dai Mubai using her third soul skill, Ghostly Slash, the purple, ghostly blade had experienced a brief moment of stasis upon striking Dai Mubai's white tiger barrier. The ghostly slash originated from a 1,000-year soul beast and could not be completely resisted by a first soul skill. However, that momentary block was enough for Dai Mubai to turn the tide of the battle. In Zhu Zhuqing's view, Dai Mubai's massive tiger paw was aimed directly at her unguarded chest, and while executing ghostly slash, she was utterly unable to take any countermeasures. Dai Mubai understood the ghostly feline spirit martial soul all too well. As soon as he saw Zhu Zhuqing use the ghostly slash soul skill, he knew he was guaranteed to win this match. He also recalled that the Haotian de Luo had stated to win the match, but did not say that he couldn't harm Zhu Zhuqing during the process. Taking the opportunity to teach a lesson to this woman who did not know her place was something Dai Mubai was more than willing to do. Zhu Zhuqing's eyes dimmed slightly because she knew what she was about to face. Not only would she lose this match, but what was even more unacceptable to her was that her body would also be touched by Dai Mubai's filthy hands. Tang Yin could no longer sit still. After Tang Hao reminded him, he prepared to intervene. Dai Mubai's tiger paw was blocked by an invisible force, and Tang Yin, empowered by his fourth soul skill, swiftly arrived at Zhu Zhuqing's side, wrapping her delicate and curvy body in his embrace. Eternity is strong, but also fleeting. After saving Zhu Zhuqing, Dai Mubai's tiger claw lunged forward again. In a hurry, Tang Yin could only use his hand to block. Zhu Zhuqing felt the warmth coming from Tang Yin's chest. The familiar breath and solid arm gave her the greatest sense of security. When she saw blood oozing from Tang Yin's palm, her heart felt as if it had been pierced by something. She felt guilty. If it weren't for her arrogance and recklessness, Tang Yin wouldn't have been injured. A layer of mist appeared in Zhu Zhuqing's eyes, but she knew that now was not the time to cry. Dai Mubai, seeing Tang Yin suddenly appear, was shocked before an unnamed anger surged within him. He was on the verge of winning, and he was about to teach that traitorous woman a harsh lesson. But just as he was about to succeed, he was blocked by Tang Yin, causing all his efforts to go to waste, which made him furious. Upon seeing the tiger claw deeply embedded in Tang Yin's palm, Dai Mubai disregarded Tang Hao below and commanded the tiger claw to exert force. Zhu Zhuqing, in Tang Yin's embrace, could clearly hear the sound of the claw tearing through skin, and bright red blood began to gush out again, constantly stimulating her vision. The bright red blood streaks spread in Zhu Zhuqing's agile eyes. Her gaze turned bloodshot, as if she wanted to imprint this moment deeply in her mind. It's okay. Tang Yin sensed Zhu Zhuqing's immense emotional upheaval and softly comforted her, not taking Dai Mubai's little trick seriously. The vigorous life energy within him began to gather at his palm, and profound soul power surged towards that position as well. A hint of panic appeared on Dai Mubai's face as he realized something was wrong. But it was too late. When he tried to retract his palm, he found that he couldn't pull it back no matter what. The short tiger claw was firmly gripped, and when he looked up, he saw Tang Yin's calm and unperturbed face. I have already won. What do you want to do? Dai Mubai was already somewhat scared. The memory of Tang Yin easily crushing his hand bones resurfaced, and the heart-wrenching pain was fresh in his mind. As Tang Yin exerted force with a few cracking sounds, the tiger claw embedded in his palm was forcibly broken. With a surge of strength, he casually threw the 5 tiger claws aside, as if discarding trash. This time the pain was much less than before. Dai Mubai merely flexed his fingers, which was bearable. You won. After leaving this sentence, Tang Yin walked down the stage with Zhu Zhuqing in his arms. Before leaving, Tang Yin gestured to Tang San, who was watching from the side, and then left directly. Tang Hao didn't continue to pay attention to Dai Mubai on stage. He walked to Tang San's side and placed his heavy palm on Tang San's shoulder. Train hard. And also, stay away from that guy named Dai Mubai. Tang San had been very happy to see Tang Hao walking towards him, but upon hearing Tang Hao's words, his smile froze on his face. Tang Hao did not lower his voice. His words reached the ears of everyone present from Shrek Academy. Tang San lowered his head, not daring to meet Tang Hao's gaze. Why? Influenced deeply by the teachings of respecting teachers and valuing morality, Tang San held filial piety in high regard. He didn't dare to go against Tang Hao's decision, but righteousness also held a significant place in his heart. Dai Mubai was his sworn brother, and Tang San believed he understood him better than Tang Hao did. Tang San thought that Dai Mubai was merely upset because his brother Tang Yin had taken his fiancée, leading him to make some incorrect choices and nothing more. Tang San didn't want to sever ties with such a loyal and good brother because of this. Tang Hao looked at Tang San, who had his head down, and he knew that this could be seen as a form of rejection. After staring at his son for a long time, Tang Hao finally said, "You are grown up now. You should have your own judgment." After saying this, Tang Hao turned and left. A sheltered fledgling cannot grow. Tang Hao decided to let Tang San recognize the people around him on his own. As for Tang Yin was the treasure of Yin, and Yin was Tang Hao's forbidden fruit. This theorem naturally did not apply to Tang Yin. Seeing Tang Hao's departing figure, Tang San then approached Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai also heard Tang Hao's advice to Tang San, and he felt somewhat dejected. This statement was undoubtedly a huge blow to him. Looking at the shadow that appeared before him, Dai Mubai did not raise his head. "Little San, Tang San placed his hand on Dai Mubai's shoulder. His tone firm. "Dai boss, you will always be my boss." Dai Mubai looked up and saw Tang San's determined expression. His heart warmed, affirming that Tang San was such a brother, even though his relationship with Tang San's biological brother had become extremely cold. Yu Xiaojiang's heart tightened as well. Tang Hao's words were undoubtedly a huge blow to the Shrek Academy battle team. Tang Hao's words could be seen as a stab to the heart, directly causing a rift in the team in front of him, the head coach. Fortunately, his good disciple discerned right from wrong and maintained the team's unity in the most correct way. This small turmoil might even make their team more united. Somewhat regrettably, Tang Yin's recent display made him even more anxious. If only he could be used by me. Yu Xiaojiang sighed and began organizing today's training. Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing walked on the way back. The somewhat downcast Zhu Zhuqing kept her head down and remained silent for a long time. Tang Yin knew that any comforting words were useless now. Silent companionship might be the best choice. They walked to the foot of the mountain when Zhu Zhuqing's faint voice finally came from beside him. "I'm sorry." The 3 words, as thin as a mosquito's whisper, carried a hint of a sob, evoking pity. Seeing that there was no reply, Zhu Zhuqing quietly said again, "I'm sorry." Tang Yin still did not respond. Only then did Zhu Zhuqing stop and reach out to tug at Tang Yin's clothes. She looked up, her slightly swollen eyes meeting Tang Yin's somewhat serious face. She had just seen this expression. The tears that had been swirling in her eyes finally fell. "Woo-woo, I was wrong." Unable to bear Tang Yin's reproachful gaze, Zhu Zhuqing rushed into Tang Yin's arms, sobbing uncontrollably. Once Zhu Zhuqing's crying subsided, Tang Yin finally spoke. "Don't do foolish things again in the future." He ultimately did not voice his reproaches. Tang Yin was still afraid of the bet Zhu Zhuqing had proposed. If she had truly lost and had committed suicide in front of him, how would he face himself? How would he face Zhu Zhuqing at home? Zhu Zhuqing's face was stained with tears. She raised her tear-streaked face, looking pitifully at Tang Yin. "I lost the match and didn't teach him a lesson. Aren't you angry? In fact, losing this time was not a big deal. You are only in your teens, and being able to fight Dai Mubai like this is already impressive. There will be opportunities to meet him again in the upcoming elite competition of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academies. Losing once is not a big deal. You can win back next time." After finishing his comforting words, Tang Yin's tone turned serious again. "Angry? Of course I'm angry." As he spoke, Tang Yin pulled Zhu Zhuqing into his arms and slapped a certain spot with his palm. Slap! An incredible elasticity came from his fingers, and Zhu Zhuqing's cheeks visibly flushed with an enticing redness. Tang Yin did not stop. He raised his palm again and lightly struck the same spot. Zhu Zhuqing in his arms let out a brief, hurried whimper, but she did not dare to defy Tang Yin and could only silently endure it. After a few more strikes, Tang Yin looked at Zhu Zhuqing, who was bowing her head in silence, and said with satisfaction, "From now on, you are not allowed to use your life as a wager. If I find out again, next time I'm going to pull your pants down and spank you." After saying that, Tang Yin prepared to leave with Zhu Zhuqing. However, just as he stepped out with one foot, the person in his embrace made an unusual sound. Zhu Zhuqing raised her small face, and at that moment, the flush on her face looked somewhat abnormal, revealing a hint of seduction. The sparkle in her lively eyes was enticing, and her slightly parted small red lips were breathing rapidly, as if yearning for something. Tang Yin, already an experienced driver, immediately recognized Zhu Zhuqing's symptoms. No way. Looking at the unknown stains on his hand seemed to further confirm his suspicions. "Little Yin," Zhu Zhuqing's tone was charming. and her body felt limp like water in Tang Yin's arms. The alluring fragrance and soft touch were stirring Tang Yin's heartstrings. Tang Yin scooped up Zhu Zhuqing's legs and activated his fourth soul skill, rushing home at the fastest speed. If the person in his arms were QianXunji, with her peculiar preferences, there would be no need to return to Heavendo City. Zishi watched Tang Yin sprinting, her cheeks slightly flushed. Although it wasn't the first time she had seen Tang Yin mating, she had not expected that this seemingly pure girl would have such a special preference. The women around little Yin really have their own strengths. Zhu Zhuqing was practicing when she heard the noise of Tang Yin's return. At first, she did not pay much attention and did not intend to interfere, wanting to continue her practice, but the strange sounds piqued her curiosity. Seeing that she couldn't get into the zone for a long time, Zhu Zhuqing decided to put her training aside and see what was happening. When she opened her eyes, her gaze unconsciously drifted towards the slightly ajar door. Zhu Zhuqing had long accepted the fact that Tang Yin was with her sister and had no objections to their intimate actions. However, such behavior in front of her during the day was still unacceptable. Moreover, the sound seemed somewhat different from that kind of thing. She stood up and was about to close the door for the two of them when the scene inside shocked her, and in a daze, she completely pushed the slightly ajar door open. At dinner, Zhu Zhuqing lowered her head and silently put the food in front of her in her mouth, while Zhu Zhuyun, sitting across from her with her arms crossed, curiously examined her sister, whom she saw every day. Today, it seemed she had a renewed understanding of Zhu Zhuqing. Feeling a strange atmosphere in the air, Tang Yin decided to find a topic to ease the awkwardness. Sister Zhuyun, are we continuing training tomorrow? Zhu Zhuyun looked at Tang Yin with a curious gaze, making him feel uncomfortable all over. Little Yin, is it really that comfortable? The sudden question made Zhu Zhuqing, who was trying to hide, nearly bury her face in her own chest. Tang Yin awkwardly smiled, not knowing how to explain. It was just a try. Tang Yin told a little lie. He couldn't say it was Zhu Zhuqing's request, right? Looking at Zhu Zhuqing, who couldn't lift her head. If he revealed the truth, she would never be able to lift her head in front of Zhu Zhuyun for the rest of her life. But from Zhu Zhuyun's eyes, Tang Yin saw a hint of excitement. How about we try it too? That's not good. Tang Yin glanced at Zhu Zhuqing, wanting to skip the topic. Zhu Zhuqing put down her utensils, speaking quickly. I'm done eating, I'm going back to my room. Then, with her head down, she dashed into her room. At that speed, Tang Yin could only say she was indeed a sensitivity attack type soul master. What happened at night, I can't write it out, but the next morning, as Tang Yin looked up at the sky while feeling the morning breeze, he sighed, why do the girls I have relations with always awaken some special attributes? Chapter 173. The opening of the competition in the midst of intense training, time passed quickly. And the opening day of the Continental Elite Competition for Advanced Soul Master Academies was approaching. The members of Lamba Academy had significantly improved both in individual strength and team collaboration during this period. During this time, Zhu Zhuqing successfully broke through to level 40, obtaining her fourth soul ring and became a soul zone. The rest of the team members did not see much improvement. Only Devian, who consumed the 8-petal immortal orchid, saw her soul power leap from level 41 to level 46, a rapid increase that left the other team members, aside from Tang Yin, Zhu Zhuyun, and Zhu Zhuqing, in awe. Tang Yin predicted that in the preliminary rounds, they would not encounter any teams capable of balancing them, even without him participating. As the super substitute for the team, Tang Yin estimated that he would be quite free during the competition. Aside from keeping an eye on Lamba Academy's matches, most of the time would belong to him. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, as formal team members, were much busier than Tang Yin, the idle one. The high-intensity training these days left the sisters physically and mentally exhausted, and after returning home, they basically went straight to rest, so Tang Yin was reluctant to disturb them. They were already busy before the competition, and during the competition, they were even more occupied. However, Tang Yin was not without things to do. Over at the prince's mansion, QianXunji had privately sent people to find him. Even without meeting QianXunji, Tang Yin could imagine the resentful yet cold expression of Sister Shui. Sigh, I'm so busy. Tang Yin sighed, but felt delighted. At the Tiando Royal Academy, Shrek Academy's training ground. Besides the 6 members of Shrek, there was also a control system soul master at level 31 with the martial soul of Star Luo Chess, representing the final form of Tiando Royal Academy's second team. Without the immortal herb, the strength of Shrek Academy's team was weaker compared to the original story. Aside from Tang San and Dai Mu Bai, the other 5 were all soul respect level, among which Ning Rongrong and Ma Hongjun had just entered the soul respect level. Perhaps at their age, Their strength looked quite good, but in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition, it seemed a bit lacking. Fortunately, Tang San had significantly improved his strength compared to the original story at this stage. His dual martial souls provided him with faster training speed, and he had now added 3 10,000-year soul rings to his blue-silver King martial soul, with soul power approaching level 49. Thankfully, with a dual martial soul training secret technique provided by BabyTang, not only could the violent soul power of the Hao Ian hammer coexist peacefully with the continuous soul power of the blue-silver King, but it also allowed Tang San's meridians to simultaneously endure the operation of both types of soul power. Otherwise, the clash of the two types of soul power alone could cause irreversible damage to Tang San's meridians. The master looked at these children he had brought up with confidence in this competition. However, Yu Xiaojiang was self-aware. After learning that Tang Yin was participating, he no longer had high expectations for winning the championship. His gaze swept over everyone, and the fiery look in his eyes filled each person with fighting spirit. After briefly introducing the competition schedule, Yu Xiaojiang began to inspire the team. After half a year of training and adjustment, I see what a team should look like in all of you. I've witnessed your sweat and dedication, even in the hardest and most exhausting times. Not a single one of you gave up. I am proud of you. We have prepared as best as we could before the competition, but in the end, results speak for themselves. I hope you can showcase your true colors in this competition and prove your outstanding talents to the world. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone was filled with fighting spirit. As the captain, Dai Mubai patted his chest and declared boldly, "Master, don't worry. With Xiao San here, we can fight for the championship this time." "Yes, yes," echoed Ma Hongjun, Dai Mubai's #1 sidekick. With Sangu on the verge of becoming a Soul King, isn't this preliminary round just a piece of cake? The members of Shrek Academy knew each other well, and the fact that Tang San was on the verge of becoming a Soul King was no secret among them. Feeling the restlessness in the team, Yu Xiaojiang had a bad premonition rising in his heart. He suddenly put on a serious face and coldly interrupted everyone's thoughts. "Are you feeling proud?" Tang San naturally understood why his teacher was angry. He knew what kind of strength his brother Tang Yin possessed. Not to mention Tang Yin, even Zhu Zhuqing, whom he met during his visit to Tang Yin, made Tang San feel a pressure he didn't dare to say he could overcome. With such a team existing, they didn't even have the capital to be arrogant. Yu Xiaojiang's words were like a bucket of cold water, calming the members of Shrek Academy down. Once the whispers faded, Yu Xiaojiang turned his gaze to his proud disciple. "Tang San, Xiao San, why don't you tell them what kind of strength your brother has?" "Yes, master." Tang San stepped forward and began to introduce his brother, the biggest boss of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition. "My brother Tang Yin has had a soul power of level 54 for 6 months now. You all saw the last competition. I used all my means, yet I didn't even catch a glimpse of his soul rings. Moreover, during our last battle, I discovered that he at least has one self-created soul skill." As Tang Sin spoke, a bitter smile appeared on his face. Now, Tang Yin remained the highest mountain and the longest river in front of him, becoming even harder to surpass with time. All he could do was take shortcuts, not to mention surpassing him. He at least wanted to keep pace with him for a while. This had become an obsession he couldn't shake off. After hearing Tang San's description, everyone couldn't help but gasp. Especially Dai Mubai, who had just made bold claims, looked pale. As the only peer who had injured Tang Yin, his achievements were worthy of being recorded in history. However, just mentioning Tang Yin's name made Dai Mubai shiver, primarily because that heart-wrenching pain was too deeply etched in his memory. His earlier arrogance felt like a huge slap to the face, making it sting. The others also had varying expressions, but the previous restlessness was nowhere to be seen. After delivering a harsh reality check, Yu Xiaojiang decided to offer a sweet reward, mastering the essence of PUA perfectly. "All right, you don't need to worry. Talents like Tang Yin are rare. They haven't appeared in past competitions. With your current strength, facing other teams shouldn't be a significant issue." 3 days later, in the capital of the Tiando Empire, Tiando City, the opening ceremony of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition was grandly held in Tiando City. As the most prestigious Soul Master tournament in the Soul Master community, it attracted not only the attention of Soul Masters, but also that of the royal family, nobility, and commoners. Every citizen of Tiando City regarded this competition as the grandest festival. Although the public usually watched matches between Soul Masters at the fighting arenas, battles among young elites from various academies were still rare. Therefore, tickets for the opening ceremony sold out a month in advance. It's worth noting that these tickets were priced the same as entry to the main fighting arena of Tiando. Despite it still being early morning, the large fighting arena, which could hold 80,000 people, was already packed. As the principal of Lamba Academy, Lu Erlong dressed up specially today and led the team to the venue. She had not been involved in these matters before. In the last Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition, Lamba Academy just casually assigned a teacher to lead the team. This time, however, she was inspired to lead the team herself. Dressed in a black veil dress and wearing a top hat, Lu Erlong walked to the front of the team, looking at the bustling scene around her, feeling a sense of nostalgia. Having lived in seclusion for over 20 years, it had been a long time since she had seen such a lively scene. Standing behind her, Tang Yin wore a dark blue Lamba Academy team uniform. Its tasteful design and reasonable coloration made it the most visually appealing among all the students. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing's female uniforms considered both combat effectiveness and comfort, while also maintaining aesthetics. Their appearance naturally attracted the attention of many around them, especially Tang Yin. The combination of youthful charm and melancholic white hair was enough to capture the gaze of many opposite genders. Zhu Zhuqing, feeling a bit alert, scanned the surroundings for any ill intentions, like a protective little cat. Tang Yin rubbed her head, signaling her to relax. However, Zhu Zhuqing hooked her arm around Tang Yin's neck and whispered in his ear, "I still remember that you have other girls in Tiano City." Before she could finish, Tang Yin quickly covered her mouth. Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing's relationship was no secret within the Lamba Academy battle team. As Tang Yin's #1 sidekick, Tai Long could only shout Big Boss 666, while only Duge Yin occasionally teased Tang Yin about it. Tang Yin had long forgotten about the plan to pursue Duge Yin. Managing 3 women was already keeping him busy, and he didn't want to add more trouble. Although a harem sounds tempting, it also requires the other party's willingness. Under the guidance of the staff, the group arrived at the designated resting area for participating academies in the main arena. Once the Lamba Academy group entered, they could already see many other academies present. The spacious resting area had over 1,000 seats, divided into different zones to provide resting and waiting spaces for each Soul Master Academy. Many academies were already present, and Tang Yin couldn't recognize their uniforms. As time passed, several more Soul Master teams entered the resting area, and Tang Yin spotted some familiar faces. Tang San and his team were dressed very formally. The Tiando Royal Academy's second team still represented the face of the Tiando Royal family. But there was no room for Flandra to make a side profit, and advertising was out of the question. Tang Yin did not approach to greet them, mainly because seeing Dai Mubai next to Tang San made him feel a bit nauseous. Last time, she didn't teach him a lesson partly to spare Zhu Zhuqing's feelings. There was no need for her to seek discomfort. Lu Erlong's gaze casually swept across the venue, and when she caught sight of the team from the Tiando Royal Academy, her eyes lingered on Yu Xiaojiang's face for a long time. Her heart, which had already calmed down, stirred slightly before returning to tranquility. Lu Erlong was a person who stuck to her principles. Once she decided to let go, she wouldn't change her mind. The slight agitation was merely her inner unwillingness regarding the years of youth she had invested. As she saw the competition staff begin to enter the resting area and the organized students make their entrance, Lu Erlong patted Tang Yin's shoulder, and her red lips beneath the veil lightly lifted. "Kid, I'll leave this to you." "Don't worry, Dean," Tang Yin replied. Saying this, he still curiously followed Lu Erlong's gaze, and then his expression changed. "No way." Surrounding the vast and open plaza were countless spectators shouting and cheering. In the center of the venue, directly in front, was a podium against a golden background, and behind it was the renovated VIP area. The wide venue had a diameter exceeding 150 meters, and the academy that had just entered was already arranged in an orderly formation in the center. Each academy's entrance was introduced by a designated host on the podium. Next to enter was the Lamba Academy, which had achieved a top 8 finish in the previous competition. It was unknown if they would make a new breakthrough this time. They had a total of 8 competitors, and their slogan was, "Champion, oh my." I really look forward to their performance in this competition. As the champion slogan was shouted, all eyes focused on this team of only 8 members. Among the tens of thousands of gazes, there was surprise, disdain, and curiosity from those seeking amusement. However, their gazes had no effect on Tang Yin. In the VIP seats, the first row Ning Fengji revealed a hint of surprise upon seeing Tang Yin's figure. This was quickly noticed by the 2 individuals beside him. Ning Fengji was wearing a white robe today, adorned with the 7 treasure glazed tile school's 7 treasure purple gold crown. And as one of the 3 sect masters of the 7 major sects, the status of the 2 people beside him was naturally not ordinary. The person in the middle wore a golden red robe and a diamond-studded crown, his face resembling an ancient moon, although he appeared somewhat aged. Sitting there gave a sense of being at the center of everything. He was none other than the current emperor of the Tiando Empire, Emperor Xue. The other person was entirely covered in a bright red robe, wearing a 5-pointed platinum crown, his eyes slightly closed, seemingly asleep, with narrow shoulders and a slender physique resembling a javelin. From the 5-pointed platinum star atop his head, it was easy to deduce that he was the platinum bishop of the Spirit Hall, Salus. Oh, who did Sect Master Ning see to express such an expression? Emperor Xuye's aged voice sounded. Ning Fengji did not answer directly, but instead teased, "Your Majesty need not worry if he takes the stage. You will soon know who has surprised me." Chapter 174. Tang Yin and Tang Sano. This remark from Ning Fengji has piqued Xuye's curiosity. I want to see which young talent has caught Sect Master Ning's eye. Salus, sitting to the left of Emperor Xue, leaned against the red chair, his eagle-like gaze sweeping over everyone in the venue. Ultimately, like Ning Fengji, he lingered on Tang Yin. "I think I have guessed who Sect Master Ning is talking about." Salus smiled slightly, his tone laced with mockery. Ning Fengji turned to look at Salus, and following his gaze, he too realized who Salus was looking at. His heart sank, realizing the situation was not good. He still remembered the incident 14 years ago between Tang Hao and the Spirit Hall, and Tang Yin's identity was no secret to him. If the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall took an interest in Tang Yin, it would only take a slight investigation for his safety to be jeopardized. Despite these thoughts, Ning Fengji maintained a calm demeanor on the surface. "Bishop Salus, who are you interested in? Why not point him out for His Majesty and me to see?" Salus smiled slightly and used Ning Fengji's previous phrasing. "Sect Master Ning and Your Majesty will know soon enough." He withdrew his gaze, suppressing his curiosity. Salus had already received the Pope's reply, which contained only 4 words, "Let it be." This left Salus somewhat puzzled, but since the higher-ups had spoken, he felt it inappropriate to take any rash actions. Originally, this matter should have passed quietly. One day, after enjoying dinner in his luxurious office at the Spirit Hall, Salus was preparing to handle some final administrative tasks when a figure in black entered his office. Just as he was about to get angry at the intruder, he recognized the person's appearance beneath the black cloak and felt a chill run down his spine, quickly standing up and approaching the figure with small, respectful steps. Before he could speak, a terrifying pressure forced the powerful Platinum Bishop of the Tiando city to kneel. The coldness in the Pope's words that day was something Salus had never experienced. "You, as the Platinum Bishop, if you can't handle it, just roll back to the Spirit City to retire." Salus was utterly bewildered. He had no idea what he had done wrong. At that moment, a storm brewed in the mind of this level 89 Soul de Law, causing his mental energy to rapidly deplete. Could it be that the scandal of accepting bribes from the Tiando nobility had come to light? Or was it that he had been exposed for having inappropriate relations with a female subordinate? Salus mentally reviewed all his past mistakes, even recalling the time he peeked at a widow bathing when he was 9. Yet he couldn't understand which of these could have led the Pope to personally confront him. "May I ask what my subordinate has done wrong? Please enlighten me, Your Holiness." Salus, lying on the ground, struggled to voice his confusion. He wanted to understand the situation clearly. However, BabyTang's words only left him more puzzled. As the highest leader of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City, you're truly useless if you fail to detect the presence of assassins in the city. Assassins? That's the responsibility of the city's defense forces. What does that have to do with me as the Platinum Bishop? Salus thought to himself, but he knew better than to voice such thoughts. BabyTang was in a hurry to go to Xinglua City to settle scores and did not waste any more words on this subordinate. If there's a next time, you can let someone send the head back to the Spirit City. With that, BabyTang's figure flickered and disappeared from the office. The pressure in the room suddenly lessened. Salus lay on the ground for a long time, and only after confirming that BabyTang had left did he cautiously get up. With no time to reprimand his subordinates for not notifying him, he began investigating the assassination incidents in Tiando City with the utmost efficiency. After a thorough investigation, looking at the list submitted by his subordinates, Salus pinpointed Tang Yin's name. From that moment on, he began to unintentionally gather information on Tang Yin, but he did so quietly without drawing much attention. Salus was a clever man. He remembered the 4 words, "Let it be," from the reply. The Pope is such an important person. How could Saruth not be interested? The opening ceremony was still ongoing, and after the Blue Tyrant Academy team took the stage, several other teams followed. Once all the teams were gathered, the venue, which had been somewhat noisy, fell silent with the host's words. "Now, we invite His Majesty the Emperor of the Heavendo Empire to give the opening speech for this competition." Sitting in the center, Snow Knight slowly stood up and approached the loudspeaker spirit tool in front of him. His dignified and solemn voice was enough to resonate throughout the venue. I, Snow Knight, Emperor of the Heavendo Empire, on behalf of the Heavendo Empire and the organizers of this competition, declare that the elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies of the Continental is now officially opened. As soon as this was said, applause erupted and many faces showed excitement. It was the first time they had seen their emperor. How could they not be thrilled? When the applause quieted down, Snow Knight continued. Here, I hope all the Soul Masters participating in this competition can fully demonstrate their strength and achieve good results. You are all the pride of the Heavendo Empire. For the glory of the Empire, show your brilliance. After the Sect Master of the Seven Treasure Glazed Tile School, QianXunji, delivered his speech, Platinum Bishop Suruth began the draw for the first round of the preliminaries. The vice team of the Heavendo Royal Academy, which included Tang San's team, was set to compete against them in the first match, perhaps due to a correction in the timeline. The opponent of the Heavendo Royal Academy's vice team was not the Blue Tyrant Academy that had become Shrek Academy. In the first round of the preliminaries, the Heavendo Royal Academy would face the Blue Tyrant Academy. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the Shrek group showed signs of fear. This was an unfavorable start. When Yu Xiaojiang heard that the opponent of the Heavendo Royal Academy's vice team was the Blue Tyrant Academy, Reason told him that he should directly let the team forfeit this match. But sometimes it's not Reason that decides things. Having the battle of the Heavendo Royal Academy's vice team serve as the opening match of this continental elite competition of Advanced Soul Master Academies carried extremely important political implications. This battle could be lost, but absolutely could not be surrendered, as it represented the face of the Heavendo royal family. Alright, the first match of the first round of the preliminaries will be between the Heavendo Royal Academy and Shrek Academy. All participating academies, please exit. The two academies that will compete shortly, please prepare yourselves. Half an hour later, the match officially began. Returning to the rest area, the Shrek group saw Yu Xiaojiang and Flinder waiting inside. Seeing the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, Yu Xiaojiang could only encourage them. Don't be nervous. Just perform well in this match. He had never considered defeating the Blue Tyrant Academy team, which had at least one Soul King. Yu Xiaojiang then looked at his proud disciple and reminded him, Xiao-san, as the commander, you must assess the situation clearly. If you notice that the situation on the field is unfavorable, just concede. Don't worry about winning or losing this match. Our goal is to get through the preliminaries. Tang San nodded solemnly. Teacher, I understand. On the other side, the Blue Tyrant Academy did not have the same tense atmosphere as Shrek. The few of them sat in the rest area, chatting and laughing, showing no concern for the upcoming battle. If it weren't for the need to pay attention to their image, Tang Yin would have long been cuddling with Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan. Soon, staff members came to notify Tang Yin and the others to enter. Meanwhile, the vice team of the Heavendo Royal Academy also began to move. The two teams entered the competition venue from two different passages, and the host of the opening ceremony began to introduce the members of the two teams one by one. In this match, the substitute for the Blue Tyrant Academy was Jiang Zhu, and Tang Yin was still a bit worried about Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan, especially since this opponent was significant enough for Tang Yin to take seriously. The two teams stood in the center of the competition venue, with the captain Tang Yin standing directly opposite Tang San. Tang Yin smiled slightly. Cut it. Tang San, however, showed no sign of the relaxed demeanor Tang Yin had. His face was tense, and he did not respond to Tang Yin's greeting. Zhu Zhuqing looked at Dai Mubai across from her, her usually gentle eyes flashing with a sharp light, like a beast fixated on its prey. Dai Mubai felt uncomfortable under Zhu Zhuqing's gaze, but the white tiger within him felt somewhat suppressed when facing her, which made him very uneasy. After exchanging bows, the two teams took their positions and arranged themselves. The formation of the Blue Tyrant Academy was interesting. At the front were Zhu Zhuqing, Talon, and Huan Yuan, with Duge Yin, Jingling, and Zhu Zhuqing on the wings, while Tang Yin positioned himself at the back. Upon seeing the formation of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang Sin clenched his fist tightly. He realized that Tang Yin did not intend to take this seriously, which was humiliating for him. Brother, I will make you realize the consequences of underestimating your opponent. Shrek Academy adopted a 4-1-2 strategy, with the main attackers Tang San and Dai Mubai positioned slightly forward. On the VIP platform, Emperor Snow Knight smiled and said, Sect Master Ning, I see that there is no suspense in this match. Emperor Snow Knight was aware of the source of the second team of the Heavendo Royal Academy, and after learning that they were a team formed by a small academy merging into the Heaven Do Royal Academy. He had some doubts. However, upon learning that they had defeated 7 opponents with only 3 members in less than 3 minutes, his attitude underwent a complete turnaround. This was also the source of his confidence. Prince Snow Star had some criticisms about this, as many of the second team's members had relatives who had dealt with him regarding soul coins. Now, losing the opportunity in the competition made him quite displeased. But this was genuinely a matter of skill, and even if it caused a stir and reached Snow Knight, he would not have a leg to stand on. So he could only accept this hidden loss. Ningfengji smiled and nodded upon seeing Tang Yin's position, agreeing with Snow Knight's viewpoint. Emperor Snow Knight thought that both Ningfengji and he supported the vice team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy, for no other reason than that Ningfengji's daughter was still in the field. The first match of the first round of preliminaries officially began. At the referee's signal, this match, which marked the beginning of this continental elite competition of advanced Soul Master Academies, officially commenced. Fortunately, similar to Battle Spirit, the competition allowed 1 minute for both sides to activate their martial souls. Otherwise, Tang Yin was confident he could defeat them in an instant if they couldn't summon their martial souls. The martial souls and soul rings burst forth with brilliant colors, almost illuminating the entire venue. First, Tang San's 10,000-year fourth ring drew gasps from the audience, as no one could believe someone could absorb a 10,000-year soul ring at the 4th soul ring. However, when Zhu Zhuqing, at the forefront of the Blue Tyrant Academy, manifested her martial soul, the 5 soul rings of yellow, purple, and black shocked everyone just as much as Tang San's 10,000-year fourth ring. What? Emperor Snow Knight exclaimed in shock. There is someone within my Heaven Do Empire who can reach the Soul King realm before the age of 25. Originally, he thought the match was secure, but now he couldn't help but feel nervous for the vice team of the Heaven Do Royal Academy. Sarath, on the other hand, appeared calm, his gaze fixed on Tang Yin. At this moment, Tang Yin had only summoned his fate martial soul, and no soul rings had appeared around him. The referee, seeing that Tang Yin had not summoned his soul rings for a long time, spoke up to remind him, "This student, please summon your soul rings." Tang Yin simply smiled and declined. "Thank you for the reminder, but I have my own judgment." Seeing Tang Yin refuse, the referee did not say more. Both sides prepared, and the match soon began. Duge Yin, as a control-type soul master, was ready to issue the command to attack. At this moment, Zhu Zhuqing really wanted to confront Dai Mubai to avenge her past grievances, but she suppressed that impulsive thought. Just as she prepared to slip into the shadows to look for an opportunity, Tang Yin's voice rang in her ears. "Zhuqing, do you want revenge?" Tang Yin did not hold back his voice, and his words reached the ears of every member of the Lamba Academy battle team. Zhu Zhuqing turned to look at Tang Yin, hesitated for a moment, but ultimately shook her head. "No, I don't want to." Tang Yin waved his hand to interrupt. "Hey, it's okay to be a little willful sometimes." During this time, after training, Zhu Zhuqing always sought out Tang Yin for practice, wanting to improve her strength in hopes of defeating Dai Mubai in their next encounter. Tang Yin understood Zhu Zhuqing's thoughts and specifically helped her enhance her solo combat abilities, especially when facing a powerful assault-type soul master. Today's match was a good opportunity. However, Zhu Zhuqing still hesitated. She looked at the teammates beside Dai Mubai, unsure of how Tang Yin would create a one-on-one environment for her and Dai Mubai. In the eyes of all the spectators, the Lamba Academy battle team, which was originally prepared to launch an attack, suddenly retracted their offensive stance. The original formation split in the middle, creating a path. Tang San's tactic was not focused on offense, but rather decided to play defensively. Having 2 support-type soul masters, they had enough confidence to withstand the opponent's first attack. But the anticipated first wave of attack was delayed, and like the audience, he saw the formation of the Lamba Academy battle team parting in the middle. A sense of ominous foreboding surged in his heart. Chapter 175, Manifesting Power in Front of Others. Tang Xiaoyin, the 2 matches are a draw. Not good, act quickly. Tang San's tone was urgent. After issuing the command, he charged forward with the Haotian hammer, but it was already a bit late. With each step Tang Yin took forward, a soul ring would rise from beneath his feet, and an invisible pressure would be exerted on all members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team. The first purple soul ring rose, and the audience was stunned. They thought that a 10,000-year fourth ring and a Soul King's cultivation level were already the pinnacle of this competition, but they didn't expect there to be even stronger experts. Tang San, who was preparing to act, felt as if his body had been locked, unable to move. The same feeling was shared by Dai Mubai, Xiao Wu, and Ma Hongjun beside him. They felt as if they were not facing a single person, but thousands of soldiers, and in the face of such a grand army. They seemed so insignificant. Behind them, Ning Rongrong, Oscar, and the Control-type Soul Master felt less intense pressure, but their suppression was even simpler. From the start of the match, the enhancement Ning Rongrong had placed on Tang San and the others had completely failed at this moment. She looked incredulously at the 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda, which was gradually dimming in its divine light, feeling as if she had strength but nowhere to use it, making her very uncomfortable. Tang Yin's steps remained steady. As he took his second and third steps, the second and third soul rings also rose, still 1,000-year soul rings. All the spectators held their breath, staring intently at the only protagonist in the arena, Tang Yin. Just as he took his fourth step, the unexpected yet logical 10,000-year soul ring rose from beneath Tang Yin's feet. And the energy emitted by that black soul ring was even slightly stronger than the 10,000-year soul ring of Zhu Zhuqing beside him. As he took the final step, Tang Yin finally walked to the forefront, the 5 soul rings, 3 purple and 2 black, silently revolving, the unspoken might rendering the vast venue silent. In the VIP area, Salas could not hide his joy upon seeing Tang Yin display all his soul rings. The first ring being 1,000 years, the fourth being 10,000 years, and possessing the cultivation level of a Soul King. More importantly, he had a close relationship with the Pope. Salas was determined to establish a good relationship with this young brother after the match, and whether he could become an elder would depend on whether he could seize this opportunity. How is this possible? The Snow Knight Emperor sat on his red throne, his face filled with disbelief. Although his soul power was not very high, he still understood the basic knowledge of soul masters. Tang San's 10,000-year fourth ring had already shocked him greatly, but Tang Yin's soul rings, which could not be understood by common logic, shattered his worldview. Ning Fengji's expression was calm. He had seen Tang Yin's soul rings before, when he was at the 10,000-year fourth ring. And the fifth ring being 10,000 years was not unexpected for him. The 3 members of the education committee in the back exchanged glances. They originally thought the first match was a sure win, but when the members of the Lamba Academy battle team revealed their soul rings, they felt something was off. And Tang Yin's display of strength undoubtedly crushed their hopes. Prince Xuesheng secretly rejoiced in the corner, thinking that things were not going well for them. The silence in the arena was like the calm before a storm. After a moment of quiet, a roaring cheer and shout erupted like a tsunami. They wanted to vent their excited emotions in this way. My God, what am I seeing? This soul ring configuration is even more luxurious than some soul saints. So handsome, the powerful white-haired melancholic young man. I want to have his children. Amidst the discussions, there were praises and jealousy. But these had nothing to do with Tang Yin. He raised his fate, the tip of his spear pointing directly at Dai Mubai. Dai Mubai only felt his body loosen, the mountain-like pressure suddenly lightening, and he almost fell to the ground. Instinctively, Dai Mubai looked around him, only to find that everyone else in his team was still immobilized. He had to turn his gaze back towards the Lamba Academy's direction. Tang Yin turned around and revealed a warm smile to Zhu Zhuqing. Zhuqing, it's up to you next. Zhu Zhuqing nodded heavily, her eyes filled with determination. Yes, this time, she would win, and she would win decisively. Zhu Zhuqing stepped out from the team, passing by Tang Yin, leaving behind her unique fragrance. When Dai Mubai saw Zhu Zhuqing walking out from the opposing team, he quickly understood what was happening. He also stepped out from his team, facing the members of Lamba Academy. At this moment, Dai Mubai felt like a lone rider charging into a sea of thousands of troops. The loneliness and sadness made him feel a sense of tragic heroism. What were they doing? The Snow Knight Emperor was somewhat baffled. In his imagination, the one-sided massacre of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team by Lamba Academy did not happen, and the counterattack led by Tang San, whom he had high hopes for, also did not occur. The situation on the field was developing unexpectedly. Your Majesty, it seems Lamba Academy wants to have one of their members fight one of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team members in a 1v1 battle. Ning Fengji, being a level 79 Soul Saint, naturally saw more than the Snow Knight Emperor. He was deeply shocked. Tang Yin managed to suppress the entire vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy using a special technique without activating any soul skills. Even the enhancement effect of his daughter's soul skills disappeared under the suppression. As a support-type soul master, Ning Fengji had also practiced this unique skill to perfection, and his mental strength was definitely higher than Tang Yin's at present. On the field, the rest of the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team quickly realized what was happening. The team battle had been forcefully turned into a 1v1 duel. and a blatant humiliation surged in the hearts of every student. But they could do nothing but watch helplessly. Tang San's heart was filled with raging anger. He never expected that he wouldn't even have the qualification to resist in front of Tang Yin. I've already overdrafted my future just to catch up to your pace. Yet even so, I remain as humble as an ant before you. I refuse to accept this. I refuse to accept this. Tang San roared in his heart, his eyes bloodshot and turning completely red. The Xiantian skill within him was pushed to its limits, and the soul power in his body began to boil. His scarlet eyes flickered with purple light as the purple extreme demon eyes were activated again and again, attempting to shatter the mental pressure Tang Yin exerted on him through sheer force. Dai Mubai did not notice the unusual state of Tang San behind him. He stopped 15 meters away from Zhu Zhuqing. This distance could be covered in an instant for them, and it undoubtedly gave Dai Mubai an advantage as a strong attack-type soul master. He said in a deep voice, "Zhu Zhuqing, do you still want to challenge me? If it weren't for your person interrupting last time, you wouldn't even be standing in front of me today." Dai Mubai initially wanted to say your lover, but upon thinking of Tang Yin's terrifying strength, he feared that if he sought revenge during this match and ended up severely injured, he would have to say goodbye to the elite Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy competition. He didn't naively believe that Tang Yin would show him mercy. It was better not to provoke him before this. Sutsuking coldly snorted, ignoring Dai Mubai's sit-downs. For the sake of revenge, she had undergone devil-like training every day, and she had been waiting for this opportunity for a long time. She had sacrificed not only time, energy, and sweat, but even lacked the strength to engage in her favorite two-person activities, resorting to snacking to satisfy her needs during these days. Zhu Zhuqing closed her eyes and began to recall the details of her special training. Agility attack-type soul masters are like assassins. If they miss a strike, they can retreat 1,000 miles. Agility attack-type soul masters are almost inherently in an undefeated position when facing strong attack-type soul masters. However, the arena does not provide that much space for you to evade, and Dai Mubai has a deep understanding of the Phantom Spirit Cat, making it ineffective to hide before him. In the Blue Tyrant Academy training ground, Tang Yin said to Zhu Zhuqing. Upon hearing Tang Yin's summary, Zhu Zhuqing nodded in agreement. Then, there was only one possibility to defeat him. Zhu Zhuqing asked, "What is it?" "A one-hit kill. The attack must be sharp enough." His third soul skill provides an all-around enhancement to his body. The combined boost to strength, defense, perception, and soul power are definitely not as simple as 1 + 1 = 2. Your Phantom Soul cutting skill has a decent armor-breaking effect, but a one-time soul skill will be countered by his other defensive soul skill. So, Zhuqing, your training should focus on the combination of your own soul skills. When Zhu Zhuqing opened her eyes again, she seemed like a sharp blade. Dai Mubai could also feel that his body had been locked on, but with the experience from the last time, he felt that winning against Zhu Zhuqing again wouldn't be difficult for him. He lowered his center of gravity, adopting a posture like a tiger descending a mountain, his sinister red eyes fixed intently on Zhu Zhuqing ahead, fully focused and ready to unleash his third soul skill at any moment. Zhu Zhuqing, standing still, suddenly launched an attack, her graceful figure transforming into a black shadow that darted towards Dai Mubai like a gale. Dai Mubai smirked, believing his smile to be quite charming, and activated his third soul skill at the first opportunity. Third soul skill, White Tiger Diamond Transformation. His muscles bulged, undoubtedly tearing his elegant competition attire, and his already tall body grew even larger under the effect of the soul skill, the black and white stripes giving him a wild and domineering appearance. Many noble women in the audience covered their mouths with handkerchiefs, hiding their shock. Such a muscular pretty boy looked much more useful than that white-haired one. Zhu Zhuqing's figure quickly reached Dai Mubai's side, but to Dai Mubai's astonishment, the Zhu Zhuqing before him split into three. When did, Dai Mubai had no idea that Zhu Zhuqing had used a soul skill. This was Zhu Zhuqing's fourth soul skill, named Phantom Shadow Connection, which allowed her to create duplicates from a 1,000-year-old ghost tiger. These clones were not mere illusions created by speed. They could also use soul ring skills while possessing a certain level of attack. Being distracted during battle was a significant taboo, and Dai Mubai dared not be careless. He raised his fist and struck one of Zhu Zhuqing's. The three Zhu Zhuqing's had cold expressions. The one on the left raised its hands above its head, palms pressed together to form a purple blade. The one on the right spun rapidly, its hands blades drawing hundreds of afterimages in the air. In the middle, Zhu Zhuqing unleashed a burst of golden light from its right palm. A 3-foot-long dark golden claw, combined with the first soul skill, Phantom Stab, the power of which even Tang Yin had to avoid. All the soul skills unleashed drained more than half of Zhu Zhuqing's soul power. But this was undoubtedly a good thing for an agility attack type soul master. To unleash the strongest combat power in the shortest time possible is a coveted ability for many agility attack type soul masters. Faced with such a fierce and sudden attack, Dai Mubai was evidently a bit flustered, but his battle instincts compelled him to activate his first soul skill. The central Zhu Zhuqing smiled upon seeing this scene. All of Dai Mubai's reactions were within her expectations. The phantom soul cutting struck the white tiger's protective barrier once more. The faint white light circle shattered like glass. In a moment of desperation, the fourth soul ring beneath Dai Mubai's feet lit up. Fourth soul skill, White Tiger Meteor. Before he could even unleash it, the golden claw had already slashed open his chest, blood gushing out like a pillar. Zhu Zhuqing reacted quickly, swiftly escaping while the outcome was already decided. Not a drop of blood staining her. Dai Mubai lay unwillingly in a pool of blood, having not even had the chance to use his strongest fourth soul skill before being taken down by Zhu Zhuqing. The humiliation and anger in his heart gathered into a lump of frustration. His already injured face reddened, and after spitting out a mouthful of blood, he fainted. Zhu Zhuqing approached Tang Yin, looking proud and expectantly at him, as if waiting for praise. Just as Tang Yin was about to reach out and ruffle Zhu Zhuqing's hair, he let out a soft, his hand hovering in midair. Tang Yin's gaze fell on Tang San, his expression somewhat surprised. At this moment, Tang San was panting heavily, the enormous strain forcing him to support himself with one hand to avoid collapsing. After Tang San's relentless efforts, he finally broke free from Tang Yin's constraint. Now, it was time for him to make his brother feel pain. With his strength waning, Tang San raised the Haotian hammer high and roared, fourth soul skill, Haotian Golden Lion. But instead of the golden halo resonating throughout the arena, a green dragon rose from beneath him, tightly binding him and conveniently sealing his mouth. This should also count as a 1v1 battle. Tang San, who was once again defeated, felt exhausted both physically and mentally, and fainted in his unwillingness. Seeing that the strongest member of the opposing team had been dealt with, Tang Yin snapped his fingers and lifted the restrictions on everyone from the other side. But the remaining members of the Tiando Royal Academy had lost all fighting spirit, and Oscar, the second in command, could only helplessly shout, "We concede." Chapter 176. Salas's invitation. It was over. The match lasted less than 5 minutes. But those 5 minutes were truly shocking. The audience witnessed the fourth ring after 10,000 years, saw the Soul King, and a genius youth who single-handedly suppressed a team. The match ended, and Shrek Academy won. Only then did the referee, still in shock, announce the final result. The crowd erupted with thunderous cheers. The Snow Knight Emperor in the VIP section saw this scene and could only shake his head and sigh. This Shrek Academy has such a monster. We lost without injustice. Beside him, Ning Fengji smiled and consoled. Your Majesty need not think this way. Shrek Academy is also part of the Tiando Empire. They are bringing glory to our Tiando Empire. Haha, Ning's Secmaster is right. Snow Knight stroked his white beard, feeling much better. Salas remained silent, secretly laughing. Soon, it won't be as you wish. In his view, someone who could be valued and cherished by the Pope must have a deep connection with the Spirit Hall. How could they stand on the side of the Tiando Empire? His thoughts were not wrong, but reality differed slightly from his assumptions. Currently, Tang Yin had no ties with the Papal Hall. Wait, what was this boy's name? Tang Yin. Snow Knight suddenly remembered something. It seemed he had encountered this name before, perhaps in. Could it be so coincidental? Fortunately, having been the Emperor of Tiando for decades, he maintained his composure, planning to investigate further after the match. Clap, clap, clap as the Emperor of the Tiando Empire, Snow Knight, took the lead in applauding the victors. The members of Shrek Academy, Ning Fengji and Salas beside him also joined in, followed by the 3 members of the Tiando Royal Academy, S Committee, and Prince Xueshing. The entire venue erupted with thunderous applause. The members of Shrek Academy also exited the arena amidst this applause, following behind Tang Yin. As for the members of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, they had long since left the competition stage after conceding, taking away the fainted Dai Mubai and exhausted Tang San. In the corridor, Dugu Yin crossed her arms and complained, Hey, Tang Yin, this match was too uninteresting. Are you going to be on the field every time? Are we just going to go up there and pose? Tang Yin quickly waved his hands, exasperated. Sister Yin, I won't be doing that again. If I do play, it won't be like today. In the future, we must rely on you all to work together to defeat our opponents. Tang Yin's intention today was to help Zhu Zhuqing break free from her mental shackles sooner. Otherwise, seeing her tense every day, her little face as cold as ice, she might age prematurely at such a young age. Zhu Zhuqing was indifferent to the gazes of the other team members. She affectionately linked her arm with Tang Yin's, resting her head on it, her eyes filled with joy, clearly in a very good mood. Dug Yin, who was beside Zhu Zhuyun, was still a bit curious. She leaned closer to Zhu Zhuyun and whispered, "Seeing your sister with your boyfriend, aren't you jealous?" Zhu Zhuyun looked at her in confusion. "Why should I be jealous?" Huh? Dug Yin was also shocked. Shouldn't she be angry? She put herself in Zhu Zhuyun's shoes. If her man was with another woman, with her temper, she would definitely rip that mistress's face apart. "He is our light," Zhu Zhuyun explained to Dug Yin. Tang Yin was like a beam of light, opening a new path in the gray road of despair between her and Zhu Zhuqing. Light? Dug Yin couldn't understand this feeling. Having been well protected by her grandfather, Dugabo, she had never worried about life. After returning to the resting area, Jiang Zhu stood there, smiling at each team member. Everyone did great. Her gaze inadvertently glanced at Tang Yin before quickly withdrawing. The instinct of a healing soul master made her feel an inexplicable fondness for Tang Yin. But she didn't resist it at all. She just felt a bit disappointed when she saw Tang Yin being close to Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. The sixth sense of a healing soul master is very accurate. She knew Tang Yin was not a devoted person, and if she were more decisive, Tang Yin would not refuse her. But her kindness prevented her from doing anything that would disrupt others' feelings. "Senior Jiang Zhu, I will rely on you for future matches," Tang Yin said. After the group tidied up, they prepared to return to the academy. Although Tang Yin had defeated the opponent today by himself, it was highly likely that he would not play again in the upcoming preliminaries. They still needed to discuss tactics for tomorrow. The preliminaries would involve a month-long competition with the other 28 teams, with 1 point earned for each victory. The 5 teams with the highest points would qualify for the final match. For the members of Shrek Academy, it was a long marathon. Only by persisting until the end could they win. Just as they walked out of the arena, an old man in a red robe with white hair approached them. Behind him were several guards. Salas had already removed his luxurious red robe and platinum crown, now looking like an elegant old man. The guards behind him were also extraordinary. They were all knights of the Spirit Hall, with each knight's cultivation above the 5th ring. Although their cultivation was not top tier, a few of them working together could easily eliminate a Soul Emperor. Tang Yin stopped in his tracks. His memory was good, and he recognized this man as the Platinum Bishop from the Spirit Hall who was beside the Emperor of the Tiando Empire. Salas showed a friendly smile, looking very amiable. "Tang Yin, my young brother, may I speak with you privately? A Spirit Hall member wants to chat with me alone?" Tang Yin felt puzzled, not understanding what this Platinum Bishop wanted to do. Does he need to be so polite and humble to win me over? "You're too kind, of course I can," Tang Yin replied with a smile. Ignoring someone who greeted him with a smile would be a bit ungrateful. Salas then addressed the other team members. "Your performance today was excellent. The doors of the Spirit Hall will always be open for you." The others clearly did not recognize Salas's identity, and Tang Yin did not plan to explain. He turned to Zhu Zhuyun. "You all go back to the academy and wait for me. I will be back soon." After saying that, he ruffled Zhu Zhuqing's hair, making her smooth long hair a mess. Chapter 177. Pulling Zhu Zhuqing reluctantly released her grip on Tang Yin's arm, using her hand to smooth out the disheveled strands of hair. "Come back early." Zhu Zhuyin pulled her sister close and said softly, After Tang Yin said goodbye to everyone, he went to the Spirit Hall with Salas. On the way, Salas looked at Tang Yin and smiled. "Did you recognize my identity? You were sitting next to the Emperor of the Tiando Empire at that time. The only one in the entire empire who is qualified to sit beside him. Besides the leader of the 7 Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, is the Hall Master of the Spirit Hall." "Oh." Salas was somewhat surprised. "You have no awe for the Emperor of the Tiando Empire?" Tang Yin smiled and said, "How could that be? Awe is in the heart, not on the lips." Although he did not show any awe towards Shui Yi in words, he actually looked down on him in his heart. However, he decided not to share this with Salas. This old fox already had an idea. The less respect Tang Yin showed to that old man Shui Yi, the closer he would be to the Spirit Hall. "Haha, you were right. Oh, it was not just something to say." Salas concluded the topic following Tang Yin's words. Along the way, Salas talked to Tang Yin about some trivial matters, such as introducing the structure of the Spirit Hall and some of its recent achievements. Soon, they arrived at the Spirit Hall. The scale of the Spirit Hall was no less than that of the Tiando Imperial City, with magnificent palace buildings standing tall. and in front of the Grand Hall door stood a 20-meter-high, six-winged angel statue, radiating a holy light under the sun. Salas led Tang Yin into the Spirit Hall, and every staff member they encountered along the way stepped aside to give way, bowing in respect. When Tang Yin encountered the third such scene, he frowned and said, "Is the hierarchy in the Spirit Hall so strict?" Tang Yin had been to the Spirit Hall before. The sub-halls in some small cities did not have this suffocating atmosphere of hierarchy. Salas thought to himself that this was not good. He did not expect this master to dislike such an atmosphere. The atmosphere of the Spirit Hall was largely related to the local hall master, who had absolute authority in the Spirit Hall, and even the city lord had to bow respectfully when meeting the hall master. Apart from the occasional passing inspection team, the hall master could be considered a local emperor. Over time, absolute power without supervision would inevitably lead to corruption. Salas was relatively restrained. He only enjoyed the feeling of being in a superior position, which was why every subordinate acted this way. Compared to most nobles, he could be considered less greedy and lustful. The likes of Myers were quite rare. Salas felt a bit embarrassed and explained awkwardly, "Hierarchy is necessary, but it can be changed. If it pleases this little ancestor, we can abolish these formalities." Hearing this, Tang Yin became more vigilant. What did Salas want to do? Did he really have such a big face that the hall master of the Spirit Hall was so apprehensive around him? He had once asked QianXunji's about the situation of the Spirit Hall, and the answer he received was, the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall in Tiando City was not from her faction. Not from her faction? Could it be that her sister, the current Pope BabyTang, was from that faction? Connecting this to Salas's attitude towards him now, if Tang Yin still did not understand why he was so close to him, he might as well dig a hole to bury himself. Continuing down the thick red carpeted aisle, Tang Yin suddenly said, "Bishop Salas, I am the current pope." "Ah, I understand. Salas gave Tang Yin an expression of understanding and smiled. "Don't worry, the pope does not know about this matter." "No, what do you understand?" Tang Yin did not want to correct the Platinum Bishop's thoughts. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. With the protection of this bishop, who would dare to touch him in the Tiando Empire? After touring the Spirit Hall, when Tang Yin was about to leave, he said earnestly to Salas, "Bishop Salas, being diligent in governance is the purpose. For us soul masters, some external possessions don't need to be regarded as so important. If you change to a more leisurely lifestyle, you might have new experiences." As he spoke, Tang Yin placed his hand on Salas's shoulder. A refreshing energy flowed into Salas's body from his shoulder, causing a flush to appear on his aged face, making him feel like a withered tree encountering spring, blooming with flowers. However, it was all too brief. It vanished from his body in an instant. Tang Yin had injected a trace of limited life energy into his body, and only when this Platinum Bishop completely calmed down would this energy bloom within him. Calm down. It seems this Bishop Salas really has to become a loyal believer of the angel god. After finishing, Tang Yin did not explain and directly left the Spirit Hall, leaving Salas, who was still savoring his words. Blue Tyrant Academy. Lu Erlong returned to the academy early. She felt that her performance today was strange. Clearly, she had missed someone for over 20 years, but for some reason, she did not feel the impulse to rush over and recognize him. She could not understand and could not figure it out. Lu Erlong, that was Xiao Gang, someone she had thought about for so many years. As she thought about it, Tang Yin's face appeared in her mind. She remembered Tang Yin's restraint that night and the mutual attraction and disappointment they had when they were together. Tang Yin, sigh. Lu Erlong sighed deeply, and before she could continue feeling melancholy, the team members of Blue Tyrant Academy returned to the academy, bringing her the news of their first victory. However, the news of victory did not excite Lu Erlong because she did not see Tang Yin among the returning team. She knew that Tang Yin must have sensed her unusualness, but chose not to reveal it in front of her. Although there was no relationship between them, Lu Erlong still did not want Tang Yin to misunderstand anything. "What about Tang Yin?" Lu Erlong could not help but ask. Zhu Juyin replied. He was taken away by a senior from a Spirit Hall. Upon hearing the words Spirit Hall, Lu Erlong's brows furrowed slightly, clearly displeased with the Spirit Hall. "All right, you all rest well. There are many battles waiting for you." Lu Erlong encouraged them and then turned to leave. Du Yin looked at Zhu Juyin beside her with some confusion and asked, "Juyin, do you think our dean is acting a bit strange?" Zhu Juyin was also uncertain. "Maybe, I suppose." Chapter 178. The truth behind the enchantment. Tang Yin did not waste much time at the Spirit Hall, and as soon as he returned to Blue Tyrant Academy, he saw Lu Erlong walking with a somewhat flustered pace. "Dean, what's wrong?" Tang Yin's appearance made Lu Erlong stop in her tracks. She let out a sigh of relief, and her full chest visibly heaved. The spirit hall didn't do anything to you, right? Lu Erlong reached out a hand, wanting to check if Tang Yin's body was injured. But as if realizing this was inappropriate, her palm lingered in the air. Tang Yin saw some worry in the beautiful woman's eyes. Although he did not know why she felt this way, just because he went to the spirit hall, he knew she was concerned about him. I'm fine. Tang Yin smiled and naturally took Lu Erlong's hand that was suspended in the air. A hint of emotion flashed through the gentle eyes, something even he himself was unaware of. Tang Yin had held the hands of many girls before. Zhu Zhuyun, QianXunji's, Zhu Zhuqing. Their hands felt comfortable to hold. But Lu Erlong's hand brought him a different sensation. Lu Erlong's hand was well cared for, slender and smooth like white jade, with a gentle warmth in her palm. But her knuckles felt slightly cool and slippery. Tang Yin's sudden action left Lu Erlong a bit flustered, momentarily forgetting to pull her hand back from his grasp. Tang Yin was slightly taller than Lu Erlong, and from his perspective, the dean, who was only a little shorter than him in high heels, revealed a hint of shyness, resembling the bashfulness of a young girl. Dean, you're so cute. Unexpectedly, Tang Yin reached out and pinched Lu Erlong's cheek. Her skin, as smooth as cream, was gently pinched by his fingers, the dewy surface almost delicate enough to break. At that moment, Lu Erlong seemed to awaken from a dream, swatting Tang Yin's hand away and hurriedly pulling back the hand he had been holding, her eyes betraying a mix of anger. Perhaps there was some, but more so it was shyness. I am the dean. You should show some respect. Tang Yin, not wanting to overstep, apologized with a bow. I apologize for my earlier offense. Please forgive me, Dean. Brother-in-law, you're back. A sudden voice from behind startled Lu Erlong, making her feel as if she had done something wrong, and she quickly adjusted her already neat clothing, trying to regain her composure. The footsteps approached quickly, and soon Zhu Zhuqing was by Lu Erlong and Tang Yin's side. Zhuqing, what are you doing here? Shouldn't you be training now? Tang Yin asked, his tone as casual as if nothing had happened. As a seasoned scoundrel, Tang Yin had long mastered the art of keeping his emotions in check. Sister said, we don't have training today. She discussing the tactics for the next match with Sister Yen. According to the rules of the preliminary rounds, the opening ceremony match for Lamba Academy today was also the first round of the preliminaries, and tomorrow they, like the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy, had no schedule. Considering the team's morale, Zhu Zhuyun and Duga Yin decided not to schedule training too tightly. A balance of work and rest was the right approach. Feeling the lingering warmth of Lu Erlong's hand in his own, Tang Yin calmed down, puzzled as to why he had acted that way just now. As he grew older, inheriting a Yin's looks, he became increasingly handsome, and the power of the withered world tree gradually recovered along with his soul power. On Tang Yin, that faint life energy could evoke an instinctual pursuit in all living beings. Although it wouldn't have the obvious effect it had on Jiangzhu, that subtle attraction was more than enough. The combination of appearance and strength was not simply additive. In simple terms, Tang Yin now resembled a walking succubus. Unless it was a crazy woman like Mo Ran from the later stages of the original story, no one could escape his deadly allure if he wished it. Zhu Zhuqing, an expert at catching cheating partners, lingered her gaze on Lu Erlong for a long time, her instincts as an agile attack type, soul master kicking in. Feeling the weight of her gaze, Lu Erlong became a bit uneasy, wondering if she had inadvertently exposed what had just happened. But then she thought, hadn't she really done anything out of line? Moreover, shouldn't it be Tang Yin who was flustered? Seeing Tang Yin's calm demeanor, Lu Erlong felt a surge of anger. As an omniscient and omnipotent soul master, Tang Yin's perception was equally sharp. In gaming terms, his gank awareness was top-notch. All right, Sister Zhiyun and the others should have finished their discussion by now. Let us head back. Tang Yin said to Lu Erlong, Dean, we're leaving. In a moment, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't see. He winked at Lu Erlong with a charming look. Lu Erlong, left behind, watched Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing leave. Or more accurately, Tang Yin. Her feelings were complex. She didn't understand why, when she had been so proactive before, Tang Yin had always avoided her. Yet today, he was so forward. Having been abandoned once, she was a bit sentimental and couldn't help but overthink. It was a form of self-protection. Was my choice this time the right one? After turning a corner, Zhu Zhuqing, who had been walking obediently beside Tang Yin and affectionately linking her arm with his, suddenly tightened her grip. Tang Yin distinctly felt two soft mounds pressing against his arm. Before he could savor the moment, Zhu Zhuqing's hand secretly pinched the soft flesh at his waist. A voice with a hint of threat whispered in his ear, "Brother-in-law, what are you doing with the dean just now?" As mentioned earlier, Tang Yin was no longer the naive boy he once was. Zhu Zhuqing's little tricks were clearly not enough to faze him. What could I do with the dean? Besides, Tang Yin grabbed Zhu Zhuqing's restless hand, pinning her against the wall beside him, his gaze aggressive. "Do you think I should leave you just because of something with the dean?" Zhu Zhuqing felt her cheeks flush under his gaze, but at that moment, she seemed to enjoy the feeling. It took Tang Yin a quarter of an hour to sort things out with Zhu Zhuqing. Zhu Zhuyin and Du Guyan had just finished their discussion when they saw Zhu Zhuqing being supported by Tang Yin as she walked in. "You guys, what is this?" Du Guyan was puzzled as to why Zhu Zhuqing, who had just gone out for a while, needed Tang Yin's support to walk. Although they were already in a relationship, her experience was still insufficient to understand Zhu Zhuqing's current state. Hearing Du Guyan's words, Zhu Zhuqing's face turned crimson as she tried to push Tang Yin away, but the tingling and weakness in her legs caused her entire body to slump against him. I just tripped," Zhu Zhuqing said, her face red, offering a rather clumsy excuse. It was hard to believe that a soul master, especially an agile attack type 1, would trip while walking. It was more believable to think that I was Emperor Qin Shi Huang writing a novel. Really? Du Guyan still felt skeptical, but she didn't pursue the matter further. She was not a particularly curious person. Zhu Zhuyin immediately noticed what was wrong with her sister, but she didn't expose her in front of Du Guyan. "Let's go home." That evening, after finishing dinner, Zhu Zhuqing dutifully returned to her room. Zhu Zhuyin also fell asleep sweetly after getting close to Tang Yin. Lying in bed, Tang Yin recalled the day's enchantments, and that inexplicable emotion surged again, urging him to do something. Lamba Academy. In the forest, the tranquil lake was as calm as a mirror. Even the slightest breeze did not create a ripple. Lu Erlong lay sideways in bed in the bamboo house, finding it difficult to fall asleep no matter what. Her heart was too chaotic. When she closed her eyes, all she could see was Tang Yin's gentle smile in the sunlight, brushing past like a spring breeze, making her feel as if she had returned to the time of first love in her youth. She felt excitement, unease, fear, and longing in her heart. Tang Yin was not a devoted person. Currently, he had the pair of sisters, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, by his side. And surely there would be more in the future. It wouldn't be an exaggeration to call him a devil among seducers. But why did she feel this urge to let go of everything and pursue him? Clearly, she had met the person she had been thinking about today. Clearly, she just wanted to experience what it felt like to be a woman with Tang Yin. Clearly. Lu Erlong let out a long sigh, not knowing how many times she had done this tonight. After more than 20 years of living alone, why was the loneliness so unbearable tonight? Tang Yin's figure once again surfaced in her mind, and the moments they had spent alone flashed through her memory one by one. Just as Lu Erlong was lost in sweet memories, she suddenly sensed the presence of another person beside her. As a level 76 soul sage, her perception shouldn't be this weak. The proximity of the stranger's aura startled Lu Erlong, causing her to break out in a cold sweat. The combat instincts that had been dormant for over 20 years erupted in this moment of crisis. Tang Yin, who had thought he was invincible during the day, now found himself with a fist coming toward him. The body of a soul sage had undergone a qualitative change. Even without the use of a martial soul, the strength of the physical body was terrifying, and Lu Erlong's punch had at least a few thousand pounds of force. Tang Yin did not expect Lu Erlong's reaction to be so intense. As he caught the fist, he hurriedly said, "Dean, it's me." Tang Yin's voice was still quite recognizable, not to mention that what Lu Erlong had just done was related to him. Immediately identifying who had come, Lu Erlong relaxed her guard, and the tightly clenched fist quietly loosened, being grasped again by Tang Yin. "You scared me. Why did you suddenly come here at night?" At that moment, Lu Erlong showed not anger, but a puzzled relaxation. She patted her chest with one hand to calm her earlier emotions. Tang Yin was taken aback. He felt something strange about the hand he was holding, a sticky feeling that didn't seem like sweat, but rather like. Instinctively, Tang Yin's gaze shifted to Lu Erlong. Like Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, Lu Erlong also favored black. Dressed in a black dress, the lower half of Lu Erlong's body was covered by a thin blanket, but curious Tang Yin secretly activated his Xieji eye. "Sure enough, I missed you." The simple 4 words made Lu Erlong's heart, which had just calmed down, race again. "W, what are you saying?" Lu Erlong turned her head away, not wanting Tang Yin to see her embarrassment, even forgetting what she had just done. Tang Yin seemed to sense something. He leaned closer to Lu Erlong, gradually approaching her beautiful face, tilting a bit to part the strands of hair falling over her forehead, his lips brushing against her earlobe. The warm breath brushed against Lu Erlong's earlobe, immediately flushing it pink, which was quite adorable. I said, I missed you. Do you miss me? After saying this extremely ambiguous line, Tang Yin extended his tongue and gently flicked Lu Erlong's rosy earlobe. Lu Erlong, caught off guard, could hardly speak. In front of Tang Yin, she felt like an innocent little girl, while Tang Yin seemed like a bad uncle luring her. Except that their ages seemed reversed. But that didn't matter. And no, Lu Erlong denied it. Tang Yin lifted her hand, which he was holding, to his nose, and then sniffed. The familiar scent, but with a different formula, made Tang Yin look at Lu Erlong with a wicked smile, then close his eyes to savor it. Lu Erlong then realized what she had just done with his hand, but it was too late to say anything now. Boo-hoo, I can't face anyone. Lu Erlong was so anxious she started crying. To achieve his goal, Tang Yin continued his assault. He wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's slender waist, bringing his face close to hers to wipe away her tears. Why are you crying? Tenderness and dominance ultimately broke down this beautiful woman's last defenses. She stopped resisting and enjoyed Tang Yin's embrace. You still haven't told me why you suddenly came to find me? I said I missed you. Were you also thinking of me just now? Lu Erlong buried her head in Tang Yin's chest, giving a muffled response. Lu Erlong's body was very curvaceous, but her waist was exceptionally slender. This feeling was completely different from the sensuality of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. One could say it had a unique charm. Erlong. When the morning light streamed through the window into the room, Lu Erlong lazily opened her eyes. The person beside her had left the bamboo house at some point, leaving behind the lingering, ambiguous atmosphere in the air. Reflecting on everything that had happened last night, Lu Erlong still felt it was just a dream. But everything was too real. The sensations in her body and the scent in the air proved otherwise. Last night, there were no oaths or deceptions, only the purest release of emotions. Tang Yin stood on his balcony, looking melancholic. After finally figuring out the doubts in his heart, his feelings became even more complicated. I really am someone born. Chapter 179. The remaining academies in the competition. Tang Yin did not know when he had become someone who played with others' feelings for his own desires. He asked himself. He didn't have much emotion for Lu Erlong, aside from respect for her age and a bit of sympathy. The intimacy with Lu Erlong last night brought him a feeling that surpassed even the warmth of a harmonious union. Lu Erlong still believed she had made the right choice. Good morning, Xiao Yin. A pair of immaculate, white arms embraced Tang Yin from behind, the familiar voice carrying a hint of laziness. Tang Yin instinctively grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, temporarily suppressing his guilt. Aren't you going to rest a bit more? Tang Yin could feel the fatigue of the person behind him. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head as she leaned against Tang Yin's back. No, we still have to go to the Heaven Do Seoul arena today. Getting a preliminary understanding of the strength of those teams will greatly help us in our future competitions. From a purely paper-based perspective, the championship seemed almost guaranteed for the Lamba Academy, but knowing oneself and one's enemy ensures victory in 100 battles. Even though Zhu Zhuqing was already a Seoul king, she remained cautious. After a while of intimacy, they tidied up and headed to the Heaven Do Seoul arena. The next day, the Heaven Do Seoul arena was still packed. The citizens thoroughly enjoyed this feast of young soul masters. Unlike the opening match yesterday, which had only one arena, 4 arenas were set up this time. Today, 2 teams would battle it out on each of the 5 arenas, making it quite intense. The Lamba Academy team had no matches today. They wore their regular clothes and sat in the spectator seats prepared for them by the organizers. The match has not yet started, and many spectators are still discussing yesterday's game. Hey, I'm telling you, you really missed out by not getting a ticket for yesterday's game. One spectator excitedly told his friend, unable to contain his joy in showing off. It's just one game, and the ticket price was even higher than today. Yes. Today we can watch a full 13 matches. The friend beside him clearly had no idea what happened yesterday. He thought it was just like before, listening to those aristocratic gentlemen talk, boring and tedious, making him think the spectator was a bit foolish. Superficial. Can these nobodies today compare to the big shots from yesterday? The spectator crossed his arms, looking disdainful, as if the competitors today were all just no-name small fries. Yesterday, at the Heaven Do Royal Academy, there was a young man who was already a soul master at such a young age, and he was even a 4th ring on the 10,000-year scale, and there was even a soul master with a 7-treasure glazed tile pagoda in the team. What? The friend was clearly shocked. Before this, The spectators had no idea about the information of each member of every team, so they must have won easily. A proud look appeared on the spectator's face as he continued. You think it was that simple? You're dead wrong. The teammates of the vice-captain of the Heaven Do Royal Academy are not simple. The girl Soul Master at the front of the Blue Tyrant Academy not only looks good, but she also has an amazing figure, and most importantly, she is a Soul King. A Soul King? You're not kidding me, right? The friend was shocked again. It's not over yet. Before this beauty even made a move, a white-haired young man stepped out from the Blue Tyrant Academy team. Not only is he a Soul King, but he also has no soul ring under 1,000 years, and with one hand, he controlled the entire arena. Such statements were being mentioned in various corners of the arena, causing Tang Yin to feel a bit embarrassed. Boss, everyone is talking about you just now. I even saw 2 very pretty girls blushing when they mentioned you. Talon now referred to Tang Yin as boss. He originally wanted to compliment him, but as soon as he said it, he knew he was in trouble. Zhu Zhuqing shot him a displeased glance. Her cheeks puffed up, clearly jealous again. Tang Yin consciously ignored Talon's words, poking Zhu Zhuqing's face, letting the air out of her puffed cheeks. Let them talk. The more widely it spreads, the more other teams will fear us, which will be very helpful for us to advance. Tang Yin pressed Zhu Zhuqing's head against his shoulder, playing with the strands of hair that fell over her forehead. Du Guiyan watched Tang Yin and Zhu Zhuqing's intimate actions, glancing at Zhu Zhuqing's calm demeanor beside her, and felt that this woman next to her must be crazy. Hey, how can I enjoy the match like this? Du Guiyan said with some dissatisfaction. Tang Yin Laoget? How could that be? This kind of reputation is just to scare the weaker teams. Those strong teams might even want to challenge me and send out their strongest lineup. What you said makes sense. After thinking for a while, Du Guiyan agreed with Tang Yin's perspective. The match was about to start, and a few people were walking toward the player-spectator seats. The player-spectator seats were positioned very close to the front, and the area designated by the organizers to make money was not very large, as the players also had a backstage rest area. At this time, there were very few empty seats left, and there happened to be a few empty spots right behind Tang Yin. The newcomers were a pair of sisters, who, aside from their different hair colors, looked very similar in features. The one with her arm linked looked like the elder sister. She was about 165 meters tall, with a very well-proportioned figure, slender but not weak. Her long water blue hair flowed down her back, and her fair face was adorned with delicate features. At first glance, she didn't seem particularly stunning, but upon closer inspection, her beauty was constantly revealed. It was a kind of hazy charm. The younger sister had short dark green hair. Her features resembled her sister's but appeared more lively, and her figure was more petite. Their gazes swept across the arena, and the younger sister's gaze finally landed on Tang Yin. No, it landed on Tang Yin. Her expression was clearly a bit excited. She pointed at Tang Yin and looked a bit thrilled. Sister, look, that young man is so handsome. And he has the same color as the genius from Blue Tyrant Academy that the teacher mentioned. White hair is not a common hair color on the Dolawa continent, and the probability of 2 white-haired participants appearing among hundreds of competitors is almost 0. Shui Binger also followed her sister's finger and looked over, her gaze landing on Tang Yin. Yesterday, the participants from the Tianshui Academy did not all stay after the opening ceremony. Only one teacher responsible for collecting opponent information remained to observe the matches, recording the team styles and certain soul skills of the competing teams. Upon learning last night that they would face an opponent like Tang Yin, the expressions of the Shrek team, who had received the news earlier, were identical. Zhu Zhuqing shot a sharp glance at the 2 girls, who looked as beautiful and striking as she and her sister, especially at the younger one, whose eyes were almost sparkling with admiration for her brother-in-law. Feeling uneasy, Zhu Zhuqing turned her gaze to her sister, only to find Zhu Zhuqing still looking calm and unaffected. Zhu Zhuqing felt frustrated, thinking that for the happiness of both sisters in the future, she needed to worry a bit more for her younger sister. Shui Binger pressed down her sister's outstretched hand, softly educating her. Don't be so rude. There's a spot over there. Let us hurry over. Shui Yiwei usually didn't pay much attention to her sister's admonitions. She pulled Shui Binger and sat down behind Tang Yin. Shui Yiwei's personality was completely opposite to her sister's. Shui Binger was calm, stable, and her emotions were not easily visible. She wouldn't be swayed by her feelings and was rational to a fault. In contrast, Shui Yiwei was lively, naive, cheerful, and a bit infatuated, having no resistance to handsome guys like Tang Yin. She leaned her head close to Tang Yin, enthusiastically saying, "Hey, handsome guy, can I ask if you are the white-haired genius from Blue Tyrant Academy that they mentioned?" Although she already had the answer in her heart, Hearing him confirm, it would be more convincing. Shui Binger initially wanted to stop her sister, but she also wanted to know if Tang Yin was indeed the rumored genius. The hand meant to stop her only caught the edge of Shui Yuer's uniform. Tang Yin had already noticed the two girls the moment they arrived, and just from the water and ice elements they emitted, he guessed they were likely from one of the 5 elemental academies, Tianshui Academy. Seeing their enthusiasm, Tang Yin didn't act aloof, but smiled and said, "I don't dare to claim the title of genius. I'm just an ordinary student from Blue Tyrant Academy." Ordinary student. Shui Yuer ignored Tang Yin's modesty, her eyes sparkling with infatuation. "Handsome guy, do you have a girlfriend?" "Ah." Before she could finish the word girlfriend, Shui Binger felt the cold aura emanating from Zhu Zhuqing beside Tang Yin and immediately covered her sister's mouth. "I'm sorry. My sister is a bit impulsive. If she offended you, I apologize on her behalf," Shui Binger said apologetically. "It's fine." Tang Yin didn't think there was anything wrong with being asked if he had a girlfriend. He turned to Shui Yuer, who had just asked a question, and said, "This classmate, I have a girlfriend and not just one." Shui Yuer initially thought that Tang Yin suddenly talking to her meant that her spring was about to arrive. But upon hearing Tang Yin's words, she felt as if her worldview had shattered into pieces and immediately fell into a state of heartbreak. "Whoa, the boy I like turns out to be a scumbag." Unable to accept the harsh reality, Shui Yuer leaned on her sister's soft embrace. "Try to digest this loneliness alone." Shui Binger felt a bit awkward. It can't be true, right? She still couldn't believe that the seemingly upright Tang Yin could be a beast in human clothing. Although in the Doloa continent polygamy is not uncommon, most soul masters still adhere to monogamy, as no soul master would want to share love with others. Zhu Zhuqing thought that the person behind her was still harboring malicious thoughts and directly pulled Zhu Zhuqing over, bypassing Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing, caught off guard, stumbled towards Tang Yin, who steadied her, causing Zhu Zhuqing to lean against Tang Yin. The facts were laid bare, making Shui Binger unable to deny it. If she hadn't seen wrong, the two girls beside Tang Yin looked like sisters. Sisters? Shui Binger glanced at Shui Yuer, who was acting spoiled in her arms, and instinctively shifted her body back a bit. Dugian took everything in and found it very amusing. The competition soon began, and Tang Yin and the others quickly found the most interesting match among the 5 ongoing competitions. It was taking place at Arena Number 1, the one closest to Tang Yin. One team was dressed in golden-red uniforms, with each member's martial spirit related to flames belonging to the Blaze Academy, one of the 5 elemental academies, while the other side was a senior soul master academy from the Fastno province. Tang Yin grew up in the Holy Spirit village of the Fastno province, and this remote province of the Heaven Do Empire was not only a small player in the administrative field, but also had a worrying quality of senior soul master academies. The soul rings of the participants on the field were all of the best quality, but from the apparent strength, one could easily see that the average level difference between them was at least 3 levels. The core figure of the Blaze Academy was a girl with long, dark red waves that cascaded down to her waist, a pale face, delicate features, and a pair of large eyes that sparkled with a faint silver light. She was quite tall, and Tang Yin estimated she was about his height. Her martial spirit seemed to be her shadow, possessing a strong ability to control flames. And under her performance, the 7 soul masters from the opposing team had no chance to fight back. After desperately resisting for 5 minutes, the last member was sent flying by a student from the Blaze Academy whose martial spirit was a fire dragon. That Hou seemed to have become even stronger. Shui Yuer had long stopped leaning against her sister, and after watching the Blaze Academy's match, she quietly said to Shui Binger. Shui Binger's beautiful eyes sparkled, giving a soft in response to Shui Yuer. "Can I ask you a somewhat impertinent question? Does your elemental academy follow the extreme flow?" Tang Yin's inquiry pulled Shui Binger back to her thoughts. "It's not impertinent. A single element is considered one type of extreme flow, but we also seek some balance within the extremes." Shui Binger felt there was nothing to hide, as this was something one could learn with a bit of inquiry. It was better to inform Tang Yin and create a good relationship. "Thank you for the information. In exchange, I'll share a secret with you." "A secret?" Tang Yin gestured for Shui Binger to lean in closer. Shui Binger hesitated for a moment, but eventually leaned in. After hearing Tang Yin's words, she nodded as if relieved. "Thank you. We need to go prepare now, so we'll take our leave." Shui Binger stood up and pulled her sister away from the viewing area. Shui Yuer was very curious about what Tang Yin had said to her sister and looked forward to her sister telling her. Chapter 180. The unlucky time year. Tang Yin didn't tell Shui Binger anything important. He simply informed her in advance that he wouldn't be participating in the battle against the QianXunji's Academy. The clever Shui Bingner knew what was going on. Even if she was informed, they wouldn't go all out against the Lamba Academy, thinking of getting points from them, which most other academies were also considering. After a day of watching the matches, the members of Lamba Academy had a general understanding of all participating teams, and only a few were competitive. Moreover, the majority were not as strong as the Tiando Royal Academy's deputy team they faced yesterday. Among these teams, only one piqued Tang Yin's curiosity. Their team seemed unremarkable, but Tang Yin felt there was an inexplicable strangeness about them. He noted down their team name, deciding to take action again when he encountered them. The 5 arenas were competing simultaneously, and the time taken was very short. By the end of the first round of the preliminaries, only a little over half a day had passed. The actual team leader, Zhu Zhuqing, and Dege Yan decided to return to the academy to discuss tomorrow's tactics. To avoid disturbing their training, the idle Tang Yin parted ways with them. After watching Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuqing leave, Tang Yin propped his head up with one hand, wandering between QianXunji's and Lu Erlong. Remembering last night's flirtation, little Tang Yin quickly made a choice for his big brother. Regarding Lu Erlong, Tang Yin estimated that Lu Erlong's desires were more physical than emotional, so he felt he could proceed without too much mental burden. Having made his decision, Tang Yin set off towards the Lamba Academy. At some point, while walking, Tang Yin suddenly stopped. With a mental strength far exceeding that of his peers, he quickly sensed that something was off. The originally warm sunlight was obscured by a layer of mist, and the surrounding environment fell into a foggy haze, becoming unrecognizable. The world blurred at that moment. A chilling aura seeped through the mist, and Tang Yin quickly deduced that it was a killing intent strong enough to threaten his life. "Oh, your alertness is quite impressive, huh? You noticed my presence the moment you stepped into my illusion." A vague silhouette emerged from the fog, revealing an elderly figure. The old man appeared to be over 60, and based on his attire, Tang Yin quickly connected him to the academy he had been paying attention to today, Sanhui Academy. The visitor was indeed Shinian, a 72nd level soul sage with a martial spirit of a remnant dream. Hee, you're really impressive. You look like you're only 14 or 15. Yet you've already reached the soul king level, with an incomprehensible spirit ring configuration. It's a pity that such a peerless genius is about to die in my hands. Tang Yin looked at the old man in front of him with a strange expression. He tilted his head and asked in confusion, "Old man, you come to kill me wearing your academy's clothes. Aren't you afraid of exposing your identity? Expose my identity?" Shinian laughed heartily as if he had heard the biggest joke. "Kid, do you think that now that you've seen my true face I would let you go? Do you know? From a moment you revealed your strength. I wanted to eliminate you. I didn't expect to catch you alone the very next day. Truly, heaven has eyes." Tang Yin remained very calm and asked again, "Old man, have you finished your speech?" Of course, he subconsciously wanted to respond, but he felt that Tang Yin's performance was too bland, so bland that it was somewhat abnormal. Could it be that geniuses view death so lightly? Just as he was about to take the next step, Tang Yin shook his head and raised his drooping eyelids. His left eye was a silvery white, and an energy capable of piercing through all worldly illusions erupted from the eye of his mythical beast, the Xieji. Wherever it reached, the illusion woven by Shernyan's martial soul shattered like a mirror under this energy. How is this possible? Shinian was stunned by the scene before him. He never expected his illusion to collapse beneath a soul king. The surrounding environment returned to normal, but this was no longer the streets of Tiando City, but rather a wasteland near the Sunset Forest. Your martial soul is quite interesting. Tang Yin was sure that he had only taken one step to perceive Shinian's illusion. To suddenly be so far away must be a characteristic of his martial soul. Shinian, being an experienced soul sage, quickly regained his composure from the panic. A cruel smile appeared on his face as his soul rings began to manifest one by one. Yellow, yellow, purple, 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 black, black. 7 soul rings pulsed silently. Ordinary soul kings and emperors would have long lost their fighting spirit under the soul pressure released by Shinian. Kid, it seems I underestimated you before. You've truly given me quite a few surprises. However, you will ultimately die in my hands. Perhaps Shinian was somewhat out of touch with the news. 6 months ago, Tang Yin had already been able to battle against soul sages, let alone a soul master like Shinian who leaned toward the mental system. After obtaining the Xieji's eye, Tang Yin was least afraid of mental attacks. The greatest pleasure of my life is watching my opponents go insane in my residual dream until death. Kid, I admit you are strong, but that's where it ends. I want to see if a genius will end up suffering to the point of wetting his pants. Ha ha ha. Shinian's seventh soul ring lit up directly, and his figure began to become ethereal. The sound he emitted was hazy yet clear, as if he had already departed, yet also seemed close at hand. Feel the pain. Feel the torment. Shinian began to use the power of his martial soul to guide Tang Yin to recall the most fearful things in his heart. Tang Yin had originally thought he would just play with this old man. But when he realized that Shinian's martial soul could guide him to recall that painful memory he was almost forgetting, he turned extremely cold. Familiar scenes echoed in Tang Yin's mind, like slideshows, daggers piercing his heart, mocking smiles, cold words. Tang Yin expressionlessly reached out his hand, grasping the air, and directly pulled Shinian, who was lost in the fog of illusion, out. The cat-and-mouse game ends here. Tang Yin's tone was icy. At that moment, Shinian's face was filled with terror, hardly believing that his proud illusion appeared so ridiculous in front of Tang Yin. Impossible, absolutely impossible. In my residual dream, I'm a master of everything. Even soul masters of the same level as me cannot break free from my residual dream. You're only at level 50. How did you do it? Chapter 181 Reunion with an old friend. Tang Yin hadn't originally planned to do anything to Shinian, even if he had developed a killing intent towards him. Tang Yin assured that he would only shake his protective umbrella after subduing Shinian. He was kind-hearted and couldn't bear to see the old man suffer in front of him. But now, that was no longer necessary. If Shinian had a beast martial soul or an aggressive weapon martial soul, perhaps he could choose to flee when faced with Tang Yin's disadvantage. But with a body so weak, it was even less formidable than many soul emperors. Once caught by Tang Yin, he was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Shinian, who had been broken through with a single hand, now looked like a mad old man, his expression constantly shifting between fear and madness. Ha ha ha, impossible. You can't be just a little brat. My illusion is invincible. Invincible. Please, please, spare me. I was wrong. Tang Yin looked at Shinian, who was already mentally broken in his grasp, and, after pondering for a moment while rubbing his temples with his other hand, Bishop Salas, I'll leave this person to you to handle. Opposite Tang Yin, Salas wore a fawning smile. Little brother Tang Yin, don't worry. This old dog actually dared to openly hunt the contestants of the elite competition of high-level soul master academies across the continent. As one of the organizers, the Spirit Hall will definitely not let him go. Tang Yin clapped his hands. He has something on his head. Make sure you don't lose it after you're done. Although Tang Yin's tone was calm, it made Salas break out in a cold sweat. Salas wiped the smile off his face and said seriously, "That's a given. Everything on Shinian will be your spoils of war. No one dares to take it all for themselves. This old man actually has a precious head soul bone. He really hit it well." Salas cursed the soon-to-die Shinian for not coming to grovel before him, the Platinum Bishop. Missing out on a soul bone made him feel terrible. But this bad mood would soon have an outlet. Bishop Salas had spoken too harshly. I'll take my leave now. After dealing with this little incident on the road, Tang Yin returned safely to the Lamba Academy. Tang Yin didn't go to the training ground, but directly entered the principal's secluded quarters, which bore the sign "No Entry for Idle People." At this moment, Lu Erlong was watering and pruning the flowers she was raising. But Tang Yin did not hide his approach. As soon as she lifted her head, she saw Tang Yin's figure. Tang Yin could clearly see a flash of surprise in Lu Erlong's black eyes. As he walked closer, Lu Erlong also set down the watering can and scissors in her hands. "What brings you here?" Tang Yin naturally wrapped his arms around Lu Erlong's voluptuous figure, resting his head in the dreamy space between them, inhaling the mixed scent of flowers and milk. A muffled voice sounded, "I missed you, your body." Honest Tang Yin was indeed not lying. Even if it was just physical, he did not want to forget a Yin's teachings, to be an honest and trustworthy good child. Lu Erlong felt sweet in her heart, and some of her worries were alleviated. Resting her head against Tang Yin's, Lu Erlong quietly responded, I missed you too." Lu Erlong had long sensed that Tang Yin had an aura that made her very comfortable. She always thought it was because she liked Tang Yin that she felt this way. But after their close contact, Lu Erlong realized that this feeling was real and not a fantasy bestowed by love. Tang Yin suddenly lifted Lu Erlong's leg, supporting her waist with one hand, and carried her towards the room. With the cultivation of a soul sage, Lu Erlong nestled in Tang Yin's embrace like a little girl, her arms around his neck. "It's still not dark yet. Isn't that better?" As the clouds cleared and the rain stopped, Lu Erlong lay weakly in Tang Yin's arms, her red lips slightly parted, breathing short and rapid. "We have no way of knowing how they started in the bamboo house. But the ending point was beside a small lake next to the bamboo house. The moon was bright and the stars sparse, with only a thin blanket covering the two of them. Lu Erlong rested her head on Tang Yin's arm, her tone filled with satisfaction and a hint of laziness. Xiaoyin, are you hungry? Let me go cook for you. In a sage-like mindset, Tang Yin silently repented for a second, and the hunger in his body made him nod. Supporting Lu Erlong, he got up. I don't understand the specific details, but by the time they had dinner that night, it was already around 10 o'clock. The preliminary rounds passed quickly, and now half of the matches had already gone by. Lanba Academy was at the top of the rankings with a perfect record of 15 wins and no losses, closely followed by the Thunder Academy, which also had a record of 15 wins and no losses. The third place was the Tianshou Royal Academy's vice team, led by Tang San. Even though the other Shrek students were far below their original strength and lacked the powerful martial soul fusion skill, the Umi White Tiger, they still managed to win all matches except for the first loss. Tang Yin originally planned to take action when encountering the team from Tsanghui Academy, led by Shun Yan, but they ran into Tang San's Tianshou Royal Academy vice team first. The 7-in-1 martial soul fusion skill was indeed flashy and amazing, but after being cracked by Tang San, all 7 turned into fools. At that moment, Tang Yin could clearly see that when the martial soul fusion skill shattered, the spiritual sea where the 7 stored their spiritual power also broke apart, and even the transparent and elusive soul showed some cracks. With the team now turned into fools, Tang Yin naturally didn't need to take action, and so, just as he was preparing to perk up for a while, he fell back down again. During the 16th round of the preliminary matches, the members of Lanba Academy were in the resting area preparing for the upcoming match against the Shensaifeng Academy. Their captain, Tang Yin, was currently outside the Tianshou Soul Arena on a date with Lu Erlong. Principal, is this okay? Tang Yin pushed Lu Erlong against the wall, his eyes burning with intensity. Just a moment ago, Tang Yin intended to do something inappropriate in the spectator area, but upon seeing that he was still wearing the Lanba Academy team uniform today, Lu Erlong rejected his proposal. As the principal of Lanba Academy, Lu Erlong kept a low profile, but many people had come to know her identity in recent days. Being intimate with a student from her own academy in public, if that got out, Lu Erlong's pretty face flushed, her rosy lips glistening, clearly yearning for it as well. Just as their feelings intertwined and they became somewhat lost in each other, a figure appeared in their line of sight. And the person was actually a mutual acquaintance of Tang Yin and Lu Erlong. Lost in the moment, Lu Erlong opened her hazy eyes, her gaze filled with temptation. Unintentionally, her peripheral vision caught the familiar person's position, and that acquaintance just happened to look over as well. Chapter 182. The Heartbroken Gongzi Today. The Tianshou Royal Academy's vice team had the first match, and they easily won without any effort. After the incident where Tang Yin was attacked by Shun Yan, the Spirit Hall required each academy to send at least 1 Soul Sage or 2 Soul Emperors to protect their academy's team member safety. Flanders had returned to the academy early with the group, while Yu Xiaojing had to handle matters related to tomorrow's match. So he had staggered his timing with the main group. These students from Shrek Academy did not disappoint their teacher. Apart from the loss on the first day, they had no further defeats. If this trend continued, it was a foregone conclusion that the Tianshou Royal Academy's vice team would make an appearance, and the name of their soul's core, Tang San, would resonate throughout the continent. And he, Yu Xiaojing, as the teacher who had nurtured a genius with twin martial souls, would undoubtedly make those who previously looked down on him unable to reach him, especially BabyTang. Thinking of this, a smile appeared on his originally stiff expression, his thick lips curling upwards, exuding the confidence and lewdness of a middle-aged man. Coincidentally, his peripheral vision glanced toward the corner where Tang Yin and Lu Erlong were. At first, he thought it was a young couple unable to resist their desires in that corner. He couldn't help but think how the morals of society were declining and recalled the days he spent wandering the continent with Flanders and his most beloved person at that moment. Wait, just as Yu Xiaojing was about to leave, he seemed to think of something, and his gaze lingered on Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong recognized who had come. Her eyes widened, and her previously hazy eyes had now regained clarity. Tang Yin, facing away from Yu Xiaojing, was unaware that someone had stopped to observe him kissing Lu Erlong. He felt the person in his arms suddenly tense up, and her delicate tongue seemed to forget to resist, completely mastered by Tang Yin. Seizing the moment, Tang Yin became even more daring in invading Lu Erlong's everything. Although she chose to be with Tang Yin, she still couldn't bring herself to be so intimate with him in front of Yu Xiaojing. Lu Erlong wanted to push Tang Yin away from her body, but the tingling sensation and the weakness in her hands left her unable to do anything. Tang Yin found Lu Erlong's small hand a bit mischievous, so he freed one hand to grasp her soft palm, then raised it high and pressed it against the wall. Yu Xiaojing's legs felt as heavy as lead, as if they were weighed down by 1,000 pounds, unable to move even a step. Seeing his beloved Erlong, the guilt and fear inside him should have led him to choose to escape. But when he saw his beloved Lu Erlong being intimate with another man in front of him, he felt as if he was enduring heart-wrenching pain every moment. It hurt. Too much. Erlong, why? Lu Erlong felt utterly helpless at this moment. Her mind told her to end everything quickly, but her body was still enjoying the process. The conflicting sensations made her tears uncontrollably slide down from the corners of her eyes. A single tear fell onto Tang Yin's face, finally alerting him that something was off. When he saw Lu Erlong's expression of grievance and helplessness, a hint of guilt arose in his heart. Tang Yin released Lu Erlong, who had been somewhat roughly pressed against the wall, and embraced her alluring body, softly asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Erlong's gaze remained fixed on the dazed Yu Xiaojing. Her feelings were complex like a tangled mess. Tang Yin followed Lu Erlong's line of sight and turned around, clearly having chosen to give up. Why did his heart still ache so much when he saw Erlong with another man? Yu Xiaojing, who should have avoided the situation, was still standing there, blankly staring, suffering in agony as each second felt like a year. Upon recognizing who had come, Tang Yin was also a bit surprised. He didn't expect to run into Yu Xiaojing here. Tang Yin didn't feel any embarrassment. He held Lu Erlong's delicate figure, turned to the side, and revealed a polite smile. "Master, hello? May I ask what brings you here?" "White hair, Tang Yin." When Tang Yin's face came into view, Yu Xiaojing struggled to raise a hand, trembling fingers pointing at Tang Yin and Lu Erlong, his voice hoarse and bitter as he spoke. "You too." Lu Erlong didn't know what to say either. Even though she no longer loved Yu Xiaojing as a former partner, it was somewhat embarrassing to be seen in the arms of someone more than 20 years younger than herself. Seeing Lu Erlong's head lowered in shame, Tang Yin placed her head on his shoulder and spoke the answer Yu Xiaojing wanted to know. "Master, as you can see, I am with Director Erlong." This statement struck Yu Xiaojing's heart like a precise lightning bolt, shattering the little self-esteem he had just managed to pick up. His eyes were red and swollen, blood vessels spreading from his eye sockets toward his eyeballs, and the dark skin on his face flushed an abnormal red. "Your ages. And you, Tang Yin, don't you have a girlfriend? Why deceive Erlong's feelings?" Yu Xiaojing seemed to have found a vent for his emotions, frantically venting at Tang Yin. "Master, you are outdated. I'm only 28 years apart from Teacher Erlong, but a title de law has a lifespan of several hundred years. 100 years later, the age difference between Teacher Erlong and me will hardly matter." Saying this, Tang Yin stretched out his hand, pinching his thumb and index finger together to make a small gesture. "Loss of the Korean market. As for what you said about me having a girlfriend." Tang Yin gently caressed Lu Erlong's delicate face and continued, "Teacher Erlong knows this too. Even if you're my brother's teacher, you have no right to meddle in my private life. I am Erlong's cousin. Am I not allowed to worry that she might be deceived by someone else?" At this moment, Yu Xiaojing had to use the identity he least wanted to mention to intervene in the situation. Tang Yin certainly knew that Lu Erlong had told him about this matter that drunken night. He had always felt that Lu Erlong deserved better until he saw her peculiar gaze toward Yu Xiaojing that day. Only then did he know the name of that heartless man. "Lana, do you want to be with me?" Tang Yin leaned down and whispered in Lu Erlong's ear. Lu Erlong did not raise her head, only softly responded with an mm. The sound was small, but both Tang Yin and Yu Xiaojing heard it clearly. With a puff, Yu Xiaojing, whose face was flushed, could no longer endure and spat out a mouthful of blood, a sign of a heart collapsing. Chapter 183. Heart. The blood arrow shot out 3 meters away, within range of Tang Yin and Lu Erlong, who were not far from Xiaojing. Tang Yin reacted quickly, turning with Lu Erlong in his arms to avoid the sneak attack from this Grand Soul Master. Yu Xiaojing's body could no longer support itself. He slumped to the ground, staring blankly at the sky, his murky eyes devoid of any spirit. Upon seeing Yu Xiaojing spit blood, Lu Erlong felt a flash of guilt in her heart. She wanted to rise from Tang Yin's embrace to check on Yu Xiaojing's injuries, but she only felt herself firmly held in place by a pair of strong hands, and her slight struggles were completely ineffective. Lu Erlong looked up, wanted to say something, but saw Tang Yin's face cold as ice. The hand that held her waist instantly loosened. You go. The tone was chilling, a tone Lu Erlong had never heard before. Since knowing Tang Yin, she had always seen him as a cultured, composed, humble, polite, and somewhat flirtatious young man. She had never seen him so enraged as he was today. Lu Erlong stood there dazed, one hand still wrapped around Tang Yin's waist, and she could clearly feel the tension in his body. Just as Tang Yin was about to turn and leave, Lu Erlong, relying on her soul sage reflexes, quickly wrapped her arms around his waist. What's wrong? Lu Erlong asked softly, seeing that Tang Yin had not moved and the coldness on his face had faded slightly, but still silently stared at the fallen Yu Xiaojiang. Lu Erlong explained, "He is my cousin, Tang Yin was not very angry. He did not have deep feelings for Lu Erlong and only felt a sense of injustice, as if a toy had been taken away from him. You don't need to explain anything to me." Tang Yin smiled, but Lu Erlong could not feel an ounce of the usual warmth. Afraid of losing him again, she tightened her grip on his waist, fearing that if she let go, Tang Yin would leave her like Yu Xiaojiang did on their wedding night 20 years ago. She did not like this feeling. Having gone through it once, she did not want to experience it a second time. "Don't leave me, okay?" Lu Erlong's tone carried a hint of pleading, or perhaps begging. Tang Yin's playful intention cracked under the weight of her words. As previously mentioned, Tang Yin's heart was soft. Even though he wanted to be a scoundrel who would deny his affections, he became indecisive when faced with any entangled feelings. He did not expect Lu Erlong's dependence on him to be so deep. At first, Tang Yin's feelings for Lu Erlong were merely for venting, nothing more. All three of them had their own thoughts. "The match is about to end. Let us go." After a long silence, Tang Yin said 4 words and turned to walk toward the Heaven Do Soul arena. Lu Erlong, still holding on to Tang Yin, followed closely beside him, not casting even a glance at Yu Xiaojiang, not even a fraction. "Don't be angry, okay?" Lu Erlong clung to Tang Yin's arm, her tone a bit spoiled. "I'm not angry." "You are," Lu Erlong insisted, originally a hot-tempered person, but since Tang Yin didn't like that personality, she was trying to change herself. Tang Yin slapped his hand on Lu Erlong's shoulder and said, "I told you I'm not angry." When Tang Yin and Lu Erlong entered the rest area, they had already returned to their usual selves, though Lu Erlong's face appeared slightly flushed. Lu Erlong had not yet shown any hint of a relationship beyond the senior-junior dynamic with Tang Yin in front of Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Not long after, the two, having returned to normal, saw the victorious return of the Blue Tyrant Academy team. Lu Erlong watched as Tang Yin went forward to greet them, while she sat in her chair, feeling a burning pain in a certain area. After falling to the ground, Yu Xiaojiang had no idea what Lu Erlong and Tang Yin said behind him. He could only feel a hollow emptiness in his head, losing interest in everything around him at that moment. He just wanted to lie there until he could no longer open his eyes. The match was over, and the people in the arena dispersed through various exits. Occasionally, curious passers-by glanced at Yu Xiaojiang lying by the roadside, yet no one stopped. After the crowd had retreated, the previously bustling entrance of the Heaven Do Soul arena fell silent once more. Teacher, what's wrong? Wake up, wake up." In his daze, Yu Xiaojiang felt a pain in his philtrum, and his blurry vision began to clear. Tang San's ordinary face appeared, filled with concern, gradually coming into focus in his eyes. After Tang San and Flender returned to the academy, they began today's training. When Tang San encountered some problems while practicing his twin martial souls and wanted to consult Yu Xiaojiang, he found no trace of him in the academy. Due to the competition, Yu Xiaojiang, as the team leader of the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, had never left the academy for such a long time alone. Fearing something had happened to his teacher, Tang San found Flender and informed him about the situation, and the two set out to search for Yu Xiaojiang. Sure enough, they found Yu Xiaojiang unconscious outside the Tiando arena. When Yu Xiaojiang woke up, a look of surprise appeared on Tang San's face. Upon first discovering Yu Xiaojiang, there was a clear jet-like bloodstain beside him, and he was covered in dust with some dark brown bloodstains on his body, with a trace of blood still lingering at the corner of his mouth. At first, Tang San thought Yu Xiaojiang had been injured by someone, but after checking, he found no wounds on him, and he visibly breathed a sigh of relief. He vowed that if anyone dared to harm his teacher, that person would surely be on the path to death. Flender also heard the commotion and rushed over. "Xiaojiang, what happened?" As a longtime good friend, Flender was very concerned about his brother. When Yu Xiaojiang saw his beloved disciple and good brother, the thoughts of life being meaningless and the world collapsing gradually faded away. However, looking at the starry sky, Yu Xiaojiang thought of his beloved long heir and wondered if she was at that moment with Tang Yin. As he thought of this, a deep sadness overcame him. The The pain of losing a loved one made this proud man shed humiliating tears. Woo! In Tang San's arms, Yu Xiaojiang cried like a 50-year-old child. Tang San and Flinder exchanged a glance, knowing that something must have happened during their absence that caused Yu Xiaojiang to be so heartbroken. Once Yu Xiaojiang's emotions stabilized a bit, Flinder cautiously asked, "Xiaojiang, what happened?" Flinder, incontud long ar. Chapter 184. The Golden Iron Triangle, Flinder's Choice Under the Bright Moonlight. A street lamp cast a white light on Yu Xiaojiang. Long Air, she is still as beautiful as she was back then. I still remember the first time you and I saw her. However, she is no longer the same as she was back then. Yu Xiaojiang rambled on, reminiscing, and his expression gradually became grotesque as he spoke deeper. I saw her right after I came out of the arena. She. Yu Xiaojiang held his head in his hands, in pain. She was kissing Tang Yin, the younger brother of Xiao San, in that place. After hearing this, Tang San's eyes widened in disbelief, unable to believe what he had just heard. From Yu Xiaojiang's words, it was not hard for Tang San to deduce the identity of the long heir his teacher mentioned. His teacher's beloved was with his younger brother. What on earth was happening in this world? Tang San had no grounds to blame Tang Yin. He could hardly lift his head in front of Tang Yin, as his pride had long been shattered after being defeated by him time and again. That deep-rooted fear would continue to haunt Tang Yin until he broke through his own mental barriers. Flinder also did not expect to hear the name of his brother's beloved from his good friend's mouth. He knew that Lu Long Air had opened an academy in Tiando City, which was the undefeated Lanba Academy. He had originally planned to find a time to visit Lu Long Air, hoping that this foolish brother of his could reunite with the third sister. Unexpectedly, before he could take action, Lu Long Air, who had waited for over 20 years, was now with a student from her academy. As an older brother, he found it hard to accept. No, I don't agree. Flinder's tone suddenly became agitated, his eyes flashing with sharp light behind his thick lenses, his eyelids twitching. How could Long Air's future happiness be entrusted to that kid? There was a full 28 years difference between them. When Long Air's beauty faded, would that kid still cherish her like he does now? The last sentence Flinder almost shouted out. He was originally a person who spoke with a lisp, and his excitement made his words even harder to understand. Tang San on the side looked confused, but he could tell from the dean's tone and demeanor that he was furious. Yu Xiaojiang bitterly shook his head. Do you think I didn't say anything? Tang Yin already has 2 girlfriends, but Long Air still chose to be with him. Flinder tried hard to calm his inner anger, genuinely afraid that he would lose control. After a moment, Flinder suddenly grabbed Yu Xiaojiang by the collar and lifted him off the ground. Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat angry and said, "Flinder, what are you doing?" Flinder's expression was flat. I can't let Long Air go wrong like this anymore. But she already liked someone. Shut up. In Flinder's hands, Yu Xiaojiang felt like a toy, unable to resist with his 29th level soul power. She liked you back then. She waited for you for a full 20 years. 20 years. If it weren't for you, could Long Air be with that kid Tang Yin? Now, are you going to continue being a coward and keep avoiding it? Flinder's emotional breakdown was not unexpected to Yu Xiaojiang. He knew that not only did he like Lu Long Air back then, but their good brother also loved her. However, since the two were in love, as the older brother, he could only silently bless them. The former beloved and partner was about to fall step by step into the abyss, as they thought, and after being a dog for over 20 years, it finally erupted at this moment. Yu Xiaojiang, if you still recognize me as your brother, come with me to find Long Air today and let her find her way back. It erupted but not completely. Yu Xiaojiang thought of the scenes that happened during the day, and his fists gradually tightened. Long Air, my Long Air. What ethics, what cousins? All of you can go to hell. Under the repeated blows, Yu Xiaojiang burst forth with the greatest courage he had ever had. Okay, let's go together. Sweeping away the previous dejection, Yu Xiaojiang's face was full of determination. Flinder patted Yu Xiaojiang's shoulder, affirming, "You are indeed my good brother." Without saying another word, Flinder's hands went under Yu Xiaojiang's armpits, lifting him up completely, and with a flap of his cat-eagle wings, they flew towards the direction of Lanba Academy. Tang San, unsure whether he was curious or worried about his teacher, also followed closely with the ghost shadow mistranslation. At Lanba Academy, in Lu Long Air's small bamboo house, Lu Long Air was sitting on Tang Yin's lap, her face flushed, with a few freshly made dishes laid out on the small table. This meal was not easy to prepare, taking a full hour to finish. At this moment, Lu Long Air was only wearing a thin, gauzy dress, her enticing figure faintly visible. Tang Yin was also somewhat disheveled, but neither of them paid attention, enjoying their dinner together. Dean, I want to eat the fiery beef tenderloin. Tang Yin rested his head on Lu Long Er's soft shoulder, speaking with a hint of spoiled tone in his ear. Lu Erlong shrank her neck and pouted, saying, "Don't call me Dean." She picked up a piece of pork tenderloin with her chopsticks and fed it to Tang Yin behind her. "If not Dean, then what should I call you?" "Longa?" As Tang Yin said the name Longer, he could clearly feel Lu Erlong's slight tremble. "Longer, longer, long." Tang Yin thought it was a bit amusing and kept calling out, but Lu Erlong couldn't take it anymore and stuffed the piece of pork tenderloin into Tang Yin's mouth. Yet, even while eating, Tang Yin remained restless, his hands wandering around her waist. Just as they were in the stage of feeding each other, there was a commotion from an unexpected visitor outside. The two, who were sharing the same piece of pork tenderloin, snapped back to reality and exchanged glances. Even though they hadn't been together long, their deep communication allowed them to understand each other's thoughts. Tang Yin put on his outer robe and walked towards the door, while Lu Erlong, flustered, hurriedly took off her playful gauze dress and put on the somewhat messy clothes on the floor. As soon as they stepped out of the bamboo house, Tang Yin quickly spotted the silhouette of the visitor, and coincidentally, they were familiar faces. When Flander and Yu Xiaojiang arrived at Shrek Academy, they quickly spotted the bamboo house hidden in the forest from above. Upon seeing Tang Yin walk out, they felt heartbroken, but also confirmed that they had found their destination. "Oh, may I ask how to address this person beside the master?" Tang Yin had met Flander before, but didn't know his name. "Also, do you have something to discuss here?" This question from Tang Yin was somewhat rhetorical. Judging by the aggressive demeanor of the two, he could easily guess their purpose. Before they could respond, Lu Erlong, now dressed, stepped out of the house. Coincidentally, as Tang San arrived late. The sight of Lu Erlong coming out shattered their already broken hearts into pieces. "Big brother? Little cousin? Why are you here?" Remembering some events from earlier that day, Lu Erlong quickly changed her address. At this moment, Flander felt as though he had been struck by lightning. He stood there dumbfounded, just like Yu Xiaojiang had been during the day. Even though Yu Xiaojiang was somewhat prepared, he still couldn't maintain his composure. Tang Sen couldn't bear to watch any longer. "Xiao Yin, don't you already have a girlfriend? How can you be so fickle and be fair to Zhu Zhuqing and Zhu Zhuyan?" Tang Yin looked at Tang San with some confusion, thinking his question was somewhat absurd. "But Zhu Yun and Zhu Qing have no objections to me liking several people. It's you who should take care of yourself. Your relationship with that little rabbit beside you is still unclear, and she's been hinting so obviously." Upon hearing Tang Yin mention Xiao Wu, a hint of imperceptible shyness appeared on Tang San's face. In Tang San's eyes, Tang Yin's rebuttal held no persuasive power, even if they indulge you. You should still restrain yourself. One person cannot love so many people in a lifetime. However, Tang San also felt that Tang Yin's latter statement was very correct. He should clarify his relationship with Xiao Wu. From the moment he swore to protect Xiao Wu, his future was entirely bound to her. You should take care of yourself. "Xiao Yin, my personal matters have never been managed by my parents." Tang Yin didn't want to continue this pointless argument with Tang San. After some time, Flander was the first to recover. He knew what he had come to do. "Longer, have you really made your choice?" His voice caught Lu Erlong's attention. Seeing Lu Erlong look at him, he continued, "More than 20 years ago, we ventured across the continent together. As your elder brother, I believe I know you very well. Have you truly thought about spending your life with Tang Yin, supporting each other through thick and thin? I know you. You despise evil and have a fiery temper. Is the person you show around him the real you? You once said that you wanted to live in seclusion with the one you love most in the forest, tending to flowers and plants, living a peaceful life. Do you think that Tang Yin beside you can do that?" Listening to Flander's pointed words aimed at him, Tang Yin said nothing, but was curious about what he would say next. "Longer, I really don't want to see you regret in the future. While you haven't fallen too deep, Xiao Gang and I can pull you out." After finishing, Flander kicked Yu Xiaojiang's butt. Yu Xiaojiang stumbled, but soon regained his composure. Ignoring Tang Yin beside Lu Erlong, he spoke. "Longer, the wedding back then was my cowardly choice to escape. I let you down for over 20 years. I have lived in torment every day since, and I never expected fate would play with our feelings like this. Yet, during this torment, I have never stopped thinking about you, about the moments we shared. Do you remember?" Listening to Yu Xiaojiang's rambling, Lu Erlong's head lowered more and more, and even Tang Yin beside her couldn't discern her expression at that moment. Even the aura emanating from her showed no emotional fluctuations. "The day you asked me who I liked, I chose not to answer you. Today I can say out loud here, Long Eye, enough." The silent Lu Erlong finally erupted. Her eyes were slightly red, but there were no traces of tears. This shout silenced Yu Xiaojiang, who had been talking nonstop. The forest fell into a terrifying silence, making Lu Erlong's heavy breathing audible. 20 years, 20 years. How many 20 years are there in a life? Yu Xiaojiang, I have already spent the most beautiful years waiting for you, but you have yet to appear. The longer it goes on, the more my heart wavers about the future. When I see those old women with white hair on the street, their faces full of wrinkles and weariness, I see my own reflection in them. I'm also human. I'm also a woman. I want to experience the beauty of love. I want to feel what it is like to be loved and cherished. Tang Yin has given me all of this, while you only speak of love, but lack the courage to come find me. But I came today, didn't I? Yu Xiaojiang argued, his face flushed. Longer, do you know how much courage it took for me to come find you today? Find me. Lu Erlong scoffed. Since the words were already out in the open, there was no need to care about past feelings. If you hadn't seen me with someone else, would you still come find me? Would you still treat me as your exclusive possession? Flander frowned, not expecting Lu Erlong to have accumulated so much resentment over these 20 years. Brother, you don't need to say anything more. I made my choice. If you still consider me as your sister, then just wish me well. Lu Erlong's words placed 20 years of affection and her feelings on the scales, handing the choice over to Flander. Yu Xiaojiang felt somewhat embarrassed by Lu Erlong's words. His inherent insecurity was exacerbated by the disdain of the person he loved, and his already sizable head felt as if it could barely bear the weight. Watching his ineffective old friend, Flander could only sigh in response to Lu Erlong's ultimatum. Erlong, I hope your choice is the right one. Lu Erlong replied, thank you for your blessings, brother. I will. With a surge of energy, then diminishing, Flander left the Blue Tyrant Academy with the despondent Yu Xiaojiang. Under the moonlight, their silhouettes appeared somewhat lonely. Tang Xin glanced at Tang Yin, shook his head, and turned to leave as well. After a long time, the calm lake began to play beautiful music. Chapter 185. The preliminary round ends. Tang Yin's shrimp and pork heart as time passed. The preliminary round of the Continental Senior Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament came to a close with a match between the Tianshui Academy and the Qihua Academy. The Qihua Academy, which narrowly lost to Tianshui Academy, finished 6th and lost their qualification to advance. At the end of the match, the captain of Qihua Academy, Huo Wu, shed tears of disappointment. They became the first academy to be eliminated from the elemental academies. You mentioned the Elephant Armor Academy, one of the 5 major elemental academies? I'm not familiar with it at all. Huo Wu believed her strength was on par with any control-type soul master from any team. And even though she lost to Shui Binger, her pride still led her to think she could have gone further. She hadn't even encountered that talented youth from the Blue Tyrant Academy, missing the chance to see him in action, which would become a regret for her life. Sister, don't cry. It's my lack of skill. Huo Wushuang patted his sister's shoulder, feeling somewhat guilty. In the crucial moment, even if Huo Wushuang had given his all, he couldn't hold on against the martial soul fusion technique of Shui Binger and Shui Wu. The martial soul fusion technique that covered the whole arena caused the Qihua Academy, which had an advantage early on, to lose everything. Huo Wu wiped away her tears and said stubbornly, losing is losing. There's nothing to be sorry about. We just need to win back later. Her gaze turned towards the spectator stands, where the Blue Tyrant Academy was located, which held her biggest regret in this competition. As Tianshui Academy and Qihua Academy entered the resting area, the preliminary rounds in Tiando City had concluded. According to the process, an award ceremony would soon be held to present qualification certificates for the advancing teams. Ultimately, only the top 5 teams would receive their certificates from the VIP podium, while the other eliminated teams would return to their academies with their teachers, most of them starting to prepare for their graduation exams. The teams that advanced, in order from highest to lowest, were Blue Tyrant Academy, Thunder Academy, Shinyun Academy, Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team, and Tianshui Academy. The ceremony process was not complicated. Under the announcer's declaration, the captains and vice-captains of the top 5 teams stepped onto the podium. As the captain, Tang Yin and vice-captain Doug Yin represented Blue Tyrant Academy on the stage. Tang Yin's appearance immediately attracted the attention of many. Even though he had only fought in the first match against Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team, the members of the other 3 academy teams present were not familiar with Tang Yin, but the legends about him circulating in Tiando City filled them with curiosity. As the top-ranked Blue Tyrant Academy stood on the far left, they were the first to receive their awards. As they stepped onto the podium, the captain of Thunder Academy, standing beside Doug Yin, suddenly whispered, "It seems your choice was correct." Doug Yin replied expressionlessly, "I am not familiar with you." The person was unfazed by Doug Yin's attitude and continued, My brother really is useless. Breaking up with him was the right choice. Seeing they were about to step onto the podium, Yin had no choice but to suppress her inner anger and remain silent. When the person wanted to say more, Tang Yin spoke up, "If you don't want to be crippled by me in the advancing round, shut your mouth." Upon hearing that the speaker was Tang Yin, the person could only swallow their words. Once everyone was settled, Tang Yin heard Yin's faint voice. "Thank you. It's nothing, but why did that person say those things to you?" Tang Yin asked curiously. Seeing Yin was hesitant to speak, he added, "If it's inconvenient, just consider it as if I didn't ask." Yin shook her head. "There's nothing I can't say. He is my ex-boyfriend Yu Tianheng's brother, Yu Tianxin, the captain of Thunder Academy." Ohat, Tang Yin sudenli understood. It seemed the twin stars of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon were not as harmonious as imagined. Next, His Majesty and the leader of the Seven Treasures Glazed Tile School, Ning Fengji, along with the Platinum Bishop Salis, would personally present the advancement qualification certificates and prizes to the 5 teams that entered the advancing round. Once everyone was in position, the host proceeded to the next step. Tang Yin was not particularly interested in the qualification certificates. The only thing that piqued his interest was the prize money. He certainly wasn't lacking in money. Relying on the hard work of the chosen worker Tang Hao, Tang Yin had already entered a comfortable life with his girlfriends. According to Zhu Zhuqing, Yin, who shopped with her, had bought many beautiful and slightly expensive clothes. The source of those funds was undoubtedly the hard-earned money from Tang Hao, who was often absent. The other members of the Blue Tyrant Academy team were different. Yin was supported by her grandfather, while Talon had the backing of the 4 Extreme sect, so money was not a concern for him at all. Meanwhile, Jiang Zhu, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling were from common backgrounds, and the monthly Soul Master subsidies from the Spirit Hall were only enough to cover their daily living expenses. Although 100 gold soul coins at the Soul Sovereign stage seemed like a lot, Soul Masters had many expenses. Ordinary families could not provide enough gold soul coins to cover the costs of a Soul Master for a year, which is why Soul Masters from common families were so rare. This prize money might open up a broader path for their future. The top 5 academies received the same prize. Each team was awarded 10,000 gold soul coins by the Tiando Empire. Tang Yin decided to symbolically accept 1,000 coins, which would be for him, Zhu Zhuqing, and Zhu Zhuqing's sister. As for Talon and Yan's share, he had no authority to decide. After the awards were presented, the host handed over the speaking rights to the most esteemed presence in the venue, Emperor Shuiyi. Emperor Shuiyi was very pleased. The teaching at Tiando Royal Academy had been a mess in recent years, not counting the main team that was directly promoted to the finals. The vice team had not stood on this award podium for several consecutive years. Although they only placed 4th, the Emperor of the Tiando Empire was still very happy, with joy evident on his aging face. However, it was unrealistic to expect this Tiando Royal Academy vice team to win the championship. The champion that Emperor Shuiyi had determined for this tournament was also standing on the stage at that moment. His gaze fell on Tang Yin, admiration undiminished. That day, he had sent someone to verify the information about Tang Yin and his prince's love interest, and when the identities of the two matched, Emperor Shuiyi quickly transitioned from surprise to understanding. Genius. Having some special preferences is quite normal. Thinking about the future of the Tiando Empire's royal family having a title de law to protect them, he felt very reassured. It had been many years since the Tiando royal family had a title de law to worship. In Shuiyi's heart, the position of the crown prince Shui Qinghe became more stable because of this matter. Meanwhile, he sent someone to remind his useless 4th son, Shui Bing, to rein in his unnecessary thoughts. First of all, children, I want to congratulate you. You have successfully qualified for this year's Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition. As the supreme ruler of the Tiando Empire, I am proud of you. You are the hope for the future of the empire. As the captains and vice-captains of your respective teams, your strength has played the most important role in the competition. Therefore, I have decided to confer the title of Baron on the 10 of you and the title of Viscount on the other participants from your 5 academies. Once you graduate, the gates of the Imperial Royal Family will always be open for you. Your fief will be allocated uniformly after your graduation. A Viscount, the 4th rank among nobles, with real power and land. This not only symbolizes your status, but also represents vast wealth. However, those present were all individuals of some standing, and their future achievements would not be limited to this. The bestowal of the Viscount title carried significant implications for alliances. Just as Salis was about to speak, Tang Yin's voice preemptively rang out. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty, but I am used to freedom, and the title of Viscount and land are unnecessary for me. Tang Yin's words drew strange looks from the captains and vice-captains beside him. Although they all had status, the noble titles of the Tiando Empire would undoubtedly make them even more distinguished. Cultivation is, after all, to rise above others, right? Shui's smile froze on his face. He did not understand why Tang Yin would refuse, but given Tang Yin's relationship with Xue Qinghe, he quickly forgave Tang Yin's impulsiveness. He smiled and said, a carefree spirit, indifferent to fame and fortune, truly a young genius. Classmate Tang Yin, the Empire respects your choice. Now, it was Tang Yin's turn to be confused. His tone when he refused was quite impolite. Was this emperor pretending to be a turtle, or was he really a turtle? Tang Yin prided himself on having a sense of justice. Although his personal morals had not been great in recent years, he still felt uncomfortable being associated with the nobles who struck gold in the muck. Tang Yin's refusal greatly impressed Salas, the Platinum Bishop. 10 days ago, Salas had extracted the crystal skull bone from the head of the tortured Xinian, of course while Xinian was still conscious. For such daring individuals who dared to harm those protected by the Pope's decree, Salas felt that his methods were still a bit lenient. The main issue was that there weren't any noteworthy healing soul masters in the Tiando Empire's Spirit Hall, and many good things had not even been able to reach Xinian before his mental breakdown. That soul bone was currently lying in Tang Yin's storage soul guide. Tang Yin's stance pleased Salas, and he chose to remain silent when he initially wanted to speak. Meanwhile, Ningfengji, who was prepared to watch the fire from across the river, felt a bit disappointed when he saw Salas suddenly retreating. Shuya did not notice the changes in the two behind him and continued. The upcoming advancement competition will still be held in the Empire. However, the venue will change from the Tiando Great Soul Arena to the Royal Hunting Grounds. At that time, the 10 teams from the 5 principalities and kingdoms that passed the preliminaries will come to compete with you. I hope that your 5 academies can rank among the best in the advancement competition, so you can gain an advantage when participating in the finals. When he promised to provide the next soul ring needed for all students' advancement, aside from Tang Yin, the others who had been calm began to show astonished expressions. The reason for Tang Yin's lack of interest was simple. For him, the selection of a soul ring under 30,000 years old was not very significant. Currently, Tang Yin's soul power was around level 58. When he reached level 60, the soul ring he absorbed would definitely not be less than 50,000 years. By the time he reached his 7th soul ring, he could consider a 100,000-year soul ring. Salas's expression remained normal, and Ningfengji could not discern anything from the cunning old man's face. Was this old man so deep in scheming? The Emperor Xia was so keen on courting these geniuses, yet he, as the Platinum Bishop, showed no signs at all. This was abnormal, very abnormal. Ningfengji began to search among the crowd for the reason behind Salas's calm demeanor. After thinking it over, he concluded that only Tang Yin's performance was outstanding. However, Ningfengji knew Tang Yin's identity. His father had a mortal feud with the Spirit Hall, so it could not be Tang Yin. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. But Ningfengji never imagined that Tang Yin had unknowingly won the favor of 2 significant figures in the Spirit Hall. The advancement competition would be held a month later, and he hoped that you could make another breakthrough in this month. All right, I won't say much more. You kids are all very smart. I believe you will make wise choices. After saying this, Shuya turned around. He was somewhat disappointed to find that there was no sign of resistance on Salas's face. Everything he said today was meant to irritate the Platinum Bishop of the Spirit Hall. Everyone present understood that this was to make these geniuses choose between the Tiando Empire and the Spirit Hall, and everyone was calculating in their hearts how to maximize their future interests. As Emperor Xia and the high officials of the Tiando Empire left, the ceremony came to a successful conclusion. Tang Yin looked at the departing Tang San and Dai Mubai and immediately called out to them. Dai Mubai's gaze toward Tang Yin was somewhat fearful, with a hint of hidden hatred. Tang Yin noticed this, but did not care. Tang San paused and asked little Yin, "What's wrong? Is there something?" "It's not a big deal." Tang Yin reached for his storage soul guide and took out a spirit ginseng. "I haven't seen your teacher and that Principal Flander recently. My sister Longer is a bit worried about their health, so she asked me to pass this spirit medicine to you to take back for them to recover. After all, they are also my uncle and second uncle." Tang San. Tang Yin's somewhat distant way of addressing them made him feel awkward, but he still accepted the spirit ginseng from Tang Yin's hand. Half a month ago, after the meeting, Yu Xiaojiang and Flander had been in low spirits. The once sharp-witted Flander and wise Yu Xiaojiang had changed drastically, becoming 2 despondent middle-aged men. The original teachers of Shrek Academy were very worried about their health. fearing they had contracted some terminal illness. Knowing everything, Tang Xin said nothing. The less people knew about his younger brother stealing his teacher's fiancée, the better. Although he did not care about others' discussions, he still did not want to socially die. All right, I will. After receiving the spirit ginseng, Tang Yin left with Dai Mubai. He did not notice Dai Mubai's clenched fist beside him. Chapter 186, The Shura Field. The venue for the advancement competition was located 50 kilometers southwest of Tiando City at the Royal Hunting Grounds. The terrain in the hunting grounds was varied and vast, serving as a place for the royal family to hunt and train. All the qualified teams, after a month of rest, including 10 teams from the other 5 kingdoms and principalities, gathered together at the Royal Hunting Grounds. In the past month, the members of the Lamba Academy team have undergone continuous adjustments, and the level of tacit understanding among the team members is no longer comparable to that of the preliminary rounds. Tang Yin also had the rare opportunity to participate in the team training again. This time, he didn't do much of the sparring work, but alternated with Jiang Zhu to take the field as a qualified support. The 10,000 gold soul coins had already been distributed on the first day, after Tang Yin took 1,000 gold soul coins. Du Guyan and Talon understood Tang Yin's intentions, and each took a symbolic 500 gold soul coins, leaving the remaining 8,000 to be evenly divided among Jiang Zhu and the others. Jiang Zhu, Huang Yuan, and Jingling didn't feel that Tang Yin's actions were humiliating. There were simply too many things to buy for cultivation, and they were grateful to Tang Yin instead. At that moment, the people from Lamba Academy were preparing to enter their camp under the leadership of the dean, to avoid any conflicts between the various teams before the competition. Although they were gathering, each team was kept at a considerable distance from one another. After showing the promotion letter to the captain of the Royal Knights, this group of knights escorted them into the camp. The royal family of the Tiando Empire is indeed a major landowner. Such a large area is actually private land of the royal family. As they walked along, seeing the vast grasslands and the mountains stretching for hundreds of miles, Tang Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "This is nothing," Zhu Zhuyan said. The royal family of the Xinglua Empire has assets that are even more exaggerated. The largest soul beast gathering place near Xinglua City, the Tiger Roar mountain range, belongs to the Xinglua royal family. If anyone dares to hunt soul beasts there without permission, they will face severe consequences, from losing their soul power to being killed on the spot. Zhu Zhuyan spoke lightly, as if recounting something completely normal. Tang Yin smiled and said, "Such a situation won't last long. Someone will come to solve these problems." While Tang Yin was chatting, the leader of another group of knights, coming from the opposite direction, inexplicably slowed down his horse and stopped beside Tang Yin. This person's armor was different from the standard armor of the Royal Knights and also distinct from that of the captain leading Tang Yin's side. The silver-white light armor was adorned with blue patterns and a white cloak draped over his chest. The mount beneath him was not an ordinary heaven soul horse, but a soul beast resembling a white tiger, whose aura silenced all the surrounding heaven soul horses. On his chest, Tang Yin saw a somewhat familiar pattern. The newcomer took off his fully enclosed helmet. It turned out to be an acquaintance of Tang Yin. Brother Ge? The person was Guiyang, a general of the Tiando Empire whom Tang Yin had met during his travels across the continent. After that battle, due to Tang Yin's outstanding performance, Guiyang was appreciated by the higher-ups. Of course, the main reason was his family's background. But this meritorious young general was also rapidly promoted from the vice-captain stationed at the border to the vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Knights. Although it was a lateral move, the areas along the border could not be compared to those near the royal city. Guiyang had just escorted an important figure into the hunting grounds, and when he saw Tang Yin on his way back, he initially didn't recognize him. The semi-closed management of the military meant Guiyang had little contact with external news. Only hearing that a prodigy had emerged in the recently held elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent, he immediately thought of Tang Yin, whom he'd met 3 years ago on the battlefield. However, without any subsequent news to confirm his guess, and since Tang Yin had only appeared once, he gradually faded from people's sight, and Guiyang, busy with daily affairs, also forgot about him. When Guiyang first saw Tang Yin, he didn't immediately recognize him due to the drastic change in hair color, only feeling that this person looked somewhat familiar. It wasn't until he got a bit closer that he merged the current image of Tang Yin with the one in his mind. Guiyang's face also showed a hint of surprise. "Tang Yin, little brother?" "Jean's mud duck." After Tang Yin referred to him, Guiyang confirmed that the person in front of him was indeed Tang Yin. Lu Erlong, walking in front, noticed Tang Yin stopping to talk with someone, and the leader of the Royal Knights seemed to be quite familiar with Tang Yin, so he cast a questioning glance at Tang Yin. Tang Yin said to Lu Erlong, "Dean, you guys go ahead. I'll catch up in a bit." The captain of the Royal Knights guarding Lamba Academy was also perceptive, stopping to wait while the members of Lamba Academy paused. After receiving a nod from Lu Erlong, the team continued moving forward. "Brother Ge, I didn't expect you to be transferred to the Royal Knights of Tiando City after a few years," Tang Yin remarked. He remembered that Guiyang had only mentioned to him that he would soon be transferred to Tiando City, but he didn't expect him to hold such an important position at such a young age. Guiyang smiled wryly. "You flatter me. If I were to follow the normal promotion speed, I should be at the same level as the captain of the Knights who just escorted you. My rapid rise is all thanks to you. Your single-handedly holding back 1,000 troops was a great achievement that should have belonged to you, but you happened to leave at that time, so all the credit went to me. Otherwise, even if my grandfather is the war god of the Tiando Empire, I would be able to hold this position at my age." After sharing his experiences over the years, Guiyang turned to ask about Tang Yin's situation. "But what about you, little brother Tang Yin? What changes have you gone through in these years? I still remember when I first saw you, your hair." Guiyang, who was straightforward, regretted his words afterward. Something that could turn a young person's hair white must have caused him a lot of pain. Tang Yin had already come to terms with it and said, "There's nothing to say. I was troubled by something back then, and my hair turned white. It's all good now." "I see." Guiyang quickly changed the subject. "By the way, is that prodigy rumored in the elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies across the continent you?" Prodigy might be a bit much. If there's any outrageous description, it's probably me," Tang Yin said, rubbing his head, feeling a bit embarrassed. He was aware of some rumors about himself, but the nicknames given to him made him somewhat ashamed. Names like the ferocious tiger of the Tiando Empire, the soul that defends the glory of the empire, and the stabilizing force that can cover the sky with one hand. Tang Yin vowed that whoever dared to mention these nicknames in front of him would get their head smashed. "QianXunji's, hey. I was also shocked when I saw your soul rings back then. The colors are simply not something normal people can have. But it's a good thing. The Tiando Empire hasn't won the Soul Master Competition Championship in many years. With you around, this championship will definitely belong to the Tiando Empire." Guiyang had also participated in the elite competition for high-level Soul Master Academies. He was 2 sessions ahead of the current one. At that time, he considered himself a genius, but their Tiando Royal Academy team was easily eliminated by the Spirit Hall team in the second round of the finals. The huge gap in strength made Guiyang accept his defeat, but remained a slight regret in his heart. "I will," Tang Yin smiled. "After all, I don't think anyone can defeat me on this field." From Tang Yin, Guiyang could only see confidence. "Little brother Tang Yin, I still have matters to attend to. After your promotion matches, I'll treat you to drinks." "No need for drinks, but I would like to have a meal with you, brother Ge." The group from Lamba Academy was brought into a large military camp by the Royal Knights assigned as guards. They were allocated 5 barracks for rest. The military barracks were certainly not luxurious, but they were kept very clean. While everyone was unpacking, a special visitor came to Lamba Academy. The newcomer wore ordinary noble attire without any particularly extravagant adornments. Her golden hair was tied back in a ponytail, and her delicate features paired with gentle traits gave her an elegant appearance. Lu Erlong, leaning against the side, noticed a stranger at their academy's camp and approached to ask, "Hello, this is the Lamba Academy camp. What brings you here?" The visitor was none other than QianXunji, disguised as Shue. She had come to find Tang Yin. The boundless grassland and the free atmosphere of the wilderness reminded her of Tang Yin, who was not far away. Unable to suppress her inner restlessness, QianXunji decided to come herself. Looking at the voluptuous beauty in front of her, QianXunji silently praised Tang Yin, thinking, "He sure eats well." She had known that Tang Yin had cheated shortly after he won over Lu Erlong, as she had detected a different scent from him, leaving Tang Yin feeling quite embarrassed. He admitted that his time management was indeed full, but having to rush to another's bed was also unavoidable. QianXunji was very familiar with Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's scents, and the sudden unfamiliar scent made her guess that Tang Yin had someone else outside. When exposed, Tang Yin did not hide it and told QianXunji everything. It wasn't that Tang Yin was deliberately hiding Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Rather, Lu Erlong had forbidden him to speak of them. "Hello, my name is Shue, and I am the crown prince of the Tiando Empire," QianXunji said with a courteous demeanor. Zhu Zhuyun, who had just stepped out of the tent, froze at the introduction. Her gaze lingered on the face of Shue for a long time. "Your Highness." Lu Erlong did not expect the seemingly ordinary and frail young man before her to be the current crown prince. "May I ask what brings you here?" QianXunji smiled and said, "Nothing much. I am here to find your student Tang Yin. Sure enough, Zhu Zhuyin felt alert. Unlike her sister Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyin did not care how many women Tang Yin had, but she was somewhat concerned about him finding a man. Zhu Zhuyin loved Tang Yin and did not want to be tainted by the scent of other men. What do you want with Xiaoyin? Zhu Zhuyin stepped forward and questioned QianXunji in a skeptical tone. QianXunji looked at the person in front of her and immediately recognized her as the sister. A playful smile appeared on her lips, of course. To pursue Xiaoyin, QianXunji found it very amusing. She knew that in Zhu Zhuyin's view, Tang Yin being with her was a case of Langyang. Just thinking of the image of Tang Yin with a man filled QianXunji with a sense of wicked amusement. She had never tried being with Tang Yin in the guise of Shui Qinghe. She just wondered if Tang Yin could handle it. He admitted it. Waves of shock surged in Zhu Zhuyin's heart. With a firm attitude and a cold expression, she said, "You are the crown prince of the Tiando Empire. How can you like a man? Moreover, Shine does not like men." Lu Erlong, who had been watching the drama unfold, was equally shocked to hear that the crown prince was pursuing her Xiaoyin. She knew Tang Yin's charm was great, but she never expected it to be to such an extent that even a crown prince was captivated by him. QianXunji replied, "My father has already approved of my relationship with Xiaoyin. As for what you said about Xiaoyin not liking me." After a pause, QianXunji raised an eyebrow. "When Xiaoyin comes back, you could just ask him, right? You." Zhu Zhuyin was somewhat angry, but even in her anger, she could only suppress it in her heart. After all, she couldn't just beat up this seemingly annoying person. Zhu Zhuqing also walked out of the tent, still somewhat confused. She approached the gloomy Zhu Zhuyin and quietly asked, "Sister, what's wrong?" Zhu Zhuyin glared coldly at QianXunji. "A man wants to steal our Tang Yin." "Ours?" QianXunji feigned surprise. "You two look like sisters. My Xiaoyin is really lucky. But why Haven Tea? I heard Xiaoyin mention anything about the two of you serving together." This time, not only was Zhu Zhuyin angry, but Zhu Zhuqing also felt anger rising. The crown prince before them was not only insulting them, but also slandering Tang Yin, which they could not tolerate. Just as the situation was tense, Duguyan also walked out. QianXunji, who loved the drama, thought that the only one who would have a headache later would be Tang Yin. Approaching Duguyan, QianXunji, before she could speak, said, "My Xiaoyin said he wanted to taste the flavor of a couple's meal. And he also mentioned that the one in your team, named Duguyan, is quite good." After parting with Guiyang, Tang Yin quickly found the location of Lamba Academy, thanks to the speed of the Dragon Break. However, when he stepped into the camp, he saw the various expressions on the faces of Lu Erlong, Zhu Zhuyin, Zhu Zhuqing, Duguyan, and QianXunji, who was disguised as Shui Qinghe. A strange atmosphere rose in the air, and a tingling sensation ran through him. Tang Yin secretly thought that something was not right. Chapter 187. Calming down when Tang Yin clearly saw the scene in front of him, he took in all the expressions. Zhu Zhuyin had clearly been angered by QianXunji and was now breathing heavily, her brows tightly knitted. QianXunji's earlier words left her feeling uneasy. Zhu Zhuqing had just been glaring at the crown prince of the Tiando Empire, thinking this person was both bad and disgusting. However, upon noticing Tang Yin's arrival, tears glimmered in her eyes, making her look pitiful. Lu Erlong stood aside like a transparent person, leaning against a thick wooden railing with her arms crossed, watching the drama with great interest. Who Tang Yin liked was none of her business. Enjoying the thrill of secret affairs while relieving her own body and mind was good enough. The psychological and physiological stimulation opened a new door for Lu Erlong. Duguyan also noted Tang Yin's return and, recalling QianXunji's earlier words, a surge of anger rose within her. "Damn Tang Yin, I considered you a teammate. Yet you want to pursue me? In such a disgusting way." Remembering how Tang Yin had helped her during the ceremony, combined with what QianXunji had just said, a chill ran down her spine. Her favorability towards Tang Yin, which had risen to 60, plummeted to 0 in an instant. She glared at Tang Yin with a fierce expression, her teeth clenched, coupled with her cool demeanor, giving her a unique charm. However, Tang Yin felt somewhat confused about the situation. "Wait, big sister, it seems we don't have a deeper relationship, do we? We're just ordinary teammates. Why are you looking at me like that?" At this moment, QianXunji was still holding Duguyan's hand. Seeing Duguyan's angry expression and her eyes looking back at her, QianXunji knew Tang Yin had returned. "Tang Yin." The 5 voices that rang out simultaneously made Tang Yin shiver, his hair standing on end. Among the 5 voices, there was grievance, excitement, anger, and a hint of smugness. In short, each person's voice was different. Tang Yin wore an awkward expression as he forced himself to remain calm and walked into the camp, attempting to change the subject. Has everyone packed their luggage? Why haven't I seen Talon and the others? As soon as he said this, the corner of a tent was lifted slightly, then fell silent. Inside the tent, Talon, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling exchanged glances. When Huang Yuan saw the person claiming to be the prince arguing with Zhu Zhiyun, he was about to step outside for some fresh air when Talon grabbed him, and a few of them hid in the tent to watch the show. Talon couldn't help but exclaim, as expected of the boss. He can charm both men and women. Huang Yuan, a bit envious, said, so the captain also likes guys. I wonder if I have a chance. Jing Ling was somewhat speechless. Shouldn't our focus be on how the captain should bring this grand performance to an end? Jiang Zhu was a quiet girl. She didn't act like the boys. When the commotion outside began, she summoned her martial soul and, after planting her healing staff into the ground, sat cross-legged with her eyes closed. The connection between a martial soul and its soul master allows one to perceive external vibrations with life energy. A technique Tang Yin had told her about, though he never expected this seemingly quiet and elegant senior would also be so gossiping. Jiang Zhu not only knew what was happening outside in detail, but she also learned some things even Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing were unaware of. After some analysis, Jiang Zhu was stunned by her own conclusions. She covered her open mouth with her small hand, afraid that her small gasp would disturb the people outside the tent. But this was somewhat unnecessary, as everyone's attention was on Tang Yin. Her emerald green eyes narrowed in shock. I shouldn't be guessing wrong. Tang Yin received no response. Qian Rushua shook off Dugu Yan's hand and jogged over to Tang Yin. Xiaoyin, you're back. Did you miss me? Seeing Qian Rushua looking like a snow fairy, her face still wearing a playful expression, Tang Yin knew that today's incident was mostly caused by her. The other four felt a chill when they saw a man making such an expression towards another man. Qian Rushua didn't care how others saw her. She knew Tang Yin could see through her facade, and her expression was merely for his eyes. Tang Yin allowed Qian Rushua to take his hand. He couldn't possibly say that men shouldn't be so close. Facing the gazes of Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin felt a bit embarrassed. Your Highness, why are you here? Qian Rushua placed Tang Yin's hand on her face, pouting her lips and sounding a bit teary. She complained. Xiaoyin Gid used to call me Xiao Shuer. Why are you calling me Your Highness now? Zhu Zhiyun could no longer bear it. Seeing another man being so spoiled by her man was unbearable. She hurriedly stepped forward, forcibly separating the two and shielding Tang Yin behind her. Your Highness. Tang Yin already has a girlfriend. I know. I don't mind him liking others after all. I can't have children with him. Qian Rushua's bold words made Tang Yin feel a bit overwhelmed. It seemed this Snow sister had gained some boldness and came specifically to cause trouble today. Tang Yin decided it was time to set things straight tonight and let Qian Rushua know who the real decision-maker was. Seeing Zhu Zhiyun looking protective and wanting to say something, Tang Yin quickly pulled her in his arms, urging her not to be so impulsive. Then Xiao Shuer can go back to the tent first. I have a few things to handle here. After saying this, he gave Qian Rushua a subtle look that others couldn't detect. All right, then Xiaoyin Gid must come find me tonight. Qian Rushua. There should be a limit to everything, but mischievous Qian Rushua didn't genuinely want to put Tang Yin in a difficult position. If she made him dislike her and distance himself, it would be counterproductive. After sending off that deity, the remaining matters became much simpler. All right, Sister Zhiyan. I will clarify things with you and Zhu Qing later. Trust me. A simple sentence gave Zhu Zhiyan a great sense of security. All her grievances dissipated at that moment, and she believed that her Xiao Yin would clarify everything with her. Zhu Zhiyan understood the implication in Tang Yin's words. She approached Zhu Zhuqing and whispered a few sentences, then took her sister into the tent. The tents allocated to Blue Tyrant Academy were 4. Tang Yin, Zhu Zhiyun, and Zhu Zhuqing shared one. Dugu Yin and Jiang Zhu shared another. Lu Erlong had one to herself, and 3 single dog boys shared one. Chapter 188. Saw what shouldn't be seen. Tang Yin. Don't you have anything you want to say to me? Dugu Yan's cold demeanor was like frost, her martial soul being the green-scaled snake, which gave her an air of danger, resembling a beautiful but lethal venomous snake. Huh? Tang Yin was genuinely puzzled. Sister Yin, what are you talking about? Huh? Dugu Yin looked at Tang Yin, who was still putting on an act, and the last shred of hope in her heart vanished. Sure enough, all men are the same. She no longer paid attention to Tang Yin and turned to walk into the tent. When Jiang Zhu saw Dugu Yin enter, she appeared weak and helpless, not daring to speak. Tang Yin could only cast a pleading look toward his dean. Lu Erlong walked over, and, just as she was about to speak, Tang Yin pulled her waist. Lu Erlong struggled for a moment when Tang Yin hugged her, but the familiar warmth made her resistance merely a formality. She glanced around nervously, and seeing no one around, she relaxed and allowed Tang Yin to hold her. Resting her head on Tang Yin's shoulder, Lu Erlong recounted everything that had just happened to him. Now understanding the situation, Tang Yin finally realized why Dugu Yin had such an attitude towards him. Sister Shui, it seems your butt might not be safe tonight. Reflecting on that pure white figure, Tang Yin promised himself that he would give her a good spanking tonight. Xiaoyin, what are you thinking about? Lu Erlong's question brought Tang Yin back from his thoughts as he gazed at her profile. I was thinking about how to repay Longer. Now a scumbag, Tang Yin lied without batting an eye. Sweet nothings came easily to him. He couldn't possibly say that he was thinking about another woman while holding her. Saying this, his hands around Lu Erlong's waist began to slide down. Fortunately, Lu Erlong still had her wits about her. She hurriedly pushed Tang Yin away, saying, "It's broad daylight. If others see, how will I live?" Tang Yin put his fingers to his mouth, causing Lu Erlong to feel embarrassed and lower her head. Then Longer, wait for me in the tent. I will be there soon. Lu Erlong didn't answer, but her body obediently followed Tang Yin's words. There were still some final matters for Tang Yin to resolve, so he didn't delay and walked into his tent. Soon, a gasp of surprise was heard from inside the tent. What Zhu Zhuyin reacted extremely quickly, covering Zhu Zhuqing's mouth with her hand, preventing her from making a sound. When she learned from Tang Yin that the crown prince of the Tiando Empire was actually a woman in disguise, Zhu Zhuyin was also very shocked. She was not an innocent young lady who knew nothing of the world. Having lived in a world of struggle, how could she not understand what this meant? However, all of this had nothing to do with her. So it turns out that little Yin, you don't like men, which really scared me. Zhu Zhuyin patted her chest and completely relaxed her tense heart. All her previous worries vanished. During their first meeting, Tang Yin and that crown prince were not engaged in a forbidden romance, but had mutual feelings for each other. Zhu Zhuqing also figured something out. In front of Zhu Zhuyin, she had nothing to hide. She also wore a look of realization, so the scent of other women on her brother-in-law that day was from her. Tang Yin felt embarrassed, but since it was already out in the open, he was used to it. He felt there was nothing wrong with telling Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing about this. They had long been the closest people to each other in this world. If Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing could betray him, Tang Yin would definitely find a crooked tree to hang himself from. It had already been half an hour since he stepped out of the tent, and Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing's first attempt together still ended in failure. When Tang Yin saw that the two were a bit reserved, he did not force them, just kissing both of their foreheads. Zhu Zhuqing, hiding in her sister's arms, said with some guilt, "I'm sorry, sister." The one who just said to stop here was Zhu Zhuqing. Before she had officially confirmed her relationship with Tang Yin, she had always been sneaking around, but now, due to her guilt towards Zhu Zhuyin, she made her sister a bit disappointed. "Silly sister, did you think I didn't know about your sneaking around at night before?" Zhu Zhuyin affectionately touched Zhu Zhuqing's head, saying, "Your sister won't stop you from liking someone, so there's no need to feel guilty. After all, I also took little Yin from someone else." Zhu Zhuyin gazed at the ceiling, lost in memories. Tang Yin quickly entered Lu Erlong's tent, and as he reached the bedside, the alluring figure visible beneath the blanket and the rising and falling quilt made his blood surge. Tang Yin didn't care about anything else and pounced directly. At night, Dugu Yin, tossing and turning in bed, found it hard to fall asleep. Even knowing that the opening match of the promotion tournament was tomorrow, she had no desire for sleep. Tang Yin's figure lingered in her mind, refusing to dissipate. The polite Tang Yin, the hypocritical Tang Yin, two completely opposite images continuously switched in her mind, the massive contrast leaving Dugu Yin feeling unsettled. Hearing the even breathing of Jiangzhu beside her, she tiptoed out of the tent. The vast grassland stretched endlessly, and the evening breeze blowing from the distant mountains lifted the hair falling by her temples, dispersing some of her inner frustration. Unable to sleep, she decided to take a stroll outside. The grassland was where all the academies and armies were stationed, and students were not allowed to wander freely. To relax, one had to go to the mountains beyond under the protection of knights, and the time outside could not be too long. "This young lady, please return within half an hour. That is my duty, and I hope you can understand." The royal knight escorting Dugu Yin stood firm, stating the routine. In a bad mood, Dugu Yin merely nodded and then entered the mountains. Compared to the grassland, the scenery in the mountains had a unique charm. It was already autumn, and the streams in the mountains made crisp sounds as they fell over the rocks. Occasionally, the chirping of insects broke the silence, mingled with sounds of pain and suppressed pleasure. Wait, while enjoying nature, Dugu Yin suddenly heard that last sound, and she became fully alert. How could such a sound be heard in this wilderness? She thought it might be a student sneaking out to relieve stress, but she felt that was unlikely. Having just come out of the camp, De Guyen knew how strict the defenses were. However, her curiosity drove her towards that direction. When she saw the scene behind the tree, she was completely stunned. Chapter 189, the promotion tournament's arena, was the Royal Knights training ground. Flags fluttered in the wind, and the armor of thousands of knights reflected a breathtaking light under the sun. They stood firm. Not even the war horses beneath them made a sound. 15 teams qualified to compete had all arrived, and they were about to engage in the promotion tournament. The draw results had come out the night before. Liu Erlong had intended to find Tang Yin after receiving the notice, but she did not see him in the camp. As a fallback, she went to look for the vice-captain, De Guyen, but still found no one, which left her feeling a bit frustrated. However, after the recent battle, she was still a bit dazed, thinking about the hard power of the Lamba Academy team. She didn't take it too seriously and directly entered her tent to catch up on sleep. Today, Lamba Academy's match was the third one, with 2 other academies competing beforehand. At this moment, they were arranging the order of appearances. Liu Erlong sat to the side, arms crossed, leisurely propping up her leg. Her white instep paired with black high heels, looking intellectual and elegant. As the head of the academy, she could be said to have been idly waiting. From the selection of team members to training, and now to the promotion tournament, she had done nothing at all. Tang Yin, who was similarly idle, lay in the chair prepared by the organizers, appearing somewhat listless. Zhu Zhuyun, exercising the captain's authority in his stead, was discussing the order of appearances with the other team members. Our opponent is the direct academy of the Balik Kingdom, Balik Academy. One of the strongest among the other 5 kingdoms and principalities. We cannot be careless. The first match is particularly important for morale. I think I should take the lead and win as many rounds as possible without revealing the 5th spirit ability. The following matches will be handled by you, Yanzi. Zhu Jian said a lot, but when she looked at De Guyen, she realized that the vice-captain was not in the right state. Her gaze was somewhat distracted, her eyes fixed on the ground, seemingly lost in thought. Yanzi. Zhu Jian poked De Guyen, which finally brought the vice-captain back to her senses. Oh, I agree with what you said, Jian. Everyone. Seeing all the puzzled faces staring at her, De Guyen felt a bit embarrassed. No, sorry. I didn't rest well last night and was just a bit distracted. It's fine. Just make sure to rest well during the match later. After comforting De Guyen, Zhu Jian began arranging the upcoming matches, saying, after me will be Tai Long, Huang Yuan, and Jing Ling. I'm not asking you to definitely win the matches, but you must ensure you don't get hurt. Can you do that? The few of them patted their chests, assuring they would complete the task. Finally, Zhu Zhiyun's gaze turned to her sister. Zhu Qing, you'll come in to finish up later. I'll try to get through a few rounds in front. While Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Qing were reminding each other about some matters, the 3 who had just patted their chests gathered together and whispered quietly. What's going on with this vice-captain? I saw her daydreaming all day today. Hey, I don't know. Last night when I got up to use the bathroom, the boss came back with the vice-captain. You don't know at that moment. After hearing Tyron's description, the other 2 gasped in shock. The distracted De Guyen returned to her seat, glancing at Tang Yin, who was not far away, eyes closed as if in a light slumber, feeling quite complicated. Last night, she witnessed a scene in the jungle, clothes scattered around, and from those garments, De Guyen recognized one set as belonging to Tang Yin, while the other belonged to the prince who had come to find Tang Yin today. However, the person straddling Tang Yin was not a prince but a girl with long, golden hair like a waterfall, whose beauty was the most exquisite she had ever seen. As she approached, De Guyen deliberately concealed her aura. Tang Yin and QianXunji's were in the throes of passion, and their limited awareness gradually faded away in their intimate moment. This also meant that De Guyen's arrival went unnoticed by Tang Yin and QianXunji at first. The prince, the girl. Upon discovering a shocking secret, De Guyen's pupils instantly constricted, and the overwhelming amount of information left her mind blank. She had heard her grandfather mention that Tang Yin's girlfriend was a beautiful girl with golden hair. However, after arriving at Lamba Academy, she found that Tang Yin's girlfriend was actually a pair of sisters. This doubt in her heart was now resolved, but at what cost? In her daze, QianXunji, whose eyes were already glazed over, suddenly shot out a piercing light, fiercely glaring at De Guyen. The angel martial soul attached itself to her in an instant, and her legs surged with power. While De Guyen was in a daze, QianXunji had already reached her side, the angel sword burning with holy fire. Without a trace of hesitation, slashing directly towards De Guyen's neck. Just before QianXunji made her move, Tang Yin also spotted Duge Yin, and knowing his sister Shue's temperament, he broke into a cold sweat. He grabbed a piece of clothing he didn't recognize and wrapped it around his waist, summoning his martial soul, and rushed towards Duge Yin at high speed. In Duge Yin's eyes, the orange-red angel sword looked utterly unholy. The intense heat was right before her. Yet all she could feel was endless coldness. Am I going to die? Duge Yin's limbs were stiff, unable to resist at all, as her eyes slowly closed. Waiting for death to arrive, she felt no pain of death. When she was a child, witnessing her father die painfully from the serpent poison of his martial soul, she had hidden behind her grandfather, shaking his hand and softly asking, "Grandpa, Dad looks so uncomfortable. Will I end up like him too?" Duge Bo had remained silent for a long time before gently stroking Duge Yan's head. "Death is very painful, but Yin Yin, don't be afraid. Grandpa will definitely protect you." It wasn't that QianXunji had softened her heart, but because when Duge Yin opened her eyes, she saw Tang Yin standing in front of her. "Sister Shui, calm down, calm down." Tang Yin smiled ingratiatingly, extending his other hand to offer a piece of clothing to QianXunji. QianXunji took the clothing, but her expression remained cold. "Step aside. Having seen my true form, she no longer has the right to live." Aside from emotional matters, QianXunji could remain rational at all times, making the most decisive judgments. Killing Duge Yin was not the best solution, but it was the quickest way to resolve the current issue. As for Duge Bo, even if he fought to the death against the two titled Duoyuos, QianXunji still wouldn't feel any pity. But don't think that everyone is the same in her eyes. Even the initial Tang Yin was merely a relatively valuable target for her, and even her own body was just a bargaining chip to win over Tang Yin. Tang Yin knew that if he didn't express a reason, Duge Yin would undoubtedly die. Think about it. Yin Jie's grandfather is Duge Bo. If anything happens to her, Duge Bo will definitely pursue it to the end. And the most important point is that the current Duge Bo is not the same as before. Troubled by his own serpent poison, humorously called the weakest title Duo, his strength, while unable to defeat the two title Duoyuos under you, would still have no problem stalling for time or escaping. In front of Duge Bo, using him as a bargaining chip made Tang Yin feel a twinge of guilt. Hearing Tang Yin's analysis, QianXunji's killing intent visibly weakened, and as she calmed down, she began to reassess the situation. Feeling the pressure of the angel sword lesson, Tang Yin also breathed a sigh of relief. He attempted to take the piece of clothing from QianXunji's hand and began to help her put it on. QianXunji cooperated by retracting her martial soul, allowing Tang Yin to dress her. Her gaze, however, swept over Duge Yin with a sinister look, clearly contemplating how to handle the aftermath. After putting on his own clothes, Tang Yin turned to help the collapsed Duge Yin up. Duge Yin was limp all over, and as Tang Yin tried to support her, she could only lean against him. But when Tang Yin saw the murderous look in QianXunji's eyes, he dared not continue this ambiguous support for Duge Yin. Just as Tang Yin was about to let Duge Yin go, QianXunji's voice rang out. "Wait a minute." Tang Yin had no choice but to continue supporting Duge Yin. "Remember, your life was given to you by Tang Yin, so I'm giving you a chance to live." The subsequent events unfolded, just as Tyren had seen. The reason Duge Yin was still so troubled now was because of what QianXunji said afterward. At the end of the finals, "I will ask for you to become my princess. My grandfather will also be present, so I hope you don't make it difficult for yourself. Don't worry. Although you will marry me, your man will still be Tang Yin alone. If he doesn't want to touch you, you can stay by my side, and after my mission is over, I will set you free." Duge Yin looked at Tang Yin with a complicated expression. If it hadn't been for Tang Yin last night, she would likely have died, but if she hadn't met Tang Yin, she wouldn't have encountered such a situation. "Tang Yin, are you truly the obstacle I can't overcome in my life?" Remembering that salty taste, Duge Yin closed her eyes wearily. Last night, QianXunji certainly didn't feel at ease just letting Duge Yin go back. Before leaving, Tang Yin experienced the dynamics of the three of them for the first time, though the experience was somewhat unpleasant. On the way back, Tang Yin kept apologizing to Duge Yin, but she only forced a smile and said it was fine. By the time Tang Yin woke up, Zhu Jiyun and the others were about to go on stage. The list submitted by Lamba Academy said there were 7 people, but they were still reported in the order of 5, with Jiang Zhu and Tang Yin clearly included just to make up the numbers. Tang Yin also glanced at the still resting Duge Yin, his expression complex. Lu Erlong, who had been observing everything, smiled and said, "Little Yin, what happened between you and Duge Yin? You both look like you have something on your minds." "It's nothing. We're just making a choice." Tang Yin did not intend to continue discussing this matter with Lu Erlong. He leaned closer, wrapped his arms around her waist, rested his head on her soft shoulder, and lazily asked, "What about you, Longa? Have you thought about what you want to do after this competition?" Suddenly hearing Tang Yin mention the future, Lu Erlong felt a bit at a loss. She murmured, "The future? I guess I'll still be in that forest at the Blue Tyrant Academy. If you remember me later, come and see me, but I'll only give you 10, no, 15 years. Lu Erlong thought that even if she reached the rank of title de law 15 years later, she would still have wrinkles at the corners of her eyes and white hair on her head. Leaving them might be a good choice. She knew that at her age, it was a bit extravagant to expect to grow old together with Tang Yin. How could a strong and robust Tang Yin fall for someone who had aged? It would be better to retreat with this relatively good memory, leaving a place for herself in Tang Yin's mind. "Fool, what are you saying?" Tang Yin also sensed Lu Erlong's thoughts. He remembered that he seemed to have never shown his special abilities in front of her. Without saying anything, Tang Yin directly kissed Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong hurriedly glanced around, finding that no one was paying attention to them, and she breathed a sigh of relief, allowing Tang Yin to act as he pleased. The rich life energy flowed through their lips into Lu Erlong's body. Although Lu Erlong, as a soul sage, could not perform internal observation, her perception of her body had reached a terrifying level. She could clearly feel her bodily functions beginning to revive under this energy, and the cells that should have aged became active again. This is... Lu Erlong didn't know how to describe this feeling. The joy of her body rejuvenating was difficult to put into words. When Tang Yin released Lu Erlong's red lips, he smiled and asked, "Now, can you stay with me forever?" The spring breeze like smile blossomed in Lu Erlong's heart, and she no longer suppressed her emotions, kissing Tang Yin without reservation. This time, she did not mistake the person. The match of the Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team was the first round. The team that easily secured victory in the first match was now in the audience, preparing to gather information on the other teams, with the upcoming Blue Tyrant Academy being their main focus. Although how far they could go depended on when they encountered Blue Tyrant Academy. The defeated Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team had now become a salted fish, but even a salted fish still had dreams of flipping over one day. What if, just as Yu Xiaojiang was about to take out his notebook to record information about the Blue Tyrant Academy's participating students, his peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Erlong actively kissing Tang Yin. "Erlong, my Erlong," just as Yu Xiaojiang had just emerged from the shadows. Seeing the scene made his heart ache, but he could only watch helplessly, unable to do anything. He had already remembered Lu Erlong's ruthlessness. And thinking about seeing BabyTang again in the finals, Yu Xiaojiang formed a plan in his heart. At that time, he would definitely make Lu Erlong regret it. He seemed to have forgotten how BabyTang had treated him the last time he went to find her. Chapter 190, Some Past Events. The clever Zhu Zhuqing, while Yu Xiaojiang was still fantasizing, the battle belonging to the Blue Tyrant Academy had already begun. Zhu Zhuqing, dressed in the dark blue uniform of the Blue Tyrant Academy, had her short hair flowing casually in the breeze as she stood there with her arms crossed, exuding a silent aura that brought great pressure to the members of Balak Academy. Balak Academy had arrived in Tiandou City even before the preliminary matches of the Tiandou Empire had concluded, and they had heard some rumors about the Blue Tyrant Academy. Entering the promotion matches with a perfect record was terrifying enough to put pressure on anyone facing them. The first student from Balak Academy who came up was very nervous. He knew about Zhu Zhuqing's information. She was a 20-year-old soul king. Facing such a stunning beauty, this male student didn't even have the slightest thought of appreciation. Once both sides were ready, the referee raised one hand. The match begins. As soon as the words fell, Zhu Zhuqing completed her martial soul possession. This individual competition was different from team competitions. There was no time given to individually activate the martial soul. Being able to master one's own martial soul and activate it first was part of the advantage. The male student from Balak Academy was clearly a beat behind. As he was activating his martial soul, Zhu Zhuqing had already used her speed to reach him. Her golden claws were swift and decisive, without any hesitation. The sharp front claws easily tore through the male student's flesh, and with a slight push, she easily sent his much larger body flying. After gliding through the air for a distance, the male student's body crashed heavily to the ground, producing a muffled sound. Due to the heavy blow, his expression twisted in pain, and he groaned in agony. Zhu Zhuqing had clearly held back. Otherwise, with that one strike, he would have most likely been seriously injured and unconscious. One-hit knockout. Many people didn't even catch a glimpse of Zhu Zhuqing's figure, not even noticing when she made her move. The thought of having to face such an academy in the future sent chills down many spines. Most of the teachers from other academies were prepared to forfeit when faced with the Blue Tyrant Academy to preserve their strength. It was a necessary strategy. After Zhu Zhuqing finished her battle, she returned to her position, waiting for Balak Academy to send out their next competitor. The team leader from Balak Academy was sweating in his palms, contemplating whether to send out a student or concede directly. Conceding wasn't disgraceful, but if they gave up so pathetically in the first match, it would definitely affect their morale in future competitions. After weighing the options, the team leader gritted his teeth and decided that they must take down at least one of the opponent's members. Zhu Zhuqing was seriously watching her sister's match, learning from Zhu Zhuqing's attacks to improve herself. During the waiting time, she was aimlessly searching for Tang Yin's figure and, upon looking over, found him once again being affectionate with another woman. Damn Tang Yin. Zhu Zhuqing cursed in anger, deciding to ignore it. Her sister had told her that no matter who Tang Yin liked, she shouldn't interfere too much. He wouldn't give up one for the other. Although Zhu Zhuqing didn't fully understand the reasoning behind it, she had always believed in her sister's words. Feeling a bit upset, she wondered what she could do. It seemed like she had run into the jaws of this big bad wolf. Just as Zhu Zhuqing turned her head away, she suddenly realized something was off. Turning back in disbelief, she exclaimed the Dean, Dan Yin. She hadn't expected that this seemingly elegant Dean was also getting close to Tang Yin. No, it seemed like they were kissing. When did this start? Zhu Zhuqing's little head began to recall everything that had happened since she joined the Blue Tyrant Academy. You go first. The opponent seems to be an agile attack type, Soul Master. The moment you enter the arena, you must summon your martial soul and use defensive soul skills to withstand the opponent's first attack. The leader of Balak Academy instructed the upcoming competitor. The student felt a bit uneasy. The fate of the previous teammate was still fresh in his mind, and it was impossible to say he wasn't afraid. Learning from the previous person's lesson, as soon as he took the stage, without waiting for the referee to announce the start of the match, he had already unleashed his martial soul. His martial soul was called the Sunflower. The red center of the flower resembled the rising sun hanging in the sky, and the orange petals looked like the afterglow emitted by the sun. When the sunflower served as a soul beast, it could release a peculiar scent that caused enemies to lose their combat ability, and the strong radiance contained a unique spiritual poison, combined with the unusually tough petals. Its cutting effect was also extremely formidable, making it one of the higher-level martial souls. In the first match, Zhu Zhuyin used clever tactics, but it seemed that the second match would require more time. The match began. Zhu Zhuyin, like the first time, quickly charged in, looking for an opportunity to attempt a one-hit kill. The Sunflower Soul Master, mindful of his teacher's instructions, did not dare to be careless. He gently swayed the sunflower in his hand, causing the entire flower to extend over 3 meters in length. At the same time, the third purple soul ring among the 4 white, yellow, purple, and purple rings at his feet also lit up, with the top petals slightly rotating, enveloping his entire body in a strange energy shield. Turtle flow technique, Zhu Zhuyin commented, showing no concern for the opponent's futile struggles. Her claws had turned golden due to consuming the miraculous mushroom, and when she raised her left hand, the claws that were originally only 1 foot long suddenly tripled in size, with violent energy continuously pouring out from the dark golden claws. This is an external soul bone. On the referee's bench, Sarath exclaimed in shock upon realizing Zhu Zhuyun's move. His voice immediately attracted the attention of others. Originally dozing off in the back, Qian Rinxiu, upon hearing Sarath's exclamation, couldn't help but curse him for being a fool and also scolded the Pope for sending Sarath to Tiando City. When Sarath noticed that many people's gazes were on him, he remembered that this girl was the girlfriend of that figure, and he seemed to have done something very foolish. There was no way around it. Sarath had worked diligently for most of his life, yet up until now, he hadn't even received a single soul bone reward from the organization. Moreover, he had never encountered an external soul bone when obtaining his soul rings, so now at level 89, he only had 8 rings. He was truly envious of that 10,000-year-old skull bone, but he didn't want to offend the Pope over it. Seeing the external soul bone appear in the promotion match, how could he remain calm? Last time, Zhu Zhuqing used an external soul bone. Sarath's attention was on Tang Yin, and the brief moment of brilliance made him overlook it. But the soaring golden light from Zhu Zhuyin was impossible to ignore. An external soul bone. It seems that Blue Tyrant Academy is almost certain to win the championship this time. The aged Shui Yi said calmly. The honor of the Tiando Empire was the most important to him. A single external soul bone wouldn't make him lose composure. Dark Golden Terror Claw Bear. Tang San's eyes were fixed on the golden light from Zhu Zhiyun's left hand, recalling that his first soul ring also came from a century-old dark golden terror claw bear. He shook his head and sighed. Such a weapon, not being in my possession, seems to be fate. The golden claws, upon contact with the shield formed by the sunflower, sliced through it as easily as a knife cutting through tofu. Panic flashed across the face of the Sunflower Soul Master. But he couldn't resist at all. Boom, the fate of this team member was the same as his companion. Both were sent flying out. Losing 2 4-ring Soul Masters in a row, the team leader of Balak Academy's face darkened like a piece of black charcoal. If he didn't want to have no one available for tomorrow's match, surrender was the only option left. He reluctantly applied to the referee for defeat. The team leader felt very frustrated. When he looked at Zhu Zhiyun, he couldn't help but release his soul pressure. Caught off guard, Zhu Zhiyun let out a muffled groan, her body swaying slightly, but she remained calm and composed. All the soul power within her was released to resist this pressure. Do you want to die? Before Blue Tyrant Academy could react, Sarath suddenly erupted from the referee's bench, his questioning voice booming like a bell, directly causing the Balak Academy team leader to spit blood. No one expected this platinum bishop from the Spirit Hall to react so strongly, stepping in to uphold fairness in the match at the first instance, improving many people's impression of the Spirit Hall's arrogance. Sarath, with a righteous expression and serious tone, stated, "The elite competition has its own rules. This is a place for young soul masters to spar. If some old fellows want to disrupt the rules, they can come and practice with me." Balak Academy's team leader, considering it a first offense, "I won't punish you or your academy, but the other teams should take this as a warning. Otherwise, I will not be lenient." The Balak Academy team leader hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." He didn't dare to stay any longer and quickly led his team members out, not even wanting to watch the subsequent matches. Seeing that the matter was settled, Sarath returned to his seat, cautiously glancing towards Tang Yin. His extreme reaction was still to make up for his earlier recklessness. His words hadn't attracted much attention just now, but Tang Yin, not far from the referee's bench, had also heard them. In fact, Tang Yin didn't pay much attention to Sarath's mention of Zhu Zhiyun having an external soul bone. Having power but hiding it away and not using it is worse than having none at all. One can't avoid using an external soul bone out of fear of it being taken away. That's no different from fearing choking while eating or drinking. Seeing Sarath's cautious gaze, Tang Yin was puzzled and could only return a formal smile. Upon seeing this smile, Sarath felt as if he had been granted amnesty and slumped back in his chair. Ning Fengji watched all of Sarath's actions. Originally, he thought Sarath was trying to win people's hearts, but his subsequent series of abnormal reactions indicated otherwise. Strange, too strange. Ning Fengji frowned tightly, having a premonition that there was an astonishing secret hidden around him, one that could significantly impact the future development of the 7-treasure glazed tile school. What could it be? On the other side, after winning the match, Zhu Zhiyun returned to the viewing area of Blue Tyrant Academy. Sitting down, she saw her sister with a dazed expression and asked in confusion, "Zhu Qing, what's wrong?" "Oh, I just remembered," Zhu Zhuqing suddenly exclaimed, startling Zhu Zhiyun beside her. "This silly girl, what is she doing?" Realizing her reaction was a bit excessive, Zhu Zhuqing awkwardly smiled upon seeing Zhu Zhiyun. "Oh, it's my sister." "Zhu Qing, what are you doing?" Zhu Zhuqing's little face revealed a mischievous look as she began to share a secret with her sister. "Sis, let me tell you something. Tang Yin and the dean are together now. I just saw. Do you know when they got together? They actually made their date right in front of us. I was wondering why the dean looked a bit strange after that day. Now it makes sense. Hey sis, why are you hitting me?" While Zhu Zhuqing was chattering on, her head was tapped by Zhu Zhiyun, abruptly stopping her words. Zhu Zhiyun admonished, "How many times have I told you not to interfere in Xiao Yin's relationships? Why can't you remember?" Zhu Zhuqing said aggrievedly, "I didn't. You were just afraid that more and more people will like Tang Yin, and he will dislike you, abandon you." Zhu Zhiyun voiced what Zhu Zhuqing was thinking. "Zhu Qing, don't you understand? Dean Erlong, that prince, you, and I, none of us are irreplaceable. He is just looking for that feeling of love and being loved from us." Zhu Zhuqing was stunned by Zhu Zhiyun's words. "Sister, aren't you? His first?" Zhu Zhiyun shook her head. "You didn't see the dead air on Xiaoyin back then. That feeling of being shrouded in despair is something I will never forget in my life. From Xiao Yin's reaction at that time, and some things he said inadvertently. I know he loved someone deeply, but I don't know why he has become like this now. Zhu Qing, I'm telling you all this not to criticize you. You don't have to worry about Xiao Yin abandoning us. He won't allow himself to do that." Sister, I understand." Zhu Zhuqing wasn't very concerned about why Tang Yin had changed from how he looked when they first met to how he is now. After hearing her sister's words, she finally understood a bit. "What are you two talking about?" Tang Yin curiously leaned his head between the two, looking back and forth at the sisters' similar yet different faces. Zhu Zhuyan laughed. It's about you. About me? Tang Yin became interested. Can you tell me? Zhu Zhuqing thought they were discussing a relatively private topic. So to avoid revealing it, she panicked and said, Sister and I are discussing how to sleep with you tonight, brother-in-law. Zhu Zhuyun's eyes froze for a moment, then turned into 2 crescent moons. Yes. Tang Yin, cheered excitedly. Chapter 191. BabyTang's invitation. Good things did not happen. Not because Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing had a last-minute change of heart, but because Tang Yin had already promised the prince these past few nights. Moreover, the experience in the tent was not great. Although the dim light did not affect Tang Yin much, the soft and warm light in the bedroom had its own charm. Tang Yin was not afraid that over time they would back out of this matter. The trust between them had been deeply cultivated over the years. The advancement competition was still ongoing. Apart from the Blue Tyrant Academy making great strides, there was another team performing exceptionally well. Indeed, it was the of the Tiando Royal Academy, led by Tang San. As the last to appear, Tang San was like a stabilizing force within the team. Except for directly forfeiting the match against the Blue Tyrant Academy, no one could withstand the 10th hammer in the face of that fierce, chaotic wind, regardless of how many opponents were left. Although some had thought about defeating Tang San before he unleashed the chaotic wind, most could hardly withstand even the first hammer of the chaotic wind. The captain of the 3rd strongest team, the Shenkong Academy, Feng Xiaotian, could only barely use his self-created soul skill, the 36 lash of the Wind Demon Wolf, to achieve a 9th hammer record. Tang San's strength had long surpassed that of his peers, and he had even progressed further than his strength from a month ago's preliminary round. Having dual martial souls, he had broken through level 50. After obtaining 2 soul rings of about 20,000 years, his soul power had soared to the peak of 54. And the Phoenix Coxcomb sunflower within him was releasing its last spiritual charm, waiting for its medicinal power to be completely exhausted before Tang San estimated he could break through to 54. In his eyes, there were no other opponents. The only person he wanted to defeat was his brother, Tang Yin. To Tang San now, it was no longer about defeating him, but about making Tang Yin use half or more of his strength. Every time, Tang San felt he lost too quickly. According to his teacher's plan, during the finals, he would gain the power to fight Tang Yin and possibly defeat him. Tang San looked forward to that day. Otherwise, he would not easily give up this one-on-one opportunity in the advancement competition. The feeling of helplessness that other teams had when facing Tang San was no different from when they faced the Blue Tyrant Academy. Therefore, Tang Yin, who stood alone against the entire of the Tiando Royal Academy, became an invincible myth in everyone's eyes. When the last match of the last day ended, the advancement competition was completely over. The journey for all teams was not yet finished. Having reached this point, they were about to challenge the stage of the finals. Tang Yin was leaning comfortably in chair, with Zhu Zhuyan on his left and Zhu Zhuqing on his right, showing little interest in the inspiring speech given by the Snow Knight Emperor on stage. As an emperor, the Snow Knight Emperor could not leave Tiando City casually. Even after being emperor for decades, if he left the center of power for a while, he would be completely sidelined, especially since his younger brother, Prince Xuexing, was not an easy opponent. After the speech, the Snow Knight Emperor announced that the Prince, Xuexing would represent him as the imperial envoy of the Tiando Empire to participate in this competition's judging work. When Snow Knight announced this news, QianXunji's wanted to see Tang Yin's expression, but when she saw Tang Yin with his arms around both sisters, her face darkened, and she already thought of 100 ways to torment Tang Yin. Damn little Yin, next time let you experience what it feels like to be stopped short. Unlike the original work, the finals would not take place elsewhere, but in the Soul Master City. This was not a last-minute change, but was originally set to be in Soul Master City. As for why such a minor change occurred, only Tang Yin, the clumsy butterfly, knew. 3 days later, all teams had gathered. The convoy of the Blue Tyrant Academy was very close to the front, closely following behind the prince's royal carriage, indicating the Empire's, QianXunji's, importance to them. Tang Yin was still sleeping in the carriage, even though the carriage was equipped with shock-absorbing, soul-guided devices. The bumpy road still caused some jolting. Nevertheless, Tang Yin remained sound asleep. There were 3 carriages for the Blue Tyrant Academy, and Lu Erlong, who was supposed to share a carriage with Duge Yin and Jiang Zhu, had shamelessly sat in the same carriage as Tang Yin. Inside the carriage, Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing looked at Tang Yin sleeping on Lu Erlong's lap, and were quite speechless. They didn't know what Tang Yin had gone through to be this exhausted. On the other side, in the carriage of the Tiando Royal Academy. Brother, have you been to Soul Master City? I heard it's the most prosperous place on the continent. What is it? Right? The holy land for all soul masters. Xiao Wu said nervously and excitedly beside Tang San. She touched the silver scale on her chest, and the cool touch gave her a strong sense of security. A few days ago, when Tang Hao came to teach Tang San, he inadvertently saw Xiao Wu and questioned, "Why is your aura gone?" In Tang Hao's understanding, a soul beast could only completely conceal its soul beast aura and become a true human after entering maturity. At that time, Xiao Wu was only at a soul power level of over 30. It was impossible for her to achieve this step. Xiao Wu also didn't know what was going on, but after some investigation, she discovered it was thanks to this scale. This should be that person's scale. How can I get Tang Yi to meet them? Tang San's words pulled Xiao Wu back from her thoughts. Xiao Wu, there's nothing good about Spirit City. If it weren't for the finals being held there, I might never set foot in that filthy place in my entire life. From Yu Xiaojiang. Tang San had heard descriptions of the decadent lives of the powerful figures in the Spirit Hall, the arrogance of soul masters, and the weakness of commoners. He had no good feelings towards such a repressive environment. It could be said that Tang San's thoughts had been shaped into what he wanted by Yu Xiaojiang. Yes, Spirit Hall. Xiao Wu seemed to recall something, and her mood noticeably dropped. At this moment, Tang San held Xiao Wu's hand firmly, his tone resolute. Xiao Wu, don't worry, with me here, no one can hurt you. Xiao Wu looked up at Tang San's determined black eyes, her pink, gem-like pupils showing a hint of intoxicated bewilderment. Brother Xiao Wu, meanwhile, Ma Hongjun and Oscar, who were sharing a carriage with Tang San, had quietly slipped into the carriage where Dai Mubai was. They were mimicking their boss Dai's expressions of Tang San and Xiao Wu as siblings. The ambush by the Spirit Hall did not occur. Instead, on the 11th day of their journey, they could see a team bearing the Spirit Hall flag from afar. The leader was one of the few titled Duos that Tang Yi knew from the Spirit Hall, Juju Doa. He was not here to receive the competition team from the Heaven Do Empire. There was no such team from the Star Luo Empire. He had come with a mission, not to ambush Tang San, but to take someone away. The Heaven Do Empire's convoy slowly stopped as it approached the Spirit Hall's team. A knight from the Royal Knight Order came over after pausing at the carriage where QianXunji was. "May I ask what the Spirit Hall's intentions are?" The knight shouted, unaware that there was a title de law on the other side. Juju Doa did not care about the knight's attitude. No one would be angry over the indifference of an ant. A very neutral voice came from Juju Doa. "His Holiness, the Pope has commanded me to bring Tang Yin from Lamba Academy to the Spirit Hall. If anyone obstructs me, kill without mercy." His voice was not loud, but everyone present heard it very clearly. Especially when he spoke the last 4 words, everyone's heart stopped for a moment. Except for Ning Fengji's carriage. QianXunji in the carriage turned pale, feeling somewhat anxious. What does that woman want? Why does she want to find Xiao Yin alone? Could it be that she wants to recruit Xiao Yin in advance? This won't do. Xiao Yin is mine. I need to think of a way. Ning Fengji sighed. It seems the Spirit Hall is going to make a move on Tang Yin. Beside him, Chun Xian, who was blocking Juju Dolua's pressure, said calmly, "Since the Spirit Hall has sent a title de law to find Tang Yin, and his tone is very calm, they're already showing respect. His identity has not been exposed, so there's no need to worry." Ning Fengji shook his head. "I'm not worried about Tang Yin, but about other matters." "Other matters?" Jen Xin Vao Wen. "Yes, it's very strange. From the preliminaries with Salis, every move of the Spirit Hall has been peculiar. I'm worried." After a while, Ning Fengji's tightly furrowed brows finally relaxed. "I hope I'm just being overly concerned." Zhu Zhuqing, Zhu Zhuyun, and Lu Erlong also heard Juju Dolua's words, looking at Tang Yin with some worry. Only Tang Yin knew exactly what was going on. There's nothing to escape from. It's time to settle things between us. Tang Yin scanned the worried faces of the 3, revealing a relaxed smile. "It's fine. Wait for me to come back." Just as he stood up, Zhu Zhuqing grabbed Tang Yin's hand. Her action attracted the attention of Zhu Zhuyun and Lu Erlong. "What's wrong, Zhuqing? Don't forget our agreement." Tang Yin bao set, and a blush rose on Zhu Zhuyun's calm face, a hint of shyness flashing in her eyes. "Of course I remember, but don't regret it." Tang Yin reached out to pinch Zhu Zhuqing's small face, as bouncy and smooth as ever. He then said to Zhu Zhuyun and Lu Erlong, "I'm leaving." They didn't react as strongly as Zhu Zhuqing, but their concern for Tang Yin was no less than hers. In front of the convoy, QianXunji was still conversing with the knight and Juju Dolua. His Highness the Crown Prince said that Tang Yin from Lambo Academy is a citizen of our Heaven Do Empire, and we have an obligation to protect them. So there's no need for the Spirit Hall to worry. After having been in a stalemate with the other party for a long time, Juju Doa was becoming impatient. However, the Pope had specifically instructed him to bring the person back intact, and the earlier threat was merely a tactic to save time. He didn't expect that the crown prince of the Heaven-Do Empire would be so uncooperative. He said in a deep voice, "Everyone from the Heaven-Do Empire, my patience is limited. If I cannot complete the task assigned by the Pope, I will not have a good outcome either. However, before that, I don't mind ensuring that you all have a bad outcome as well." Juju Doa's patience was almost exhausted. If the other party did not relent, he would have to resort to force. "I'll go with you." In the standoff, Tang Yin stepped out of the convoy. QianXunji in the carriage was startled to see Tang Yin. She didn't understand why he was doing this. Lifting the curtain, she caught a glimpse of Tang Yin's smiling profile. "Swear it's fine, trust me. When we get to Spirit City, I'll find you." His voice was soft. Only the knights close to the carriage could hear clearly. But they were all the prince's personal guards and were somewhat aware of the relationship between the prince and this talented youth, so they did not show surprise. Tang Yin's words trust me gave QianXunji a sense of security. Seeing that Tang Yin had made up his mind, QianXunji no longer insisted. Seeing Tang Yin step out voluntarily, Juju also breathed a sigh of relief. "You all stay and continue to escort everyone from the Heaven-Do Empire to Spirit City." After giving orders to his subordinates, Juju approached Tang Yin and clasped his fists. "Young Master Tang Yin, time is pressing. I will take you on the next leg of the journey." Tang Yin nodded, saying nothing more. After watching Tang Yin being taken away by Juju Doa, QianXunji ordered the convoy to continue moving forward. For more days, in the carriage, QianXunji had already thought of a way to protect Tang Yin. With Juju Doloa's speed, it would take only a quarter of an hour to reach Spirit City. Looking at the magnificent giant city, Tang Yin's gaze remained calm as water. After bringing Tang Yin to the Pope's hall, Juju Doa said to Tang Yin, "Please wait here. I will go in and report." Tang Yin nodded, still silent. Sitting on the sofa in the waiting room, he idly played with a teacup. After a long while, a woman who looked like a lady-in-waiting, around 30 years old, approached and respectfully bowed. "Young Master Tang Yin, please come with me." "You are too polite." Tang Yin slightly bowed in return and followed the woman out of the waiting room. In the Pope's hall, after winding through several turns, a woman led Tang Yin to a soul guide elevator. When the door opened, she brought him to a door where the Pope awaited inside. "Tang Yin, I take my leave. Thank you for your trouble." After the woman left, looking at the plain door in front of him, Tang Yin felt inexplicably uneasy. Fear? Hesitation? It seemed neither. This feeling was beyond words. He took a deep breath, gently pushed the already unlocked door, and the interior furnishings came into view. Chapter 192. An unpleasant departure. The memories that did not belong to this world resurfaced in Tang Yin's mind. Everything here felt so familiar. If those memories were not false. He had lived with BabyTang in this identical little room for a full 40 years. The fleeting feeling it brought him, though not as profound as personal experience, still had a huge impact on him, a teenager at that time. This was also the root of his inner demons. In the first year living in Heaven-Do City, Tang Yin was under the mental therapy of Tang Yuehua, and each session was a huge drain on her, indicating how deeply he was trapped back then. "We promised to be together for a lifetime. Xiao Yin, do you think we were also a couple in our past life?" Xiao Yin, I. The memories in his mind began to stir once again, yet Tang Yin remained calm. As if sensing a disturbance from outside, a sound emerged from within the room at that moment. Tang Yin knew that the noise was coming from the bedroom. The clicking of the doorknob was so clear. Everything seemed to slow down, and his gaze fell on the twisting handle. When BabyTang stepped out from behind the door, Tang Yin's gaze momentarily lost focus. She wore an elegant and luxurious brocade phoenix robe, the outer layer of red gauze light and flowing. Her delicate features were adorned with light makeup, and her long purple hair was elegantly pinned up with a phoenix hairpin. No matter how many times he remembered, Tang Yin would deeply sink into it. BabyTang was as beautiful as in his memories, but in her eyes, he could not see the calmness from their 3 years together, nor the mocking that came at the end like a dagger revealing itself from a hidden sheath. The gaze mixed with too many emotions was something Tang Yin couldn't comprehend. BabyTang's gaze remained fixed on Tang Yin's face. She looked for a long time, as if the expression in her eyes had been frozen in that moment. Neither of them spoke, perhaps because they didn't know what to say, or perhaps they were both lost in memories. After a long while, BabyTang raised her hands and gently swayed, the wedding dress unfolding with her movement. She smiled brightly. "Xiao Yin, do I look good?" Having been the Pope for so many years, the aura of a ruler had formed around BabyTang. The bright red on her did not seem extravagant, but rather felt just right. During this time, Tang Yin also regained clarity. He knew why he was here. To pay respects to the Pope. As he spoke, Tang Yin placed his right hand on his chest and respectfully bowed to BabyTang. Her smile froze on her face at this gesture. According to the agreement between her and Yin, BabyTang was not supposed to approach Tang Yin until the opportunity arose. She did not know when that opportunity would come, and before that, she had been adhering to Yin's instructions, never revealing her true self before Tang Yin. But sometimes, when she missed him too much, she would secretly run away to watch him from a distance, even if it meant seeing him being intimate with other women, even if one of them was her own daughter. BabyTang did not care about these. She only cared about Tang Yin. Everything was progressing according to the predetermined path, and the deadline mentioned by Yin was drawing near. The chance for Tang Yin and her to reunite was about to arrive. But when BabyTang went to see Tang Yin again, it happened to be the night he went to find Lu Erlong. At that time, she was somewhat puzzled, unsure why Tang Yin would go out so late. But when she saw him arrive at the Blue Tyrant Academy, an ominous premonition arose in her heart. Sure enough, trouble ensued. When BabyTang saw Tang Yin actively flirting with Lu Erlong, her suppressed emotions finally broke. To put it simply, she was triggered. Among the few people BabyTang hated most, Lu Erlong was undoubtedly one of them. Even though she had long lost interest in Yu Xiaojiang, a person's stereotype would not change so easily. Fortunately, at that time, BabyTang regained her rationality in time. Otherwise, she would have rushed out to kill Lu Erlong. The sense of crisis in her heart made BabyTang unable to wait any longer. She was genuinely scared. This time, sending someone ahead to bring Tang Yin to the Spirit City was part of BabyTang's plan. She wanted to know what Tang Yin's attitude towards her was now. Upon hearing that Tang Yin had arrived, BabyTang felt very nervous, but also a bit excited. Searching through her memories for Tang Yin's favorite clothing, she chose to wear this wedding dress. This was the first time she wore a wedding dress for someone on Doluo continent. What she wanted to see on Tang Yin's face was nostalgia, joy, or even anger and disgust. The former would indicate that Tang Yin still loved her, while the latter would show that he was still angry about what she had done back then. Whether it was the former or the latter, it proved that Tang Yin still had her in his heart. But now, this kind of respectful distance was what BabyTang feared the most. She stepped forward, wanted to help Tang Yin up, but just as BabyTang's hand was about to touch him, he took half a step back, bending deeper, and his tone became increasingly respectful. To pay respects to the Pope. Xiaoyin, are you angry with me? BabyTang's tone was somewhat mournful, and such a childish emotion appearing on her was indeed a bit of a contrast. She still couldn't believe that Tang Yin truly had no feelings for her anymore. She would rather believe that Tang Yin was just mad at her. Your Excellency the Pope, I am Tang Yin. I know, Xiaoyin. Tang Yin. You can get up now. Seeing that Tang Yin refused to change his address, BabyTang had no choice but to give up. After hearing BabyTang's words, Tang Yin stood up but still slightly lowered his head, avoiding direct eye contact with her. It wasn't out of fear or reluctance. Rather, Tang Yin felt that since he had to draw a clear line with BabyTang, this necessary respect was essential. After all, she was the Pope. Even the kings of the two great empires had to show respect to her. Do you really have to be like this, Xiaoyin? BabyTang sensed Tang Yin's distance from her, and her heart was filled with bitterness. Xiaoyin, you can clearly see that my love for you hasn't changed. But why are you unwilling to accept my love? Back then, you saved me. Before BabyTang could continue, Tang Yin interrupted. Your Excellency the Pope, saving you was my own choice, and everything you did to me afterward was your choice. So much time has passed. I don't think we need to dwell on this. It is necessary. BabyTang's emotions became a bit agitated. How can it not be necessary? You saved me twice, and I have always remembered it. You clearly like me. I know. I have always known. Now I like you too, Xiaoyin. Back then, I was young and ignorant. If I offended the Pope in any way, I hope His Holiness can forgive me. Tang Yin's tone remained calm. He now had a new life, with his caring sister Zhu Yun taking care of him. A mischievous little glutton named Zhu Qing who loved to steal food, a wise and beautiful sister Shui, and a dean to whom he entrusted the latter half of his life. Perhaps in the future, Tang Yin would meet someone he would be willing to protect with his life, but he no longer thought about a future with BabyTang. One could say this was an escape, but Tang Yin preferred to call it a form of self-protection. Not putting all his eggs in one basket was also one of Tang Yin's ways of protecting himself. Tang Yin's words were like a merciless needle, piercing directly into BabyTang's heart, a pain 1,000 times worse than the torment from the invasion of the Rakshas's evil thoughts she had experienced. Watching the unfeeling Tang Yin, tears could not help but fall from the corners of BabyTang's eyes. Ever since she fell in love with Tang Yin, she had lost count of how many times she had cried because of him. Clearly, for a long time before this, even when she was in pain, she would not relieve it with tears. Tang Yin also heard BabyTang's sobs. To be honest, Tang Yin hated seeing girls cry because of him. Your Holiness, memories and reality are different. Now, you are the Pope of the Spirit Hall, the #1 organization on the Dolua continent. I am just a student of an academy. Moreover, I once asked my father, and the Pope is of the same generation as him. So you're also my elder, the gap between us is too great. Liar. Then why are you still with that shameless woman, Lu Erlong? BabyTang said somewhat hysterically, having long disregarded her appearance, grabbing Tang Yin's sleeve and shaking it continuously. Why? Why? Her voice grew softer and more aggrieved. Her whole body seemed unable to support itself, and BabyTang slightly leaned forward, resting her head on Tang Yin's shoulder. Tang Yin raised his head, squinting his eyes, but he quickly returned to normal. Your Holiness, from your attitude towards Longer, it is not hard to see that you care a lot about her being with you, Xiaojiang, but you should know that I'm also a sentimental person, even overly sentimental. Why are you still entangled with me? Longer, Your Holiness. Just from the way you addressed me, BabyTang felt immense pain. Seeing that BabyTang still had no intention of letting go, Tang Yin could only continue. There is nothing unbelievable about it, little girl. You have some other feelings for me, don't you? You're just like other men, making me feel disgusted. Enough. Hearing this, BabyTang finally couldn't hold back anymore. Wipe that dead look off your face. Seeing you about to die, I'll satisfy your wish before you die. Don't you want to know my name? I'll tell you. My name is BabyTang, the current Pope of the Spear Hall. Xiaoyin, I beg you. Don't say anymore. But Tang Yin still showed no signs of stopping. He continued, You don't think I would fall in love with you, do you? Don't be so ridiculous. I only value your abilities, using some small tricks to make you willingly serve me. I said enough. BabyTang suddenly lifted her head, her bloodshot gaze meeting Tang Yin's emotionless eyes. She looked like an angry lion, while Tang Yin was like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Yet in the lamb's eyes, there was not a shred of fear. Tang Yin smiled slightly. But all of this was told to me by Your Holiness. I used to have some infatuated fantasies, thinking that a toad could dream of eating swan meat, but after experiencing some things, I understood everything. BabyTang's lips trembled. She had many things she wanted to say, but couldn't say anything. These words did indeed come from her mouth. No matter how unavoidable the circumstances were back then, the harm done to the listener was already irreparable. The content of the Rakshasa God's divine test must not be leaked, and as a test taker, BabyTang could not reveal it to outsiders. Whenever she had the thought of wanting to say something, she would end up like this, clearly on the tip of her tongue, yet unable to say it. Your Holiness, I see that the decor in your room is quite similar to my memories. So it's clear you are also a nostalgic person. But I still want to say that memories are ultimately just memories. The person I liked back then was not by Donger, but BabyTang. What you like is merely an imagined Tang Yin, nothing more. Slap. BabyTang's hand landed on Tang Yin's face. A red handprint immediately appeared on his fair face. It was clear that BabyTang did not hold back. Who I like has nothing to do with you. You can leave now. At this moment, BabyTang had regained the Pope's authority. But the tear stains on her face and her slightly swollen eyes continued to confirm that what had just happened was not an illusion. Tang Yin was not the least bit angry after being slapped. He smiled and said, A petty person takes his leave. When Tang Yin left, he even kindly helped BabyTang close the door. The room fell silent once again. BabyTang looked at her hand that had struck Tang Yin and, without holding back, slapped herself hard. What Tang Yin had said was undoubtedly correct. BabyTang knew it all too well, but what could she do? The most beautiful time she had with Tang Yin was just that memory that did not belong to this world. Not being understood and being ridiculed like this, BabyTang was already on the verge of collapse. Her body could no longer support her standing, and she fell weakly to the ground. Sitting on the ground, she cried silently. At this moment, the moonlight began to rise, casting a layer of silver light over Tang Yin, his silver hair and white clothes adding a touch of holiness to him. Walking in the somewhat empty Pope's Hall, Tang Yin did not feel the lightness of letting everything go. Instead, he felt an indescribable sense of loss. However, he had his own reasons for doing this. BabyTang, who was crying silently, seemed to suddenly remember something and stumbled towards the balcony. She looked down from a height and could only see the figure disappearing into the night. In the divine realm, the Rakshasa god watched this scene with great interest through divine sense, feeling very pleased. It seems that so-called love is nothing more than this. Back then, when she saw Tang Yin still harboring fantasies about BabyTang before his death, it had made her very angry. Now it seems she had overthought it a bit. Chapter 193. Past events. Meeting an old acquaintance after leaving the Pope's Hall, Tang Yin wandered aimlessly in the Spirit City. Just 10 minutes later, Tang Yin noticed that in this city, which was claimed to be a holy land in the hearts of all soul masters, the pedestrians on the street were mostly soul masters. And even the shopkeepers on the street had faint fluctuations of soul power. This was a scene Tang Yin had not seen in other cities. Even the royal cities of the two great empires. Only near the inner city where the nobles lived would there be a significantly larger number of soul masters. After wandering for another half an hour, Tang Yin casually found an inn to stay in. As expected of Soul Master City, the cheapest room costs 1 gold soul coin per night. Tang Yin couldn't help but sigh while holding the key to the room. 1 gold soul coin wasn't much for him, but he knew exactly how much one could buy. Upon opening the door, he found a small room with only a bed, a table, and a stool. The space was not very large, fitting the standard single-room description. Tang Yin wasn't spoiled. He could sleep soundly in the environment of the Soul Beast Forest, and, compared to that, this place with a bed and no worries about soul beasts felt like heaven. Lying on the bed, Tang Yin didn't fall asleep immediately, but stared blankly at the ceiling. His mind couldn't help but recall what had just happened. He didn't know whether what he did concerning BabyTang was right or wrong. How could he, who was so understanding of others, not realize BabyTang's feelings for him? By simply helping Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing with their concerns, he already owed BabyTang a favor. Why, when he was so accommodating to everyone, was he unwilling to give her a chance? Tang Yin couldn't understand. He really couldn't. Mom, what should I do? I saw her. Tang Yin scratched his head anxiously. A voice from Yin echoed in his mind. Your master once told me that the answer you seek lies in the very thing that troubles you. This kind of mental dialogue had always existed between Tang Yin and Yin, established when Yin resided in Tang Yin's body. Even after Yin was fully resurrected, this connection remained. Tang Yin rarely used this function aside from daily greetings, so it was the first time in months that he actively sought Yin today. Master. Hearing Yin mention his master surprised Tang Yin. Turtle Elder had passed away when he was 6, and the last trace of his soul had dissipated in this world. Now, hearing about a resolution to his confusion from Yin made it hard for him to stay calm. Yes, it was your master. He once told me about this matter. The answer lies in what troubles you. Tang Yin became lost in thought. Is it the Rakshas's secret realm? Yin swatted away Tang Hao's outstretched hand and signaled him to leave. Tang Hao shot Yin a resentful glance, but didn't want to spend the next few months as a monk, so he left the room like a sulking little wife, even closing the door behind him. After Tang Hao left, Yin continued to communicate with her precious son. The Rakshas's secret realm. It's a possibility, but I don't think it is. Yin shared her speculation with Tang Yin. The place you disappeared from had a secret realm called the City of Slaughter. Your father thought you had accidentally entered that place. Both locations are possible, and I asked Turtle Elder about it, but he was reluctant to discuss it further. That day, Yin was, as usual, contemplating the laws of life, while Turtle Elder sat like a statue, meditating in the sea of Tang Yin's spiritual consciousness, appearing like an ordinary old man nearing death. His voice, hoarse and filled with the weight of countless years, spoke. Girl, Xiao Yin will face a calamity due to love in the future. One misstep could be life-threatening. Upon hearing that Tang Yin would face such a calamity, Yin became extremely tense. She wasn't afraid that she wouldn't be able to resurrect him after his death. Her only concern was Tang Yin's safety. Turtle Elder, can you save Xiao Yin? If you are willing to save him, I will do anything. Yin pleaded, not believing Turtle Elder would make empty promises. She had seen his extraordinary abilities. Even if Turtle Elder said Yin's existence would shorten Tang Yin's life, she would not hesitate to sacrifice herself to protect him. Tang Yin was not only Turtle Elder's last disciple, but also a successor of a civilization. Turtle Elder should help him avert this death calamity when he learned of it. But he shook his head. This is his destined calamity. Originally, it was a certain death situation, but I have sought a glimmer of hope for him. Whether he lives or dies depends on his fortune. Then, what can I do? Yin still want to do something. Turtle Elder replied, even if Xiao Yin survives this calamity, he will carry a heavy heart demon, and he needs to overcome it himself. Remember, if one day you meet the heroine of Xiao Yin's love calamity, tell her what you know. The bond between her and Xiao Yin needs to be resolved by themselves. But remind her not to appear before Xiao Yin until he reaches out to her. Afterward, when Xiao Yin asks about this matter, Tell him the answer. He seeks lies in what troubles him. This matter involved Tang Yin's life and death, and Yin didn't dare to be careless. After committing all the instructions to memory, she specifically asked, "Is that place the same place?" Turtle Elder seemed to anticipate a Yin's question, revealing only a mysterious smile. Heavenly secrets cannot be leaked. With Turtle Elder's abilities, Tang Yin's love calamity posed no real danger, but he was someone who believed in destiny. Since witnessing the decay of the universe, he had come to believe that everything in the world has its own fate. Destiny cannot be defied. Going against it will only lead to backlash. Seeing that Turtle Elder was unwilling to say more, Yin kept her worries in her heart. When Tang Yin had just faced trouble, even when he appeared before Yin heavily injured, she did not connect the two events. After all, Tang Yin was only 11 at the time, and Yin thought his calamity would at least wait until he was 15. It is worth noting that Tang Hao's first love began only after he turned 35. It wasn't until later that she discovered Tang Yin had already survived that life-threatening love calamity. When she later encountered BabyTang, Yin followed Turtle Elder's prophecy and shared some things she knew with BabyTang, including Tang Yin's life after his return, and reminded her not to appear before Tang Yin. At that time, BabyTang cautiously asked Yin if she could watch Tang Yin from a distance, assuring her she would not appear before him. Yin saw the hope on BabyTang's face and thought that this did not violate the restriction against appearing before Tang Yin, so she agreed. What Yin didn't expect was that BabyTang would still approach Tang Yin. She did not blame BabyTang. Watching Tang Yin be close to different women, BabyTang's ability to endure in silence for so long showed how determined her heart was. Yin, follow your heart. After this competition ends, go seek the answers you want. With the Yin support, Tang Yin responded, "Mom, I understand. Good night, Yin." "Good night, Mom. See you tomorrow." After waking up, Tang Yin began to think about what he would do in the next 3 days. His girlfriends would probably take 3 days to reach Soul Master City, which was a bit difficult for the energetic and youthful Tang Yin to endure during these lonely nights. However, he wasn't idle either. At least last night, he managed to stroll through a street in the entire Spirit City. In the following time, he could take a good look at this first city of the continent. At the Spirit Academy, Xiaoyu and Yin chatted and laughed all the way to the cafeteria, occasionally seeing a silly grin appear on Yan's face. While the aloof Xiaoyu ignored his friend's expressions, Xiaoyu felt that his friend had some issues. He considered him a good brother, yet he kept thinking about pursuing his sister, and even after being rejected more than 10 times, he still persisted. After the two selected their food trays, they happened to see Hulaina walking into the cafeteria. Yin, as usual, greeted Hulaina enthusiastically. "Nana, good morning. Today the cafeteria has your favorite ginseng chicken soup. I asked the chef, and the chicken is also your favorite white-feathered red-tailed chicken, with a valuable spirit ginseng added." The cafeteria they were eating in was not accessible to every student at the Spirit Academy. It was specially set up for the Spirit Hall battle team, and each dish was worth at least 100 gold soul coins. The ginseng chicken soup that Yin mentioned had a spirit ginseng in it that could fetch 800 gold soul coins at an auction. Hulaina was not very enthusiastic about Yin, but since her brother Xiaoyu was sitting next to that big guy, she had no choice but to place her tray opposite Xiaoyu. Hulaina's indifference did not extinguish Yan's fiery passion. He believed that one day his enthusiasm would be reciprocated. Little did he know, being a licking dog often ends badly. While sipping her ginseng chicken soup, Hulaina asked, "Brother, are we training today?" Xiaoyu replied, "The finals are about to start. In a few days, the teams from the two empires will also arrive in Spirit City. We've prepared the best we can, and there's no need to put more pressure on ourselves." Ever since they completed a mission alone and the Pope awarded them the Purple Record Medal, Hulaina had become a bit strange. As her brother, Xiaoyu clearly felt that Hulaina had become quieter than before. He had once tried to ask Hulaina if something had happened during the mission, but she only told him that everything was fine. In Yan's eyes, the increasingly aloof goddess was even more charming, which meant he had less competition. Little did he know, the beautiful life he yearned for had already been seen through by someone who was currently messing around. "Since there's no training, let's go out for a stroll together. I heard that the Treasure Pavilion has a new batch of good items. We might find something interesting," Yin suggested. Xiaoyu had no objections and turned his gaze to his sister. Hulaina did not reject the idea either and nodded. Seeing the goddess agree to his suggestion, Yin felt much brighter. Now it was the stage for cheerful Yin. The only slight flaw was that Xiaoyu, the future brother-in-law, was still present. But he knew very well that if Xiaoyu weren't there, his Nana would likely not go out with him. "Let's go together." Who wouldn't envy being out with both a buddy and a goddess? While Tang Yin was wandering aimlessly in Spirit City, a sign caught his attention. The words Treasure Pavilion were painted in gold powder, shining brightly in the sunlight. Tang Yin had some knowledge about appreciating treasures. Although the tens of thousands of gold soul coins on him couldn't buy precious items like soul bones, he could still look at some soul tools or herbs. Especially herbs, as the existence of healing-type soul masters meant that very few people, aside from those interested in herbs, would study these things. This led to some herbs being severely undervalued, giving Tang Yin a chance to pick up bargains. Upon entering the treasure pavilion, a female attendant in formal attire immediately approached him. Seeing Tang Yin's handsome appearance and the expensive storage soul tool on his wrist, the attentive staff could tell that he was a big client. Although one shouldn't judge by appearances, it wouldn't be good to encounter someone like Long Ao Tian who pretends to be weak. However, the protagonist Tang Yin was not Long Ao Tian. Dear guest, may I assist you? Today we have a new batch of treasures, and I can provide you with an introduction, the attendant said eagerly. Tang Yin politely declined her offer. I'm just here to browse, no need to trouble you. However, if I find something I like, I might ask you to handle the paperwork. It was evident that every attendant was keen on serving customers, as each purchase would earn them a commission. Seeing that Tang Yin was not only handsome, but also considerate, the attendant felt a bit shy and lowered her head. Thank you, young master. After noting the attendant's work badge number, Tang Yin began searching for what he wanted. When he reached the second floor, a vine-like plant in a corner caught his attention. The aura it emitted was familiar to Tang Yin. Wasn't it blue silver grass? Unlike ordinary blue silver grass, this specimen had undergone a transformation after years of growth. As a highly adaptable plant, blue silver grass had many potential evolutionary paths. This particular blue silver grass clearly leaned towards being an ethereal herb, differing fundamentally in appearance from ordinary blue silver grass, which was why it appeared here. The plant seemed to sense the presence of a kindred spirit, gently swaying its branches and leaves in Tang Yin's direction. He still remembered what Yin had told him when he was young. Blue silver grass would sacrifice themselves for their king. Their mother, as their queen, failed to protect them. Tang Yin didn't even look at the price and asked for the attendant who had just approached him. While waiting, he planned to continue looking at other items, but unexpectedly ran into an acquaintance. Chapter 194. The Strange Ulaina, the Master's Task. Chapter 194. The Strange Ulaina, the Master's Task. When the Golden Generation trio walked into the treasure pavilion, the internal supervisor immediately came out to greet them. Although they were only dressed in the most ordinary clothes, the supervisor had some social standing in Spirit City and was certainly familiar with these rising stars from the Spirit Hall. Thus, Ulaina and her companions were personally attended to by the supervisor. He bent over, lowering his posture, and wore a somewhat flattering smile, eagerly saying, "Dear guests, may I ask what treasures you are looking for?" Yin, for some reason, felt a strong aversion toward this supervisor who kept chattering beside him, feeling an inexplicable annoyance in his heart. He waved his hand. "We're just browsing. You can go do your own thing." The supervisor, not wanting to miss the opportunity to connect with the future power core of the Spirit Hall, but also not wanting to offend them, could only dejectedly say, "If you need any assistance, just call for me." After the supervisor left, Yan's irritation vanished instantly, and he excitedly began to introduce to Ulaina, "Nana, let me tell you, this treasure pavilion." Xiaoyu looked at Yan with some speechlessness, but perhaps due to being somewhat immune over time, he felt this was quite normal. Ulaina maintained a blank expression, ignoring Yan's words. Her eyes remained fixed on those treasures. The items on the first floor were quite varied, but most were not exceptional, and the group quickly made their way up the stairs to the second floor. As Ulaina browsed along the display cases, her soul master perception told her that someone was watching her. Now, Ulaina was already a 51st level control-type soul king, and her celestial fox martial soul, inclined towards mental control, granted her exceptionally high perception and mental strength far beyond that of her peers. When she looked up, she met Tang Yin's gaze. Both Tang Yin and Ulaina couldn't help but recall that night. For Tang Yin, it was a ridiculous yet beautiful night. Under the influence of desire, he gradually regained clarity in the gentleness of Zhu Zhuyun, experiencing a feeling he had never encountered before. For Ulaina, it was also a night that required a lifetime to remember. Forced into a desperate situation by the wolf bandits, she experienced the fear of death for the first time, and Tang Yin's powerful strength left her deeply shocked. What was originally a hero-saving beauty scenario similar to Zhu Zhuyun turned into a scene of a powerful king forcibly taking a common girl because of Tang Yin's inner demons. The cold look and commanding tone Tang Yin had that night left Ulaina with lingering effects. Faced with Tang Yin, an inexplicable fear always enveloped her. The gratitude for saving her life and the cold ruthlessness created a twisted feeling towards Tang Yin in her subconscious. In short, it was Stockholm Syndrome. Now, the look Hulaina directed at Tang Yin carried a mix of fear and dependence. Tang Yin felt somewhat awkward. He still remembered what he had done to this girl that night. Although it was due to being momentarily dominated by desire, it was still something he had done himself. This left Tang Yin with a sense of debt towards Hulaina. Now that he saw her again, he felt a bit embarrassed. Their subtle eye contact was also noticed by Xiaoyu and Yin beside Hulaina. Xiaoyu quietly asked her sister, "Nana, do you know this person?" Seeing Hulaina's slightly trembling shoulders, Xiaoyu furrowed his brow. Yin, noticing that the guy across was staring at his Nana without shifting his gaze, couldn't tolerate it with his fiery temper. He rolled up his sleeves and directly walked towards Tang Yin. When Tang Yin saw a tall, red-haired man approaching with a frown, he immediately sensed trouble. Sure enough, Yin spoke up. "Kid, do you know who you're staring at?" Seeing the other party so arrogant and unafraid, it could either mean he had an elder in the spirit hall with a high position, or his confidence stemmed from his own powerful strength. Tang Yin didn't want to cause trouble, and simply replied, "I just found that young lady quite familiar. It seems like I've seen her somewhere." Tang Yin could tell that this red-haired man had feelings for Hulaina, and if he revealed the truth, it would likely lead to a fight. His backing, QianXunji's, hadn't arrived in the spirit city yet, and in this vast spirit city, the only thing he could use was a token given to him by QianXunji. Tang Yin had studied it before, but the token QianXunji gave him was unlike any tokens he had seen issued by the spirit hall. As for why Tang Yin could be sure that this token was related to the spirit hall, the 3 pairs of angel wings on the back explained everything. Yin didn't care about any of that. He just found this pretty boy staring at his goddess with an expression he couldn't quite describe very annoying. In reality, Tang Yin wasn't weak or effeminate. His physique was quite well proportioned. However, compared to Yin, who was nearly 2 meters tall and appeared capable of taking on 2 Tang Yins, he did seem a bit frail, although Yin didn't know what that expression meant. He knew that Hulaina's look towards him was only one of disgust, or the kind of expression one would have when looking at a fool. He felt a bit jealous. "Kid, some things come with consequences." Yan's large hand rested directly on Tang Yin's shoulder. Given Tang Yin's reflexes, dodging Yan's hand wouldn't be a problem, but he figured it wouldn't be easy to leave with this stubborn guy in front of him. Sure enough, Tang Yin clearly felt the hand on his shoulder applying pressure. Xiaoyu didn't step in to stop Yin. He vaguely sensed that his sister knew the person in front of him and that something had happened between them. Perhaps his sister's strange changes were caused by this person. Hulaina had always been unwilling to tell Xiaoyu, and he didn't want to force his sister. In Yan's eyes, this skinny pretty boy would have his fragile shoulder crushed with just a little force from him. As a 52nd level power-type soul master, his single hand strength was over 10,000 pounds. He wanted to see pain and struggle on Tang Yin's face, to see him kneeling and begging for mercy. He wanted to enjoy the pleasure of humiliating Tang Yin. However, things seemed to be developing differently than he expected. Tang Yin felt strange. He couldn't understand what this person in front of him wanted to do. Just a moment ago, he looked fierce as if he wanted to give him a hard time. But now it felt like giving him a massage. However, seeing the hand that was turning pale from exertion and the reddened face of the big guy, Tang Yin realized he was indeed trying to do something, but his strength didn't seem to support him in doing so. Tang Yin said helplessly, "Big brother, didn't your elders teach you not to be so arrogant without strength?" While speaking, Tang Yin pinched the hand on his shoulder and applied a little force, producing a crisp sound of bones cracking from Yan's hand. Crack! The clear sound was heard even by Xiaoyu not far away. He didn't expect that this seemingly 16 or 17-year-old boy would possess such great strength. Xiaoyu was very clear about how terrifying Yan's strength was. Yan, whose hand was crushed, let out a muffled grunt, but did not scream. He looked at Tang Yin in disbelief, unable to accept that this was real. Tang Yin didn't want to escalate the situation too much. If he provoked the second fool, one of them would likely not survive. While Yin was stunned, Tang Yin quickly took out his fate at an almost imperceptible speed and directly pierced it into Yan's hand. Before Yin could react, Tang Yin retracted fate. Yin was about to get angry when he found that his hand, which had been fractured, had returned to normal. It was clear that this was Tang Yin's doing. "So fast!" Xiaoyu secretly exclaimed. He had seen Tang Yin's movements clearly just now, but he believed he couldn't reach that level. The strength surpasses Yin. The speed is not inferior to mine, and he is younger than us. If he participates in the elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy across the continent. With this thought, Xiaoyu felt a chill run down his spine. He did not associate the person in front of him with Tang Yin, because in his understanding, the teams of the two major empires were still on their way. Of course, Tang Yin was still among the team of the Tiando Empire. At this moment, Yan's mind also calmed down. He wasn't really foolish, just easily excitable. Otherwise, how could he have endured the brutal tests of the Spirit Hall and come this far just because of his strength? The opponent's strength was still unknown, and making a deadly enemy of him would bring no benefit to himself. Thank you for showing mercy. Yin turned his head away, acknowledging his defeat. The female attendant beside them was already dumbfounded. She had just witnessed the supervisor's flattery towards the three. Tang Yin's actions completely shocked her. Sister, could you please help me pack this? After a while, the female attendant finally reacted. Oh, okay. Sorry. She lowered her head in embarrassment and began to pack the spirit plant for Tang Yin. Yin returned to Xie Yu's side, feeling somewhat defeated, and said in a dejected voice, I didn't expect his strength. A loss is a loss. Xie Yu patted his brother's shoulder. It's okay. That person is a monster. I feel like his speed is above mine. What? Just as Xie Yu was talking to Yin, the previously motionless Hulayina moved. She walked straight towards Tang Yin. Hulayina's strange behavior made Xie Yu and Yin stop their discussion. Xie Yu wanted to reach out to stop Hulayina, but for some reason, he withdrew his hand. Seeing Hulayina approaching him, Tang Yin was also puzzled, mainly because Hulayina's expression at that moment looked very strange. So strange that Tang Yin couldn't understand it. Without any warning, Hulayina directly hugged Tang Yin's waist. I will behave. Tang Yin. Xie Yu. Yin. Tang Yin was also somewhat astonished. He couldn't figure out what was happening. When he looked up, he met Xie Yu's fiery gaze and Yan's expression of heartbreak. Tang Yin forced a polite smile and tried to separate Hulayina from him, only to find that her arms were clinging tightly, as if afraid that if they separated, they would never be able to hug again. This young lady? That incident back then was a misunderstanding. Tang Yin dared not speak loudly. Only Hulayina could hear him clearly. After hearing this, Hulayina became somewhat excited. I'm sorry, I will behave, I. She repeated her earlier words. Tang Yin's mind was filled with thousands of running alpacas. He somewhat understood Hulayina's symptoms. However, he felt that could he really develop such symptoms in just a few minutes? He remembered very clearly what happened that night. The entire exchange with Hulayina definitely did not exceed 5 sentences. As the atmosphere in the area was about to drop to freezing point, Tang Yin quickly thought of a plan. He spoke to Hulayina in a commanding tone. Let go, and take your companions out of my sight. Hulayina looked up, nervously and fearfully at Tang Yin. Tang Yin had no choice but to continue. Be good, do as I say, and there will be a reward. Only then did Hulayina release her arms around Tang Yin and began to complete her master's task. Before Xie Yu could ask anything, Hulayina told her brother, let's go back. Nana, are you okay? Xie Yu was very worried about Hulayina's current state. I want to leave here. Okay. Xie Yu pulled Yin, who had lost his ability to think due to heartbreak, and left with Hulayina. The female attendant had already finished packing. She had just heard the exchange between Hulayina and Tang Yin, and the amount of information was enough to shock her for many years. Master, the reward. On one side stood the brother and the sycophant, while on this side played the game of master and pet. Young people know how to have fun. Fortunately, the female attendant had enough professional ethics not to reveal any signs. After Tang Yin received the spirit plant and made the payment, he left the treasure pavilion. That night, after a day of wandering, Tang Yin returned to the small inn. Lying on the bed with nothing to do, he began to examine the blue-silver grass that had evolved into a spirit herb, which he had purchased that morning. On the vine-like stem, there was now a barely discernible blue-golden vein growing, wrapped in deep blue surroundings, which would be hard to notice without careful observation. Is it about to evolve? When Tang Yin said this, the branches and leaves of the spirit plant swayed up and down in response to his question. Quite intelligent, Tang Yin thought. You stay by my side. In a few days, you should be able to complete your bloodline transformation. As for what happened during the day with Hulayina, Tang Yin didn't pay much attention to it. Chapter 195. Tang Yin and Hulayina in the dead of night, as everything fell silent. The small inn where Tang Yin was staying had already plunged into darkness. The entire floor was shrouded in night, quiet and still. The only place with a faint light was the front desk, where night shift clerk occasionally let their head droop, clearly dozing off. Under the moonlight, a delicate white hand pushed open the door of the small inn, and for some reason, the old door that usually creaked made no sound this time. The newcomer did not disturb the clerk at the front desk, but instead sniffed the air, as if trying to discern a scent. In an instant, her lively eyes lit up, and her footsteps became lighter, showing a hint of joy. Tang Yin's room was also completely dark, with no light seeping through. It was already late at night, and the room was so quiet that only his faint breathing could be heard. Suddenly, Tang Yin felt something was off. Another person's presence had appeared in his room. The alertness during sleep had long been ingrained in Tang Yin's bones, a habit developed through repeated crises. Who could it be? Tang Yin was unsure of the intruder's intentions, nor could he determine whether the person posed a threat. However, he could be certain that since he had sensed their presence in advance, their strength should be below his own. But for safety's sake, Tang Yin planned to spring up suddenly and subdue the intruder when they got closer. However, reality often defied expectations, and a familiar fragrance wafted into Tang Yin's nose. Having mastered the basic skill of recognizing people by their scent, especially this particular fragrance, Tang Yin was very familiar with it. How did she know I was here? A new question lingered in Tang Yin's mind. The person entering Tang Yin's room was none other than Hulaina, whom he had encountered during the day and whose behavior had seemed a bit odd. After leaving with Xiaoyu and Yin, they had no intention of continuing to wander around. Xiaoyu was very anxious in his heart, constantly questioning what had happened to his younger sister on the way back. However, Hulaina always appeared somewhat dazed, showing no reaction to her brother's voice. Yin was similarly vacant, repeatedly mumbling words like Nana, Nana, my Nana. Even Fei Yangyang and Shuangmi and Gui, upon seeing this, would have to hand over a cigarette and call out Big Brother. Just as they were nearing the Wuhuan Academy, Xiaoyu finally exploded amidst Hulaina's evasive silence. He threw the similarly dazed Yin aside and sat down heavily on the ground. By this time, many students from the Wuhuan Academy had passed by, all casting curious glances in this direction. After confirming the identities of the group, their curiosity about what had happened was piqued, but rationality compelled them to suppress their curiosity and quicken their pace to leave the area. Xiaoyu stepped forward, blocking Hulaina, who was walking straight ahead. Hulaina looked up, revealing a puzzled expression. Xiaoyu grasped Hulaina's arm, and seeing her in this state made his heart ache indescribably. Their parents had died due to a mission when they were very young, and Xiaoyu and Hulaina had relied on each other since childhood. Both had displayed exceptional talent during their martial spirit awakenings, and after much sweat and blood, they had become the shining golden generation in the eyes of outsiders. Clearly, their future was bright and visible, yet such an incident had occurred. Nana, what is your relationship with that white-haired kid? Why did you become like that in front of him? Xiaoyu struggled to finish his sentence. Upon hearing her brother's concern over this matter, Hulaina shyly lowered her head, her tone filled with the shyness of a girl experiencing her first feelings of love. He is my savior. Savior? Xiaoyu's mind was filled with confusion. Could it be because of that mission? Yes, because I was disobedient at that time. It seems he doesn't want me anymore. As she spoke, Hulaina suddenly felt a sense of grievance. However, thinking of what Tang Yin had said about giving her a reward, she became happy again. Xiaoyu looked at his sister's state and found it difficult to evaluate. He didn't know much about the specifics, but he was unaware of how the white-haired kid had heroically saved the beauty with Elder Ju present at the time. Even though many things remained unclear, Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief, knowing that his sister was not in any major trouble. All right then, Nana, you should go back and rest. Okay, brother, goodbye. Hulaina obediently bid farewell to her brother. After sending off his sister, Xiaoyu looked at his dazed buddy and sighed regretfully. After so many years of waiting, in the end, it's all for nothing. In Tang Yin's room, Hulaina gazed at Tang Yin lying on the bed, lost in thought. Approaching the bedside, she reached out to caress Tang Yin's face, her eyes filled with infatuation. Since returning from that incident, Hulaina had been overwhelmed by an inexplicable sense of loss. She didn't understand where this feeling came from, and the figure she saw as a devil occasionally appeared before her. Those few words echoed in her ears like the whispers of a demon. Let go, let go. Hulaina woke up from her dream again. This dream had tormented her to the brink of mental collapse. She didn't understand why Tang Yin treated her this way, especially since he was so gentle with Zhu Zhuyan. Woo-woo. Hulaina buried her head in her knees, crying helplessly. Eventually, complying with Tang Yin became a way for her to protect herself. In her repeated fantasies, she underwent a self-transformation when facing Tang Yin. Tang Yin, who had been touched by Hulaina for a long time, could no longer bear it. He grabbed the small hand that was stroking his face and spoke helplessly. This young lady, did you come to my room at night just to touch my face? Tang Yin's movement startled Hulaina, causing her to let out a surprised yelp. She resembled a frightened little fox wanting to escape, but her tool of the crime was being apprehended by the justice of Uncle Tang Yin. At this moment, there were only Tang Yin and Hulaina in the room. Tang Yin no longer concealed anything to spare Hulaina's feelings as he straightforwardly asked, "This young lady, that was just a misunderstanding. I apologize for what happened then." Hulaina covered Tang Yin's mouth with her other hand, and Tang Yin could feel a soft and warm body pressed against his chest. Hulaina rubbed her head against Tang Yin's chest and occasionally let out a comfortable hum. "I came to ask for the reward you promised me during the day." Tang Yin was momentarily speechless. It seemed that the girl hadn't absorbed a word of what he had just said. Young lady, what is your name?" Due to her hand covering his mouth, Tang Yin's voice sounded somewhat muffled. Hulaina replied, "My name is Hulaina. Just call me Nana in the future." Although Tang Yin had just learned her name, given the current situation, it felt as though he was about to be devoured by her. "Master, what is your name?" Hulaina pressed her head against Tang Yin's chest, listening to the powerful beating of his heart. She just realized she seemed to not know what her master was called. But she didn't really care. "Master." Tang Yin didn't like this title very much. "My name is Tang Yin." Tang Yin. Hulaina repeated the two words. Was Master really the genius boy Tang Yin from the Tiano Empire? Genius boy is a bit much. Also, don't refer to me as Master in the future. "Okay, Master, oh no. Then how should I address you in the future?" Tang Yin didn't answer immediately. He was contemplating whether to accept this somewhat twisted love. However, before Tang Yin's brain could make a decision, little Tang Yin had already made its choice. "In the future, just call me Xiao Yin." Only those close to him would call Tang Yin that. "All right. Xiao Yin." The two maintained this position for a long time. Hulaina seemed to recall something and looked at Tang Yin with an expectant gaze. "Xiao Yin, about the reward we talked about during the day. Xiao Yin, will eating this really make me as powerful as you? I really like Master's taste." "I'm sorry. Then let Xiao Yin punish me." Tang Yin's plan to tour Wuhuan City was basically ruined. He had spent almost all of the past few days with this girl he had only met once. To ensure a more comfortable stay, Tang Yin specially changed to a larger room. After being with Tang Yin, Hulaina's body and mind were satisfied, and when fantasy became reality, reality also turned into a dreamlike scenario. On the third night, Hulaina felt somewhat reluctant in Tang Yin's embrace. Tomorrow, the teams from the two great empires would soon arrive in Wuhuan City, and she would have to return to prepare for the upcoming finals. She felt a bit reluctant to part with Tang Yin. Tang Yin also felt quite helpless. He actually believed that he was not a psychologically disturbed person. However, Hulaina's request was somewhat unexpected for him. Looking at her made him feel pain, but Hulaina seemed to be enjoying herself. "Xiao Yin, I'm a bit reluctant to leave you." Tang Yin comforted her. "It's okay. Even in the finals, we will have plenty of time to meet, right?" Early the next morning, Tang Yin got himself ready. Hulaina had already left the night before, and the only proof of her visit was a faint fragrance on Tang Yin. When Hulaina left, she took with her one more thing than when she arrived, which was the celestial herb in her hand, autumn water dew. Tang Yin had never mistreated anyone he had been intimate with, even a woman like Hulaina, who was now just a fleeting connection and a friendship of convenience. The only one who did not receive a celestial herb was Lu Erlong, simply because Tang Yin had already given a suitable celestial herb to Tang San to use, and currently, he had no celestial herb that matched her. However, Tang Yin planned to look for that senior Dougal later. He had not yet taken the most precious treasure from that senior's hidden place. In the past few days, BabyTang encountered some trouble again. The third elder, Golden Lion Daw, who had troubled her before, came to the Pope's palace once more. Upon seeing BabyTang, who had a gloomy expression, he reprimanded her unceremoniously. "BabyTang, you are becoming increasingly audacious. How dare you send someone to privately capture students from other academies? And even under the name of my spirit hall? Where can I put the face of my spirit hall?" QianXunji's had already sent the snake spear Daw ahead to Wuhuan City to find someone, ensuring Tang Yin's safety at all costs. Qian Daolu had long known that his granddaughter was with a guy named Tang Yin. It was quite disappointing to see QianXunji, who was burdened with heavy responsibilities, indulging in love during such a crisis. However, the guilt he felt for her and his innate fondness for her made him quickly accept this reality. He had also inquired about Tang Yin's news, but his investigation was not thorough. If he found out that the person QianXunji liked was the great-grandson of Tang Chun, he would definitely be furious to the point of turning red. Having fought with Tang Chun all his life, to end up being overshadowed by the younger generation was something he could never accept. Upon learning that his granddaughter's husband had been captured by BabyTang, Qian Daolu could no longer sit still and sent Golden Lion Dalaw to ask BabyTang what was going on, which led to the earlier scene. BabyTang, already in a low mood due to her unpleasant encounter with Tang Yin the previous night, no longer held back at that moment, releasing her 99th ranked soul power without concealment. The terrifying pressure directly made the proud Golden Lion Doloa feel his blood surging. I'm in a bad mood. Don't bother me. If you think I've done something wrong, feel free to replace me as Pope. Golden Lion Doloa was shocked by BabyTang's outburst. He hadn't expected her to reach a level that even Golden Crocodile Doloa had not touched at such a young age. A wise man knows when to retreat. Golden Lion Doloa didn't utter any harsh words, but cautiously watched BabyTang and carefully exited the Pope's palace. After returning to the offering hall, Golden Lion Doloa told Qiandalu everything that had just happened, but Qiandalu's reaction was very calm. I'm not surprised she has come this far, but her reaction is indeed a bit strange. As for that young lady, no worries, I've already sent someone to ask the guards of the Pope's palace. A white-haired boy did indeed enter the Pope's palace that night, but he has already left safely. Golden Lion Doloa was a bit curious. Does Big Brother not want to meet this grandson-in-law? Qiandalu kept his eyes closed. Xiao Shui will be back in Wuhuan City soon. Let her bring that kid to me in person. For some reason, Golden Lion Doloa sensed a hint of danger from Qiandalu's words. In the west of Wuhuan City, a large team appeared on the horizon, and a high-flying flag unmistakably bore the emblem of the Tiando Empire. The leading carriage rolled forward slowly. QianXunji rested her head on her hand, a faint smile on her lips. Chapter 196, Arrival, the final's about to begin. Hey, I wonder how Xiaoyin is doing. Looking at Wuhuan City getting closer, Lu Erlong couldn't help but feel more worried. Lu Erlong knew that the current pope was BabyTang, and she had some understanding of BabyTang's personality. This woman would do anything to achieve her goals, making Tang Yin's safety an unknown. Beside her, Zhu Zhuyin comforted her. Dean, it's okay. The Spirit Hall took Xiao Yin away openly. Would they really dare to use such despicable means to get rid of Soul King? Lu Erlong shook her head. Zhuyin, you don't understand what kind of person the current pope is. Dean, are you very familiar with the current pope? Ha, then my queen. Come serve your king. Zhu Zhuqing asked curiously, as she had wanted to ask this question for a long time. The captain, Yu Qianheng, noticed Dugu Yin. The Tiando Royal Academy team, not far from Lamba Academy, also witnessed this scene. Pope back in the day. But Talon also knew that his leader was in a very delicate state with Yin's sister, and if this kid messed things up and made the leader unhappy, it would not be good. Before Yu Qianheng could speak, Talon, Tang Yin's top lackey, self-proclaimed, in Lamba Academy, stood up, interrupting Yu Qianheng arrogantly. Tang Yin is currently admiring the beauty. That night, as Zhu Zhuqing blushed, holding a small pillow and preparing to change positions, Tang Yin suddenly said apologetically to Zhu Zhuqing, Zhuqing, I have to go out for a while. What is it? Dugu Yan's cold and emotionless words made Yu Qianheng very heartbroken. As she said this, a hint of shyness appeared on QianXunji's face. In this competition, they were not even considered contenders for the championship. The sounds of revelry inside could not reach the outside. When Tang Yin saw Talon protected behind Dugu Yan, he slowly thought. Fortunately, Tang noticed Dai Mubai as condition in time and suggested that everyone enter the restaurant first to discuss the finals. Hearing Lu Erlong say this, Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, who were initially not nervous, also began to worry about Tang Yin's safety. Zhu Zhuqing smiled slightly, resting her head on Davis's chest. Dugu Yan's gaze unintentionally fell on Tang Yin. She didn't know if she truly accepted Tang Yin in her heart. In Yu Qianheng's heart, family honor was above all, and his grandfather, the decision-maker of the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect, represented the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. That night, under the somewhat ambiguous lighting in the restaurant, Tang Yin and Lu Erlong looked at each other. Talon muttered quietly, feeling that if the elders found out about this, he would definitely face a beating, but he probably wouldn't be too angry. Yinzi, Zhu Zhuqing followed Tang Yin with a flushed face towards Dugu Yan. At the same time, people from Lamba Academy and Tiando Royal Academy gathered in this direction. Lu Erlong began to talk to Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing about what she knew about BabyTang. As the convoy of the Tiando Empire slowly entered the Spirit City, the team from the Xinghua Empire also entered at the same time. In recent years, Tang Yin's teacher, Yang Wudi, seemed to have no restraints on his soul power, having risen 5 levels, just a step away from becoming a titled Dalaw. Since Dugu Yin left, the Tiando Royal Academy team had been in a low mood, with everyone believing that their team leader, Qin Ming, had driven away their vice-captain, Dugu Yin, and their captain had not managed to keep her. Don't joke with me. I want to talk about something serious. Meanwhile, the team members sent by Zhu Doloa to escort the Tiando Empire's team had also left with the cardinal in red. Saying this, Zhu Zhuqing's body honestly slid towards Davis's crotch. While other teams were planning for the finals, Lamba Academy took a 3-day mini-holiday instead. Xiao Wu wrapped her arms around Tang San's, hiding behind him and curiously looking at Tang Yin, as if she had something on her mind. You should leave. This isn't a place for you. The 3 days were perfectly split among the three of them, 1 day each. If someone dared to say that Tang Hao was a waste in front of him, Tang Yin would only smile at their ignorance. If someone dared to insult a Yin in front of him, Tang Yin would make them understand what cruelty meant. Don't leave me again. Tang Yin, a rare genius, would inevitably obstruct her ambitions. Killing him quickly was the only outcome Lu Erlong could think of. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit lost. Although she had reached a peak once in the brief 20 minutes, she still wanted to continue experiencing that feeling. Seeing someone dare to insult his grandfather. Yu Qianheng could no longer maintain his previous composure. However, it was fortunate that they were now close to the Spirit City. Tang Yin covered the mouth of this silly big guy with a black line on his forehead. Yu Qianheng could no longer control his rage. Blue-purple lightning burst out around his body. Lu Erlong also had a strong dislike for BabyTang. After apologizing to Yu Qianheng, Talon changed his tone. I still say, keep her distance from Yin Jia. She is with the old. Of course, my majesty. Yin Zi, are you still mad at me? Tang Yin thought this was a trivial matter, especially since Talon was at fault first. 3 days apart, and you look at me with new eyes. The temporarily replaced Control-type Soul Master was no match for Duge Yin, and with the need to readapt, many team members harbored resentment. Yin Zi, move aside. I must make this person pay today. Throughout the journey, Lu Erlong's worries had not diminished, closely linked to the Pope she mentioned. How dare you insult my grandfather? Do you know who he is? After saying this, Tang Yin kissed her directly. Looking at Duge Yin, who lowered her head shyly, Yu Qianheng seemed to understand something. He patted Zhu Zhuqing's little butt, signaling her to get down. I hate this. We're almost there. This was also specially arranged by the Spear Hall. At this time, Tang Yin also noticed the situation here. And these two soul sects had only recently been promoted. Davis's hand roamed over the round in full curves, causing Zhu Zhuqing, who was sitting on his lap, to emit strange sound from time to time. Sorry, I shouldn't have insulted your grandfather. As for insulting the other party's grandfather. Your grandfather? Tang Yin could only say that it's understandable to be angry. Tang Yin had arrived early at the entrance of this restaurant to wait. You've been having fun these days. As soon as she jumped off the carriage, Zhu Zhuqing couldn't wait to rush into Tang Yin's arms, completely ignoring the gazes from others. The tremendous pressure from the low morale had not transformed into motivation. The current Tiando Royal Academy team had only Yu Qianheng and Yu Feng as high-level combat power. Talon certainly recognized the uniform worn by Yu Qianheng from the Tiando Royal Academy and knew that Duge Yin had previously studied there. It was beneficial for the Spirit Hall to subtly foster a confrontational trend between the two empires. There won't be a next time. Lu Erlong was very scared. These 4 days were the most chaotic she had experienced in over 20 years. No one noticed that outside the room, a pair of eyes was secretly watching them. Their 4 extreme sect had the Haoyan Noa stationed, so they naturally wouldn't fear the Blue Lightning Tyrant Dragon sect. Du Tuyon Hiltless Lu Pu Liditolon, who was sticking up for her, behind her, and used her soul power to resist Yu Qianheng's lightning soul power. Little Yin. Tang Yin joke, not at all. I still miss Sister Shui a bit. In this world, another heartbroken man had emerged. The finals would start in 3 days. Also to give the teams from the two empires some time to rest. The sudden rise of the vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy brought them more pressure. Talon was somewhat reluctant. When he saw Tang Yin coming, he thought Tang Yin would support him. For over a year, Yu Qianheng had never forgotten Duge Yin. In the room, the atmosphere was intense, and the two were immersed in each other's tenderness. Davis's face bore several hideous scars, and a somewhat arrogant smile made him appear terrifying. My grandfather wants to see you. A familiar voice pulled Duge Yin back from her thoughts. My grandfather's name is not something just anyone can know. Talon apologized to the other party. Not far away, a group from the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team happened to witness this scene. Only Dai Mubai clenched his fists. But the fear of Tang Yin made him lower his head, not daring to show a trace of anger. Looking at Zhu Zhuqing's somewhat aggrieved expression, Tang Yin could only gently kiss her forehead. Join Zhu Yun tomorrow. Seeing that the visitor was her ex-boyfriend Yu Qianheng, Duge Yin naturally wouldn't give him a good face. The weakness and irresponsibility Yu Qianheng had shown back then made Duge Yin completely lose heart. What are you here for? In the leading carriage, Dai Mubai's good brother Davis was reclining comfortably in a large soft chair, and sitting on his lap was none other than Zhu Yun's good younger sister. Zhu Zhuqing's good older sister, Zhu Zhuqing. After this small interlude, Lamba Academy also entered the restaurant. Dugu Yin, who walked at the back, had long forgotten what had just happened. She was still considering her future. However, knowing that Tang Yin was a person who judged matters rather than people, Talon also accepted this reality. Seeing the members of the Tiando Royal Academy team surrounding him, Yu Qianheng could only enter the restaurant with reluctance, along with the team members. After so many years together, Zhu Zhumin has a good understanding of Davis's abilities. Even if it gets a bit late, it's hard for her to embarrass herself. Who are you? It has been a long time since two teams from the Tiando Royal Academy entered the finals together. How could you, Tianheng, endure being humiliated in front of others? Blue Electric Tyrannosaurus Sec. Seeing QianXunji's serious expression, Tang Yin also put away his joking demeanor. Dugu Yin knew what Talon wanted to say, but for some reason, she recalled that night. It was undoubtedly a fight triggered by Yu Qianheng's desire to reconcile, with Dugu Yin being disrupted by Talon. Talon knew he seemed to have caused trouble and quickly explained the situation to Tang Yin. He always thought that Dugu Yin was just throwing a tantrum and would get over it, and then they could return to how things were before. She always believed that BabyTang was a ruthless woman who would do anything to achieve her goals and had no emotions. In BabyTang's eyes, everything was a tool to be used. The carriage he was riding had not only strong shock absorption, but also unparalleled sound insulation. The other party had already apologized, and if he continued to pursue the matter, he would have no justification, especially if the other party was being reasonable. A cardinal dressed in red greeted the team from the Tiando Empire in Wuhuan City, and under his guidance, a group of over 200 people was quickly settled in a restaurant on the west side of Wuhuan City. After calming Zhu Zhuqing, Tang Yin came outside the restaurant and saw QianXunji, who had changed into a long white dress. Davis was stunned when he heard Zhu Zhumin's address to him, then laughed wildly. "You're courting death." Liu Erlong and Zhu Zhuyun seemed very reserved. After getting off the carriage, they quietly watched the scene. Yu Qianheng's face darkened. First was Liu Erlong. Although she had been with Tang in the shortest time, her age was evident in these past few days. Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing felt that this director was more like a big sister. She was the first to gain the approval of Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. When Talon saw the lightning surrounding Yu Qianheng, he probably realized the identity of the person in front of him. Talon spoke deyantle. Tang Yin automatically converted the somewhat subjective narrative into a more objective viewpoint. Where did these random people come from, daring to approach Sister Yin? When they saw Tang Yin unharmed, their anxious hearts finally settled. This also meant that if they, as the main team, were eliminated before the vice team, the label of taking shortcuts would follow the main team members for a lifetime. Looking at the suddenly rude person in front of him, Yu Qianheng frowned and said, "So, with the second-generation heir? Come on, tell me who your grandfather is. Maybe I'm your grandfather's grandfather." Zhu Min, once we deal with my useless third brother together, the throne of the Star Luo Empire will belong to me, and you can also realize your dream. Only then did Tang Yin remember that QianXunji seemed to be from the angel family of the Wuhuan Hall. Then her grandfather, could it be? Heats Tang Yin Gapet. Chapter 197. Qian Daolu. Tang Yin walked behind, still thinking about how to safely leave after meeting QianXunji's grandfather. He had no choice but to go now, and his life depended on his snow sister. QianXunji took Tang Yin's hand and led the way. The entire Wuhuan city was built around a hill, with the Pope's Palace located halfway up the mountain and the Doluo Palace at the top, serving as the power center of Wuhuan City and the entire continent. On this mountain, at least 2/3 of the tidal Doluo from the continent gathered. The Doluo Palace at the mountain's peak is the most revered place among the 3 halls of the Wuhuan Hall, where the spirit tablets of every deceased tidal Doluo enter. Every spirit enshrined, there was once a prominent figure on the continent. Tang Yin was led by QianXunji to ascend this peak once more. Looking at the resplendent Pope's Palace halfway up the mountain and the faint light at the very top, Tang Yin averted his gaze with a complex expression. "What's wrong?" QianXunji seemed to sense Tang Yin's change in emotion, slowed her pace, and turned to ask him. "It's nothing. It's just a bit nerve-wracking to come to the highest institution of the Wuhuan Hall." Tang Yin Gasu Ziplit. Originally, he wanted to say it was his first time here, but he didn't want to deceive the person closest to him. Although Tang Yin still didn't know the true relationship between BabyTang and QianXunji, he had formed a very absurd yet unavoidable speculation in his mind based on the information he had. If this speculation were true, then it turns out that even a fearless little Yin would feel nervous sometimes. QianXunji teased, "Back then you had the courage to meet me alone. That was much more dangerous than now." Tang Yin replied seriously, The first time I saw Snow's sister, I recognized you. How could there be any danger? This is not considered deceit, but rather a way to build closeness. At that time, Tang Yin could have called for help at any moment. Even if QianXunji's had murderous intent, with his strength back then, it wouldn't have been difficult to delay until Tang Hao, who was still in Tiando City, could come to support him. Smooth talker. QianXunji turned her head, pulling Tang Yin to continue walking, not allowing him to see the blush on her face and the little joy in her eyes. In the brightly lit window at the top of the Pope's palace, BabyTang sat on the slightly cool floor, taking in this scene. Her eyes were filled with an indescribable loneliness and the sorrow of fate playing tricks. Once Tang Yin and QianXunji's figures were completely out of sight, BabyTang raised her head to gaze at the moon hidden among the clouds. And the heart that had been cleaned by Tang Yin gradually darkened with a new layer of gloom. After reaching the top of the mountain, Tang Yin finally saw the appearance of the Doluo Palace. The Doluo Palace was not large and was built of white jade. From the outside, the entire building looked as white as jade. Even without the moonlight, Tang Yin felt that the Doluo Palace was emitting a faint glow. As he got closer to the Doluo Palace, a sense of pilgrimage unexpectedly arose in Tang Yin's heart. Just as he stepped onto the steps leading to the Doluo Palace, he anxiously asked, "Snow's sister, will your grandfather make things difficult for me later?" "Don't worry, Xiaoyin, I'm here." "All right." After walking for a while, Tang Yin asked again, "Snow's sister, if your grandfather finds out I have more than one girlfriend, he won't kill me, right?" "No, he can't kill you with me around." "Oh." Snow's sister. Inside the Doluo Palace, Qian Daolu, who was sitting quietly, heard Tang Yin and QianXunji's conversation clearly. Even after cultivating for over 20 years, he almost broke his composure. After ascending the 99 steps, a large door that looked very ancient and heavy appeared before them. There were also two old men guarding the door. Tang Yin was surprised to find that the two old men looked almost identical. That was all. Even more exaggerated was that their auras and soul power were almost completely merged together. This also meant that there was a martial soul fusion skill between them. Tang Yin had a deeper understanding of the powerful special soul skill after witnessing the martial soul fusion technique between Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. At that moment, he still clearly remembered the terrifying power of that attack, which was strong enough to rival a soul sage. If the martial soul fusion technique of a soul sect and a soul king had such might, then these two individuals in front of him were clearly titled Daw, and their levels were definitely not lower than his father, Tang Hao. Tang Yin could hardly imagine how terrifying the combined power of these two elders would be. The spirit hall was indeed formidable. QianXunji clearly recognized these two elders. She let go of Tang Yin's hand and walked up to greet them. "Grandpa Qianjun, Grandpa Jiangma, is it your turn to be on duty today?" "Ah, it turns out the little princess has returned." "Who is this beside you?" One of the scarred elders asked with a smile. "Grandpa Qianjun, aren't you just pretending not to know?" QianXunji pouted. Grand Title Doluo had just seen QianXunji holding Tang Yin's hand. Hee, it's about time for little Schwerer to find a boyfriend. Grand Title Doluo didn't get angry upon knowing that QianXunji was in a relationship. It seemed perfectly normal to him. "Your grandfather is waiting for you two inside, so hurry up and go in." "Thank you, Grandpa Qianjun." Tang Yin stood behind QianXunji like a fool. Staying silent at this moment was the best choice. "It's nothing." Just as Grand Title Doluo finished speaking, an invisible aura erupted from his body, and a large door behind him slowly opened. Tang Yin noticed that there was actually a soul guide mechanism on this door, and the aura of the Title Doluo acted like a key to unlock it. The soul guide civilization back then must have been magnificent. Seeing the subtle details, Tang Yin began to imagine the era of glorious soul guide civilization in ancient times. "Let's go." Without waiting for Tang Yin to daydream, QianXunji took his hand and walked into the hall. The Doluo hall appeared somewhat desolate. The smooth marble floor reflected the dim light from the soul guide lamps above, and there were only a few weak glimmers of light in the vast Doluo hall. On both sides of the great hall, countless spirit tablets were displayed. At the end, a figure sat cross-legged, motionless like a statue. After QianXunji brought Tang Yin into the hall, it was very quiet, so quiet that they could hear the faint sound of their footsteps. They walked slowly, and Tang Yin couldn't help but cast his gaze towards the spirit tablets. Shunyu Daw, Martial Soul, Moon Soul Power, level 93. Passed away in the year 1231 of the Doluo calendar, aged 193. Spirit Fox Daw, Martial Soul, Nine-Tailed Spirit Fox, Soul Power, level 95. Passed away in the year 1888 of the Doluo calendar, aged 68, perished together with the fallen ghost demon Daw. Upon seeing a somewhat different tablet, Tang Yin was surprised. The content written on it was different from the others. In addition to basic information like martial soul and soul power, there were additional details. Tang Yin looked at a few more tablets and found that some of them indeed contained more information, sharing several common points. Early death, fallen ones. Bai Yin Doluo. Aged 55, perished together with the fallen bone spirit Doluo and the deceptive heart Doluo. Holy dragon Doluo. Tianlang Doluo. As he walked further back, Tang Yin noticed that the spirit tablets of title Doluo who had fallen due to dealing with the fallen ones became increasingly dense. At first, he thought the ranking was based on the soul power of the title Doluo at the time of their death, but as he moved further back, he realized that the ranking was not in order. He saw one ancestor who had become a title Doluo at the age of 99, severely injured while exterminating a fallen organization, dying on the night of his 100th birthday. Tang Yin began to understand. It seemed that what was written here was not a history of strong individuals, but rather a heroic history of the ancestor spirits. Heroes are not merely defined by their strength, but by their hearts. The Spirit Hall's status as a colossal presence on the continent was undoubtedly related to the heroic epics inscribed on the monument of the Doluo Hall. Such heartfelt reverence was only natural. Xiaoyin, just as Tang Yin was immersed in the brief stories recorded on those spirit tablets, QianXunji's voice rang in his ears. Tang Yin then realized that he had not come to the Doluo Hall for pilgrimage, but to meet the parents. Oh, sorry, I was a bit absorbed there. Tang Yin noticed that he and QianXunji were less than 3 steps away from the elderly man at the center of the hall. Oh, elder? Tang Yin was shocked by QianXunji's grandfather's appearance. The seated Qian Daolu looked like he was only in his 30s or 40s, resembling a middle-aged man. And he looked much younger than Tang Hao did when he was younger and hadn't shaved. His appearance was also quite handsome, as if naturally granted by his martial soul. The faint smile that always adorned his face made him feel very approachable. The calmness and serenity he exuded were very comforting. He was tall, but not robust, dressed in a simple gray robe, with long black hair neatly combed behind his head. Despite his plain attire, just standing there gave off an aura that inspired reverence. Young man, do you know why I am here? Qian Oliu's voice was calm like water, giving a sense of depth that was hard to fathom. Qian Oliu's question left QianXunji somewhat stunned. Why did it feel like a test right from the start? And the question was something even she, as a granddaughter, didn't know how to answer. The elder should be here to guard the spirits of these heroes. Tang Yin voiced the answer in his heart. A slight smile appeared at the corner of Qian Oliu's mouth. You're quite clever. Indeed, I'm a master of this Doluo Hall, and also the guardian of these spirits. Here we honor a total of 234 title Doluo. Only about 1/3 of them passed away peacefully, the rest all died in battle. Tang Yin also became serious. I know about the Fallen One's deeds. I didn't expect them to have such formidable power before. The current decline of the Fallen Ones is inseparable from the sacrifices of these ancestral spirits. They could have lived much longer than ordinary people, yet they chose this path. My Spirit Hall adheres to the teachings left by the Angel God Ancestor, vowing to defend peace on the continent and spread the glory of the Angel God across the entire land. The Spirit Hall is now spread throughout all corners of the continent, and every person's martial soul awakening must go through the Spirit Hall, which fundamentally prevents the birth of fallen soul masters. However, Tang Yin agreed with most of what Qian Daolu said, but he couldn't help but retort. Wherever there is light, there often will be shadows. Originally, Qian Daolu felt a bit proud of the Spirit Hall's strength, but Tang Yin's disheartening words poured cold water over his temporarily heated heart. What do you mean? Qian Daolu's tone remained calm, but Tang Yin could already feel the storm hidden within his words. Most of the Spirit Hall is indeed good, but there are always some insects that cannot comprehend anything. For instance, miles from Gongjin City. Qian Daolu was silent for a moment before speaking. All right, let's not talk about that for now. This time, I asked Xiao Xue to bring you here because I have some questions for you. Upon hearing the topic finally return to the main point, QianXunji relaxed a lot. She had just noticed the undercurrent of her grandfather's intimidation towards Tang Yin during their conversation. As a junior, he had nothing to hide. In front of this second most powerful figure he had ever encountered, Tang Yin dared not conceal anything. Your name is Tang Yin, right? Junior Tang Yin, this year. 17 years old, with a soul power of level 58. My martial soul is a spear called Destiny. 17 years old, 58 level. Qian Daolu raised an eyebrow slightly. Innately full soul power? No, Junior is the same as Sister Xue, with innate level 20. How is that possible? Qian Daolu became somewhat agitated. He knew where QianXunji's innate level 20 soul power came from. When QianXunji awakened her martial soul, the long-dormant angel god statue had manifested, sending a holy white light into QianXunji's forehead, granting her innate level 20 soul power. Could it be that this kid? Qian Daolu also considered Tang Yin as a candidate for divinity. That would be good. Xiao Xue would have someone to accompany her after becoming a god. I heard you have a lot of girlfriends? Here it comes. Tang Yin braced himself. Yes, senior. I agree with you being with Xiao Xue, but you must draw a clear line with your other girlfriends. My granddaughter cannot share a man with other women. Just as QianXunji was about to say something, Qian Oliu's voice echoed in her heart. Let him answer himself. Without thinking, Tang Yin directly refused. Junior finds it hard to comply. He continued to explain, I have feelings for the other girls as well. If I were to abandon them, wouldn't that make me heartless and ungrateful? Would you, senior, entrust Sister Xue to a heartless bastard? Qian Daolu fell silent. I'll reluctantly let you pass this time. As both Tang Yin and QianXunji breathed a sigh of relief, Qian Daolu asked again, Kid, who is your father? Chapter 198. The Broken Back Grand Offering. What exactly happened that night remains unknown. However, based on the recollections of the two guardians, Jiang Mo and Qian Jun, who were on duty at the time, they vaguely heard some dialogues, which went as follows. Senior, calm down. This is the Doa Palace. The spirits need quiet. What you have in your hand cannot be used for. Ouch, Grandpa, stop hitting me. Little Een is about to be beaten to death by you. Why are you hitting me? After an unknown amount of time, the commotion inside finally calmed down. Creak, the sound of gears turning came from behind the heavy door. As the door slowly opened, Qian Daolu walked out with his hands behind his back. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo, the two guardians, did not dare to slack off and stood straight. If the dragon staff in their hands could speak, it would say I am inferior. From the aura coming from their older brother, it was clear that he was quite angry. If he caught any leverage against them, it would be disastrous. A 100-year-old body could not withstand too much. Qian Daolu glanced at Qian Jun and Jiang Mo at the door and asked, What did you hear? Nothing. Qian Jun and Jiang Mo shook their heads vigorously. We didn't hear anything. Qian Daolu did not waste time with them. Go find a healing soul master from the palace. It was Qian Jun de Luo who reacted quickly. His voice and body moved almost simultaneously. Big brother, I'll go and be back quickly. The honest Jiang Mo Da was about to speak, but found that his older brother had already disappeared. Jiang Montak, I should have gone earlier. Inside the Doluo Palace, Tang Yin, covered in bruises, winced in pain, looking like he was wearing a mask of suffering. Upon hearing Qian Daolu's question, both Tang Yin and QianXunji knew that something was wrong. Just as QianXunji was about to use a cute approach to brush off the matter, the usually clever Tang Yin made a blunder at that moment. My father is Tang Hao. As soon as he finished speaking, Qian Daolu exploded, his forehead bulging with veins, and his handsome old face visibly turned red. QianXunji thought her grandfather was about to be angered to death and rushed forward to check on Qian Daolu's health. After a few breaths, Qian Daolu pulled out a thin ironwood stick from the void, which he may have prepared long ago. The material of this stick came from a branch of an ironwood tree that had cultivated for at least 10,000 years. Its hardness comparable to Tang San's current Haoyan hammer. His anger differed somewhat from what QianXunji had thought. Just thinking of his granddaughter getting together with that old coot Tang Chen's great-grandson made Qian Daolu feel like the lifelong respect he had shown Tang Chen had finally snapped. Qian Daolu didn't care about seniority. He just wanted to give Tang Yin a good beating, leading to the earlier scene. Tang Yin's clothes had already been torn into tatters, hanging off him like rags, faintly revealing the purple-blue bruises underneath. QianXunji, beside him, was also not feeling well. Aside from the initial lash she received from Qian Daolu out of anger, he hadn't hit her again. However, when QianXunji saw Tang Yin being beaten, she couldn't help but rush to his side. After hesitating for a moment, Qian Daolu began his indiscriminate attack. At that moment, QianXunji was weakly curled up on the ground. The pain from her wounds was secondary. Her greatest fear was that her grandfather would separate her from Tang Yin and that Tang Yin would distance himself from her because of this incident. These were things she did not want to see. Just as she was physically and mentally exhausted, a pair of warm hands pressed against her back through her clothes. A soothing energy flowed from the palms into her body, causing her to involuntarily let out a comfortable moan, and her curled-up body gradually relaxed. She turned her head with difficulty and saw Tang Yin's smiling face. QianXunji realized that Tang Yin seemed to love smiling. During most of the time they spent together, Tang Yin's face was always adorned with a smile, as if nothing in this world could make him unhappy. Tang Yin's smile was like the most tempting poison in the world, causing QianXunji to sink into it unknowingly. Now, seeing the smile on Tang Yin's face, QianXunji lowered her head, feeling somewhat shy to meet his gaze. Xiao Yin. What's wrong? I'm sorry. Tang Yin also sensed that QianXunji had something on her mind. After hearing her apology, he smiled reassuringly. What's there to be sorry about? Didn't we already expect this? To be honest, I should thank Sister Shui. If you hadn't shielded me just now, I might have really been beaten to death by your grandfather. QianXunji knew Tang Yin was comforting her, but she still kept her head down. But if I hadn't brought you here, you wouldn't have had this physical suffering. There is no need for so many thank yous between us. I actually feel that your grandpa is a bit biased. Looking at the scars on us, it's obvious that the hits I took were much heavier. QianXunji blushed. Then let us find a time. Tang Yin hurriedly covered her mouth, fearing she might say something inappropriate. He was certain that at that moment, her grandpa Qian Daolu was eavesdropping on their conversation. If that old man found out that he and his granddaughter were about to play some perverted little games, he would probably say goodbye to this world before Tang Yin could find a good time. I feel heartbroken for Sister Shui, and if the hits were heavier, it would hurt me too. QianXunji also realized that discussing this now was a bit inappropriate and followed Tang Yin's words. My heart hurts too, Xiao Yin. How are your injuries? Don't rush to heal me. You should rest first. It's fine, Sister Shui. Don't you think it's getting better? It really is. QianXunji felt it was a bit magical. Sister Shui, I love you. I love you too, Xiao Yin. The life energy completely healed the bruises on QianXunji's body shortly after entering her. While healing her wounds, Tang Yin silently made a determination. 30 years on the West Bank, 30 years on the East Bank. Don't bully the young and poor. I, Tang Yin, will remember this painful day. I will get back everything I lost. What Tang Yin didn't expect was that shortly after, his vow would be realized by another person. Outside the hall, Qian Daolu watched this scene with a smile on his face. The healing-type soul saint who had come with Qian Daolu smartly retreated to his brother's side upon seeing this. The demon-slaying Diluo cast a resentful glance at his brother, as if blaming him for his recent injustice. Chapter 199, Battle against Xingluo. Zhu Jian's shrimp and pork heart. The day after Tang Yin left the Doluo Palace, he was not idle. His schedule for the next 3 days was already full. After experiencing a joy he had never felt before, the finals of the All-Continent Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Tournament officially began. To host this final, the Wuhuan Hall quickly constructed a massive competition venue in a short amount of time, with the arena's diameter reaching 100 meters. The arena was not only made of hard granite, but was also reinforced with a large number of soul guide devices. According to the official statement from the Wuhuan Hall, this arena could withstand any attack from soul emperors and below. Such extravagant spending could only be done by the Wuhuan Hall. It's worth noting that during the competition in the Tiando Empire, even a powerful soul master using their strongest third soul skill left traces on the arena. Early in the morning, Tang Yin was reluctantly dragged out of bed by the radiant Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing. Facing two opponents at once requires real skill. And, as someone who had never experienced this situation before, Tang Yin clearly lacked experience. After prolonged high-intensity exercise, even his iron body felt unable to keep up. After gathering, the Lamba Academy was led by a designated person from the Wuhuan Hall to the competition venue. Here, each academy had its own designated rest area. The rest area was built around the competition venue, and opposite the Pope's Hall was the VIP judges' seats. Representatives from the two empires came to watch the matches, along with people from the Wuhuan Hall. The rest area for Lamba Academy was arranged directly opposite the VIP seats. Tang Yin looked at the luxurious throne in the center ahead, feeling a bit complex. Before Lu Erlong had a chance to say anything to Tang Yin, he was taken to draw lots by the personnel from the Wuhuan Hall. In fact, the people from Lamba Academy were not worried about the drawing results at all. With Tang Yin present, they believed that the championship of this final would undoubtedly belong to Lamba Academy. Lu Erlong quickly returned with good news. As the first team to advance, Lamba Academy automatically received a bye for the second round. And Lu Erlong was also very fortunate to draw one of the 3-bye spots in the first round. The drawing teacher from many teams from the Tiando Empire present at the scene showed a hint of relief when they saw Lamba Academy's bye for the first round. No one wanted to face Lamba Academy in the first round. A first-round elimination would undoubtedly leave a huge regret. The drawing teacher from the Xingluo Empire was a bit puzzled. They didn't understand why the teachers from the Tiando Empire showed such expressions upon seeing Lamba Academy's bye. They all took note of this matter. intending to inquire later about what kind of power Lamba Academy truly was. It's unclear whether it was a correction in the timeline, but the plot, which had just changed a bit, returned to the right track. Lamba Academy's opponent in the third round turned out to be the Xingluo Royal Academy team. Without the constraints of family fate, and no longer having to kill the opponent to survive, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing remain sisters. It's best not to deal with fate. Tang Yin did not participate in this match. He believed that Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing would be able to handle this competition well. After both teams took the stage, Davis looked at Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing as if he had seen a ghost, his face filled with disbelief. Zhu Zhiyun appeared much more composed. She had already learned some information about Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing from her mother. The Xingluo Emperor had never informed Davis of this matter, and Zhu Zhuqing, who regarded Zhu Zhiyun as a competitor, had not mentioned it to Davis either, leaving only Davis in the dark. Zhu Zhiyun, you're still alive? Zhu Zhiyun responded coldly upon seeing Davis. What is the problem with me being alive? Davis and Dai Mubai were indeed brothers. Their reactions were almost identical. Zhu Zhiyun, since you're still alive, why don't you come to Xingluo Empire and fulfill the marriage contract with me? Davis spoke without considering Zhu Zhuqing's feelings beside him. Zhu Zhuqing bit her lip, but remained silent. Marriage contract? Zhu Zhiyun found it a bit strange. Didn't His Majesty, the Xingluo Emperor, tell you that Zhuqing and I are free now? After being with Tang Yin for so many years, Zhu Zhiyun's gentleness had become ingrained in her bones. She rarely got angry now. Davis was also unaware of this. He cast an inquiring glance at Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhu Zhuqing shook her head. Although she knew, if she told Davis that she had known about this before him and hadn't he informed him, she would be the one to suffer in the end. Zhu Zhiyun found Davis a bit amusing. Given his demeanor, wasn't he just having a fiery relationship with her half-sister? Now he shamelessly came to her looking for a sense of existence. Did he think he was Xiao Yin? Since the crown prince was already with her sister, he should take good care of her. I already have a boyfriend, so crown prince, please don't mention the marriage contract anymore. What? You have a boyfriend now? Davis felt like he had been cheated on. When he had taken Zhu Zhuqing in with a pinch of his nose, he had already felt like he was being cheated on, and now he had been played by his fiancée. As he thought again, the feeling of being cheated upon was worse than eating 10 flies that had just been through the sewers. Zhu Zhiyun feigned surprise. Crown Prince, why are you so shocked? Davis's face turned pale and green, clearly infuriated by Zhu Zhiyun. Even the referee beside them couldn't bear to watch and immediately stepped in to officiate the match. As both sides activated their martial souls, Davis, filled with rage, lost all rationality and immediately performed a martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing beside him. Zhu Zhuqing fully merged into Davis's body, and a massive light curtain formed by intertwining purple and white colors emerged, making it hard to look directly at. A roar that could make one's heart tremble came forth, and the gigantic phantom white tiger descended onto the arena. The first martial soul fusion technique of the finals was born, and the audience erupted in cheers. They all saw that the strongest of the Blue Tyrant Academy was still sitting in the stands. If this martial soul fusion technique could eliminate the Blue Tyrant Academy. Such a thought appeared in everyone's mind. Looking at it separately, the Blue Tyrant Academy team wasn't strong, having 4 Soul Kings. Their team was not much different from other academies. The gap between the other academies and the Blue Tyrant Academy only lay in high-level combat power. On the sidelines, Tang Yin remained calm, still leisurely playing with the soft flesh at Lu Erlong's waist. Chapter 200, Collision of Martial Soul Fusion Techniques Teacher. Do you think the Blue Tyrant Academy can win this battle? Tang San, watching the scene on the field, couldn't help but feel worried for the Blue Tyrant Academy. At this moment, Tang San's heart was very conflicted. He had a sense of luck wanting the Blue Tyrant Academy to be eliminated so that the team he led, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, could also have a shot at the championship. The ultimate reward of this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite competition was a soul bone provided by the Spirit Hall, along with a mysterious ultimate grand prize. The most precious soul bone was not the most important reward of this competition. What that ultimate grand prize was made all participating teams curious. But Tang San also didn't want to see the Blue Tyrant Academy fall in this round of 8-6, as he was still looking forward to another match with his brother. Yu Xiaojiang had already informed them about the techniques for the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. And during those 3 days of preparation, they completed their first fusion. That unparalleled power made Tang San yearn for another battle with Tang Yin. Yu Xiaojiang frowned, also pondering where the Blue Tyrant Academy's confidence lay. After the Xingluo Royal Academy team used their martial soul fusion technique, the Blue Tyrant Academy quietly changed their formation, with Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing standing at the forefront, while the remaining members retreated to a safer position. Could it be that the two sisters also have a martial soul fusion technique? A somewhat absurd thought appeared in Yu Xiaojiang's mind. However, just as he was about to dismiss this whimsical idea, the situation on the field suddenly changed. The transformed phantom white tiger let out a skyward roar, causing some weaker soul kings in the audience to tremble in fear. As the member with the lowest soul power in the Blue Tyrant Academy, Jiang Zhu's face turned pale. That roar had caused her previously stable soul power to become somewhat chaotic. Standing beside her, Du Yin enveloped Jiang Zhu with her own soul power, softly comforting her. "It's okay, just leave it to Zhuyin and Zhu Qing." The remaining members of the Xingluo Royal Academy also retreated to a sufficiently safe position, as they all knew that the key to victory in this match lay with the four individuals at the forefront. The phantom white tiger exhaled scorching mist, and Davis's voice came from its mouth. "My dear Zhuyin, I didn't expect you to become a soul king even before me. Truly gifted. If you're willing to come back, you can still be the princess." "Oh, what about my sister?" Zhu Zhuyin was not in a hurry. The sister she referred to was naturally Zhu Zhuqing, not Zhu Zhuqing, who was jokingly called a bus. Upon hearing this, Davis felt the supreme power emanating from the phantom white tiger he had summoned weaken slightly. He knew he could no longer speak so recklessly in front of Zhu Zhuqing. Although he was extremely dissatisfied with Zhu Zhuqing, who was a loose woman, she was still his nominal fiancée. Seeing that Zhu Zhuyin remained unfazed, Davis lost patience. A cruel, anthropomorphic smile appeared on the face of the phantom white tiger. "Zhuyin, since you refuse to return, don't blame me for being unfeeling. If you get accidentally hurt later, I hope your boyfriend won't dislike you. The villain often dies from talking too much." Zhu Zhuyin was too lazy to say anything more to Davis. Her gaze exchanged with Zhu Zhuqing, and they saw themselves in each other's eyes. In front of all the audience, the two embraced each other. Behind Zhu Zhuyin appeared a black cat covered in golden patterns, its limbs agile, and its pair of cat eyes shining with golden light, sacred and majestic. Similarly, behind Zhu Zhuqing was another black cat, but the aura it emitted was completely opposite to that of Zhu Zhuyin. A soft, moonlight-like glow flowed around the little black cat behind Zhu Zhuqing, making it look mysterious and elegant. The dazzling gold and ethereal purple intertwined, and the burst of light was even more exaggerated than the phantom white tiger from earlier. Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, who had transformed into the phantom white tiger, were utterly shocked at this sight. They never expected that there could be a martial soul fusion technique between the two phantom spirit cats. Incredible, too incredible, to have two soul masters with the same martial soul, yet possessing completely opposite attributes complement each other to form a martial soul fusion technique. Their teacher must be a genius. Yu Xiaojiang still had some skills. Although he was somewhat self-promotional, he must have real strength. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to design the 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. Hearing Yu Xiaojiang's praise, Tang Xin admired his teacher even more. "Xiao Yin, is this the reason you said don't worry?" Lu Erlong, who was half lying in Tang Yin's embrace, was also somewhat surprised upon seeing this scene. Many people knew that there was a martial soul fusion technique between Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing, but only Lu Erlong, who was in charge, was not very clear. Although she said she went to watch the training every day, her mind was mostly on Tang Yin. Tang Yin lightly inhaled the fragrance between his fingers, looking utterly relaxed. "I've tried the martial soul fusion technique between Sister Zhuyin and Zhu Qing. That power, if I don't use that move, it would be hard to resist." When the brilliant light faded, a black spirit cat appeared in the original position of Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing. Behind it, a gigantic purple-golden Tai Chi disc floated in the void, slowly rotating. The aura emitted by the spirit cat spread throughout the arena, and the previously arrogant phantom white tiger's aura was now in retreat. Davis could feel from the clash of auras that the strength of the martial soul fusion technique of Zhu Zhuyin and Zhu Zhuqing was far superior to his own. He knew he could no longer delay. If they collided head-on, the phantom white tiger would undoubtedly be defeated. Thus, he chose to make a shameful sneak attack. The phantom white tiger was extremely fast, possessing the ultimate wind attribute, making it the fastest martial soul on the continent. Its burst speed even slightly outpaced the swift-tailed swallow of the Min family. Unlike his second brother, whose grass on his grave was already half a meter high, as long as Davis had set his sights on something, he would not hold back. An old hunter can also be pecked in the eye by an eagle if he is careless. The distance of over 50 meters vanished in an instant, and to everyone, The ghostly white tiger seemed to teleport. Its large paw was raised high, striking towards the much smaller black spirit cat. The black spirit cat remained calm upon witnessing this scene. A repulsive force emanated from the purple-gold Tai Chi disc behind it, blocking the tiger's paw just half a meter away from the black spirit cat. Seeing his attack fail and lacking the capital to drag it out, Davis chose to make one last gamble. Instead of escaping with a single blow, he began to condense a white energy beam in his mouth. Material treasures, blessings of the sun and moon. This voice was ethereal and unreal, resembling both Zhu Zhiyun's and Zhu Zhuqing's, yet also seeming to belong to no mortal realm. A purple-gold beam shot into the sky, almost enveloping the entire arena. Chapter 201, Sister-in-Law You 1. Tang Yin smiled. Everything was as he expected. Lu Erlong looked at the soaring light in the arena, recalling the earlier ethereal voice, and couldn't help but murmur, "So beautiful." Not only did she think so, many others in the arena shared the same sentiment. When the light curtain dissipated, Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing had already walked hand in hand back to their team, while Davis and Zhu Zhuqing, who had used the ghostly white tiger, lay unconscious on the ground. They bore no wounds, as Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing had no intention of killing Zhu Zhuqing. They both knew that Zhu Zhuqing was a pitiful person, and they originally shared the same fate until someone pulled them out of the abyss. Jiang Zhu, held in the arms of Dugu Yin, saw Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing returning victoriously, and a relaxed smile appeared on her pale face. We won. The other members of the Star Luo Royal Academy team exchanged glances. Among the remaining 5, 2 were Soul Sect members, so they still had the strength to fight. However, seeing Davis and Zhu Zhuqing unconscious, the fighting spirit in their hearts had long since dissipated. After confirming with their eyes, the 2 Soul Sect members chose to surrender. This could be said to be the most exciting and quickest match since the finals began. After the match, Tang Yin hugged Zhu Zhiyun and Zhu Zhuqing one by one. When Tang Yin hugged Zhu Zhiyun, he could clearly feel her slightly tense body. "It's over. Yes, it's over. From now on, I belong to Xiao Yin alone." "No, Sister Zhiyun, you are still you, belonging to no one." "I understand what you mean." Not long after the 3rd round of the top 8 ended, they arrived at the 4th round of matchups. The 3 teams that ultimately emerged were the Vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy, the Wuhuan Hall team, and the Lamba Academy team. Every team that made it to the final stage was the most stunning talent of their generation. The Vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy reaching this point was not surprising to anyone. It was natural for them to enter the top 3 with the Soul King among them. As for the main team of the Tiando Royal Academy, after narrowly winning the first 2 rounds, they were easily defeated by the martial soul fusion skill displayed by Hulayina and Xiaoyu. Comparing the performances of the main and Vice teams, it was clear to discerning eyes that the main team had taken shortcuts. None of this mattered to Tang San. He only cared about the upcoming showdown. The remaining 3 matches would take place in front of the Pope's palace, where Pope BabyTang would personally attend the competition. The night before the match, Tang Yin's suggestion to warm up with Lu Erlong was firmly rejected by the dean, who was worried that Tang Yin's kidney deficiency would affect his performance the next day. Tang Yin found this reason quite unreliable and somewhat insulting. However, he did not like to force others, especially those around him. Feeling somewhat dejected on his way back to his room, a person he did not expect appeared at the door. "Little rabbit?" This term startled Xiao Wu, who looked around in panic. And only after confirming there were no outsiders did she pat her own little thunder with her small hand. "Xiao Yin, this joke isn't funny. Besides, I'm your brother's girlfriend and likely your sister-in-law in the future." As she said this, Xiao Wu proudly puffed out her small chest. Tang Yin had no interest in Xiao Wu's figure. He preferred girls who were a bit more voluptuous. "Oh, what do you want with me?" Tang Yin was already aware that Xiao Wu was a transformed soul beast, and he didn't mind. Xiao Wu nodded, reaching into her collar and pulling out a silver scale. Tang Yin looked curiously at the scale Xiao Wu wore close to her body, puzzled. Where did this come from? Although Tang Yin couldn't tell which soul beast the scale came from, he could sense its extraordinary nature. Moreover, if he wasn't mistaken, this scale belonged to a female soul beast. "See if this has your aura." Xiao Wu injected a small amount of soul power into the scale, activating a mechanism within it. An aura that Tang Yin was all too familiar with emanated from the scale, making his expression even more peculiar. As he looked at Xiao Wu as if she were a pervert. "Aren't you with my Gigi? Why are you still coveting my body?" Xiao Wu quickly waved her hand to deny it, explaining, "It's not like that. This scale was given to me by another soul beast. They wanted me to find the owner of this aura, and then you found me?" Xiao Wu lowered her head and continued. I have 2 partners in the Star Do Great Forest. If I don't complete the tasks they assigned, my partners will be eaten. Tang Yin vaguely sensed the shocking secret in Xiao Wu's tone. Your partners must also be 10,000-year-soul beasts, and the existence that can eat your partners. Hiss. Great. Finally, there's a lead on the soul ring for my second martial soul. Tang Yin had always been concerned about where to find high-quality soul rings to fill his second martial soul after becoming a title de law. The creatures Xiao Wu mentioned were just right. As for whether he could defeat them, Tang Yin hadn't thought about that, even if he had to take a step back. If he really couldn't win, he could always sell himself and let Sister Shui, her grandfather, and his grandfather's old buddies help out. There surely wouldn't be any beings as godly among those soul beasts. Guyuna lo. Then what do you want from me? I can't defeat them either. Xiao Wu felt a bit embarrassed. Her request was truly difficult. It's not that. They seem to be looking for you. My partner said they mean you no harm. Looking for me? Tang Yin automatically ignored Xiao Wu's last remark about having no malice. He didn't believe that the soul beasts in the Star Do Great Forest, where the law of the jungle prevailed, would have no ill intentions towards him. Tang Yin only believed that the only kind soul beast in this world was his mother. Yin, the rest of the soul beasts were not good creatures, including this rabbit in front of him. Today, Xiao Wu came to find him with no good intentions. Fortunately, this rabbit didn't seem very smart. If it were a bit more cunning, it might really have been captured by that group of soul beasts when obtaining the 6th spirit ring. If a female soul beast were to covet him, Tang Yin would truly have nowhere to cry. All right, I will find a time to visit the Star Do Forest. But sister-in-law, you coming to find me so late? Won't Gigi be jealous? After Tang Yin brushed off Xiao Wu, he couldn't help but tease her. It was only then that Xiao Wu remembered she had told Tang, since she was going out to use the bathroom, and now she had been gone for almost half an hour. She fled from there like a startled rabbit. No, she was originally a rabbit. Chapter 202. 100,000 years spirit bone. The night passed quickly, and the rising sun cast golden rays of sunlight, illuminating the statue of the 6-winged angel in front of the Pope's hall, making it shine brilliantly. The palace knights lined up neatly on both sides of the road, exuding an aura of dignity and solemnity. Lu Erlong was not allowed to enter the square in front of the Pope's hall. She could only stand outside and watch. Next to her were the vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy, teacher Yu Xiaojiang, and the guardian teachers, Flander and Zhao Wujia. Before leaving, Tang Yin, whether intentionally or unintentionally, kissed Lu Erlong in front of the vice-captain of Tiando Royal Academy and the Blue Tyrant Academy's team. Yu Xiaojiang's lips trembled slightly, his facial muscles twitching subtly, but he managed to maintain his composure. However, Flander, who had willingly stepped back to facilitate Lu Erlong and Yu Xiaojiang, was now furious. If not for Zhao Wujia holding him back, he might have confronted Tang Yin. Lu Erlong blushed, but did not resist Tang Yin's action. The members of Blue Tyrant Academy had long since grown accustomed to such scenes. After all, he was just the Academy's dean. What was the big deal? Ning Rongrong's eyes widened, and she covered her open mouth with her small hand, unable to believe what she was witnessing. The dean of Blue Tyrant Academy? Tang Yin? Ning Rongrong's unrealistic fantasies about Tang Yin were completely shattered at that moment. Having been spoiled since childhood, she did not like fickle men, even though her father Ning Fengji was not faithful to her mother. In the final match, there were no substitute players. Only 21 individuals from 3 teams could stand on the Pope Square, and Jiang Zhu, as Tang Yin's substitute, could only accompany Lu Erlong outside. She was not at all discouraged. Having come this far from being a commoner spirit master, Jiang Zhu was already very satisfied to stand on the stage of the finals. The 3 teams stood in a row on the Pope's Hall Square, all eyes focused on the seemingly heavy door ahead. There was one exception. The Wuhuan Hall team was right next to Blue Tyrant Academy, and coincidentally, Hulaina and Tang Yin stood on either side of the team. Even more coincidentally, they were closely adjacent. Even after just a few days apart, the seductive glances in Hulaina's eyes made Tang Yin feel a bit of a chill. This situation did not seem suitable for any inappropriate actions. After the match, at the old place, Tang Yin's voice turned into a line. Only Hulaina could hear it. His voice was like a cure, healing Hulaina's ailment. She immediately returned to normal, looking straight ahead like everyone else. The closed hall doors slowly opened, and 12 red-clad cardinals walked out from within, standing silently on either side. The silhouette of a figure emerged through the dim light, causing everyone's hearts to skip a beat. Even Tang Yin was no exception. Today, BabyTang looked as beautiful as he had seen her that day, only now she wore a brilliant golden Pope's robe, appearing even more formidable, and Tang Yin could not discern any emotion in her eyes. BabyTang seemed to notice that Tang Yin was looking at her. Their gazes met, and time seemed to freeze at that moment. Sunlight poured onto BabyTang, and the hundreds of colorful gems on her attire made her look dazzling, but her eyes, resembling purple gems, held no sparkle. Tang Yin felt a pang in his heart. The once cold heart seemed to crack, yet he forcibly stitched it back together. After Tang Yin averted his gaze, BabyTang turned her attention to everyone. "The Pope has arrived, kneel." A voice that seemed to be leading the ceremony shouted loudly, his voice resonating throughout the Pope's square with overwhelming soul power. The 12 red-clad cardinals knelt first, followed by the sound of armor clashing as all the palace knights knelt as well. Most members of the Wuhuan Hall team had fervent looks in their eyes as they knelt down, shouting their respect to the Pope. The vice-captain of Tiando Royal Academy and his group did not kneel, while all eyes from Blue Tyrant Academy turned to their captain, Tang Yin. They were not opposed to kneeling before the Pope. It was just kneeling, which was nothing significant. Tang Yin did not like this feeling. He disliked any form of superiority. He hated when Titan referred to Tang Hao as old servant, and he detested being thanked with kneeling after helping those commoners. He hated bowing to high powers, including the Snowy Knight back then and now, BabyTang. But he was not only considering these things now. If he did not kneel, would it mean he was indulging himself in using BabyTang's old feelings for him? Having decided to sever ties, wasn't doing this akin to being hypocritical, becoming the very person he despised? Tang Yin's knees bent in mid-air. At the moment he resolved to kneel, BabyTang's emotionless voice reached everyone's ears. "Get up." BabyTang scanned the faces of the 21 team members, revealing a formulaic smile. As for why it was formulaic, Tang Yin could see that BabyTang was not happy. "In my years of governance, I have held 3 elite competitions for advanced Soul Master Academies across the continent. And you truly are the most talented group I have ever seen. This year, I hope you can showcase all your strength and talent here in front of the Pope's Hall. The ultimate victor will receive this reward." As she spoke, BabyTang tapped the ground with her purple gold Pope's scepter, and a soul bone glowing with a red light appeared before everyone. From the structure of the soul bone, it appeared to be a right leg bone, looking crystal clear, shimmering with a soft red light, and the powerful aura it emanated drew everyone's attention to this soul bone. Upon seeing this soul bone, even the Jew behind BabyTang couldn't help but show a surprised expression. As they had participated in the hunt for the soul beast that produced this soul bone, they did not expect the Pope not only to have not absorbed it, but to present it as a reward for this competition. Soul bones are already very rare, and a 100,000-year soul bone is enough to provoke the most sinister desires in anyone's heart. Ningfengji also sensed something amiss. He was shocked by the Wuhuan Hall's boldness. "It's actually a 100,000-year soul bone." Only Xiao Wu lowered her eyelids, her pink pupils turning crimson with anger as she trembled her lips. Mommy, her voice was not loud, and with everyone else's attention on the soul bone, only Tang San, who cared most about her, heard Xiao Wu's murmurs. Chapter 203. 1 Against 7. Tang San learned about Xiao Wu being a soul beast by accident. As his soul power increased, his cultivation of the purple extreme magic eye reached the Jiezi realm, and he did not immediately notice the soul beast aura surrounding Xiao Wu, which was concealed by the Silver Dragon King's presence. However, one time, while Xiao was taking a bath and removed a scale, she happened to be caught by Tang San, who came to find her. But Tang San did not mind Xiao Wu's identity and felt a strong sense of recognition for her as a transformed soul beast. He did not tell Xiao Wu that he knew her true identity. He hoped that one day she would tell him herself. "This time, I have one more reason to win." Tang San clenched his fists. This time, he would definitely secure the final championship. From this soul bone, Tang Yin also sensed an incredibly familiar aura. He couldn't help but glance in Xiao Wu's direction. "There would also be a mysterious reward that I would individually grant to the best player of the winning team, so unleash your talents." A row of gilded chairs was arranged in front of the Pope's Hall. At the signal of Pope BabyTang, she sat in the center, with Ningfengji from the 7 Treasure, Glazed Tile School, and Sword Deluo, QianXunji on her left, and Ghost Deluo Mei, and Chrysanthemum Yueguan on her right. The personal matches in the morning were not something the Lamba Academy feared against any team from the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team or the Spear Hall team. During the draw, the first match saw Lamba Academy getting a bye, while the Spirit Hall team faced off against the Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team in the first 1v1 personal match. The Tiando Royal Academy's Vice Team forfeited the match. Before the match began, Yu Xiaojing's voice came from below the stage. Among the 7-member team, there were only 2 support soul masters, making this personal match exceedingly difficult for them. Even if Tang San was extraordinarily gifted and could take down the 3 Soul Kings of the Spirit Hall alone, how could they deal with the remaining 3 Soul Sects? It is known that Yu Xiaojing had far too few trump cards in hand. The officiating cardinal shouted loudly, "Tiando Royal Academy's vice team, please pay attention. Next time, forfeit earlier. If there is a next time, you'll be expelled from Spirit City." The cardinal had a soul power exceeding level 80, and his reprimand carried some soul power shock, causing Yu Xiaojing, who was only a 29th level Great Soul Master, to tremble internally, his face becoming abnormally flushed. Yu Xiaojing looked at BabyTang on the high platform with a hint of grievance, hoping she could advocate for him. BabyTang showed a look of disdain and coldly said, "Continue the match." Feeling rejected, Yu Xiaojing could no longer control himself, spitting out a mouthful of old blood and losing consciousness. Due to the forfeit, the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team automatically entered the losers bracket, while the Tiando Royal Academy's vice team was in chaos due to the Masteress fainting. The personal match between the Spirit Hall team and Lamba Academy was about to begin. Since the final started, Tang Yin, who had not made a move, chose to be the first to go on stage. His goal was to take on 7 opponents to ensure the integrity of the Lamba Academy team for tomorrow. When Yin, who was sent out first, saw that his opponent was Tang Yin, all his emotions turned into a raging fury, overtaking his rationality. The goddess he had pursued for several years had become a plaything of the person before him. Anyone would have their hearts shattered in such a scenario. Yin knew he sometimes got carried away, but he didn't dislike the feeling of being driven by his emotions. After a brief encounter with Tang Yin, he understood the gap between them. He knew that defeating Tang Yin was undoubtedly a fantasy. What he needed to do was to exhaust Tang Yin as much as possible, even if it meant exchanging injuries, ideally leading to both of them perishing together. The match began. Both Tang Yin and Yin acted quickly, summoning their martial spirits at the first opportunity. Yan's skin turned a dull gray-brown with tiny flaming patterns flowing over it, making his already tall figure appear even bulkier. Tang Yin, embracing his fate, showcased an astonishingly powerful soul ring configuration that left many cardinals who had never seen him before gasping in astonishment. They all took a deep breath, thinking, "This child is terrifying." Some even had the fleeting thought of killing Tang Yin on the spot. Such a genius had too many unstable factors in his growth. If he was friendly towards the Spirit Hall, it would be fine, but if he held a grudge, the consequences would be unimaginable. Everyone had their thoughts, but the match had already started. Yin held nothing back and immediately used his most powerful 10,000-year soul skill. As the single black soul ring lit up, the ground beneath him began to crack, with dark red lava flowing out from under his feet. 5th soul skill, Fiery Sand Madness. Halfway through casting his soul skill, Yin suddenly trembled, as if locked onto by something, and his mind went blank. When he came to his senses, the tip of Tang Yin's fate gun was pressed against his throat. Yan's expression froze, unable to see how Tang Yin had done it. Facing Tang Yin felt like facing an invincible enemy. How is this possible? Tang Yin retracted the gun tip. He could see that Yin liked Hulayina, but now he could only apologize to Yin. Initially, Tang Yin had little interest in Hulayina, but the companionship over those few days had sparked some interest. Feelings can be cultivated later, after all. Next, Yin struggled to accept reality. He had lost before, but this kind of defeat was hard to bear. "No, I haven't lost. I haven't lost." Many emotions intertwined, causing Yin to momentarily forget that this was a personal match in the finals. A massive fist, covered with a layer of earthy brown rock, smashed toward Tang Yin's head, attacking the opponent after losing, especially in front of everyone and against Tang Yin. There was no saving him this time, unless an angel deity intervened. Tang Yin was taken aback by Yan's reaction. It was too late to defend against such a sudden outburst at such close range. Just as Tang Yin was about to use eternity to buy himself some time, Yan's chest suddenly caved in significantly, and his massive body flew away like a kite with a broken string. BabyTang's voice remained devoid of any emotion. Yin from the Spirit Hall team has violated the competition rules and is expelled from the arena. BabyTang's impartiality earned the admiration of everyone from the bottom of their hearts. Yin was one of the 3 Soul Kings from the Spirit Hall team, and given his injuries, it was clear BabyTang had no intention of letting him participate in the following matches. Tang Yin remained silent, his head lowered, not knowing what he was thinking. The subsequent battles continued without suspense. Seiyu's self-created soul skill, Circular Moon, was ineffective against Tang Yin's Breaking Thousand Army, while Hulayina's charm. Tang Yin could only say, "Tonight is settled." Chapter 204. Peak Showdown in the afternoon's losers bracket team match. Xiaoyu and Huliana's alluring martial soul fusion technique could not hold back the Haotian hammer under the blessing of the seven-treasure glazed tile tower. During the battle, Tang San's technique of stacking the chaotic cloak became more proficient. When he swung the 30th hammer, the main controller of the martial soul fusion technique, Xiaoyu, withstood most of the attacks with his own body. Even though the remaining soul masters of the Spirit Hall battle team had already eliminated most of the members of the Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team, everyone present felt a chill run down their spines when they saw Tang San swing the Haotian hammer again. Huliana made a quick decision to surrender. For this outcome, BabyTang said nothing. When she attacked Yan in the morning, the Spirit Hall had already lost the qualification to compete for the championship. Otherwise, under the siege of the three Soul Kings, the Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team would have had to use their ultimate trump card. Huliana had lost all interest in this Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy elite competition. All she could think about was what was going to happen tonight. BabyTang's gaze was sharp. As she was about to leave, she took in Huliana's expression of longing. Nana has also fallen in love. BabyTang had long regarded Huliana, her direct disciple, as her own. There are not many people BabyTang cared about in this world, and Huliana was one of the 2.5, not 1.5, she valued. After remembering this, BabyTang waved her sleeve and left. QianXunji, who followed BabyTang, looked at her back with confusion. Did the Spirit Hall really give up so easily in a match that determined the ownership of a 100,000-year soul bone? This soul bone was clearly intended as a gift for someone from the other two teams. Who could it be? QianXunji's peripheral vision caught sight of the 14 young boys and girls remaining on the field, and for some reason, he instinctively looked at Tang Yin, who was surrounded by admirers. Fengji, it's time to go, QianXun reminded softly from behind. QianXunji's gaze was deep as he walked towards the Pope's Hall. The final two teams had been decided, and everyone on the Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team wore expressions of joy. The recent fierce battle had not been easy for them. Each person bore some injuries, yet they had overcome the championship favorites, the Spirit Hall battle team, who were supposedly stronger on paper. Tang Sen looked at the joy on his teammates' faces, and a hint of a smile appeared in his tired eyes. He approached Xiao Wu and placed his hand on her shoulder. Xiao Wu, don't worry. I will definitely help you get that soul bone tomorrow. Xiao Wu, feeling a bit down, looked up at Tang San and saw the determination in his eyes. Even if Xiao Wu was a bit slow, she understood that Tang San must have guessed her identity. Brother. That night, Tang Yin, who still had tomorrow's match ahead, honored his promise to Huliana. As soon as he entered the room, a pair of beautiful legs wrapped around his waist. The fragrance of orchids whispered in his ear, making Tang Yin feel a bit ticklish. Huliana licked Tang Yin's earlobe, her voice filled with seduction. Little Tang Yin turned his back, supporting Huliana's perky figure with both hands, the soft touch making him a bit restless. While Tang Yin struggled through the night, Tang San and his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, were also closely discussing the tactics for the next day. It's too difficult. After an hour of failing to come up with a countermeasure, Yu Xiaojiang sighed. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing's martial soul fusion technique had exceeded his expectations. Tang San also felt uncertain. He had no confidence in eliminating either Zhu Zhuyun or Zhu Zhuqing under Tang Yin's watch. A layer of gloom enveloped Tang San. The match arrived as scheduled. BabyTang still sat on her throne, her gaze deep and filled with a different emotion that was unseen the previous day. Disguised as the crown prince, Xue Qinghe, Qian Renxue sat to the side, occasionally glancing toward the Doloa Palace at the mountaintop. The finals of the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition were about to begin, and both teams prepared. The match would start in 15 minutes. The faint glow emanating from the 100,000-year soft bone of the charming rabbit's right leg, quietly suspended in the air, captivated everyone's hearts. But everyone knew that the final ownership of this soul bone would be decided between Tang Yin and Tang San, the two competitors who would determine the outcome of today's match. Little Yin, the victor of today's match can only be me. Oh, brother wanted to go easy on you? Tang Yin certainly knew why Tang San had to win this match. However, he also didn't want to lose. He was well aware of how much the members of the Lamba Academy battle team had invested in this match, always slacking off. Tang Yin felt he had no right to decide the outcome alone. The match was about to begin, and both sides could release their martial souls. The Cardinal, acting as the referee, announced as both sides took their positions. Tang San gripped the Haotian hammer, his momentum continuously rising. Then let us speak with strength. 7-in-1 Martial Soul Fusion Technique. At Tang San's command, everyone from the Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team quickly retreated, forming a circle. At the center of the circle were two people, Ning Rongrong and Oscar. The 5 others began to move rapidly around them. However, a powerful soul power wave spread from the 7 of them, crazily converging towards the center. As the circle unfolded, a beam of 7-colored light erupted from the 7 treasure glazed tile pagoda in Ning Rongrong's hands, connecting all 7 members of the team together. Yu Xiaojiang put into practice his theory of martial soul fusion among different bodies, which is one of the top 10 core competencies in the martial soul world. Seeing this scene, Yu Xiaojiang's eyes became a bit misty. His theory had finally been proven correct. At the forefront, Tang San held the Haotian hammer tightly, his aura continuously rising. The dark blue Haotian hammer became increasingly heavy, shimmering with a dark golden glow. Zhu Qing, let's break them. Zhu Zhuyan reacted quickly, deciding to use her martial soul fusion technique with Zhu Zhuqing to eliminate Ning Rongrong, who was the key to connecting the entire Tianzhou Royal Academy's vice team. Tang Yin watched this scene with great interest. He raised his hand to stop Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing's actions, reassuring all team members with 3 words: leave it to me. BabyTang on the platform, upon seeing the current state of the Haotian hammer in Tang San's hand, couldn't sit still. Weapon, soul, true body. Tang Yin stepped forward, shielding everyone behind him. Is this your reliance to defeat me? Tang Sin steadily stabilized his soul power, which had now exceeded level 70, with a determined gaze. Little Yin, this time I won't lose. Then let's see. Tang Yin no longer held back. The originally purple second soul ring beneath his feet flickered with a faint red light. The 7-color domain expanded with Tang Yin as the center, covering the entire competition arena with a layer of colorful halo. The members of Lamba Academy could feel that all their attributes had increased by more than 30%. And Zhu Zhuyan even felt confident that she and her sister could confront this so-called 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique head-on. As Tang San's momentum continued to rise, he suddenly groaned. The moment Tang Yin's 7-color domain unfolded, Tang San's aura was easily suppressed. Tang Yin knew that Tang San had a technique for cultivating mental strength, and at this moment, his Breaking Thousand army was unlikely to have any effect on Tang San, so he did not end the match easily as he had last time. At this moment, Tang San's overall strength was suppressed to around level 70, but with the enhancement of his weapon spirit true form, he was still not to be underestimated. The 5th soul skill Mirror World. Tang Yin murmured softly, and the 5th soul ring beneath his feet lit up simultaneously, creating a clone that looked exactly like him from behind. The clone, expressionless, charged toward Tang San the moment it appeared. Tang San swung the massive Haotian hammer in his hand, creating a sharp explosion of air. The Tang Yin clone unleashed its own fate to collide with it. But fate shattered into hundreds of pieces upon contact with the Haotian hammer and then surged toward Tang San. Tang San's soul power surged around him, easily knocking the fragments away. The Haotian hammer, with its invincible might, smashed toward the chest of the mirrored Tang Yin. The sound of shattering glass echoed as the clone disintegrated under the terrifying power of the Haotian hammer. Tang Yin's expression grew serious. He knew that winning this match was simple. He only needed to use his first soul skill, Divine Dragonwood, to control any one of the people behind Tang San. And this match would be without any suspense. But Tang Yin looked down on such tactics. True strong individuals never fear challenges. Tang San remained highly focused. He knew that Tang Yin's first soul skill posed a significant threat to their spirit fusion technique, and he had to guard against that. Otherwise, a 1,000-mile dam could collapse due to an anthole. The stalemate between both sides tugged at everyone's hearts. Even Zhu Zhuyan and Zhu Zhuqing were no exception. They naturally believed in Tang Yin's words, but the oppressive atmosphere was too much for their spirits. Tang Yin took a deep breath. After simulating dozens of scenarios in his mind, he found that there was only one way to achieve victory directly. He shifted his gaze to BabyTang on the high platform. BabyTang, who was worried, froze when she noticed Tang Yin looking at her. However, she quickly seemed to think of something. Seeing Tang Yin not attacking, Tang San did not rush either. He stood still, beginning to accumulate the power of the chaotic cloak hammer method with immense soul power. Each hammer strike on the ground shattered it, sending small stones flying from the impact craters. Tang Yin's left eye suddenly brightened as the eye of the Xie Ji fully unfolded. To everyone's astonishment, he pulled out a blood-red bow. Twin martial spirits. Ning Fengji exclaimed in surprise, unable to believe what he was seeing. How many people knew that the dazzling Tang Yin and Tang San in this competition were actually close brothers? Except for BabyTang. No one was not surprised by the sudden appearance of the Dragon Phoenix bow in Tang Yin's left hand, not even Xianren Xue. She did not expect that little Yin had secrets kept from her. QianXunji seemed not angry, but rather appreciated Tang Yin more. She liked men who could conquer her, no matter in what aspect. Yu Xiaojiang was also puzzled by Tang Yin summoning his second martial spirit. He had learned from Tang, saying that Tang Yin possessed two martial spirits, but did not know what Tang Yin intended to do with his spirit that lacked any soul rings. However, he would soon find out. The fate in Tang Yin's right hand began to shrink, transforming into a moderately sized arrow. This is a spirit fusion technique. Yu Xiaojiang's pupils suddenly constricted and his lips trembled. A spirit fusion technique executed by a single person. What kind of monster was this? Drawing the bow, knocking the arrow, and locking on. When the eye of the Xieji, Fate, and Tang San aligned in a straight line, the outcome was already determined. The arrow of Fate flew out. Its speed was slow, visibly slow, but it had already locked onto the future of its target. Tang San's sense of crisis surged. He could no longer afford to continue raising the power of the chaotic cloak hammer, even though he still had the energy. The Haotian hammer had reached an incredibly terrifying state after 49 strikes. Tang San barely controlled the power capable of severely injuring any soul master below the rank of soul, Daw, and struck toward the arrow flying toward him. Boom! The violent energy collision that should not have occurred in such a match completely overturned the competition arena. The members of Blue Tyrant Academy could only helplessly leave the center of the explosion under Tang Yin's protection. However, it was not so good for the vice-captain of the Tiando Royal Academy. The 6 people supplying soul power to Tang San were sent flying by this terrifying force. And Ning Rongrong, who was at the back connecting the whole team, spat out a mouthful of blood. On the platform, Swordalo QianXunji could no longer sit still. The moment Ning Rongrong's body left the competition platform, he caught her as she flew back. His powerful soul power absorbed the remaining force for Ning Rongrong. Looking at QianXunji's face, Ning Rongrong weakly said, "Grandpa," soared before fainting, losing consciousness. The other 5 members, except for Ning Rongrong, crashed heavily onto the ground, groaning before falling unconscious from their severe injuries. As the massive dust cloud dispersed, Tang Yin stood quietly not far from Tang San, watching this scene. Meanwhile, Tang San was pinned to the ground by Fate. Beside him, the originally dark golden Haotian hammer had turned back to its original black, with dozens of large and small fragments scattered on the ground. That arrow had directly shattered Tang San's Haotian hammer martial spirit. Tang San spat blood. His consciousness had not yet shattered, and in the collision of that arrow, he felt once again the kind of helplessness he had faced when confronting the Titan giant ape. Even with the strength of a soul sage, was he still unable to defeat Tang Yin? The outcome was clear. Although Fate had pierced into Tang San's body, the continuous life energy it supplied preserved his life. Otherwise, that arrow just now would have been enough to take Tang San's life. The match was over. Blue Tyrant Academy wins. The red-clad bishop hosting the match was somewhat dumbfounded. He had no confidence in responding to Tang Yin's attack. Chapter 205. Voice BabyTang in the stand seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, her tense emotions gradually dissipating with the smoke. They won. Seeing this unprecedented scene before her, Dugu Yin murmured. Zhu Zhuqing also opened her mouth wide, shocked beyond measure. Little Yin, so powerful. Ha ha ha, good boy. I knew you could win. A voice drew closer, attracting everyone's attention. Dugu Bo, looking travel-worn, had clearly rushed over to meet his granddaughter Dugin. That arrow just now was indeed stunning. He had seen the blinding beam from afar. As he descended from the air, Dugu Yin immediately dashed into her grandfather's embrace without a word. Grandpa, holding Dugu Bo, Dugu Yin finally felt some sense of security. However, when her peripheral vision inadvertently caught sight of QianXunji in the VIP seats, the teasing smile on QianXunji's lips made Dugu Yin's heart tremble with fear. She had not forgotten what QianXunji had told her that day. The red-clad bishop, now finally coming back to his senses, raised his voice. Please, the representative of Blue Tyrant Academy, stepped forward to receive the championship prize. After fully healing Tang San's injuries, Tang Yin also retracted Fate. Tang San's originally pale face had regained its color, but he still lay on the ground, reluctant to get up, merely because of this defeat, betting on the future, yet ending up with such a result. The other members of the vice team from the Tiando Royal Academy slowly woke up under the treatment of healing soul masters from the Spirit Hall. The first thing Xiao Wu did upon getting up was to rush to her third brother's side to check on Tang San's injuries. Brother, how are you? Hearing Xiao Wu's voice, Tang San slowly opened his eyes. His lips moved slightly, and his weak tone was filled with guilt. I'm sorry, Xiao Wu. I couldn't fulfill my promise. It's okay, brother. As long as you're all right, Xiao Wu said, tears glistening in her eyes. Tang Yin returned to the team from the Blue Tyrant Academy, and seeing that Tang Yin was safe and sound, everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Xiao Yin, go accept the award, Zhu Zhiyun said, smoothing Tang Yin's slightly messy hair with a smile. Tang Yin did not refuse. He turned and walked step by step toward BabyTang. In BabyTang's eyes, there were no other figures left. She saw Tang Yin approaching her with a hint of smile on his face, just like when he walked toward her by the river during their 3 years in the secret realm. Sister Dong. The Tang Yin before her had a somewhat youthful voice, yet it carried an indescribable sense of security. Your Holiness, Tang Yin repeated, this time raising his voice deliberately. Only then did BabyTang come back to her senses. The Tang Yin before her did not have a smile, but a serious expression. The stark contrast between memory and reality left her feeling quite disappointed. Standing not far from BabyTang, QianXunji felt a fleeting sense of loss in her heart for some reason. This feeling was as if she would lose Tang Yin. She shook her head, trying to cast this impossible thought from her mind. QianXunji squinted her eyes, watching the two with a dangerous gaze. Taking a deep breath to suppress her emotions, BabyTang transformed back into the lofty Pope. Congratulations, you led the Blue Tyrant Academy to win the championship in this competition. This 100,000 old soft-bone charm rabbit soul bone is your reward. As she spoke, BabyTang waved her jade hand, presenting the soul bone to Tang Yin. Tang Yin did not dare to look BabyTang in the eye. His gaze remained fixed on the soul bone, clearly just a lifeless object. Yet Tang Yin felt a breath of life emanating from the pink halo surrounding the 100,000 old soft-bone charm rabbit's right leg bone. When his fingers touched it, a direct sensation struck Tang Yin's mind, causing him to shudder. A voice filled with temptation, haunting and sorrowful, suddenly echoed in Tang Yin's mind. Save me, save me. Two voices of different tones resonated simultaneously in Tang Yin's mind, and the intense emotional fluctuations made it difficult for him to control his body. BabyTang seemed to notice Tang Yin's abnormal state. When the owner of the voice realized that Tang Yin was not quite right, she quickly apologized. I am sorry. She knew that everything was triggered by her plea for help. Taking a deep breath, Tang Yin managed to calm his emotions and opened his eyes with difficulty. As he took the 100,000 old soul bone from BabyTang, her worried voice rang in his ears. Are you okay? Thank you for your concern, Your Holiness. Tang Yin hurriedly left without looking back. BabyTang no longer had the mood to continue hosting this damned award ceremony. She waved her hand, instructing Zhu Doluo to take over the remaining matters, and turned to leave the Pope Square. Zhu Doluo's eyes widened when he heard the rewards BabyTang mentioned, but he did not dare to oppose her decision. Once BabyTang left, he loudly announced, the second reward for the champion is to grant all participating members of the Blue Tyrant Academy a black grade token from the Spirit Hall, and to grant the captain of the Blue Tyrant Academy, Tang Yin, the Pope's order. The black grade token is second only to the rights of the cardinal, allowing for high privileges in the Spirit Hall of major cities, and even enabling the summoning of soul masters below level 60 from the Spirit Hall nearby. As for the Pope's order, there is no need to elaborate. The holder of the Pope's order is akin to the Pope's personal presence. Tang Yin blankly accepted the Pope's order handed to him by the Spirit Hall staff. Whether it was an illusion or not, he felt a hint of residual warmth from it. Clearly, the Spirit Hall staff had placed it on a plate without physical contact. As the event was about to disperse, QianXunji stepped forward, clapping her hands to draw everyone's attention to her. Prince QianXunji said loudly, My Tiando Empire has not won the championship in the Continental Advanced Soul Master Academy Elite Competition for many years. All the students from the Blue Tyrant Academy are talented individuals of the Empire. I have long admired Miss Duguyen from the Blue Tyrant Academy and hope to marry her as my princess. Please bear witness to this. Upon hearing this, the students from the Blue Tyrant Academy looked at Duguyen with astonished expressions. Yin, what's going on? Dugabo clearly did not understand the situation. Duguyen exchanged glances with QianXunji, her gaze suddenly firm. I am willing. As for Dugabo, you would have to wait until later to explain. At this moment, Tai Long did not dare to speak out, as his boss was watching this scene with a calm expression. Although Tai Long was not quick-witted, he was not a fool. He could only say that Lauda really knew how to have fun. Chapter 206, Journey to the City of Slaughter after the competition ended. The members of the Blue Tyrant Academy did not linger in the Spirit City. QianXunji still needed to return to Tiando City to complete her wedding with the princess. Duguyen left with her grandfather and the main forces of the Tiando Empire, while the rest of the Blue Tyrant Academy returned to the Tiando Empire on their own. On the day of parting, QianXunji hugged Dugu Yin in the carriage and said in a teasing tone to Tang Yin, "Xiao Yin, come to Tiando City to find me soon. You would want her Yin to be bullied by me, would you?" As she spoke, she provocatively lifted Dugu Yin's delicate chin with her finger in front of Tang Yin. Tang Yin was already used to QianXunji's childish behavior. Schwerer. It's better not to bully Sister Yin. QianXunji laughed at Dugu Yin's pitiful expression. What? Are you feeling heartbroken before you even get together? Dugu Yin showed no signs of discontent. That night, QianXunji had taken her to meet Qian Daolu, and the invisible pressure he exerted made the somewhat willful woman turn into a docile little lamb. Come on, smile for my Xiao Yin. Dugu Yin forced a smile. Tang Yin knew that as long as he was there, Dugu Yin would always be bullied. He hastily found a reason and fled. Not far from the Spirit City, just after leaving, the group saw a man and a woman waiting there. Mom. Tang Yin stepped forward and hugged the blue-haired beauty. Lu Erlong was surprised when she heard Tang Yin call her Yin. She did not expect to meet Tang Yin's parents so soon. Just as she was hesitating whether to step forward and get to know them, Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing rushed over with Lu Erlong to Tang Hao and Yin. Teacher, Shermu. Hearing how Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing addressed Tang Hao, Lu Erlong realized that the sisters were actually Tang Hao's disciples. After Tang Hao nodded at Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing, he looked at Lu Erlong. Lu Erlong felt a bit uneasy and struggled for a long time before finally speaking. Senior. As a father, Tang Hao hadn't paid much attention to his youngest son in a long time. These days, he had been focusing much more on Tang San's training than on Tang Yin. However, seeing Lu Erlong's demeanor, Tang Hao already understood the relationship between this beautiful woman and his son. As long as Xiao Yin likes her, neither his mother nor I have any objections. Lu Erlong had initially worried that Tang Hao and Yin might oppose her being with Tang Yin due to her age. But with Tang Hao's assurance, she finally felt relieved. She slightly bowed and said, "Thank you, Senior, for your support." Yin gently patted Tang Yin's head and brought up the matter of their visit. Xiao Yin, are you planning to come back to Tiando City with us for a while? Or? Yin looked at Tang Yin with concern. She didn't want him to be so exhausted. Her original wish was for the family to live together in peace, and it was almost realized. But one unexpected event after another kept pushing her son forward. Mom, let's just go, Tang Yin said. I want to resolve this matter as soon as possible. All right, Mom supports you, but you must remember that your safety is the most important thing. This time, your father will be waiting for you outside. Tang Yin sensed the implication in Yin's words. Mom, aren't you coming with me? Yin smiled and shook her head. No, your brother is also at the point of familiarizing himself with his second martial soul. After a while, I still need to take him to awaken the Blue-Silver Emperor. Okay, Tang Yin didn't hesitate. In fact, he still wanted Yin to go with him. Zhu Zhuyun and Zhu Zhuqing also seemed to realize that Tang Yin would be leaving for a while, and they looked reluctant since they hadn't been apart for long. Xiao Yin, where are you going? Can I go with you? Zhu Zhuqing clung tightly to Tang Yin's arm. Before Tang Yin could say anything, Zhu Zhuyun pulled her sister closer to herself. She felt very reluctant too, but she knew that the sisters could not become a burden to Tang Yin. Xiao Yin, don't listen to Zhu Qing. We'll wait for you to come back at home. Zhu Zhuqing felt a bit aggrieved in Zhu Zhuyun's embrace, but she really didn't want to leave Tang Yin for too long. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Tang Yin didn't want to prolong it. He was also afraid that he would completely soften his heart at some point. Little did he know that one shouldn't make promises during farewells. After Tang Yin and Tang Hao separated from the main group again, they hadn't walked long when Tang Yin stopped and helplessly said, "Little fox, how long are you going to follow me?" Hulaina, who had been discovered, walked out from behind a tree without any embarrassment and directly came to Tang Yin's side. Wrapping her arms around his waist, she buried her whole head in Tang Yin's chest, greedily inhaling every breath he emitted. As for Tang Hao beside Tang Yin, Hulaina didn't care at all. Tang Hao ignored Hulaina's presence. He was somewhat aware of Tang Yin's charm with the ladies. Fortunately, he had a son and wasn't worried about someone else's cabbage being ravaged. Why are you following me? Tang Yin didn't push Hulaina away and let her be. We're just going the same way. Going the same way? Hulaina hugged Tang Yin from the front and looked up at him. I'm going to the city of slaughter. It's in the same direction. You're going to the city of slaughter? Tang Yin had just learned about the rules of the city of slaughter from Tang Hao, and he wondered what this girl wanted to do in such a twisted place. Hulaina looked at Tang Yin with a hint of grievance. Isn't it because our Wuhuan Hall's team only got third place? I need to improve my strength. In fact, it was Hulaina who suggested going to the city of slaughter. Although she was infatuated with Tang Yin, she also needed to prioritize her strength. Moreover, after seeing the powerful abilities Tang Yin displayed, Hulayina didn't want to just be a decorative vase. Since our destinations are the same, come with us. Tang Hao's words swallowed the refusal that Tang Yin wanted to voice. Tang Hao's thought was simple. Tang Yin would definitely need someone to take care of him in the city of slaughter, and this Hulayina who came to him was a good choice. Plus, she seemed to be a direct disciple of the Pope? Master and disciple. After a brief, strange expression, Tang Hao's face returned to normal. The original duo became a trio, while the chrysanthemum Daw, who had been following Hulayina, had long been sent away by Tang Hao's voice transmission. The message was, Chrysanthemum, just go back and report. I will ensure this girl reaches her destination. If you continue to follow me, I can't guarantee what will happen next. Chapter 207. Tang San's roller coaster of emotions. The elite competition of the Advanced Soul Master Academy of the entire continent had ended. But the vice team of the Tiando Royal Academy, which came in second, still remained in Wuhuan City. Tang San sat by the window, his eyes filled with confusion. His injuries had long been healed by Tang Yin, leaving no scars behind. Not only that, but Tang Yin had also repaired the meridians that had suffered some damage from the rapid increase of his soul power during this time. Sigh, maybe I shouldn't dwell on this anymore. Tang San reflected on his actions over the years. He had given too much to prove himself. Beside Tang San, Xiao Wu was also in a daze. Xiao Wu had been very mentally exhausted these days. After seeing her mother's remains, she often reminisced about the carefree days spent with her mother, a row, in the Stardow Forest. Back then, she was very mischievous, full of energy every day, and the two soul beasts, De Ming and Er Ming, followed her like little shadows. Aro would always sit quietly by the lake of life, smiling as she watched everything unfold. The warm memories made Xiao Wu unable to hold back her tears. That soul bone was still lying in Tang Yin's storage soul guide. Xiao Wu had once shamelessly begged Tang Yin for Aro's soul bone, but Tang Yin still remembered that Xiao Wu wanted him to take risks for her friend. To keep a handle on Xiao Wu, Tang Yin refused to give her the soul bone no matter what. Knock, knock, knock. The door was knocked on, and Tang San thought it was his teacher, Yu Xiaojiang, coming to find him, so he got up to open the door. When he saw that the visitor was actually Yin, he was so excited that he became a bit incoherent. Mom, what brings you here? Yin's sudden arrival made Tang San so thrilled that he stumbled over his words. Yin smiled and said, Xiao San, I'm here to discuss your second martial soul's training. The second martial soul, cultivation. When Yin mentioned the second martial soul, Tang San's hands instinctively clenched, and cold sweat began to drip from his back. He had not disclosed the matter of cultivating the second martial soul to anyone other than Yu Xiaojiang and Flender. This was an absolute secret. Even during the finals, when he could have defended with the Blue Silver King, he chose to confront Tang Yin head-on. He only had one reason for this. He did not want to expose that he had cultivated a second martial soul. Yin noticed Tang San's strange reaction, but did not delve deeper. Instead, she explained, yes, Xiao San, when you awakened your martial soul, your bloodline level only reached the Blue Silver King level, and you did not fully inherit my Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. Although your brother Xiao Yin has the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline, his martial soul has not manifested. Only one person can appear in each generation of Blue Silver Emperor, and your Blue Silver King martial soul can fully bear the power of the Blue Silver Emperor bloodline. The martial soul can also evolve into the Blue Silver Emperor martial soul. I see. The enhancement of strength was already ingrained in Tang San's bones, and upon hearing that his martial soul could still evolve, he could not help but feel a little excited. However, his thoughts shifted to the 5 10,000-year soul rings attached to the second martial soul, and he became somewhat worried that this might affect the evolution of his martial soul in the future. Xiao San, summon your Blue Silver King for me to see. It's coming. Tang San knew he could no longer hide it today. In front of Yin, any of his tricks were ineffective. A dark Blue Silver King appeared in the palm of Tang San's right hand, and the originally pure veins of the Blue Silver King were now attached with a layer of purple, with toxic energy flowing within it like blood. Tang San, like in the original work, followed Yu Xiaojiang's cultivation method for the Blue Silver Grass, transforming the resilient control-type martial soul of Blue Silver King into a poisonous vine. Seeing Tang San's Blue Silver King martial soul, Yin frowned. Xiao San, tell Mom, how long have you been cultivating the second martial soul? Also, tell me the soul beasts you attached soul rings to the Blue Silver King, along with their years. Yin was rarely this stern. While Tang San cultivating the second martial soul was not a big deal, blindly adding soul rings to it was tantamount to waste. Tang San saw that Yin did not look like she was joking, so he could only honestly recount everything. The fifth soul ring is a 20,000-year-old bamboo leaf green, Mom, that's all. Even though Tang San's mental age was already over 40 at this point, he still felt like a child who had done something wrong in front of Yin. 5 10,000-year soul rings. Yin's brow remained furrowed, as if she were calculating something. After a long time, she sighed. Sigh, Xiao San, perhaps your father and I haven't paid enough attention to you, leading you to have the thought of cultivating a second martial soul to enhance your strength. If the quality of your blue-silver king martial soul rings were not so high, it might not affect the awakening of the bloodline, but Mom, isn't the compatibility of the blue-silver grass quite high? Tang San felt Yin's concerns conflicted with his teacher Yu Xiaojiang's theory. This is true, but Xiao San, you must understand that within the same type, the higher the quality, the more singular its effect tends to be, and the purer the bloodline becomes. The blue-silver emperor, as the plant closest to nature, prefers life above all. Yin shook her head. Now that you have added 5 10,000-year soul rings to the blue-silver king, the nature of your martial soul is basically set. I cannot guarantee whether the blue-silver emperor's bloodline can fuse with your current chaotic blue-silver king martial soul. Hearing this, Tang San realized that he would likely never awaken the blue-silver emperor martial soul in this lifetime. Even though Yu Xiaojiang's martial soul theory had led him into a pit, Tang San did not feel any resentment. Instead, he reflected on his own impulsiveness. Yu Xiaojiang was not without his flaws. He had done well with that 7-in-1 martial soul fusion technique. The contents of his 10 core competitive theories of martial souls had both truths and falsehoods, and to know which were correct and which were wrong, one would have to try them one by one. Tang San had become such an experimental subject. Seeing Tang San lower his head, Yin gently stroked his hair and comforted him. Actually, it's not absolute. Even if it doesn't work the first time, if you and I go to a certain place to meditate for a few years, there's still a chance you can awaken. The place Yin mentioned was the blue-silver forest. Moreover, she was not lying to Tang San. Cultivating in the blue-silver forest would provide a slight buff to purify the blue-silver bloodline within him. Then, Mom, shall we leave now? Yin nodded and then looked at the side. Xiao Wu, do you want to come with us? Xiao Wu blushed and nodded. Chapter 208. The Road to Hell 1 year later, in the city of Slaughter, the Hell Slaughter Arena. On the Slaughter Arena, 9 people had already fallen, 8 of them lying in pools of blood. Dressed in white, Tang Yin was unscathed, and the tip of the spear of fate had just pierced through a fallen one's body, yet he remained as flawless as ever. Opposite Tang Yin, the only surviving fallen one knelt on the ground, his left hand covering the neatly severed wound of his right arm. His eyes filled with fear as he looked at Tang Yin. Over the past year, the title of the white-clad death god had echoed throughout the entire city of Slaughter, along with the title of the Fox Charm Fairy. The Fox Charm Fairy was none other than Hulaina, who had spent every day with Tang Yin over the past year. Upon arriving in this city filled with evil and chaos, Tang Yin and Hulaina had witnessed many disgusting things, but over time, they became accustomed to it. Once they entered the city of Slaughter, there was only one way to leave, to become the champion of the Hell Slaughter Arena. And becoming the champion was simple. One only needed to win 100 matches. Even without using soul power, Tang Yin had already achieved 99 victories with his 2 self-created soul techniques, and now this match was the last one before his 100th victory. Before Tang Yin, Hulaina had already completed her 100 challenges. In truth, Tang Yin felt quite disappointed because, after a year, the mystery in his heart remained unsolved. Now, he was almost on the verge of forgetting about it. After all, he had been with Hulaina. Tang Yin understood what being a direct disciple meant. In this era that valued respect for teachers, BabyTang was like a mother figure to Hulaina. From the moment he accepted Hulaina, Tang Yin felt that there was no possibility left between him and BabyTang. In fact, Hulaina herself was not in a hurry to leave the city of Slaughter. While there was no sunlight, the air was hard to breathe, and the atmosphere was oppressive. It was also because of this that Hulaina and Tang Yin had spent a year together. The initial pathological attachment was gradually fading, and their relationship slowly returned to that of a normal couple. However, compared to the clingy Zhu Zhuqing, Hulaina was even more clingy, and perhaps even more so. Aside from killing in the Hell Slaughter Arena, the only other thing they did together was exercise. But don't think of this as a brother-sister controlling each other. In such a high-pressure environment, Exercising undoubtedly relieved their inner stress and helped lower cortisol levels. On the arena, Tang Yin held the spear of fate and slowly walked toward the last person step by step. Since Tang Yin and Hulayina won 60 consecutive matches, most people have avoided them whenever they were lined up for a match. However, there's always a small portion of people who, in order to stay in the inner city, had to risk their lives for a chance at a brief period of happiness. The people here, though they are called humans, have long since become mere shells that are neither human nor ghost. After killing thousands, Tang Yin and Hulayina could still maintain their rationality, thanks to the endless life energy provided by fate. This pure energy can not only heal wounds, but also cleanse the soul. The fierce-looking middle-aged man was just a hapless victim. It would not be an exaggeration to say that before Tang Yin and Hulayina's 90 consecutive victories, there were people who entered each match with a sense of luck, but at this point, no one would come to a situation where death was inevitable. This was no longer gambling. It was a certain death. It was indeed unfortunate that this middle-aged man had offended someone and was chased all the way to this hellish slaughter arena. At that time, he chose to die later rather than immediately. The rule of waiting without making a move temporarily protected this middle-aged man, and the one pursuing him dared not break the rules of the city of slaughter, only to leave in frustration. Please, spare me. The middle-aged man looked at Tang Yin, who was getting closer, and felt no desire to resist, only bowing his head repeatedly and begging for mercy. Tang Yin showed no mercy, wasting not even a drop of saliva, and cleanly cut the man's throat. Tang Yin was kind, but he did not hold back when killing evil people. There was no possibility of mistakenly entering the city of slaughter. Anyone who could come here, aside from people like Tang Yin and Hulayina, who were seasoned, had no chance of being a good person. When the last person on the field fell, Tang Yin achieved his 100th victory. Hulayina could hardly wait to rush over. Here, she did not need to care about anyone's gaze. Moreover, her actions at this moment were quite elegant in a place devoid of any moral or legal constraints. 100 victories. How many years had it been since a strong person achieved such a feat? It seemed like it had been over 20 years. That was a tall man, entirely wrapped in a massive crimson cloak. The skin beneath the mask was extremely pale, with only a pair of completely blood-red eyes exposed. His body slowly descended from the air, seemingly unbound by the force of gravity. He seemed to be speaking to everyone in the arena, as well as conversing with himself. The Slaughter King's crimson gaze swept over Tang Yin and Hulayina. 100 victories. Very good. To commend your achievements, I have decided to grant you the title of Slaughter God. From now on, you may enter and exit the city of slaughter at will, and you'll be honored as guest officials under my command. In fact, the Slaughter King still had some reservations about sending these two little ancestors in. If they died on the Hell Road, that person would go mad, and this city of slaughter would likely be destroyed. Are we leaving now? Tang Yin felt somewhat melancholic. Hulayina knew that the city of slaughter had a place called the Hell Road, and that after achieving 100 victories, one needed to pass through the Hell Road to leave the city of slaughter. But she did not understand why the Slaughter King would allow her and Tang Yin to leave directly. Just as the Slaughter King was about to speak, he suddenly trembled, and intricate patterns appeared in his crimson eyes. No, that is not right. You still need to pass through the Hell Road before you can go out. Tang Yin clearly felt that the Slaughter King in front of him seemed to have changed into a different person. Hulayina had already told him about the Hell Road. Tang Yin had no interest in that so-called slaughter god domain, as it did not align with his own cultivation and offered little benefit. Moreover, domains do not stack to create effects greater than the sum of their parts. Then please, Slaughter King, open this Hell Road. As soon as he finished speaking, a bloodline flew out from the bodies of all the spectators in the stands, converging together, and a massive red energy opened up an unfathomable dark passage. The spectators had long since turned into withered corpses. Tang Yin looked at this road called Hell and felt a hint of unease. Chapter 209. Unease. Heartache before Tang Yin and Hulayina could react. A thick blood mist wafted out from the entrance, obscuring their vision. Tang Yin tightly held Hulayina's small hand, and the feeling of unease intensified as they were enveloped by the blood mist. A figure resembling a bird emerged from the blood-congealed patterns before them. Before they could identify it, the bird's eyes lit up, and even with the activation of his Xieji eye, Tang Yin's spirit shattered in an instant. A massive red light shot up into the sky, instantly enveloping both of their bodies. All perception of the surroundings became blurred. Only the Slaughter King's low, sharp voice echoed in their ears. Good luck to you on the Hell Road. Once Tang Yin and Hulayina's figures disappeared from the spot, The Slaughter King's age voice transformed into an alluring female voice. I didn't expect you to come right to my door, hee. The strange crimson glint in the Slaughter King's eyes matched exactly with the eyes of the pattern that had just formed. Tang Yin felt his body falling endlessly, the surrounding air cold, evil, and dead. Despite being protected by the overwhelming life energy within him, Tang Yin still felt uncomfortable. Just before his consciousness shattered, he hugged Hulayina beside him. At that moment, Hulayina felt ice-cold all over, her consciousness plunging into an unfathomable icy abyss. The chilling sensation emanating from her heart pulled her consciousness into the depths. Fortunately, the warmth from Tang Yin's chest constantly reminded Hulayina, otherwise in such an environment, her consciousness would surely have been invaded by the surrounding dense killing intent. It was unclear how much time passed, but with a violent tremor, Tang Yin's consciousness gradually returned to his body, regaining control. Once he adjusted to the surrounding light, the once dense blood light gradually faded away. A strange environment came into view. He and Hulayina were on a circular platform. This platform was only about 5 meters in diameter and was not large. The original patterns on it were indistinguishable, with several places even showing damage. Outside, this stone platform was shrouded in a faint red mist. Even without the Xieji eye, Tang Yin could clearly see that beneath the stone platform was an endless abyss. Upon breaking through the darkness, at the bottom, a river made of blood was flowing. In addition, a narrow path less than half a foot wide, just wide enough for both feet to stand side by side, led into the unknown darkness. And this was the only way out of the stone platform. Hulayina in Tang Yin's arms also regained her composure. She rose from his embrace, her gaze following the narrow path into the distance. This should be the Hell Road, Tang Yin said. Beneath us is a river of blood. The surrounding red mist is vapor rising from the blood river due to the underground magma. After pondering for a moment, Hulayina slowly replied, it seems the Hell Road is not only an exit, but also possibly the core of the entire city of slaughter. If nothing unexpected happens, as long as we pass through this hellish path, we can obtain the domain of the god of killing. Tang Yin nodded in agreement with Hulayina's words. For some reason, the unease in Tang Yin's heart grew stronger. He had never experienced such a palpitation, not even when BabyTang had stabbed him through the heart back then. Let's move quickly. It's better to leave this place first. Tang Yin made a decision. Looking at the narrow path that could only accommodate one person at a time, Hulayina knew that they could no longer hold hands while walking together. Before she could suggest who should go first, Tang Yin picked up Hulayina and walked towards the narrow path. Hulayina was momentarily taken aback by Tang Yin's sudden action, but the feeling of being wrapped in safety was truly pleasant. Tang Yin walked quickly, but his pace was very steady. The narrow bridge felt as easy as walking on flat ground for him, even while carrying someone. Years of rigorous training had allowed Tang Yin to master his balance to a terrifying level, and since Hulayina's weight was less than 1/10 of his martial soul's destiny, even if the half-foot space became 3 inches, Tang Yin remained calm. As they continued forward, Tang Yin could clearly feel that the blood pool beneath them seemed closer, and the surrounding red mist grew denser. The life energy within Tang Yin began to overflow, completely enveloping both him and Hulayina. The area was blood red, while there was a vibrant green space around Tang Yin and Hulayina, a scene full of vitality and flourishing life. If Hulayina had closed her eyes and only focused on her feelings, she might have thought she and Tang Yin were in a lively forest. Had she not still been able to see the surrounding blood mist? Suddenly, Hulayina, who was leaning against Tang Yin's chest, opened her eyes wide, her originally gentle gaze flickering with sharp cold light. Tang Yin reacted a moment earlier than Hulayina. He held her tightly in his arms, and the right hand of destiny had already appeared. The light of the eye of the Xieji in his left eye burst forth, and at this moment, Tang Yin's momentum reached its peak. Ahead, a group of blood-red bats formed a red cloud, sweeping towards Tang Yin and Hulayina. Facing a wave composed of at least 3,000 bats, Tang Yin was unafraid. He merely pointed his right hand forward, and the leading blood bat suddenly froze, causing the bats behind it to crash into the one that had stopped. Bang, the leading bat's body exploded, and the red cloud burst into even more brilliant colors, before all their bodies plummeted into the abyss, swallowed by the blood river. The combined power of the Xieji Eye and the Breaking Thousand army was far beyond comparison. If the opposing side was a 1,000-strong cavalry formation composed entirely of soul masters at the soul ancestor level and below, Tang Yin could annihilate it with just this one move. Hu breathed a sigh of relief when she saw the danger dissipate. Tang Yin's previous attack had left her mesmerized. If it weren't for the situation, Hu would have definitely done something. Suddenly, Tang Yin reminded the still gathering Hu. Through the vision of the Xieji eye, he saw a creature hanging from the ceiling that was over 4 meters long, with 2 enormous claws gripping the narrow path. Each claw had a diameter of over 1 meter, sharp enough to dig into the stone. A pair of massive wings slowly unfolded from its dark golden body. Its terrifying wingspan reached 10 meters wide. With a sudden release of its claws, its massive body took flight. This bat was completely dark golden, and the most terrifying thing was that it had 3 heads. Nana, if I hit you, will your teacher come after me? Tang Yin suddenly made a not-so-funny joke to Hu in his arms. Hu felt a bit tense, unconsciously tightening her grip around Tang Yin's waist. Tang Yin was not afraid of this dark golden bat. He was confident he could take it down instantly, but his unease grew stronger. If he wasn't mistaken, there must be a way to resolve the turmoil in his heart hidden here, and at the same time, this place could also become his burial ground. If Hu hadn't followed him, perhaps she wouldn't have encountered such things. The dark golden, 3-headed bat couldn't understand Tang Yin's cold joke. It opened its large mouth without making a sound, but both Tang Yin and Hu felt a piercing scream resonate in their minds. Hold on tight to me. Tang Yin's voice was soft, but Hu heard it clearly. However, this time, she did not listen to Tang Yin. Hu released her arms around Tang Yin's waist, gracefully positioning herself on the narrow path, her 3-meter-long tail raised high, instantly entering a combat stance. I'm not a burden. Hu didn't forget to add with a hint of pride. Tang Yin shook his head and smiled, taking out his dragon phoenix bow. Every time he drew the bow, Tang Yin felt as if a part of his bloodline was boiling. He didn't know why. Perhaps he would understand in the future. But will I be able to see the sun of tomorrow? With a bent bow, an arrow knocked, aimed, and shot. In one smooth motion, the arrow of destiny flew out, and before the dark golden 3-headed bat king could react, it plunged headfirst into the abyss of the blood river. Tang Yin said in his usual tone, Nana, let's go. Hu glanced back at Tang Yin. Although she felt a bit disappointed that he didn't continue to carry her after resolving the danger, she was not someone who had been overly pampered. As Hu continued to move forward, she suddenly felt something was off. She turned back to look, and Tang Yin was still behind her. Was it just my illusion? Clap, 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 a round of applause echoed through the empty hellish path, and for some reason, the Tang Yin who had left with Hu was now standing still. Just moments ago, when Tang Yin felt he could use his soul rings, the unease in his heart reached its peak. To protect Hu Tang Yin could only use his 5th soul skill to create a clone to follow Hu as she left. The light here was dim, making it difficult to distinguish between Tang Yin's real body and his clone without careful observation. Perhaps by the time Hu sensed something was wrong, she would have already left safely. At this moment, Tang Yin directed his gaze towards the shadow in the depths of the darkness. King of Killing. King of Killing? Yes, but also no. Hee. Little Yin, don't you recognize me? I saw you before you entered this city of killing for some reason. Tang Yin felt that the originally hoarse male voice of the King of Killing had turned into a delicate female voice. If BabyTang were present, she would definitely recognize the owner of this voice. Reset Sagad. Tang Yin frowned. He couldn't recall where he had heard that voice before. Hey, I've been thinking about you for 4 whole years, and you just forgot about me. So quickly the Resetsu god complained a bit. Then let me give you a hint. For years ago, above this place, the Resetsu secret realm. You are the Resetsu god. Tang Yin was shocked. He couldn't understand why the Resetsu god would appear in this city of killing. He could clearly feel that the divine heritage of the city of slaughter had no connection whatsoever with the divine heritage of the Rakshasa god. The attributes of the two were completely mismatched. Truly clever originally, his sister wanted to take advantage of your little girlfriend's body to have some fun with you. But it seems there's no need for that now. Tang Yin narrowed his eyes, his brain racing to come up with a way to break the deadlock. But the other party was a deity. Even if his soul power increased by 30 levels, he still had no chance against a deity of unknown strength. For years ago, the younger generation spent 3 years in the secret realm of the Rakshasa predecessor. Is there something you want now? Tang Yin decided that before he figured out what the other party wanted, it would be better not to provoke her. You little one are quite interesting, clearly terrified and anxious inside, yet here you are addressing me as senior and junior, truly a polite, good child. The Rakshasa god was not in a hurry and teased Tang Yin with interest. Seeing that his thoughts had been seen through, Tang Yin decided not to pretend anymore. You can't possibly be looking for me just to borrow my girlfriend's body for a quick fling, right? All right, sister won't tease you anymore. The Rakshasa god saw that Tang Yin had lost interest and laid it all out. It's like this, you have an elder who has offended me, and I'm quite unhappy about it, so I want you dead to vent my anger. Of course, I can't make a move myself. As long as you can survive the hands of the king of slaughter, you really can live on after hearing the Rakshasa god's words. Tang Yin had no time to think about the details. His right hand tightened around his fate. He knew that the king of slaughter was an unequivocal title de law, and his strength definitely exceeded level 95. 7 days ago, as usual, BabyTang was working when she suddenly felt a sharp pain in her heart. She frowned, thinking there was something wrong with her body. However, after examining herself, she found no issues. Since stepping into title de law, BabyTang hadn't been sick at all. Even since she started cultivating, her body had been in great shape. Now that she was about to reach god level, it was impossible for her to fall ill, right? Could there really be a god who dies from illness? At first, BabyTang didn't take it to heart, but the sudden heart palpitations and the tearing pain made her feel uneasy. That night, she had a nightmare. In the nightmare, Tang Yin fell from a narrow bridge only half a foot wide into an endless abyss, covered in blood, with a noticeable indentation where his heart was. No, BabyTang woke up from the nightmare. Few it was just a dream, but for several days, she kept dreaming of that same scene. Hell Road, Tang Yin. BabyTang remembered that Tang Yin had gone to the city of slaughter a year ago. She suddenly shivered, not daring to think further. No, I have to go check. Hurriedly changing her outfit, BabyTang didn't even have time to arrange her subsequent affairs before disappearing into the vast night. Chapter 210. The Broken Rakshasa. The truth was, Liana walked forward for a long time without encountering any monsters living in Hell Road. As she delved deeper into hell, the surrounding blood mist grew thicker, and she could vaguely see some traces of the blood river beneath the abyss. It was getting higher. The rising temperature around her made Liana's snow-white skin appear blood-red. Both she and her martial soul were extremely disgusted by this environment. Her pace quickened further until a massive snake corpse appeared in her line of sight. The corpse of the snake was dozens of meters long, most of its body submerged in the red blood river. Its body hung limply on the narrow hell road, presenting a strange red-black color. Floating on the blood river were 9 protrusions on the snake's head and back, each resembling a bright red mushroom, with a dimming red light swirling within. Just as Liana was about to turn back to ask Tang Yin, she realized she was in special training. If she relied on Tang Yin all the way, would he think less of her? After hesitating for a moment, Liana mustered her courage and approached the snake corpse. Upon getting closer, Liana clearly saw the obvious fatal wound on the snake's body. The wound extended from the head of the giant snake all the way to the tail, slicing along its spine, and the depth and width of the wound were identical. To create such a wound required precise control of the killer's own strength, and the weapon used was certainly not an ordinary one. Liana looked around. In addition to herself and Tang Yin, the appearance of a third stranger made her feel a bit frightened. At that moment, a figure indeed appeared before Liana. The distance was too far for her to see clearly, but she could make out the outline of a person. Her pupils dilated instantly, and the large tail behind her stood up high, her whole body adopting a bowing posture, ready to strike at any moment. At that moment, she reminded little Yin, someone is coming. But this time, she still received no response. The tense atmosphere made Liana overlook many details, such as the fact that Tang Yin would never let her take risks when encountering the corpse of the 9-headed sun serpent, or that Tang Yin would appear in front of her at the first moment now. What relieved Liana was that the blurry figure was none other than her teacher, BabyTang. However, Liana found it strange that her teacher would arrive here at this time. Teacher? Liana tried to call out, but she didn't completely let her guard down. She maintained her combat posture. In this hell road, anything could happen. If the BabyTang before her was some kind of spiritual illusion conjured in Hell Road, it would be dangerous to relax too much. At that moment, BabyTang looked extremely fatigued, with visible bloodshot eyes, and her once plump and fair face now bore signs of wear. She had no idea of Tang Yin's exact location. She could only rely on the unease in her heart and her intuition to reach the exit of Hell Road. Without a moment's hesitation, disregarding the risk of recklessly intruding, she dove straight into the narrow opening that could only accommodate one person. The tearing pain in her chest flared up again, prompting BabyTang to quicken her pace. Numerous images flashed through her mind, including sweet moments with Tang Yin and the cold indifference he had shown her that night. I hope this is just my illusion. Not long after entering Hell Road, BabyTang saw her disciple and the figure behind her. BabyTang slowly landed in front of Hualiana. Nana, you haven't encountered any trouble, have you? The familiar voice eased most of Hualiana's doubts, but she still cautiously asked, Teacher, do you know where my only mole is located? BabyTang saw Hualiana still in the form of her martial soul, and knew that her disciple was still in a tense state of mind. So she could only answer, it's on the inner side of your left buttock. You told me this when I bathed you as a child. Upon hearing the person in front of her reveal a secret known only to the two of them, the last trace of doubt in Hualiana's heart faded away. Among the two of them, apart from BabyTang, there was only Tang Yin. Teacher, I miss you so much. Hualiana rushed over and hugged BabyTang tightly, her tail drooping behind her, becoming incredibly submissive. BabyTang embraced Hualiana with some indulgence, but her gaze fell upon Tang Yin. Tang Yin's expression. Liana, Tang Yin, what has happened to him? Hearing BabyTang's question, Hualiana turned to look at Tang Yin. The Tang Yin before her emitted a cracking sound, like the sound of a mirror shattering. The originally fine Tang Yin suddenly shattered right in front of her eyes. Hualiana finally felt that something was very wrong. BabyTang could tell at a glance that something had happened to Tang Yin. She knew that Tang Yin had a soul skill that could create a clone identical in appearance to him, a move he had used in the finals. Little Yin must have sensed the impending crisis long ago and used his soul skill to bring her out, not wanting her to worry. Now that the soul skill had disappeared, there were only two possibilities. Either the soul master had voluntarily canceled the release of the soul skill, or the soul master's body had suffered a severe injury and could not maintain the soul skill. BabyTang's heart leaned more towards the latter. Without further delay, she flew down the narrow path towards the deeper part. Hualiana only reacted a moment too late, but just as she wanted to chase after her, BabyTang's voice came through. You can't help it all. Go outside. Think about why Tang Yin wanted to send you away. Hualiana's impulsive and emotional brain was gradually overtaken by reason. She also knew that Tang Yin must have encountered some terrifying enemy for him to send her away, and having her by his side would hinder his performance. But the thought of just waiting in a safe place alone was unsatisfactory. After a fierce internal struggle, her nails had dug deep into her flesh, bleeding profusely. Tears flowed from the corners of Hualiana's eyes, leaving 2 streaks of tear stains. It was the first time she hated her own lack of strength so much. She couldn't even help it all. In fact, Tang Yin did not simply send Hualiana away. His 5th soul skill also had the function of swapping positions with his body. In Tang Yin's plan, he intended for the clone to take Hualiana close to the exit, and then he would instantly complete the swap with his body. Once they were out of the Hell Road, neither the King of Slaughter nor the Rakshasa God could do anything to him. However, things did not go as planned. Tang Yin took a blow from the King of Slaughter, who casually swung his weapon. The blood-red, demonic sword in his hand unleashed a terrifying energy storm, and the surrounding blood mist instantly condensed into solid blood blades. With this strike, fate crashed into Tang Yin's chest, the immense force causing several more cracks to appear in his ribcage. He had already coughed up blood countless times. Behind Tang Yin, the pale blue heaven and earth melting furnace now only emitted a dim glow. In this already spiritually depleted Hell Road, it was already rare for the heaven and earth melting furnace to provide Tang Yin with soul power support. Now, as his physical strength waned, his energy could no longer sustain the operation of the heaven and earth melting furnace. The life energy within him was also being consumed bit by bit to rapidly repair the damage to Tang Yin's body. But this situation, where there was only expenditure without intake and the consumption was enormous, could not last long. The control of the King of Slaughter's body had not been completely lifted by the Rakshasa God, and the torturous Rakshasa God was enjoying the game of cat and mouse. As the cat, the Rakshasa God relished the fun of tormenting its prey, and the mouse was undoubtedly Tang Yin. Are you stalling for time? Just count. Your little girlfriend is almost at the exit. Why not try switching places with your clone? Tang Yin's heart sank as he knelt on one knee. The Rakshasa God had directly revealed his escape card. Tang Yin still harbored a bit of luck and tried it out, thinking perhaps the Rakshasa God was just toying with him. But luck was ultimately just luck, although the connection between his body and the clone still existed. He felt a special force blocking the swap when the thought of switching positions arose. The King of Slaughter suddenly moved, and this attack was sharper than all previous attacks. Tang Yin was horrified and quickly drew his dragon phoenix about a shoe narrow. The power of the sword light was weakened, but it was only weakened. No matter how gifted Tang Yin was, he could not defeat the King of Slaughter. who was one of the three greatest law of the current age and wielded a super divine weapon. Moreover, this was the king of slaughter under the partial control of a god, even if they were still 10 meters apart. Tang Yin could feel the immense energy contained within that scarlet sword light. If he did not take any action, his body would surely be sliced in half. There was no time to dodge. In a moment of desperation, Tang Yin's mental power erupted, activating eternity, causing everything around him to slow down. The flowing river of blood, the rising blood mist, the deadly sword light flying towards him, and even the king of slaughter controlled by the god. Time was short. Tang Yin adjusted his posture so that the sword light could only strike his abdomen, and all the life energy within him gathered at that point. Tang Yin gambled right. The deadly sword light only sent him flying a few dozen meters, leaving a horrifying wound on his abdomen. If it weren't for the protection of life energy, his nearly shattered internal organs would have certainly spilled out along the trajectory of his flight. Tang Yin's landing point was not good. His body deviated slightly from the straight trajectory due to the angle adjustment. Enduring immense pain, Tang Yin barely grasped the corner of the hell road. The pain from a wound made him grimace, and blood flowed down between his teeth. Hey, why don't you listen to your sister? I told you. Today you can't escape from my grasp. The king of slaughter landed on the hell road, walking leisurely towards Tang Yin step by step. Sister? Just a twisted, perverted old hag. Tang Yin knew that it would be very difficult to leave alive today. Rather than dying with frustration, it was better to express his feelings directly. Upon hearing this, the Rakshasa god did not respond with words, but instead crouched down and caressed Tang Yin's still handsome face. TSK, Tisk, your parents really gave you a good appearance. No wonder they could make my inheritor infatuated. Tang Yin merely looked coldly at the king of slaughter, not responding. Hey, look at you, obviously. My inheritor loves you so much, yet you are unfaithful. After speaking, she leaned closer to Tang Yin, took a deep breath, closed her eyes, as if savoring, and said, let me see how many women's scents you have on you. 1, 2, 3, 6 women. Slap. The Rakshasa god controlled the body of the king of slaughter and slapped Tang Yin across the face, instantly leaving a bruise on his fair skin. Scum. Men are indeed no good. Tang Yin spat out a mouthful of blood and sneered. I'm not a loyal person, but looking at you like this, you must have been despised by some man before becoming a god. That man probably didn't even want to touch you. Shut up. The silent Rakshasa god suddenly let out a sharp explosion of sound that pierced Tang Yin's eardrum. His body, hanging in the air, staggered, and it became difficult to maintain his balance. Very good. You have successfully angered me. The Rakshasa god's voice was no longer playful, but icy cold. Tang Yin chuckled. You got me right, you are. The king of slaughter's foot stomped hard on Tang Yin's fingers that were gripping the ground of Hell Road. Enduring the intense pain, cold sweat continuously broke out on Tang Yin's forehead. As the pressure increased, the last bit of strength in Tang Yin was about to be exhausted. Before losing consciousness, brilliant figures flashed before his eyes. Sister Zhu Yun, Zhu Qing'ai, broke my promise. Sister Shui, the agreement with you. Dean, the promise to you. Hulaina, I'm sorry, I lied to you. In the end, BabyTang's figure appeared in Tang Yin's mind. Vaguely, he also heard the Rakshasa god's hysterical outburst after being provoked. I was abandoned? Yes. So what? My successor is not abandoned, is he? You still don't know? Right, the Rakshasa god seemed to regain a bit of sanity and revealed the heart-wrenching truth to Tang Yin. In fact, BabyTang loves you very much. But she had to make you hate her to let you survive. You never truly loved her either. Can white hair prove anything? She even wanted to commit suicide. If it weren't for me, she would have died long ago. Seeing Tang Yin's face twitch, the Rakshasa god knew that he had also been provoked. Finally, Tang Yin's memory recalled BabyTang's almost pleading tone that night. Clearly, her demeanor was so noble and domineering, yet privately in front of him, she was like this. I'm sorry. Tang Yin's consciousness blurred. He would never have the chance to say this sorry to BabyTang in person. His body fell weakly towards the abyss below. Chapter 211, Born for Love. Heartbroken longing as his consciousness faded, Tang Yin suddenly felt someone catch his falling body. That person's arms were slender, but incredibly strong. A familiar fragrance entered his nose, but Tang Yin no longer had the energy to think about who it was. He could only weakly murmur. Go away after that. He completely lost consciousness. In Tang Yin's perception, there was no one on the continent who could defeat the king of slaughter. Even Qian Daolu, QianXunji's grandfather, wouldn't be able to. To come and save him would only cost another life. Just before his consciousness fell into a deep sleep, Tang Yin felt several warm drops of water fall onto his face. Is it raining? Bibi Dong looked at the bloodied Tang Yin in her arms, and her heart felt like it was bleeding. At this moment, even though Tang Yin had lost consciousness, there still emanated a faint green light from him, which meant something that a title de law like Bibi Dong understood very well. When a soul master dies, the soul power accumulated within them will dissipate into the world in different ways. Soul power comes from the heavens and the earth after death. It should return to the heavens and the earth. Tang Yin was in such a state right now. However, the remaining life energy in his body still maintained his basic life signs. But now, it was merely a matter of prolonging the inevitable. No, don't die. Bibi Dong watched as Tang Yin's vitality began to dissipate little by little. But there was nothing she could do. She could only watch helplessly. Yo, isn't this our little Dong? What are you doing here? The Rakshasa god had long sensed Bibi Dong's arrival. She deliberately timed it so that Bibi Dong could witness how Tang Yin died. Anyone can have love, but you, Bibi Dong, who chose to inherit my divine position, absolutely cannot. Bibi Dong ignored the Rakshasa god. She simply held Tang Yin tightly, wanting to use her body heat to warm his increasingly cold body. Ah, what a pity. That little lover in your arms already knows everything you've done to him, but unfortunately, he doesn't even have the chance to talk to you now. What a pity. Well, you and I are both unfortunate people. People like us, burdened with the world's dirtiest sins and grievances, will never enjoy the blessing of love. Why not? Let's join hands and turn this Dolua continent into a hell. Bibi Dong placed Tang Yin's body on the path of hell and slowly stood up. When she raised her head, 2 streams of blood tears slid down her cheeks. Her crimson eyes seemed to burn with anger. Rakshasa god. Bibi Dong gritted her teeth and instantly completed the true form of the Death Spider Queen's martial soul. What Rakshasa god, what divine test, what revenge no longer mattered. Nothing mattered, everything was unimportant. What Bibi Dong wanted to do now was only to kill the being in front of her. The Rakshasa god was not angry. Having just vented her long-suppressed frustration, she was in a very pleasant mood now. As for the words that made Tang Yin break down, they were merely the last futile rage before death. Hee, can you kill me? I'm just controlling the body of the king of slaughter. What can you do to me? Come on, little Donger, be good, put away your martial soul. Obediently fuse with the divine power I bestow upon you. As long as you complete the 9 tests, you will be the new Rakshasa god. Maybe by then, you can even try to resurrect your Tang Yin ha. The Rakshasa god paid no mind to Bibi Dong's emotions, as it was entirely unnecessary. Unless Bibi Dong died, the divine test would exist forever. As for suicide, could Bibi Dong, who bore the Rakshasa god's divine seed, do that? Bibi Dong's 8 spider legs were deeply embedded in the heartstone. The Rakshasa god was right, even if she wanted revenge. What could she do against the Rakshasa god? Initially, she thought to use the divine test to corrupt your spirit, but unexpectedly, it was ruined by your little lover. Since I've come down with great difficulty, I might as well help you complete this little ritual. With a wave of the king of slaughter's hand, a wisp of purple-black gas flew towards Bibi Dong's direction. The gas floated slowly, yet Bibi Dong didn't even attempt to evade. She knew that anything she did now would be futile. This sense of helplessness, being directly locked onto, filled Bibi Dong's heart with humiliation and rage. When the purple-black mist entered Bibi Dong's mind, the true form of her martial soul was instantly dispelled. The purple-black mist did not cover any other place but Bibi Dong's sea of consciousness. The scars that had been smoothed out little by Tang Yin over those 3 years were now being invaded again, and besides her own power, the only remnants left in Bibi Dong's sea of consciousness were the traces of Tang Yin's healing. Once the purple-black Rakshasa consciousness entered Bibi Dong's sea of consciousness, it began to rudely invade every corner. Bibi Dong did not sit idly by. Instead, she tried to counterattack, wanting to expel this energy that did not belong to her. But before the god, Bibi Dong was no different from Tang Yin. The intense pain tearing through her sea of consciousness made Bibi Dong clutch her head and crawl painfully to the ground. This familiar feeling reminded her of Tang Yin. But this time, who could protect her? The hero that heaven bestowed upon her had already been harmed by her. Yes, Bibi Dong blamed everything on herself, believing that if it weren't for her, Tang Yin would definitely be very happy right now. The invasion of the Rakshasa's divine consciousness went smoothly, but at 1/3 of the way through, the Rakshasa suddenly let out a mournful wail. The king of slaughter, under her control, stumbled and fell directly into the blood river beneath the abyss. The power invading Bibi Dong's mind receded like tide. After a brief pause, she crawled towards where Tang Yin was without caring about her appearance. Using both hands and feet, she looked somewhat comical, but she didn't mind at all. Enduring the intense pain from her sea of consciousness, BabyTang tremblingly extended her finger to check Tang Yin's breath. Gone, it was gone. BabyTang seemed to have lost her soul, her eyes filled with a grayish-white dead silence. At that moment, a seemingly ordinary white flower floated out from Tang Yin's storage soul guide, beneath which lay a large black stone. This is... BabyTang was quickly drawn to the flower, a voice in her heart telling her that if she picked this flower, she could save her beloved. When her fingertip touched the petals, BabyTang instantly understood how to pluck the flower. Since ancient times, the tears of longing have been the most heartbreaking. The heartbreak red, sensing that a pair of lovers was about to be separated by life and death, could not silently watch everything unfold. BabyTang carefully cradled the heartbreak red in her palm, recalling the moments she had shared with Tang Yin. Her heart reached a state of utmost peace at that moment. All memories began to flow back to her time with Tang Yin. The two life-saving favors, 3 years of companionship, their past life connection. All the beauty condensed into the deepest love in BabyTang's heart. But the final test soon arrived. Tang Yin's infidelity, his sarcasm, his indifference, and his decisiveness. BabyTang tried to control herself from thinking about these things, but she couldn't. She simply couldn't. Just as her state of mind was about to shatter, she remembered the song Tang Yin used to sing for her. Circles sketching fingerprints. Xiao Yin, I have never regretted loving you, never. BabyTang spat a mouthful of blood onto the heartbreak red. When the first drop of blood fell onto the white petals of the heartbreak red, the originally ordinary little white flower immediately burst into a brilliant red light. The silk-like petals of the heartbreak red became vibrant and dripping, as if BabyTang's blood had brought the flower to life. The heartbreak red, radiating a golden red sheen, revealed its original appearance after absorbing the blood of true love. BabyTang plucked a few petals and placed them in her mouth. The petals of the heartbreak red melted instantly, turning into flowing spiritual liquid. Even just holding it in her mouth, BabyTang could feel the powerful energy contained within the flower. Tang Yin had lost the ability to swallow on his own, and this was one of the few methods BabyTang could think of. Gripping Tang Yin's chin, BabyTang kissed him without a shred of hesitation. This was their second kiss, and BabyTang found it absurd. Every time she had intimate contact with her beloved, it was during the other's near-death moments. But it was only at these times that she could let go of everything and love Tang Yin alone. Whether this was a blessing or a curse was uncertain. After feeding the entire heartbreak red into Tang Yin's mouth, his lifeless body seemed to come back to life. His pale cheeks, devoid of any color, regained some redness. As the terrifying medicinal power of the heartbreak red coursed through Tang Yin's body, the once exhausted body began to absorb the scant spirit energy from the outside world, and the heart that had stopped beating began to beat powerfully again. However, there were still no signs of Tang Yin waking up. After completing everything, BabyTang finally sighed in relief, the mental exhaustion and physical pain nearly causing her to faint. Her strong will pulled her back. Looking at Tang Yin's complexion, which had returned to normal, BabyTang couldn't help but reach out to stroke his cheek. Once the crisis had passed, BabyTang's earlier decisiveness had completely vanished. Xiao Yin, my greatest wish now is for you to be safe. Right now, there are plenty of women around you, besides Xiao Shui and Nana. There are many girls who will take good care of you. In fact, I've come to terms with it. Even that Lu Erlong, whom I despise the most, is still pure and untouched, and I am no longer the BabyTang who could belong entirely to you. Perhaps our meeting was a mistake, just for you. Encountering me has brought you too much misfortune. Your mother told me there would be an opportunity for us to reunite, but I don't want to continue bringing you disaster. You will definitely have many children in the future. We had one too, in our last life. Our child was named Tang Yin. BabyTang chattered on, and by the end, her eyes were left only with reluctance for Tang Yin. After seeing that Tang Yin was mostly unharmed, BabyTang suddenly turned around decisively, wanted to leave before he woke up. However, just as she was about to get up, her hand was grabbed by a hand. Before she could react, Tang Yin, still somewhat weak, hugged her from behind. BabyTang could feel Tang Yin's weakness at this moment, and she could also sense his determination. If she wanted to leave, even the peak version of Tang Yin wouldn't be able to stop her, let alone now. Dong Jia. I'm sorry, please don't go, don't leave me, okay? Tang Yin's head rested on BabyTang's shoulder, and to save energy, he didn't even open his eyes. Hearing Tang Yin's words, BabyTang was already in tears. Clearly, she had just made a firm decision, but upon hearing Tang Yin's words, That ridiculous resolution shattered into pieces. How could her heart not long to spend the rest of her life with Tang Yin? But Tang Yin struggled to raise his hand and stopped at the position on Bibi Dong's left chest. He wasn't trying to take advantage of her, but rather to remember Bibi Dong's sacrifices. Indeed, Tang Yin felt a scar only an inch long at the spot on Bibi Dong's chest. Dong Jia, I'm sorry. Clearly, you have given so much, yet I've always thought that I was the victim. Tang Yin was very weak now, his words coming out in fragments. Don't say that anymore, I know everything. Bibi Dong was afraid that Tang Yin's already fragile body would collapse completely. No, it's fine. Dong Jia, I have many women around me now. Will you still want me? Tang Yin sounded like a child who had made a mistake. What right do I have to despise you? Xiao Yin. Bibi Dong raised her head, trying to appear a bit stronger. Sister Dong, actually, you looked so beautiful that night. After returning this time, could you wear it for me one more time? Is that okay? Sister Dong, okay. Bibi Dong almost used all her strength to say this word. After speaking, she could no longer suppress her tears, crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom, which made her seem pitiful. At this moment, a figure very important to Tang Yin suddenly flew out from Bibi Dong's body for some unknown reason. When Tang Yin clearly saw the image outlined by countless points of light in the air, he couldn't help but exclaim, Master! Tang Yin had many teachers, but he only had one master. The image of Old Turtle floated in the air, quietly watching Bibi Dong and Tang Yin. Bibi Dong also looked up at that extremely old figure, and Tang Yin's title had already indicated his identity. Xiao Yin, long time no see. You should have grown up by now. As you can see, this is just an image I carved in advance. There is no need to try to find me, as I have long since passed away. The fact that you can see this image means you have survived that crisis. Next, I will reveal all the truths to you. Chapter 212, Fate, Destiny. Truth? Both Tang Yin and Bibi Dong looked puzzled. Old Turtle didn't elaborate much. He was just an image now, and he would only follow the fixed procedures established during his lifetime to execute commands. After waiting for Tang Yin and Bibi Dong to adapt for a while, countless points of light scattered, and a scene of the starry sky appeared before them. In a vast universe, there was not only endless darkness, but countless celestial bodies were radiating intense light. Chaotic elemental storms stirred up waves after waves in the universe, refracting colorful light. This seemed to be a first-person perspective, as the surrounding scenery advanced at an unimaginable speed. Ultimately, the scene froze on a planet with 4 continents: Delua continent, Sun-Moon continent, and later Doling continent and Xinghua continent, while almost all other places were filled with blue oceans. Around it, there were many similar planets, and above these planets was a misty realm filled with radiant glory. Bibi Dong immediately recognized the name of this realm, the Divine Realm. The secret realm of Azura actually did not belong to the Dolua continent, and the city of Slaughter where Tang Yin and Bibi Dong were located was the same. These two places were very special, like small realms attached to the Dolua continent realm, but with some differences. More accurately, the city of Slaughter and the secret realm of Azura were connecting passages between the Dolua Divine Realm and the Dolua continent realm. As the perspective swept past the Divine Realm and descended towards the Dolua continent, a golden figure suddenly appeared in view. Her appearance was undoubtedly rare in the world. With long golden hair cascading behind her, smooth and gentle facial curves, and golden eyes that had a captivating and magical ability. Bibi Dong couldn't help but exclaim because this person's appearance resembled QianXunji's to some extent. The perspective stopped in front of this woman who closely resembled QianXunji's. Like QianXunji, she had 3 pairs of pure angel wings behind her. However, her state was somewhat off. Her entire aura was very weak, and her body under the white dress was flickering in and out of visibility, constantly switching between reality and illusion. Senior, may I disturb you? Her voice carried an indescribable ethereal feeling, capable of calming one's heart, as if it were a form of taking refuge. What is it? An ancient voice came, identical to Old Turtle's. This voice confirmed Tang Yin's guess. What he was seeing was the scene of his teacher arriving at the Dolua continent. Senior, I have been plotted against, and my time is short. My body is about to collapse. Seeing that the place you're going to is the Dolua continent, I dare to stop you, but it's no trouble. I will do everything I can to help you. Old Turtle was not an easy person to talk to, but he had already calculated that he had a thread of karma with the person before him. This karma came from the future. I am called QianXunji, known as the angel god in this divine realm. I have left a trace of my bloodline in the Dolua continent. My time is short, but I fear that my fall will lead to the severing of the bloodline in the lower realms. I hope Senior can bring my divine essence to the lower realms. to help my descendants become the new angel god. QianXunji sensed a terrifying aura from Old Turtle. Even though she could achieve the status of a level 1 deity, she did not dare to cross the universe casually. Yet the Old Turtle before her, who appeared to have only a wisp of remnant soul, could still perform long-distance traversals. And his strength was absolutely far beyond that of everyone in the divine realm. Normally, one would not easily disclose information without knowing the other's background. However, she was already at her wit's end. If she did not do this, the angel lineage, which had failed in the battle of faith, would be forever buried in the dust of history by the victorious sea god. All right, Old Turtle's response was still very simple. The angel god, QianXunji, seemed anxious. After Old Turtle agreed, white flames ignited on her already illusory body, transforming her into a drop of brilliant golden essence blood. That drop of essence blood flew towards Old Turtle and fell together with him towards the Dolawa continent. As the perspective shifted, BabyTang saw herself, kneeling on the ground. Her face flushed as she argued with a golden-haired man about something. Tang Yin could clearly feel the person in his arms, trembling uncontrollably. "Girl, don't be afraid. Keep watching." At this moment, Old Turtle's voice rang out, and from his soothing tone, Tang Yin could faintly detect a hint of guilt. When BabyTang saw QianXunji's disgusted face, she did not feel a frenzied urge to kill. Instead, she felt a hint of fear. Even though Tang Yin no longer hated her after learning the truth, she was still worried that Tang Yin would harbor resentment because of this matter. However, the next scenes before her seemed to differ somewhat from her memories. After being knocked unconscious by QianXunji, BabyTang slowly woke up from the secret chamber. She hugged herself, somewhat flustered as she checked around, and after confirming that she was still intact, she let out a sigh of relief. Phew, thank goodness. Thank goodness beside BabyTang lay the already unconscious QianXunji. After she caught her breath, she raised her head. Her expression in the scene was somewhat dazed, as if she had seen something incomprehensible. At the same time, a real scene also appeared in BabyTang's mind. "Who are you? And did you save me?" BabyTang's question was not strange, as she could not sense Old Turtle's soul from a light cluster like an angel. "I did not come to save you." Old Turtle's words felt like a bucket of cold water splashed onto BabyTang's heart, as she had just been almost violated by the person she trusted the most, leaving a considerable shadow in her heart. "I am here at someone else's request." Just as Old Turtle was about to clarify, he suddenly fell silent. "Ah, fate, oh fate. Child, because of my arrival, your destiny has already changed. But it is too early now. With my current strength, I cannot predict whether the changes that have occurred are good or bad for you and me." In the scene, BabyTang looked dazed. At that time, she clearly still had some untainted clarity and innocence in her eyes. "I should not have come to this place. According to the original trajectory of fate, you should have already been violated by your teacher, and in the future, you will have a daughter with him. Ultimately, you will be gravely injured and near death in order to save your daughter, and your daughter will destroy her divine status for you, becoming a prisoner." After hearing about her future fate, BabyTang felt as if struck by lightning. The future she imagined should not be like this. She should be with the person she loves forever. "My arrival has already changed your fate. Fate will separate you, but it will also bring you together. But at that time, will you still be willing to accept him, who is no longer devoted? Is it Xiao Gang?" BabyTang tilted her head and asked her doubts. Because when she was listening to Old Turtle recount her original fate, Yu Xiaojing had already become one with his cousin Lu Erlong. Seeing this scene, BabyTang lowered her head, her hand gripping her clothing tightly, twisting the fabric together. "No, because of my arrival, a new life is about to be born. He does not belong to the original time and space, but is closely related to the son of destiny of the original time and space." The son of destiny? Tang San? BabyTang was very smart. She immediately thought of Tang San, who could defeat her and her yet-to-exist daughter in a one-on-two battle. That's right. He and Tang San will be biological brothers. Huh? BabyTang was stunned. She knew that Tang San was even younger than her daughter. Well, it seems like she has gained a bit of an advantage. "So, can I?" BabyTang felt her request was quite presumptuous, but at that time, she didn't like either of the two known futures. "Child, fate has long been predetermined. Everything is as such. Now you have two choices. One is the original fate, and the other is another future." BabyTang fell silent, lowered her head, and began to make a choice about fate. "I choose the second option." After a long while, BabyTang made her choice. Old Turtle did not say much. A beam of light flew towards BabyTang, and she fainted once more. The scene became blurry. "Child, QianXunji is your child. This is an unchangeable fate. I, who have already attempted to defy fate, have suffered a huge backlash. Old Turtle reappeared, and there was still a hint of guilt in his voice. After BabyTang fainted, he merged the blood essence of the angel god QianXunji into BabyTang's body for conception, and thus QianXunji was born. In order not to change the predetermined fate too early, Old Turtle sealed this memory of BabyTang, returning everything to the original timeline. The pain of being violated, the heartbreak of separation, the living dead in the city of slaughter, an identical journey. The only difference is that when BabyTang was about to fall into the abyss, she encountered the redemption of her life. After doing all this, I often wonder whether what I did was right or wrong. In a universe belonging to Old Turtle, in order to reverse destiny and allow cosmic civilization to continue, he secretly planned the calamity of the myriad races, staining the heavens with blood, and countless lives turned to dust in the wars he controlled from the shadows. The assassin, who directly and indirectly stained the blood of countless lives, would now reflect on how he twisted the fates of a pair of lovers. Humans are complex. The world is neither black nor white, but a delicate gray. Pure people do exist. Bad people can also have moments of kindness. And good people can sometimes be controlled by desire. Xiaoyin, I know that when you learn about this, you may not necessarily hate me, but you will surely have some resentment. Just as Tang Yin was about to speak, Old Turtle continued. There is no need to rush to refute. When I recorded this footage, I had never seen you, but I saw your kindness from the future. Child, you no longer need to worry about the issue of the Rakshasa god inheritance within you. When you hear me say this, the Rakshasa divine position is already a masterless thing. It will only take some time before you can completely merge with it. This can also be considered some compensation from me to you. Old Turtle smiled like a kindly old man. Child, the small boat has passed through countless mountains. Your future will be smooth sailing. Go fulfill your dreams, go enjoy your life, and remember, I am just a passerby in your life. Old Turtle, who was trapped by fate for a lifetime, disappeared from the world completely. BabyTang and Tang Yin maintained this position for a long time, both unable to recover from the shock. This feeling of destiny made them feel very magical. Master, Tang Yin was filled with emotion. The bond between him and Old Turtle was indeed very deep. Without Old Turtle, there would be no Tang Yin in this world. Xiaoyin. BabyTang's voice made Tang Yin slightly turn his head. He met her gaze, which was also directed at him. Donger, do not hate my master. Having regained that memory, BabyTang covered Tang Yin's mouth with her hand, stopping the words that were about to come out. Xiaoyin, your teacher is also a benefactor of my fate. He not only saved me, but also allowed me to meet you. After learning that she had only given birth to a child with a woman, although the feeling was strange, the last trace of resentment in her heart had disappeared. She was still BabyTang, only belonging to Tang Yin. As for the relationship with QianXunji, forget it. I won't think about it. BabyTang looked at the lips so close to her, slowly closed her eyes, and leaned in. Their lips met, without desire, only beauty and deep love. Outside, Hulaina had been waiting for a long time. Her eyes red, not understanding the situation inside. Hulaina could only pace anxiously. She originally wanted to go in, but she found that after leaving the Hell Road, she could not return through that opening. As she paced back and forth, a figure appeared behind Hulaina, the huge shadow cast by the person completely blocking the tall Hulaina. When she turned around, it turned out to be Tang Yin's father. Hulaina grabbed Tang Hao's hand as if she had caught a lifeline, her expression panicked, her voice trembling but urgent. Uncle, Xiaoyin is in danger inside. He hasn't come out for a long time. My teacher has also been in for a long time, but there hasn't been any news. Uncle, you must save Xiaoyin. Originally here to pick up Tang Yin, Tang Hao became agitated upon hearing this news. Wait for me. After leaving those two words, he plunged into the Hell Road. Tang Hao's momentum had already reached its peak. A layer of blood-red, evil energy surged on the Haotian hammer in his hand. He would not allow Tang Yin to be hurt again under his watch. Not only could he not accept it, but Yin, who was also worried about Tang San's martial soul evolution, would not forgive him either. But when he arrived at the scene, he was also stunned. Tang Yin and BabyTang, who were kissing, were also taken aback. Tang Yin looked at his father with an awkward smile. Father. BabyTang, resting in Tang Yin's embrace, shyly buried her head into his neck. In the divine realm, within the Rakshasa god's mansion, the Rakshasa god died on her most beloved throne. Her death was extremely tragic, with purple-black blood flowing from her 7 orifices and her eyes wide open in death, looking very terrifying. In her chest, a black heart was forcibly pulled out by herself, pinched in her hand that hung in front of her chest. Introduction. The heavens and the earth are the furnace. Creation is the craftsman. Yin and yang are the charcoal, and all things are the copper. The heavens and the earth as a furnace can refine the world. Phoenix bones as the frame, dragon tendons as the strings, bathing in the essence of the sun, moon, and stars, and the blood of dragons, phoenixes, and all beasts, refining them into treasures, which are the world's rarest gems.